Chapter 1 Life Contract. Hello, are you hiring part-timers? No, please look somewhere else. Oh, thank you. In front of a convenience store, Lu Muxuan thanked them and walked out, continuing to walk forward. Ding dong. A message alert sounded. Lu Muxuan took out his phone and took a look at the lock screen message. It was a voice message from his friend Wu Ming. What are you doing, brother? I heard that you dumped you. Want to go out for a drink tonight? Lu Muxuan typed a response after hearing this. No, I'm looking for a part-time job now, otherwise I won't be able to pay you back. After sending it, I continued walking forward and saw a crayfish restaurant with a sign in front saying, "Hello, are you hiring part-timers?" No, we are recruiting regular workers. A girl with a sweet smile responded. At this time, Lu Muxuan's phone rang. He nodded, turned around and walked outside to answer it. Brother Dao, I'm really fine. I've let it go. On the other end of the phone, Wu Ming roared, "Damn it, Dao. My name is Wu Ming, not Ming Dao. And you, kid, I told you a long time ago that there was something wrong with you, but you didn't believe me. Now look what happened. Your money and feelings have gone down the drain. Not only did you lose everything, but you also owe me tens of thousands of dollars." Hearing this, Lu Muxuan fell silent with his phone in hand. He knew that Wu Ming wanted to comfort him, but the way he said it was a little wrong. Hey, why aren't you talking? Are you crying? You wouldn't do that for a woman who cheated you out of your money. Wu Ming said. Am I that fragile? Lu Muxuan said unhappily, what do you want from me? If you don't tell me, I'm dead. Hey, no. Wu Ming quickly got down to business. Aren't you looking for a part-time job? You know the gods and demons that has been hyped up recently and is all over the internet, right? Rumor has it that the Dragon Country officials are taking this game very seriously, so all the big financial groups are going to invest in it. This is the phenomenal virtual world online game of the year. It's unprecedented and will never be surpassed. It's a 100% authentic recreation of the world, so you understand. The server will be launched in a month. If you have time, go to the official sales point and buy a gaming helmet. Then, enter the game to collect equipment and sell it for money. If you are lucky, you can get good equipment and sell it for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. Even if you're unlucky, you can still earn a steady income. The gold price is very high at the beginning, and the minimum is several hundred yuan a day. Isn't that better than your part-time job that makes a dozen yuan an hour? Is this true? Is it possible for someone like me who is clumsy to do this? Lu Muxuan was a little surprised, so he didn't care about his inappropriate choice of words. Wu Ming is his fellow villager and classmate. They have been friends since childhood. Because of their poor academic performance, they both dropped out of high school and went out to work. He has saved a lot of money over the years by living frugally. Then he met his colleague Yu. Just as Wu Ming said, this woman might have been after his tens of thousands of dollars in savings from the very beginning. Unlike him, Wu Ming has some talent in games and is doing well in a game studio. As for the game Gods and Demons, which is said to be a 100% virtual world online game, advertisements are everywhere. Recently, almost all advertisements opened in all software are for this game. Lu Muxuan knew this of course, but it was almost impossible for someone like him with clumsy hands to make money playing games, so he never thought of buying a helmet. It's okay. If you are not good at playing, choose T, which is a meat shield. You don't need to do any operations, just take the beating. Then form a wild team to earn gold coins. It is definitely possible to make hundreds of gold coins a day in the first month. Believe me. Wu Ming vowed. But, to be honest, Lu Muxuan was a little tempted. If he wasn't short of money, he would definitely buy a gaming helmet. But now the rent hasn't been paid for 2 months, and the salary is just enough to pay back my colleagues, so eating becomes a problem from now on. However, just when Lu Muxuan was thinking about how to get 5,000 yuan to buy a helmet, Wu Ming hung up the call, and a few seconds later sent a transfer message and a voice message. 9. As your old brother, I know what you are hesitating about. Take this 10,000 yuan first. There is no rush to pay back my money. These tens of thousands are not a big deal. After hearing this voice message, Lu Muxuan felt relieved. He no longer had to shamelessly ask his family for money, and he didn't have the nerve to do so. Thank you, brother Dao. I won't say more. Next time you provoke someone's husband and call me, I'll be your tea for free. Get the hell out of here. If you bring this up again, you'll have to pay me back the 10,000 yuan. Wu Ming was furious. After hearing this voice message, Lu Muxwangchuan got on a bus with a smile, bought a gaming helmet, and then returned to the dormitory. Unpack the package, plug in the accessories according to the instructions, and plug in the power supply to charge. After fully charging, Lu Muxuan couldn't help but be curious and wanted to see whether this highly praised game was 100% real. Everything was ready, and he pressed the start button with anticipation. Loading 5%. During the loading process, everything in front of him was dark, and Lu Muxuan could only see the constantly jumping 100% number. The moment the number reached 100%, his vision went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the middle of a very spacious hall. There were 5 extremely tall stone statues standing on each side. This should be the character creation hall. Holy crap! This physical sensation, this perspective, it's too realistic. Lu Muxuan looked around in surprise, feeling a little shocked. Ding, device identity binding successful. Welcome to the continent of gods and demons. Please name your character. Going against the will of heaven. Ding, character creation successful, please choose a profession. It seems that the tank shield was transferred from a warrior. Lu Muxuan touched his chin and looked at the 5 options in front of him. They are warrior, mage, shooter, assassin, and priest. Lu Muxuan had played a similar online game before, so he didn't quit to ask Wu Ming and directly chose the warrior. Ding, player, going against the heavens, occupation, warrior, please select your talent. Is this talent still selectable? Lu Muxuan has read about this game and heard that talents seem to be random, right? However, the dense array of talent options flashing before my eyes proved that those popular videos might just be for attracting traffic and should not be taken seriously. Talents are divided into 7 tiers, distributed in a pyramid shape, namely D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, SS level, and SSS level. In that case, only a fool would choose D level, right? Lu Muxuan always felt something was wrong, but he didn't think much about it, his eyes directly locked on the SSS talent. However, just as he was about to check the profile, he discovered that above the SSS talent, there was actually another talent. What the hell, are all the promotional videos fake? Lu Muxuan was full of doubts, and he curiously clicked on the talents ranked above the SSS level talents. Life Contract God level 1 star. Effect 1, permanently increase HP by 1 point when attacked. Effect 2, all damage received will be returned to the attacker as true damage, with a return ratio of 100%. Talent skill, Blood Shield Proficiency, 0-1000. Effect 1, consume 10% of your own health as a blood shield, and become invincible for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. After the skill ends, it automatically unleashes a blood explosion, dealing true damage equal to 10% of the player's health to enemies within a 20-meter radius. Note, you can terminate the shield and unleash the blood explosion prematurely. Effect 2, while the Blood Demon Shield is activated, it absorbs all physical damage, magic damage, and true damage received and converts them into blood/attacks. Can be released autonomously, causing true damage equal to 10% of one's own health to enemies on the path. The attack range is 40 meters and can be obtained up to 10 times. After the Blood Demon Shield ends, each layer of Blood Slash will increase the damage by 10% of the player's health. Seeing such a perverted god-level talent, Lu Muxuan's first feeling was disbelief, because it was too outrageous. The official Gods and Demons has announced some talent details, many of which are about how much damage an attack will cause, how much additional attack power is added, how much additional defense power is gained, and the more powerful ones are about attacks converting into real damage. But compared with the god-level talent of Life Contract, these are as easy as a god beating a mortal. Is it because the game hasn't launched yet, so I can just play and choose whatever I want? Or is it because my account is lucky and can choose my own talents? Lu Muxuan couldn't figure it out, but he decisively ignored other SSS talents and chose the god-level talent Life Contract. Ding, congratulations to the player for choosing the talent, Life Contract. Do you want to start the game now? What? Start the game. Isn't the server open yet? Lu Muxuan was stunned. Was there a bug? Could he even enter the game now? He had assumed he could only create a character and then wait patiently for the game to launch. Start. Ding, it's detected that the player is establishing a teleportation with the Gods and Demons continent for the first time. It will take 1 minute. Please close your eyes. Seeing the prompt, Lu Muxuan quickly closed his eyes, and the next second he felt himself leaving the ground. Not long after, as the dizziness that had lasted for more than a minute disappeared, he finally stepped on the ground again. He opened his eyes and found that he had appeared in a small village. And the strange thing is, apart from himself, there seems to be no NPC or player here. Ding, welcome to the continent of gods and demons. You were born in Novice Village number 1. Please begin your adventure now. Oh shit, there's a bug. Lu Muxuan was speechless. Such a huge and phenomenal virtual world online game actually had bugs. Whatever, now that I'm here, I might as well go out and see what's going on. If this bug isn't fixed, I'll be leveling and getting gear a month ahead of everyone else, and I'll be 10 or 20 levels ahead when the server opens. However, this bug is likely to be fixed. How could the game officials allow someone to be a month ahead of others? Hey, adventurer, why did you come here a month early? While Lu Muxuan was daydreaming, an old voice brought him back to reality. Looking up, he saw an old man with a cane looking at him in confusion. Old Village Chief. Level 50. Health. Physical attack. Skill. Chapter 2, Stacking HP. Lu Muxuan closed the attribute panel full of question marks and asked, Old Village Chief, is there anything I can help you with? The Old Village Chief shook his head and said, Sorry, adventurer, I don't need any help right now. You can go around the village and see if other villagers need help. Okay. Lu Muxuan was a little disappointed that he didn't receive the task. After saying goodbye to the Old Village Chief, he walked around the village, but he didn't receive a single task. I guess the server hasn't been opened yet, so I have no choice but to complete the tasks and kill monsters to experience it. Even if the bugs are fixed in the end, I can't erase the monster killing knowledge I have from my head, right? About 100 meters outside the village entrance, a group of white rabbits with pink tints were jumping around on the grass. Pink Rabbit. Level 1. Health, 100. Physical attack, 10. Physical defense, 5. Speed, 5. Skills, none. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan opened his own panel. ID, going against the will of heaven. Level, LV.1. Occupation, warrior. Health, 50-50. Magic value, 25-25. Physical attack, 10, magical attack, 8. Physical defense, 6, magical defense, 6. Attack speed, 0.5, movement speed, 5. Skills, none. Free attribute points, 0. Note, 1 attribute point equals 2 physical attack, equals 2 magic attack, equals 2 physical defense, equals 2 magic defense, equals 10 health, equals 5 magic, equals 1 movement speed and 0.1 attack speed. Note, after the attack speed reaches 2, the benefit of 1 attribute point is only 0.01. When the attack speed reaches 4, the benefit is only 0.001, and so on. God level talent, life contract, 1 star. Talent skill, blood shield level 1, proficiency, 0-1000. Experience value, 0-100. Reputation, 0. Equipment, novice wooden sword, physical attack +2. Novice cloth, physical defense +1. Novice trousers, magic defense +1. The attributes are average. If Lu Muxuan didn't have god level talent, he probably wouldn't be able to fight one alone. But now, let it become my experience. Although rabbits are cute, they can be resurrected, so Lu Muxuan picked up the novice wooden sword without hesitation and walked over. He did not attack, but instead activated the blood demon shield and began to lure monsters, gathering together dozens or even hundreds of pink rabbits nearby. Health +1. Health +1. Health +1. Hey, after turning on the blood demon shield, I am invincible and my health can be increased even when I am attacked. It's great. Lu Muxuan originally wanted to detonate the blood demon shield directly, but seeing this, he stood quietly and let the rabbit attack. Around the blood demon shield, as the rabbit continued to attack, a red blood blade slowly condensed, which should be the blood slash. He didn't use it because blood slash deals linear damage, while blood demon explosion deals area damage, and the damage is the same. Saving it until the end can increase the damage of blood demon explosion tenfold, which is much better than using blood slash alone. Soon, the 1-minute countdown reached 0, the blood demon shield exploded, and a blood mist instantly enveloped an area of 40 meters in radius. 616. 616. 616. A dense string of white damage emerged from above the bunny's head, instantly clearing out all the bunnies within a 40-meter radius. Outrageous! Lu Muxuan stared at the scene in amazement. Originally, based on his 50 HP, 10% of his HP would only deal 5 points of damage. Adding in the extra tenfold damage from the 10th layer of Blood Slash, the final damage from the Blood Demon explosion was only 55. But because a large group of rabbits had been attacking Lu Muxuan during this minute, his health points had reached 560. This caused a Blood Demon to explode, causing such astonishing damage. But looking at the blank ground, Lu Muxuan felt something was wrong. Not to mention equipment, there wasn't even a single copper coin. This drop rate was so touching that he almost cried. That's not right. Why is the experience value still 0? Lu Muxuan was stunned. At least 100 bunnies died in this explosion, but why didn't he get any experience points at all? Holy shit! Could it be that the server isn't open yet, so there's no experience, no equipment, no gold, nothing from killing monsters? But it's not that nothing can be obtained. At least talents can be stacked, which is still a little consolation. Well, since the official doesn't know about this bug, if I don't report it myself, won't I be able to keep stacking health points? It was outrageous enough that he could stack up 1,000,000 health points at the beginning of the game. Coupled with his own talent, even if they were on the same starting line, he would be able to stand out from the crowd. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan opened the map and took a look, and finally chose the level 5 Sting Bee as the monster spawning point. Because the bees are small, they can attack him at the same time, so each attack can add dozens or hundreds of health points. Like just now, although there were many rabbits, only 20 or 30 of them could attack him, plus it took some time to lure the monsters. Otherwise, if 7, 8 or 10 rabbits attack together, and a rabbit attacks once every 2 seconds, they can stack up at least 1,000 health points. Not long after, Lu Muxuan arrived at the refresh point of the level 5 Sting Bees. Looking at the 100 or 200 head-sized Sting Bees in front of him, his eyes lit up. I thought there would be around 100 at most, but I was pleasantly surprised. Stinging Bee. Level 5. HP, 500. Physical attack, 25. Physical defense, 15. Speed, 10. Skill, Poison Sting, fires a poisonous needle at the target, causing it to become poison for 5 seconds, deducting 5 health points per second, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Oh my god. Love it. Lu Muxuan was overjoyed to see the Stinging Bee's skills. One poisonous sting gave 6 health points, so 200 of them would give 12,000. Although it has a 30-second cooldown and can only be used once a minute, the Sting Bee also has a normal attack. The normal attack is to fire a stinger, which also occurs about once every 2 seconds. Little bee, here I come. Lu Muxuan opened the Blood Demon's shield and rushed over to lure the monster. Because the Stinging Bee is faster than him and has a long-range attack, he will probably die halfway if he doesn't open it. Moreover, he didn't dare to absorb a round of attacks before firing again. He only had more than 500 health points now. If 20 Stinging Bees attacked him at the same time, he would be dead. After more than 20 seconds, 200 Stinging Bees were gathered together by Lu Muxuan, and then they quietly enjoyed the Stinging Bees' poisonous sting attacks. Watching my health points rising rapidly and exceeding 1,000 in a short while, I felt so good. But unfortunately, the Stinging Bees were still too big. Even though they could fly in the air, only about 150 of them could attack him, and the others could only stare blankly from outside. 4,620. 4,620. 4,620. Soon, the countdown was reset to 0, and the Blood Demon explosion once again swept across a radius of 20 meters. A long string of white damage blocked the vision. Lu Muxuan felt extremely relieved when he saw this scene. Fuck! Why is my health still being deducted? 515. Plus 1. 505. Plus 1. 485. Watching his health drop by the hundreds, Lu Muxuan's heart suddenly sank into his throat. Damn it! He almost forgot that the Stinging Bee's ability was poisonous and lasted for 5 seconds. Fortunately, I had just accumulated more than 3,000 health points, and my health finally stopped at around 10%. Very good, if I can't die this time, then next time my health points will skyrocket again, and I won't be able to die even if I want to. Although there were still a few swarms of Stinging Bees not far away, Lu Muxuan didn't dare to continue with so little health left, and had no choice but to go back to replenish his blood. Because the journey was long and the resurrection point in the village did not restore health very quickly, it took almost an hour to go back and forth. When he came back, the stinging bees that had just died had not yet refreshed. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan had to look for other stinging bee colonies. Fortunately, they were all in this area and not difficult to find. Within a few minutes, he found another swarm of stinging bees, activated the blood demon shield and rushed forward. A minute later, another 4,000 health points were added. Seeing that he had more than half of his life left, Lu Muxuan laughed and continued to move forward to look for the swarm of stinging bees. If I continue like this, I don't need to go back to replenish my blood. Because after the added health points and blood demon shield end, the blood lost due to poisoning can almost reach a balance, and you can even recover some points. Hey, perpetual motion machine. Unfortunately, there were only 3 bee colonies nearby, and they refreshed every hour. Excluding the 10 minutes of searching time, the actual monster spawning time was only 3 minutes. He couldn't just sit there and wait for the remaining 40 minutes or so he continued to look for other monsters to kill. But other monsters are not as good as the sting bee, such as wolves, wild boars, silver foxes, etc., which are too large and only about a dozen can attack him at the same time. Moreover, if he didn't activate the blood demon shield, he would be killed by the counterattack after a dozen hits. It would be better to go back to the village to swipe the rabbits. At least there would be 20 or 30 rabbits that could hit him at the same time. In this way, Lu Muxuan put all his efforts into stacking health points. He would collect the stinging bees when they refreshed, and the rest of the time he would stack them with rabbits at the village entrance. Although the effect was slightly worse, it was better than nothing. Bang, bang, bang. I don't know how much time had passed, but there was a loud knock on the door. Lu Muxuan in the game heard it, found a safe place to log off, opened the door and found that it was the landlord, a woman in her 40s. At this moment, she was looking at him with disgust. It's time to pay the rent. You've been delaying for so long. If you don't pay this month, your water and electricity will be cut off. Oh, how much is the rent this month? I'll transfer it to you. Lu Muxuan said. It's still 310. You're quite careful with your electricity usage. It's this amount every month. The landlord's expression immediately improved when he saw that he had money to pay the rent. Oh, I turned around. Lu Muxuan turned 620 and then closed the door. 10153-5000-620 is equal to 4,533. There is still a month before the game is launched. Noodles for breakfast are 3 yuan, stir-fried vegetables for lunch are also 3 yuan, and pork and vegetables for dinner are 8 yuan. Add in other miscellaneous items, and 1,000 yuan a month is completely enough. It's no problem to hold on for another month with the remaining 3,000 yuan. When the time comes to pay the salary, he will no longer be sucking my life away, and life will be better. However, just as Lu Muxuan was grumbling and wanted to cook some noodles, a phone call came in. He was stunned when he saw that it was his boss Wen Guodong. Holy crap! Why is it already 10 o'clock in the morning? Lu Muxuan thought to himself that something was wrong and answered the phone with a nervous mood. Lu Muxuan, you are fucking dead, right? Come here immediately to take your things, and you don't have to come to work anymore. A middle-aged man roared from the other end of the phone. Beep. The phone was hung up, and Lu Muxuan was very upset. Although I am just a small salesperson, I can still earn 4 to 5,000 yuan a month through commission, and 7 to 8,000 yuan is also possible if my performance is good. Forget it, I'll find a job tomorrow. Well, how about just playing games full-time? It's a god-level talent after all. According to Wu Ming, the price of gold is very expensive in the early stages of the game, and good equipment costs hundreds or thousands of dollars, and top-quality equipment costs tens of thousands or more. With my monster-killing efficiency, even if all my monsters drop garbage equipment, it's not impossible to earn over 1,000 gold coins a day just by farming. But I'm afraid that the game officials will eventually discover this bug and fix it while destroying his talent, which would be difficult to deal with. Forget it. I still have a few $1,000s anyway. I might as well take a gamble. If I succeed, I can earn over 1,000 a day. If I fail, I can find another job. Yes. It was a happy decision. Whoever wants to take this damn class can do it. I won't serve here anymore. Chapter 3 Server Launch. Lu Muxuan felt refreshed as his thoughts cleared. He charged his helmet and went downstairs to buy a box of instant noodles and a few dozen eggs. He was going to grind hard, trying to get 1,000,000 HP before the server opened. So what if you are not good at playing games? You don't need any skills at all. Once the blood demon shield is opened and exploded, you can get gold coins. It is simply a magical skill to make money. Having stayed up all night, Lu Muxuan felt so sleepy after eating a few noodles that he fell asleep immediately. When he woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Well, black and white are reversed. But he couldn't stay online tonight. Who could resist the temptation of infinite blood stacking? He wished he could be online every minute and stack blood like crazy. Ding dong. However, when he was about to go online after eating, his cell phone rang. He opened it and found that it was a message from Wu Ming. 7. Have you bought the helmet yet? Log in and create your character first, otherwise all the names you like will be taken by dogs. I bought it and registered it. After Lu Muxuan sent it, he suddenly remembered there was a bug and asked, Brother Dao, can you log in now and see if you can select your talent and then enter the game? 3. What are you thinking? Now I can only create a character and can't do anything else. Go try it, just in case there's a bug. 7. What a bug. The official claims there are absolutely zero bugs. Do you think they're joking? Just give it a try, just in case it works. Lu Muxuan continued. Seeing that he was so persistent, Wu Ming put down his chopsticks in doubt and walked into the room, put on his helmet, entered the character creation hall and fiddled with it for a while, but nothing happened. 31 days 1 hour 23 minutes and 58 seconds. Only the countdown is moving. 2. Have you entered the game? No, it's time for you to get off work. I'll remotely control you for a few minutes so that you won't have peace while having your midnight snack. Lu Muxuan replied. Since Wu Ming couldn't enter the game, he didn't plan to tell anyone. Otherwise, if the news got out and the bug was fixed, he would be the one who suffered the most. 3. I'm going to trick you, you monkey. I wish you'll eat instant noodles without the seasoning packet. Damn. Your curse is so vicious. As expected of a best friend, he knew that this curse was the most deadly to him. Lu Muxuan complained and was about to go online. No more chatting, I'm a little tired today, I'm going to sleep first. 3. Sleep your sister, it's only so late, come out and have fun. After sending the message, seeing that Lu Muxuan didn't reply for a long time, Wu Ming started to bombard him with dog head emojis. Elsewhere, Lu Muxuan muted his phone and entered the game. As usual, he used the bee swarm to stack HP, and spent the rest of the time playing with the rabbit. After a few days, when his health is up, he can stand and let the sting bees attack, and then use the blood shield when the sting bees are about to be killed by the counterattack, and get 1,000 or 2,000 health points for free. This cycle repeats itself over and over again. Apart from eating and occasionally watching videos to relieve fatigue, Lu Muxuan basically spends the rest of his time online to stack blood. He basically spends more than 10 hours a day in the game. Before we knew it, more than 20 days had passed and there were less than 12 hours left until the server launch. Bang! 12 million. 12 million. 12 million. As a large amount of 12 million damage emerged from the top of the sting bee, the entire forest turned white. Sting Bee would never have thought that someone could deal 12 million damage in the novice village. After deducting 500 of his own health, he still owed 12 million. My health points have reached 10 million. Lu Muxuan stretched and casually opened his attribute panel. ID, going against the will of heaven. Level 1. Occupation, warrior. Health, 10 million 10 million. Magic value, 25. Physical attack, 10, magical attack, 8. Physical defense, 6, magical defense, 6. Attack speed, 0.5, movement speed, 5. Skills, none. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, life contract, 1 star. Talent skill, blood shield, level 2. Proficiency, 5,000. Effect 1, consumes 10% of one's own health as a blood shield, and becomes invincible for 90 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. After the skill ends, it automatically unleashes a blood explosion, dealing 20% of its HP as true damage to nearby enemies within a 30-meter radius. Note, you can terminate the shield and unleash the blood explosion prematurely. Effect 2, while the blood demon shield is activated, it absorbs all physical damage, magic damage, and true damage received and converts them into blood/slash attacks. Can be released autonomously, causing 20% of one's own health as true damage to enemies on the path. The attack distance is 60 meters and can be obtained up to 10 times. After the blood demon shield ends, each layer of blood slash will increase the damage by 10% of the player's health. Experience value, 0-100. Reputation, 0. Equipment, Novice Wooden Sword, Physical Attack +2. Novice Cloth, Physical Defense +1. Novice Trousers, Magic Defense +1. Except for health points, other attributes have not changed at all, including talents. However, the talent skills have been upgraded to level 2. The duration is increased from 1 minute to 1.5 minutes, and the invincibility time is longer. If you continue to upgrade like this, you will be invincible throughout the whole process after level 9. However, deducting 10% of one's own life every time is a bit confusing. The explosion range increased from 20 meters to 30 meters, the damage of Blood Demon Explosion increased from 10% to 20%, and the same was true for Blood Slash, the attack distance increased from 40 meters to 60 meters. The only pity is that if you keep Blood Slash and don't use it, the damage increased by each remaining layer is still 10% of your own blood volume, and 100% after 10 layers, with no change. But it's not bad. The Blood Demon Explosion itself is like a human nuclear bomb. At this stage, there is no boss that cannot be killed in seconds. Since he had been grinding for 16 hours straight and his health points had reached 10 million, Lu Muxuan did not use the remaining 11 hours to continue stacking his health points. I returned to the village and bought a mask without attributes from the blacksmith shop and put it on. By the way, I set my attribute panel to not allow viewing. The damage numbers are changed to semi-transparent, otherwise the entire screen will be filled with white damage when an explosion occurs, and the image cannot be seen clearly at all. The setting for adding friends is not allowed. After finishing all this, Lu Muxuan logged off, cooked some instant noodles, set the alarm, and then fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Muxuan was awakened by the vibration of his phone. He drowsily picked up the phone and answered, "Hello, who is this?" "You Dao, you brother Ming. What are you doing? The game is about to be launched. You didn't reply to my messages. Get ready to go online." Wu Ming's voice came from the phone. "Oh. Right away." Lu Muxuan hung up the phone and found that it was only 9 o'clock in the morning. The game would be launched at 10 o'clock, so it was still early. I got up, brushed my teeth and washed my face. I didn't want to eat instant noodles anymore as I had been eating them for a month. I went downstairs to reward myself with a bowl of snail noodles and then entered the game. My health points are still there, and I can still enter the game normally. It seems that the game officials have not discovered this bug. Lu Muxuan was relieved, but since he didn't have a countdown for the game launch, he simply sat at the entrance of the village, feeling a little nervous. However, at this moment, a powerful airwave swept in from the sky, like the shockwave caused by a missile explosion, and instantly flew through Lu Muxuan's body, violently shaking him off the stone. At the same time, Lu Muxuan clearly witnessed the scene following the gust of air. Countless tall and mighty monsters were lifted up by the gust of air, as if they were being pinned down, unable to move. The next second, bright beams of light descended, enveloping the monsters and making them disappear instantly. Then, a pale blue curtain of light slowly emerged from the sky above the village. The instant it appeared, it rapidly expanded, forming a semicircular arc, then slowly descended, eventually completely covering the entire novice village. What kind of monster is this? Lu Muxuan was horrified when he saw these tall and mighty monsters, some of which had wings. He couldn't imagine that such terrifying creatures would be in the woods. Why haven't I seen it before? Also, is this light curtain protecting the novice village? Are those high-level monsters that were captured not from here? Or did they sneak in here? But before he could think about it, a noisy sound came from behind him. The server is open. Lu Muxuan was too lazy to think about it and rushed directly into the depths of the forest. There are 4 bosses in the novice village, the level 4 Ground Rat King, the level 6 Silver Fox King, the level 8 Wolf King, and the level 10 Wild Boar King. Before, there was no experience points from killing monsters, and no equipment or gold coins were dropped, so Lu Muxuan did not waste time killing them. Now that the server is open, these bosses must be captured. A few minutes later, Lu Muxuan arrived at the first location, where the Rat King was located. However, there seemed to be no one there before. Why is there a girl here now? It must be the NPC coming to work. He stepped forward and asked, "Hello beautiful lady, how can I help you?" "Hello adventurer, my name is Rona. Recently, a group of gophers came from nowhere. Could you please help me kill them?" "Ding, do you want to accept the mission to eliminate the moles?" "Accept." Lu Muxuan took the task directly. It was just a matter of convenience. Eliminate gophers. Mission details: the crops are about to mature recently, and these annoying rats are coming here due to the smell. Adventurers, please eliminate these annoying rats. Mission progress 0-100. Mission rewards 100 experience points, 80 copper coins, 1 bottle of life potion small. The reward was average, almost nothing. Lu Muxuan accepted the task and rushed towards the group of moles. He did not use the blood demon shield because it would deduct 10% of his health. If he used it 10 times, 10 million health points would be gone, which was not cost effective. Anyway, there is counterattack, so just pull the monsters and wait for them to be killed, and it is quite efficient. Go for Level 4. HP 800. Physical attack 20. Physical defense 10. Speed 10. Skills none. With an attack power of 20 and a defense of 5, if the hamster hits him once, the counterattack will be 15 points. If it hits him 54 times, it will only take about 2 minutes, which is not bad. However, Lu Muxuan had walked around the area pulling monsters but hadn't found the Rat King. Could it be that, like Rona, it required a plot trigger? In that case, he could only complete the quest honestly. Chapter 4 Boss First Kill. Soon, Lu Muxuan gathered the nearby gophers. 15. Plus 1. 15. Plus 1. 15. Every time the hamster attacks, Lu Muxuan will lose 15 drops of blood, and similarly, the hamster will lose the same amount of blood. So after 2 minutes, the dozen or so gophers didn't scratch Lu Muxuan to death, but instead scratched themselves to death. The bodies of the dead gophers slowly dissipated, and the remaining gophers continued to fill in the gaps and attack. Not long after, a golden light rose from Lu Muxuan's body, and his level increased from level 1 to level 2. I've upgraded it. It's really simple, and very friendly to the disabled opponents. Lu Muxuan sat there and let the mole attack him. He opened the attribute panel and found that there were 10 free attribute points. Add health? No, health can be stacked, no need to waste attribute points. As for magic, he didn't even consider it. What mana did the warrior class need? Physical and magical attack, physical and magical defense, movement speed, attack speed. Lu Muxuan stroked his chin and thought. The attack has a blood shield, full screen instant kill, and anti-injury, so it is excluded. The higher the defense, the lower the damage caused by the enemy to it, and the lower the anti-injury, so it is also excluded. The only things left are attack speed and movement speed. Without attack power, attack speed is useless, so I'll rule it out. So, the only thing left is movement speed. Well, the slow movement speed makes it easy to be kite. The range of the blood demon shield is only 30 meters, while the archer's attack range is more than 50 meters. If the opponent is about to die and you don't attack him and run away, then you can only stare at him helplessly. So increase your movement speed, run fast, and rush over like a human nuclear bomb. Are you afraid? It's just to kill one person, it's such a waste to use a human-shaped nuclear bomb. Well, I don't know how to add it, so I'll keep it for now. Anyway, there's no urgent need for it now. Lu Muxuan closed the attribute panel and checked the progress of the task. He was already 2/3 complete. About 3 or 4 minutes later, with another batch of moles dead, the task was finally completed. He picked up the hundreds of copper coins on the ground and went back to complete the task. Oh my god, adventurer, you are really brave. You completed the task so quickly. I have another request. Could you please help me kill the Rat King? Rona requested. Ding, Rona asks you to help kill the Rat King. Do you accept the mission? Accept. Eliminate the Rat King. Mission details: the Rat King is the leader of the moles. Only by eliminating it can the hidden dangers of moles be eliminated. Adventurers, please go to the cave to eliminate the Rat King. Mission progress 0-1. Mission rewards 300 experience points, 1 gold coin, 5 bottles of life potion small. Sure enough, the mission was unlocked. After Lu Muxuan received the mission, he turned around and ran towards the cave. However, after arriving at the place, looking at the hole in front of him that was more than 1 meter high, Lu Muxuan really didn't want to go in, but for the sake of the boss, he endured it. Fortunately, the space became much larger after entering, but it was winding in like a maze, and there were gophers along the way. In the end, I walked all the roads before I found the Rat King. Damage King Iron Level Boss. Level 4. HP 8000. Physical Attack 80. Physical Defense 50. Speed, 20. Skills, Bite, Burrow, Triple Claw Attack, Earth Explosion Stab. As expected, it was a black iron level boss. Lu Muxuan rushed forward and chopped the Rat King's head, but the Rat King bit him back. 1. 131. Plus 1. 131 retaliation. Sure enough, with a defense of up to 80, Lu Muxuan couldn't break its defense at all, but the Mole King could break its defense by hitting himself, so he just stood there and let it hit him. Boss can be divided into black iron level, bronze level, silver level, gold level, spirit level, king level, emperor level, fairy level, and god level according to quality. The level of the boss will determine the level of equipment that will be dropped, and the first kill will definitely drop it. There are also cases where iron level bosses drop silver equipment, but the probability is only 1%, which is really touching. 75. Plus 1. 131. Plus 1. 75. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Muxuan killed the Diglett King by relying on counterattack. His eyes lit up when he saw a piece of equipment exploded on the ground. Ding, congratulations! As the first player in the entire server to kill the iron level boss, the Rat King, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player for completing the first server-wide kill of the Iron Rank boss, the Rat King. This announcement is informing you. 3 server-wide announcements were made in succession, and everyone was excited. What's going on? Less than an hour after the server opened, they've already killed the boss? Are they cheating? The upstairs guy is an idiot. Fuck, I have more than a dozen people working for me, and I'm only at level 2 now. Who the hell are you talking about? In a forest somewhere, the president of the Dynasty Guild, Dynasty Tianxia, was leading a team of 20 people to surround and kill a level 3 phosphorus snake. They were all stunned when they heard the notice. Don't be distracted. Let him kill. Losing so many people just for a boss is simply stupid. Upon hearing this, one of them said, the other party is hiding their name, so maybe they're not from a certain guild. After hearing this, everyone was even more surprised. A lone player? A one-on-one fight? Is it really that outrageous? Okay, don't think too much. Just level up honestly. The opponent's talent is probably above S level. Tell your men to pay attention and win him over if you see him. Huang Chao Tianxia said. Ding, congratulations on completing your first kill of the Hamster King boss. Rewards, plus 50 free attribute points, plus 1 silver weapon for this class, titled 1 Step Ahead, plus 10 gold coins, plus 100 reputation. Holy crap! Is the reward that generous? 10 gold coins. The top-up channel charges 1 silver coin for $1, and 100 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. In other words, killing a boss is a reward of $1,000. There are also silver weapons, titles, and free attribute points, which is outrageous. Lu Muxuan looked at the system's rewards and felt that the black iron equipment in his hand was no longer worth it. King Slaying Sword. Quality, silver. Physical attack plus 115. Critical hit plus 2%. Effect, deals 5% additional damage to the boss. Dress code, none. 1 step ahead. Health plus 100. Magic plus 50. Physical attack plus 20. Spell attack plus 20. Physical defense plus 20. Spell defense plus 20. Attack speed plus 1. Movement speed plus 10. Effect, increases movement speed by an additional 10. Dress code, none. Horse leather armor. Quality, black iron. Health plus 100. Physical defense plus 15. Where requirements, warrior. Lu Muxuan put on the weapon and title without hesitation. As for the mole leather armor, he thought about it and decided to put it in the auction house. He didn't need either of the 2 attributes anyway, so he could just sell it for some money. He opened the auction house and put the equipment up for auction. Since he didn't understand the market, he directly set the auction mode to cash bidding and set the time to half an hour. After finishing, he picked up 2 gold coins, a dozen silver coins, and a yellow stone on the ground. Earth Source Stone, quest item. Not knowing what it was for, Lu Muxuan simply threw it into his backpack and left the cave to find Rona to complete the task. Oh, that's incredible, adventurer. You actually killed the Rat King. Thank you so much, warrior. Here's your reward. As the task was completed, the reward arrived, and his level just reached level 4. ID, going against the will of heaven. Level, LV.4. Occupation, warrior. Life, 100120036. Magic, 75. Physical attack, 143. Magical attack, 28. Physical defense, 26. Magical defense, 26. Attack speed, 1.5. Movement speed, 25. Critical hit, 2%. Skills, none. Free attribute points, 80. Talent, life contract, 1 star. Talent skill, blood shield, level 2. Proficiency, 45 5000. Experience points, 32 1500. Reputation, 100. Equipment, king slaying sword, novice cloth, novice trousers. Title, 1 step ahead. Well, not bad, the attack power is over 100. With Lu Muxuan's current attributes, even without talent, it is enough to crush most people, and there are still 80 points of free attributes that are useless. After killing the Rat King, the next one would be the Silver Fox King. Lu Muxuan turned around and headed south. But at this moment, a group of people were running towards him quickly from behind, and soon blocked his way. So we're here. Ha, you're really lucky. Boy, how about joining our Great Flag Guild and enjoying the best food and drinks in the future? Not interested. Lu Muxuan refused directly and planned to leave. You shameless guy, don't be so shameless, otherwise I won't mind killing you back to level 1. Daki Yihang said coldly. Oh, then let me see how you kill me back to level 1. I'm really looking forward to it. Very good, don't think you are invincible just because you killed a level 4 Black Iron boss. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of people in the Big Flag Guild suddenly took action, with archers drawing their bows and arrows, and soldiers standing in front watching eagerly. Seeing this, Daki Yihang said with a smile, no matter how powerful the boss is, it can only attack once. If you have better skills, you can slowly grind it down. I'll give you one more chance. Think carefully. People are different from bosses. Hundreds of attacks a second. Do you think you can dodge them? How many seconds do you think you can hold out? How many people do you think you can kill? Lu Muxuan did not reply, only gave the other party a middle finger in response. Looking for death. Hit me. Daki Yihang said angrily. In an instant, 70 or 80 arrows were shot out quickly and hit Lu Muxuan accurately. After the archers attacked, the front row soldiers quickly followed up with a seamless attack. 1. Plus 1. 8. Plus 1. 15. A full round of attacks hit everyone, and at the same time, a damage number appeared above the heads of all the members of the Big Flag Guild. The more damage they dealt, the less health they had. Still real damage. But this is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that when they saw Lu Muxuan's health bar, they were stunned on the spot. What the hell? This round of attacks dealt at least 300 to 400 damage, but the opponent's health bar didn't even budge. What the hell? Even if I fully increase my HP at level 4, plus the equipment, it would only be over 500 HP at most, which means my HP would be at least half as much. Health lock cheat. Damn it. Hit him. What are you all standing there for? Daki Yihang said angrily, his eyes fixed on Lu Muxuan's health bar. However, after several rounds of attacks, the opponent's health bar didn't budge at all, while the one on our side with high attack power was counterattacked and left with only a small amount of health. Damn it! What the hell is this talent? Daki Yihang's face was gloomy. How could the health be so high when the server was just launched? And 100% damage reflection, and it's real damage. Is this really cheating? Chapter 5, Flag Guild. On the other side, Lu Muxuan was enjoying the attacks from everyone with a happy expression. After 1 minute, he managed to accumulate more than 2000 HP. Now many people dare not attack, for fear of being killed. Some people do not believe it and think that this is some kind of skill that will not last long, and that he is attacking under the influence of drugs. Since you don't want to fight anymore, then you are useless. Die. After Lu Muxuan said this, he rushed forward with the king-slaying sword in his hand, and with one sword, he sent the low-health warrior in front of him back to the fountain. Damn it! Retreat quickly! Daki Yihang roared. Upon hearing this, everyone decisively gave up the attack, turned around and ran. Their movements were very swift, and it can be said that they followed orders very well. Ha, you want to run? Can you run away? Lu Muxuan laughed, and his figure burst out. He killed another person with one sword, and a few copper coins exploded, but he didn't pick them up. Instead, he slashed down with another sword. 122. A damage appeared, and the player unwillingly turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot. Seeing Lu Muxuan chasing him all the way, killing one person every 2 or 3 seconds, Dakiyihan was almost biting his teeth. In all the years he'd been playing games, he'd never felt so frustrated. This hedgehog couldn't be fought, and he couldn't run away from it. It was a one-sided massacre. Damn it! How could such a perverted thing exist? Run apart! In an instant, the remaining 80-odd players scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan decisively abandoned the others and sailed straight after the flag. The game has just been launched, so most players' speed is around 5 points, while Lu Muxuan's speed is as high as 25 points. So after a while, Lu Muxuan caught up with the flag-winning Yihan, who was running in the front, raised the king-slaying sword and chopped it down suddenly. But at this moment, the man next to Dakiyihan suddenly stood in front of him and blocked the attack for him. 138. Oh, it turns out that having lackeys can be used to block knives. Then I'll see how many times you and your dozen people can block it. Lu Muxuan said as he swung his sword to attack again, but Dakiyihan dodged it. At the same time, a member of the Big Flag Guild stayed behind to hold him back, while the rest continued to run. By the time Lu Muxuan finished dealing with the player, the Big Flag Yihan group had already run over 100 meters. Damn it, even though the guys in Daki have low attributes, they are all masters. Even if they are only at level 1 or 2, they can dodge many attacks by moving around and slow him down. However, this place is still far away from the novice village, so it is still possible to kill him if you want to. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan chased after him again. Fuck, isn't that someone from the Big Flag Guild? He's actually being chased and killed? Awesome. This is a ruthless guy. That's just the way it is. Don't look at how impressive he is now. When the Grand Flag Guild gathers its forces, I guess this guy will never leave the novice village. Indeed, the Big Flag Guild is notoriously difficult to deal with, and it's also a top-tier guild with over 100,000 members. Everyone watched Lu Muxuan chasing Dakiyihan and others, and started discussing. Some followed to watch the fun, while others continued to kill monsters. A few hundred meters outside the novice village, Dakiyihan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he entered the village, the other party would not be able to attack. But at this moment, a figure blocked his way. Hello, where do you want to go? Dakiyihan was startled, and looking around, he found that there was no one around him. He immediately said fiercely, if you dare to kill me, you will face the endless pursuit of the Daki Guild. If 100 people aren't enough, then 1,000. If 1,000 isn't enough, then 10,000. 100,000. I don't believe I can't kill you. Really? He suddenly gained 100,000 HP, and he seemed to be a VIP. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan decided to treat him well. The next second, he took off his weapon and rushed out quickly. After 9 missed shots, he successfully knocked Dakiyihan to the ground. Then he stepped on his head and taunted him. The Big Flag Guild is a piece of scum. You think I'll surrender to you? You're just kidding. I wouldn't be afraid of 1,000,000, let alone 100,000. I look forward to your revenge. If you don't come, then everyone in the Great Flag Guild is a coward and a wimp. Disband as soon as possible to save yourself the shame. You die. Dakiyihan was furious. He suddenly turned over and moved quickly to the side of Lu Muxuan and slashed with a sword. 256. Plus 1. 256. That damage. That's some serious stuff. It's a shame his damage was 100% counterattack, so it was still Dakiyihan who died in the end. You have good talent. I look forward to seeing you next time. Lu Muxuan smiled and waved. After watching the Big Flag turn into a white light and disappear, he turned and left. Seeing this, the people who were besieging him nearby consciously made way for him. Fuck. This ruthless guy not only kills, but also wants to start a group fight with the Great Banner Guild. Could he be the mortal enemy of the Great Banner Guild? Even sworn enemies wouldn't do that. During the server launch phase, every second counts. Unless they're mortal enemies, they won't stir up trouble. Otherwise, the gap between them and other guilds widens, and they'll face suppression. No matter what the reason, there's something exciting to watch. They're openly attacking the Big Flag Guild. Big Flag won't tolerate this. I'm afraid the world of Novice Village Number 1 is going to change. At the resurrection point of Novice Village Number 1, Daki Hung slowly emerged from the resurrection point and opened the kill record with a gloomy face. Ding, you are dead. The killer, going against the will of heaven. Going against the will of heaven. Daki Hong looked at the name with gritted teeth. At this moment, a message sounded. Tiandi Wakey, I heard about this matter. How do you plan to deal with it? Daki Hong, President, I will kill that guy, otherwise our Daki Guild will lose all its dignity. Tiandi Wakey, I told you guys a long time ago not to cause trouble in the early stages of the game. Did you turn a deaf ear to my words? Daki Hong, no, President, the guy who killed the first boss is nearby. I went over to win him over in order to strengthen the guild. Besides, if we don't suppress this kind of random people, we won't have a chance to defeat the boss in the novice village. I brought 100 people with me, but who knew this guy would be so evil? Heaven and Earth Flag, I have already informed the brothers in Novice Village Number 1. If this succeeds, you will be rewarded. If it fails, all losses will be borne by you, including the level you fall behind. Daki Ihan, how many people are there in Novice Village Number 1? Heaven and Earth as flags, about 1,000 or so. This. By the way, President, when you have time, have someone check if this guy is cheating. He dealt tens of thousands of damage, but his health bar didn't move at all. Daki Ihang said. Heaven and Earth as flag, just do your own thing and don't say such useless words in the future. Daki Ihang felt bitter upon seeing this. There were only 1,000 people, and most of them were not elites. They probably hadn't even reached level 2 yet and couldn't break the defense. It would be useless to go there. Instead, it would delay their leveling up. He couldn't afford this loss. But he was unwilling to let Nition Air Xing go just like that. However, the next second he thought of a way that would cost little, take revenge on Nition Air Xing, and allow him to level up at the same time. After closing the chat interface, Daki Ihang spent a gold coin to buy a loudspeaker. Everyone in Novice Village Number 1, listen up. I, Daki Ihang, am offering a bounty. Anyone who kills someone who goes against the will of heaven will receive a reward of 500,000. Valid for the first 3 kills, first come first served. As soon as this announcement came out, the people in Novice Village Number 1 were in an uproar. Killing them once would net them 500,000. Fuck the grass. It seems that Daki Ihang has lost his mind due to being furious. They even dare to issue such a reward. Isn't that just giving away money? 500,000. I'm sorry, brother Nition Air Xing, but my family is in urgent need of this money. Hurry up and chase him, he shouldn't have gone far. I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity. If I kill him, I'll get 500,000 yuan. I can't earn that much even if I work for years. A bunch of idiots. The Great Flag Guild always takes revenge on its own. Whenever we need you to do something for us, just go ahead and leave without a word. You're the only one who's clever. The Big Flag guys need to level up, otherwise they'll be outclassed by other guilds. I'm too lazy to waste time with you. Wait a minute, 500,000. I'm coming. The other side. Lu Mushuan, who had already arrived at the Silver Fox King's territory, also saw the notice. To be honest, he was planning to find 3 partners to divide the 1.5 million. But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Daki Ihang is probably not stupid. If there is only a drop of blood left for someone to kill him, he may refuse to admit it. It's better to just get equipment and sell it for money. We don't want to make money by doing something against our conscience. Hey, the equipment was sold. Lu Mushuan opened the email, and when he saw the transaction amount, he was stunned. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Holy crap, a piece of black iron equipment can actually be sold for 12,000. Is this game serious? This is outrageous, it's outrageous to the extreme. Lu Mushuan was a little excited. It was the first time for him to get such a large sum of money so easily. Just kill a mouse and sell some equipment, and in about half an hour, 10,000 yuan will be credited to your account. Think about how I used to work hard for a month, working like a beast of burden without complaint, and getting a salary of 4 or 5,000, and the contrast suddenly hits me. After receiving the email, the auction house automatically collected a 10% commission, and the remaining 10,800 was deposited into the account. This account is opened together with the gaming helmet. The money received can be used through quick payment, and of course it can also be withdrawn from the relevant bank. 10,800 plus 3,824 is equal to 14,624. Looking at the 5-digit balance, Lu Muxuan felt much more at ease, and his eyes unconsciously stared at the sword in his hand. Otherwise, I could sell it, it should fetch tens of thousands of dollars. I don't need this little bit of damage anyway. But after thinking about it, I decided to just use what I can wear and sell it when I don't need it anymore. Otherwise, like in the situation just now, he could only watch the people with the big flags run away. Because without the Kingslayer sword, he couldn't hit anyone at all, and even if he could, it would take a lot of slashing. He didn't want to experience the feeling of fighting with swords and never being able to kill. Although the counterattack is invincible, there is no solution if others don't attack you. You can't use 10% of your health to activate the Blood Demon Shield to attack, and you can only attack 10 times. Putting his thoughts aside, Lu Muxuan walked up to a middle-aged NPC and said, "Hello, uncle, how can I help you?" "Excellent adventurer. My name is Ide. Would you be willing to help me find my daughter? She has been bewitched by the Silver Fox King and hasn't returned home since yesterday. If you can help me find my daughter, I will give you a bronze equipment as a thank you." Ding, help Ide find his missing daughter. Do you accept this mission? Bronze equipment rewards. Iron equipment is worth tens of thousands, so bronze equipment starts at tens of thousands. Accept it. Lu Muxuan took it decisively. Chapter 6: Killing the Silver Fox King. The confused E. Mission details: yesterday, playful E went to the forest to play. She was bewitched by a passing Silver Fox King, who claimed to be a silver fox and refused to return home. Players must kill 100 silver foxes, lure out the Silver Fox King, and kill him to break the bewitching spell. Mission progress: Stage 10100. Mission rewards: 800 experience points, 3 gold coins, 1 piece of bronze equipment, 10 bottles of life potion small. After reading the mission briefing, Lu Muxuan walked towards the group of silver foxes. Silver Fox. Level 6. HP, 800. Magic Attack, 45. Magic Defense, 20. Speed, 15. Skill: Foxfire, summons a ball of foxfire to attack, dealing 215% damage to the target. Cooldown, 1 minute. The Silver Fox was a spell damage monster, with high spell attacks but very little health. Lu Muxuan removed his title and lowered his defense, otherwise the Silver Fox wouldn't be able to deal much damage, and its counterattack would also be relatively reduced. After running around in the fox pack and gathering the monsters together, Lu Muxuan raised the king-slaying sword and started chopping to speed up the monster killing process. 96. 86. Plus 1. 8. Plus 1. Compared with physical monsters, spell monsters have much less physical attacks. There is a 1-minute vacuum period after using skills, during which the damage of ordinary attacks does not exceed 10 points. And he can only attack a dozen or so targets, so it would take about half an hour to kill 100 of them. Those players are probably looking for me frantically now, and they will find my trace in at least half an hour. Although he is not afraid, he is attracting the boss, and it would be bad if these players try to steal the boss from him. Rather than using the Blood Demon Shield to defeat the boss after being discovered by them, it is better to use it now, which is definitely safer. The next second, Lu Muxuan decisively activated the Blood Demon Shield, and quickly released the Blood Demon explosion after a few seconds. Boom! 2 million! 2 million! 2 million! The huge explosion was like a human-shaped nuclear bomb exploding among the silver foxes, instantly clearing out all the silver foxes within a radius of 30 meters, and the first stage of the mission was completed directly. Ding, the Silver Fox King is very angry after noticing the mass death of silver foxes. He is about to appear and kill the culprit. Please take precautions and avoid them. It's impossible to avoid it. Lu Muxuan picked up the 2 blank pieces of equipment and a few hundred copper coins from the ground and waited quietly. Soon, he saw a 2-meter-tall silver fox slowly approaching from a distance. It was completely white and had 2 tails. With a roar, the Silver Fox King leaped up and ran towards him quickly. Silver Fox King Black Iron Level Boss. Level 6. HP, 12,000. Magic Attack, 110. Magic Defense, 50. Speed, 35. Skills: Foxfire, Bewilderment, Spirit Tail Stab, Burning Flame. Lu Muxuan glanced at the Silver Fox King's attributes, then rushed forward. The Blood Demon shield was still cooling down, so he could only fight in hand-to-hand combat. Although he didn't do much damage, the Silver Fox King did a lot of damage. In 5 minutes, he dealt 5 to 6,000 damage. However, Lu Muxuan didn't want to slowly grind him to death. After the Blood Demon shield cooled down, he decisively activated it again and then detonated it. Boom! 2.1 million. The poor Silver Fox King probably didn't know how he died until his death. His health bar was only half full, but it was wiped out in an instant. Ding, congratulations! As the first player in the entire server to kill the Iron Rank boss, the Silver Fox King, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player for completing the first server-wide kill of the Iron Rank boss, the Silver Fox King. This announcement is informing you. Ding, congratulations on completing your first kill of the Silver Fox King boss. Rewards, plus 50 free attribute points, plus 1 silver equipment for this class, attribute upgrade for the title 1 step ahead, plus 10 gold coins, and plus 100 reputation. King Slayer armor. Quality, silver. Health plus 500. Magic plus 100. Physical defense plus 45. Effect, deals an additional 2.5% damage to the boss. Dress code, none. It was still the equipment for killing the king, which should be from a series, with extra damage bonus to the boss. Lu Muxuan hesitated for a moment and decided to use it himself. After putting on the equipment, Lu Muxuan saw that one of the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by the Silver Fox King was glowing yellow, and it was probably bronze equipment. He didn't expect that he would encounter it with a 1% probability. However, after picking it up, I found out it was a staff. I was a little disappointed, but it could still be sold, so it was not a loss. The remaining black iron equipment was also mage equipment and was auctioned. After putting away his equipment, Lu Muxuan continued to search the corpse, obtaining 3 gold coins, 25 silver coins, a hairpin and a pitch black stone. Hairpin, quest item. Magic crystal, special item. Firestone, quest item. Unsure of its purpose, Lu Muxuan put it in his backpack and was about to go look for EE when a voice called out to him. He turned around and saw 2 girls who looked exactly the same. The game samples the characters based on real-life physical appearances, and there is no face pinching, so these 2 should be twins. Master, wait a minute. I saw you dropped a staff just now. Can you sell it to me? Lu Muxuan looked behind them and didn't see any other players, so he asked, how much are you bidding? I don't know the market price. How much do you want? Lin Shiyu asked. I just got 2 pieces, 1 bronze and 1 black iron. Both are mage equipment. If they are packed together, they will be worth 50,000, what do you think? Lu Muxuan asked. Hey! You're robbing me. 2 pieces of equipment for 50,000. Lin Xia said angrily. Even if they didn't need the money, they couldn't be ripped off like this. Then you should go and find out about the market conditions first and then talk to me, or I will go to the auction house and you can bid on yourselves. After Lu Muxuan finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait, I'll buy it. Lin Shiyu held down her disobedient sister and initiated a transaction application. To be honest, Lu Muxuan also felt that it was a bit expensive. He wanted to quote a higher price, then let them reject it, and then go to the auction house to bid. This way he wouldn't have to worry about the price. But I didn't expect her to agree. There was nothing I could do but click to agree, then put the 2 pieces of equipment on and collect 50,000 in cash. Since the bank card is officially issued, there is no need to worry about the other party finding out. After all, the official backing of this game is Dragon Country, and the confidentiality level is top secret. The transaction was complete. Lin Shiyu put on her newly purchased equipment and waved it a few times, saying, "Thank you. By the way, Master, can I team up with you? We rarely play games and we're not very good at it." Yes, you see, we have all bought your equipment, so just take us with you. Lin Xia also said. Although they don't understand the game, they know that these monsters are difficult to fight and it takes many people to kill a small one. But just now they saw Lu Muxuan kill the Silver Fox King in one fell swoop, and he was the big boss who was announced to the whole server. Okay. Lu Muxuan hesitated for a moment and then agreed. There's no rush to level up anyway. By the time I hand in the task, I'll be level 5. The highest level among the others on the level rankings is only level 3, and there are only 2 of them. In addition, the twins are good-looking, definitely school beauties, and they are also wealthy women. If I get good things, I can sell them to them and save the auction house's commission. Thank you. Lin Shiyu happily sent him a team application, and then transferred the captain's authority to Lu Muxuan. Please help me find a girl named Yi nearby. I want to complete the task. Lu Muxuan said. Oh, okay. The 2 sisters nodded and started looking. While they were looking, the world channel exploded again. Holy crap! It's been less than 2 hours since the server opened, and we've already killed the Silver Fox King. He's a level 6 boss. I looked at the level rankings, and the guy whose name is hidden is only level 4. He must have been lucky and got a talent specifically for countering bosses. No, this guy's name is Nition Ershing. In our area, his health bar is incredibly thick, and he has 100% damage reflection. We dealt tens of thousands of damage, but guess what happened? His health bar hasn't moved at all. A conservative estimate is around 1 million. How the hell is that the amount of health a player can have? The person with the big flag upstairs has been identified. It's outrageous, but it's also quite normal. I guess it's a 3S talent. There's also a player with an S talent in our zone. He starts with over 100,000 HP and gets extra bonuses with equipment. There's also a pervert in our district. His defense can be infinitely stacked. In the later stages, no one can beat this guy. Stop talking about it. My friend was only half a minute away from being the first to kill the boss twice, but was beaten to the punch by Nition Ershing. Isn't that infuriating? That's true. If it were me, I would have smashed a few tables. The other side. Lu Muxuan and the other 2 searched the area for nearly half an hour, but couldn't find a single person, let alone a girl. Lu Muxuan opened the task and found it was already completed. Could there be a sequel? Sure enough, after he submitted the task, Ide's eyes turned red when he saw the hairpin and magic crystal in his hand, and he snatched them away. This is my daughter's hairpin, and this is a magic crystal. Could it be that the Silver Fox King is connected to the demons? Adventurer, could you please go to the sealed area and help me find Yi? She must have been given to the demon clan sealed there by the Silver Fox King. Ding, go to the demon suppression abyss to retrieve Yi. Do you want to accept this mission? Lu Muxuan checked the mission rewards and found that there were only 500 experience points, 2 gold coins, and 5 bottles of intermediate potions. However, there was an opportunity for a hidden career change. Although he didn't know what the career was, he still took it. Find Yi. Mission details: go to Zenmoyuan to find the missing Yi and bring her back safely to Edi. The mission deadline is 12 hours. Task progress, 1%. Mission rewards: 500 experience points, 2 gold coins, 5 bottles of life potion medium, plus 1 hidden career introduction letter. Failure penalty, none. Although it is a time-limited mission, he has to kill the remaining 2 bosses before going. If someone else kills them first, he will be doomed. Lu Muxuan opened his backpack to check the bronze equipment he had just obtained. Unfortunately, it was just a bow and arrow, so he had no choice but to put it up for auction. He still chose the half-hour bidding mode. The attributes of the remaining 2 blank equipment were very poor, only adding 25 health and 5 defense points, but he still hung up. After finishing, he opened the map and looked at it, then turned and walked deeper into the forest. Hey, where are we going? Aren't we going to kill monsters? Lin Xia asked when she saw him passing by several monster spawning areas without taking any action. Kill the boss first and get the first kill reward. Lu Muxuan replied. Okay. Lin Xia pouted and hurried to catch up. Chapter 7: Searching for the Wolf King. The 3 of them slowly bypassed the monster spawn points on the road and headed towards the level 8 Wolf King spawn point. It took them about 20 minutes to arrive at the destination. However, after searching for a long time, Lu Muxuan did not see any NPC nearby, nor did he see the Wolf King. Do we have to kill a certain number of ordinary wild wolves before we can lure out the Wolf King? Just stand aside, I'll go lure the monsters. Lu Muxuan said. I have learned the fireball technique and can help. Lin Shiyu said, holding up the staff. No, it would be bad if I couldn't stop the monster and got killed. Oh, sister, we just watch. He is very powerful. Don't worry. Lin Xia pulled her sister aside. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan took off his armor and title, and rushed over to lure the monster. Wild Wolf. Level 8. HP 1500. Physical attack 55. Physical defense 30. Speed 25. Skill Tier. The wolf uses its sharp claws to slap the target, dealing 190% damage. Cooldown 1 minute. 95. +1. 50. +1. As expected, physical monsters are easier to kill. Their normal attacks are very powerful. More than 10 of them were killed in less than a minute. Wow! Sister, I've been promoted to level 2 so fast. Lin Xia said excitedly. Lin Xiyu nodded. She had also reached level 2. However, she was a little confused. Lu Muxuan had clearly taken so much damage, so why didn't his health bar drop at all? Even with her equipment, her health points were only 170. She would probably be killed by 2 claws from the wolf. And she had just seen Lu Muxuan instantly defeat the Silver Fox King, so why couldn't he defeat an ordinary wild wolf this time? Could it be his skill? I can't understand why this man seems to be immortal and can even fight back. He is worthy of being the one who can kill 2 bosses first. About 10 minutes later, Lu Muxuan killed the last wild wolf, but the Wolf King did not appear. What's going on? There's no quest NPC. After I killed the wild wolves, the Wolf King didn't show up either. What's wrong? Seeing his confusion, Lin Xiyu stepped forward and asked. The boss doesn't come out. I don't know what's going on. Lu Muxuan picked up the 2-day shift equipment and a few hundred copper coins that dropped when he killed the wild wolf. After listing it at the auction house, he opened the map and found 2 more wolf spawn points nearby. Perhaps the Wolf King wasn't here. Let's go to the other 2 locations and continue spawning. As long as they can level up, the 2 sisters don't care where to kill monsters, and just follow Lu Muxuan silently. Sister, you are smart. You bought 2 pieces of equipment and hired a great man to lead us. They are much better than the people I arranged. So many people died just to kill a few snakes. Lin Xia whispered in Lin Xiyu's ear. If you had just been hunting rabbits honestly, would they have died so miserably? Really? Lin Xiyu said unhappily. If we just keep on farming rabbits, we won't meet the masters, so I am the one who has foresight. Lin Xia said with some pride. It's impossible for me to take care of you every day. In the end, you still have to let my subordinates take care of you. How is that possible? I'm so cute, how could anyone refuse to take me with them? And when we came out, so many people begged to join us. Lin Xia raised her little head with a little pride and said. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. I'll go get my good friend Deshin and have him guide us every day. After saying that, Lin Xia ran up and Lin Xiyu couldn't stop her. Hey, handsome guy, where are you from? Lin Xia put her hands behind her back, turned her head to look at Lu Muxuan and smiled slightly. In the game, please don't pry into other people's privacy, okay? Lin Xia hit a wall with the first question, and she felt a little frustrated. Okay, by the way, Master, would it be convenient for you to help us level up in the future? It depends. I can if I have time. Well. Then let's add each other as friends first? Lu Muxuan looked at her in surprise. She actually asked to be his friend? If a goddess like her, who was a school beauty, were to be found in real life, she probably wouldn't even glance at him. As expected, women all admire strong men. What's the name? Qingzhu Linya, my sister's name is Qingfeng Lingyu. Although I know that I will never meet them in real life, who can refuse such cute, good-looking and rich twins? It's good to feast my eyes on them while I'm bored of monster hunting. After submitting the friend request, Lu Muxuan continued to move forward, and soon the 3 of them arrived at the second wild wolf refresh point. But unfortunately, the wild wolf king did not appear after clearing the area, so we had no choice but to continue heading to the next place. After visiting all 3 wild wolf spawn points, there was still no sign of the Wolf King. Lu Muxuan was speechless. Could the task be received in the village? Because when we came out, we received the task of killing rabbits from the old village chief. Lin Xiyu said. It's possible. Then let's go back first. Lu Muxuan suddenly realized. On the way back, he found that the equipment had been auctioned off, and he was stunned after opening the email. What the hell, basic equipment can be sold for over 1,000. Bronze equipment is even more outrageous, a full 90,000. It's just a game, and the equipment is so low level, how can it be so? Sure enough, there is no shortage of rich people in this world. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Shiyu behind him. What a loss! A bronze and a black iron piece, and she only sold them for 50,000, a huge loss of over 40,000. Wow. This is the first time I've lost so much money. What's wrong with you? Seeing Lu Muxuan staring at her with wide eyes, Lin Shiyu asked in confusion. No, I suddenly found that you are quite pretty. Lu Muxuan said. Hearing this, Lin Shiyu remained silent and did not answer. Instead, Lin Xia beside him looked at him with interest and said, Are you trying to woo my sister? Then you better work hard. My sister's suitors can be lined up from the village entrance to here, and they are all handsome guys. Ha ha. What you mean is that I'm ugly. And I'm wearing a mask, how do you know I'm not handsome? Lu Muxuan rolled his eyes at her and didn't answer. He is here. Who? Going against the will of heaven. Upon hearing this, more than a dozen players quickly ran over here, and when they found out that it was indeed him, they immediately rushed up and surrounded him. You are going against the will of heaven. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for offending the big boss. I want 500,000 heads. The player named Dali Chu Miracle laughed, and then he quickly rushed to Lu Muxuan's side and stabbed him with a sword. 45. If you want 500,000, it depends on whether you have the ability. Lu Muxuan raised the king-slaying sword with an expressionless face and chopped it down, but unfortunately the opponent dodged it. Let's go together. Dalikomiki said and rushed forward again in a serpentine manner. Lu Muxuan didn't want to pay attention to these people because he was in a hurry, but he was still very annoyed with the guy who took the lead. Wearing armor and the upgraded title, he took a few steps and came in front of the man, slashing down with the sword of the king. So fast. Dali Chumaki was startled, dodging the attack by moving sideways and rolling to create distance. However, Lu Muxuan followed him closely, and after dodging 7 or 8 sword strikes, he was still hit. 128. Unless a level 2 player adds all 10 free attributes to life, their level will generally not exceed 100. However, the great strength to create miracle obviously does not increase blood, so it kills instantly with one strike. The figure slowly turns into a white light and disappears on the spot, and the level also drops back to level 1. After dealing with him, Lu Muxuan stopped and let these people attack. Anyway, as long as they didn't say anything rude, he didn't bother to care, and it could also stack health points, so why not? Let's go back to the village. 1 plus 1. 1 plus 1. Ah. Okay. Lin Xia and her sister looked at Lu Muxuan, who was ignoring the hacking of a dozen people around him and walking as if nothing had happened. They suddenly didn't know what to say. They are beating you up. But this guy is really tough and can fight back, which is quite unsolvable. In less than a minute, these dozen players were hit by the counterattack and were left with little health. They immediately understood why the other party dared to offend the big boss. Is this guy still human? After hacking away at his health bar for a long time, he was left crippled. What kind of talent is this? It's so freaking brutal. However, they were not the only ones who wanted Lu Muxuan's head. One wave stopped and another wave came. When the 3 of them arrived at the village entrance, there were already thousands of people chasing after Lu Muxuan and hacking him. Holy crap! These 500,000 are so hard to come by. I chased him all the way, and thousands of people took turns attacking him, but in the end, they were all crippled. I didn't even lose a single health point. Yeah. Despair. I just drank a bottle of potion. Wow, it was borrowed. I didn't get the 500,000 yuan, and I still owe money for a bottle of potion. Fuck, this guy can't be the son of this game? He has so much health at the beginning, and he even has the ability to counterattack? I'm curious, is he simply too high in health? Or maybe he's simply invincible? Who knows? No, I recorded a video. I want to tag the official to see what kind of crazy talent they created. It's impossible to play without nerfing it. I think it's a bug. Everyone, please report it immediately. I won't play this game until it's fixed. It's a rubbish game. On the other side, after Lu Muxuan entered the village, those people stopped attacking because the village was considered an urban area and they were not allowed to attack. Well, not bad, more than 50,000 lives have been added. Lu Muxuan smiled, then came to the village chief and asked, "Village chief, we want to kill the Wolf King. Do you have any missions related to the Wolf King? Adventurer, your level is too low. You should improve your strength first before coming to me." The old village chief said, raising his hand to display the task panel. "There are tasks to kill rabbits, snakes, gophers, stinging bees, etc., but there is no task to kill the boss. Can't I accept it from here?" No, the old village chief was saying that his level was low. Could it be that the task of killing the Wolf King has a level limit? Old village chief, what level do I need to reach before I can accept it? You need to reach level 8 and complete the prerequisite tasks of killing the Rat King and the Silver Fox King before you can accept it. The old village chief replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan's eyes lit up and he directly took out the Earth Source Stone and Fire Source Stone. The moment he saw the two stones, the old village chief was shocked. "Adventurer, did you kill the Rat King and the Silver Fox King?" "Yes, now I want to kill the Wolf King, but unfortunately I have killed wolf cubs for a long time, but it still doesn't come out." "Well, since you have the ability to kill, then this mission is for you. Ding, the old village chief has assigned you a task to repair the damaged teleportation array. Do you accept it?" "Ha! Isn't it about killing the Wolf King?" Lu Muxuan was a little confused, but he still chose to accept it. When he read the mission description, he finally understood what was going on. Chapter 8: Accepting the Mission. Assist in repairing the damaged teleportation array. Mission details: 3 years ago, the demons sealed in the demon suppression abyss rioted, and the Earth's crust shifted, causing the protective shield of the teleportation array leading to the main city to be broken, and the 5-element source stone was taken away. Players are requested to kill the Mole King, Silver Fox King, Wolf King, Wild Boar King, and Forest King respectively, take back the 5-element source stone, and help the village chief restart the teleportation array. Mission progress: Earth Source Stone 1-1, Fire Source Stone 1-1, Water Source Stone 0-1, Gold Source Stone 0-1, Wood Source Stone 0-1. Mission rewards: 10,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, Pioneer Medal, 2 random silver equipment, 10 bottles of life potion large. Mission penalty: all originium will be deducted upon the player's death. Note: being killed by a player will also result in mission failure. Old village chief: after I accept this mission, no one else can take it, right? The old village chief stroked his gray beard and said, "Yes, each person can only accept the quest once. If you fail to complete the quest, I will take it back and give it to another adventurer." Hearing this, Lu Muxuan nodded, then looked at Lin Shiyu and her sister and said, "Let's go and kill the boss." "Okay, master, I want to discuss something with you. Can I have priority in purchasing the equipment that drops?" Lin Shiyu followed and asked. "Yes, but the price may change. It will be based on the highest transaction record at the auction house, and then I'll give you a 10% discount." Wow! Doesn't that mean not a penny is lost? The auction house also has to charge a 10% handling fee. Lin Shiyu was speechless. It's better to reduce it. Otherwise, you will have to pay an extra 10% handling fee to the auction house. If you don't go through the auction house, you won't have to pay the handling fee. Lu Muxuan said. "Well, you still get the same amount of money in the end, and you don't have to pay any fees. You're really smart. Anyway, you don't have to pay the handling fee. If it doesn't work, I'll put it up at the auction house and see who suffers." Lu Muxuan said fearlessly. "I didn't say I wouldn't buy it. It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars, no big deal." Lin Shiyu pouted. She didn't understand the market situation before, but later she asked her brother, who said that the equipment in this game is very difficult to obtain, and the blank equipment is very scarce and in short supply. Especially in the early development stage, if you want to gain an advantage, you must be willing to invest. As long as your equipment is ahead, you can continue to snowball and widen the gap with other players. His brother also said that the black iron equipment in other novice villages are sold for 60,000 to 70,000, or even 100,000, because there are no masters who crush everyone, and everyone has the opportunity to defeat the boss of the novice village. Since Lu Muxuan is in her area, forget about the boss. He will probably be killed as soon as it refreshes, and no one else will even get a chance to see him. So the competition for equipment is not that fierce. Take the equipment you can get. If you don't have enough money, tell him. On the side, Lin Shiyu checked the highest transaction record of the auction house. Since the auction house is divided into novice villages, and there is only a master selling bronze equipment in this novice village, the highest record is only 90,000. Then she silently transferred 50,000 to Lu Muxuan. Lu Muxuan was also stunned when he received the email. He wanted to receive it, but he resisted the urge to click on it and returned it. The previous transaction is a done deal, so no thanks for your kindness. Really? Lin Shiyu asked. She could see that Lu Muxuan still cared a lot. No need, I will collect what I should collect. Lu Muxuan shook his head. Buying large quantities of potions, gold coins, and basic equipment. Good prices. Welcome to trade. When passing by a street corner, Lu Muxuan heard someone collecting gold coins, so he walked over and asked, "What's the price of gold coins and potions?" "Oh, and why are you collecting gold coins?" Seeing someone asking, the player who was shouting hurriedly said, 2 for 1 copper coin, small potion 10 yuan a bottle, medium potion 40. As for collecting gold coins, they're of course used to trade with NPCs. You need gold coins to buy potions, basic equipment, and learn skills. Holy shit! 2 copper coins for $1. That 1 gold coin is $5,000. However, since cash recharge of gold coins is not supported yet, and the production of gold coins is small at the beginning, it seems reasonable that it is so expensive. And you can also learn skills. Lu Muxuan was a little stunned, as if he had run away as soon as the server was opened. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around and found an NPC with a warrior mentor on his head. "Hello, I want to learn skills." "Hello adventurer, please choose the skill you want to learn." Lu Muxuan checked and found that there were only 3 skills, a charge, a charged slash, and a smash, and the price of learning them was 1 gold coin. Holy crap! 5,000 yuan to learn a skill, is that ridiculous? Never mind, I don't need much skills anyway, so I might as well exchange it for money. 1 gold coin is 5,000 yuan. Ahem, sorry, I don't have enough gold coins. It's okay. Come to me anytime if you want to learn some skills. The NPC said expressionlessly. Lu Muxuan left dejectedly, then went to the potion shop to check the price. A bottle of small potion cost 25 copper coins and could restore 100 health points. A bottle of Chinese medicine costs 1 silver coin and can restore 500 health points, but it is now out of stock, apparently it has been bought out. Unlike his guilds, these guilds definitely required a lot of potions to level up. Plus, if they didn't learn any skills, their combat effectiveness would be much weaker. For example, a priest wouldn't even be able to cast healing spells. Returning to the village entrance, Lu Muxuan directly took out 16 bottles of small potions and 28 gold coins and said, "Give me a price, and I'll sell it to you if it's suitable." Seeing so many gold coins, the player's eyes widened. You are defying the will of heaven. At this stage, only the big guys can take out 1, let alone 28. Because the drop rate is really ridiculously low, sometimes killing 100 monsters will only yield dozens of copper coins. Hurry up and give me a price. 1.1 for a copper coin, how's that? The potion is 25 yuan a bottle. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan turned around and left. No, brother. 1.2 for a copper coin, 30 for a potion, no more. Deal. Lu Muxuan decisively turned around and sent a transaction pop-up window. Although there may be further increases in price, the gold coins will only depreciate more and more. Once the recharge channels are released, it will definitely return to $1 per silver coin, or even lower, so if you can, try to do it as early as possible. Hey, that's 28 gold, 96 silver, 24 bronze, plus 16 bottles of potion. Calculate the price. Ah! Great! The player didn't expect that Lu Muxuan would sell them all. Doesn't he intend to keep a single penny? Alright, Master NIT on, the total is 174,254.4. If you confirm everything is okay, just click agree. By the way, Master, can you add me as a friend? If you have equipment, gold, potions, etc., we will take them all. Yes, name. Lu Muxuan confirmed that everything was fine and clicked to agree to the transaction. Looking at the balance of over 280,000 in his account, he could hardly suppress his excitement. A month ago, I owed my family 30,000 yuan and Wu Ming 70,000 yuan. If I pay it all back now, I still have more than 180,000 yuan left. It feels a bit unreal. My name is Force 8 Gale. Lu Muxuan? He wanted to say, what a loser. How could he say that name without batting an eyelid? Is it because there's no one else you care about in the game? I looked back at Lin Shiyu and her sister and found that there was nothing unusual about them. They probably didn't know what it meant. Added. After Lu Muxuan searched and added it, he turned around and left with Lin Xiyu and her sister. Soon, the three of them walked out of the village, and a group of people followed them. It seemed that there were still many people who wanted the 500,000. Lu Muxuan ignored him and just beat him as much as he wanted. The more he beat me, the happier I was. The only thing was that he didn't come over to bother me, otherwise I would kill him anyway. The other side. At the refresh point of the third-level phosphorus snake, a group of people from Dakiehang are fighting a phosphorus snake. The warrior is in the front, the archer and the mage are outputting damage from the side, and the priest is healing from the back. After killing it, the warrior lured another phosphorus snake over. Everyone did their job and killed the monsters in an orderly manner. At this time, a player came running over from a distance and walked straight to Dakiehang. "Brother Hang, it's a monster. That guy in IT on Airshing is like a cheater. Thousands of people didn't even lose a single bar of health. But before that, I don't know who knocked off about 20% of his health, so he's not invincible. He must have some weakness. He has already left the novice village. He's probably going back to take on the quest to kill the Wolf King. What should we do?" Hearing this, Dakiehang secretly thanked his lucky stars that he did not risk everything by starting a war with Nidhi and Ershing, otherwise he didn't know how many people would have died and how many levels would have fallen behind. He could not afford this loss at all. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, so don't be impatient. Observe for a while to find out his weaknesses before making any plans. Also, go raise the bounty to 1 million. Even if you can't kill him, at least annoy him to death. Okay, Brother Hang, I'll arrange it right away. Wild Wolf refresh point. Lu Muxuan came here again. The wild wolves had refreshed. He clicked on the font of the Wolf King in the task, which contained the task instructions. You only need to kill 100 wild wolves to lure out the Wolf King. It is indeed different when there is a mission. Without a mission, you can't spawn the Wolf King even if you kill yourself. Keep an eye on them. Let me know if you come over. Although a large number of people thought that Lu Muxuan could not be killed and gave up, there were still a small number of people who would rather not level up than wait for him. Go ahead, leave this task to me. Lin Xia patted her chest and said. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan nodded, then went up to lure the monster. He did not use the Blood Demon Shield, which was his trump card. With so many people watching, he might as well not use it. Soon, as more and more wild wolves died, system notifications followed. Ding, sensing a large number of wild wolves dying, the Wolf King is furious and is about to descend. Players, please take precautions and avoid them. The next second, a roar spread throughout the mountains and forests, and the figure of the Wolf King slowly emerged from a stream of water. The moment he appeared, his sharp eyes stared at Lu Muxuan. Wolf King Iron Level Boss. Level 8. HP, 25,000. Physical Attack, 180. Physical Defense, 80. Speed, 50. Skills, Roar, Water Wave Impact, Extreme Claw Attack, Water Spout, Near Death Return. Chapter 9 Killing the Wolf King. Lu Muxuan was still checking the data when the Wolf King suddenly attacked. A roar stunned him, and then it rushed over, its sharp claws attacking like a phantom, 5 or 6 times in a second. 365. +1. 365. +1. Outrageous. Lu Muxuan had already lost over 2,000 HP right at the start. And just as he was recovering from his dizziness, he was hit by another claw. 175. +1. Fortunately, he has a lot of health, otherwise any other player who came over would be killed instantly and would not be able to move. Moreover, after the Wolf King's attack, Lu Muxuan was fine, but it itself lost almost 1/10 of its health. But what's interesting is that the Wolf King will recover a certain amount of health from time to time. He silently calculated that he would recover about 200 points of health every 10 seconds. In order to speed up the progress, Lu Muxuan raised the king-slaying sword and fought against the Wolf King. However, the opponent's defense was as high as 80, and he could only cause more than 40 damage each time. But with the help of counterattack, the Wolf King's health bar drops very quickly. If nothing unexpected happens, the boss can be killed in 3 or 4 minutes at most. But as the Wolf King's health bar dwindled, greed gradually grew in the hearts of the surrounding players. Who could resist the temptation of a low health boss? Master, they are slowly approaching. Lin Xia noticed it immediately and warned them. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan curled up his lips into an evil smile. He had just taken the time to look at the Wolf King's last skill. After the health was reset to 0, 30% of the health would be restored. Players can only see information up to level 5 above their own, which means these guys can't see the Wolf King's information. Thinking of this, he pretended not to see anything and continued to fight the boss silently. He wanted to see who would dare to snatch his boss. 20%. 10%. 5%. 2%. As the Wolf King's health reached 2%, an arrow suddenly flew from a distance and accurately hit Lu Muxuan, who was fighting the boss, stunning him directly. At the same time, several players suddenly appeared beside him, holding daggers and stabbing him in the back without hesitation. 22. +1. Ding, you've been stunned. At this time, a player shouted, the warrior should go up to attract firepower, the mage should output with all his strength to kill the boss, the shooter should cooperate with the assassin to control NIT on Airshing, and the rest of the people should drive away the outsiders. Orders were issued one after another, and everyone took orders and began to carry them out in an orderly manner. Although the Wolf King's physical defense was high, his magic defense was very low. As fireballs hit the Wolf King, who had only 500 HP left, lost more than 100 HP in an instant. In addition, there are dozens of warriors and shooters to make up for the damage. Even if they can only deal 1 damage, there will be dozens in 1 round. If this continues, the Wolf King will be killed in 3 rounds of attacks at most. Seeing this, the leading man smiled and looked at Lu Muxuan, who was still dizzy, and said, it doesn't matter if you go against the will of heaven and have a monstrous talent, you are still firmly controlled by me and can only watch us kill the boss. How about it, are you angry? There's nothing I can do about being angry. Who told you to underestimate the enemy? Take this Wolf King as a lesson for you. From now on, keep your tail between your legs and behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll try to steal your boss's place every day. By the way, my name is Professor Tai Chi, and I'm from the Tai Chi Guild. If you want revenge, you're welcome anytime. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan smiled but said nothing. The other party really gave him a huge surprise. It took only dozens of assassins and shooters to use stun skills in turn to keep him stunned. He couldn't move at all, let alone use skills. This sounded a wake-up call for him. Although he seemed invincible, there were still ways to deal with it. Take Professor Tai Chi for example. If they hadn't been able to see the Wolf King's abilities, they would have probably let him snatch the boss away. Silent? Ha, although I don't see you getting angry, I think you must be saying MMP in your heart right now, right? The Tai Chi professor smiled with narrowed eyes. So what if he's strong? As long as he's a lone wolf, there's a way to deal with him. Those idiots in the big flag hadn't learned any skills before and went head-on with him. It's a wonder they could have one. But at this moment, an assassin was about to stun Lu Muxuan when he was hit by a fireball and failed to stun him. Professor Tai Chi was shocked when he saw this. Quick, the next one catches up. What are you looking at? The boss only had a little over 100 HP at this point, and 1 more round of attacks would take it down. If Lu Muxuan were to break free from his stun at this point, the boss might be in the hands of someone else. Everyone ignored what they heard and used their stun skills. As long as they could control the boss for 1 second, they could kill him. But unfortunately, the moment Lu Muxuan came out of the dizziness, he immediately put on his title, took a step forward of 2 meters, dodged all the skills in a very thrilling way, and then ran away without looking back. Professor Tai Chi was full of questions when he saw this. Lu Muxuan didn't go to kill the boss, but ran away. What the hell was going on? But the next second he knew why. The moment the Wolf King's health was reduced to 0, a stream of water emerged from its body and completely enveloped it. At the same time, the Wolf King's health was recovering rapidly, basically recovering 1,500 health points per second. During this period, no matter how everyone attacked, they could not cause any damage. Fuck! Invincible skill, retreat quickly, roared Professor Tai Chi. But it was too late. The Wolf King had recovered to 30% of his health, and his skills seemed to have cooled down. He raised his head and let out a roar, stunning all the players within a 30-second range. The next second, a wave of water rushed out from the Wolf King's body. The moment the players were hit by the wave, a 500-point damage appeared above their heads, and they turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot. In just 1 second, all players within a 30-meter radius were sent back to the fountain, including Professor Tai Chi. After killing these melee players, the Wolf King locked his eyes directly on the mage and shooter behind him, and suddenly rushed out. With the Wolf King's movement speed of 50, these players were caught up before they had run far, and then sent back to the fountain with 1 claw. For a moment, wailing sounds resounded throughout the forest. Almost all the players who followed suffered. Not only did they not get the 500,000, but they also lost a level and wasted time. On a tree, Lu Muxuan looked at Lin Shiyu next to him and said, "You seized the opportunity well. Thank you for that. It's okay. Even if I didn't interrupt them, you would be fine. And you obviously knew that the Wolf King had this skill, otherwise you wouldn't have run away directly." Lin Shiyu looked at the blank equipment that exploded on the ground and smiled slightly. The Tai Chi Guild is going to suffer heavy losses this time. This team is clearly an elite team. Not only has their level been knocked back to level 1, but they've also lost so much equipment. I'm afraid they won't even be able to keep their leveling points. I lost more than I gained. It's all my own fault. Look how smart Daki is. He didn't even show up, but with a blank check for 500,000, he attracted thousands of people to intercept me. He didn't suffer any loss himself. Lu Muxuan stretched and said, "But after I defeat all the bosses, I will block the Daki and Taiji guilds every day and make trouble with me to see who can win." Ha, that Tai Chi professor just now was so funny. He looked like he was sure of winning, but was sent back to the fountain by the Wolf King with one move. It was so satisfying. He still wanted to snatch the boss. I will have someone snatch their leveling ground right away. Lin Xia laughed. As a result, he really went to contact the contact. Lu Muxuan shook his head when he saw this. At this time, the Wolf King seemed to have killed all the nearby players. He turned around and ran towards Lu Muxuan aggressively. Seeing this, he didn't waste any more time, fearing that someone would come to snatch the boss again, so he activated the Blood Demon Shield and walked up. When the Wolf King broke into the range of 30 meters, he directly used the second Blood Demon explosion to kill it. 2.11 million. Ding, congratulations! As the first player in the entire server to kill the Dark Iron level boss Wolf King, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? No. Lu Muxuan didn't choose to hide any longer. He already knew everything he needed to know. As he opened his hiding, the names on the ranking list were revealed. His level has reached level 6, while the highest level among the others is only level 3, which is a huge gap ahead of him. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Nitian Ershing for completing the first server-wide kill of the Iron level boss, the Wolf King. This announcement is informing you. Ding, congratulations on completing your first kill of the Wolf King boss. Rewards, plus 50 free attribute points, plus 1 silver equipment for this class, attribute upgrade for the title 1 step ahead, plus 10 gold coins, and plus 100 reputation. King killing shoes. Quality, silver. Physical attack plus 35. Attack speed plus 1. Movement speed plus 30. Effect, deals an additional 2.5% damage to the boss. Dress code, none. As expected, it was the Kingslayer suit. Lu Muxuan put on the shoes directly and immediately felt like there was wind under his feet. With the title of 1 step faster, which has upgraded his attributes twice, his speed is now almost 100, while the average player's fastest speed may only be around 10 points, which is totally incomparable. Wow, bronze equipment. It seems the first kill increases the drop rate, otherwise the 1% chance of it really wouldn't drop. Lu Muxuan picked up the equipment emitting yellow light on the ground in surprise, but after taking a look at it, he threw it to Lin Xia next to him. It was priest equipment. There is also a black iron staff, also belonging to a priest, which is available for sale as a package. Hey! This is... Damn, a pet egg. It's rich. Lu Muxuan was overjoyed. Pets are independent of the player, which is equivalent to having an extra person, and a person wearing a full set of equipment. Good pets are even more powerful than players, so there is no doubt that pet eggs are many times more expensive than equipment. Ahem, is this the Wolf King's pet? Lin Xia asked with shining eyes. Yes, you want it? Yeah. Lin Xia nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. Lu Muxuan was a little embarrassed because he didn't know the exact price. If he sold too little, he would suffer a huge loss, and if he sold too much, he would feel embarrassed. This isn't cheap, are you sure? Lin Xia held up 2 fingers and said, I'll offer 200,000, what do you think? Holy shit! As expected of a wealthy woman, she starts with 200,000. Lu Muxuan was a little tempted. Besides, this was only a black iron level pet, so the price was probably in this range. Okay, But you have to agree to one condition of mine. From now on, you have to help me keep an eye on the whereabouts of Daki Ihang and Professor Tai Chi. I will go play with them when I have time. Lu Muxuan said with a smile. Hearing this, the two sisters felt a little sympathy for the two. Why bother to provoke this evil star? It would be fine if they could kill him, but they provoked him even though they knew they couldn't kill him. They were doomed, they were being targeted. Okay, no problem. Chapter 10, Wild Collision. Seeing that she agreed, Lu Muxuan threw the pet egg over and then continued to pick up things: 3 gold, 24 silver, plus a stone. Water source stone, quest item. After taking care of another one, there were still the Wild Boar King and the King of the Deep Forest left. Lu Muxuan looked at the remaining time to search for Yi. There were still 7 or 8 hours left, so there was no rush. He would kill the remaining 2 bosses first. Don't you have a guild? Give the blank equipment dropped by the people in Tai Chi Guild to them. I don't want it. After all, they were forming a team, so he wanted all the boss's things. Although it would be the same with or without them, since he had agreed to form a team, he still had to share some things. In addition, the equipment dropped by these people in the Tai Chi Guild were basically bought from NPCs and could not be put on the auction house, so he was too lazy to take it back to the village to advertise. Really? Then I won't be polite. After saying that, Lin Xia ran over to pick up the equipment, like a hard-working little bee. Seeing this, Lin Xiyu transferred 290,000 to him. This is for the pet egg and Xiaoya's equipment. Thanks. I know these may be worth more than this. I'm asking for your help, and the priest's equipment is not that expensive. Lu Muxuan waved his hand, helped Lin Xia pick up equipment, and then walked towards the level 10 Wild Boar King's territory. Sister, I'm already level 3. I just checked and my experience is a little higher than my brother's. I'm going to show off to him when I get offline. Lin Xia said happily. Let him say I came here just for fun, but now I'm even more powerful than him. Slap him in the face. If we didn't have a great leader to guide us, you would probably still be at level 1. Lin Xiyu said helplessly. I don't care. Anyway, my level is higher than his. When I log off, I'll ask him to buy me my favorite sports car. Lin Xia pouted. On the side, Lu Muxuan was envious when he heard this. If you have a higher level, you can have a sports car. The world of the rich is really great. By the way, what are your 2 talents? He asked, changing the subject. Mine is the source of magic power, which restores 0.5% of magic power per second, and every 10 points of magic power increase can increase 1 point of spell attack, and can also reduce skill cooldown. There is no description of how much it can reduce. Lin Xiyu replied. This is conservatively an S-level talent, right? Lu Muxuan asked. This talent might not be very prominent in the early stages, but the magic value increased in the later stages would be terrifying. Super high magic value, and reduced cooldown. The problem is that the magic value can also be converted into spell attacks. In the later stage, it is a complete spell turret, and it can be an infinite bombardment. Lin Xiyu nodded and didn't continue speaking. Seeing him looking at her, Lin Xia raised her head and said proudly, my talent is Healing Light. It's very powerful. When I heal, I can restore an additional percentage of the target's health. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan's eyes lit up. What percentage of additional recovery? It seems to be 5%. Lin Xia was a little unsure. She opened the panel and took a look before confirming, yes, it is 5%. Try using a healing spell. Well, I haven't learned any skills yet. I gave the gold coins I collected from killing monsters to my sister to learn so that she can kill monsters faster. Lin Xia said. Lu Muxuan was a little disappointed, but if he killed the Wild Boar King and the Forest King, it would only consume 20% of his health if he used it sparingly. With 50% left, he was not worried about his health being too low. Because his health was too high, it would take a long time to recover even if he returned to the fountain, so he didn't restore his health just now. Novice Village, Resurrection Point. Professor Tai Chi looked at the team members being sent back one by one with a gloomy face. 30 or 40 pieces of equipment were dropped, and their levels all dropped back to level 1. His expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Not only did I waste several hours, but the stock equipment was already sold out, and I had no idea when it would be restocked. Killing monsters at this time would undoubtedly be much harder. Damn it! This damned guy is going against the will of heaven. He must have known that the boss has a health recovery skill, so he deliberately beat me down to the bone to lure me out. What a bastard! Everyone, come with me to level up. This time, it was just good luck. It just so happened that this boss had health recovery. I don't believe that every boss has that. Besides, he's just a clumsy guy with poor operation skills. There will be many opportunities to grab the boss in the future. As long as we can grab it once, we will make a profit. The others felt much better after hearing this. The captain is right. If I had the attribute of going against the will of heaven, I would definitely not be controlled at all. That's right, he's just a lucky guy. When we attack him later, he'll be a sitting duck. Seeing that everyone was not discouraged, Professor Tai Chi waved his hand and turned to walk outside. However, at this moment, he received a message. Captain, this is bad. The Lin group has seized our leveling site and called in a lot of independent players. Several of our brothers have already been killed. What should we do? Damn it! The Lin group is a bunch of bastards, actually taking advantage of the situation to rob us. Professor Tai Chi gritted his teeth, but after thinking it over, he decided to give up. Because there were only 200 or 300 people from the Tai Chi Guild in the number 1 novice village, and the most elite people were killed and returned to level 1. In addition, the Lin group did not take it all for itself, but shared it with the individual players. If he dared to take it back, he would definitely not be facing the Lin group, but those individuals. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This is a blatant conspiracy. Don't kill the snakes anymore, go kill the level 2 monsters. But Captain, those level 1 and 2 monsters are all humans. There are 10,000 people in the novice village, and at least 70% to 80% of them are fighting level 1 and 2 monsters. How long will it take us to reach level 2? What the hell? The Tai Chi professor was so angry that he kicked over a table next to him. Adventurer, you broke my table in more than 10 pieces of cake. The total cost is 2 gold coins. Please pay up. An old lady said with a smile. Professor Tai Chi was furious, but when he saw that the other party was an NPC, his eyes instantly cleared up a lot. No player would dare to offend the NPC, but where did he get the 2 gold coins? Can I exchange it for blank equipment? Sure, adventurer. 1 piece of blank equipment will be worth 10 silver coins. The old lady said with a kind smile. Isn't it 20 silver coins each? That's the price we paid when we bought it. The buying and selling prices are never the same, adventurer, right? Professor Tai Chi cursed in his heart, but he was too angry to dare to act rashly towards the NPC. He had no choice but to ask his brothers to pool their silver coins, and then put in 12 pieces of white equipment. Now everyone was left with only novice cloth clothes and novice trousers. But the next scene made his eyes bloodshot again. He saw the old lady took the equipment and put it directly on the table, priced at 20 silver coins. What the hell? The Tai Chi professor exploded and started cursing, but the next second the old lady called her grandson over and drove them all out of the village with a punch each. On the other side, after about 20 minutes of travel, Lu Muxuan and the other 2 arrived at the Wild Boar King's territory. The condition for luring him out was also to kill wild boars, but there was no specific number. It seemed that they had to kill a lot. Wild Boar. Level 10. HP, 2500. Physical attack, 65. Physical defense, 60. Speed, 25. Skill, Savage Charge. The wild boar charges towards enemies within a 10-meter radius, dealing 195% damage and knocking them away. Cooldown, 1 minute. The wild boar's attack power is only 10 points higher than that of the wild wolf, but its defense power is 30 points higher and its health points are also 1000 points higher. It is indeed thick-skinned and tough. But for Lu Muxuan, no matter how high your defense is, I will counter the real damage and ignore the defense. He took off his armor and title, left behind his sword and shoes, and rushed forward to lure the monster. 120. Plus 1. 120. Plus 1. What the hell? Just as Lu Muxuan rushed forward, several wild boars rushed over and savagely charged at him, one after another, almost popping his lungs out. Because this comes with a knockback. Look, sister, the great god has become a ball. He's been pushed everywhere by wild boars. Lin Xia laughed heartily, almost crying. No, I need to record a video. The title is, Defying Heaven, Fighting a Herd of Wild Boars, and Being Treated Inhumanly. Hee Xiaoya, take it easy, or the master won't take you with him. Lin Shiyu frowned. However, when he saw that his sister's recording was not professional at all, he immediately lectured her, zoom in a little, show some close-ups of her face, and the moment when the wild boar flew up. Look at you, what are you recording? Let me do it. Among the wild boars, Lu Muxuan didn't know the two women were recording videos, otherwise he would have kicked them out of the team. Half a minute later, Lu Muxuan, who had suffered 30 or 40 consecutive attacks without landing, took advantage of the gap in the wild boar skills and landed, and decisively activated the blood demon shield. Just as he was about to detonate the second section, an idea popped up in his mind. The blood demon shield is in an invincible state, so it should be immune to control skills, right? Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan suppressed the fear of being hit, did not dodge, and did not detonate the second section. Bang! A wild boar rushed over the moment he landed, butting its head against Lu Muxuan's stomach, but it didn't cause him to fly away. It really works! Lu Muxuan was overjoyed. He was not afraid of being knocked away. He was sure that he could be immune to the dizziness. In addition, with Lin Xia's percentage recovery of health points, his only weakness was gone. But it doesn't seem right. The cooldown time of Blood Demon Shield is 5 minutes, but now it only lasts for 1.5 minutes, with a 3.5 minute skill gap period. It is still easy to be controlled in a fight, but he is not afraid when fighting a boss. He can kill the boss instantly with a Blood Demon explosion, and has a 100% kill rate. No one can beat him. Forget it, no one can kill me anyway. Lu Muxuan doesn't believe that he can be controlled for a whole day. As long as one person fails to connect, he will activate the Blood Demon Shield and turn into a human nuclear bomb to kill these bastards. Boom! 2.01 million. 2.01 million. As the Blood Demon exploded with a loud bang, the wild boars within a radius of 30 meters were instantly cleared out, and copper coins and 3 blank equipment were scattered all over the ground. Unfortunately, the wild boar king did not come out. Lu Muxuan picked up the copper coins and equipment on the ground, put them on the auction house, and then continued to walk towards the next wild boar spawning place. Chapter 11: Killing the Wild Boar King. When he arrived, the Blood Demon Shield had also been refreshed. This time, Lu Muxuan didn't dare to rush in directly. He hesitated whether to activate the Blood Demon Shield because he had only lost 40% of his health. If we continue to drive, it will take about 20% of the refresh point to kill the remaining 2 wild boars, and killing the Wild Boar King will take another 10%. The next attack from the King of the Forest would conservatively be at 20%, so he would only have 10% health left. To be honest, I felt a little panicked. What if the King of the Forest is the same as the Wild Boar King and needs to kill a lot of monsters before appearing? Then you still have to go back to the village to replenish your blood before coming back. Forget it, Lu Muxuan really doesn't want to be pushed around by the wild boar again. At most, he won't use the Blood Demon Shield when fighting the Forest King's monsters later. Thinking of this, he immediately activated the Blood Demon Shield and rushed in to lure the monsters in. Damn second brother, come here and die. After luring all the wild boars over, Lu Muxuan directly detonated the Blood Demon Shield, killing hundreds of his second brothers in seconds again. Fortunately, this time the Wild Boar King was finally lured out. Wild Boar King Iron Level Boss. Level 10. HP, 40,000. Physical Attack, 200. Physical Defense, 180. Speed, 55. Skills: Savage Charge, Rage, Golden Armor, Thorn Burst. Lu Muxuan quickly glanced at the attributes of the Wild Boar King. It was indeed very strong, but that was for others. They just had to go up and attack it, and that was it. 5 minutes later, accompanied by a loud explosion, the remaining 60% of the Wild Boar King's blood bar was instantly emptied. 2.16 million. Ding, congratulations! As the first player in the entire server to kill the Iron Level boss, the Wild Boar King, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Nition Ershing for completing the first server-wide kill of the Iron Rank boss, the Wild Boar King. This announcement is hereby made. Ding, congratulations on completing your first kill of the Wild Boar King boss. Rewards: plus 50 free attribute points, plus 1 silver equipment for this class, attribute upgrade for the titled One Step Ahead, plus 10 gold coins, and plus 100 reputation. King Slayer Leggings. Quality: Silver. Health plus 500. Magic plus 100. Spell Defense plus 45. Effect, deals an additional 2.5% damage to the boss. Dress code, none. There are 4 pieces now, and 1 more piece will complete the Kingslayer set. Lu Muxuan put the equipment away and did not take it with him. Anyway, he did not need defense now, and it would not be too late to take it with him when he was healing. Unfortunately, the equipment only dropped 2 black iron pieces, 1 whiteboard, a skill book, a stone, and 4 gold and 36 silver. Do you want the warrior's black iron equipment? No need, just go to the auction house, Lin Shiyu said. Without them, the people in their guild were still quite powerful. Moreover, apart from the 2 of them, there are no core members of the guild in their novice village, so there is no need to spend money to make equipment for them. Lu Muxuan nodded, put the item directly on the auction house, and then looked at the skill book. Brutal collision. Skill description, launches a charge towards enemies within a 10-meter range, dealing 195% damage to the target and knocking them back. Cooldown for 1 minute. Learning requirements, warrior. Holy crap! I'm glad I didn't spend any gold on this skill, or I'd be totally out of luck. Lu Muxuan didn't hesitate and immediately learned it. It was much better than the warrior's charge skill, and it even had a knockback effect. The warrior's charge skill only has 1 displacement, and the damage bonus is lower than this. It can be said that this wild charge is an upgraded version of the charge. Gold Source Stone, quest item. I got another one. Now the only thing missing is the wood source stone of the King of the Forest. However, when Lu Muxuan opened the task and clicked on the King of the Forest, it showed that the first stage of the task had been completed. Ding, the quest cannot be continued. Please return to the novice village and find the old village chief to continue the quest. Well, before fighting the King of the Forest, he had to go back to the village. Lu Muxuan also picked up the copper coins dropped by the wild boar. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and 2 copper coins are worth $1. Let's go back and hand in the task. Is it done? Isn't there still a forest king missing? Lin Shiyu asked doubtfully. This task should have 2 stages. Now that the first stage has been completed, we have to go back to the village to find the village chief. Lu Muxuan said as he walked. Master, what is your talent? Is it health, damage counterattack, or the one that explodes? Lin Shiyu asked curiously. Hearing this, Lin Shiyu also pricked up her ears. The health and counterattack are explosive. It's the skills that will deduct health. Lu Muxuan replied. I see. No wonder you lose so much health every time you use it. Others can hit you for a long time without losing any health. Lin Shiyu said, and walked quickly to his side. With her hands behind her back, she asked with her head tilted. By the way, Master, how much health do you have? You must have 3S talent, right? You guess. How could I have guessed that? Lin Shiyu pouted and said, Master, how old are you? From Monday to Friday, what time do you usually go online in the evening? I'm not a college student. If I have nothing to do, I'll be online during the day. Lin Shiyu was pleasantly surprised and said, Really? That's great. My sister and I are sophomores, but my dad called us back home, saying we have to play games all the time and we can't go to school anymore. I thought you were a college student, but I didn't expect you to be working already. You don't look like one. I'm wearing a mask, how did you tell? Lu Muxuan looked at her and asked. Your mask doesn't cover your entire face. It also covers your body shape and voice. It's not difficult to guess. Lin Shiyu raised her little head proudly, looking like she was asking for praise. Yeah, that's great. If I were studying, I would be a college student now, which means I'd be a sophomore. Why don't you study anymore? Can't you get into university? I guess so. Lu Muxuan nodded, didn't say much, and continued on his way. However, Lin Shiyu did not stop. She chased after him and continued to ask questions. She was very talkative and had a completely different personality from her sister Lin Shiyu. Fuck. Look, NIT on Ershing only has less than half of his health left. Really? Who was that amazing person who actually knocked down so much HP for NIT on Ershing? Thousands of people attacked before, but they didn't even knock down a single HP. Just say you have thick blood. Who said you are invincible? Brothers, NIT on Ershing only has about 40% health left. Do you want to take him down? The bounty has already increased to 1 million. Ha, thousands of people couldn't even knock out 1% of it, and now there are only about 40% left. That's really audacious. Exactly. The one who offended Nition was Dichi. Look at what they're doing. They're hiding in the phosphorus snake and leveling up. They're just making a gimmick of a million, but they can't even get it. What's the point? It seems there are still some smart people out there. Those cowards from Daki didn't go themselves, leaving us to die. Even if we don't die, we've wasted a lot of time leveling up. When we're at a low level, they'll just bully us at will. What a brilliant plan. That's right, there's no way to get it. It's useless to offer a 100 million bounty. Although most of them chose to ignore it, there were still a small number of people who rushed over. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan hurriedly put on his equipment to reduce the damage, otherwise these people would be crippled in a few hits and would not be able to accumulate much health points. But before he returned to the village entrance, someone dared to stop him from entering. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate and rushed forward, sending the person back to the spring with a sword, forcing a bloody path through him. Seeing this, the remaining people were completely desperate. Forget it, I might as well go and mine gold and sell it for money. I can make at least 100 or 200 a day. Me too. You guys kill them slowly and see if you can scrape off some of their blood when they're at the maximum level. There's still a slight chance of success in the lottery, but I don't see any chance of success with this. I'm going to withdraw. At the entrance of the village, after watching Lu Muxuan and the other two enter the village, everyone dispersed this time. After all, there was no hope at all. The other side. Lu Muxuan found the old village chief and submitted the first phase of the task. Adventurer, I didn't expect you to complete the first stage so quickly. Next, go to the old blacksmith and ask him to forge a fire source stone for you, and then go find the king of the forest. Okay, old village chief. Lu Muxuan nodded, then found the old blacksmith and told him his request. Hello, Uncle Blacksmith, please help me forge the fire source stone. The old blacksmith stopped swinging his hammer and walked over to take the fire source stone in his hand. Did the village chief ask you to come here? Yes. Okay, come back and get it in a day. After saying that, the old blacksmith threw the fire source stone into the red-hot furnace, and then continued to hammer and forge weapons. Damn! It takes a whole day. Lu Muxuan asked tentatively, Uncle, can you hurry up? If it's urgent, you can take the fire source stone and go find the king of the forest now. The old blacksmith said without raising his head. Forget it, you can build it first. Sorry for the trouble. Lu Muxuan said and turned to leave. The old village chief asked him to find a blacksmith to forge a fire source stone. There must be a reason for this. Perhaps it was a prerequisite for unlocking the Forest King dungeon, so he was not in a hurry to go. Anyway, even if someone in other novice villages has made the same progress as him, they still have to wait a day, so there is no need to worry about others stealing the first boss kill. Next, I'm going to do the task of finding people. I won't kill monsters. You guys can move around on your own. Lu Muxuan looked at Lin Xia and her sister. Okay. Lin Xiyu nodded. Where are you going? Can I go with you? Lin Xia asked curiously. Following Lu Muxuan was much more interesting than boringly fighting monsters. However, she was pulled away by Lin Xiyu just after she asked the question. Seeing her reluctant look, Lu Muxuan felt a little amused and helpless. Then he turned around and found the level 8 Gale. Hey, this time it's 27 gold, 66 silver, and 14 bronze. Calculate the price. Ah. Good. Level 8 Gale was a little surprised, but he had also heard the announcement of the boss's first kill, so he understood it. By the way, which guild are you from? Lu Muxuan asked. Oh, I'm from the Dynasty Guild, but the main guild members aren't here. I'm only responsible for collecting gold coins and equipment. Level 8 Gale said. Okay, Master, the total is 165,968.4. Please confirm it. If it's okay, just click agree. Lu Muxuan calculated it himself, then nodded in agreement, happy cooperation. It's a pleasure working with you. By the way, Master, are you interested in joining our Dynasty Guild? No, I don't want to join any guild. Lu Muxuan shook his head and refused, turned and left the novice village. The Demon Abyss is not shown on the map, but there will be a rough direction prompt after clicking on the task. Just follow the prompts. Chapter 12, Demon Suppression. On the way, Lu Muxuan looked at his account balance and smiled foolishly. He looked at it over and over again, counting the digits over and over again. This time, I earned more than 160,000 gold coins from selling them. In addition, I got 5 or 6 white equipment from killing the wild boar just now, and 2 black iron equipment, which sold for nearly 40,000. After deducting the handling fee, I still have 36,000 left, which adds up to 200,000. Now his account balance has reached 780,000. Before playing the game, he would never have believed that he could make so much money in the game. After logging off, I have to find Wu Ming for a good drink, and pay him back the money I owe him. Then I'll find a better house and buy a gaming console, otherwise I'll be very hungry after playing games all day. If you have money, you should be willing to spend it on yourself. Spending it on a woman will only leave you with nothing. Why spend hundreds of dollars to treat her to a meal and still have to look at her mood? After breaking up with Yu, he also realized that money would not be wasted only if it was spent on himself, and his own happiness was more important than anything else. After closing the account, Lu Muxuan opened the attribute panel that he hadn't looked at for a long time. ID, going against the will of heaven. Level, LV.6. Occupation, warrior. HP, 100682251. Magic points, 425. Physical attack, 238. Magical attack, 88. Physical defense, 130. Magical defense, 130. Attack speed, 2.35. Movement speed, 115. Critical hit, 2%. Skill, Savage Charge Level 1 Proficiency 0-100. Free attribute points, 250. Talent, Life Contract, 1 star. Talent skill, Blood Shield, Level 2. Proficiency, 51 5000. Experience points, 1452 2500. Reputation, 400. Equipment, Kingslayer Sword, Kingslayer Armor, Kingslayer Boots, Kingslayer Leggings. Title, 1 step ahead. Are the normal attributes this high? Lu Muxuan was a little confused. The equipment didn't seem to add that much. But when he saw the attributes of the title, he understood everything. 1 step ahead. HP plus 400. Magic plus 200. Physical attack plus 80. Spell attack plus 80. Physical defense plus 80. Spell defense plus 80. Attack speed plus 4. Movement speed plus 40. Effect, increases movement speed by an additional 40. Dress code, none. Ever since I got this title by killing the Rat King for the first time, every first kill will reward me with an upgrade in the title attributes. It has been upgraded 3 times now, so it's no wonder that the normal attributes are so high. Closing the attribute panel, Lu Muxuan focused on his journey. Although his movement speed was as high as 115, the demon suppression abyss seemed a bit far away. After walking for more than half an hour, he still hadn't reached it. Moreover, they had already walked out of the forest where they were leveling up. In front of them was a wasteland with no grass growing and the soil looked a little gray and black. Lu Muxuan looked at the time and saw that the mission would expire in more than 3 hours, but fortunately he didn't have to walk far before he arrived at the destination. Looking at the endless pool of water in front of him, he was a little confused. The mission instructions were here, but there was no sign of EE. Could she be in the water? After walking around the area and finding no one, Lu Muxuan squatted down and scooped up some water. Strange, why is this water black? At first he thought the ground was black, and the water looked black, but he didn't expect the water to be black too. However, it wasn't like ink, the consistency was about 2 drops of ink in a bowl of water. Moreover, the water in the pond was calm and windless, and there were no ripples like in ordinary lakes. The surface of the water was like a mirror, terrifyingly calm. Lu Muxuan has been afraid of deep water since he was a child, and he couldn't see the bottom. He was afraid that there was a huge monster in the water and he would be eaten in one bite. Forget it, it's just a game, there is nothing to be afraid of. You can still be resurrected if you die. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan jumped down with a plop, and the next second a scream rang out. Fuck! It's so shallow. Lu Muxuan was a little confused. He thought it was bottomless, but it was only knee-deep. How outrageous! He walked towards the center of the pool. The water was so shallow that it shouldn't be difficult to find someone, and the water wasn't very dark either. However, he always felt that he was not standing on the ground, but on something made of glass, because it was too flat, without any bumps, and very smooth. After about 20 minutes, Lu Muxuan spotted a teenage girl in the center of the water. She was wearing an emerald green dress and was floating on the water. She seemed to be surrounded by black auras. Lu Muxuan walked over and carried her on his back, but at this moment, a word harm suddenly appeared above his head. 200. Plus 1. 200. Plus 1. What the hell? Lu Muxuan glanced around and didn't find anyone attacking him. The only possibility was perhaps the black aura on the girl. Thinking of this, he ran with EE on his back. At the same time, in a space 10,000 meters below the demon suppression abyss, at the end of 4 chains as thick as heads, a figure wearing pitch black armor suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up at the sky, then slowly stood up and took a step forward. The chains connecting his limbs clanked as they were dragged, stretching straight. Who is it? How dare you take my prey away? The man roared, and the space suddenly shook. A lot of rubble fell, but when it hit the man, it all exploded and turned into powder. There's such a strong breath of life here. God is helping me. Shadow Chaser, Parasite. As the man finished speaking, an inky black aura surged out of his body and slowly condensed into a small black shadow, which looked roughly the same as the man. The next second, the black shadow suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the man's face turned pale in an instant. On the demon-suppressing abyss, Lu Muxuan also felt a slight vibration, but he didn't care. With the seal in place, he was not afraid of the demon running out. But what he didn't know was that as he ran, a ball of black air was madly hitting the water surface under his feet. Finally, at the moment when it was about to dissipate, this ball of black air successfully broke through the water blockade and sank into Lu Muxuan's back like lightning. Soon, Lu Muxuan ran all the way out of the demon suppression abyss. However, the damage did not stop after he left. He was still losing health like crazy, 200 HP per second, 12,000 HP per minute. Holy shit! Luckily, I accepted this mission myself, otherwise who would have been able to handle it? About 40 minutes later, Lu Muxuan found Ida carrying the unconscious E on his back. Ah! This is demonic energy. Adventurer, are you okay? Ida was so shocked that he didn't dare to get close to the two of them. It's okay, I found your daughter. What should I do next? Thank you so much, adventurer. Could you please help me send EE back to the village? There's no quest prompt? Lu Muxuan was a little stunned. Isn't this a quest? But without thinking too much, he nodded and agreed, carrying EE on his back and ran towards the village. After about 20 minutes, he placed EE in the home of an old man with the words God's Messenger Mutant written on his head. Mu Ding raised his staff and muttered something, then a strong golden light emitted. The next second, the golden light slowly flew towards EE, who was lying on the bed, and merged into her body. At this moment, a little color slowly returned to her pale face. Seeing this, Ida beside her breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lu Muxuan gratefully. Thank you so much, adventurer. This is the reward you deserve. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations. You've gained 500 experience points, 8 gold coins, 10 bottles of medium life potion, and 1 hidden job introduction letter. The rewards have increased. Is this the reward for the mission I brought EE back later? Lu Muxuan was a little confused. This letter of introduction was passed down from my grandfather. Unfortunately, no one in my family is suitable for this job. It would be a waste to keep it here. Ida said, rubbing EE's head with a doting look, and said, take this letter and go to Suzaku City to find the Suzaku Holy Envoy. He will teach you the hidden profession. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan was overjoyed. He finally got his hidden profession. Young man, did you carry little EE all the way back? Mu Ding looked at him and asked, with obvious surprise in his eyes. Yes, Grandpa God's messenger. Lu Muxuan nodded and then put away the letter of introduction. Seeing Ida nod beside him, Mu Ding began to look at Lu Muxuan carefully. Well, not bad, the breath of life is very strong, this little demonic energy should not be able to do anything to you. But I'd still like to expel it from you, lest there's still some evil energy hidden in your body. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan was also shocked. Is this demonic energy so evil? He nodded, then watched Mu Ding inject a ball of golden light into his body. Ding! You are blessed with holy expulsion, clearing all abnormalities from yourself and becoming immune to all abnormalities for 5 minutes. Warm and very comfortable. Lu Muxuan closed his eyes and enjoyed it for a while, then opened his eyes and thanked, thank you, Grandpa Divine Messenger. Well, young man, Xiao Yi is my disciple. Although he has a talisman on him, he can't hold on for long. Tell me, what reward do you want? Mu Ding said with a smile. Yes. I want an equipment that can restore health by a certain percentage. Lu Muxuan said without hesitation. Because from just now until now, in more than an hour, he has lost more than 700,000 health points. If he can have an equipment that can restore health points, he will no longer have to worry about losing health points when going out. You kid, you dare to ask for it. This kind of equipment is at least royal level, or even fairy level. I don't have it. After Mu Ding finished speaking, he hurriedly took out a piece of equipment, fearing that he would ask for an exorbitant price again. This is a bracelet I treasure. It greatly improves a warrior's ability. Power bracelet. Quality, silver. Physical attack plus 105. Critical hit plus 2%. Penetration plus 2%. Effect, increases physical attack by 50 points. Wearable requirements, Physics Department. Holy crap! Is this that awesome? Lu Muxuan's eyes widened when he saw the bracelet's attributes. 155 attack bonus, 2% critical strike and penetration, even more awesome than the King Slayer sword. Could it be that even equipment of the same quality has different strengths? Or are the bracelet's attributes just that awesome? Thank you, Grandpa God's messenger. Well, if there's nothing else, just leave. EE needs to rest. Mu Ding said. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan bowed and left. Forging the fire source stone would take time. There were only a few bosses in the novice village, and there was no rush to stack lives, so he decided to go see how his good brothers were doing. Thinking of this, he immediately contacted Lin Xie and asked about the whereabouts of Daki Yihang and Professor Tai Chi. Master, are you back? Where are you? I'll take you there. Lin Xie said excitedly. Okay, I'll wait for you at the village entrance. Okay, I'll be there right away. After saying that, Lin Xie immediately pulled Lin Xiu and ran towards the village entrance. Chapter 13 Super Nanny. After a while, Lu Muxuan saw the two sisters. They were particularly conspicuous in the crowd. Since they were twins, they attracted a lot of attention. Hey, master, your blood has dropped again. Do you want me to heal you? I just learned a skill. Lin Xie said eagerly. Well, let's try it. Lu Muxuan nodded. Hearing this, Lin Xie raised the bronze staff in her hand and threw a healing spell at him. Plus 88. Plus 503,000. The first shot was the blood-adding healing spell, and the second shot was the healing effect of Lin Xie's talent, which directly added 500,000 blood, shocking Lin Xie so much that she opened her mouth wide. 5% is 500,000, 10% is 1 million, and 100% is 10 million. Thinking of this, the two sisters stared at Lu Muxuan with their eyes wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. Master, there's no need to guess, your talent must be 3S without a doubt. Let's go, lead the way. Lu Muxuan said calmly. It was only a matter of time before it was figured out, and he didn't want to hide it. Even if Lin Xie wasn't there, others should be able to make a rough guess based on the damage dealt, so he didn't care. Yeah, come on, I'll take you there. Master, let me tell you, Professor Tai Chi is in such a bad state. He's been forced by our guild to fight a level 2 monster, fighting a huge crowd. If you're not very careful, you can't even reach it. Lin Xie felt more and more relieved as she spoke. I also heard that he bullied an old NPC lady in the village and was kicked out. No one from his guild could enter the village for 24 hours. It really made me laugh to death. So miserable? Lu Muxuan changed his mind decisively after hearing this. Then let's deal with Daki Yihang first, and wait until the Tai Chi professor's level is raised before killing him. It's a waste of time to kill him now because he can't level down. Ha, master, you are so mean, but I like it. Beat up these bullies who only care about the weak and the strong. Lin Xie waved her little fist, looking very cute. Lu Muxuan was a little amused and helpless when he saw this. This little girl was still a fighter, but unfortunately her talent was healing. He thought it would be just right if the two sisters exchanged their talents. Lin Xiu is relatively cool and aloof, with a typical nanny temperament, which makes her very suitable for silently healing in the back. Lin Xie is a chatterbox, so giving her a turret mage with unlimited firepower is a perfect match for her temperament. Unfortunately, God was not on their side and they got confused. After a while, the three of them arrived at the leveling site of the Daki Guild, and after 10 minutes, Lin Xia also raised his health to more than 80%. A healing spell every minute, with a percentage of health recovery, is faster than Lu Muxuan squatting in the fountain to recover health. It's outrageous. Oh shit. Brother Hang, this is bad, the heaven-defying man is coming. The moment they saw him, the people from the Big Flag Guild all retreated, and Lu Muxuan locked onto Big Flaggy Hung in the crowd in an instant and rushed up immediately. What? Damn it, why is this guy coming here instead of fighting the boss? Daki Hung said in panic, and immediately organized people to counterattack. The warriors line up to block for 1 second, the assassin goes invisible and stuns, and after the stun, the shooter takes control, and the rest of the people retreat. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately formed a formation and acted quickly, using a human wall and terrain to block Lu Muxuan's steps before he rushed over. Although the plan was perfect, Daki Hung underestimated Lu Muxuan's speed and attack. As soon as the human wall was formed, he rushed in front of them, and with a diagonal slash and a swing of the king-slaying sword, he successfully sent 2 of them away. 215. 211. After opening the gap, Lu Muxuan hurriedly chased after them. His movement speed of over 100 was not comparable to the 5 movement speed of these level 2 players. Except for the shooters who could stun them remotely, the assassins couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. How could they stun them? Damn it! You are going against the will of heaven. You should always leave a way out for yourself. You have pushed me to the limit. Don't blame me for going down the line and killing you. Daki Hung said angrily. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan sneered and continued to speed up his pace to chase. Just now, Lin Xia told him that among the evil deeds of the 2 guilds, Daki and Taiji, there was the offline real one. Although they are invincible in the game and cannot solve the problem, they will solve the people playing the game. This is a common tactic for them. But the prerequisite is that you have to know who he is. The game of Gods and Demons does a pretty good job of being realistic in terms of defense lines. Although the game characters are modeled after real people, there are still some differences. Trying to rely on this to find someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. In addition, he wears a mask to prevent this. In addition, all his transactions were conducted within the game, so it would be impossible for others to check on him by using the transfer method. Besides, Lu Muxuan used the official Shinma bank card, so even if he downloaded the game and went out to spend money, they wouldn't be able to find out. Unless the other party has a very strong background and can force the game company to hand over his information. However, this is impossible. Although Lu Muxuan doesn't know much about games, he still knows the company that developed the game Gods and Demons. Wu Ming told him that this was created by the Dragon Country government in collaboration with other countries in the world. It was impossible for Daki to ask the government to hand over his information. So, if someone wants to scare him by relying on the offline reality, Lu Muxuan can only laugh. Seeing that his threats were ineffective, Daki Hung glared at him fiercely. Just wait for me, if I don't find you, I'll take your surname. Very good. I originally just wanted to prevent you from leaving the novice village for a while. It seems that you will never be able to leave the novice village in this life. Lu Muxuan was a little annoyed. Holding the king-slaying sword, he swung out 2 more swords very skillfully, sending the 2 players back to the fountain. The next second he stepped to the left and slashed with the sword again. His attack speed of 2 strikes per second was not to be underestimated. But just as he was about to strike, an arrow came from the side and hit Lu Muxuan accurately. Ding, you've been stunned. Shit, I was too greedy. Lu Muxuan was a little annoyed. The other party was all masters of the game. Although his attributes were overwhelming, his operation was still relatively poor. For example, the arrow just now was shot completely in advance. Otherwise, with his speed, it would not be so easy to hit it while running. Fortunately, they had already left the others far behind in the pursuit just now, and there were only a dozen shooters left around Daki Hung, who could only hold him in place for a dozen seconds at most, followed by a 1-minute cooldown period. Very good, I'll let you run for another 10 seconds. Lu Muxuan said with a smile. This place is more than 10 minutes away from the novice village. Where can you run to? After more than 10 seconds, the control was released, and Lu Muxuan chased him again and started hacking at him. Seeing that only Daki Han was left, he was not in a hurry to kill him, but blocked him in front and approached slowly. Oh, are you scared? Don't worry, as long as I'm in the novice village, you can forget about leveling up. By then, all the members of other guilds will be level 7 or 8, and only yours will be level 1. I wonder how you can compete with them. Oh, by the way, you'll probably be kicked out of the guild by then. You won't be able to create any value, and after the main city opens, you'll also bring trouble to the guild. Let me think about it. Will the final outcome be you kneeling before me to apologize, or will the guild start a 100,000-man war just for a piece of trash like you? I'm really looking forward to it. Upon hearing this, Daki Ihong gnashed his teeth in anger. Don't think you're invincible. As long as it's a game, no one can be invincible. Just wait, either you'll be killed and return to level 1 in the game, or you'll never be able to play the game again. Really? Then let's wait and see. By the way, buy some blood pressure medicine. Don't get angry to death. I will be very lonely without you. As soon as the words fell, Lu Muxuan ended the battle with a knife. After finishing the job, he continued to hunt down the other members of the Big Flag Guild. No one at level 2 could escape, and for a while, everyone in Novice Village number 1 was in a panic. Even the people from the Tai Chi Guild next door were terrified. They couldn't go back to the village, and even if they were killed, they would be expelled. If they went against the will of heaven and were hunted down, they would be doomed. However, Lu Muxuan was not as powerful as them. He was too disdainful to waste his time on the first level stuff. In Shangjing, in a dim room, a young man opened the game console, walked into the living room with a gloomy face, and poured a glass of water. After drinking it, he suddenly smashed the glass to the ground. You are going against the will of heaven. You just wait for me. The young man took a deep breath, then picked up his phone and made a call. Brother Wang, that person who goes against the will of heaven. You are the one who started this matter. I'll give you a week to solve it yourself. If this act against heaven affects the development of the guild, I will kill you. A young man's cold voice came from the phone. Hearing this, Daki Ihong shuddered. Okay, I'll think of a way. Oh, Brother Wang, is there any way to get this information about Nition Irshing? We've already sent someone to investigate, but don't hold your hopes too high. This time is different from the past. Unless he exposes himself, it will be nearly impossible to investigate. Okay, I understand. Daki Ihong hung up the phone in annoyance. The guild's usual practice made him think that there was nothing that the guild could not solve. If it could not be solved online, it would be solved offline. I didn't expect to hit a wall this time. No, it can't be called a wall at all, it's like a rock. Now that he can't solve it online or offline, what can he do? If Nition Irshing keeps chasing him, everyone else will probably go to the main city to change their jobs, but he is still here hunting rabbits. Damn it! This is against the will of heaven. Daki Ihong's teeth were almost broken. He had never suffered such humiliation since he was born. In a rental house in GZ City. In the darkness, Lu Muxuan slowly took off his helmet, groped his way to the door and turned on the light, illuminating his somewhat pale face. Cuckoo. From 10 in the morning to 10 in the evening, I didn't eat anything and was extremely hungry. He sent a message to Wu Ming asking him to come out for a midnight snack, and then went downstairs to find a place. He remembered that the barbecue restaurant Wu Ming invited him to last time was very good. However, after going downstairs, Wu Ming sent a message saying that he would not come because it would take him about an hour and a half to get over, which means 3 hours round trip. Now that the game is open for business, their studio has to play for about 16 hours a day, so they may not be able to spare the time for nearly half a month. There was no other way, so Lu Muxuan had to make some fried noodles, and ordered a portion of oysters and a few grilled skewers that he had been reluctant to order before, and bought a bottle of cold beer. Chapter 14 Nightmare. After going upstairs, Lu Muxuan logged into the official website of Gods and Demons to order a game cabin, but he cancelled it when filling in the address. He wanted to change the rental house before buying one, otherwise the small room might not be able to accommodate the game cabin. However, finding a house may take a lot of time. I have to go online to fight the king of the forest tomorrow afternoon. After that, I have to quickly level up and go to the main city to continue fighting bosses. More than 700,000 yuan a day, which averages out to more than 60,000 yuan an hour. It is obviously not worth it to waste time looking for a house. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan opened a software and then assigned a task. Help find a rental apartment. Requirements: 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, good lighting, good environment, away from factories in downtown, apartment buildings and community buildings are acceptable, price between 1.5k and 2.5k. Remuneration, 500 yuan. After clicking submit order, Lu Muxuan started to browse the official website for him, but unexpectedly the first post was his own. Title: Shocking. HP reaches 10 million, and a villager suddenly discovers a 3S talent that defies all odds, with built-in damage counterattack and can defeat thousands of enemies alone. After clicking it, there is a scene of thousands of people besieging him. The person who filmed it is obviously an experienced person. Various shots are edited together and accompanied by the music of victory. The video suddenly becomes extremely passionate and shocking, giving the feeling of an epic movie. Although it's just today's video, it has already received tens of millions of hits and millions of comments. Lu Muxuan flipped through the pages and found that most of the comments were like, outrageous. The score on the Lily Yuan. Are we playing a game? There are also many comments saying that it exceeds the standard and asking the authorities to weaken it. Lu Muxuan was terrified, secretly praying that the planners would not weaken it. Or directly fix the bug of abnormal data, because I rely on this talent to make a living. He closed the video and continued to scroll down while eating, but the next 3 videos were all his. One of them was about him stepping on Daki Ihan and challenging the Daki Guild. One is that he used the Wolf King to fish, and finally wiped out the Tai Chi Guild and other people who followed. There was another video in which Lin Xia treated him. The video clearly recorded that he recovered more than 500,000 blood in one go, which directly confirmed the statement in the first video. He continued to scroll down, and fortunately there was no video revealing his blood demon explosion, and no one from the game official responded. After that, I watched a few more videos, which were of masters from other novice villages, videos of one-on-one challenges against the Ground Rat King and the Silver Fox King. Lu Muxuan watched with great interest. He had to admit that this person had extremely superb skills. Moreover, there was something wrong with his attacks. Each attack was dozens of times more powerful than the previous one. Could it be a talent that allows him to stack damage continuously? That would be pretty good. The more he fights, the stronger he becomes. As long as he keeps stacking it, it's not impossible for him to deal tens of millions of damage with a single arrow. There are also some graphic and text leaks that say that talents can increase attacks, cause 10 times the damage, infinitely stack defense, and attacks carry percentage damage, etc. Lu Muxuan sighed that it turned out that he was not the only pervert, but he was a complete counter to them all. He had high damage and could withstand their counterattacks. Moreover, he had high defense, and his true damage ignored defense. After eating and drinking, Lu Muxuan closed the forum and got up to take a shower. He set the alarm for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, had a good sleep, and continued to make money tomorrow. However, after he lay down, his body began to emit faint black auras, blending into the dim surroundings. This mysterious power seemed to blend into the darkness, making its presence difficult to detect. Late at night, when everything is quiet and a person is fast asleep, the whole world is immersed in tranquility, with only the faint moonlight pouring into the room through the window. However, at this moment, a figure slowly emerged in the room, like a ghost born from the darkness. The black shadow's gaze was as deep as the abyss, staring straight at Lu Muxuan lying on the bed, with a heart-pounding light flashing in his eyes. The next second, a black shadow floated quietly to the bedside like a ghost, stretched out a hand, and tightly pinched Lu Muxuan's neck. Lu Muxuan suddenly opened his eyes in his sleep, and saw darkness before him. He felt a huge pressure strangling his neck, making it difficult to breathe. But when he tried to reach out and touch the person who was choking him, he found that he could not touch anything. The next second, the surroundings slowly dissipated like a mirage, and Lu Muxuan felt as if he had entered another dimension. It was still pitch black, but a bright light appeared in front of him. He was still being held by the neck as he slowly floated towards the light. After a while, he finally saw clearly what was under the light. It was a man, wearing black armor, with disheveled hair, and 4 chains tightly locked around his limbs, holding him in place. Suddenly, the man raised his head and looked at Lu Muxuan. His ferocious face was covered with fangs, and he grinned grimly. "Come, my blood slave, come here, I will grant you eternal life." As soon as he finished speaking, several ink black chains shot out from behind the man and instantly wrapped around Lu Muxuan's limbs. Immediately afterwards, 2 snake-like shadows pierced into his chest and began to suck his blood continuously. Suddenly, a fear of death enveloped his heart. The next second, Lu Muxuan sat up directly from the bed. With the help of the faint light outside the building, he could see clearly that this was his room. "Are you having a nightmare? It feels so real." Lu Muxuan stood up, turned on the light, took a mirror to look at his neck and chest, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw no marks. I took a sip of water, turned on my phone and found that it was only a little after 3 in the morning and I could still sleep for another 4 hours. Early morning. The sunlight penetrated the curtains and illuminated the dim room. At this time, Lu Muxuan, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the alarm clock. He got up yawning, washed his face, brushed his teeth and ate breakfast. He got excited at the thought of making a lot of money online. Not long after, a figure slowly appeared in novice village number 1. "Hey, why did your health drop to 70? Lu Muxuan was a little confused. He clearly remembered that it was 100% when he logged off last night. Could it be that someone took advantage of him being offline to attack him? That's not right. After logging off, your character will return to the character space. When you reconnect, you will first enter the character space, and then enter the game to appear at the location where you logged off. Others shouldn't be able to hit you." No. Last night's dream. Lu Muxuan suddenly felt his hair stand on end, a chill on his spine, his scalp numb, and his face full of disbelief. Isn't this a fucking game? No, I have to ask the envoy mutant. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around and ran towards the village. "Adventurer, what do you want to talk to me about?" Mu Ding asked in surprise when he saw Lu Muxuan hurriedly pushing the door open. "Grandpa Divine Messenger, last night I dreamt of a man wearing pitch black armor, his limbs bound by 4 enormous chains. He sucked my blood." "What?" Mu Ding was shocked and hurried forward to grab Lu Muxuan's wrist. The next second, a dazzling golden light enveloped him. This is a demonic soul parasite." Mu Ding's eyes widened. "I should have thought of this earlier. Someone with such a strong life force like you will definitely attract his attention. I just didn't expect him to still be able to use this move. It seems he has recovered a lot over the years. But luckily you are an adventurer, otherwise you would have become his carrier." "Who is he?" "Grandpa God's messenger, can you help me get rid of this evil soul parasite?" Lu Muxuan asked after swallowing. "He is the Demon Emperor's third son, the Netherworld Blood Demon. In his early years, he secretly infiltrated and attacked the Eastern Divine Sun, causing him to fail in his breakthrough. He was later sealed here by the Divine Emperor." Having said this, Mu Ding looked towards the demon suppression abyss inside. Although he was sealed by the God Emperor, he can still penetrate a trace of power and absorb the life breath of the outside world. As for the demon soul parasite, it uses secret techniques to cut off a portion of the soul and parasitize another person, merging with their soul. Once parasitized, it cannot be driven out unless the soul is killed as well. But don't worry, you are an adventurer. His spirit can only inhabit your body and cannot merge with your spirit. But my meager strength alone cannot expel it for you. I can only help you suppress it. After that, you must go to the main city within half a month and ask one of the 4 great envoys to help you expel it, otherwise it will continue to suck your blood." Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was a player, so nothing happened when he woke up. Only his character's health was deducted by 30%. It's weird, a game like this can actually affect reality. Or is it that what you think about during the day you dream about at night? He went to the demon suppression abyss during the day and saw scenes he had never seen in real life. The impression was so deep that he had a nightmare at night? Maybe, anyway, he doesn't believe that games can affect reality at all. Then please help me suppress it, Grandpa God's messenger. Lu Muxuan bowed. Well, just sit down. I will hypnotize his soul later, and you will be affected. But don't worry, I will wake you up. After Mu Ding finished speaking, he raised his staff in his hand, emitting a faint golden light, and muttered to himself. Immediately afterwards, a soft light penetrated directly into Lu Muxuan's body. In an instant, he felt very sleepy and drowsy, and the next second he fell asleep. In Novice Village number 7896, in front of the old blacksmith's door, a player holding a bow and arrow reached out to take a fiery red bead, then turned and left. After a long time, he walked through the forest and came to the deepest part. When he saw the walking tree men, he raised his bow and arrow and shot at them. Because he was in a good position, he only attracted one tree man. 150. 300. 450. 3 arrows were fired, instantly taking away 900 HP of the treeman, but the treeman's HP bar only dropped by 1 bar. 8 or 9,000 blood? That's so thick. The man was a little surprised, but he didn't take it seriously. He shot 3 times in a row and took away more than 2,000 HP of the tree man. Then he walked and attacked. After the man shot 53 times in a row, the next second, the 54th arrow shot out and directly cleared the tree man's health bar. 8,100. Seeing this, the man smiled and stopped moving to attract the monsters. Instead, he walked straight towards the tree man, drew his bow and shot arrows one by one. 32,400. 32,550. At this time, a system notification sounded, and the man smiled. There is no full server announcement yet, so sorry, I want the first kill of the Forest King, Bailey. The next second, a huge tree man more than 10 meters tall appeared. The man raised his bow and arrow and shot 3 times in a row at the king of the forest. 5,425. 5,450. 5,475. 3 arrows hit the king of the forest accurately, taking away more than 1 bar of health. Then he continued to attack while walking, and the boss's health was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But just when the man thought he was sure to kill the boss, a mutation occurred. Chapter 15 Tree Man. In an instant, the king of the forest extended countless emerald green vines, which quickly covered an area of 70 meters in radius like a ground net. Phew, that was close. Fortunately, I saw its skills, otherwise it would have been difficult to dodge. Bailey secretly rejoiced. But at this moment, he felt the ground shaking. He turned his head and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. His face turned ashen. He saw dense crowds of tree people running towards him from all directions, forming a siege. Fuck. It turns out this call isn't meant to summon nearby treemen, but all living treemen. Damn it. Bailey hurriedly bent his bow and drew his arrow. Although he could kill 1 treeman at a time, there were too many of them. As the encirclement became smaller and smaller, the space he could move became smaller and smaller. The next second, dozens of tree people stretched out their vines to entangle him. Although he dodged them, it seemed that this skill would not stop until it entangled him, and they kept tracking Bailey. In addition, with the constant addition of tree people, no matter how superb Bailey's positioning was, he was still entangled in the end. Seeing this, he hurriedly took out the fire source stone and held it in his hand. In an instant, the vines wrapped around him began to slowly combust. But after a few were burned, more came. Finally, the king of the forest came up, raised the vines and pulled his arms twice, sending the man directly back to the spring, and a bow and arrow exploded on the ground. What the hell? At the resurrection point, Bailey looked at his empty hands and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, I should have cleared out all the treemen before fighting the boss. Damn it. Mission failed, all the 5 elements originium are gone, and I guess I've lost the first kill too. One misstep will lead to eternal regret. Young man, wake up. In the small courtyard, Lu Muxuan slowly opened his eyes and shook his dizzy head. Grandpa Divine Messenger, are you okay? Well, remember not to get close to the demon-suppressing abyss during this period, otherwise it might wake up. Mu Ding warned. Okay, thank you, Grandpa God's Messenger. Lu Muxuan bowed respectfully, then hurried out of the yard and ran towards the blacksmith shop. Because I actually slept for 5 or 6 hours. It's already afternoon. Seeing him coming, the old blacksmith raised his hand and threw the forged fire source stone to him, and then continued to forge iron. Firestone, quest item. Players simply hold it in their hands to free themselves from the treeman's entanglement. It only had the effect of removing entanglement. Lu Muxuan took a look at it and put it away, then hurried out of the village. Bite. Xingzhu Linya, Master, where have you been? Why did you appear busy just now? Did you go out to kill monsters secretly without me? Lu Muxuan opened the message and found that Lin Xia had sent him many messages. He wanted to say that he was possessed by a ghost, but then he thought better of it and found a reliable excuse. I did a side quest. Where are you? I'll come find you. Xingzhu Linya, we are playing whack-a-mole. Are we going to fight the boss? Take me with you. Not long after, Lu Muxuan came to the mole and took Lin Xia and her sister with him, and then headed into the depths of the forest. Master, why are you still at level 6? I'm already at level 4. It's a waste of time to do the side quests, and it doesn't add any experience. Lu Muxuan said as he glanced at the leaderboard. He was still far ahead at level 6, but some players had already reached level 5 and had already gained 50% of the experience. They are all ruthless people. They can level up so quickly even without a boss. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived at their destination. Tree Man. Level 10. HP, 8000. Physical attack, 60. Physical defense, 40. Speed, 15. Skill, entanglement. The treeman extends its vines to entangle the target within 30 meters for 10 seconds, causing 15 points of damage to the target per second. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Holy crap! No wonder I had to go back and forge the fire source stone. Without it, I would have been instantly controlled to death, unable to move at all. Moreover, unlike stun and knockback, entanglement is not considered an abnormal state. Once you are controlled, you will still be entangled even if you activate the Blood Demon Shield. What's even more detrimental is that the treeman's entanglement range is 30 meters, and the range of the Blood Demon Shield is also 30 meters. It can't be blown up at all, and if it can be blown up, it can only blow up a few people who step into the range. With 8000 HP and only 15 HP lost per second, it would take almost 10 minutes. He couldn't afford to wait. Don't move here. This tree man is not easy to deal with. After saying that, Lu Muxuan grabbed the fire source stone, activated the Blood Demon Shield and rushed forward. The moment he stepped into the range, more than a dozen vines flew towards him, and it was a locking skill. The warrior was unable to pull them away from a distance. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan did not dodge and was tightly entangled. But the next second, these vines began to spontaneously combust, but the next wave of vines had already attacked. Even with the fire source stone, he was still controlled for 5 or 6 seconds. He could not move until all the treeman skills in the range were on cooldown. Seeing this, he quickly rushed into the treeman group and detonated the second section. 2.01 million. 2.01 million. Unfortunately, the treeman's attack range was too far and they did not all gather together, so only 40 or 50 of them were killed in this wave. The remaining 50 skills were useless because the distance was too far, and now they all stretched out their vines and wrapped around him. Since the Blood Demon Shield was on cooldown, Lu Muxuan simply put away the fire source stone and removed all his defensive equipment, allowing these tree people to entangle him and counterattack him. At this moment, a ray of light enveloped his head. Plus 108. Plus 503,250. 50 meters away, Lin Xia waved her staff at him, as if to say, "Is my treatment powerful?" Lu Muxuan was speechless when he saw this. He had told her to stop moving, but she was so disobedient. The next second, he immediately took out the fire source stone and shouted at her. "Run!" Lin Xia didn't understand what was going on at first, but when she saw more than a dozen tree people running towards her, she was so scared that her face turned pale and she immediately turned around and ran away. "Don't chase me. I didn't hit you. Healing me is no different from beating them. Remember not to act on your own next time, okay?" Lu Muxuan was extremely anxious. How could the damn tree man have the entanglement skill? Since the sisters' movement speed is not fast, it seems that their maximum speed is about 5 to 10 points, while the tree man's movement speed is 15, it is only a matter of time before they are caught up. But at this moment, he felt his body relax, and he immediately rushed towards them when he saw the situation. "Ah! I'm entangled, great God, please save me and protect me." Lin Xia cried anxiously, fearing that she would die. The next second, another 4 or 5 tree people caught up and stretched out their vines to wrap Lin Xia tightly, leaving only her head exposed. At the same time, she was losing blood crazily. But fortunately, Lu Muxuan had caught up by now, pressed the fire source stone on the vine, then raised the king-slaying sword and swung it hard, but unfortunately the vine was extremely tough and only made a hole in the cut. But it's okay. With the fire stone, it only takes a second to melt the vines. But the next second he was stunned, and so was Lin Xia. As the vine slowly melted away, Lu Muxuan's hands were seen directly covering her chest. "Ah! Pervert, I'll beat you to death." Lin Xia's face turned red with shame, and she raised her staff and hit Lu Muxuan on the head. However, when she saw the tree man chasing her from behind, she immediately stood up like a frightened kitten, and without caring about Lu Muxuan's offense, she turned around and ran away. Standing there, Lu Muxuan opened his hands, feeling a little overwhelmed. Since Lin Xia's hands were entangled in the vines and she couldn't take the fire source stone, he could only press the fire source stone on her. In a hurry, he didn't think about so many things. Of course, he just followed the height that he was already at. It was impossible for him to deliberately make it higher or lower. Plus, Lin Xia was covered in vines, so he couldn't see clearly. Anyway, he didn't mean it. But I don't know what Lin Xia would think, but I must run away. Otherwise, where can I find a nurse who can add a certain percentage of blood? At this time, the tree man behind him had already caught up with him. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan didn't think anymore. He picked up the fire source stone on the ground and rushed forward with the sword of beheading the king. He started slashing wildly and finally reduced the hatred value. On the other side, seeing that the tree man didn't chase after them, Lin Xia immediately came to Lin Xiyu to complain. After that, she angrily said, "Sister, go over there and throw a fireball to kill him." "Okay, stop making trouble." Lin Xiyu rubbed her head and said, "I saw it just now. He probably didn't do it on purpose. And he came all the way to save you, how could you not see it? Otherwise, you would definitely be dead. Also, this is a game, not a real one. Calm down, or no one will help you level up." That, okay. Lin Xia thought about it and agreed, but the next second she pounced on Lin Xiyu's chest and said, "How is it? How do you feel? Do you still think this is just a game and there's nothing to it?" Feeling the rubbing, Lin Xiyu's face immediately flushed, and she slapped her hand away in annoyance. "How can this be the same? He didn't catch me, but you're the one who's making trouble. I'll spank you." "Hee hee, I can't hit you." Lin Xia turned around and started running again. While they were playing, Lu Muxuan quietly cleaned up the remaining tree people, but unfortunately the king of the forest did not come out. "Let's go to the next refresh point." Lu Muxuan shouted to them. "I understand." Lin Xia nodded and followed. On the way, Lu Muxuan did not mention what happened just now, because he saw that Lin Xia did not seem to care, so he did not say it to spoil the fun. After all, he had already touched her, and it couldn't be fake. Soon, the three of them came to another treeman refresh point. This time, Lu Muxuan did not activate the blood demon shield immediately. Instead, he used his speed to attract the hatred of all the treemen, then held the fire source stone in his hand and activated the blood demon shield. He learned from his last lesson and wanted to kill all the tree people in one wave. Because after the tree man uses a skill, there is a 20-second skill gap, during which time you will get close to him and whip him with a vine. Soon, as all the tree people used their skills, they all walked up and wanted to whip with vines, but unfortunately they were blocked by the tree people in front and could only circle around outside. The next second, accompanied by a loud bang, all the tree people within a radius of 30 meters turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot, leaving only copper coins and a few blank equipment on the ground. Ding! Sensing the mass death of treemen, the king of the forest is furious. "Players, please take shelter." Hearing this, Lu Muxuan smiled and immediately ran towards the king of the forest who had just appeared. King of the Forest Bronze Boss. Level 10. HP 100,000. Physical attack 220. Physical defense 190. Speed 30. Skills: Entanglement, Soul Summoning, 5-Whip Vine Whip, Summoning, Thorn Cage, Dead Tree Reborn. Chapter 16, King of the Forest. A bronze level boss. Doesn't that mean there's a chance of silver gear dropping? But this boss's skills seem a bit formidable. As soon as Lu Muxuan approached, he was entangled by several vines. He was completely unable to defend himself because even the surrounding trees were helping the boss. Its summoning skill can awaken trees within a radius of 30 meters and make them useful. After entangled, there is no duration. In other words, if no one helps, the person will be controlled until death. The only disadvantage of melee combat is that it is too easy to be affected by skills. Fortunately, Lu Muxuan has the Fire Source Stone, otherwise he would not be able to pass this level. Because the damage caused by these summon plants does not return to the boss, but they bear the damage themselves. Moreover, after the health bars of these plants are emptied, they can be summoned by the boss again, and the cycle is endless. It is outrageous. About 3 seconds later, the Fire Source Stone burned all the vines, including those of the boss. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan rushed up with a violent charge. After a brief repulse, he raised the King's Slaying Sword and started slashing. 312. 152. 152. 2 strikes in 1 second. When Lu Muxuan was about to strike the third time, the boss raised the vine in his hand and started to whip him wildly. He did not dodge and was hit by the counterattack. 645. +1. 645. Lu Muxuan didn't bring any defensive equipment, so the boss's hits hurt him a lot, but he also felt the pain in return. A 5-hit whip with a vine dealt 3,200 damage. Since the Blood Demon shield has no cooldown, he can only attack bit by bit and rely on counterattack to gradually reduce the boss's blood. The speed is not slow either. If it keeps going like this, the boss can be killed in 10 minutes. But he didn't want to wait that long, and the boss's skills were too disgusting, all control, so when 5 minutes were up, Lu Muxuan activated the Blood Demon shield again and directly detonated the second stage. 2.16 million. Seeing the boss's health being directly reduced to zero, Lu Muxuan had a smile on his face, because when the Forest King's health is less than 50%, it will summon nearby tree people. Disgusting. Also, when your health is less than 10%, it will trigger the revival of dead trees, directly restoring 50% of your health, which is another torture. Now that 60% of his health was gone, he was killed instantly. The world was quiet. Looking at the equipment on the ground emitting a silver white light, he knew that he was extremely lucky. Ding, congratulations! As the first player in the entire server to kill the bronze level boss, the Forest King, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Nition Airshing for completing the first server-wide kill of the bronze level boss, the Forest King. This announcement is hereby made. Ding, congratulations on completing your first kill of the Forest King boss. Rewards, plus 50 free attribute points, plus 1 silver equipment for this class, attribute upgrade for the title 1 step ahead, plus 10 gold coins, and plus 100 reputation. King Slayer belt. Quality, silver. Health plus 300. Magic plus 100. Physical defense plus 40. Spell defense plus 40. Effect, deals an additional 2.5% damage to the boss. Dress code, none. Lu Muxuan took a look at the equipment attributes and put it away, then went forward to pick up the equipment. But just as he came in front of the boss, he suddenly felt as if there was a surge of energy running around in his body. The next second, a jet black aura gushed out from his body and quickly poured into the boss's body. Then, his health instantly dropped by 10%. Even more outrageous, the Forest King who just died even had his equipment exploded, and then after being possessed by the black aura, he stood up again. Demon, Forest King Silver level boss. Level 10. HP, 500,000. Physical attack, 450. Physical defense, 350. Speed, 60. Skills, Magic, Entanglement. Magic, Summoning Spirits. Magic, 5 Whip Vine Whip. Magic, Summoning. Magic, Thorn Cage. Magic, Resurrection of Dead Trees. Seeing the drastic change in the boss's information, Lu Muxuan was speechless. Damn it, the demonic spirit in his body actually awakened at this time. They even demonized the king of the forest. What the hell? No, so what if it's demonized? It's still going to die in one explosion. Isn't this just giving yourself money? Silver level boss, there is a chance to drop gold equipment. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan's anger turned into joy, and his eyes were full of money symbols. It seems that the demon's soul is not completely useless. Run quickly, the boss has been demonized and has no restrictions on his skills. He will probably summon tree men later. Run towards the refresh point where we killed the tree men just now. That direction is safe. Lu Muxuan shouted to Lin Xia and her sister. Upon hearing this, the two girls didn't know what was going on, but they knew it was right to run, because the boss was now surrounded by black energy and his appearance had changed drastically, looking very strange. These are what girls fear the most, so there is no need to say more, they just run away very quickly. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan grabbed his equipment and gold coins from the ground and rushed towards the demonized Forest King. As expected, he was entangled by vines before he could get close, and was thrown dozens of meters away. Holy shit! This boss is smart, he knows he can't fight me. Lu Muxuan was a little puzzled. This time the range of the spirit summoning had been greatly increased, reaching more than 60 meters. Every step he took would be tightly wrapped by several vines. The next second, the boss raised his head and roared, and in an instant, a group of tree people rushed over from a distance. Lu Muxuan, who was already unable to move, could no longer move. He couldn't imagine that even with the fire source stone, he would be stuck in the same place. If he didn't have the fire source stone, let alone defeating the boss, he wouldn't even be able to reach the boss. Fuck. After several minutes of being unable to move, Lu Muxuan was truly furious. The tree spirits summoned by the boss seemed to have unlimited control, burning batch after batch of fire source stones. Adding more than 100 tree people, it's really torture. When 5 minutes were up, Lu Muxuan couldn't bear it anymore and decided to blast the enemy first, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get close to the boss. Boom! As the screen was filled with 2 million damage, both the tree man and the summoned tree spirit were blown to pieces. Lu Muxuan felt his body relax instantly, and the feeling of restraint disappeared immediately. He ran towards the boss while cursing. 667. Unexpectedly, after just a few steps, he was greeted by the attack of countless vines, which covered an area of hundreds of meters. In this range, not to mention warriors, mages, archers and priests, they would all be wiped out. Not only does it cause damage, but it also has a very large range. Is this the kind of boss that should be in a novice village? No, this boss was created by myself. The final boss of the novice village is the king of the forest, although he is also quite difficult. After a few seconds, the fire source stone finally burned away the vines that had wrapped around him for more than a dozen times, but the next second, he was greeted by the dryad's vines again, and then the boss's vines again. It's really fucked. Fortunately, the tree people were all blown to death, otherwise Lu Muxuan would have suffered even more. After a few minutes, I don't know if the vines were almost burned, but the follow-up was not connected, and the blood demon's shield happened to have 10 seconds to cool down. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan immediately put on his title. His speed instantly exceeded 100, he dodged several vines as hard as he could, and then quickly rushed towards the boss. But the next second, a vine as thick as his head came down on him. Normally, he would not dodge, but now, he took a step to the right without hesitation. Then the vines came down one after another, and finally hit the ground 10 times. The huge force raised countless dust on the ground. The 5 consecutive whip turned into 10 consecutive whips. Fortunately, Lu Muxuan was fast enough, and since it was not a locking skill, he was able to dodge it easily. Then he leaped high and grabbed one of the boss's vines, a smile on his face. Bye-bye. 2.16 million. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood demon's shield was activated in an instant. With a loud bang, the boss's health bar, which had more than 90% of its health left, was instantly emptied. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally done. It was so torturous. Ding, congratulations on completing your first kill of the demon, Forest King boss. Rewards, plus 50 free attribute points, plus 1 random silver equipment, attribute upgrade for the title 1 step ahead, plus 15 gold coins, and plus 200 reputation. Hey, why is there no server-wide announcement? Lu Muxuan didn't dwell on it. As long as there was a reward, it was fine. But the next second, when he looked at the demon, king of the forest, he was stunned. Holy shit! Not even a hair exploded. After searching for a long time, I found that there really wasn't any hair at all. Damn it! Demon soul, I take back what I said. Lu Muxuan began to sort out the things that the forest king had just dropped, puzzled. There were 3 pieces of equipment, 1 silver and 2 bronze pieces, a skill book, 2 stones, and 5 gold and 53 silver. Healing wand. Spell attack plus 120. Magic plus 200. Cooldown reduction plus 5%. Dress requirements, priest. Effect, when treating a target, an additional continuous health recovery effect is added, restoring 30 health points per second for 30 seconds. Well, this piece of equipment must belong to Lin Xia. Lu Muxuan took a look at it and put it away. There are 2 bronze equipment left, one is a physical profession breastplate, and the other is a pair of shoes that can be used by both priests and mages. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan also put it away, and then put the physics department's breastplate on the auction house. Wood source stone, quest item. Well, the main quest is done. Entangle, summons vines to entangle the enemy, restricting their movement for 2 seconds. This skill book can be used by calligraphers. I'll see if Lin Xiyu wants it later. Magic crystal, special item. This thing again. It seems that the Silver Fox King also has it. Could it be that this is the reason why the demonic soul awakened? Unable to figure it out, after putting it away, Lu Muxuan looked at the silver equipment rewarded by the system after killing the demon, king of the forest. Bow of Thorns. Physical attack plus 105. Penetration plus 3%. Effect, the attack deals 20 points of physical damage. Where requirements, shooter. Unfortunately, after completing the King Slayer set, the equipment given is not suitable for this profession, but a bow and arrow, an auction item. After Lu Muxuan opened the auction house, he also put it up for auction in a bidding mode. He set the time limit to 6 hours. A longer time should allow him to sell it at a higher price. After finishing all this, he found Lin Xia and the other 2 and showed them the equipment and skill books. Hey, the staff and skills are fixed. As for these shoes, you can all wear them. Who wants them? Give it to my sister. I got a silver level staff and it's a great bargain. Lin Xia hugged the staff and couldn't let it go. Ahem, you have to pay. Lu Muxuan reminded. Lin Xia pouted when she heard this. I see, you money grubber, are you still afraid that I'll owe you money? No. Lu Muxuan's eyes dodged, and he said, should we go back to hand in the quest or level up first? Level up, log off at night and come back to hand in the quest, otherwise it will waste a lot of time going back and forth. Lin Xiyu said. Lin Xia quickly nodded in agreement, yes, level up. I'm only level 5 now, and I want to be the first priest to change my job. My brother told me there are rewards. Then let's level up. Lu Muxuan nodded, and was not in a hurry to go back to hand in the task. After all, the 5 element source stones were all in his backpack, so he was not afraid that others would snatch them away. In addition, all the bosses in the novice village have been killed, and there is no more boss to kill. The next step is to wait for the Rat King to refresh, and then kill it again to get the equipment and sell it for money. Chapter 17, A Fruitful Day. In Novice Village 7896, at the Forest King's place, Bailey Yijian nearly vomited blood after hearing the server-wide announcement. Damn, it was just a little bit off again. After clearing the boss's health bar with 3 consecutive shots, he saw some junk equipment again and angrily kicked the Forest King's body a few times. Damn it, if I had understood the mechanics earlier, the first kill would have been mine. You bastard, you're going against the will of heaven. Why did you kill me a few seconds before me instead of earlier? I'm going to draw a circle and curse you so that you'll never drop any good equipment. Bailey Yijian cursed silently in his heart while looking through the exploded equipment. Luckily there is one piece that can be used, otherwise I would be so angry that I die. At this time, his friend Yanlong Armor sent a message, Bailey, there is a silver ball for sale in Novice Village number 1. Do you want me to help you get it? When Bailey Yijian heard that it was Novice Village number 1, his eyes widened. Holy shit! Could this bow and arrow have been dropped by the first kill of the Forest King? Thinking of this, he got even angrier. If he had exploded himself, why would he have spent money to buy it? However, the heavens had cursed him and made him go against the will of heaven. He really didn't get any good equipment, but he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Because he knew that if he wanted to buy this weapon, it would definitely cost a lot of money. The boss asked him, probably because he didn't have enough money, otherwise he would have bought it directly without asking. But if he wants it, the boss will still find a way to raise money to buy it. Thinking of this, he replied, no, I don't have high requirements for weapons. Even ordinary weapons can be stacked up. After closing the chat interface, Bailey Yijian turned around and continued walking towards the level 10 wild boar refresh point. However, at this moment, the Flame Dragon Armor sent another message, this bow adds 105 attack points, 3% penetration, and 20 additional damage. It perfectly matches your talent. If you increase the attack point, your damage will stack faster. Are you sure you don't want it? Seeing this information, Bailey Yijian's breathing suddenly became rapid, but he still suppressed his desire and replied, no, the price of silver equipment in the early stage is bound to be high, it's not worth it. I've also recovered my bow and arrows. The one I have now is enough. When we get to the main city, even if NIT on Air Xing can't take care of everything, I'll always get the first kill of the boss. There's no need to invest too much in the early stages. The most important thing is that my damage is sufficient. This weapon won't be a lifesaver, but rather the icing on the cake. The effort and the reward are not proportional. And a cross-border transaction costs 5 gold coins. Why is that? Okay, I understand. Flame Dragon Armor sent this message and didn't say anything else. Bailey Yijian sighed and continued on his way. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Muxuan, who had been hungry all day, could no longer bear it and returned to the village to submit the task. Adventurer, it's incredible that you completed the task so quickly. The old village chief exclaimed in surprise, not bad, young man. Here, this is your reward. Ding, congratulations on helping to repair the damaged teleportation array. You've received 10,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, a pioneer medal, 2 random silver items, and 10 large life potions. After gaining 10,000 experience points at a time, Lu Muxuan was directly promoted to level 8, and the Lin Xia sisters were also promoted to level 6. Both silver equipment are physical equipment, but they are more suitable for warriors. Of course, shooters and assassins can also wear them, but the improvement is not significant. Do you want the warrior's silver equipment? Silver. Let me ask my brother later. Lin Xia hurriedly opened the chat interface and asked. My brother said he wanted to see the attributes. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan sent her a screenshot of the equipment bar. Dark iron breastplate. Quality, silver. HP plus 400. Magic plus 80. Physical defense plus 40. Wearable requirements, physics department. Black iron belt. Quality, silver. HP plus 250. Magic plus 60. Physical defense plus 30. Spell defense plus 30. Wearable requirements, physics department. After Lin Xia forwarded the screenshot, the other party immediately replied. My brother told him to keep it for him. When the silver equipment at the auction house is sold, he will deduct 30% from the price of the weapon, which will be the approximate price of the armor. Okay, then I'll keep it. Lu Muxuan nodded, stretched and said, I'm going to log off first. I probably won't be back in the evening. You can level up on your own. Yeah, my sister and I are going to log off and have dinner. Bye, great God. Lin Xia waved goodbye, and then the two of them slowly turned into a white light and disappeared. Lu Muxuan withdrew his gaze and checked the medal he had just received for the mission. Pioneer. Health plus 200. Magic plus 100. Physical attack plus 40. Spell attack plus 40. Physical defense plus 40. Spell defense plus 40. Attack speed plus 2. Movement speed plus 20. Effect, increases gold drop by 1% and bonus experience by 1%. You can go to the main city to upgrade the medal level. Dress code, none. The attributes are pretty good and can be upgraded just like the title, which is pretty good. Lu Muxuan equipped it directly, then came to a crossroads and found the level 8 Gale to trade gold coins. Fuck, master, you want to trade gold coins? Come find me. Our Hegemony Guild's rate is $1 in 2 copper coins. While Lu Muxuan was talking to him, a nearby player spoke up. They also had a sign like level 8 Gale, collecting gold coins and equipment. No need, he's the same. We've traded twice. Lu Muxuan shook his head and refused. Master, you don't know this. Their dynasty guild doesn't have many people who can create it, and it's almost full now, so they've reduced the price to 3 copper coins for $1. If you don't believe me, ask him. Hearing this, level 8 Gale nodded. Master, you're right. Currently, the guild's elites have already equipped 2/3 of the equipment. Plus, we have our own output, so my gold price is 1 to 3. In that case, I'll trade with someone else. Lu Muxuan turned and walked towards the person next to him. What are the prices for the Chinese and large potions, and the basic equipment? Chinese herbal medicine currently meets the needs of top consumers, so it's priced at 100 yuan a bottle. It would be a waste to use large-scale medicine now, as it's not the right time yet, so the price is 150 yuan a bottle. As for the basic equipment, if it's dropped by monsters, then looking at the stats, the equipment dropped by a level 1 monster can't compare to the equipment dropped by a level 10 monster, so it's probably worth between 1,000 and 2,000 yuan each. By the way, master, my name is Bei Tiango. Let's add me as a friend. Feel free to contact me when you need gold coins. Our guild is in great demand and needs them urgently within a week. Lu Muxuan nodded. The Chinese medicine water was sold for 1 silver coin in the NPC store, which was equivalent to more than 50 yuan per bottle. A bottle of potion costs 5 silver coins, which is equivalent to 250 yuan. Although it is 100 yuan less, the price of gold coins is very high now. When the gold coins depreciate, yuan T even make a profit of 150 yuan. As for blank equipment, it would cost about 1 or 2,000 to put it on the auction house, and there would be a 10% handling fee. Since the prices here are the same, he was too lazy to put it on the auction house. Okay, 48 gold coins, 56 silver, 50 copper, plus 10 bottles of Chinese potion and big potion, and 6 pieces of blank equipment dropped by wild boars. You calculate the price. After Lu Muxuan finished speaking, he added Bei Tengu as a friend. Okay. Bei Tengu obviously expected that he had a lot of gold coins, so he was not too surprised. He picked up the calculator and started to calculate. Master, the total gold coins are 291,390, the Chinese medicine potion is 1,000, the large medicine potion is 1,500, and the equipment is 12,000, totaling 305,890. Lu Muxuan confirmed that everything was correct and clicked confirm. Seeing the account balance instantly reach more than 1 million, his breathing became a little faster. Plus, there are still 4 pieces of silver equipment and 2 pieces of bronze equipment whose payment has not yet arrived, so perhaps 1.5 million is not out of the question. In just 2 days, he had more money than he could ever earn in his entire life. As expected, the path to financial freedom requires the help of a noble person, and Wu Ming was his guide. Before logging off, Lu Muxuan took a look at his attribute panel. ID, going against the will of heaven. Level 8. Occupation, warrior. HP, 100784645. Magic points, 955. Physical attack, 573. Magical attack, 268. Physical defense, 350. Magical defense, 350. Attack speed, 2.95. Movement speed, 195. Critical hit, 4%. Penetration, 2%. Skill, Savage Charge Level 1. Proficiency 54-100. Free attribute points, 370. Talent, Life Contract, 1 star. Talent skill, Blood Shield, Level 2. Proficiency, 95 5000. Experience points, 1827 3500. Reputation, 700. Equipment, Kingslayer Sword, Kingslayer Armor, Kingslayer Boots, Kingslayer Leggings, Kingslayer Belt, Strength Bracelet. Title, 1 step ahead. Medal, Pioneer. Hey, how come the attributes have been improved so much? Lu Muxuan was a little confused. He counted all the equipment, titles, and medals. The total attack seemed to be only 465. Adding the original 8 points, it was only 473. How did the attack become 573? But after a while, he found out where the extra attributes were added from the bottom of the Kingslayer equipment. Kingslayer set. Health plus 500. Plus 250 mana. Physical attack plus 100. Spell attack plus 100. Physical defense plus 100. Spell defense plus 100. Attack speed plus 2. Movement speed plus 20. Effect, deals an additional 10% damage to the boss. After completing the set, you will actually get additional set attributes. Well, that's great. Lu Muxuan was very satisfied looking at his current attribute panel. With his equipment, no player should be able to block his sword. The enemy can't be killed, and they get counterattacked. They can be killed one by one. The enemy must be very desperate. It's a pity that the defense doesn't match my talents. It's okay to stack blood, but if I want to fight, I have to take off all the defensive equipment, otherwise the damage counterattack will be ridiculously low. After closing the attribute panel, Lu Muxuan reluctantly clicked to exit the game, took off his gaming helmet, and then went downstairs to eat snail noodles while looking at the house hunting task. More than a dozen people took photos and recommended him, along with detailed information on renting a house. He did not take the time to look at them one by one, but instead searched for reviews of these rentals online. If he saw any malicious refusal to return the deposit, malicious difficulties during checkout, etc., he would directly exclude them. After the final screening, there were only 2 with relatively good reviews, but one was in the downtown area, far away from here, and the other was on the riverside, only a few kilometers away from him. So Lu Muxuan chose the latter without hesitation and replied, "Do you have time now? I'll add you as a friend and start a video chat to see the room. If there are no problems, I'll move in directly." A few minutes after the message was sent, the other party replied, saying that he had time and sent his contact information. Lu Muxuan copied and pasted and added a friend with a cartoon rabbit as his avatar. After the other party agreed, he opened the video call request. The next second, a stunningly beautiful face appeared on the screen, and the moment Lu Muxuan saw it, his heart skipped a beat. Chapter 18. Beautiful Landlord. Hello, I'm renting a house. Lu Muxuan said with some stammering. As soon as the words fell, the scene changed, and the beautiful face turned into a bedroom. Hello, let me show you the room. 2 bedrooms and a living room, with a kitchen, air conditioning, water heater, washing machine, etc. are all equipped. There's also a balcony with plenty of light. Take a look at the living room, it's quite large too. It's on the 8th floor and there's an elevator. In the picture, the entrance to the room is the hall, followed by 2 rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a balcony. You can also see the scenery of the river. Overall, it is not bad. Lu Muxuan decided to rent here because the environment is good, the price is cheap, and the facilities are complete, and it is definitely not because the landlord is good looking. How much is the rent? How long does it take to get the deposit back? 2002, 1 month's deposit, utilities extra. After 3 months of rent, the deposit is refundable when you move out. It's not bad. Many people rent for half a year or a year before they can move out. She has been nice and kind-hearted for these 3 months, no wonder she has such good reviews. Okay, can you help me remove the bed in the room on the left? I'll move my things over there later. Lu Muxuan said. Okay. The beautiful woman responded, then hung up the call and sent a location. Lu Muxuan finished his snail noodles in a few bites, paid the bill and went upstairs to pack his things. It wasn't a lot, just a suitcase and a backpack. Then I called a Didi and informed the landlord that I wanted to check out. However, the other party replied just a short while after I sent the message. 10. You must keep the room clean and take out the trash, otherwise I will deduct the cleaning fee from you. Also, how many days will you stay this month? I will check and return your deposit when there is no problem. Everyone has left, and his room is cleaned every week, so the garbage is just a few scraps of paper or dust in the corner. If the deposit is deducted for all this, then he has nothing to say. After about half an hour, Lu Muxuan arrived at the destination and dragged his suitcase to find the house number. This is a residential area close to the river. The environment is pretty good. There is no night market nearby, so it is relatively quiet. After a while, he arrived at the destination of this trip, Building 8, Dongzuyuan, Jinjiang Village. Although it is a village, it looks like a high-end community, and the buildings do not look like they were built by real estate developers. They have various styles and look like self-built communities. Hello, is this Lu Muxuan? Hearing someone calling him, Lu Muxuan turned his head to look at the person who was speaking. She was beautiful and had a very pleasant voice, which made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. She is about 27 or 28 years old, tall, curvy, and dresses very sexy. The facial lines are clear, the chin is round, the lips are rosy and plump, the eyes are big and bright, and the eyes are deep and charming. She has shiny black hair that is casually draped over her shoulders, adding a touch of mature woman's charm, a true queen style. Yes. Lu Muxuan took a look and then looked away. Well, is there anything else? I'll ask someone to help you move it. Lu Xinyu asked. No, that's all. Go up first. I'll put the things away first. Hearing this, Lu Xinyu nodded, then took him up to the 8th floor in the elevator and opened the door to room 802. Put your things here first. Come down with me to sign the contract and pay the money. Okay. Lu Muxuan put the luggage in the living room and took a look at the room when he came out. The bed had been moved away, which was quite efficient. What do you keep in that room? Let me make it clear in advance that no noisy machines are allowed. Lu Xinyu asked as she pressed the button for the first floor. Game consoles shouldn't make any noise. The game cabin of gods and demons? Yes. Lu Muxuan nodded. I also play gods and demons. Your guy from the novice village just bought a game console now. He must have made a lot of money in the past 2 days, right? The elevator door opened and Lu Xinyu asked as they walked in. Lu Muxuan admired her a little. She could even guess this. Ahem, I guess so. I'm from novice village number 1. Number 1. Lu Xinyu stopped immediately after hearing this and asked excitedly, do you know the god against the heavens? No. I'm not familiar with him, we just chatted for a few minutes. Lu Muxuan wanted to say that he didn't know him, but when he thought about how everyone in the number 1 novice village knew his name, he changed his words. Really? Lu Xinyu clasped her hands together, looking at him like a little fangirl, begging, then can you help me ask the god of against the sky for a friend status? I'll reduce your rent, what do you think? Holy shit. Is this my fan? It's only been 2 days. It seems that the video of his heroic feat of fighting 1,000 people alone must have gone viral, capturing many young fans, including this beautiful landlord in front of him. Ahem, I'll try my best. By the way, how much should the rent be reduced? Lu Muxuan asked. As for boldly admitting that he was going against the will of heaven, he didn't have the guts to do that. He didn't intend to reveal his identity to anyone except those he knew best, otherwise, the wealthy kids like Daki Hong would be no pushovers. Well, as long as you successfully get the friend status, I will give you 700 yuan less rent. Lu Xinyu said generously. It's 700 less per month, which means more than 8,000 saved in a year. It's just a friend position, and you don't have to reveal your identity, so it's okay. What's the name of your game? Lu Muxuan asked. Meteor shower. Real name? No, it's the meteor in the sky, the meteor shower. Forget it, I'll text you a name. Just call me Great God, don't add the wrong one. After Lu Xinyu finished speaking, she took out her cell phone and sent the name. Lu Muxuan confirmed it and continued to follow her to sign the contract. She lives on the second floor, but she has to go through another door to get there. The elevator can't reach it. After signing the contract and paying the 4,400 yuan rent and deposit, Lu Xinyu handed him the key and said, "Remember, once the master accepts my friend status, I will refund you another 1,400 yuan. Okay." Lu Muxuan made a gesture and left with the key. After going upstairs, he immediately ordered a gaming console for over 30,000 yuan, otherwise it would be really uncomfortable to go hungry for a day. After submitting the order, Lu Muxuan took out all the luggage and put it away. Then he sent a dog head to Wu Ming and logged into the God and Demon forum to see if there was any latest news. The top 3 are still his, but the video of Lin Xia treating him is gone and replaced by a new video. The moment Lu Muxuan saw the title, his heart tightened, and he clicked on it to see that it was indeed the case. The video shows him fighting against the devil, the king of the forest. At the end of the video, he dodges numerous vines and the attacks of the king of the forest, and jumps up to grab the vines. With the word death falling, it was like the king of hell demanding his life. The explosion caused more than 2 million damages, directly clearing the health bar. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan was a little stunned. He didn't think he had said death, right? It must have been added by the person who edited the video. But to be honest, they are quite handsome. Even I get excited when watching the videos they edited. No wonder Lu Xinyu is obsessed with NIT on Ershing. He scrolled down, and sure enough, the comments section exploded again. For example, why? With tens of millions of HP, he can still deal 2 million damage. Where is the planner? I want to send him a kitchen knife. Planners should give way to dogs. I think dogs are more suitable to be planners than them. This bastard planner is going against the will of heaven. I have to poop in front of the company every day. The guy above is awesome. Let's check out the prison meal package. The planner must have replaced his brain with a dog's brain, otherwise how could he design such an extraordinary talent? Remember, this is in the novice village. Stop talking, add 1 to the complaint. Everyone click on the complaint and kick the bastard planner out of office. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan trembled with fear and clicked into the official comments section of the game. As expected, it exploded with countless abusive comments. If nothing unexpected happened, his talent was likely to be nerfed. But at this moment, a comment was directly pinned to the top, and the commenter was official. Hello everyone, I'm a planner. Regarding the issue of in-game talents being too strong, I want to clarify here that talents won't change. Since ancient times, no matter what, there are strong and weak ones. This is an eternal truth. For some people whose talents are too strong, we should be thankful that they are from our country, rather than asking for weakening, because this is a game jointly produced by countries around the world. Weakening their talents is weakening our national strength. When the borders in the game are opened, will we still be besieged by other countries like before, and have our resources plundered without restraint, while we can only watch helplessly? Is this the result you want? And once the talent is created, it's no longer up to me to decide. Even the United Nations can't change it. So please calm down, everyone. After all, there are also perverted players abroad. Don't let yourself get beaten and repeat the mistakes of history. After reading this comment, Lu Muxuan finally felt at ease. As long as he wasn't nerfed, that was good. Furthermore, the official staff seemed unaware that he had been using a bug to increase his health for a month, otherwise, his early game wouldn't have been so outrageous. Less than a minute after the official comment came out, there were hundreds of replies. Don't explain. Going against the will of heaven is your son of a bitch. Not only did he arrange the strongest talent at the beginning, but after everyone attacked him, he used the United Nations as a shield. Ugh. Don't be so righteous. Weaken NIT on Ershing by 10,000 times. I will intervene in the national war. We strongly demand that this talent that defies heaven be taken back, and then a lucky audience member be randomly selected to inherit it. People abroad are strong, but they don't act recklessly. Look at what NIT Tianqing did. He relied on his strong talents to suppress others. I strongly demand official sanctions. I agree. The country doesn't need this kind of pervert. If we lose the national war, we lose. It's just a game anyway. We can't let them be bullied in the game anymore. Ha ha. Lu Muxuan was furious. This bastard just couldn't stand seeing others do better than him. And he even wanted to take back my talent. Who the hell do you think you are? You don't want to be bullied by people at home, so you want to be bullied by people abroad? You traitor! He stopped watching. Out of sight, out of mind. Now that he knew even the authorities couldn't touch his talent, he wanted to see who dared to talk nonsense in front of him and kill them with a single blow. At this time, Wu Ming replied, "How's, dog head, doing these past 2 days? How much gold have you earned? Oh, and remember, sell the gold you earn on the same day, otherwise the price will be different the next day. Remember that." At 10:30, this guy should have gotten off work. Lu Muxuan didn't say anything, but asked for his god and demon card number. Hey! You asked me for my card number. Looks like you made a lot of money. Let me guess, how many pieces of basic equipment did you drop? Basic equipment costs 1 or 2,000 yuan each these days. That's ridiculous. Wu Mingkai had just finished speaking when he heard a bank text message notification. He quickly put down his chopsticks and picked up his phone to see how much had been transferred. Holy crap! 100,000? Are you kidding me? He immediately called Lu Muxuan and asked, "Did you defeat a boss?" No. That's impossible. Blank equipment doesn't sell for much, elite monsters are pitifully rare, and the drop rate is extremely low. The probability of getting black iron equipment is shockingly low. Our studio. Yes, 5 or 6 were beaten. Lu Muxuan said. Wu Ming? Chapter 19 Hero Studio. Can you please finish your words at once? Just wait, I'm going to beat you to death right now. After saying that, Wu Ming suddenly felt something was wrong. He'd fought 5 or 6 of them? There were only 5 bosses in the novice village, so where did 6 come from? Holy crap, holy crap. Holy crap. Are you going against the will of heaven? Remember to keep it a secret, otherwise I might be beaten to death. Lu Muxuan said lightly. Wu Ming was his childhood friend, and he knew his personality very well, so he had no intention of hiding this matter, otherwise he would not be able to show any concern for him. Speculation is one thing, but hearing the other party admit it is another. Wu Ming felt like he was dreaming. Is this guy really going against the will of heaven? Wasn't this just someone I brought in to make some extra cash? He turned out to be a super boss, even scarier than the bosses in the game. The official forum has been full of his deeds these past 2 days, and everyone in his studio was a huge fan of him. No, there is an exception, and now I am one of them. No wonder. The boss analyzed the operation of NIT on Ershing. It turned out that he was not letting the water, but was really clumsy. He was just guessing randomly before, but now, his dream of becoming a great player has been shattered. It's very puzzling that he can fight against 1,000 people alone without any skills, just strength. Ahem, if you say it is, then it is. Transfer me 500,000 and I will believe you. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan smiled and transferred another 500,000 yuan. Damn it, you turned around just because I told you to. No wonder you got tricked by Hiyu. Rolling eyes. Please transfer back 530,000, thank you. Lu Muxuan said with a smile. But after he finished speaking, he found that Wu Ming had hung up the phone, probably to transfer money, so he hurriedly made a call. Hey, brother Dao, quit working in the studio and come work for me. I'm guaranteed to make millions a month. Wu Ming shook his head without a second thought when he heard this. No, our studio is not like other guilds. It was the boss who brought me in. I owe everything to him. I can't just leave when I find a better place to go. Besides, we're all good brothers who have fought together for countless days, and I can't bear to leave you. Anyway, if you want to repay me, just look after me in the game. Lu Muxuan was silent for a moment, then said, Okay, by the way, please transfer 30,000 to my dad later, and the remaining 500,000 will stay with you. If my dad asks, just say I'm busy. If something happens to me in the future, the 500,000 yuan will be their pension. Be more restrained. There's no need to offend those big guilds. With your current influence, as long as you are willing to bow your head, no one will be willing to mess with you. Wu Ming said with a heavy heart. No, I am not myself in reality. The me in the game is the real me. I will never bow my head in compromise. Anyone who dares to bully me will face my wrath. Lu Muxuan said calmly. You are really obsessed. This is just a game. After all, you are still a person of this world. In reality, a small knife is enough to make you regret for the rest of your life. Don't disbelieve it, Daki can do such a thing. Wu Ming said angrily. Some people want to kill me, and then there are people who want to protect me. Besides, they don't know who I am. And didn't you see what the planner said just now? This isn't a simple domestic game. It involves a national war. The Dragon Country officials won't sit idly by, because I'm not an insignificant soldier. Okay, whatever you want. I don't care about you. Wu Ming said and hung up the phone. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan stretched, put his phone to charge and went to take a shower. However, what he didn't notice was that after he left, a black aura was faintly visible in the hall. It looked like an outline, and also like a black mist. When Lu Muxuan closed the door and took a shower, the black aura slowly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Early morning. Lu Muxuan woke up from his dream again and turned on the bedside lamp. It's the same dream again. Is it because I've been thinking about it, or is there something wrong with this game? How weird. After getting up and drinking some water, Lu Muxuan lay down and continued to sleep. After getting up in the morning and having breakfast, I was about to enter the game when the game cabin arrived. It came really quickly and was free to install. After finishing the work, the worker carefully explained to him the precautions for use before leaving. Although it was delayed for an hour, I don't have to worry about being hungry from now on. As long as I'm in good spirits, I can be online 24 hours a day. Perfect, online. Not long after, Lu Muxuan's figure appeared on a street in the novice village. The first thing he did was to check his health bar. As expected, another 30% health loss. I have to waste half a day looking for Grandpa God's messenger again, damn it. However, he was relieved that there were 2 emails waiting to be checked. Lu Muxuan opened them with some excitement. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the final transaction amount. Silver longbow 510,000. Bronze breastplate 120,000. The world of the rich is indeed beyond my imagination. A piece of silver equipment costs as much as 500,000, and it will be obsolete soon. It's outrageous. After deducting the 600,000 yuan I gave to Wu Ming last night, there was still 1.05 million yuan in the account. Then, after receiving the money from Lin Xia and her sister, more than 1 million yuan would arrive in the account. I was in a very happy mood. At this time, Lin Xia sent a message, Master, why are you online just now? My brother is waiting anxiously. Hurry up, give me the equipment and I will send it to him. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan sent over 2 pieces of silver equipment. The weapon transaction amount is 510,000, and your staff can be discounted to 450,000. The armor price is 70% of the weapon. If you give me a discount, 300,000 each will be fine. Your sister's bronze shoes will only cost 100,000, but you don't need the skill book. Consider it a gift for all the equipment you bought from me. Oh, you're such a nice person. You don't even want the change. It's about 20,000 or 30,000 in total, doghead, Lin Xia replied. Hee, this is my reward for your hard work in taking care of me. Lu Muxuan replied. Lin Xia didn't reply, but directly transferred 1.15 million. Lu Muxuan accepted and sent another message, I have side quests to do this morning. You two should level up on your own first, and I'll help you this afternoon. As soon as I sent it out, Lin Xia replied, what kind of side quest is this? It takes so long and I don't get any experience. Master, why don't you just stop doing this quest? It's a waste of time. I don't want to either, but there's no other way. I have to do it. Don't worry, you two are still a little ahead of the others. I'll take you there this afternoon until midnight to see if you can reach level 8. Yeah, you said it, it's a deal. Lin Xia typed the words and clicked send. At this time, Lin Xiyu turned around and looked at her and said, what are you doing? Hurry up and heal up. The people in the front row are about to die. Oh. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia hurriedly cast a healing spell at the warrior in front who was fighting the monster, instantly raising his health bar. Plus 218. Plus 43. Plus 30. The soldier being treated breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, young lady's milk is indeed sufficient. One of her is worth 10 of them, and she also has a continuous blood recovery effect, comparable to a large potion. It's hard for her to die, haha. Of course not. This is equipment I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy. Lin Xia said with her head held high. By the way, don't say nai anymore. It's not civilized at all. It's called treatment, okay? Seriously, it's clearly treatment, but everyone is saying nai. How abominable. Aha. Okay, miss. The soldier said embarrassedly. He didn't dare to say anything, nor did he dare to explain. In Novice Village number 7896, where wild wolves spawn, more than a dozen players were spawning wild wolves with clear division of labor. One of the archers in particular shot one wild wolves with one arrow, and the warriors were shot to death before they could even be lured over. How about this bow and arrow? Is it handy? Said the flame dragon armor with a smile. It's really good. The damage is very high. It can reach thousands after a few stacks. Let's stop farming here and go farm wild boars to get more experience. Bailey Egn said excitedly. This morning, he received this bow and arrow as soon as he came online. To be honest, although he said he didn't want it, when it really appeared in front of him, he almost laughed out loud. By the way, how much does this bow and arrow cost? A few $100,000. It wouldn't fetch a high price in the Nition Airshing area, so I got a bargain. Flame Dragon Armor said calmly, alright, everyone, come here. I have something to tell you. What's going on? We have to talk about it in the game. Wu Ming laughed and said, it's a waste of time. Let's talk about it offline. Bailey is already horny and thirsty. Get lost, I'm very calm. Bailey Egn rolled his eyes. Alright, everyone, be quiet. The Flame Dragon Armor looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, it's just a small matter. From now on, our hero studio will change its name and merge into the Zhao Group. What did you say? Such a big thing, and you made the decision without telling anyone? Bailey Egn said angrily. Wu Ming's face turned very ugly when he heard this. Boss, why did you want to join the Zhao Group? Our studio is pretty good, isn't it? We are all young people who don't like being bound by constraints, and the original intention of establishing the studio was to find like-minded partners to work together. Once we join the Zhao Group, will our studio still be the same as it is now? Yeah, boss. I hate those big guilds the most. They love to bully people no matter what. If there's a disagreement, they rush back to the novice village and even block off the land to prevent others from leveling. Didn't you hate this kind of thing the most before? Why did it come to this? Seeing everyone looking at him in confusion, Flame Dragon Armor sighed and said, don't worry, although we have been incorporated into the Zhao Group, everything remains the same as before. Nothing has changed. It's just a new name. You're bullshitting. If there's no benefit, why would the Zhao Consortium recruit us for no reason? It's okay now, but in the future I'm afraid we will be the ones doing all the dirty and tiring work. We have been together for so many years, do you think they will be willing? Bailey Egn stared at the Flame Dragon Armor and asked. Seeing this, the Flame Dragon Armor was silent for a moment, then said, my name is Zhao Lingwu, Zhao from the Zhao Group. Does this guarantee that our studio's original intention will remain unchanged? Upon hearing this, everyone's mouths dropped open. They had all assumed that Yanlong Armor was just an ordinary person like them, a hard-working individual who refused to be ordinary in the vast sea of people. They hadn't expected him to be the son of a wealthy conglomerate. Due to some issues, I had a conflict with my father, so I ran away. Anyway, everything in the studio will remain the same, but the name will be changed to the Zhao Group. Flame Dragon Armor said, taking a deep breath. If you believe me, stay. If you don't, you can leave. I won't force you. Chapter 20 Apology. Are you sure? Even if so, if the Zhao Group becomes reputable in the future, it will also affect us. Bailey Egn's tone softened a lot. Justice is in the hearts of the people. As long as we act uprightly, we are not afraid of what others say. The Flame Dragon Armor looked at everyone with a serious expression. Also, all the money the studio earns will be invested back into the game, leaving only living expenses. Any savings you have should also be invested back into the game to buy the equipment and items you need, and do whatever you can to improve yourselves. Why? Wu Ming asked. When he came, Yanlong Armor had told him to expand and strengthen the studio. Although investing all the money would increase the income, it would not be a big increase. Because too many wealthy people have entered this game, not only the consortium, but even the Dragon Fruit officials have personally intervened. If he threw all his money into it, it would probably not make any splash at all, let alone make it bigger and stronger. There was a high probability that he would lose everything. He couldn't understand why Flame Dragon Armor made such a choice. There are some things I can't discuss in detail. Anyway, trust me and invest all your money. After saying this, the Flame Dragon Armor looked at Bailey Ejin and said, "It's up to you now. With this bow and arrow, our upgrade speed will be greatly increased. If we reach the main city earlier, we can gain an advantage earlier. Don't worry, leave the level matters to me," Bailey Ejin said, patting his chest. Novice Village Number 1, Mudding Courtyard. A little girl of about 13 or 14 squatted down, looking at the man lying on the ground, and murmured, "Master, is it because of me that Big Brother is possessed by evil spirits?" "That's partly the reason, but the main reason is that his own life force is too strong," Newton said, his tone somewhat blaming. "As for you, little girl, you run around everywhere when I'm not around. Luckily you have the amulet your master gave you, otherwise you would be dead, you know. You're such a worry to me." "Oh, master, the things you taught me are too difficult to understand. I feel a headache when I see them, and when I feel a headache, I want to go out and play. When I play, something happens, so I blame you." Sorted out the cause and effect of the matter. Muding blew his beard and glared, "Hey, little girl, I won't accept you even though others have begged me to accept them as my disciples. Even 1,000 gold coins can't buy a single word, and you still think it's hard to understand? Go, copy it 100 times as punishment." "Ah. No, master," said with a sad face. At this time, Lu Muxuan, who was lying on the ground, slowly woke up. "Grandpa Divine Envoy, you haven't told me the reason yet. Is it that this demonic soul has merged with my soul?" "I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about, but I do know that once the demon soul merges, your body will be out of your control," Mu Ding said as he sat up from the recliner. "The reason the demon soul awakened early is because the Forest King has demonic energy, and the demon soul in your body sensed it and resurrected it. I've already arranged for people to repair the teleportation array. Let's go to the main city as soon as possible, otherwise the demon soul will awaken again and I won't be able to suppress it." "Okay, Grandpa God's messenger." Lu Muxuan bowed and then left the courtyard. It's 3 o'clock. What a waste of time. After leaving the novice village, Lu Muxuan rushed to meet up with Lin Xia and her sister, and then went to the level 10 wild boar territory to level up. On average, he kills more than 100 wild boars in 5 minutes, compared to others who kill one in 5 minutes. Even if they work as a team, it takes at least half a minute to kill one. His speed is like flying an airplane. After killing the wild boars in 15 minutes, the three of them continued to kill the tree people. Although it was annoying, they could still kill a wave every 5 minutes, and the experience gained was higher than that of the wild boars. In this way, the three of them continued to farm until 10 o'clock in the evening. During this time, they kept wandering between wild boars, tree people, and 90 stone monsters in the nearby pile of rocks. Basically, they would be blown to death as soon as the wild monsters refreshed. "Yeah, I'm level 7. Let's stop here for tonight. We're going to log off and go to sleep," Lin Xia said happily. "Well, it's past 10 o'clock. I'll take you home," Lu Muxuan said. "I don't know why, but it's always daytime in the novice village, and there is no night. So if you don't check the time, you have no idea what time it is." "No need, we can go back by ourselves, master," you continue to brush. Lin Xia waved her hand to refuse. "It's okay, I still need your help with something." Lu Muxuan shrugged and said, "Daki Yihang should be level 3 or 4, it's time to kill a wave." Lin Xia's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Wow. Then I'm not very sleepy yet, let's go fight." After finding out where the people from the Big Flag Guild were leveling up on Silver Fox, Lu Muxuan and the other two quickly rushed over. "Oh no. This is against the will of heaven. Everyone, run." When the people from the Big Flag Guild heard this, they were like mice seeing a cat. They had no intention of resisting at all and just turned around and ran away. However, in front of Lu Muxuan, whose movement speed was as high as 109, everyone was as fast as ants. They caught up in less than 5 seconds, put away their knives and sent the two players back to the fountain. "Going against the will of heaven. Stop, I have something to discuss with you," Daki Yihang shouted. "If you have anything to say, go back to the novice village and tell us." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Muxuan sent him back to the novice village with a single knife, and then continued to chase and kill the others. The people in the Big Flag Guild never imagined that they were the ones who were hunting others before, but now their identities have been switched and they are the ones being hunted like stray dogs. Is this karma? You are going against the will of heaven. I never touched you from the beginning to the end. Why are you chasing me? I'm sorry, you have no grudge against me, but I have a grudge against the Great Banner Guild. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for standing on the wrong side. This one-sided massacre lasted for more than 10 minutes. Lu Muxuan was too lazy to chase and turned back to the novice village. Wow, the master is so handsome. I recorded the video. Can I post it on the forum? Lin Xia said excitedly. Whatever you want. Lu Muxuan said calmly, looking at the people of Dakihang in the distance. You said you had something to say. Tell me, I want to hear it. Hearing this, Dakihang gritted his teeth, but he was helpless and said, excuse me for a moment. No need. There are a lot of people here, and they are curious about what you want to say. Lu Muxuan smiled slightly. When the other party is unable to solve the problem themselves, they simply want to make peace and end the feud. Otherwise, if this continues, the other guilds will probably go to the main city, and they are still here playing with the rabbits. You! Daki Yihong was so angry that he was shaking. He waved his hand to signal the others to disperse. Then he came to Lu Muxuan alone and said, I was wrong before. I apologize to you and compensate you with 1 million. I hope you can show some mercy and stop pursuing us. Oh, apologize. 1 million, isn't this the reward amount for me? Give me my money and let me go? Lu Muxuan said jokingly. This is not your money. Daki Yihong said while suppressing his anger. I said it is. Looking at Lu Muxuan's cold eyes, Daki Yihong took a deep breath and said, 2 million, and all past grudges will be wiped out. Well, your sincerity is good, but I just want to confirm one thing. Are you apologizing to me, or are you apologizing to me on behalf of Daki? This is a grudge between you and me, and has nothing to do with Daki. Daki Yihong said in a deep voice. Really? Then I don't accept your apology. Lu Muxuan turned around and said calmly, either apologize to me in the name of Daki, or stay in the novice village and don't go out. You! Daki will never apologize, even if it means starting a guild-wide war. Are you sure you want to go this far? Daki Yihong said angrily. If you don't apologize, forget it. I didn't expect you to apologize. In that case, I hope your guild can have more talented people. Otherwise, a one-sided crushing will be too boring. After saying that, Lu Muxuan left the novice village directly and headed for the Tai Chi Guild. However, I don't know if he knew the information in advance, but when Lu Muxuan arrived, only Professor Tai Chi was waiting for him. Our president said he could apologize and pay 1 million in compensation. What do you think? Gather all the people in Novice Village number 1 from your guild, at the entrance of the Novice Village. Okay. Professor Tai Chi nodded and smiled slightly as he looked at Lu Muxuan's receding back. The elder is still shrewd and scheming. Face is nothing. Now I just wait for you and Daki to fight to the death. At that time, no matter who wins or loses, the losing party will be attacked by everyone. By then, their level and equipment will be several levels behind us. What can they use to compete with us for resources? Soon, outside the novice village, all the members of the Tai Chi Guild bowed to apologize to Lu Muxuan. This scene attracted countless people to watch, and they filmed videos and uploaded them to the platform. Fuck. I've been playing games for so long, and I've never seen anyone single-handedly force a guild to apologize. Going against the will of heaven is the first. Indeed, if anyone dared to offend the guild in the past, no matter how powerful they were or how much money they paid, they would be sent back to the novice village. Let alone a single person, even in a guild war, I've never heard of anyone apologizing. Speaking of which, it's just a game. Who the hell would apologize? If you don't accept it, just fight. If you lose, you can't wait to dig up the other party's ancestors' graves. Apologize in your next life. So the Tai Chi Guild is quite courageous. They knew that snatching the Nition Air Xing boss was wrong, and they dared to apologize. They are real men. Listening to everyone's discussions, Lu Muxuan was a little surprised. He thought this was a slap in the face, but he didn't expect to be praised. This was something he never expected. But the words have been spoken, and the compensation has been received, so the matter is over. Master, we're going offline now. It's 11 o'clock. Lin Xia said. She was eager to post the video online, otherwise someone would get there first. Well, go ahead. Lu Muxuan nodded, then ignored everyone and walked straight into the village to find Bai Tiango, 3 gold, 60 silver, 46 bronze, and 65 pieces of blank equipment. Calculate how much they cost. So many. Okay, wait a minute. Bai Tiangu was a little surprised. Last time there were only a few, but this time there are over 60. I gave some to others last time. Stop talking nonsense and settle the account. Lu Muxuan said. Oh, okay. The gold coins are 21,628. 19 of the 65 pieces of equipment have lower attributes, so let's count them as 1,018 each, which is 34,200. The other 46 pieces have different attributes, but the total attributes are the same, so let's count them as 2,000 each, which is 92,000. The total is 147,828. Do you think I'm right? Lu Muxuan took a look and clicked to agree, then went offline. Although the amount of money transferred today was a little less, the extra income still added up to more than 1 million, and the total balance was 3.35 million. Now that he earns $1 million a day, he's able to remain calm. Habits are a good thing. In the past, even if he earned 1,000 a day, he'd be happy for a long time. Chapter 21 Netherworld Blood Demon. In a villa in Shangjing. A man in loose pajamas was leaning quietly on the sofa, listening to the sound coming from the phone. Gradually, the man's face became more and more gloomy, until he finally angrily threw his phone to the ground, smashing it to pieces. On the side, a woman in maid clothes saw this, walked over tremblingly, swept the broken phone into the trash can, and then went upstairs to get a new one. By this time, the man had adjusted his mood, picked up his new phone and made a call. Lao Zhong, give up novice village number 1 and let him kill. Also, look for talents that can deal percentage damage, as well as special items, at all costs. Also, collect a large number of invincibility skills, as well as group healing skills, group control skills, etc. Train a 100-man stun squad. I want to make NIT on air unable to move for even a second until he is killed. Hearing this, the person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then said, mobilizing such a large force will probably affect the development of the guild. Tai Chi is clearly trying to get us to fight against NIT on air Sheng. It would be fine if we could win, but if we lose, the guild will probably become second rate. Are you sure you want to do this? Do as I say. Don't worry about the funds. Just tell me how much you need. The man said coldly, now, immediately have your men create public opinion and use all means to discredit NIT on Sheng. I want him to become a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting and beating him. Okay, President. In the room, Lu Muxuan slowly opened the door of the game cabin and stood up. When he picked up his mobile phone, he saw several unread messages from Lu Xinyu, asking him how the progress was. Damn it, I forgot. Bang, the warehouse door closed. Lu Muxuan came online again to add Meteor Shower as a friend, and then went offline to eat. There were basically no late-night snack stalls downstairs, only convenience stores and the like. He walked for more than 10 blocks before he saw a barbecue restaurant. It seems I have to buy an electric car, otherwise it will take me more than 10 to 20 minutes to walk, which is more than half an hour to go back and forth, which is a waste of time. When I came out, I seemed to see one downstairs in the community, but it is closed now. I will go offline and check again tomorrow at noon. At this moment, his phone rang. It was Lu Xinyu. Wow. The great master really added me. Thank you so much. Here's your 1,400 yuan. By the way, I owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, let me know. Oh, she was clearly not online when he added her just now, and he didn't notify her, but she knew about it. Could it be that she just goes online to check on him from time to time? What a fanatical fan. Lu Muxuan thought for a moment and said, well, I actually have a favor I'd like to ask you for. You say. Lu Xinyu replied immediately. Please go downstairs and buy me a small electric scooter tomorrow. It should be a slightly larger model, something like this picture JPG. The longer the battery life, the better. Remember to ask the boss to decode it, it will be faster. Take this 6,000 yuan first. If it's not enough, tell me. If it's more, just consider it your hard work fee and buy a cup of milk tea. What are you going to do tomorrow? Can't you go downstairs and buy it yourself? Lu Xinyu asked. I need to level up tomorrow, and I probably won't have time during the day. The boss will be offline and close the store in the evening, so I'd like to ask for your help. Lu Muxuan responded. The boss refreshes every 3 days, and tomorrow is the refresh time. He has to wait and see and defeat it. He will gain a lot of experience, and also drop equipment and gold coins. Each item costs tens to hundreds of thousands of gold coins, so he can't let others get them for free. Are you a professional player? You're so competitive. Yes, I don't have a job. I just make a living playing games. If I don't work harder, how can I justify the new gaming console I bought? At least I can't let it lose money. Okay, then you do your best. I'm going to go offline to cook at noon tomorrow, so I'll buy it for you at the same time. Lu Xinyu agreed, because it was not a difficult task. Thank you. After Lu Muxuan clicked send, he sent a dog head and fist holding emoticon. You're welcome, let's help each other. Lu Xinyu responded. At this time, the barbecue Lu Muxuan ordered was ready. He took a bottle of beer and started drinking. After eating and drinking, he went back to take a shower, set the alarm clock and fell asleep. But when he opened his eyes in a daze, he found himself in a strange place again. He turned around and saw that the earth looked like it had been burned by fire. It was gray and black, with no vegetation at all. The next second, the scene changed, and his perspective came to a lake. The water was light black and the bottom could not be seen clearly. This is the Demon Suppression Abyss. Lu Muxuan recognized it immediately. Having another nightmare? Why is this happening? Grandpa Divine Messenger clearly hypnotized my demon soul, and it hasn't woken up yet. He was puzzled, but at this moment, more than a dozen chains suddenly shot out from the water, locked him tightly, and then pulled him into the water. This time the water was no longer knee-deep, but bottomless. As he went down, Lu Muxuan clearly felt that he was having difficulty breathing, as if he was really in the water. After a long time, and after going who knows how many meters underground, Lu Muxuan arrived at the destination of this trip and saw the armored man who was locked by 4 chains. My blood slave, why are you suppressing the demon soul? Are you trying to escape my control? Impossible. You will never escape my control in this lifetime. Becoming my blood tank is your only destiny. As soon as he finished speaking, the armored man once again condensed 2 snake-like black shadows, which pierced heavily into his chest and continued to suck his blood. No! In the room, Lu Muxuan suddenly woke up and hurriedly turned on the bedside lamp, his forehead covered in sweat. This is terrifying. This is what death feels like. Why is this happening? The demon soul should have been hypnotized, so why is it still dreaming? Damn! There must be something wrong with this damn game. Lu Muxuan took a tissue and wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes slowly changing from fear to confusion. But the next second, his eyes changed, becoming somewhat fierce. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Capture the thief first. Since the ghost can't be shaken off, then we have to solve the source. The next day. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Lu Muxuan got up, had breakfast and started playing games. The boss did not refresh until after 10 o'clock, and the Lin Xia sisters were not online either, so Lu Muxuan turned around and left the novice village and headed straight for the Demon Suppression Abyss. After a while, he came here again. The water surface was still calm, like a mirror. However, at this moment, the water in front of him slowly retreated to both sides, as if isolated by something, forming a dry road, the end of which was the center of the lake. Lu Muxuan had come to solve the problem, and seeing this situation, he did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and walked along the black stone road. Soon, he walked to a place near the opposite bank. The ground here was no longer black stone slabs. It was as if he was standing on a glass bridge and could see below. But because it was too dark at the innermost part, it was impossible to see what was inside, nor was it certain how deep the demon-suppressing abyss was. Magic crystal, take it out. Just as Lu Muxuan was thinking about how to get down, a voice suddenly popped up in his mind. Hearing it, he took out 2 magic crystals from his backpack without hesitation. Although he knew that this game was not easy, the fact that players could be resurrected after death made him fearless. Wait, if you dare to scare me in the middle of the night, I'll go down and blow you up. The moment he took it out, the magic crystal instantly turned into 2 black auras that wrapped around him. Then the entire demon suppression abyss suddenly lit up, and countless densely packed array patterns emerged from it, looking extremely complicated. The next second, a suction force emanated from beneath his feet, sucking Lu Muxuan down. Suddenly, a sense of weightlessness hit him, and he plummeted like a tumbling stone. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and Lu Muxuan couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, and his health bar dropped by over 100,000. Hey! Seeing his health being deducted, he realized that his health bar was still full today. What happened? The demon soul stopped sucking blood? I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It seems that the day when I, the Netherworld Blood Demon, break the seal is not far away. Hearing the sound, Lu Muxuan turned around and immediately felt his scalp tingling, because this scene was exactly the same as in his dream. A place I have never been to actually appeared in my dream. The surrounding environment, the light, and the armored man locked by 4 chains, even his face, were exactly the same. Is this a game? Seeing the look of surprise in his eyes, he didn't seem to be under control, and his demon soul seemed to be still relatively weak. Thinking of this, the Netherworld Blood Demon ordered, "Come here, my blood slave, provide me with blood energy." Fuck you, you're the only one who came to scare me in my dreams in the middle of the night? Die, you bastard. Lu Muxuan was extremely angry. The tone of his voice was the same every time he spoke. He even suspected that he was still dreaming and hadn't woken up yet. But you can't activate the Blood Demon shield even in a dream. The next second, the skill was successfully released, proving that he was not dreaming. You dare to come here without becoming my blood slave? I really don't know if you have lost your mind. But it's better. It will prevent us from being discovered by those old guys. Now, just be my blood slave. As soon as he finished speaking, the Netherworld Blood Demon was surrounded by black air, quickly enveloping Lu Muxuan. +1. +1. +1. Ha! It can't erode? It can even increase blood energy. If I behave like this recklessly, I'm either a simple idiot, or I'm sure I'll take you down. Which one do you think I am? Lu Muxuan smiled calmly, stepping forward against the demonic energy. At the same time, blood and energy slashes quickly condensed around him, and he could condense too in almost 1 second. From this, it can be seen that the opponent's demonic attack damage is extremely outrageous. Ha! What a joke! Even the God Emperor can't kill me and can only seal me here. You want to kill me? It's really ridiculous. The Netherworld Blood Demon sneered. He did not take Lu Muxuan seriously, because the blood energy of this ant was only 1% of his peak period. Even though he was seriously injured now, he could not be killed by just any ant. But the next second, he was shocked. After Lu Muxuan condensed 10 blood swords around his body, they instantly turned into a stream of blood energy and merged into the shield, and then suddenly exploded with a bang. 15.12 million. The full-state Blood Demon explosion causes damage of 1.2 times its own health, plus the King Slayer suit adds a 25% bonus against the boss, so this explosion is off the charts. Chapter 22 Kill. The God-killing blood curse. How is this possible? This is an ancient forbidden technique of my demon clan, how could you possibly master it? The Netherworld Blood Demon looked at Lu Muxuan in horror and unconsciously took a few steps back. God-killing blood curse? Lu Muxuan was stunned, but he didn't take it seriously. Well, now you're scared, right? Why don't you quickly take the demon soul out of me? Hearing this, the Netherworld Blood Demon was overjoyed and said, "Okay, I'll take it back from you right away." The next second, a palm-sized demon soul instantly broke out from Lu Muxuan's chest. At the same time, a damage number of tens of millions popped up above his head, instantly killing him on the spot. He, you ignorant child, even though my demon soul failed to fuse with your spirit, it will fuse with your body just the same. As long as I take it back, it will take away all the blood and energy in your body, and you will surely die. I really don't know how you cultivate it to become so powerful. You don't even know the knowledge of demon soul parasitism. I'm afraid you haven't even been on the battlefield. It's really ridiculous. I feel sorry for you dying from your own ignorance, ha. Just as he finished speaking, the Netherworld Blood Demon was about to devour the demon soul to strengthen his own blood, but he didn't expect that the demon soul that was in his hand just now suddenly disappeared. At the same time, not far away, Lu Muxuan's figure slowly condensed and emerged. His level dropped from level 9 to level 8, and his equipment also dropped a leg guard. Suddenly, his face became extremely ugly. This bastard could actually kill him instantly with one move. This was something he had never expected. Moreover, after his death, he didn't resurrect from the resurrection point, but was still in the demon suppression abyss. However, seeing that the Netherworld Blood Demon still had about 9% of its health left, he grinned and saved himself the trouble. After resurrection, all his skills were refreshed. Seeing this, he activated the blood demon shield again and rushed forward. You! This is impossible. You are clearly dead. The netherworld blood demon was terrified and raised his hand to summon the demon's soul back. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan looked up at his head. There was no damage number, but 10 blood chi slashes condensed in an instant. It seemed that it was not that there were no damage, but that the blood demon shield was immune to it. Boom! 13.6 million. Without a piece of equipment in the bonus from the King Slayer suit, the damage is directly reduced by more than 1 million, which is a pity. Damn it! What on earth is going on? The netherworld blood demon was terrified and swallowed the demon's soul into his mouth. His blood volume instantly recovered to more than 10 million. You die. As soon as he finished speaking, a demonic energy so strong that it could swallow up light burst out from his body, condensed into a big hand that grabbed Lu Muxuan and then squeezed it hard. Boom! The giant hand clenched its fist, and a violent explosion occurred. The force was so strong that the entire environment began to shake violently. 51.23 million. Plus 1. 51.23 million. Without a second thought, Lu Muxuan was instantly killed again. He lost another piece of equipment, dropping from level 8 to level 7. However, he had successfully counterattacked the opponent with over 50 million damage, a significant profit. But strangely enough, after being resurrected, the demon's soul that was originally devoured by the netherworld blood demon returned to his body. Are you kidding me? Lu Muxuan was a little depressed. Could it be that the demon's soul had merged with his body, and after his resurrection, the demon's soul was resurrected along with it? What the hell? Never mind, the netherworld blood demon only has about 3% of its health left. Let us blow the culprit to death first. By then, why would we be afraid of a tiny demon's soul like that? Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan activated the blood demon shield again and rushed forward. Damned ant! Get out of here! The netherworld blood demon was frightened upon seeing this. He raised his hand and threw out several chains to throw Lu Muxuan away, fearing that this guy would come and blow him up again. He can resurrect after being killed, can even rebound his own attacks, and even possesses ancient forbidden techniques long lost among the demons. Who the hell is this guy? When Lu Muxuan was fighting the netherworld blood demon, all the server channels were in an uproar. Everyone, look! NIT on Ershing's level has been reduced from 9 to 4. What the hell? What's going on? Let me see. Holy crap! Who on earth could have killed NIT on Ershing 5 times in just a few minutes? Outrageous! With tens of millions of HP bars, even 10,000 people would have to fight 1,000 times, and the damage would be countered at the same rate. Even gods would be worried. This is what happens when you go against the will of heaven. See? This is the fate of offending my flag. Holy crap, was it Daki who did this? Is this true? It's possible. After all, only Daki dares to fight against Nidhi and Ershing now. That's right, this is the powerful foreign aid that my flag has invited. Killing those who go against the will of heaven is like slaughtering a dog. Outside Novice Village number 1, Lin Xia saw that all the channels in the entire server were saying that NIT on Ershing was finished. She hurriedly opened the level ranking list and took a look. She found that she was already ranked first, so she immediately opened the friendly list to check. Level 1. Sister. Something terrible has happened. The master has been killed and relegated to level 1. What? Lin Xiyu couldn't believe it. She raised her hand and threw a fireball to kill the silver fox. Then she took a look at her friend list and saw that NIT on Ershing's level was only level 1. What's going on? There shouldn't be anyone in Novice Village number 1 who can pose a threat to him. How should I know? Anyway, I've been relegated back to level 1. Sister, quickly gather some people and go help the great god to stabilize the situation. Okay. Lin Xiyu nodded. On the other side, after receiving the news from his subordinates, Daki Ihan was so excited that he was shaking. Really? Finally, someone can punish NIT on Ershing. Hurry and find where this person is. We have to dig him into the guild. Okay, brother Hang. After they left, Daki Ihan hurriedly made a phone call. President, NIT on Ershing was killed and relegated to level 1. You did it? No. It's someone else, but we don't know who it is yet. No matter who he is, find him, join forces with him, and crush those who defy fate to death in the novice village, no matter the cost. Okay, President. Daki Ihong nodded vigorously. As the news quickly spread in all server channels, almost everyone knew that Nition Ershing was killed and relegated to level 1. At once, countless people participated in the discussion, some expressed regret, and some criticized him. You deserve it. You defy the will of heaven and wantonly slaughter innocent people. You deserve it. I'm afraid the people upstairs are from the Big Flag. You're the only ones who dare to say you're innocent. Haven't you bullied others often enough? Hey, brother, stop talking. Your ID has been exposed. Be careful of the big crowd surrounding you. As expected. Ordinary people can't defeat these forces. I originally thought that going against the will of heaven would be possible, but I didn't expect that even he couldn't do it. Anyone who speaks well of Nition should go to DY and take a look. Someone has found him. He is a scumbag in real life and kills players wantonly in the game. He is simply a parasite and scum of society. What? I found the real Nition Ershing. Hearing this, many people were eager to find out. They quickly logged off and opened DY to search for the real Nition Ershing. They found it. Demon Suppressing Abyss, bottom. The once invincible Netherworld Blood Demon was on the verge of collapse at this time, because even if he controlled the opponent and did not allow him to get close, he would still continue to suffer harm. At this moment, his health was less than 1%. Boy! You dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid that my demon clan will all come out to destroy you? I will take back my demon soul, and you will leave. The grudge will be settled. Why fight to the death? Oh, you still want to scare me? If you have the guts, let the demons beat me to death. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Muxuan sneered. Although he was controlled by the Netherworld Blood Demon with chains, these chains were condensed by the Netherworld Blood Demon's demonic energy. Under the erosion of the demonic energy, he lost more than 50,000 blood points per second. So after 7 or 8 minutes, the opponent lost nearly 25 million blood, leaving only 1%. If you wait another 3 or 4 minutes, you can kill the opponent just by relying on counterattack. If he is not controlled, he will be blown to death in the next second. In short, he will die anyway. Looking forward to it. Such a heavyweight boss, whose demonic erosion alone can lose 50,000 HP per second, must be either immortal or god level, so it must drop some magical artifacts. Seeing that he was not willing to give up, the Netherworld Blood Demon became extremely angry. He directly burned his origin to forcibly condense his strength and attack the formation of the Demon Suppression Abyss. For a moment, the demonic energy at the bottom of the Demon Suppression Abyss was surging, and even the people in the novice village could feel the ground shaking slightly, and they all speculated that something big was about to happen. In a small courtyard, Mu Ding looked towards the Demon Suppression Abyss and frowned. What's going on? It seems different from before. Could it be? The next second, Newton's figure disappeared from the spot. At the bottom of the Demon Suppressing Abyss, the Netherworld Blood Demon looked at the intact formation. Even though he burned his own essence and tried his best, he was unable to open a gap. Instead, he was injured by the backlash of the formation and was already at the end of his strength. Seeing this, he was completely desperate, and looked at Lu Muxuan fiercely. You forced me to do this. You are still a little naive to want to kill me, the Netherworld Blood Demon. Burn, my demon soul. In my name, I sign an eternal blood contract and grant you the eternal calamity god-slaying curse. Release. As the last word release fell, a black flame suddenly emerged from the Netherworld Blood Demon's body, burning fiercely, and his armor and body slowly melted away. But at this moment, a mark that was red to black shot out from the flames and hit Lu Muxuan's head as fast as lightning. He couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. At the same time, his level instantly soared from level 1 to level 10. Since he didn't change his job, the extra experience points were wasted, which was a shame. It felt like a loss of 100 million. Ding, congratulations! As the first player in the entire server to kill the immortal level boss Nether Blood Demon, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? Immortal level boss, as expected, Lu Muxuan ignored the system pop-up window and decided to go and pick up the equipment first. But after looking through it for a long time, the damn immortal level boss only dropped one bead, and the king slaying equipment was taken away, and there was nothing else. Are you really that poor? But just as Lu Muxuan was about to choose no, he suddenly felt a black sensation above his head. He looked up and saw that it was Mu Ding. He immediately asked in confusion, "Grandpa Divine Messenger, why are you here?" Mu Ding did not answer. After landing, he quickly walked to the front of the Netherworld Blood Demon and condensed a golden light into his body. After a while, Muden's face turned a little hard. He turned around and glared at him. "Who told you to kill him? Do you know how much trouble you've caused?" "Causing trouble? Why would Grandpa Divine Envoy say that?" Lu Muxuan was stunned. Wasn't killing the demons a great achievement? Or, was Mu Ding a demon? Chapter 23 Blood Demon Pearl. Alas, do you really think that the Emperor of God cannot kill him? But now it's too late to say anything. Mu Ding grabbed Lu Muxuan and flew out of the demon-suppressing abyss. Then he pressed down with his big hand, continuing to seal the aura emitted by the Netherworld Blood Demon inside. After finishing these things, he looked at Lu Muxuan and sighed, "You must remember not to let others know about what happened today. Otherwise, once it gets out, the world will be in chaos." "What the hell?" Lu Muxuan was a little confused. "I just killed a boss and it caused trouble." However, thinking that this game might not be that simple, he didn't refute it and nodded seriously. "Grandpa Divine Messenger, what's going on?" Mu Ding glanced at him and remained silent for a few seconds, as if he was preparing his words. The gods and demons were born at the beginning of the world. They are races that have been blessed by heaven and earth. They are born with the strength of the 5th level, which is the spiritual level. Some of those with exceptional talents are born with divine and demonic bodies, and their strength is incomparably formidable. Both tribes aspire to dominate the continent, so they've been incompatible since ancient times, with wars erupting every now and then. The most brutal battle was 1,000 years ago, with over 80% to 90% of both sides killed or wounded. Finally, they were ambushed by other tribes on the continent and nearly wiped out. Because of this battle, the gods and demons stopped their direct conflict and each supported other races in their fight. The gods chose the human race, while the demons chose the monsters. Both sides tacitly agreed not to take action, controlling the overall situation behind the scenes. However, 10 years ago, the Eastern Divine Sun suddenly appeared and swept away all geniuses of the same level with his emperor-level strength. Even the gods of the same generation who possessed divine bodies were no match for him. In the end, he was taken to the heavenly god palace by the god emperor for training. In just 10 years, he had reached the peak of the immortal level and was ready to break through to the god level. If successful, the delicate balance between the gods and demons will be broken, so the demon emperor sent his third son, the Netherworld Blood Demon, to disrupt the Eastern Son of Goddess breakthrough. In the end, it was obviously successful. The god emperor was furious, but he didn't dare to kill the Netherworld Blood Demon because the Eastern Godson was not dead. After recuperating, he could make a second breakthrough. Therefore, the God Emperor did not dare to kill the Netherworld Blood Demon, fearing that the Demon Emperor would recklessly take action himself, triggering a bloody war between the two races. In the end, he could only seal it here. Having said this, Mu Ding looked at the demon soul in Lu Muxuan's body with some relief and said, "Once the Nether Blood Demon dies, the Demon Emperor will definitely know, but fortunately, there is still a trace of the Nether Blood Demon's demon soul remaining. So, keep what happened today to yourself. We will pretend that the Nether Blood Demon is still alive. And remember not to get rid of the demon soul, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." After understanding the whole story, Lu Muxuan finally understood what was going on. In other words, not only could the evil spirit in his body not be removed, but he had to keep it alive? "Grandpa Divine Envoy, if I don't get rid of the demon soul, will it harm my soul?" Don't worry, demon soul parasite is different from ordinary demon souls. It is a soul-related secret technique that will completely merge with the hostess soul after being cast. And now the demon soul has obviously merged with your physical body, so even if it wants to merge with your spirit, it can't. Mu Ding explained. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, then what should I do with this demon soul in my body? You seem to be able to see it. What if I run into a demon? Wouldn't that reveal everything?" Mu Ding shook his head and said, "That's fine. Aren't you going to go find the Suzaku Saint Envoy? Then ask him to help you refine it and erase its aura and all its consciousness. If handled properly, it will be a great help to you." "Really?" Lu Muxuan's eyes lit up. Not only was there no harm, but there were also benefits. This was acceptable. Thinking of this, he looked at the system notification that had been displayed in front of him. After thinking about it, he turned it off directly without issuing a server-wide notification. Although NPCs cannot hear the server-wide announcement, players can. When the time comes, there will always be some people who are interested in exposing the matter, and Daki should be very happy to do so. Ding, congratulations on completing the first kill of the Nether Blood Demon boss. Since the player did not announce it to the entire server, the following rewards are cancelled: Demon Slayer title, 25,000 free attribute points, 200,000 reputation, a magical artifact for this profession, and 100,000 gold coins. Reward, plus 5,000 free attribute points, 10-fold increase in the attribute of the title one step ahead, plus 1,000 gold coins, plus 10,000 reputation. Holy crap! Holy crap, holy crap! What a loss! 100,000 gold coins. 200,000 reputation points. A magical artifact. And a title that looks incredibly impressive. I said. Lu Muxuan turned his head and looked at Mu Ding with a somewhat unfriendly look. Mudin. Level 80. Health. Magic attack. Skill. Seeing his glare as if he wanted to kill someone, Mu Ding coughed and said calmly, "Ahem, the Netherworld Blood Demon doesn't know you can be resurrected. He is isolated from the world." Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan's eyes instantly became clear. He was able to kill the Netherworld Blood Demon because of his infinite resurrection. In addition, the opponent was sealed and could not escape, and his health was still low. If you offend the NPC, you might not even be able to log into the game. This game is very weird and many things can't be explained, so you have to think twice. Ahem, I see. I was wondering why the Netherworld Blood Demon was so stupid. He was so surprised to see me resurrected. Lu Muxuan said, waving goodbye hurriedly. "Oh, Grandpa Divine Envoy, I still have some things to take care of, so I'll be leaving first. I'll keep the matter of the Netherworld Blood Demon a secret." The next second, he ran away. On the way, he took out the blood-colored bead he got after killing the Netherworld Blood Demon. Blood Demon Pearl. Grade, Immortal. HP plus 5 million. Magic plus 500,000. Effect 1, the Netherworld Blood Demon's natal magic bead can restore 2,000 health points per second after carrying it. Effect 2, after the health is fully restored, the Blood Demon Orb can store blood energy according to the player's health value. When the player's health value is reset to 0, the blood energy in the Blood Demon Orb can be consumed to revive. Oh my god, it's a magical weapon. Lu Muxuan was overjoyed. It was the health recovery effect he needed most. 2,000 per second, 120,000 per minute, and 7,200,000 per hour. Moreover, you can be resurrected once without losing level or equipment, and it doesn't even take up an equipment slot. You can trigger the effect just by holding it in your hand. Awesome! Although I lost tens of billions, fortunately I had a piece of magic equipment to comfort me, and I felt less sad. In addition to the Blood Demon Pearl, the attributes of the title One Step Faster are increased 10 times, which is also pretty good. One step ahead. HP plus 1,600. Magic plus 800. Physical attack plus 320. Spell attack plus 320. Physical defense plus 320. Spell defense plus 320. Attack speed plus 16. Movement speed plus 160. Effect, increases movement speed by an additional 160. Dress code, none. After looking at the equipment, Lu Muxuan checked the messages. There were dozens of messages, and he didn't know what had happened. He was the first to open the message sent by Lin Xiyu. After learning about it, he roughly understood what was going on. It turned out that they thought they were being tortured and asked him where he was and wanted to come over to help. They are quite loyal. If someone really can kill them, they will come here to die. Thinking of this, he quickly typed a reply, "It's okay, I've already taken care of it. Go to the Hamster King boss spawn point and gather there. I'll help you level up. I'll be heading to the main city tonight." After sending it, Lu Muxuan opened Lin Xia's message again. The content was the same. There was also a Forsaid Gale asking him if he needed help, and the same thing happened to Hegemony Tengu. There was also Meteor Shower, and she also sent a message to ask what was going on. There was also Wuming, who sent a mobile phone message, and he replied one by one. The game cabin can be bound to a mobile phone, and you can make calls, reply to messages, and perform a series of operations in the game. He replied and asked us to go to the Mole King. Lin Xiyu said while looking at the message interface. Really? What are we waiting for? Let's go. I want to see who dares to kill the great god. Lin Xia said angrily, and was about to go with a large group of people from the guild, but was stopped by Lin Xiyu. No, the two of us can go. He's fine, and look at his level. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia opened the level rankings and found herself in second place again. The first place was Nition Ershing, level 10. Damn it. He should be fighting a boss, the kind that can level up from level 1 to 10 in an instant, and he didn't even take us with him. Let's go and settle the score with him. What she was angry about was not this, but that she was the first one to send him a message, but he didn't reply to her but replied to his sister. It was so hateful and biased. She would never give him treatment again. At the same time, all server channels began to flood the screen again. Are the people from Daki here? Come out and explain. Are you going to give experience to Nition Ershing? Outrageous. I saw with my own eyes how Nition Ershing advanced from level 1 to level 10. How the hell can you level up like that? To fight the boss, right? But there's no server-wide announcement, so it shouldn't be. Are all the people in the big flag dead? They have reached level 10 in the heaven-defying movement. Why don't you come out and explain? As the server-wide channel was flooded with messages, the Big Flag Guild also exploded. Tiandiweki was angrily smashing things and then made a phone call. Can you explain to me why Nition Ershing was able to advance from level 1 to level 10? Hearing this, Daki Ihan said anxiously, President, I don't know either. We've been looking for him, but we still haven't found him. At this time, a player rushed in and said that he had found the person, with the Rat King. Tiandiweki also heard it and immediately shouted, figure out what's going on within half an hour, or you can't stay in the guild. Okay, President. Daki Ihan hung up the phone and yelled irritably, didn't you hear me? Hurry up and go. The player secretly complained, the president yells at you, and you yell at me, how awesome. At the Hamster King refresh point, when Lin Xia and her sister came over, the boss happened to refresh. After Lu Muxuan brought them in, he adjusted the experience distribution to 10 hours 45 minutes and 45 seconds, because he had already reached the maximum level and there was no point in asking for experience. Unfortunately, it can only be adjusted to a minimum of 10%, which is still a bit wasteful. Hey, what happened just now? Lin Xia asked with a pout, looking a little angry, which was very cute. Lu Muxuan activated the Blood Demon Shield to gather monsters while saying, I fought a hidden boss. It was very powerful. I died many times, but it also gave me a lot of experience. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an explosion with a bang. The newly refreshed Diglett King was killed again before he had time to breathe some fresh air. 3.02 million. The damage shocked the two sisters. It was only over 2 million before, but now it directly exploded to 3 million, increasing the damage by 1 million. It was outrageous. Lu Muxuan looked calm. This was without the blessing of the Kingslayer suit. If he had it, the price would have soared to over 3.7 million. Ding, congratulations on killing the iron level boss, the Rat King. Rewards, plus 5 free attribute points, plus 5 gold coins, and 50 reputation. Wow, there's actually an attribute point reward for killing the boss twice, not bad. Lu Muxuan walked forward happily and picked up the equipment on the ground, 2 black iron pieces, 1 white plate, and 3 gold and 15 silver. Chapter 24, Slander. Lu Muxuan took a look at the attributes and threw it into his backpack, and sold it to Bei Tengu in the evening. Although Wu Ming is also a warrior, it costs 5 gold coins to transfer equipment across borders, which is a huge loss and unnecessary. Really? Is this health recovering equipment of yours dropped by that hidden boss? It recovers 2000 per second, which is outrageous. Lin Xia asked curiously. Yes, but not as outrageous as yours. One healing spell restores 750,000. No, it's more than 500,000. Lin Xia corrected, but she didn't know what she thought of. She raised her hand and threw a healing spell at Lu Muxuan. Plus 218. Plus 754,000. Plus 30. Seeing this healing amount, Lin Xia was stunned for a moment, then she counted on her fingers. The next second, she exclaimed in shock, no way, 15 million health points. On the side, Lin Xiyu was also a little speechless. She felt that Lu Muxuan was a bug. Others' upgrades were either a few hundred or a few dozen, but he suddenly increased it by 5 million. It was outrageous. Wow, what level of equipment dropped? It can actually add 5 million health points. If I wear it, won't I be as powerful as you? Lin Xia's eyes were shining, and she looked at Lu Muxuan with longing. Master, let's discuss this. No need to negotiate. This equipment is only effective when used in conjunction with my anti-injury. If I give it to you, you will just be a sitting duck. It's useless. Lu Muxuan refused before she could finish. Although she has plenty of health, the higher her health is, the higher the explosion damage of the Blood Demon Shield will be, and only when she wears it can the effect be maximized. If she sells it to Lin Xia, it will only ensure that no one can kill her, which is useless. No, let's discuss it. I'll offer 10 million, what do you think? Lin Xia pulled Lu Muxuan's hand and acted coquettishly. 10 million. Lu Muxuan's breathing became rapid, his faith wavering. This rich little woman was truly despicable. She actually used money to tempt him. He couldn't fall for it. No. I won't sell it. It's useless for you to come here. Are you going to hit others with your staff? I guess you won't be able to kill anyone even after fighting for a long time. I didn't say I was going to use it myself. I gave it to my brother because it might be useful to him. Lin Xia said, and then she started shaking Lu Muxuan's arm and continued to act coquettishly. Lu Muxuan couldn't resist hearing a school beauty begging him in such a delicate voice. He quickly withdrew his hands and covered his ears. I don't want to listen, you bastard. Women only affect the damage of my blood demon explosion, so don't be fooled easily. 20 million, bastard. I know you heard it. Lin Xia leaned close to his ear and shouted, pulling his hand away. However, Lu Muxuan had made up his mind and would never sell it, no matter who came. Finally, Lin Xia had no choice but to hit him hard and said, Damn it! I was so worried about you and you didn't even reply to my message. Don't even think about me treating you anymore. Is this jumping thought still a topic? Lu Muxuan was confused. Ahem, you two look the same. I originally wanted to send you a message. You're lying. Our names are different. Damn it. I'll beat you to death. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan simply pretended to be dumb. Anyway, I don't have the equipment. If you want a reply, I will reply to you on the spot. Don't try to beat around the bush and ask for my equipment. Soon, the three of them arrived at the Silver Fox's spawn point and began to level up while waiting for the Silver Fox King to spawn. Since Lu Muxuan had increased the experience distribution ratio, the two of them were able to level up faster. Around 12:30 noon, the two sisters reached level 8 one after another. If they continued to grind until logging off in the evening, they would probably have no problem reaching level 9. We have to log off to eat. My mom called me. Lin Xia said, looking a little depressed. Go, hurry up, the Wolf King and the Wild Boar King will be refreshed soon. Lu Muxuan said. Okay. Lin Xiu nodded and then quit the game. Shangjing, in a luxurious villa. Lin Xia opened the door of the game room and went downstairs to eat with Lin Xiu. At the dinner table, a beautiful woman in her 30s or 40s sighed and said, Why didn't you ask your brother to come down? Brother said he doesn't want to eat lunch, and the game cabin can provide nutrition, so you don't have to worry about him being hungry. Lin Xia pouted, walked lazily to the dining table, sat down, and waited for the meal to be served. That's impossible. The nutrient solution can't be compared with rice, really. The beautiful woman said as she prepared to go upstairs. Seeing this, the nanny beside her hurried forward and said, Madam, I'll go. The food is ready. Just get some food. No need, he may not come down even if you call him. You can serve them food, said the beautiful woman. Yes, ma'am. Soon, the beautiful woman pulled down a young man with fluffy hair, regular features, and handsome appearance. Perhaps he had played the game for too long, so his hair was a little greasy. Seeing him look listless, Lin Xia said, Brother, the master dropped a good piece of equipment that can increase. Before she could finish her words, Lin Xiu stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth. He's not selling it, why are you talking so much? Just eat your meal. What good equipment is it? Tell me about it. Lin Tianya said with interest. Add 1,000 health points, he wants to use it. Lin Xiu said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Lin Xia pouted and lowered her head to eat. She did not expose her sister's lie because Lu Muxuan was not going to sell it, and telling her would only make her brother feel itchy. As soon as it's time for dinner, they start talking about games. What's there to talk about a crappy game? Old Lin is the same. The child is studying well, but he insists on forcing the child to come back to play games. He has invested so much in the industry. If there is a loss, he will be the one crying. The beautiful woman complained. But at this moment, a middle-aged man walked in and said, "A woman, what do you know? I have my reasons for doing this. Don't worry about what happens between Tianya and me from now on. Just be your rich wife." After the man handed his clothes and hat to the nanny, he sat down to eat. "Dad," Lin Shiyu and the other two said in unison. "You have no future in studying, but you have a future in playing games," the woman said angrily. Lin Jin didn't bother to pay attention. He looked at his two daughters and said, "I heard from Tanya that you two have been leveling up with that guy called Nitan Ershing?" "Yes, what's wrong, Dad?" Lin Xia asked. From her father's tone, he seemed a little unhappy. "Try to keep your distance from him in the future. Transactions are transactions, but don't get too close to him," Lin Jin said. "Why?" Lin Shiyu asked in confusion. "Because he is a scumbag in real life, DY has become a hot topic now." Lin Tianya opened his phone to search. "How could that be? We have been with him for so long, he is not that kind of person," Lin Xia retorted. But as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Tianya put the mobile phone in front of her, and the video playing in it made her eyes widen. Shocking. This online gaming star defied fate, but in real life, he's a rapist who's victimized multiple women. The picture shows a man whose height, body shape, face shape, voice, and dress are somewhat similar to Nitan Ershing. The reporter checked his entire criminal record, which included robbery, burglary, rape, etc. When faced with the reporter's questions, the man frankly admitted his crimes. After all, these can be verified. See? A person who just got out of prison and has a stain on his body gets too close to him. What about his reputation? Lin Jin said appropriately. "Dad, don't you understand what DY's revelations mean? They're all just scripts. How could he go against the will of heaven?" Lin Xia said in disbelief. "As long as there is a 1 in 10 chance that he is, you can't get too close to him. It's not like your brother doesn't have someone to help you level up. From now on, you two are not allowed to follow him anymore. Do you hear me?" Lin Jin said seriously. Seeing that his tone was a little angry, Lin Xia stopped talking, said "Oh" and lowered her head to eat. After finishing, the two sisters ran back to the room and opened DY. There was no need to search, as the few items they opened were all related to Nitan Ershing. There are also many revelations of people harassing girls in a way that goes against the grain, putting drugs and drinks in bars, and keeping more than a dozen women overnight if they have a little money. There are also various accusations in some games of going against the will of heaven and killing innocent people, dominating the novice village, and no one dares to mess with them. They are simply a cancer in the gaming world. Also, yesterday she posted a video of Nitan Ershing letting Dachi and Tai Chi, two major guilds, apologize, and the comment section was full of curses. What a powerful official. He demands an apology from anyone he wants, and even demands 2 million in compensation. There's no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom with such power. He's a scumbag in real life, and a cancer in the game. I hope this guy gets hit by a car when he goes out. He was lucky enough to get a great talent, but he acts recklessly in the game, stealing money and killing people if they don't give it to him. Why doesn't my uncle arrest this guy? Look, Nitan Ershing had a night with more than a dozen women. There are pictures and the truth. Disgusting. This man is not a good thing. Going against the will of heaven is the worst thing a man can do. May the heavens send down 5 thunderbolts to strike him to death. Sisters, open your eyes. I saw the number 1 born on the birth chart, Nitan Ershing, at the university gate. He's trying to seduce female students? Courageous sisters, please help me go up and give them a few slaps. Also, I want to advise all the men here not to act so rebelliously. Seeing this, Lin Xia couldn't stand it any longer. She threw her phone away angrily and said, "These people really believe everything they hear." It was obviously Daki's people who provoked Nitan Ershing first, and they even offered a reward. I guess this is Daki's revenge. Anyone with a discerning eye should be able to see it, but who cares? When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. There are too many people criticizing it. It's wrong even if it's not wrong. Lin Shiyu said calmly. Anyone who speaks up for him at this time will face the punishment of these people. If they are not close relatives, who would speak up for him at all costs? Besides, the deity who goes against the will of heaven isn't necessarily fake. In short, you can't believe everything you read online, but you can't disbelieve it either. Dad doesn't want us to get close to Nition Ershing, not because of his character, but because of his status. He's not on the same level as us. No matter how powerful he is, in their eyes he's just a powerful thug. So we really won't level up with him? If so, I feel like he might not sell equipment to us in the future. Lin Xia said. Lin Xiyu rolled her eyes. Dad meant we shouldn't get too close. Leveling is fine, but no physical contact allowed. It's you who keep speaking up for him, that's what pissed Dad off. Let's go online and see what he says. If it's true, then we have to be careful in the future. Transactions are transactions, and we can't get too entangled with him. He's not even allowed to give us his contact information. So that's how it is. Okay, let's go. I was just about to ask him. Lin Xia nodded. The two sisters returned to their respective rooms and then connected to the game. Chapter 25, Taking Advantage of the Situation. As soon as they logged in, they received a message: people from the Hegemony Guild are fighting the Wolf King. I have a business relationship with them. Give them up and come to the Wild Boar King. Lu Muxuan learned his lesson this time. Although the two of them have been together all the time, if one person sends the message, both of them will know, but he was also afraid that Lin Xia would pester him, so he simply sent the message to both of them. After a while, the two sisters arrived at the Wild Boar King's territory. It was not known whether it was a coincidence, but it refreshed as soon as they arrived. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan blew it to death directly. Still 2 pieces of black iron and 1 piece of white plate, plus 4 gold and 25 silver. Hey, let me ask you something. Have you exposed your identity in real life? Lin Xia asked straight to the point. Lu Muxuan put away his equipment and asked in confusion, is this true? Why would I reveal my identity in real life? This isn't the way to seek death. Why are you asking this? Does anyone in real life know my identity? Really? Lin Xia stared straight into his eyes and said, now DY is full of your video leaks, saying that you are a scumbag who just got out of prison. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan frowned and said, wait for me for a moment. Then he logged off directly. I grabbed my phone and opened DY, only to find the first video criticizing Nition Ershing. The blogger verbally attacked him, calling him a parasite and a scum of society, practically threatening to dig up his ancestors' graves. Scrolling down, 8 out of 10 videos are about this. With this level of popularity, anyone who can look at their phone will know about this crime that goes against the will of heaven. The more Lu Muxuan looked, the darker his face became, and his teeth were gritting. He clicked on the search button, but there was no need to search. The first one was the real Nition Ershing. He suppressed his anger and clicked on the video. After watching it, he finally understood where the disaster came from. This person dared to impersonate him and act so high profile, he must have a big shot backing him up. Thinking of this, a name instantly popped up in Lu Muxuan's mind: Daki. Excellent. If you can't win in the game, then try to trip them up in real life, sparking public opinion to smear them. If you show up and prove your innocence, you'll be playing into the hands of the big boss. If you don't stand up, you'll have to endure the slander. It's a naked conspiracy. Whether he stands up or not, the result will be bad for him. If he wants fame, his life will be insecure. If he wants personal safety, he doesn't want fame. So, you are certain that I will not stand up and take the blame silently, right? Since you want this identity, I will give it to you. I hope you can accept it. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan came online again. What's wrong with you? You look a little scary. Lin Xia felt that there was murderous intent in his eyes and said fearfully, do me a favor, will you? You said I can help you, and I will definitely help you. Lin Xiyu said seriously. Okay, help me take a video. Lu Muxuan said and directly called up his attribute panel. Are you ready? Although she didn't know what he was going to do, Lin Xiyu still turned on the recording function and pointed it at Lu Muxuan. Well, let's start. By the way, do you want me to blur you out? No, I'm wearing a mask. Even if I show my face, no one will believe that I'm going against the will of heaven. My health bar of tens of millions is the best proof. After saying that, Lu Muxuan turned around and showed her the attribute panel, and said expressionlessly, hello, fellow idiots, I think you all know who I am, Nition Ershing. I have prepared pig feed for you, come and get it when you have time. By the way, you probably don't know why I act so high profile and why I'm still so free and easy, right? To tell you the truth, I was found by Daki. Now that I have the support of Daki, I am not afraid of you rubbish. Come and kill me if you dare. Also, the Dragon Slayer Guild, the Dynasty Guild, the Chichen Guild, the Taure Guild, the Jolie Guild, and a host of other guilds that have grudges against our flag, wait and see. When we reach the main city, that's when we'll start with you. All those who don't surrender and don't kneel will face the knife of my banner. I will let you know that you are the boss in reality, but in the game, you are nothing. Okay, that's all for today. Bah, all this whining is just a bunch of wimps who only dare to show off their ability to talk. What kind of shit is that? It's nothing. Dismissed. After saying that, Lu Muxuan closed the attribute panel. Unexpectedly, a staff came towards him the next second. Fortunately, he dodged it quickly, otherwise he would have been hit in the face by a nurse. Wouldn't it be so embarrassing if he got out? What are you doing? What are you doing? What else can I do but hit you? You scumbag, I'm going to beat you to death. Lin Xia was like an angry bird, holding up her staff and hitting him. Hey, can't you see that I'm playing along with you? Damn, you really want to fight me? Lu Muxuan was speechless. He grabbed her staff and threw it on the ground. This is also an open conspiracy of yours. It is indeed interesting to use it to break the deadlock. Lin Xiyu smiled slightly. Of course not. The best way to resolve a conflict is to intensify it. They assumed I wouldn't dare come forward to clarify, so they acted with impunity. But why do I need to come forward in person to clarify things in reality? I can do it in the game. Isn't it good for them to clarify things for me themselves in the end? Lu Muxuan said with a smile. Lin Xiyu nodded in appreciation and said, indeed, even if you come forward to explain in the game, they still have various ways to deal with you. They have many more connections than you do. And once you can't help but come forward to clarify, you'll be targeted by them, and the consequences will be much more serious than damaging your reputation. And if they dare to continue using your true identity to cause trouble, then the other major guilds will definitely not let you go. After all, your deterrent power is real. Well, remember to edit out your sister, and then send the video out. I think with my current fame, it's hard for this video not to go viral. It all depends on how Daki responds. If he doesn't clarify things for me, I'll go around robbing people in his name and see who can beat whom. Lu Muxuan sneered. What if they just abandon the fake self? Lin Xia rolled her eyes. She also understood something. Isn't that even better? If the fake one gets into trouble and I'm still alive and kicking, doesn't that indirectly prove he's fake? If Daki wants to protect the fake self, he will have to face the wrath of all the major guilds. What do you think Daki will do? I'm not Daki, how would I know? Lin Xia spread her hands. I think they will give up the fake self because this way they will suffer the least loss, almost no loss. If they want to keep it, they won't be able to withstand the wrath of the major guilds. Lin Xiyu analyzed. As she spoke, she had already cut the video and sent it to the official website for him, and then posted it on DY offline. Done, let's go level up. Lu Muxuan said happily. While they were leveling up, as the video went viral, many people saw it and were furious after watching it. This bastard is going against the will of heaven, and he even has the nerve to mock us as pigs? Exactly. He has the nerve to mock him with a video after all he's done. Brothers, join me in defeating Nition and let the whole world know about this scumbag. Don't you think there's something wrong? Even with the big guilds behind them, they wouldn't dare to openly start a group, right? However, this rational point of view did not receive any attention at all. Lu Muxuan's speech successfully aroused public outrage. Many people commented and forwarded the video angrily. In less than an hour, the video became popular on the entire internet. For a time, all server channels, the game's official website forum, and DY were in an uproar. Countless people condemned Nition Ershing, wishing they could skin him alive and rip out his tendons, then hang his head on the city wall in the sun. Of course, it is inevitable that Daki will suffer as well. After all, the reason why he can act against the will of heaven so unscrupulously is all because of Daki's support behind him. Some capable people have already started arranging tasks offline, targeting the fake original. However, although a lot of people were cursing online, cursing all of their ancestors, and some even went offline to dig up their ancestors' graves, no one dared to come to the wild boar territory. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan could only laugh. He cursed the sky, the earth, and the air on the internet, saying that God was the boss and he was the second. But when it came to letting these people face him, no one dared to come. It was really ridiculous. In Shangjing, in a manor, on the dining table, upon hearing the news from his subordinates, Wang Xuanqi angrily smashed his phone to the ground, smashing it to pieces. A middle-aged man on the side asked quietly, "President, are you going to get rid of this person? Handle it? If someone asks me for someone, where can I find someone exactly like them? Old Zhong, go and chase him away. Don't worry about it and let him fend for himself." Wang Xuanqi said angrily. Okay. Not long after Lao Zhong left, a man was thrown out of the manor. No. You can't just ignore me. We agreed that I will help you discredit NIT on Ershing, and you have to keep me safe. The man shook the iron gate frantically, but the people inside had no intention of opening the door. Seeing that he didn't leave, Lao Zhong waved his hand, and the door opened immediately. The man was overjoyed. However, the next second, several big men in black came out and started punching and kicking him. Seeing this, the man had no choice but to flee in embarrassment. However, not long after, when he was passing by a small alley, someone grabbed his mouth and dragged him into the alley. The next second, a shrill scream was heard. After beating the man half to death, these people took out a sack, put him in a car, and took him to an abandoned factory. When he opened his eyes again, he saw dozens of men in black vests holding sticks in front of him. Seeing this, the man burst into tears. "Brother, I'm not going against the will of heaven. It was a man named Lao Zhong who forced me to do this. He asked me to pretend to be someone who goes against the will of heaven to smear him, but I'm really not." "You got it wrong." Upon hearing this, a young man in a white suit sitting on a bamboo chair stood up, slowly walked over, grabbed the man's hair, and mocked him. "You were so cool just now, what's wrong? Are you so scared now that you're caught? Wow. I really am not going against the will of heaven. I really am not. I can log into the official website to verify it now. My name is not going against the will of heaven." The young man in the white suit turned around and looked at everyone and asked, "Isn't this the same person?" "Don't worry, Brother Dawn, the brothers have bright eyes. He is the one who goes against the will of heaven. Okay, go up to Shangxing first and serve him well." "Okay, Dawn." After a while, heart-wrenching screams were heard in the abandoned factory. After about half an hour, the sound stopped abruptly. "Brother Dawn, the brothers have gone too far. What should we do?" "Deal with it and call it a day," the young man in the white suit said expressionlessly. "Okay, Dawn. Brother Dawn, how are we going to explain to the president if someone gets killed?" Hearing this, someone retorted, "Is he stupid? If this person goes against the will of heaven, I will stand upside down and eat shit." "How do you say that? Have you seen the one who thinks his death isn't fast enough? Going against the will of heaven is clearly framed by the people of the big banner." Then, with the intention of dying together, he released a video to drag the big banner down and use us to get rid of this fake one. "Well, if you know that, then why did we come? You don't understand this, right? First, we can use this to befriend NIT on. Second, our guild can pretend to be oblivious and take the opportunity to unite with the named guilds to take down the big flags and weaken their strength. Third, the fake one died, and the public didn't know he was fake. After NIT on Ershing's move didn't achieve the desired effect, he was at his wit's end and would inevitably start a war with Dachi again." Hearing the discussion among the younger brothers, the young man in the white suit raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's your name?" "Brother Dong, my name is Hu Yang." "Well, follow me from now on." Hearing this, Hu Yang was overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Dong, for the promotion. It is my blessing to be able to follow you." Soon, the group finished their work and left the abandoned factory. Chapter 26, The Great Defeat. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xia and her sister logged off to eat, and Lu Mushuan also logged off to understand the situation. But the development of the matter seems to be somewhat unsatisfactory. There is still a lot of criticism on the internet, and there is no information about the fake original. Did the major guilds fail to take action, or did they see that he was acting? Never mind. If there is no movement tonight, I will start killing people tomorrow under the banner of the big enemy. Isn't your mouth poisonous? No matter whether you are innocent or not, you start scolding without getting to the bottom of things. Then face my wrath. Not long after, the Lin Shiyu sisters came online and brought a series of latest news. great God, the latest news is that the fake me was indeed abandoned by the big flag and kidnapped by a group of thieves. My current life or death is unknown. Also, my brother heard that many major guilds in the novice villages have united to attack the big flag. Currently, the most serious ones are the novice villages 1032, 2563, 4589, and 9531. Almost all the members of the Big Flag Guild were killed and returned to level 1. How about it? Are you happy to hear this news? Lin Xia said with a smile in her eyes like the moon. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan smiled. Well, not bad, I was not disappointed. Where is Daki? Is there any movement? Lin Xiyu said, when we went online, the Big Flag Guild was arranging people to clarify that the fake self had nothing to do with you. They were the ones who slandered you, and your remarks had nothing to do with them. They didn't intend to clarify at first, and just wanted to distance themselves from you, but it was discovered that the fake one was indeed controlled by Daki. Later, the major guilds pretended to be ignorant and united to kill us by surprise. I hurried out to clear the air for you, otherwise the major guilds would have used this as an excuse to destroy our flag. But if Daki admits that they staged the fake version of me, then all the major guilds will point the finger at you. What will you do next? Lu Muxuan smiled calmly. What can I do? It's all Daki who forced me to do this. If you want revenge, go to Daki. If you can't bear it anymore, then come to me. Even if there are thousands of troops, I am not afraid. You've been scolding me for so long, and you still won't let me call them pigs. What a joke. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go level up. I won't be going to the main city tonight. I'll go tomorrow. Really, if you don't go tonight, you might be rushed by others if you wait all night. Lin Xia said, because on the level ranking list, there are already more than 8 people who have been promoted. It's okay. I'm not afraid of being overtaken by them. Lu Muxuan said calmly. The main reason is that the teleportation array has not been repaired yet. The old village chief said it will be ready tomorrow morning, so there is no way to go even if I want to. As for the others, the king of the forest probably hasn't even fought yet, so what can he use to get ahead? On the other side, Wang Xuanqi supported himself on the table with both hands, grabbed his hair and listened to Lao Zhong's report, his breathing extremely rapid. President, in addition to what I just said, those people online are now pointing their fingers at us. They are now bashing us just as they did against Nitan Ershing before. Also, after this incident, we've counted over 1,000 people leaving the guild, including quite a few elites. Also, the total losses this time are over 31 million. 6 novice villages had their levels reverted to the same level. Please sign these reports. Damn it! Wang Xuanqi angrily flipped the table over and yelled, You damn traitor! You'll just have to wait for me. After a few smashes and a few frustrated ones, he said coldly, They're just a bunch of fools. Suppress the relevant information and create something else to divert their attention. Also, intensify the search for those who defy the will of heaven, regardless of the cost or the means. Okay, President. Lao Zhong nodded and then left the room. All server channels. It's been reversed, brothers. The story of Nitan Ershing has been reversed. The original person who appeared before was not the real him. There are reports that he jumped off the building out of guilt after falsely accusing Nitan Ershing. You just found out. Daki came out to clarify long ago that they were the ones who found the person. Jumping off the building out of guilt? I'm afraid someone killed him. Brother, just know it, no need to say it out loud, those who understand will understand. Don't you feel a bit guilty? You blindly followed the crowd before, and now you're wrongly accusing others of going against the will of heaven. Shouldn't you say sorry? Those influencers and bloggers are already rushing to finish their posts. Tomorrow they'll probably just be making apology videos. It's so boring. They're all being led around by the nose. The manipulators are so despicable. There's nothing you can do about it. That's how the internet works. You cut out the beginning and end, then add your own personal spin. What you see is what others want you to see. Without some subjective judgment, it's easy to just follow the crowd. Whatever others say is what you believe. Hey, stop talking. I followed suit. I'd like to say sorry to Nitan Ershing. Following this sentence, all the channels on the server quickly became unified, with everyone saying I'm sorry and filling the screen with messages. Seeing this scene, Lu Muxuan's anger dissipated a lot. Perhaps people are like this: when they are evil, they see only evil, and when they are good, they see only good. Anyone who has a different voice will be labeled as an outsider and attacked by everyone. Boom! With a loud bang, hundreds of wild boars turned into streaks of white light and dissipated, leaving only copper coins and a few blank equipment on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan closed the chat box and went up to pick up the equipment. Hey, just don't take these copper coins. It's a waste of time to pick them up. Lin Xia said. You don't understand the joy of harvest. 2 copper coins are worth $1. I'm not as rich as your family, so I can't just leave the money there. Lu Muxuan rolled his eyes. Hey, I thought you were quite generous when you were selling equipment before. You refused to take the change of 20 or 30,000. Why are you so excited to pick up $1 or $2 now? Lin Xia had no choice but to go forward to help him pick up the things. This is different. I charged you less because we are familiar with each other. If I don't want it, the money is still in your hands. If I don't want the money here, then it's gone. Do you understand? Okay, you're right, sister. Come and pick it up together. We're almost level 9, so we have to hurry up. After the 3 of them picked up the copper coins, they continued to rush to the next wild boar refresh point. On the way, Lu Muxuan's message bar flashed. He opened it and saw a message from Lu Xingyu. Master, it's not that you are too kind. You don't know that I have been landing against them all day today. I am so angry. These trolls are really hateful. Thankfully, now that the truth is out, I caught up with the people I argued with today and scolded them, and they didn't dare to talk back. It felt so good. After reading it, Lu Muxuan couldn't help but feel a little amused and helpless. He is indeed our fanatical fan. Even if he stands on the opposite side of the world, he still stands firmly on our side. Not bad. No wonder she didn't send any questions today. It turned out she was landing with someone else. Thinking of this, he replied, Thank you for your trust. After you reach level 10, go to Suzaku City. I will get you a set of equipment. Really? Thank you so much, Master. I've decided to level up all night tonight. Excited JPG. Not really. Staying up late is bad for your health. It can also cause dark circles under your eyes. Be careful of acne. Meteor shower, well, I'll listen to the master. I'll go to bed at 12 o'clock tonight, is that okay? Do I even have to ask his opinion on when to go to bed? It's hard to imagine the tone of Lu Xingyu saying this, as it seems inconsistent with the way she looked when I saw her. Just follow your usual schedule, no need to ask me. By the way, what's your profession? If there's any equipment, I'll keep it for you. Okay, master. Behavijk, I'm a mage. Who are you chatting with? You're laughing so happily? Lin Xia saw him laughing from time to time and leaned over. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan quickly turned it off. I'm watching the all-server channel. Many people apologize to me. I'm really happy. Is this true? You were watching just now, but I didn't see you smiling. Lin Xia asked suspiciously. Ahem, here we are, give me some blood, I'm going to fry the pig. Go ahead. I'll make sure you're always at full health, Lin Xia said. Her healing spells were effective once a minute, so in 2 minutes, she could restore all of Lu Muxuan's health. Around 11:30 p.m., the 2 sisters reached level 9 with 63% of experience points. If they continue to grind for a day tomorrow, they will probably be able to go to the main city. Goodbye, great God. I'm going to log off now. I'm so sleepy. Lin Xia yawned. Normally, one should be energetic when leveling up, but with Lu Muxuan, she doesn't need to do anything at all, she can get the experience just by bombing. Go ahead, see you in the main city. Yeah, by the way, Master, which main city are you going to? Suzaku City. Lu Muxuan said. Okay, see you in Suzaku City. Lin Xia waved her hand, and the 2 sisters went offline. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan went back to the novice village and found Bei Tengu. As he took out the equipment and gold coins, he said, This time I have a lot, a total of 86 pieces of white equipment, 6 pieces of black iron equipment, and 1,012 gold, 80 silver, and 46 bronze. More than 1,000 gold coins. Bei Tengu was dumbfounded. He really couldn't figure out how the other party got all that. Did he rob an NPC? But this was not what he should think about, and he hurriedly counted the gold coins and equipment. 6 pieces of mole equipment, totaling 8,400, 7 pieces of silver fox equipment, totaling 11,200, 38 pieces of wild boar equipment, totaling 76,000, and 35 pieces of treeman equipment, totaling 70,000. Black iron equipment is relatively cheap in our novice village, but demand currently outstrips supply. Is 30,000 renminbi a piece okay? Lu Muxuan nodded. The black iron equipment in the number 1 novice village was only worth about 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, so it would be considered acceptable if it could be sold for 30,000 yuan. Okay, the total of gold and silver coins is 6,076,827.6. If you add the equipment, the total is 6,242,427.6. Please confirm. After saying this, Bei Tiango immediately added. By the way, Master, my goal is to collect around 1,000 gold coins, so if there are gold coins later, I will also collect them, but it won't be at this price, you know. I understand. It's saturated, right? Lu Muxuan confirmed that everything was correct and clicked confirm. Instantly, his account balance surged to over 9.59 million, just over 400,000 away from becoming a multi-millionaire. And going from a debt of 100,000 to nearly a multi-millionaire took just over 4 days. Gods and Demons, a game that changed his destiny, is really becoming more and more interesting. Bei Tiango smiled and said, yes, these more than 1,000 gold coins are enough to equip 1,000 people with skills. Our president's goal is only 2,000, and I have already achieved half of it. Okay, see you later. Lu Muxuan bowed and then logged off. Chapter 27, Suzaku Holy Envoy. With a click, the game room door opened. Lu Muxuan stood up and turned on the lights in the bedroom and the living room. He stretched his neck and then picked up his phone to send a message to Lu Xinyu. Landlord's sister, have you bought my electric donkey? After sending the message, I received a reply not long after. I bought it, it's downstairs, but I have the key, come down and I'll give it to you. By the way, I bought you the top of the line set. The whole set costs 5,600. I'll transfer the remaining 400 to you. No need. Thank you for taking the trouble to help me out in your busy schedule. Just consider it your hard-earned money. You can buy a cup of milk tea or a midnight snack with it. Lu Muxuan sent it and took the elevator downstairs. Lu Xinyu? Omega? JPG, 400 for a cup of milk tea, I'll have to drink it until next year. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan smiled but did not reply, because when the elevator door opened, he saw a beautiful woman wearing little white rabbit pajamas. Although the clothes are loose, they still can't hide her proud figure. The parts that should be protruding are still very protruding, and the parts that should be curved are still unusually straight and firm. Her hair was a little messy, probably because she had just fallen asleep and was woken up by him. Yeah, she did go to bed on time, not just saying it casually, thumbs up. Here, these are the car keys, and this is the iron lock key. I put all the things in the box at the back. Lu Xinyu saw him come out and handed him a bunch of keys. Because they were so close, Lu Muxuan could immediately smell a light fragrance. He hated strong perfumes, but he didn't feel the slightest aversion to this fragrance. Okay, I understand. I'm going out for a late night snack. Do you want to join us? No, go ahead. I'm going to sleep. Lu Xinyu yawned and said, although your car battery needs to be removed, I still want to remind you that you can't bring the battery upstairs, okay? I understand this. Lu Muxuan nodded. Well, leave the spare key with me for now. I'll help you put on the license plate and return it to you in a couple of days. After Lu Xinyu said this, she saw him nod and turned to go upstairs. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan pressed the car key, and his own mount responded to his call. The white exterior had perfect lines and was about the size of a gasoline-powered women's motorcycle, quite large. He sat on it and tested it, and the power was decent. A simple twist would get it to over 30 miles per hour, more than enough for commuting. It was already 12:30 when Lu Muxuan came back from supper. He sent a message to Wu Ming, informing him that he would go to Suzaku City, and then went to take a shower. After finishing, I chatted with Wu Ming for a while about what happened during the day, and successfully received countless 660 CXS from him. By the way, try not to talk about game information on your phone in the future, remember? Lu Muxuan reminded. Don't worry, except for the last time we talked, I didn't say anything about you. And you can level up by yourself in the future. I have someone to guide you here. I will send my equipment to you if you have it. Don't be polite. Wu Ming said with a smile. Lu Muxuan agreed after hearing that, and after chatting for a few minutes, he hung up the phone, set the alarm for 8 o'clock, turned off the lights and went to bed, and got up early the next day to go to the main city to change jobs. Demon suppressing abyss, bottom. In the dark environment, Lu Muxuan looked around in confusion and frowned slightly. Wasn't he the netherworld blood demon dead? Ha ha ha. You never thought that a tiny ant would want to kill me, the netherworld blood demon. How ridiculous. The day I recover and regain control of the demon soul will be the day you die. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan was horrified. The netherworld blood demon wasn't dead. That's not right. Why would the nether blood demon tell me this? Besides, the system has already issued a notice, so the nether blood demon must be dead. Could it be that, like cultivating immortality, there is some method to leave a trace of immortal soul, waiting for the day of rebirth? Suddenly, he thought of something, the devil's soul? This time, Lu Muxuan was not woken up by the fright, but slept until dawn. After going online, he immediately found Mu Ding, told him about his dream, and asked him to go to the demon suppressing abyss to check whether the netherworld blood demon was dead. Don't worry, I checked yesterday and he's dead. Mu Ding said as he looked at Lu Muxuan with golden eyes. After looking at him for a long time, he said, and the demon soul in your body hasn't changed at all. If the netherworld blood demon faked his death and inhabited the demon soul, even a tiny trace of it would be impossible for it to remain unchanged. Forget it, the teleportation array has been repaired. You should go to the main city. With the means of the Holy Envoy, I should be able to help you solve your problem. Okay, take care, Grandpa God's messenger. I'm leaving now. Lu Muxuan bowed. Big brother, are you leaving? Will you come back? The little girl Yi asked him with her big eyes blinking. Well, I will come back if possible. Lu Muxuan said while rubbing her head with a smile. Well, this fruit is for you to eat on the way. It's my favorite fruit and it's delicious. Big brother, please try it. Yi grabbed a fruit and stuffed it into his hand, looking expectant. Lu Muxuan smiled and didn't refuse, but just as he opened his mouth, he accidentally saw the detailed introduction of this fruit. Magic fruit, after taking it, magic power plus 1000, spell attack plus 200. Each person is limited to taking 10 pieces. Taking more than that will have no effect. Holy crap! These stats are so awesome. Even stronger than silver weapons. Lu Muxuan looked at Yi with shining eyes. Ahem, Yi, do you have any more? Big brother still wants more. Hearing this, Mu Ding, who had been trying hard not to speak, could no longer hold back. He stepped forward and struck Lu Muxuan on the forehead with his staff, saying unhappily, You think this is just some wild fruit on the roadside? I gave you one and you're still not satisfied. If it weren't for you saving Yi, I wouldn't give you even one. Ah, don't be angry, Grandpa God's messenger. I was just kidding. Bye, Yi, when you have time, ask Grandpa God's messenger to take you to Suzaku City to play. After saying this, Lu Muxuan ran away in embarrassment. As for the fruit, he didn't waste it. He was not a mage, and the priest could also use it. It would be a bit of a waste to eat it himself, so it would be better to leave it for Lin Xiyu and her sister to sell for some money. When I passed by the old village chief, I asked if there were any tasks, but I was told that if I accepted a job change task, I would need to complete the job change before I could accept a hidden job change task. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan decisively refused to accept the offer. It would be a waste of time if he accepted it. Wouldn't it be better to directly accept the hidden career transfer task? After bidding farewell to the old village chief, he stopped by Daki's leveling location and killed the Daki Guild's group again. Then he came to a high platform a few kilometers outside the village, which turned out to be the teleportation array of the novice village. Ding, please select the main city you need to go to. 1. Azure Dragon City. 2. White Tiger City. 3. Suzaku City. 4. Black Tortoise City. Without hesitation, Lu Muxuan directly clicked on Suzaku City. The next second, he felt his body become weightless, and the strong light around him forced him to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw an extremely large square. There was no other player around except NPCs. Lu Muxuan looked around curiously. The architectural style was unique and magnificent, and there were ancient buildings on both sides of the street. Most of these buildings are made of wood, with carved beams and painted rafters, and are exquisitely decorated. The roofs are covered with glazed tiles that sparkle in the sunlight. The walls of the building are carved with various patterns, including flowers, birds, fish, insects, people, and stories, which are lifelike. Hello, may I ask where the Suzaku Holy Envoy lives? Lu Muxuan asked a passing NPC. The Suzaku Holy Envoy is in Suzaku Palace. If you want to find him, just go there directly. However, the Holy Envoy may not necessarily meet you. The NPC replied. Thank you. Lu Muxuan bowed, then found the location of Suzaku Palace on the map. It was right in the center of the city. He arrived at the place in a short while following the street. The Suzaku Palace is a magnificent palace, with a crimson-red architecture and a majestic aura. The palace's gate is tall and majestic, with a Suzaku pattern carved above it, symbolizing the mythical creature. Stop, please show your invitation, otherwise you are not allowed to enter the Suzaku Palace. The two guards at the door said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan took out the letter from Ida. When the two guards saw the red seal of Suzaku on the letter, they immediately became extremely respectful and stepped aside, saying, "Please come in, sir." One of the guards followed Lu Muxuan closely, brought him to a room, and then went in with the letter to report. After a while, he was invited in. The first thing he saw when he entered was a woman with extraordinary aura. While he was looking at her, she was also looking at herself. There is a title on his head, which is the Holy Envoy of Vermilion Bird, and below it is his name, Yen Luoying. She was dressed in a gorgeous red robe embroidered with a vivid and exquisite Suzaku pattern, and had a golden belt around her waist inlaid with various precious gems. Her face was stunningly beautiful and majestic, her eyes like burning flames, her lips red as blood, her skin as translucent as snow, her long, fiery red hair dancing in the wind like a burning flame, as if every strand contained endless power. The whole person seemed to be in a blazing flame, emitting a shocking aura, and a burning sensation could be felt from afar. Lu Muxuan took a look and then looked away. "Hello, Holy Envoy, I am here to switch to a hidden profession." "Well, come here, let me see if you have the potential to become this hidden profession. If not, then I won't accept you," Yen Luoying said lightly. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan slowly stepped forward. The next second, a blazing flame instantly enveloped him, and he subconsciously wanted to retreat. "Don't move. This flame won't hurt you." After hearing the reminder, Lu Muxuan calmed down and let the flames burn on his body. To be honest, there was still a little burning sensation, but it was not strong. After a while, the flames slowly dissipated. Yen Luoying frowned, staring intently into his eyes and asked, "Is the demon soul in your body that of the netherworld blood demon?" Hearing this, Lu Muxuan nodded and told the whole story truthfully, including the blood mark on his forehead. However, after listening to this, Yen Luoying raised her hand and pointed at his forehead, so fast that even he couldn't react. The next second, a blood mark that was red to black appeared. Seeing this blood mark, her pupils suddenly shrank. The myriad tribulations God-slaying curse. What on earth did you do? How could the netherworld blood demon use the God-slaying curse by burning his life and demon soul? He planted a demonic soul in my body, so I have no choice but to kill him, Lu Muxuan said fearfully. The aura displayed by Yen Luoying at this moment was too terrifying. It was as if he was facing a god, and he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 28 Blood Soul Orb. Who knows about this? It's just me and the Divine Envoy Muden. Hearing this, Yen Luoying breathed a sigh of relief and raised her hand to swirl a flame around him. I didn't expect the netherworld blood demon to be so weak that you could actually kill him. But remember, you'd better keep the death of the netherworld blood demon to yourself and never let anyone else know about it. Also, I will help you refine the demonic nature of this demon soul, erase its mind, and remove its aura. From now on, this demon soul will have no connection with the netherworld blood demon. Do you understand? I know. The Envoy Muden told me. Lu Muxuan nodded heavily. Well, it's good that you understand the seriousness of the matter. Yen Luoying nodded and said, take out the blood demon pearl. It has the aura of the netherworld blood demon. I will help you refine it. She actually even knew this. Lu Muxuan was a little surprised, but he didn't dare to hide it and took it out immediately. He didn't carry it with him just now because there was no pocket and he was wearing armor, so it would be uncomfortable to put a bead in it. This demon soul has merged with your body. Refining it will be painful. I will also separate it from your body. You can then use the blood demon pearl to revive. Do not revive at the resurrection point, or your efforts will be wasted. Do you understand? As Yan Luoying spoke, she suddenly increased the flame output, burning Lu Muxuan so hard that he grimaced, as if he was being tortured, and his health bar dropped rapidly. Okay, Holy Envoy Suzaku. After a few minutes, Lu Muxuan's health bar was directly reduced to 0. Seeing this, Yan Luoying clenched her big hand and directly grabbed the evil soul in her hand. Soon after, Lu Muxuan also successfully resurrected with the help of the blood demon pearl. Seeing that the demon soul did not return to his body, he breathed a sigh of relief. The Suzaku Saint Envoy was indeed much stronger than old man Mu Ding. Okay, I've taken the demon soul out, but it needs a container, otherwise it will merge with your body again. Yan Luoying looked at the demon soul, then at the blood demon pearl, and said, just use the blood demon pearl. When the demon soul fuses with the blood demon pearl, not only will its properties double, but you can also absorb the demon soul into your body and enjoy the effects of the blood demon pearl. Most importantly, it can merge into any object or corpse without life characteristics and use its abilities. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan's eyes lit up. Not only could he get rid of the evil spirit's invasion, but he could also upgrade it. What's even more outrageous is that he could actually parasitize it. For example, the Netherworld Blood Demon, after killing it, directly put the demon soul into the corpse, picking up a fairy-level boss fighter for free. Unfortunately, the body was burned, and the matter was serious, so even if the body was still there, he would not dare to hire this thug. Thank you, Your Excellency the Holy Envoy. Lu Muxuan bowed to express his gratitude. This Holy Envoy was so kind that he helped him upgrade his props for free. He should thank him. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Saint Envoy, can you help me remove this blood mark? It can't be removed. It's a blood contract that the Netherworld Blood Demon made at the cost of burning his demon soul and body. It's imprinted in your soul and cannot be removed unless your body and soul are completely destroyed. Yan Luoying shook her head and reminded. This blood contract is not visible on ordinary days, but it will appear when you encounter the demons. All demons who see this blood contract will hunt you down at all costs. If you encounter a high-level demon, they might even have the means to imprison your soul. At that time, your resurrection methods will be useless. What? Lu Muxuan was shocked. The resurrection method was useless. Does that mean resurrection is impossible? According to the understanding of the continent of gods and demons, isn't this online game played by the soul? If the soul dies, will the real self die as well? Fuck me. I died playing a game. This game is definitely not that simple. But he couldn't bear to stop playing. After all, this game was the turning point that changed his destiny. And if this is really a real world, then wouldn't it be better to be the overlord of the world here than to be a loser in reality? Blood Soul Orb. Grade, Immortal. HP plus 10 million. Magic plus 1 million. Effect 1, it is formed by the fusion of the Netherworld Blood Demon's natal magic bead and a demon soul. It can restore 4,000 health points per second after being carried. Effect 2, after the health is fully restored, the Blood Soul Orb can store blood and energy according to the player's current health value. When the player's health value is reset to 0, the blood and energy in the Blood Soul Orb can be consumed to revive. Effect 3, the demon soul in the blood soul bead can possess lifeless objects, such as corpses, weapons, puppets, etc., and can use the talents, skills, weapons, etc. of the possessed person. Note, after the demon soul leaves the body, the blood soul orb's attributes and health recovery effect are halved. Holy crap! This attribute. It's really doubled. It's like getting 2 blood demon orbs. Furthermore, the demonic spirit he had always considered a threat had now become his ally. It even had a third effect, which was incredibly powerful. It was like a pet, like a mount, and crucially, it didn't take up space. Perfect, absolutely perfect. His health points directly exceeded 20 million, which was equivalent to a month's hard work. Sir Holy Envoy, now that the matter has been handled, can I change my job? Seeing this, Yan Luoying shook her head and injected the blood demon pearl that was fused with the demon soul into his body, saying, your own attributes are extremely poor, most of them are improved by equipment, and even if added together, they cannot meet the requirements. However, your own life force is unusually strong, which is very suitable for Xuanwu's profession. If you are willing, I can introduce you to Xuanwu. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan was a little disappointed. Xuanwu, as soon as he heard it, was a defensive profession. What he needed least was defense, because defense would only affect the damage he could deal. Saint Envoy, do your own attributes refer to the attributes excluding all equipment? Yes, equipment is generally considered to be external possessions. It will be damaged in a battle between strong opponents, but its own properties will not. Yan Luoying explained. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan smiled and said, "May I ask, Your Excellency the Holy Envoy, what conditions must be met to transfer to this hidden profession?" Before the second transformation, one's own attack reaches more than 10,000, and one's own profession is not a hidden profession. Yan Luoying said calmly. Damn! The requirement for your own attack to reach over 10,000 is quite high. You should know that the first kill of a boss only rewards 50 points of free attributes, which means that you have to kill at least 100 bosses before the second transfer. If it is a boss that needs to be killed twice, there are only 5 free attribute points, so you have to kill 500. Normal people can hardly kill a boss, let alone hundreds of bosses, let alone get the first kill. Moreover, after the boss is killed, the refresh time is not fixed. Some are 3 days, some are 5 days, or some are 10 days or half a month. Therefore, if you want to get so many free attribute points, even if you gather the strength of the entire guild, it will take 1 or 2 years to fight for it. Moreover, there is more than one guild, and with so many guilds competing for it, it will probably take even longer. Who would spend several years without upgrading and be stuck at the second level to kill the boss? Even if they succeed, they will be far behind others. Even if you successfully change your job by then, you will just be a second level Karami. Others are already max level bosses. So what if you have a hidden job? You can be killed in one normal attack. But that is for others. Lu Muxuan does not have this worry. Killing the Nether Blood Demon will reward you with 5,000 free attribute points, the first kill of the 6 bosses will reward you with 300 points, the level increase will reward you with 90 points, and the second kill of the Rat King, Silver Fox King, and Wild Boar King will reward you with 15 points. The total is 5,405 free attributes. I didn't know how to add them before, so I kept them and used. Now it's good. With all the attack points added up, it's just over 10,000, perfect. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan directly opened the attribute panel. His movement speed was currently around 400, which was more than enough. He didn't need any other attributes, so he directly added all the attribute points to physical attack. After that, his attack power exceeded 10,000. Now, not to mention the players, even the boss probably can't withstand a few of his attacks. Alright, Master Saint, please test it again. Hearing this, Yan Luoying didn't ask any more questions. She raised her hand and sent out another flame to envelop him. After a while, she raised her eyebrows and asked, "Have you been saving attribute points for nothing?" Yes. Lu Muxuan nodded. Okay, you've met the requirements. Yan Luoying looked at him and said solemnly, "Do you want to switch to this hidden profession? Once you choose, you can't change it later." "I'm sure." Lu Muxuan said without hesitation. Hidden professions are hard to come by. There are no clues about other hidden professions at the moment. It's good enough to have one. Otherwise, if you want to find a suitable one, I don't know when I will find it. Moreover, as the Holy Envoy of Suzaku, she owns the Suzaku Palace, so her hidden profession must not be weak. Seeing this, Yan Luoying didn't say much, raised her hand and issued a job transfer task to him. This profession has 2 forms, one is a mage transfer, and the other is a warrior transfer, and the skill forms are also different. However, your current profession cannot be changed, so you can only choose to switch to warrior. Ding, the Suzaku Holy Envoy is issuing you the Blazing God War Job Transfer quest. Do you want to accept it? Accept. Test of the Suzaku Holy Envoy. Mission description: players must slay the fire spirits and overlords within the Vermilion Birdland within 2 hours. Afterward, enter the Vermilion Bird Pond to undergo the Blazing Heart test. Those who survive the first half hour will be considered cleared. Mission progress, Phase 1, 0%. Mission reward: obtain the Blazing God War Hidden Profession Scroll, gain Fire Attribute Attack, Blazing God War Exclusive Skill +1, free attribute points +500. Mission penalties: first time none, second time letter of introduction becomes invalid, third time lifetime ban on changing to this profession. After reading the task introduction, Lu Muxuan said it was a piece of cake. The fire spirit would be done in 10 minutes at most, the lord in 5 minutes, plus half an hour, which would only take 45 minutes. He could handle it. Are you ready? Do you want to go back and prepare? Yan Luoying asked. No need, Your Excellency the Holy Envoy, please begin. Lu Muxuan shook his head. The next second, a red flame door appeared in front of Yan Luoying. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan walked in without hesitation. In a flash, he came to a red world. The sky, magma, and cracks on the ground were all red. Even the air was scorching hot. Lu Muxuan felt like he was breathing water vapor, which was very uncomfortable. Chapter 29, Vermilion Bird Land. Lu Muxuan suppressed his discomfort and looked around. There weren't many fire spirits, only about 200 or 300. They looked like the spirits of a magic lamp, but they had no legs and their bodies looked like a ball of flame burning. The ground was full of potholes filled with lava. He tried it and found that he would lose blood if he stepped on it. Behind the fire spirit is a large creature that looks like the mythical Suzaku, and it seems to be the Lord. Behind the Lord is a small volcano, and I guess the Suzaku pond is in the crater. While he was observing, the fire spirit that was closer to him had already launched an attack. More than a dozen fireballs whizzed over and hit him with a loud bang. 1808. +1. 1812. +1. One round of attacks directly reduced his health by 20,000 to 30,000, but the counterattack was also high. Lu Muxuan was happier. With 20 million health points, I'm not afraid of you. Fire Spirit. Level 15. HP 100,000. Magic Attack 800. Magic Defense 500. Speed 100. Skills: Fireball, Rain of Fire, Lava Explosion. With 100,000 HP and more than 10,000 attacks, it seems that I can pass the level even without the Blood Demon Shield. But Lu Muxuan was not too careless. He thought that every bit of time saved was a good thing. With this in mind, he rushed forward to lure the monster. But he died speechlessly not long after. The attack range of these fire spirits was 50 meters, and they did not come over to attack during the gap in their skills. They just stood in the distance and waited for the skills to cool down before attacking him. Well, thinking of killing them in 2 waves seems to be too much, so I'll just kill as many as I can. Lu Muxuan had no choice but to run to the crowd, then he used the Blood Demon Shield to activate and kill them instantly, successfully killing 27 of them. The next second, he released a brutal charge with the king-slaying sword and rushed to a fire spirit. He raised the sword and started slashing wildly. He didn't need to move or dodge skills, he just had to keep slashing. With an attack speed of nearly 4, he can kill one person in about 4 hits per second. Including the time for running away, it takes about 5 to 8 seconds to kill one person. 10,123. 20,246. 10,123. Lucky critical hit. To be honest, the probability of triggering a critical hit is really low. It has a probability of 4% at least, but it only triggers once or twice after slashing 400 or 500 times. It's speechless. But it was no big deal. With super high attack, Blood Demon Shield, and counterattack, more than 300 fire spirits were all dealt with in less than 20 minutes. I don't know if it's a special copy, but the drop rate is very high. There are 70 or 80 pieces of white equipment, including 5 pieces of black iron equipment. If you go to the novice village, you will get this amount in a day, plus 8 gold coins, 62 silver and 48 bronze coins. It's a great harvest. Putting away his equipment, he looked towards the Lord at the foot of the volcano. Red Fire Sparrow Gold Level Boss. Level 15. HP 150,000. Magic Attack 2,000. Magic Defense 1,500. Speed 350. Skills: Fireball, Fire Feathers, Fire Prison, Meteorite Fall, Lava Burst. Gold Level Boss. Isn't this equivalent to gold equipment? And a flying mount, isn't it coming? Lu Muxuan was overjoyed and rushed over. But the next second he was stunned. Because the boss is flying. Oh my god. It's not hitting the ground. The boss circled in the sky for a while, then opened its mouth wide to condense flames, and with a puff, a fireball shot towards him from high altitude at a high speed. Boom! 16,530. +1. Unable to hit, Lu Muxuan could only stand in place and counterattack, which was not bad. One fireball dealt 16,000 damage. Since he had the boss damage bonus, the counterattack was more than 20,000. Considering the boss has other skills, we should be able to defeat it in half an hour. I don't know if it was because of the counterattack that the boss got angry, but he went crazy. For a moment, the sky was filled with flames, and soon black and red meteorites came rumbling towards him. 11,825. +1. 11,650. +1. Lu Muxuan was overjoyed when he saw this. Unlike other people who moved to avoid skills, he moved to receive skills. When a wave of meteorites attacked, he successfully counterattacked with more than 200,000 damages, which was great. As for his own health, with the Blood Soul Orb on him, he can recover 240,000 HP in 1 minute, so there is nothing to be afraid of. After about 20 minutes, the boss was hit hard and only had 5% of its health left. It didn't land once during that time. Lu Muxuan was speechless. If other warriors come to take the test, won't they be unable to defeat the boss? At this moment, Lu Muxuan felt that the surroundings suddenly became hot, and he was delighted, thinking that the boss was about to use its ultimate move. Sure enough, the next second the boss let out a long roar towards the sky, and the surrounding magma seemed to have lost its gravity and slowly condensed into the air. Soon, a magma ball several dozen meters wide condensed and then fell towards him fiercely. Seeing the basketball court-sized lava ball falling towards him, Lu Muxuan was speechless. He wanted to say that the special effects were so fucking awesome, an epic movie-level immersive experience. This scene was inexplicably shocking. Boom! 103,580. Plus 1. 210,485. Plus 1. The moment he landed, Lu Muxuan lost more than 100,000 HP, and with the loud explosion of the magma ball, he lost more than 200,000 HP again. The boss, who only had 5% left, was undoubtedly killed by the counterattack, and fell heavily to the ground from the air with a mournful wail. Ding, congratulations! As the first player in the entire server to kill the gold-level boss, Scarlet Fire Sparrow, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Nition Airshing for completing the first server-wide kill of the gold-level boss, Scarlet Fire Sparrow. This announcement is hereby made. Ding, congratulations on completing your first kill of the Scarlet Fire Sparrow boss. Rewards, plus 100 free attribute points, a boost to the attribute of the title One Step Ahead, plus 20 gold coins, and plus 500 reputation. Huh, the rewards have changed? Lu Muxuan immediately noticed the change: 50 more attribute points, 10 more gold coins, and 400 more reputation. But the rewarded silver equipment was gone. He didn't know if it was a loss or a gain. However, he didn't bother to think about it. The rewards for defeating higher-level bosses were definitely better than those for lower-level ones. There was no doubt about that. Bah, fly again. You're wasting so much of my time. Lu Muxuan stepped forward and kicked the bird's head. Then, instead of picking up his equipment, he took out the Blood Soul Orb and said, "Demon Soul, possess it." As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the Blood Soul Orb and merged into the body of the red firebird like a ghost. The next second, the originally dead red firebird suddenly opened its eyes, supported its mountain-like body and stood quietly in front of Lu Muxuan, like a loyal little brother. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan smiled. A free fighter in mount is much better than gold equipment in terms of practicality. Red Fire Sparrow Puppet. Level 15. HP, 5 million. Magic Attack, 2000. Magic Defense, 1500. Speed, 350. Skills: Fireball, Fire Feathers, Fire Prison, Meteorite Fall, Lava Burst. Lu Muxuan glanced at the attributes of the Red Fire Sparrow. It changed from a boss to a puppet, and its health points increased from 1.5 million to 5 million. Everything else remained unchanged. Then, he bent down and picked up the things that the red firebird dropped: 4 pieces of equipment, a skill book, several fiery red crystals, and 12 gold and 86 silver. Red Fire Necklace. Grade: Gold. Fire Attribute Strength plus 5. Physical Attack plus 150. Critical Hit plus 5%. Penetration plus 2%. Wearing Requirements: First Level Warrior Profession. Fire Attribute Strength. New Attribute. The attack is increased by 150, but the fire attribute strength is only increased by 5. It is probably much rarer than the attack power. Since the belt cannot be worn yet and Lu Muxuan cannot view the details through the panel, he simply put it away. Anyway, he wants to keep it for his own use. Because he already has enough money, and at the rate he spends it, he probably won't be able to spend it all in his lifetime. There were 2 pieces of silver equipment left: a warrior's belt, which he left for Wu Ming, and a mage's staff, which he packed with a mage skill book for Lin Xiyu. Meteor Fall summons 10 meteorites to attack enemies within a 20-meter range. Each meteorite can cause 585% damage to the target. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. It's a skill that deals damage in a large area, and the attack bonus is so high. If the skill is upgraded to the maximum level, Lin Xiyu will probably be able to kill monsters in seconds. There is also a bronze equipment which is also a staff. Lu Muxuan plans to leave it to Lu Xinyu. After all, he promised to get her a set of equipment. The bronze one can barely be used, and he will replace it when there is a better one in the future. After putting them away, he looked at the last 5 crimson stones. Essence of Fire, after use, it can increase the strength of one's own fire attribute by 1. Another fire strengthening 1. Lu Muxuan was curious and clicked to use one. Ding, congratulations on getting fire attribute strength plus 1. Seeing this, he opened the panel to view the details. Fire attribute strength, when you have a fire attribute attack, 1 point of fire attribute strength can cause 100 points of fire damage. Holy crap! 1 point of firepower equals 100 points of attack. Is that really that powerful? Then 5 points of firepower equals 500 points of attack. Lu Muxuan instantly felt that it was outrageous. The silver level king slaying sword only added 115 attack points, but this gold necklace directly added 650 points, with 5% critical strike and 2% penetration. It's outrageous. With such powerful attributes, Lu Muxuan used the remaining 4 pieces of fire essence without hesitation, and the strength of the fire attribute instantly increased to 5. Okay, almost an hour has passed, and it's time to get down to business. Lu Muxuan leaped onto the back of the red firefly and pointed at the volcano ahead, saying, "Let's go, fly up." As soon as the words fell, the red firefly flapped its wings suddenly, jumped several meters high in an instant, and flew quickly towards the volcano. It's really different with a mount, it's so cool. It's the first time that Lu Muxuan has a high-altitude perspective overlooking the Earth, and he feels extremely excited. After a while, he arrived at his destination. Next to the crater, there was a stone tablet with the 3 big words Suzakuchi written on it. Oh shit! This is the Suzaku Pond. Lu Muxuan was shocked when he saw the water in the pond clearly. This isn't water, it's boiling lava. It's many times hotter than the lava below. Standing next to it makes me feel like I'm burning up. He swallowed and stood there for a long time without taking a step. He was not afraid of death, because after death he would be resurrected, but if he continued on, it would not be as simple as death. Judging by the temperature right now, it feels pretty much the same as it does in real life. Going down there would be hellish torture, and having to endure it for half an hour, just thinking about it gives me chills down my spine. Damn, why is the sensor so realistic? And it can't be adjusted. But as time passed by, and looking at his health bar of more than 15 million, and a health recovery rate of 2000 per second, he should be able to survive for half an hour. Let us fight. Having made up his mind, Lu Muxuan took a step forward and stepped into the crimson magma. The next second, a piercing burning sensation spread from his feet to his whole body. Chapter 30 Job Change. Oh shit. That hurts. Lu Muxuan grimaced in pain. If he hadn't known how realistic this game was, he'd have suspected someone had actually thrown him into a lava pool. 20,000. Plus 1. 20,000. Holy crap. 20,000 HP lost every second. I'm only healing 2,000 HP per second, so that's 18,000 HP lost every second. That's 1.08 million HP lost in a minute, and 32.4 million HP lost in half an hour. Holy crap. How could it be so outrageous? Lu Muxuan was speechless. This was a test for a hidden class? Even I, with 15 million HP, couldn't handle it, so who else could pass it? Return. As soon as he finished speaking, the red firebird fell heavily to the ground with a thud. There was no other way, Lu Muxuan could only take back the demon soul. With its 5 million HP and an additional 2000 HP recovery per second, it should be able to hold on longer. Even if you can't hold on for half an hour, there is still a resurrection skill at the end. 2 lives and 40 million blood are enough. Although he didn't have to worry about losing blood, the pain that penetrated deep into his bones was unbearable. Lu Muxuan wanted to give up countless times, but he couldn't bear to give up this hidden profession. The test was so outrageous, which meant that this profession must be outrageous as well. Although the attributes were already strong enough, who would dislike being stronger? There are so many gods and demons in this world that he won't feel safe unless he plays some strong cards. For example, the Netherworld Blood Demon, even at 10% of its health, has over 100 million HP, and its attacks can easily reach tens of millions. When facing this kind of enemy, relying solely on counterattack probably won't be enough to do anything to the opponent. After all, the enemy is not stupid and won't run away if they can't beat him. Only stupid wild monsters and wild monster bosses will attack continuously. Countdown 25 minutes. Countdown 20 minutes. Countdown 15 minutes. Time passed little by little, and Lu Muxuan always felt that the days were passing by so slowly. He walked to the shore several times, but in the end he never got ashore. I have persisted for so long, but now I have failed to reach the shore. With less than 10 minutes left in the countdown, Lu Muxuan's 20 million health points were reduced to 0, triggering the Blood Soul Orb's resurrection skill, and he was resurrected with full health. Fortunately, the countdown did not restart, otherwise this would have been the last straw that broke the camel's back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Lu Muxuan felt as if he had been pardoned. He didn't want to stay in this damn Suzaku pool for even a second. But at this moment, red light suddenly emerged from the Suzaku pool, like vines, dragging Lu Muxuan, who had already climbed ashore, back into the Suzaku pool. What the hell? What the hell is this? Hey! Why doesn't it hurt anymore? Lu Muxuan was wrapped in the red light at this time, and his whole body was dragged to the bottom of the Suzaku pool, but the imagined severe pain did not appear. The red light slowly seeped into his body. At the same time, red light emanated from all over the Suzaku land and converged towards the Suzaku pool. Is this the method of cutting tendons and cleansing marrow? Lu Muxuan was a little curious. These red lights were running around in his body, but they did not hurt him. However, he did not seem to feel that his body had become stronger. Suddenly, these red lights that were wandering around his body turned around like sharks smelling blood and rushed towards the bloody mark on his head. Suddenly, wailing sounds exploded from his head. Lu Muxuan always felt that someone was screaming in his mind, "What the hell?" The next second, a strange scene occurred. The blood-red mark on Lu Muxuan's forehead exploded with red light. At the same time, a jet of black energy, so dark it could swallow up light, gushed out from the mark and slowly condensed into a human shape. Netherworld blood demon? How is this possible? Lu Muxuan was shocked. He couldn't understand why the Netherworld blood demon was still alive. Ant! You deserve to die. The Netherworld blood demon's figure was illusory at this time, and it did not look like a physical entity. He stared at Lu Muxuan with his eyes. However, when he saw the red light around him, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Ant! Just wait, one day I will personally skin you alive and pull out your tendons, imprison your soul forever, and make you wish you were dead but unable to live. After saying that, the Netherworld blood demon soared into the sky and quickly rushed out of the Suzaku pool. But at that moment, a crimson figure appeared above the vermilion bird pond. She was startled the moment she saw the Netherworld blood demon. However, this didn't affect her reaction at all. With a wave of her staff, she condensed a prison of fire that enveloped it. Suzaku girl! You dare to kill me! Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the demons? The Netherworld blood demon said sternly but weakly. Yen Luoying carefully checked and found that it was the Nether blood demon. She hesitated. It was okay if she didn't know before, but now she knew that Nether was still alive. If she killed it. But the next second she saw Lu Muxuan in the vermilion bird pond, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. You are really cunning. You faked your death by using the myriad calamities God-slaying curse, possessed him and escaped from the demon suppression abyss. You even fooled me. If this kid hadn't happened to accept my test, you might have succeeded. Now that your body is dead, and everyone knows you're dead, why not die completely? Hearing this, the Netherworld blood demon's eyes were fierce and his expression was ferocious. He said, "Very good, since you want to kill me, then prepare to face the wrath of the demon clan." After saying this, the Netherworld blood demon made hand seals, and his originally illusory body became transparent and almost invisible. Seeing this, Yen Luoying said expressionlessly, "You want to inform the demon emperor, right? Unfortunately, this is the Suzaku land, a level higher than the demon suppression abyss. Without my permission, not a single trace of your demonic soul can escape." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the Netherworld blood demon exploded instantly, and his entire body turned into tens of thousands of black dots, penetrating the fire prison and spreading in all directions. Town. As the word fell, the entire Suzaku land suddenly became bright red, and tens of thousands of black spots quickly melted away under the pursuit of these red lights. Since there is no exit, these black spots can only run around everywhere and have nowhere to escape. It is only a matter of time before they are eliminated. No! How can I, the Netherworld Blood Demon, be killed like this? No! I won't accept this. I won't accept this. In less than 5 minutes, as the last black spot was covered by red light, the figure of the Netherworld Blood Demon slowly dissipated, and finally let out an unwilling roar. At this time, Lu Muxuan's baptism had been completed, and he was thrown out of the Suzaku pool directly by the red light. Your Excellency the Holy Envoy! Seeing her coming down, Lu Muxuan hurriedly bowed and saluted. Yan Luoying nodded. Well, I didn't expect the Netherworld Blood Demon to be hiding in you. It's really cunning. I explored it once but couldn't find any clues. It's a good thing you accepted my test, otherwise it would be troublesome. Once he completely controls you, your talent combined with his demonic body will make you even more terrifying than the Demon Emperor in the future. Your Excellency the Holy Envoy, why don't you investigate again to make sure there are more? Lu Muxuan said. He was really scared. This damn Netherworld Blood Demon was not dead even after he killed its physical body. He couldn't kill it even after refining its demon soul. It turned out that it was hiding in the blood seal. This also corresponds to the dream. The Netherworld Blood Demon was talking about regaining control of the demon soul. If he was hiding in the demon soul, he should be able to control it directly. After all, the demon soul was his. But Lu Muxuan was also a little puzzled about what this dream of his meant. He was sure that it was not the Netherworld Blood Demon telling him that he was still alive. He was not a fool. Who would be so stupid as to run into the enemy's dream and talk nonsense? So, could it be that my dreams have the power to bring good luck and avoid misfortune? This also explains why I didn't realize that I was possessed by an evil spirit in the end even though I didn't notice it. No need. After being baptized by the Vermilion Bird's fire, not to mention the Netherworld Blood Demon, even if the Demon Emperor has hidden tricks on you, they will be found out. Yan Luoying said calmly. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan felt relieved. However, thinking of the difficulty of this trial, he couldn't help but complain, Saint Envoy, I'm not saying this, but this trial is too difficult. It's losing 20,000 HP per second. I don't think anyone who has reached the first level can pass your test, except me, of course. Yan Luoying glanced at him, then looked at the corpse of the Lord next to him and said, I don't think it's difficult. The most difficult fire spirit can be reduced to half the difficulty as long as you find the right method. As for Lord, you also know to lure it to the mountain to fight. And then there's the Suzaku pond. The Suzaku fire burns away evil. Unless the perpetrator is extremely vicious or a coward, the fire won't burn so severely. 20,000 per second means you're either guilty or cowardly. If you don't have the courage to move forward, there's no point in having this job. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan widened his eyes, which were clearly black and white. The fire spirit level was actually the most difficult? It seems that the Holy Envoy Suzaku still overestimated him, because the Lord was killed by his own rebellion, and was not lured to the mountain to be killed. And the final test of the blazing flames of the Suzaku pond is exactly what it says on the tin, a test of the heart. As long as you're not a criminal, you can remain fearless and unharmed? Thinking about how he had rushed all the way through and finally managed to hold on by relying on resurrection, he felt a little ashamed. Ahem, so do I pass the test? Although there are some flaws, the fact that you can accept the baptism of the Vermilion Bird's fire proves that you are not a sinner. Go out and hand over the mission. Yan Luoying disappeared from the spot after she said this. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan once again ordered the demon soul to lean over the red fire sparrow, and then left the copy. Ding, congratulations on passing the test of the Suzaku Saint Envoy. You've obtained the Blazing God War Hidden Class Scroll, Blazing God War Exclusive Skill +1, and free attribute points +500. Hey, why is there no fire attack? Lu Muxuan asked. Yan Luoying glanced at the red fire bird next to her and rolled her eyes. After experiencing the baptism of the Vermilion Bird's fire, you already possess fire attribute attacks. Next, focus on increasing the strength of your fire attribute, which will have the greatest impact on your skills and attack power. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Saint Envoy. After Lu Muxuan said that, he directly used the Hidden Profession Scroll. Ding, do you want to spend 50 gold coins to change your job? 50 gold coins. However, after only 2 seconds of hesitation, Lu Muxuan made a decision and clicked OK. Fortunately, he left 10 gold coins before coming to the main city, and with what he gained from the Suzaka land, he had exactly 51 gold coins, which was just enough for a job change. Chapter 31 Abnormal Attribute Strength. Ding, congratulations on your successful job transfer to Blazing God War. Ding, congratulations on becoming the first player to change their job, and the first player to change to a hidden job. The system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player Nition Ershing for completing the hidden class transfer. This announcement is hereby made. The server-wide announcement was made 3 times in a row, and as expected, the channel exploded again. Low-end players are still playing whack-a-mole, while high-end players have already completed their job transfers, and they're still in hidden classes. Just reached level 10, but the teleportation array hasn't been repaired yet. What a pity. Does anyone know which main city the Great God is in? There was a server-wide announcement before, about killing the Scarlet Fire Sparrow. Blind guess is Suzako City. Then we have to avoid it, otherwise we won't be able to grab any of the bosses. We'll just be killing monsters all day and nothing good will drop. Master, I'm your delicate little sister. I can do anything. Please guide me. Is the above real? I'll give you 2,000. No driving here. With the emergence of some fanatical female fans, the server-wide channel gradually changed. Ding, congratulations on being the first player to change their job, and the first player to change to a hidden job. Rewards, free attribute points plus 800, fire attribute strength plus 5, gold plus 80, reputation plus 800. Oh my god. What a generous reward. Lu Muxuan was still worried about not having enough gold coins to learn skills, but now he doesn't have to worry anymore. Moreover, such a generous reward should be worth the 2 combined. From now on, I will be your teacher. You don't have to call me Saint Envoy. Yan Luoying looked at Lu Muxuan, who was still immersed in joy, and said, the first skill is a reward and doesn't cost gold to learn. After that, each job change and skill learning cost 50 gold coins. Hee, teacher, don't worry. I don't have much of anything, but I have a lot of gold coins. I will send a box to you as a gift when I have time. Lu Muxuan said with a smile. The pie still needs to be drawn. It would be better if it could increase the favorability so that you don't have to spend money to learn skills in the future. He thought he could learn multiple skills, but he only learned one at a time. He opened his backpack and took out the rewarded skill book. Red Flame Slash. Skill Introduction, swing a sword forward, causing 1000% damage to enemies in the path. The attack range is 60 meters and the cooldown is 3 minutes. Proficiency, 0-500. Holy crap! The damage bonus is that high. With his current attack power of over 10,000, wouldn't a single red flame slash be able to deal over 100,000 damage? Absurd! It is worthy of being a top hidden profession. Lu Muxuan opened his attribute panel and immediately smiled. Even without talent, his current attribute panel was still that of a top-tier boss. Hey! Attribute points can actually increase attribute strength? Killing the boss and changing jobs rewarded him with a total of 1,400 free attribute points. He wanted to add them to his attack, but just as he was about to do so, he saw a plus sign after the fire attribute strength. A plus sign indicates that points can be added. Free attributes can generally only add life, magic, double attack, double defense, attack speed and movement speed. Things like critical strike, penetration, and cooldown cannot be increased, but I didn't expect that attribute strength can be increased. The teacher said that the main focus is on increasing the fire strength, so there is no need to think too much, just add it and it will be done. But the next second he was stunned, because with just one click, he lost 50 free attributes. Oh my god! 1 attribute point is approximately equal to 2 attack points, and 100 attack points is approximately equal to 1 attribute strength point. In other words, increasing attribute strength and increasing attack points are the same? Teacher, increasing attack and attribute strength are the same, why should attribute strength be the priority? It's different. Normal attacks only cause 1 damage, while attribute attacks will cause additional attribute damage. Yan Luoying explained to him patiently like a knowledgeable teacher. For example, the fire attribute will burn the target, causing them to continuously lose health. The ice attribute will freeze the target, slowing them down and causing them to lose health for 10 seconds, but not as much as the fire attribute. And the higher the fire attribute strength, the higher the burning damage. For example, if you have 500 attribute points, and you add attack points to it, it's 1000. A normal attack on a defenseless person will deal 1000 damage. If you add fire strength, 10 points of fire strength will also deal 1000 damage, but burning deals 10 points of damage, so 100 points for 10 seconds, which adds up to a total of 1100 points of damage. Do you understand? Hearing this, Lu Muxuan suddenly understood. Although the damage is only 100 more, it is 10% more damage under the same circumstances. I understand, teacher. Lu Muxuan nodded and continued, if we continue to increase the strength of the fire attribute, how much can the final damage be increased? Yan Luoying continued to explain after hearing this, every time the fire attribute strength increases, the burn damage increases a bit, which is a bit useless. The real transformation is the skills. Every time the fire attribute strength increases, the skill damage increases by 10%. For example, if your Scarlet Flame Slash's damage bonus is 1000% and your fire attribute strength is 100, then the final bonus is 2000%. However, burn damage is not affected by skills, but only by the strength of the fire attribute. Therefore, you can forego attacking and use whatever the equipment can add, while still focusing on the strength of the fire attribute. After listening to Yan Luoying's explanation, Lu Muxuan was speechless. It turned out that attribute strength was the answer to this version. 1 point of attribute strength increased the skill damage by 10. The same 5000 free attributes, if added to the attack, a normal attack can only hit 10,000 points, but if added to the attribute strength, a normal attack can hit 11,000 points. If it's a skill, then it's ridiculous. The added attack damage is only 100,000, but the added elemental strength can hit 200,000, and there's also burning damage, which is twice the damage added to the attack. It's ridiculous. Oh. It's a shame I didn't have a fire attack before, so I can't increase my fire strength. It's like I wasted over 5,000 attribute points. Lu Muxuan beat his chest and stamped his feet as he added all 1,400 attribute points to the fire attribute strength, plus 5 points of fire essence, 5 points of reward, and 5 points of red flame necklace. The fire attribute strength reached 43 points. At this time, his panel had reached a terrifying level. ID, going against the will of heaven. Level 10. Occupation, Blazing God Warfire Attack. HP, 15.12 million 15.12 million. Magic points, 1 million 1 million. Physical attack, 11753, magic attack, 488. Physical defense, 570, magic defense, 570. Attack speed, 4.005, movement speed, 415. Critical hit, 9%, penetration, 4%. Fire attribute strength, 43. Skills, Savage Charge level 2 proficiency 33200, Red Flame Slash level 1 proficiency 0500. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, Life Contract, 1 star. Talented skill, Blood Shield, level 2. Proficiency, 185-5000. Experience, 10,000. Reputation, 12,000. Equipment, Kingslayer Sword, Kingslayer Armor, Kingslayer Boots, Kingslayer Leggings, Kingslayer Belt, Strength Bracelet, Blood Soul Orb, Red Fire Necklace. Title, 1 Step Ahead. Medal, Pioneer. The equipment is only 1 ring away from being complete, but Lu Muxuan feels that the equipment will not bring much improvement to him. The added life and defense have not improved anything at all. Now the attack power is also invalid. Unless there is equipment that increases the strength of fire attributes, he doesn't plan to take anything else. The Kingslayer set has a 25% increase in boss damage, so it can still be used. The strength bracelet should be able to sell for more than 500,000. Forget it, give it to Wu Ming. Lu Muxuan closed the attribute panel, bowed to Yan Luoying, and said, "Thank you for your help, teacher. Do you have any other tasks? If not, I'm leaving." Well, I heard from my men that there's a group of bandits near Qingfeng Mountain. If you have time, go and clean them up. Ding, the Suzaku Saint Envoy has issued you a mission to eliminate the bandits in Qingfeng Mountain. Do you accept? Accept. Clearing the Qingfeng Mountain bandits. Mission details: a group of bandits have appeared in Qingfeng Mountain recently. They are elusive and dozens of people have been killed and hundreds are missing. Please go to Qingfeng Town to find Centurion Xianjun and help him clean up the bandits. Mission progress, 0%. Mission rewards, experience points plus 5,000, free attribute points plus 100, number of Suzaku land copies plus 1, gold coins plus 20, reputation plus 500. Mission deadline 15 days. The quest rewards are quite generous, and the Suzaku land is actually a dungeon? Could it be that it's rich in fire essence? Lu Muxuan looked at the red firebird he brought out next to him, bowed and saluted, then left the Suzaku palace. There is still plenty of time, so there is no need to rush to complete the quest. Let us complete the 2 dungeons in the city first. He also checked the official information these days. There are 2 major copies after arriving at the main city. The first is the equipment copy, and the other is the 5 Elements Secret Realm. Equipment copies produce equipment, which goes without saying, while the 5 Elements Secret Realm produces the essence of the 5 elements, and only people with attribute attacks can enter. However, in order to compensate those who do not have attribute attacks, players who have not entered the 5 Elements Secret Realm can enter the equipment copy twice. The number of times is refreshed once a week, which means that you can only play it twice a week, 1 equipment copy and 1 5 Elements Secret Realm, or 2 equipment copies. Not long after, Lu Muxuan arrived at the Suzaku City Square. It was very large, estimated to be at least as large as hundreds of football fields. The copies were at both ends of the square. He went straight to the entrance of the 5 Elements Secret Realm. Ding, please select the secret realm you want to enter: the secret realm of gold, the secret realm of wood, the secret realm of water, the secret realm of fire, or the secret realm of earth. Ding, please select the difficulty level: easy, normal, hard, hell. Without even thinking about it, Lu Muxuan directly chose the hell level difficulty of the fire secret realm. The next second, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Ding, welcome to the secret realm of fire. Players must kill the fire spirit within half an hour. The attack will be considered a failure if the player dies or the countdown ends. Ding, the dungeon begins, the number of times consumed 1. Fire Spirit. Level 20. HP, 500,000. Magic Attack, 1,000. Magic Defense, 600. Speed, 200. Skills, Fireball, Sea of Fire, Fire Spirit Summoning, Elementalization. There is only 1 monster in the secret realm, and it seems to be the final boss. It has 500,000 HP and thousands of spell attacks. For players whose attack and defense are only 200 to 300, it is simply a nightmare. It is worthy of the hell level difficulty. However, for Lu Muxuan, it was just a matter of the blood demon explosion, but he did not use it. Instead, he wanted to test how strong his current strength was. Boom! 50 meters away, the fire spirit launched a fireball at him, but he dodged it with his speed. Then he quickly stepped forward, and when the distance was within 20 meters, Lu Muxuan directly used the Savage Charge, instantly sprinting in front of the fire elf and knocking it back half a meter, and then quickly followed up with the Red Flame Slash. Chapter 32, Dungeon. 61,868. 170,970. 23. The close-range skills are guaranteed to hit, and a silky small combo directly kills the fire elf with more than 230,000 HP. It's a pity that the firepower is too low. The burning damage is a bit touching, and from the burning damage, it can be seen that the strength of the fire attribute seems to have been reduced by 20? Yan Luoying hadn't told him this. Could it be that the fire spirit also has fire attribute strength, so it was offset? In that case, it seems that focusing on fire attributes also has drawbacks. If you encounter someone with a stronger fire attribute than you, won't you be able to deal no damage at all? No, he has to go and find out if this is the case, otherwise he will feel uneasy. But it seems that Savage Charge also benefits from the skill bonus of fire attribute strength. The casting distance of level 2 Savage Charge is 20 meters, the skill bonus is 215%, the attack is 11753, plus the effective fire strength of 23 points, which is 2,300 attack, the damage should be around 29,000. Now, there are more than 60,000 people who should have benefited from the skill blessing of 230% effective fire strength. It seems that as long as you have fire attribute attacks, no matter what skills you have, you can enjoy the fire strength bonus, not limited to the skills of the Blazing God War. In this way, the fire strength is still quite outrageous. As long as you have 100 firepower, you can also enjoy a 1000% bonus to ordinary skills. Hey, you can barely ignore the disadvantage of not being able to deal damage to enemies with higher firepower than you. Anyway, he doesn't rely entirely on the strength of the fire attribute. The blood demon explosion is his core output method. Thinking of this, he stopped thinking and swung his sword at the fire elf that kept throwing skills at him. 13,900. 13,900. With an attack speed of 4, that means 4 hits in 1 second. The fire elf's health was reduced by more than 50,000 again. Adding the 40,000 to 50,000 damage just now, the fire elf's health was less than 200,000. It only took 4 or 5 seconds. And from the normal attacks, it can be seen that the fire elf's physical defense is only about 150 points, which almost takes all his damage. But unfortunately, the fire elf doesn't seem to be a boss, so it can't benefit from the boss bonus of the King Slayer set, otherwise it would be faster. Ding, congratulations! As the first player in the entire server to clear the Hellfire Secret Realm, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Nition Airshing for completing the first server-wide clear of the Hellfire Secret Realm. This announcement is informing you. Ding, congratulations on completing your first clear of the Hellfire Secret Realm. Rewards, plus 100 free attribute points, plus 5 fire attribute strength, attribute upgrade for the title 1 step ahead, plus 20 gold, plus 500 reputation. Oh my god, is the reward so generous? However, Lu Muxuan was speechless as he looked at the 2 fire essences on the ground. Only 2 were dropped at hell level? If he had chosen normal level, wouldn't none be dropped? Or would they be fragments? Forget it, the reward is 5 points, 100 attributes plus 2 points, which increases it by 9 points at once, and the strength of the fire attribute has reached 52. Well, if you play once a week, you can increase your level by 2 points a week. Adding the free attribute points, it seems that it will take quite a while to break through 100. Today is September 4th, 2025, Thursday. Save the game and remember to play it next week. After exiting the copy, Lu Muxuan walked towards the equipment copy on the other side. Ding, please select the difficulty level, easy, normal, hard, hell. The equipment copy is called the Occupation Altar. Unlike the 5-element secret realm, it is divided into the first, second, and third levels, and so on. Lu Muxuan tried it and found that he could not play above the second level, so he could only choose the first level of hell level difficulty. The next second, he was teleported into the dungeon. What he saw was a dim altar, and he was standing in the middle of the altar. There were 5 rooms beside him. It seemed that there were 5 levels to complete. Lu Muxuan walked around and found that there was an icon on the door of each room. The broadsword should correspond to the warrior, and the bow and arrow correspond to the archer. Seeing this, he pushed open the bow and arrow door and walked in. Puppet Shooter first turn. Level 20. HP, 500,000. Physical attack, 1,000. Physical defense, 400. Speed, 300. Skills, multiple shots, concussion arrows, 100 arrows, armor-piercing arrows, targeted demolition. Sure enough, when I opened the door, I saw a man holding a bow and arrow standing in the middle of the room. The moment he stepped in, he raised his hand and shot several arrows whizzing towards me. 1,670. Plus 1. 1,670. Lu Muxuan was wearing full gear, but 6 arrows still took away 10,000 HP. At the same time, a huge, rotating armor-piercing arrow followed closely behind him. Seeing this, he suddenly rolled to the right to avoid it, then quickly approached the puppet archer. Being a clumsy player has always been a concern of his, and now that he has the opportunity to fight against a puppet like a player, he also wants to practice his skills. Just like when he fought the fire elf before, he immediately launched a brutal charge as soon as he reached 20 meters. Unexpectedly, the puppet just took a few steps back and broke his move. Then he sent a shock arrow to stun her on the spot. At the same time, Lu Muxuan found a big red X on the ground. Ding, you've been stunned. The remaining time is 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Boom! Under Lu Muxuan's gaze, the red X exploded with a loud bang. 4,505. Plus 1. Damn it! Wild Charge is clearly a lock-on skill, but I didn't expect it to lose the lock-on effect immediately after exceeding the distance. I was careless. After the dizziness was lifted, Lu Muxuan rolled to the side again, relying on the high speed of more than 400 S-shaped movements to quickly approach the puppet, and then raised his sword and slashed it down suddenly. However, what he didn't expect was that the puppet actually relied on the recoil of firing hundreds of arrows at once to instantly increase the distance. Can this skill be used like this? If I hadn't moved fast enough, I would have been kite followed by the puppet and would have been kite to death. Of course, the puppet would have been the one to die. After missing the first attack, Lu Muxuan moved again to avoid the attack, sticking to the puppet and hitting it with a sword from time to time. At this time, the cooldown of Savage Charge was over. Seeing this, he sneered and directly locked onto the puppet to activate the skill. He didn't believe that the other party could instantly open up a distance of 18 meters. If not, what awaited the puppet was a knockback and a red flame slash, which would definitely hit. Otherwise, it would be too easy for the puppet to move if Qi Yanzhan raised his hand in almost 1 second. No matter how powerful the skills were, it would be useless if the puppet couldn't hit the target. However, he was stunned again the next second, because just when Lu Muxuan rushed to the front of the puppet, the opponent's shock arrow directly interrupted his brutal charge and stunned him. Oh my god. He admitted that he wasn't very good at gaming, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. He knew his opponent had a stun skill, but he didn't consider forcing the stun skill out before locking him in a headlock. What a fool. Although I was fooled by the puppet, this was also a valuable experience. When other players come up in the future, I will inevitably face this situation. He relied on his gorgeous skills and amazing operations to beat him. Although it was the other one who died in the end, he lost face. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan resisted the urge to activate the Blood Demon's shield and continued to rely on his speed to stick to the puppet in fight, waiting for the Savage Charge skill to cool down. After he recovered, he learned his lesson and did not use it immediately, because the puppet's stun and his displacement both lasted for 1 minute. His skills were recovered, which proved that the opponent's skills were also recovered. Sure enough, after being caught up and slashed by him again, the puppet couldn't help but use a shock arrow. Seeing this, he smiled. After the stun wore off, he chased after him again, unleashing a brutal collision at close range. This time, I'll see where you can run. The puppet's skills did not allow it to move, so even though it used hundreds of arrows to create a distance of several meters, it was still successfully knocked away by Lu Muxuan. Then, he used a skillless flat attack to deal damage, and then immediately connected with a red flame slash. 121,664. 16,553. 251,605. A set of smooth little combos dealt explosive damage, dealing a total of nearly 390,000 damage. In addition, he attacked the puppet shooter more than 10 times in 3 minutes, and with the counterattack, he killed him instantly. Sure enough, there is no technique, it's all about intensity. If he can't inflict damage on himself, he will probably be taught a lesson by the puppet in no time. Oh my god. Golden light. Lu Muxuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly kicked the puppet archer away and picked up a piece of equipment on the ground. Ultra Shadow Boots. Quality, Gold. Physical attack plus 205. Attack speed plus 3. Movement speed plus 35. Critical hit plus 2%. Effect, increases physical attack by 50 points and movement speed by 10. Wearing requirements, first level shooter. Unfortunately, it was an auction item, so Lu Muxuan put it into his backpack and then walked towards Daijian's room. Puppet Warrior first turn. Level 20. HP, 500,000. Physical attack, 800. Physical defense, 750. Speed, 280. Skills, Charge, Warcry, Sweep the Troops, Charged Smash, Earthshatter. Although the attack is reduced by 200, the defense is increased by 350. If it is an ordinary player, unless he has silver or bronze equipment, he will still be killed in seconds. This time, Lu Muxuan was still practicing his skills. After the red flame slash skill had cooled down, he forced out the stun skill and the battle cry, then he counterattacked with a normal attack and red flame slash. A set of skills costs more than 300,000, and then he gets close to it and slashes it 12 times in 3 seconds, sending it to death directly. Oh my god. It's still golden light. Love it. Is it because it is the first time to clear the professional altar, and it is hell level difficulty, so it must include gold equipment? Sky-struck armor. Quality, Gold. HP plus 800. Magic plus 200. Physical attack plus 30. Physical defense plus 130. Effect, increases health by 100 and defense by 20. Wearing requirements, first level warrior. Wu Ming was the only warrior left. This guy was so lucky. Lu Muxuan put it away again. It's just a small piece of gold equipment. It's impossible for him to give up the 25% boss damage bonus of the Kingslayer set. Next is the assassin, who is very annoying. He becomes invisible at the beginning, stuns as soon as he appears, and then uses a set of smooth little combos to become invisible again. He couldn't hit the opponent and could only passively take the beating. Lu Muxuan became impatient and directly activated the Blood Demon's shield to blow the bastard to death. However, this explosion also made him discover another problem, that is, the Blood Demon's shield could not benefit from the skill damage bonus brought by the fire attribute strength, and could only benefit from burning damage. This is a bit puzzling. The skill with the highest damage can't actually enjoy the bonus of fire strength. What the hell? In order to figure out what was going on, he checked the skill introduction again and finally understood what was going on. Blood Demon Shield's damage bonus is health. The higher the health, the higher the damage. Fire attribute strength is simply attack, and Blood Demon Shield has no attack bonus. Speechless, Lu Muxuan looked at the equipment dropped by the assassin with some regret. Shadow Ring. Quality, Gold. Physical attack plus 145. Movement speed plus 55. Critical hit plus 5%. Penetration plus 3%. Effect, increases movement speed by 25 points while invisible. Wearing requirements, first level assassin. Ring. It's a pity that it can only be worn by first level assassins, otherwise Lu Muxuan could wear it himself, with a 5% critical strike. As long as a critical hit, the damage will be doubled, this is no joke. Although I already have 9%, the trigger probability is equivalent to 1%, or even less, which is really touching. Chapter 33 Upgrading Nobles. Next, the mage is also easier to beat. After tricking him into using the displacement skill, I can take him down with one move without any pressure. The equipment was also a gold piece of equipment, a mage's belt. After considering it, Lu Muxuan decided to sell it to Lin Qiyu. Because the effect of this equipment can only be brought into play when combined with skills and a staff, Lu Xinyu currently only has a bronze staff, which is not very useful. With only one priest left, Lu Muxuan thought it was going to be a crushing victory, but he didn't expect that in the end it would be a 2-on-1 fight between a warrior and a priest. But it's just a matter of using one more set of skills, and fortunately, this level also drops 2 pieces of equipment. The priest dropped a pair of gold shoes, and the warrior dropped a pair of silver leggings. After passing the level, a portal for leaving was opened on the altar. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan left the copy directly. Ding, congratulations! As the first player in the entire server to clear the Hell-level professional altar, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player Nition Ershing for completing the first server-wide clear of the Hell-level class altar. This announcement is hereby made. Ding, congratulations on completing your first Hell-level class altar. Rewards, plus 100 free attribute points, plus 1 gold jewelry for this class, attribute upgrade for the title 1 step ahead, plus 20 gold coins, and plus 500 reputation. Blazing bracelet. Quality, Gold. Fire attribute strength plus 6. Physical attack plus 140. Critical hit plus 5%. Penetration plus 5%. Effect, increases the fire attribute strength by 1 point. Wearing requirements, first level warrior. Wow! Professional jewelry. Lu Muxuan was overjoyed. It also increased the strength of the fire attribute. Although it clashed with the bracelet, he had originally planned to give this bracelet to Wu Ming, so it was just right. He added all 100 free attributes to the fire attribute strength, and the fire strength at this time had reached 61 points. Only 39 points away from 100. After finishing the dungeon, Lu Muxuan rode on the red firebird and planned to return to the Suzaku Palace. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by someone just a few moments after taking off. Stop, adventurer. Flying is prohibited in Suzaku City. Since this is your first offense, we will not pursue the matter. If you do it again, you will be detained for 3 days. A soldier wearing armor and holding a spear said expressionlessly. NPC. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan hurriedly bowed and said, I'm sorry, I'm new here and don't know the rules. I hope you can forgive me. After saying that, he got off the ground and walked towards Suzaku Palace. I was thinking about something when I went to play the dungeon just now, so I didn't ride my mount. I didn't expect that you can't fly in the city, and I was almost caught by the NPC traffic police. Master, are you here? I have something to ask you. This time, Lu Muxuan came to Yan Luoying's room without any obstruction and knocked on the door. Come in. A voice came from inside the house. After hearing this, Lu Muxuan pushed the door open and walked in. Master, you haven't told me about the disadvantages of the main fire attribute. Are there any disadvantages? That's right, so I advise you, if you meet someone who is also strong in the fire attribute, if his attribute strength is slightly higher than yours, you can fight, but if it is much higher, it is best to run away. Everything has its drawbacks. Nothing is perfect. Weak in one aspect but strong in all, do you want to stick to it or not? Yan Luoying asked with a smile. It seems to make sense. If the fire attribute is strong enough, it is natural that it can be immune to low-level flames. Seeing that he remained silent, Yan Luoying continued to explain, if you focus on attack, the damage is physical damage, while if you focus on fire attribute strength, the damage is fire damage. So, those with high elemental strength are immune to damage from those with low elemental strength. There's no way to change this. You have to give up something to gain something. It's not like they're Haven-Teban people who have tried to balance attack and elemental strength, but in the end they found that their elemental strength was always stronger than their main elemental strength. Standing tall above the average person, you'll always be below the powerful, neither high nor low. If you do this, you've wasted your career. I understand, Master. Thank you for clearing up my confusion. Lu Muxuan bowed and said, by the way, Master, what is reputation used for? Reputation, also known as military merit, can be earned through completing quests, killing enemies, and so on. When reputation reaches a certain level, one can become a noble, obtain their own territory in the Eastern Divine Realm, and establish towns or armies. You can also dispatch the army of the Kingdom of God to resolve your own crisis. In short, the higher your reputation, the higher your status in the Kingdom of God and the greater your influence. Yan Luoying said. Master, how do I become a noble? Once your reputation reaches 5,000, you can go to the Temple of War and upgrade to a noble. Okay, Master, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lu Muxuan said with a smile, patted his butt and disappeared. Soon, he followed the map all the way to the Temple of War God. But what was puzzling was that the two guards at the door did not stop him or ask any questions, and just let him in. When I arrived at the main hall, I found it empty, with only a few NPCs standing at the front desk. Hello, adventurer, what business do you need? Asked a female NPC with a sweet smile. As soon as he finished speaking, several options appeared in front of Lu Muxuan. 1. Upgrade to a noble. 2. Hire a guard maid. 3. Purchase land. 4. Purchase supplies. There was more to it, but Lu Muxuan didn't read it too much and directly clicked to upgrade to a noble. Hello adventurer, your reputation is detected to be 13150. You can upgrade to Baron for free. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding, congratulations, you have become a noble of the Eastern Divine Kingdom, status, Baron. Unlock the following functions, 1. Hiring, 2. Territory, 3. Requesting help. The medal will automatically upgrade to the Baron medal, which you can use to claim 30 gold coins each month. I'm still 36,850 reputation points away from my next promotion to Viscount. Wow! And I get paid. Even if a recharge channel is released, $1 equals 1 silver coin, and 30 gold coins equal $3,000, okay? Free to receive. Can I collect this month's payment now? Lu Muxuan asked. Sure. The girl nodded. Well, I'll take it then. Ding, successfully received the benefits, and obtained 30 gold coins. Lu Muxuan nodded with satisfaction, opened the panel and checked the newly opened functions. Hiring, you can hire 10 NPCs to work for you. Territory, spend 5,000 gold coins to purchase a piece of land with a radius of 500 meters to establish your own territory. Ask for help, when you are in crisis, you can ask the local town for help to solve the problem 3 times a month. Oh, the gang creation order hasn't dropped yet, but the territory has appeared first, but the 5,000 gold coins directly stopped him in his tracks. Baron Medal. HP plus 2,000. Magic plus 1,000. Physical attack plus 400. Physical defense plus 400. Spell attack plus 400. Spell defense plus 400. Attack speed plus 20. Movement speed plus 200. Effect, increases gold drops by 5% and increases bonus experience by 5%. Dress code, none. The attributes have been directly increased tenfold. But it doesn't seem to improve myself much. 400 attacks are not a big deal. If it is a fire attribute strength of 4, it's okay. It was already afternoon when he left the Temple of War God. Lu Muxuan planned to do the task first and get the first kill first. One boss has 2 points of fire strength. If he kills 20, his fire strength will directly exceed 100. But at this time, Wu Ming sent him a message. I am your brother Ming, Xianzi. Your brother Ming has come to the main city. Hurry up and send the equipment you have saved to your brother Ming. Coming to the main city. This guy is pretty fast. Lu Muxuan was a little surprised and replied, Is there a master leading the team? It's faster than some big guilds? I'm your brother Ming. Yeah, we have a shooter in our studio whose damage can be stacked 300 times. It's outrageous. He can kill monsters with one arrow from 50 yards away. His level goes up so fast. Then your equipment is useless, since you don't even need to take the damage? Hey, just tell me whether you will give it to me or not. Wu Ming became anxious. Lu Muxuan smiled when he saw this, but he was still so easy to tease. He replied with a dog head and then sent the sorted equipment over. After a while, Wu Ming sent a few horrified expressions. Holy shit. 3 silver and 1 gold equipment. Are you kidding me? This is free? It's conservatively worth 2 million. Use it if you give it to me. Oh, and ask your studio about it. Never mind, just use it. It's just a few pieces of equipment. If it weren't for you, I'd still be working part-time, so don't feel like you owe me anything. Lu Muxuan originally wanted to sell the shooter's shoes to them, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. This move would indirectly reveal that Wu Ming knew him. If the people from Daki knew about it, it would implicate him, which was unnecessary. I'm your brother Ming. Ahem, I still feel a little embarrassed. This thing costs over 2 million. I want to sell it and make money. How rare. You actually feel embarrassed. But we agreed that if you sell the equipment for money, you have to return it to me. By the way, let me remind you of one thing, you can be as strong as you can in the game, because this is not a simple game. Lu Muxuan said. What? You said that too. Do you know some inside information? Wu Ming asked in surprise. Who else said that? Our boss. You don't know, he is actually the eldest son of the Zhao group. Lu Muxuan was a little confused. If he hadn't experienced some bizarre things like him, he would probably think it was just a game. Perhaps these large conglomerates and the Dragon Nation officials must know something, otherwise why would a country fully support a game and even personally participate in it? It's very abnormal. I'm not sure either. Anyway, if you try your best to improve your character's strength, you might gain something unexpected in the future. I am your brother Ming. Okay, can I use your 500,000 to charge the game? Just try and see if you dare. Doghead, JPG, you said you'd try every possible means. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going to change my job first. When I put on the equipment, I can also fight the boss alone and show off my power. Go ahead. By the way, if there is a profession that grants attribute attacks, give it priority. I am your brother Ming, Ajk. After closing the chat panel, Lu Muxuan strolled around the city to see if he could take on a task that was along the way. However, after walking around, he found that they were either picking herbs or collecting animal teeth. The rewards are either 1 or 2 gold coins or a few bottles of potion. It is a waste of time to accept a task without free attributes or reputation. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan hurried out of the city. After that, there was no restriction on flying. He checked the direction of Qingfeng town, then rode on the red fire sparrow and set off. During this time, he checked the levels of Lin Xia and her sister. They were still above level 9, but they already had 80% experience and they would probably be able to come to the main city in the afternoon. Lu Xinyu was at a lower level, only level 7, and it would probably take 2 or 3 days for her to reach the main city. This way, she would have time to accumulate equipment, so there was no rush. Chapter 34, Flame Dragon Squad. About an hour later, Lu Muxuan arrived at Qingfeng City and found Centurion Qianjun in the city. Adventurer, this group of bandits is extremely cunning. They are in the dangerous area of Qingfeng Mountain. Many kind-hearted warriors who came to suppress the bandits have died in their hands. If you don't have absolute strength, it is best not to take risks. Sir, I'm sure, don't worry. Lu Muxuan said confidently. Seeing that he was so persistent, the centurion did not try to persuade him much and immediately assigned him a task. Ding, the centurion has issued you a mission to clear out the bandit outpost. Cleaning outpost. Mission details: players must travel to the outskirts of Qingfeng Mountain, locate and kill all outposts. Note, if the bandits discover and escape, the difficulty of subsequent missions will double. Mission progress, 0-20. Mission rewards, experience points plus 1000, gold coins plus 3, life potion small plus 5, magic potion small plus 5, reputation plus 100. After accepting the task, Lu Muxuan did not stay any longer. He turned around and left the city, riding on the red firebird, and flew towards Qingfeng Mountain. While he was completing his quest, the four main cities gradually became bustling with activity. Many people immediately rushed to the square to play dungeons after changing their classes, but they went in happily and came out dejected. Holy crap! A simple level boss actually has 100,000 HP. It took me ages to chip away a few thousand, and then I got hit once and it was completely crippled. And there are 5 of them. What the hell? Idiot, this dungeon is for teams, 5 at most. Running in like a fool and getting beaten up is outrageous. Fuck. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Look at the clearance records. Even going against the will of heaven took more than 10 minutes. Only you young fools think you are so powerful. Stop talking, brothers, let's form a team. My talent is to double the damage of my skills, so my output is definitely enough. Okay, I'll pull you. Holy crap. Aren't we supposed to fight twice a week? Why do I only have 1 chance left? Even if I fail, I lose my chance? Holy crap. Is this fair? Upon hearing this, the people around who had formed a team and wanted to go in were stunned. No way. What's the point of fighting? 100,000 HP, and there are only 5 of them. Retreat, retreat, be safe, wait until the weekend to improve your combat power before fighting again, otherwise failure will be disastrous. Soon, people slowly dispersed, but at this time, a team of 5 people walked straight towards the copy. By the way, Bailey Diamo, what profession did you change to? Why did you waste most of the day? Wu Ming asked. Hee hee, guess. Bailey Yijian smiled with narrowed eyes. Okay, let's discuss the difficulty of the dungeon, asked the Flame Dragon Armor. The dungeons in the 4 main cities are all connected. You see, the record of Suzaku City going against the will of heaven can also be seen in our Qinglong City, so, play at the difficult level. Bailey Yijian said. Wu Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this. I see, there should be a first pass reward for the difficult level. That's right. Bailey Yijian nodded. In that case, let's play on difficult. Flame Dragon Armor said and chose the difficult mode. Seeing this, other people around gathered around curiously. What kind of tricks do these 5 people have? How dare they dare to fight on a difficult level? The guy with the bow and arrow should be Bailey Yijian. I've seen his videos. It seems his talent is stacking damage. It can stack all the time. It's outrageous. That has to be stackable. Normal level attacks are almost instant kills, and difficult level attacks are guaranteed to kill instantly. 5 people can be dealt 5 blows. Just watch, they'll be out in less than a minute. Come on, we have nothing to do anyway, how about we place a bet? I'm betting on them failing. Then I bet they can pass it. Seeing this, a group of people hurriedly took out their coins, but at this moment, Bailey Yijian and his group came out. Those who bet on them to pass the level sighed when they saw this, while those who bet on them to fail started to collect money with a smile. Am I right? It was less than 5 minutes. He must have been sent out by the boss. He's still trying to make it difficult. He doesn't even consider his own strength. Hey! No, they have a clearance record. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed over to watch. Holy crap! It really took me less than 5 minutes to clear the level. Outrageous! 1. Going against the will of heaven, 15 hours 25 minutes and 9 seconds hell. 2. Flame Dragon Armor Team, 4 hours 48 minutes and 23 seconds difficult. See? The evidence is irrefutable. Hurry up and give me the money. You're still trying to take my money. On the other side, the Flame Dragon Armored Man glanced at Wu Ming, intentionally or not, and finally couldn't help but ask, why are you so weak? I can only withstand it for a moment before I'm broken. Alas, suspicions still surfaced. Wu Ming, seeing this, brought out the excuse he had come up with while playing the dungeon just now, that's my talent. It randomly upgrades the quality of the equipment I wear. Isn't your talent to convert defense into attack? Your health is only 200 or 300. I just saw the boss take away more than 500 of your health, and you only lost less than a quarter? Bailey Ejian also raised the question in his heart. Ahem, you know what I mean by dual talents, right? I'm the chosen one. I was afraid you'd be jealous of me, so I never told you. Wu Ming said as he opened his equipment bar. See? 3 pieces of silver and 1 piece of gold. Don't say I'm lying. Pictures speak louder than words. When several people saw his equipment bar, their eyes widened in disbelief. Fuck. Brother Ming. I have an immature idea. Bailey Ejian's eyes gleamed as he asked, can you upgrade the quality of my equipment? No, I can't even carry your equipment, what's the upgrade? Also, you were called Xiao Ming before, but now it's Brother Ming, he. Wu Ming smiled with narrowed eyes. Hearing this, Bailey Ejian was greatly disappointed. Xiao Ming, from now on, you will be my personal front row. If we combine our strength, we will be invincible. Wu Ming rolled his eyes and said, what are you talking about? I always say the front row is better. Ahem, so it's only natural for me to use the silver equipment that just exploded, right? Flame Dragon Armor said appropriately. He died in less than a minute while playing the dungeon just now, and Wu Ming was the only one who carried the load afterwards. The equipment that exploded naturally went to Wu Ming. You lead the team, boss. I never thought of competing with you. All the warrior equipment I get in the future will be given to you. I will upgrade my own equipment, so don't worry. Wu Mingqua said generously. Upon hearing this, several people were envious. What a golden piece of equipment. It must be worth millions, and it's in short supply. I went up there by myself. Listen, is this human language? Qingfeng Mountain. On a cliff, a man was climbing up quickly by grabbing the protruding rocks. His movements were smooth and flowing, like a monkey in the mountains. But at this moment, the man saw a red bird flying towards him in the distance. He was startled and immediately increased his speed to climb up. However, just as he jumped to the top of the mountain, he was hit by a fireball, which exploded with a loud bang. Then a man jumped down from the flying bird and killed him with a sword. It was a close call, one of them almost got away. Lu Muxuan breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the completed task, turned around and rode the red fire bird back to Qingfeng City, found Centurion Xianjun and submitted the task. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission. You gained plus 1,000 experience points, plus 3 gold coins, plus 5 small health potions, plus 5 small magic potions, and plus 100 reputation. Adventurer, I didn't expect you to complete the mission so quickly. You should take a rest first. At night, when the bandits relax their vigilance, we will work with you to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Centurion Xianjun said. Ugh. Are there any breaks between tasks? Lu Muxuan was a little puzzled. He wanted to go now. After all, the current tasks were not difficult for him, and doubling the difficulty should not be a problem for him. But the problem is that now he can't accept any tasks even if he wants to, which makes him speechless. It is really difficult to fight the main boss. After Lin Xia and the others arrive, let their guild find the wild boss. At most, they can split the equipment equally and take the first kill reward for themselves. Speaking of Cao Cao appears. Xingzhu Linya, Master, we're in Suzaku City. Are there any hidden job introductions? I'm so envious. My sister got introduced to a hidden job by her mentor right after arriving. Woohoo! Tears.jpg. Going against the will of heaven, ahem, your talent is quite strong, percentage blood addition, ordinary professions are better than hidden professions, just get a few more skills, don't worry about it. By the way, please help me find a wild boss after your guild arrives in the main city. We can split the equipment equally. Xingzhu Linya, really? Why didn't you tell me earlier? My brother and the others have all gone to Qinglong City. With you in Suzaku City, I'm afraid I won't even get a sip of soup. Going against the will of heaven, if that's the case, forget it. I'll take a break for a while after I finish the Qingfeng Mountain mission and defeat the boss. Have you finished your job change? Do you want to join me? Xingzhu Linya, I'm fine, my sister isn't, but she should be soon. Great God, come and pick us up. And it on air Xing, well, after you change your job, come to the East City Gate and wait for me. After sending it, Lu Muxuan closed the chat panel and rode back on the red fire sparrow. Anyway, there was nothing else to do right now, and the mission countdown was still 4 hours, so he decided to pick them up first. More than an hour later, East City Gate. Wow, sister, look at that big bird. Is it a mount? I want one too. Lin Xia looked at the red firefly that was getting closer and closer excitedly, her eyes full of stars. Don't even think about it. You can tell at a glance that this kind of mount is very difficult. Before Lin Xiyu finished her words, the red fire bird slowly landed in front of them, with a person sitting on it, and it was Lu Muxuan. Wow! Master, Envy.jpg, is this your mount? Lin Xia excitedly ran to the red firebird and raised her hand to touch it. It's not a mount. I subdued a wild boss. There is no limit on the number of people. Come on up. 3 people should be able to sit on it. Lu Muxuan waved. They were level 10, and with the help of their equipment, they had decent jumping ability. With a single leap, they landed on the back of a 3-meter-high red firefly. Hold on tight, take off. The next second, the red firefly took off into the air, scaring the 2 sisters so much that they screamed and grabbed the red firefly's feathers tightly. On the side, those who were fortunate enough to witness it were filled with envy. Alas, comparison is the thief of anger. I thought that after coming to Suzaku City, there would be no suppression from the big guilds, but I didn't expect that I could escape the disaster and not the disaster. Yes, I'm so jealous. Oh, don't be envious. He's the #1 player on the leaderboard. It's normal for him to have twins. If you're jealous, don't come to Suzaku City. I just envy his mount. Women are all rosy skeletons. Sure enough, those who are tired of eating don't know the hunger of a hungry man. Hey, you guys are jealous, but I came here specifically to follow an IT on-air Xinglook. There's more news, the Suzaku mount is carrying twin beauties. This wave of popularity should be quite high. Fuck, this mount is so small, how could it be Suzaku? Send me the video and I'll help you analyze it. Roll. Chapter 35, Invincible. My mission will not start for more than 3 hours. Do you have any tasks to do? Do it now. If not, I will go find a wild boss to fight. Lu Muxuan said. I don't have any mission. My sister seems to be looking for some snow lotus, but it doesn't seem to be available here. We have to go to Qinglong City to find it. Lin Xia said. As he spoke, he cautiously stuck his head out and looked down, took a look, then retracted his head and held Lin Xiyu tightly. Shuelian? How did you get the mission from Qinglong City? Hearing this, Lin Xiyu shook her head. This isn't a mission. My instructor said I need to consume a mysterious ice snow lotus to unleash the full power of this profession. So there's no rush. I can just go look for it when I have time. Well, what is your occupation? Lu Muxuan asked curiously. Xianbing Tianfai is said to be a very powerful hidden profession. The instructor is called Yanbing, the sister of the Suzaku Saint Envoy. Lin Xiyu explained. What? The sister of the Suzaku Holy Envoy? You also went to the Suzaku Palace? Lu Muxuan asked in surprise. Blazing Divine War and Mysterious Ice Heavenly Law sounds similar. I didn't expect that the instructors of the 2 professions are actually sisters. It's not the Suzaku Palace, it's the Ice Palace. Lin Xia explained. Well, in that case, your profession should also be based on strength. I guess asking you to find the mysterious ice snow lotus will give you ice attribute attacks. Otherwise, your main ice strength will be useless. Lu Muxuan said, and then asked. By the way, didn't your mentor give you attribute attacks? Lin Xiyu smiled bitterly and said, I did give it to you, but it was the worst kind. By the way, are you also strong in your main attribute? Yes, I master fire, and my mentor is Yen Luoying, also known as the Suzaku Holy Envoy, and your mentor Yanbing's sister. Ah. Something's wrong. Why did you and my sister inherit their professions? It should be me and my sister who inherited their professions. Lin Xia pouted, feeling jealous. Ahem, your sister and I are both a mage and a warrior, so it's normal for us to inherit their professions. Besides, you're a priest, so there's no way you can change your profession. Hearing this, Lin Xia hummed angrily and stopped talking. By the way, Master, I don't know much about the game. Do you think that focusing on attribute strength is really better than focusing on attack? I always feel like I'm at a disadvantage. Lin Xiyu asked. Lu Muxuan shook his head and glared, trying his best to explain, how could that be? The only disadvantage of having a strong main attribute is that you can't beat people with higher attributes than yourself. Putting this aside, everything else is an advantage. Not only does it have additional damage, your ice attribute strength also has a built-in slowing effect. 1 point of ice strength can also increase skill damage by 10%. Once you become stronger, you will be invincible. By the way, what did you mean by the worst? And since you already have ice attribute attacks, why are you still looking for the mysterious ice snow lotus? Lin Shiyu and Kazalin blinked their eyes, looked at him and said, worst means the weakest, don't you know? Attacks of the same attribute also have different strengths. For example, ice attribute attacks have 5 levels of strength: Spirit, King, Emperor, Immortal, and God. Take your fire attribute as an example. Fire at 100 degrees is spiritual level, fire at 1000 degrees is king level, and fire at 10,000 degrees is emperor level. So, although both are fire attribute attacks, the temperature difference is many times greater. Of course, I'm just giving an example. The actual data might not increase tenfold. The ice attribute attack that my instructor gave me is of the spirit level, requiring 250 free attribute points to increase the attribute strength by 1 point. The mysterious ice snow lotus that my instructor asked me to find is of the immortal level, requiring only 100 free attribute points to increase the attribute strength by 1 point. What? Lu Muxuan felt his knowledge was shocked after hearing this. Damn it! Master, you're being lazy. Why are you only teaching half of it? He can't beat someone with the same stat and higher strength, and he discovered it himself. The elder sister is too lazy, the younger sister is the better teacher. Look at Lin Shiyu, she can even teach herself. Hateful. I feel like I have lost a lot of face. No wonder she felt she was at a loss. It was a real loss. 250 points of free attributes to increase 1 point of attribute strength, it was a huge loss. Because the normal attack bonus is 500 points, but the elemental strength bonus is only 1 point, which means 400 less attack points. Even if 1 point of elemental strength increases skill damage by 10%, it is still a huge loss. Only a fool would add elemental strength like this. Something's wrong. Lu Muxuan calculated secretly, and the more he calculated, the more frightened he became. If you have 1000 free attribute points, only God level attribute attacks are stronger than increased attacks, and anything below God level cannot compare to increased attacks. Take the red flame slash for example. The added damage is 20,000, but the spirit level attack only does 4,160 damage, a direct loss of almost 16,000. Outrageous. However, if you have 10,000 free attribute points, the bonus attack can deal 200,000 damage. Spirit, King, and Emperor levels all deal less than 200,000 damage, a huge loss. Only immortal level attribute attacks can barely match the bonus attack, but attribute attacks have additional effects. But if there are 100,000 free attribute points, it will be different. Even the lowest spiritual attribute attack can deal 2 million damage, which is the same as the increased attack. King level has 3 million, Emperor level has 5.1 million, Immortal level has 11 million, and God level has an even more outrageous 42 million, which is more than 20 times higher than the attack bonus. This is outrageous. After having 100,000 free attribute points, no matter what level of attribute attack, it will be stronger than adding attack. Few attribute strength is the version answer, there's no denying it, the further you go, the stronger it gets. Of course, this is the version answer for the strong, because 10,000 free attribute points is an astronomical number, let alone 100,000. That's 100,000 free attribute points. An average person probably wouldn't even get 10,000 in their entire lifetime. It seems that attribute strength is a path that only the rich or talented can take. Otherwise, if you switch to an attribute profession without free attribute points, it will be a big weakening, and it will not be as good as increasing attack. Without enough free attribute points, anyone who changes his attribute profession will be a complete failure. However, this is not absolute, because as long as there is a God-level attribute attack, it will be fine, such as your own Suzaku Fire, 50 points of free attributes plus 1 point of attribute strength, which is a God-level attribute attack. Ahem, time is running out and I don't have time to ask Master. But don't worry, increasing the attribute strength is definitely the right thing to do. Lu Muxuan pretended to be calm and said. So, don't use the free attribute points you gain to increase your strength yet. Wait until you find the mysterious ice snow lotus before adding them, otherwise it will be a huge loss. That's not necessary. I can add magic first and use my talent to switch to spell attacks. After I obtain the mysterious ice snow lotus, my mentor will send me to the temple for baptism, and I can reallocate the free attribute points. Lin Shiyu said with a smile. Aha! Really? Then add it first. Lu Muxuan touched his head awkwardly, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. A man with limited knowledge makes a fool of himself in front of a beautiful woman. The powerful man's face is completely lost. Master, look at yourself, then look at your sister. Resentment +1. Seeing him lower his head and turn his head to look downwards, Lin Shiyu said nothing more. She smiled slightly and looked at the mountain scenery with her sister, who was both afraid and loved to watch. It's more exciting than riding a plane. Hey, master, will we fall down? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin Shiyu started her chatterbox mode again, which indirectly resolved Lu Muxuan's embarrassment. Since the mission still had more than 2 hours left, the three of them flew at low altitude, searching for the wild boss. Unfortunately, 2 hours have passed and nothing has been found, as if there is no wild boss at all. Could it be that all of them are triggered by tasks? Helplessly, Lu Muxuan had to turn around and go back to Qingfeng City to continue the main task. Adventurer, you are here. Our people have already started to move and are waiting for you to come. Ding, Centurion Qianjun has issued you a mission to destroy Qingfeng stronghold. Do you accept? Accept. Destroy Qingfeng stronghold. Mission details: cooperate with the soldiers to kill the bandits, and kill the first, second and third leaders of the stronghold, rescue the imprisoned people, and remember not to let ordinary people and soldiers die in large numbers. Mission rewards: experience points plus 12,000, free attribute points plus 300, gold coins plus 30, reputation plus 1,500. Mission penalty: if more than 30 soldiers and civilians die, the mission fails, or there is no reward after completion. Hey! This reward is wrong. The quest issued by Yan Luoying only gives 5,000 experience points and 100 free attributes. Why is this quest rewarding so much? Lu Muxuan looked at Lin Shiyu and her sister beside him. Perhaps it was because the team status rewards had to be divided equally, so there were 200 more. That was it. Sir, do you have a plan? Yes, we will sneak in under the cover of darkness, rescue the common people first, and then launch an attack. Centurion Qianjun said. Do you have a candidate or? Adventurer, my men are all ordinary soldiers, so this mission still requires your help. Well, I thought it was just killing the leader, but I didn't expect it to be a full attendance. However, Lu Muxuan didn't care. It was just a sneak attack to rescue the hostages, which shouldn't be a difficult task. Come on up, let's go first. Master, what should I call you? I can't always call you master, right? Lin Shiyu jumped up and asked. Just call me Mumu. Well, Mumulan, then I'll call you Shaolinzi. Let's go and complete the mission. Lin Shiyu stood on the back of the red firefly and waved her hand, looking like a general. Lu Muxuan rolled his eyes. When he saved you before, he called you Imperial Guard. Now he asked you to call his name and you called him Shaolinzi. You are the Empress Dowager Cixi. He patted the red firefinch, and the next second, the red firefinch stood up, scaring her so much that she fell to the ground in a panic, hugging Lin Shiyu tightly. Soon, the three of them landed on the cliff at the top of Qingfeng Mountain, which was the place where Lu Muxuan killed the previous bandit. You two wait here for the main force to arrive, and then keep an eye on the red fire sparrow. If it charges, it means it's about to launch an attack. When the time comes, hold back some soldiers and don't let them rush too fast. If too many die, there will be no reward. I and the red fire sparrow are enough on the battlefield. Okay, I got it. Shaolinzi, you go quickly. By the way, since you are not here, can I ride Xiaohong? Lin Shiyu asked with her big eyes blinking. Well, you are still thinking about your mount at this time. You threw away the pet worth 200,000 yuan after playing with it for a few days, so this time, don't even think about getting my mount. No, it will hit you. A fireball spell will send you back to the fountain for a bath. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyu looked at the red eyes of the red firebird and immediately shrank her neck. She grabbed Lin Shiyu's hand and dared not speak. Chapter 36 The Boss. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan smiled. Girls are indeed timid. He opened the map to identify the direction and then walked straight towards the walled city. After arriving in the main city, the weather was similar to that in reality. It was dark, there was the sun, the moon, and even dark clouds in the evening, which made it look like it was going to rain, but it didn't in the end. But these dark clouds also blocked the moonlight, causing Lu Muxuan to advance in the dark. He almost fell into the pit several times. Another time, he walked to the edge of a cliff and was speechless. It's too real and it's a torture. After about half an hour, he finally reached the fortress on the top of the mountain. The defense was quite tight, with people patrolling the watchtower in the middle of the night. Breaking in by force was impossible. If too many people died, even without a reward, it would be useless. Thinking of this, he slowly moved around the perimeter of the fortress, looking for a breakthrough to sneak in. These bandits were obviously not a well-disciplined army, and their patrol work was not in place. Lu Muxuan found a hole and slipped in after just walking around for a few minutes. However, after entering, he was also confused, because although this walled city was not big, it was not small either. How could he find the people accurately? And after finding them, how do we rescue them? This is a problem. While he was thinking, he had already approached the building complex. They were all wooden houses, and the wood seemed to be quite new, so they were probably newly built. Come, don't be afraid, my little beauty, I'm here to love you. Inside the room, several men looked at the woman curled up in the corner with fiery eyes, unbuttoning their belts as they walked. No, please let us go. Several women had terrified eyes and leaned against the wall tightly, as if only in this way could they feel a little safe. Ha, scream, the more you scream, the more excited I get. I want the pink dress, and you can pick the rest. After the man said that, he went up and grabbed the woman's wrist, picked her up and forcibly walked to the bed. Okay, second in command, you enjoy first. The remaining men said with lewd smiles. But at this moment, the door of the room was suddenly opened, and a man rushed in breathlessly. Stop playing around, the boss has ordered you to go down the mountain to check the situation. The man was a little annoyed when he heard this. What's going on? There's been no news from the outpost tonight. I guess something went wrong. Hearing this, the second in command also realized the seriousness of the situation. He helplessly threw the woman in his arms to the ground and said, "Damn it, this really spoils the fun. Brothers, let's go down the mountain with me to take a look." Seeing the second in command and his gang leave, the man who came to report found a rope to tie the hands of several women, and then led them out of the room. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan quietly followed behind. These women should be the captured civilians, and following them should be able to find where the civilians are. Sure enough, the man took a few women around in a long circle and then entered a stone door on the cliff. Lu Muxuan waited for a long time before following them in. In front of me was a staircase leading down. The environment down there was a little dim, with only a few oil lamps, and I could barely see the road clearly. On the other side, the man brought several women to a high platform, bowed and said respectfully, "Boss, I have brought the people I captured today." Well, step back. A man with a rough face and a beard on the high platform waved his hand. Okay, I'll take my leave. After the man left, the eldest boss slowly stood up and walked towards the women. He took a deep breath from their necks and said with an intoxicated look, "This is a fresh breath of soul. The children will definitely like it." Hearing this, several women trembled with fear and kept backing away. The next second, the boss threw several women onto the platform and raised his hands high. "Come, enjoy it, my children." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen black mists emerged from the platform, slowly condensing into the shape of a palm-sized baby, and then pounced towards the women. However, at this moment, the headmaster suddenly turned around and looked behind him. He saw Lu Muxuan walking in with a man's neck in one hand. Demon soul? It seems that your Qingfeng mountain is not simple? Human. You are looking for death. The boss's eyes were fierce, and with a grab of his big hand, a big machete instantly appeared in his hand. He took a few steps and rushed in front of him, slashing fiercely. However, this blow, like a mountain falling on one's head, did not cause any damage at all. Big Boss Spiritual Level Boss. Level 30. Health. Physical attack. Physical defense. Speed. Skill. A spirit level boss. Lu Muxuan was a bit surprised, having expected a bronze or silver rank at best. It seemed the centurion wasn't weak, but rather the enemy was incredibly strong. No wonder it was considered a main quest. Shield skills, let's see which is harder, your shield or my sword. The boss laughed when he saw this, raised his sword and chopped it down. Lu Muxuan was not idle either. He took advantage of the Blood Demon Shield's invincibility and raised the King-slaying sword to start slashing at the opponent. It only takes half a second to perform 2 normal attacks, followed by a red flame slash. +1. 13,423. 26,846. Miss. Holy crap. He could dodge that. Lu Muxuan was puzzled. Even when he launched the red flame slash right at his face, it was dodged. It seemed that if he didn't connect with the knockback, there was no guarantee of a hit. However, after obtaining the blazing bracelet, the critical hit rate increased to 12, and the triggering probability increased a lot. A critical hit occurred in just 2 hits. Human. No wonder you dare to come here alone. You are quite capable. You are much better than those foods that were delivered to our door before. The boss said as he kept his distance. He could see that the opponent's skill was not a simple shield skill, but seemed to be an invincible state, and there was a second stage, because during his attack, 2 blood-red long swords had condensed beside this kid. Since he didn't come, Lu Muxuan had to take the initiative to attack. The underground space was not very large, so it didn't take long for the boss to be forced into a corner by him. Seeing this, the boss had no choice but to fight back. Damn it! What kind of damn skill lasts so long? As soon as he finished speaking, the big knife in his hand suddenly became extremely huge as if it was inflated. With a sweeping blow, it hit Lu Muxuan's chest hard. The blood slash increased by 2 levels directly, and he also seized this opportunity to launch a brutal charge. Since there is a wall behind the boss, and within a range of 20 meters, the brutal collision is a locking technique. The next second, he pushed it up into the air, then quickly slashed it 4 times in 1 second, and the moment it landed, he was hit by the blood demon explosion. 110,739. 13,423. 11.35 million. A set of smooth little combos directly dealt out 11.5 million HP. Even the spirit level boss had its HP bar emptied and died on the spot. But at this moment, a black gas suddenly emerged from the boss's body and rushed into Lu Muxuan's body like lightning. He was shocked by this sudden change. He killed the boss, but the demon soul is still alive. Could there be another demon soul in his body? The next second, he directly summoned back the evil spirit from the red firebird. When the demonic soul that was eroding his body saw the demonic soul of the netherworld blood demon, it trembled instantly and stood still, not daring to move. The moment the netherworld blood demon's soul saw this demon soul, its eyes suddenly lit up, and its body turned into a bloody mouth and swallowed it into its stomach in one gulp. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the demon souls wandering around in fear on the platform and said, "Go, it's all yours." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon soul turned into a residual shadow and rushed out of his body, swallowing up all the dozen demon souls as fast as lightning. Lu Muxuan clearly felt that the demon soul seemed to be a little more solid. Ding, congratulations! As the first player in the entire server to kill a spirit-level boss, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Nition Ershing for completing the first server-wide kill of the spirit-level boss, Dang Dang. Special announcement. Ding, congratulations on completing your first kill of the big boss. Reward, plus 200 free attribute points, 2 attribute upgrades for the title 1 Step Ahead, plus 50 gold, plus 1000 reputation. Ding, it's detected that the player has killed 17 growth stage demon souls, rewarding plus 850 free attribute points, and 1 mature stage demon soul, rewarding plus 200 free attribute points and plus 2200 reputation. Holy crap! Killing the demonic spirits gives you extra rewards. Lu Muxuan was overjoyed. Moreover, the items dropped by the boss on the ground are also very rich: 3 balls of golden light, 1 ball of bright silver white light, and a little color mixed in it. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be spiritual level equipment. After putting the things away, Lu Muxuan began to check them excitedly. Badian sword. Quality, spiritual level. HP plus 5000. Magic plus 1000. Physical attack plus 1050. Physical defense plus 300. Critical hit plus 8%. Effect: deals an additional 25% damage to targets with invincibility or shield. Wearing requirements: second level warrior. The boss's sword even exploded. It was indeed a spirit level weapon, but its attributes were incredibly abnormal. It was at least 10 times more powerful than ordinary gold equipment. This is outrageous. Lu Muxuan couldn't believe it. Just 1 level difference, but the attributes were so much higher. The remaining 3 pieces of equipment were all gold level: a warrior's boots, a mage's staff, and an assassin's belt. Unfortunately, they were all second-tier equipment, and none of them had any attribute enhancements. Lu Muxuan put away his backpack and continued to examine the spoils. Frenzy clears all defense power and converts it into attack power, adding a frenzy effect. During this period, the player is immune to control. Normal attacks cause 180% damage to the target. The effect lasts for 1 minute and has a 5-minute cooldown. Wow! Super armor! Great skills! Lu Muxuan was overjoyed. This skill perfectly suited his needs. First of all, it was the dominance. He was most afraid of control. Of course, skills that restricted movement, such as entanglement and wall-like skills, should still not be able to be removed. However, this skill wasn't invincible if the attack power was high enough, it could be broken directly. With his current attack power, if he faced the Forest King again, he could cut off any vines that dared to reach out, without even needing a fire source stone. The second thing is to clear all the defense and convert it into attack. What annoyed him the most was that he had to take off his equipment before every battle, otherwise the counterattack would not do much damage at all. Now it has been perfectly solved. Then, the most important point is that the Berserk skill can be attached with an attack bonus. In other words, after turning on Berserk, normal attacks can also receive the skill bonus of Attribute Strength. For example, when he fought the boss just now, his normal attack could only deal 12,000 damage, but if he turned on the Rage, the 55 points of Attribute Strength would be a 550% skill bonus, plus the original 180%, one hit would be more than 90,000 damage, so Lu Muxuan learned it without hesitation. Lasts for a minute. 4 strikes per second, more terrifying than a critical hit. If he stands there for a minute, he can deal 20 million damage with just the Berserk skill, which is more terrifying than the Blood Demon explosion. Of course, in reality, no one will stand there stupidly for you to hit them. In reality, it is considered good if you can hit them more than 10 times in a minute. Chapter 37 Mission accomplished. There were 23 gold, 54 silver, and a plaque left. When Lu Muxuan saw the word order, his heart skipped a beat. Gang Creation Token. With this token, you can establish gangs, guilds, organizations, etc. in the main city and the cities under your jurisdiction. Gang Creation Order. I didn't expect it to come out so soon. The first gang creation order should be very valuable, right? Lu Muxuan touched his chin, and suddenly a wicked smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Daki, your benefits are here. If I remember correctly, if you want to have guild benefits, dungeons, and buff bonuses, you have to build a guild base. Thinking of this, a plan slowly emerged in his mind. Although there are rewards for establishing the first guild, they shouldn't be much, 100 or 200 free attributes, plus a few hundred reputation at most. Let us give these rewards to Daki. I hope he can eat them. Thank you, hero, for saving our lives. When several women saw Lu Muxuan looking at them, they hurriedly knelt down to express their gratitude. Follow me, and remember not to wander around. Good benefactor. Seeing this, several people hurriedly followed. Ah! What's wrong? Lu Muxuan turned around and asked the woman who screamed. Down there. There are dead bodies everywhere. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan frowned and walked up to the platform. Looking down, he saw a deep pit filled with corpses. Although he had been mentally prepared, he was still deeply shocked by this scene. A pungent smell washed over him, and he retched, quickly covering his nose and leaving the basement. The other side. Lin Xia looked at the red firefly lying motionless on the ground with a sad face. Sister, Shaolinzi's mount is dead. What should we do? Will he be okay? Lin Xiyu looked at her friend list and saw that Lu Muxuan's level hadn't changed. She quickly ran forward and said, something must have gone wrong. Let's do as he said and stop the soldier's progress. Oh, okay. Lin Xia hurriedly followed after hearing that. However, when the two sisters found Centurion Xianjun, the other side had already started fighting. The sounds of weapons clashing and skills exploding were endless. Seeing this, the two sisters hurried over to support him. You bastards from Qingfeng City, you dare to come to our city to cause trouble with your limited strength, you are looking for death. The second in command held a magic wand and concentrated his skills, continuously bombarding the soldiers. Not long after he went out, he encountered lurking soldiers. The two sides started fighting without any nonsense. However, the other side was well prepared, and he only brought a dozen or so of his men, so he was clearly outmatched. But fortunately, the third in commander brought dozens of his men to support him, otherwise he would have been defeated. With all the commotion going on, why hasn't Big Brother come yet? Second in command yelled, have you sent anyone to the basement to notify them? I've called them. Don't worry, even if the eldest brother doesn't come, we can still deal with these trash. The third in command said confidently, holding a bow and arrow and shooting at the soldiers continuously. More than 10 people had been shot to the ground by him. If their teammates had not protected them with shields in time, they would have been shot to death. That's what I said, but if Big Brother doesn't come, the brothers will suffer heavy losses. As soon as the second in command finished speaking, he saw a burly man in the distance running towards them carrying a machete, followed by a younger brother. Here I am. The third in commander also saw it and said with a smile, Xianjun, if you don't retreat now, you won't have a chance later. When the time comes, we can kill you and move to another place where we can still live freely. Really? I don't think so. Centurion Xianjun said with a smile. Humph, since you are not afraid of death, then die. The third in command sneered and drew his bow and arrow. But at this moment, the machete in the boss's hand suddenly became huge, and then he swept it across and hit the third boss chest hard, sweeping him away. At the same time, Lu Muxuan decisively followed up with a brutal charge, and quickly came to the center of the crowd, with a slight smile on his face. Bye. Boom! 3.78 million. 3.78 million. 3.02 million. The explosion was like dropping a bomb into the crowd. The second and third in command were killed directly, and 20 or 30 ordinary bandits were also killed in the explosion. Ding, congratulations! As the first player in the entire server to kill the silver level boss second and third in command, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Nition Ershing for completing the first kill of the silver level boss second and third boss in the server. Special announcement. Ding, congratulations on completing the first kill of the second and third bosses. Reward, plus 100 free attribute points, titled One Step Ahead attribute upgrade, twice, gold plus 20, reputation plus 600. When Lin Xia saw Lu Muxuan kill a large group of people, she immediately ran over and said, Woo woo, Xiaolinzi, I don't know how Xiaohong died. I'm so sad. It's okay, it was too tired and fell asleep. Lu Muxuan was a little amused and bent down to pick up the equipment that had fallen on the ground. Go treat the injured soldiers. I'll go clean up the last of the bandits. Really? Lin Xia's eyes lit up and she nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I didn't expect you to be so strong. By the way, are the people safe? Asked Centurion Xianjun. It's hard to explain in a few words. After killing the bandits, go and see for yourself. It's in the basement. After Lu Muxuan finished speaking, he rushed out and pointed the butcher knife at the remaining bandits together with the boss. Alas, although it is not my fault, it is a fact that almost everyone is dead. I don't know if there will be any mission rewards. Since the remaining ones were all level 15 minions, it was very easy for Lu Muxuan to clean them up. He killed one of them with 1 or 2 swords, just like chopping melons and vegetables, and he finished in less than 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Xianjun had already emerged from the basement, his face terribly gloomy. Where's the demon soul? Kill him. Well, pack up, this is your reward. Ding, mission completed, experience points plus 4,000, free attribute points plus 100, gold coins plus 10, reputation plus 500. After receiving the mission reward, Lu Muxuan's level was raised to level 11, and the same was true for Lin Xia and her sister. It's level 11, so fast, and there are still 100 free attributes. Lin Xia smiled happily. Of course not. Don't you see who is leading you? By the way, I have saved some equipment for you. Do you want it? Lu Muxuan said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Take it out and let me see it. Lin Xia said impatiently. Hey, they're on sale at 20% off, take your pick. Lu Muxuan took out the equipment of the mage and priest and placed them on the ground. Wow! A golden staff. Why does it require a first-level mage to wear it? Lin Xia handed the staff to her sister reluctantly. Don't be discouraged. Here, these are yours. Lu Muxuan picked up a pair of shoes and threw them to her. Wow, it's gold equipment. Where did you get it, Xiaolinzi? The 2 bosses we just fought were both silver level. It dropped from a hell level equipment dungeon. There's also a pair of bronze leggings. Lin Xia took it with a smile and put it on. Her attributes increased dramatically. Xiaolinzi, gold equipment doesn't even have a price. How much do you plan to sell it for? Silver equipment is 500,000, and gold equipment is 1 million, and I'll give you a 20% discount. Lu Muxuan said as he gave Lin Shiyu a gold mage belt and a silver mage robe. Lin Shiya's eyes widened when she saw this, and she pouted, "Wow. My sister has 2 pieces of gold and 1 piece of silver, but I only have 1 piece of gold and 1 piece of bronze. Little Lin, you're biased." Hearing this, Lu Muxuan glanced at her and said, "Go away, what can I do if the priest equipment is not dropped? Your sister also has a meteorite skill book, but it is a fire-related skill, which does not match his ice-related skill. Hey, let's calculate the prices. The gold staff is 800,000, the belt and shoes are 560,000 each, the silver robe is 280,000, and the bronze leggings are 90,000. That's a total of 2.29 million. Hurry up and transfer the money. Won't you lose money this way? The gold equipment should be worth more than 1 million, and there is still no demand for it." Lin Shiyu said. Lu Muxuan waved his hand. "It's okay, after all, we are an old customer, so I will give you the internal price. By the way, I want to ask your brother for a favor, is that okay?" "What help?" "I'll tell my brother as soon as I log off. I promise he will help you." Lin Xia patted her chest and promised. "It's just a small favor. I'm going to auction a guild building token in 3 days, and I want your brother to help notify the leaders of other large consortiums and guilds to stop competing with the big flag, otherwise I will take action myself. Also, this matter must be kept secret from Daki, absolutely confidential. It would be best if your brother communicates personally and doesn't let any irrelevant people know about it." Lu Muxuan said with a smile. "Okay, I promise you, but you have to agree to one condition of mine." Lin Xia raised her hand and stretched out a finger. Lu Muxuan rolled his eyes at her, clearly unaware of her plan. "Except for my means of transportation or the blood soul orb, everything else can be discussed." "You want to?" Just as Lin Shiyu was about to speak, Lu Muxuan interrupted, "Shoo. Don't say anything. Here, this is for you, the magic fruit. After taking it, your magic power will increase by 1000 and your spell attack power by 200. Humph. Xiao Linzi, you are biased. You gave my sister something again, and I clearly promised you that." Lin Xia said aggrievedly. "Ahem, how about you eat it? The higher the spell attack, the higher the healing." Lu Muxuan said. "Take it away, I don't want it. Give it to my sister. It's hers to begin with. Why are you giving it to me? Really?" "No." Lin Xia said with her back turned. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan directly stuffed the fruit into Lin Shiyu's hand and said, "Your sister doesn't want it, you eat it." Thank you." Lin Shiyu looked at her empty hands in surprise. "Let's go. It's only a little after 9. Let's go level up for 2 hours." Lu Muxuan said. He then took the demon soul back from the boss's body. Hearing this, Lin Xia turned around hurriedly. "Is Xiaohong really not dead? I see it's not breathing anymore. Don't lie to me." "Why would I lie to you? Do you want to make a bet?" "No, if you dare to say that, you must be sure. I won't be fooled." "Wow, you got smarter?" Lu Muxuan glanced at Lin Shiyu who was walking in front of him, then secretly handed the magic fruit to Lin Xia. "Please do what I just said." "You?" Lin Xia looked at her sister, then looked at the fruit in front of her, and was stunned for a moment. "Your sister wanted it, but I didn't give it to her." Lu Muxuan whispered in her ear. "Really?" Lin Xia's eyes lit up. "Guaranteed authenticity." "Ahem, since you're so sincere in asking for my help, I'll agree." After saying that, Lin Xia took the fruit and took a bite with a smile. It tastes great. It's almost the same as in real life, sour and sweet." Lu Muxuan was a little surprised, but not too surprised. "Really? I'll pick some wild fruits to try when I have time." "Yeah, really, if you don't believe me, try it." Chapter 38 Post-War Promotion. Lu Muxuan looked at the non-magic fruit in front of him, a little surprised. "Are you sure?" Hearing this, Lin Xia also reacted and quickly took it back, saying, "It's just sharing. You're just overthinking it. I won't give it to you." Well. After a while, the 3 of them arrived at the edge of the cliff where the red fire sparrow was. As the evil spirit possessed it, its feathers suddenly turned red and shone with flames. Lu Muxuan jumped up with all his strength, and after they came up, he ordered the demon soul to fly east. There was a monster refresh point there, and they were monsters over level 50. If he killed them over level 40, he should be able to level up very quickly. What kind of flying mount do you need? I'll catch one for you when I have time. Really? Then you can use it to catch the mount. I want Xiaohong. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. You're dreaming. And the red fire sparrow isn't a mount, it's just one of my skills. If it leaves me, it will become like what it was just now. Lu Muxuan explained helplessly. This girl is still obsessed with the red firebird and keeps talking about my mount. Is that the black mist? No wonder that boss helped us. Lin Xiyu suddenly realized, that should be a spirit-level boss, much more powerful than the Scarlet Fire Sparrow, right? Yes, but I don't need it. How can a rough guy compare to a flying mount? It looks good, has high class, and is very cool. Lu Muxuan said. Yes, that's cool. Xiaohong is very handsome. I don't want that big stupid guy. Lin Xia nodded frantically in agreement. After about 20 minutes, they landed on a flat ground, and in front of them was a level 50 wind chaser wolf. Just stand here, I'll lure the monsters. Yeah, go ahead. Lin Xia nodded. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan turned around and rushed towards the wolves. Wind chasing wolf. Level 50. Health. Physical attack. Physical defense. Speed. Skill. As expected, Lu Muxuan first used the Blood Demon Shield to blast a wave, and then started to slash frantically, 4 times a second, an average of 3 hits per wolf. It seems that the health of the wind-chasing wolf should be around 250,000. The monsters in the main city are not like those in the novice village. There are many refresh points for one type of monster. The area within a radius of about 10 kilometers is basically full of wind-chasing wolves, which is enough to cope with the skyrocketing population. And it must be said that leveling up is fast when you kill monsters above level 40. In less than 2 hours, all 3 of them reached level 12. You have to know that after coming to the main city, the experience points will be greatly improved. Lu Muxuan killed 3 bosses, plus hundreds of bandits, and only then was he able to level up with the experience gained from the missions. It's outrageous. Shaolinzi, we are going offline. Lin Xia shouted. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan returned to them after killing the last few wind-chasing wolves. Do you want to go underground originally, or should I take you back? No, my sister and I bought a scroll of returning to town. Lu Muxuan, Sigma? Ahem, are there any extra ones? Yes, Shaolinzi, you didn't buy it, did you? Lin Xia said with a smile. I forgot. Lu Muxuan said without blushing or beating his heart. Here, take it to you. Lin Xia took out one and gave it to him, then she and Lin Xiyu used the scroll to return to the city. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan also used the scroll to return to the city, but the next second his mouth twitched and he looked at the red fire bird beside him. Holy shit! If it weren't for the disadvantages of the mount, wouldn't the red firefinch have to fly back on its own if it went back by itself? Well, can a corpse be placed in a backpack? Lu Muxuan tried it as soon as he thought of it. After taking back the evil soul, he tried to put the body of the red firebird into his backpack. Ding, not enough space in the backpack. Lu Muxuan? Good news, you can collect it. Bad news, there is not enough space. There was no choice but to fly back, which would only take an hour. He planned to expand his backpack as much as possible after returning. Ding, payment received, 2.29 million. Xingfeng Lingyu, my brother said he can help you, but there is a condition. You have to sell the second gang order to my brother. NIT on Erxing, if I get the second gang establishment order within 3 days, I can only sell you the shell. After 3 days, I can sell it to you. Xingfeng Lingyu, do you want the first creation reward? Going against the will of heaven, yes. Xingfeng Lingyu, the flag might go berserk. Going against the will of heaven, it's a fight to the death, so why should I be afraid? Xingfeng Lingyu, okay, my brother agrees to you. In addition, my brother plans to send 100 people to help you find the boss. According to your previous conditions, the equipment will be divided equally. Going against the will of heaven, it doesn't matter if there are more people. Xingfeng Lingyu, it costs 5 gold coins per person to teleport across cities, so 100 is already a lot. Going against the will of heaven, okay, that's it. Lu Muxuan closed the chat panel and then opened the attribute panel. After a busy day, he successfully gained 1,550 free attribute points. There was nothing to hesitate about. He increased the strength of the fire attribute. At this time, his fire attribute strength had reached 90 and was about to break through 100. So fast. Afterwards, he contacted Bei Tengu and level 8 Great Gale and asked about the price of gold coins respectively. He found that it had dropped to 1:8, 8 copper coins for $1. It fell so fast. In this case, more than 200 gold coins can only be sold for 200,000 or 300,000. Forget it, I have enough money already, so I might as well keep the gold coins for backup. Besides, I need to expand my backpack when I go back. However, although the gold coins have depreciated, equipment is still scarce. There are no wearing requirements for blank equipment, so the more than 30 pieces of blank equipment dropped by killing the Wind Wolf were sold at a high price of 5,000 each. The 82 items dropped from the Suzaku land can be sold for 2,000, and the black iron equipment is still 30,000 each. There are 5 items in total, plus a few items dropped by the Qingfeng Mountain bandits. So just selling these junk equipments brought in 470,000 yuan, plus the more than 2 million yuan from the 2 rich women. The account balance directly exceeded 10 million yuan, soaring to 12.35 million yuan. An hour later, Suzaku City. Lu Muxuan came to Suzaku Palace in secret. Although he was not stopped, he looked around and found that Yen Luoying was not there. After asking, he found out that she had gone out an hour ago and had not returned since. Well, it seems the task has to be handed in tomorrow. But just as I was about to log off, I received a message from a friend. Xingju Linya, Xiaolinzi, why haven't you logged off yet? I have good news for you. My brother agreed. Proud.jpg. What did you promise? Lu Muxuan didn't react for a moment, but he understood after thinking about it. This chick said she'd ask offline, and she actually did. Your sister already asked online. And how come these two sisters don't even message each other? Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan didn't say it out loud, and replied, "That's great, I'll pick some fruit for you when I have time." Xingju Linya, you said it, don't cheat. Going against the will of heaven, of course, I keep my word, and those who lie are dogs. Xingju Linya, hey, I took a screenshot to keep the evidence so you don't cheat. It's late, go offline and go to bed quickly. Don't stay up late. Go to bed early and get up early for good health. And I Tian Ershing, I'm about to log off. I just went to turn in the quest, but failed. Oh, wait for me tomorrow and see if forming a team later can increase the quest rewards. Xingju Linya, okay, what time tomorrow? Going against the will of heaven, around 8 o'clock. Xingju Linya, yeah, time to go to bed. Good night. Going against the will of heaven, good night, sleep.jpg. After closing the chat panel, Lu Muxuan shook his head, then disconnected and exited the game. It was already past 12 o'clock. I rode my electric scooter out for a midnight snack, came back to take a shower and wash clothes, and it was almost 2 o'clock when I finished everything. I was thinking of checking out the official forum, but I decided to give up after seeing this. I have to get up early tomorrow. Playing games from dawn to dusk feels more tiring than working, but it's still hundreds of times more tiring. September 5th, the weather is sunny. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lu Muxuan got up, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and went downstairs to buy breakfast. He happened to meet Lu Xinyu, who was wearing sportswear and sweating all over. Good morning, landlady. You got up so early to go jogging. Yeah, I'm used to it. Here, I bought some buns, do you want one? Lu Muxuan looked at the buns she handed over and wanted to eat them, but he was worried that she wouldn't be full because there were only 2 small ones. No, I have a big appetite. These 2 buns of yours are not enough for me. I can go buy them myself. It's just a few steps away. Seeing this, Lu Xinyu didn't force it. Well, you go ahead, I want to go back. Lu Muxuan nodded, went to the entrance of the community to have breakfast, bought a diary and a pen at the bookstore next door, and then went online. Ding dong. Xingju Linya, why are you online just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Where are you? I'll come find you. Going against the will of heaven, Suzaku Palace. Soon, Lin Xie came over, but Lu Muxuan didn't see Lin Xie. He looked at the list and found that she was not online. Where's your sister? She has to work out today, so she probably won't be online until around 9. Then why don't you exercise? I have a perfect figure and don't need to exercise. Lin Xie said proudly. Ha, you're lazy. Be careful, your sister will get better and better, while you will get fatter. Lu Muxuan said with a smile. You. Can you speak? You're fat. Lin Xia glared at him angrily and asked, do you men all like good figures? I think so. Lu Muxuan felt something was wrong with the girl's eyes and quickly changed the subject. Where did you buy your scroll of return to the city? All stores have them, 1 gold coin per card. You used one of mine yesterday. Pay for it. Lin Xia stretched out her little hand. You're still charging me for just 1 gold coin. Lu Muxuan rolled his eyes, took out a gold coin from his backpack and placed it in her hand, saying, you guys probably haven't fought in the equipment dungeon yet, right? Not yet. I just changed my job and I'm going to do the mission with you. Lin Xia said with a smile, tossing the gold coins in her hand. Well, wait for your sister. After the task is completed, I will let Xiaohong help you. Lu Muxuan opened the map and bought 10 scrolls of return to the city at a nearby store. Then he followed the map to the warehouse manager. Hello adventurer, the first expansion of your backpack requires 150 gold coins, increasing the capacity by 150. The second expansion requires 300 gold coins, also increasing the capacity by 150. The third expansion requires 450 gold coins, and so on. How many times do you need to expand your backpack? It's so expensive. But I have to expand it even if it's expensive, otherwise it will be very troublesome. I have 267 gold coins, which can only be expanded once. Please expand it once. Lu Muxuan said. Ding, your backpack has been expanded. Current capacity, 300. After expanding his backpack and selling hundreds of pieces of equipment, Lu Muxuan tried again to put the red fire sparrow into his backpack. Chapter 39, Fire Strength breaks 100. Good news. It's in. And it includes the demonic soul as well. The bad news is that it only takes up 50 slots of space, which means that even without expanding, it can still be filled because the backpack itself has 150 slots. Last night, I just had too much equipment, which took up over 120 slots, so there was not enough space. Forget it, it would be better if there was more space, otherwise I would have to clean my backpack every day. I also unexpectedly learned that I didn't need to take back the demon soul, I could also put the red fire sparrow into my backpack. Normally, pets and mounts couldn't be stored in a backpack, as it could only hold inanimate objects. He hadn't expected that the scarlet fire sparrow, possessed by the demonic spirit, would also be inanimate. In this case, there is no need to give the blood soul orb to Lin Xia, otherwise he is really afraid that this girl will take it and not return it. Let's go to Suzaku Palace first and wait for your sister to come online. Lu Muxuan said. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xia's online reminder, and the three of them met in front of the Suzaku Palace. Why don't you come with me today? Is there something urgent that requires you to go online? Lin Xia looked at her sister and said. No, I don't want to go today. Lin Xia pouted. Lu Muxuan was a little surprised when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. He added Lin Xia to the team and walked in. The guards knew that he was Yan Luoying's apprentice, so they were quite respectful and did not make things difficult for him by not allowing him to bring anyone in casually. Boom boom boom. Come in. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan pushed the door open and walked in, bowing and saying, Master, the task you assigned to me has been completed. Yes, I already know. Yan Luoying looked up at Lin Xia and her sister, then raised her hand. Ding, mission completed, experience points plus 10,000, free attribute points plus 200, number of Suzaku Land dungeons plus 2, gold coins plus 50, reputation plus 1,000. You've done well. I originally thought it was just bandits causing trouble, but I didn't expect it was the demons cultivating demon souls. This matter is of no small importance. I reported it to the king last night, and they are currently investigating. Hey, the reward is doubled. Is it because of the demon soul? Master, why do they cultivate so many demon souls? Also, why do they use the souls of ordinary people to feed them? Aren't they just afraid that we don't know? Lu Muxuan asked. The purpose of cultivating the demon soul is of course to parasitize it. As for why we need to use other people's souls to feed it, it is because the use of the demon soul parasite consumes a large amount of blood, energy, and demon soul. Repeated use will damage the foundation. But if we cultivate the demon soul that was cut out, and then cut out more small demon souls to cultivate, there will be no such hidden danger. Yan Luoying explained. The demons are going to such great lengths to control a few bandits? That's too ridiculous. Lu Muxuan asked in confusion. The bandits are just their hands. Their real target is only the superiors and the strong. Some people have already been caught, and quite a few of them. Otherwise, this matter would never have been discovered by you until now. Yen Luoying said with some anger on her face. If a relative of one of my guards hadn't gone missing and hadn't come to me for help, I'm afraid no news would have come through at all. Lu Muxuan understood, then it should be very easy to check, right? After all, the demon soul is so obvious. Hearing this, Yen Luoying shook her head and said, if everyone has a demonic soul fused with a physical body like you, it would be easy to investigate. After all, one body cannot have two souls. But the difficulty lies in the complete fusion of the demon soul and the divine soul, possessing everything of the original body, including memories. Furthermore, these demon souls they cultivated do not have a trace of demonic energy, so distinguishing them is extremely difficult. Wouldn't there be no trace left? Lu Muxuan said. We can't do anything about the demon soul, but we can still investigate their whereabouts and who these bandits have come into contact with. Yen Luoying waved her hand and said, you can leave first. I'll let you know when there's any result. Master, I want to enter the Suzaku dungeon. Go find Commander Wang and ask him to take you there. Yes, Master. Lu Muxuan bowed and left the room. He had originally planned to put the main quest aside, but now was the perfect time to fight the boss after completing the dungeon. So, is there a reward? Yes, 5,000 experience points, 100 free attribute points, 20 gold coins, and 500 reputation. What a generous reward! Lin Xia said excitedly. Lin Xia was a little surprised when she heard this, because her reward was 5,000 experience points, 200 free attribute points, 20 gold coins, plus 500 reputation, and an extra 100 free attribute points. But she didn't say it. It might be because the Suzaku Holy Envoy saw that she was his sister's apprentice, so he gave her extra care. This cannot be said, so she just kept it to herself. That's good. You must have participated in the Qingfeng Mountain Bandit suppression. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to come here and hand in the mission directly. Lu Muxuan said as he released the red firebird and said. You too can take it to the professional altar hell level. Shiyu has attribute attacks, so you can also take the red fire sparrow to the 5 elements secret realm hell level. The reward is 2 essences. Once a week, it's pretty good. Really? Are you really giving it to me? Lin Xia looked at the red firefly with shining eyes. It's a loan. Borrow it for a day? Then I'm Xiaohan's master today, right? If you say so, then so be it. Lu Muxuan said helplessly. He was too lazy to refute. Yeah. Sister, let's go. I'll take you for a ride. Lin Xia excitedly pulled Lin Xiyu onto the back of the red firebird, then hugged its neck, waved her hands, and took off directly. Hey silly girl. You can't fly in Suzaku City. Lu Muxuan shouted, but the two did not stop. Never mind, it's just a warning for the first offense, it should be fine. Lu Muxuan turned around and asked the NPCs along the way, and successfully found Commander Wang and entered the Suzaku Land copy. However, after entering, I found that this Suzaku Land is not the same as that Suzaku Land. Although the environment is similar, the Suzaku Pond is gone, and the hill has disappeared along with it. The fire spirit was still the same as before, but the Lord Red Fire Sparrow had transformed into a giant magma stone monster. However, Lu Muxuan didn't care. He entered the dungeon mainly for the essence of fire. After killing the Lord, 5 essence of fire indeed dropped, and nothing else. It seems to be the same as the 5 elements secret realm, and the number of times you can visit the Suzaku Land is obtainable. Unfortunately, there is no weekly guarantee. But it's not bad. At least the output is twice as high as that of the 5 elements secret realm. It takes less than a month to fight twice. Lu Muxuan withdrew after fighting once. Just as he was about to fight a second time, he received a message from Lin Xia. Qingju Linya, Shaolinzi, please save me. I've been locked up by the urban management. Woohoo! They said it'll be 3 days, and the time I'm offline doesn't count, tears.jpg. NIT on air Xing, fuck. Aren't you two first-time offenders? What's wrong? Have you flown before? Qingju Linya, we are both first-time offenders, but Xiaohong is not. You must have been caught once, woo-woo. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan was a little amused and replied, I shouted before leaving, but unfortunately you ran too fast and didn't hear it. It's a pity that you got caught. Don't worry, I'm a noble and can ask for help 3 times. I'll use my privileges to get you out later. Xingzhu Linya, really? My sister asked clearly, and she said that if you pay 100 gold coins, you can leave early, so you don't have to ask my brother for gold coins. Shaolinzi, come quickly, it stinks in here, so disgusting. Going against the will of heaven, here it comes. There was no other choice. Lu Muxuan hurried to the Zhuke city prison and used an opportunity to ask for help to rescue the two women. Seeing Lin Xia lowering her head and not daring to look at him, he wanted to laugh. Are you still being wild? You're such a jerk. You've been caught once. Lin Xia angrily threw away her staff and punched him. Lu Muxuan didn't dare to move. With his current attributes, he was afraid that he would accidentally beat her to death. Okay, it's not Mumu's fault. Let's go and play the dungeon. Lin Xiyu dragged Lin Xia away from the scene quickly, feeling a little embarrassed. The two girls left, taking with them the bird that could only walk on the ground. Lu Muxuan shook his head and went back to continue playing the Suzaku copy, with one run left. The second time I entered was still a secondary copy. It seems that only by changing my job can I enter the Suzaku land with the Suzaku pool. After spending almost 10 minutes to pass the level, Lu Muxuan used 10 fire essences and added another 200 free attribute points to the fire attribute strength, a total of 14 points. There is no doubt that the fire strength has broken through to 100, a full 104 points, plus the physical attack is 12,000. Now any ordinary attack of his can deal more than 20,000 damage. If he used the Scarlet Flame Slash, he could easily break 200,000 damage points. Bronze and silver bosses could basically be destroyed with just 1 or 2 strikes. Even he felt that it was a bit abnormal. After finishing, Lu Muxuan left Suzaku Palace and headed to the square where the copy was located. Today's Suzaku city is not as deserted as yesterday. The number of people is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye and can be seen everywhere. Players were busy taking on quests, buying and selling equipment, exchanging gold coins, and forming teams to level up, making it extremely lively. Hey! Is that person going against the will of heaven? As these words appeared, there was a brief moment of absolute silence in the surrounding area for a few seconds, and the players all turned their heads to look at the masked player walking on the street. This armor. And his title, holy shit. It's real. Great God, please sign. God, please take a picture with me, just one, please. Seeing the crowd rushing forward and blocking the road, Lu Muxuan felt helpless and said, I have something else to do. Please make way. Upon hearing this, the fanatical fans were a little disappointed, but being able to meet him in person was a great opportunity, and it just depended on whether they could seize it. Thinking of this, many people immediately turned on the live broadcast, with the title, Close-up Decryption of Why the Behavior is So Perverted and Against the Will of Heaven. There is no doubt that in recent times, the traffic of all videos related to the 4 words going against the heaven is simply too outrageous, with tens of millions of views and even hundreds of millions. There was no live broadcast at all, so as everyone turned on the live broadcast, a large number of people instantly flocked into the live broadcast room. In 1 minute, the number of viewers exceeded 100, in 5 minutes, it exceeded 1,000, and in 10 minutes, it exceeded 10,000. By the time they reached the square, everyone's live broadcast room had over 100,000 viewers, comparable to a super big anchor. Lu Muxuan ignored these people, sensed the location of the demon soul, and then walked straight towards the 5 elements secret realm. Shaolinzi, you're here. My sister is still playing a dungeon. Lin Xia said, looking at the hundreds of people following behind him and whispered, what are they doing? Are they trying to stop you? They are trying to make money by taking advantage of the situation. Don't pay attention to them. Wait until Xiyu comes out and then we will go and fight the boss. Lu Muxuan said. Oh, okay. In front of the public, Lin Xia didn't say much and waited quietly. Chapter 40 Discussing Countermeasures. Master, everyone in my live broadcast room is asking what your talent is. Could you please reveal it to me? A girl came up and asked weakly. Blood volume, counterattack. Lu Muxuan said expressionlessly. Hearing this, the girl was delighted and quickly asked, so, can you keep stacking your health points, or do you have that much from the start? Hearing this, Lu Muxuan did not answer, but turned and looked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Seeing this, the others immediately squeezed the girl out of the way, just like a group of reporters trying to block a superstar. Some people were squeezed so hard that they started bleeding. It was terrifying. Master, what do you think about hidden professions and attribute attacks? A warrior overcame everyone else and successfully got the opportunity to ask a question. The others immediately quieted down after hearing this. They also wanted to hear what the number one god and demon thought about this. Since Lin Shiyu hadn't appeared yet, Lu Muxuan didn't mind sharing his opinion. It's not recommended for ordinary people to go for attribute attacks. As for hidden professions, switch to them if you can, because the skill damage bonus of hidden professions is much higher than that of ordinary professions. But if it's an additional attribute attack, then you have to consider it. Without enough free attribute points to support it, the damage of strong attributes in the early stage will be much lower. If you're lucky enough to get a god level attack, feel free to go for the attribute strength. The above is just my personal opinion, you don't have to listen to it if you don't agree. Just as he finished speaking, a ripple flashed across the entrance of the secret realm, and Lin Shiyu walked out with a smile on her face, followed by a red firefly that stood 4 or 5 meters tall. Is it over? Lu Muxuan asked. Lin Shiyu nodded. Yeah, Xiaohong has 5 million HP, so it's very easy for her to defeat that ice elf. Let's go. Lu Muxuan asked the red fire bird to squat down, then jumped lightly onto its back, and the two sisters followed closely behind. Although it cannot fly, the red firefly walks faster than them. Is this the Suzaku mount that was rumored online? The little walking house gives off a very oppressive feeling. It's so cool. Brother! Such a small Suzaku. How is it possible? It must be a firebird. Couldn't it be a Suzaku cub? That seems to make sense. Brothers, retreat. Suzaku is going to step on me. Not long after, as the red firebird flew away into the sky, the number of people in the live broadcast room dropped rapidly. Seeing this, everyone closed the live broadcast room one after another. Holy crap! This data is outrageous. This is outrageous. In less than half an hour, I earned over 100,000. Holy shit, why am I even trying to get the equipment? Master, wait for me. I've decided that wherever the defiant ones go, I'll be there. Whether I become a millionaire depends on whether I can catch up. The people who had just started the live broadcast exchanged glances, followed suit without making a sound. The other onlookers were bewildered, thinking that these fanatical fans were really crazy, chasing planes, how outrageous. On the other side, high in the sky, Lin Shiyu looked at the chat panel and said, "We found 3 bronze bosses, 2 silver bosses, and 1 iron boss. One of the silver bosses and one of the bronze bosses are being fought." As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded. Ding, server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Monkey King for completing the first server-wide kill of the silver-level boss Pangolin. This announcement is informing you. Well, there is only 1 silver boss left. Lin Shiyu said helplessly. The Great Sage equaling heaven. What's his name? Lu Muxuan asked. The Great Sage equaling heaven, the Qitian Guild's #1 expert. The guild was founded 3 years ago, and he was already a member of the Qitian Guild at that time. Lin Shiyu said as she looked at the panel. His class is a marksman, and his talent is to stack attack power. There's no information on how this stacks, how much it can stack, or whether it can stack infinitely. I only know that before he left the novice village, his highest attack could deal over 8,000 damage. Oh, you're reading some information. Lu Muxuan leaned over and took a look. No wonder she knew so much. It turned out that there was an intelligence system behind her. So the Qitian Guild is based in Suzaku City? Yes. Lin Shiyu nodded. Even though you are here, the main city area is so large, you can't possibly take on all the bosses by yourself. Plus, many people are deliberately avoiding Suzaku City, which will cause intense competition in other cities. So we might as well come here and give it a try. Besides, they have the Monkey King. It's difficult. A big guild has over 100,000 people. If they really want to find the boss, it will be many times more efficient than your brother with just 100 people. Lu Muxuan sighed. Although he is strong and can kill bosses in seconds, he is far inferior to these big guilds in terms of intelligence. Lin Shiyu shook her head. There's nothing I can do. My brother didn't expect so many people to be afraid of you at first, and it's too late to come here now. It costs 5 gold coins to teleport here, and 1 gold coin to buy a return scroll to Suzaku City. It would take at least half a month to walk here, and at most a month. I can't afford to waste it. And it's not just the Qitian Guild, the Hegemony Guild, the Dynasty Guild, the Yi Consortium, and the Xia Consortium. Each of them has more than 100,000 members. As a lone wolf, it's probably going to be difficult for you to compete with them for the boss. Even if they can't spare a master, you can keep it a secret and wait until they have more men to fight. Now, bronze and silver bosses are basically guaranteed to be killed if they have talents above S level. And according to intelligence, every guild has at least a dozen people with talents above S level. Tisk. Lu Muxuan frowned. He thought about the gang building order. What if he didn't raise a big banner first? But he was unwilling to do so without raising a big banner. It's impossible to only allow them to attack me. If someone treats me with courtesy, I will return the favor. If someone offends me, I will return the favor tenfold. He was almost turned into a rat crossing the street. One counterattack is not enough. If you want to hit him, you have to hit him hard and make him cry out in pain. But if they didn't establish a guild, how could they compete with these major guilds? Lin Shiyu and the others couldn't possibly get 100,000 gold coins, and even if they could, they probably wouldn't be willing to come. After all, this is 100,000 gold coins. Oh, by the way, since we can ask Lin Shiyu and the others for help, why can't we ask others for help? Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan opened the district server announcement and spent 10 gold coins to buy a district server loudspeaker. But before entering the information, he looked at Lin Shiyu and said, I have something to discuss. I'd like to ask your brothers 100 people for a favor. You say. Lu Muxuan nodded, I will send out a notice. If you find the boss, you can contact me. I will only take one piece of equipment. The rest will belong to the information provider. Please ask your brother's people to help me filter the information, filter out the accurate and useful ones and send them to you, and then I will go to fight. In the end, I only want 10 pieces of equipment, and the rest will be your reward. How about that? Lin Shiyu was silent for a moment, thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Okay, they are few in number and have limited abilities. Even if they don't level up, they probably won't find many bosses the whole time. This might be beneficial to both of us. Well, send me their names. Lu Muxuan said with a smile. Xiao Linzi, don't you want the equipment? You can sell it for a lot of money. Lin Xia said. As long as I have enough money, it's fine. Besides, silver and gold equipment don't improve me, so they're useless. Then why do you need some equipment? I'll give it to you, and I'll also give them a set of equipment. Lu Muxuan answered while typing the message. Are you really giving it to me? Without asking for money? Lin Xia looked at him in surprise. Well, after thinking it over all night, I've decided to treat you guys as friends, so I won't charge you for the equipment anymore. How about that? I'll be nice to you guys. Well, you're sensible. Most people can't be my friend. Lin Xia said with her head held high. Lu Muxuan smiled and didn't respond. After a while, the notice was edited, and he checked it to make sure it was okay before sending it out. Ding, server announcement. Hello everyone, I'm an IT on Airshing friends in Suzaku City. If you find that you can't beat the boss, you can ask me to help you beat it. After killing it, I will only take one piece of equipment, and the rest will belong to you. Please note, I only take the first kill. If you have any information, please contact Lin's Real Estate, Lin's Wood Industry, or Lin's Furniture. After closing the chat panel, Lu Muxuan looked at Lin Shiyu and said, remember to ask them to go and confirm the information. Otherwise, if they don't have it when they get there, it will be a big waste of time. Don't worry, all the instructions have been given. Lin Shiyu said. Well, I trust you to do things. Xiao Linzi, something bad has happened. Someone said something bad about you. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan hurriedly opened the server channel. This guy, NIT on Airshing, is really dreaming. He wants to get the first kill of the boss without spending a penny. How dare he ask for it? That's right. We at least paid 100,000 yuan each, and we didn't even take the equipment. He didn't give us a penny, and still took the equipment. He's so awesome, but he's pretending to be a big shot. It's disgusting. You only gave 100,000, and my family gave over 200,000, and you just want a first kill. Be careful, or I'll kill you and send you back to the novice village. What? Why don't you tell me? Who is he? He's relying on his own strength to get all the first kills, but he can't even pay the full amount. Isn't that the truth? That's right. If he dares, he'll kill him. Even though I'm just a commoner, I'll fight him to the end. If he dares to kill me for no reason, I'll release DY information and ruin his reputation. Exactly. He feels superior just by playing a game. This is a society ruled by law. Does he dare to kill someone and see? Since everyone's saying this, I'll say it too. Everyone, please don't provide information to NIT on Airshing. It's too much of a disadvantage. The reward for the equipment and information is at least 400,000 or 500,000. Whether you can become rich overnight depends on this move. Seeing these comments, Lu Muxuan was really angry and a little guilty. Is it really too little? Wait a minute, I'll ask my brother if this is true. Lin Shiyu said. Don't worry about it, Xiao Linzi. Ignore these people. They speak so harshly, they must be internet trolls. Lin Xia comforted him. Lu Muxuan nodded. He didn't continue reading the comments to avoid being upset. After a while, Lin Shiyu said, my brother said that big guilds usually don't pay this kind of money. After all, they have so many family members that they don't need to hire outsiders. Small guilds don't have that much money, but it's not ruled out that large guilds would do the same. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan opened the server channel again and checked the information of these people one by one, but found that they were all confidential. And without exception, none of their names have the prefix of a major guild, which is interesting. They are not major guilds, so why would they spend a lot of money to buy boss information? Chapter 41 Obstacles. What did you find? Lin Shiyu asked. Do big guilds require people to change their names when recruiting? Lu Muxuan asked. Guild members need to add the guild prefix, but new recruits will have a name change period, usually about a week. Lin Shiyu suddenly realized and said, do you suspect it's the work of a large guild? We can't rule out this possibility, and we'll know once we give it a try. Lu Muxuan closed the chat panel and continued. Have your men kill them a dark iron level boss and see if they belong to that guild? Will they pay you, or just block you after they've gotten your information? Well, that's indeed a possibility. Lin Shiyu said as she immediately gave an order. If it's a large guild, then it's easy to guess. They want to muddy the waters and prevent you from getting the first kill of the boss, so they still have a chance. And their remarks can influence many people. After all, people are greedy. If there is a better price, they will not choose the low price. If they really did give me the money, it would be fine. I'm afraid it's just a smokescreen to confuse people. Even if we finally find out, it will be a day or two later. The boss will probably have been found by someone else, and will end up with nothing. Lu Muxuan nodded. Let's confirm it first. If the other party really pays, then forget it. It's just a first kill. If I can't get it here, I can get it somewhere else. Yeah. Lin Shiyu responded and said nothing more. Soon, the three of them arrived at the location of one of the bronze bosses, and Lu Muxuan killed it instantly with ease. Ding, congratulations! As the first player in the entire server to kill the bronze level boss, the Emerald Poison Python, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player NIT on Airshing for completing the first server-wide kill of the bronze level boss, the Emerald Poison Python. This announcement is hereby made. Ding, congratulations on completing your first kill of the Emerald Poison Python boss. Rewards, plus 50 free attribute points, a boost to the stats of the title One Step Ahead, plus 10 gold coins, and plus 300 reputation. Hey! Are there only 50 free attribute points? Lu Muxuan was a little confused. It seemed that after arriving in the main city, the rewards were all 100. Could it be that only the gold bosses rewarded 100, and the spirit level 200? No, the rewards for the second in command and the third in command are together. If they are separated, it seems that they are only 50. Well, the case is solved. Apart from these two, the others are either gold or spirit level, so the attribute points rewarded are naturally high. I don't want the bronze equipment, give it to my brothers. After saying that, Lu Muxuan jumped onto the red firebird. After that, it took another half an hour to capture a bronze and a silver boss. The remaining bronze one was defeated by the Yi group, and the black iron level was traded. I only gained 100 free attributes, 20 gold coins and 500 reputation points. Of course, the title of One Step Ahead was also upgraded twice. At this time, the person who inquired about the news responded. Lin Shiyu immediately told Lu Muxuan, "We figured it out. They're a scam. They said they'd give us 100,000 or 200,000, but they didn't even give us a 2,000 yuan deposit. They still want a location, and they won't reveal which guild it is. I told you. These big guilds are real bastards. They're actually playing dirty, Lu Muxuan said angrily. Even the most worthless black iron boss can sell a piece of equipment for tens of thousands, and bronze and silver boss can sell for hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. This reward is generous enough, and they're still giving money. It turns out they're looking for trouble. Do you want to issue another notice? Lin Shiyu asked. Of course I have to send it out. Lu Muxuan snorted coldly, and then bought another regional server speaker. Ding, server announcement. Everyone, it's not that I don't want to pay, but I'm short of money. If you have boss information, please find a guild that pays. Have him pay a deposit of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, then have him show his face in a video, ask him which guild he belongs to, then take him to the boss location and collect the full payment after the fight. If they don't pay the deposit, want to locate you, and don't tell you which guild you're from, be careful. Don't end up not getting the money and losing the boss. But don't worry, everyone. If you're worried about being scammed, come find me and go against the will of heaven. You can record the whole process. I'll only take one item from a silver level boss, and I won't take anything below silver. Ha, Shaolinzi, you have revealed all the secrets of others. How can others cheat you? Lin Xia laughed. There's nothing I can do. I'm a kind-hearted citizen. Since you want to spend money to buy information, I have no objection if you pay me. I'm rich and powerful, so I can't compete with you. But if you don't pay and want to hold me back, no way. Lu Muxuan snorted. Lin Xia covered her mouth and chuckled, and there will definitely be a lot of scammers like this, using fake information to cheat a deposit of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, and then blocking you. If they don't pay, they won't get the information. This could lead to them spending their money and not getting any boss at all, even if they really want to pay for the information. That's not the case. Those who really want information about the boss will have a face-to-face meeting. Lu Muxuan said, also, I can't say that everyone will provide me with information this time, but there will always be some fanatical fans who will provide me with information. As for those who try to get a high price or use the boss's information to negotiate, I don't care. In the end, whether the information rots in their hands or sells for a high price is none of my business. Anyway, I've said what I need to say. Shaolinzi, they are scolding you again. Lin Xia had been paying attention to the server channel and was a little angry when she saw this. What are you scolding me for? Some people have received the money and told you not to fight the boss if you don't have it. Others say you're breaking the rules of the game and using your strength to monopolize the market. They say you're too powerful and lawless, and you're bound to become a big bully in the game in the future. Some people are also calling on everyone to isolate you and let other talented people become stronger and punish you. These people are so hateful. Shaolinzi, why don't we pay more money? I will pay and fight them to the end. Lin Xia said angrily. Lu Muxuan smiled and said, Monopoly? I don't believe that those big guilds will be kind enough to give bosses to others after they become powerful. They just want to shake my mind. If I take it seriously, then they can fight more bosses. Wishful thinking. Don't worry about it. Bosses are for the strong. If it weren't for me, these bosses would probably be monopolized by the big guilds. And no matter what we say, they will step forward to lead the rhythm. Those who are led by these people deserve to suffer. By the way, if possible, please help me check if these troublemakers are from the guild. If not, that's fine. If they are, I'll pay them a personal visit when I have some free time. Hearing this, Lin Xia, who was full of worry, suddenly became excited and said, okay, leave it to me. Let them do whatever they want behind my back and beat them all to death directly at my door. Humph. Here it comes, the silver level boss, this is the location. Lin Xiyu forwarded the location to Lu Muxuan. Look, where there are haters there are die-hard fans. Let's go and get some benefits for the fans. Lu Muxuan said with a smile and then rushed to the coordinate location. Xuanwu City, the level 12 spotted cow leveling ground outside the city. Wang Xuanqi held the sword in both hands and continued to kill the low-health monsters in front of him, while hundreds of people around him continued to beat the monsters and then lead them to his side. At this time, Lao Zhong, who was standing by, checked the information panel and said, President, a lot of independent players in the East have united and are trying to break into our area to level up. They are currently in a standoff. Do you want to fight? Hearing this, Wang Xuanqi slashed a spotted bull to death with his sword. Without turning around, he said as he killed the monster, Humph, do you really think you are going against the will of heaven? Kill anyone who dares to approach. Leaders, fight your way back to the novice village and let them know what a guild is. Otherwise, no one will dare to come and threaten our territory. Okay, President. After Lao Zhong replied, he was about to close it, but unexpectedly another message popped up. President. An Itian Xing will auction off the gang founding order in Suzaku City in 2 days. What? The gang creation order dropped so quickly. Wang Xuanqi was surprised and quickly exited the monster farming circle. He asked, is the news true? The Lin Group, the Hegemony Guild, and the Dynasty Guild have all received the news. It should be true. Old Zhong said. Well, that should be true. Wang Xuanqi was silent for a while, then said, when the time comes, you will arrange for someone to go and bid for it. No matter what the price is, you must buy it for me. As long as we can establish a guild, we can catch up on our previous lagging progress and no longer be restricted to leveling in the level 12 area. Lao Zhong nodded. We should definitely take a gamble. Otherwise, we'll be fighting level 12 monsters while they'll be fighting level 13 or 14 monsters. The gap will only get bigger. Go ahead. Don't worry about the funds. I have to get it no matter how high the price is, said Wang Xuanqi. Okay. Lao Zhong took the order and left. On the other side, the members of the flag who received the order launched an attack directly, and the individual standing in the front was killed instantly. Seeing this, many individual players retreated, but one person still stood up and shouted, brothers, all the leveling areas nearby have been booked by the big guilds. If we retreat, what should we do next? Go back to the city and stare blankly? Listen to me, kill. The big flag only has a few 100,000 people. If we unite all our scattered people, I don't believe we can't get 100,000. Take a chance, you might even get a leveling site. If you don't, then don't play. Switch to a life class or quit the game. There are no monsters to fight, what's the point of playing? Hearing this, all the independent players were persuaded. If they wanted to fight, then they could. It would only cost them 1 level. But a group of people are just a group of people, without any cohesion. After several waves of organized and disciplined attacks from the big flag, they were directly defeated. Seeing the fireballs and water balls flying towards them, as well as the bows and arrows, a large number of people would die if they took a step forward, so the scattered people fled in panic. Seeing this, everyone on the big flag laughed and said, garbage is garbage, let's go now. How can a group of guerrillas be a match for a regular army? They have no command, they just charge forward, using random skills. It's a wonder they can win. By the way, send the name of the leader up there, have someone block the city gate, and fight their way back to the novice village. Okay. At night, the starry sky is bright. Lu Muxuan sat among the swarm of venomous snakes, piling up blood while gazing up at the starry sky, feeling a sense of emotion. This world was too real in his trance, it felt like he had traveled through time. Ding dong. Meteor shower, master, I'm level 9 now. I can go to the main city tomorrow. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan smiled. Since Lin Xia and her sister were offline, he did not hide anything and replied, well, you already have 2 pieces of equipment. I plan to make you a set of silver ones. By the way, buy a mask when you come here, otherwise when you follow me to level up, you might be targeted by my enemies. Meteor shower, this is too expensive. I can't have it. An Itian Ershing, as my female fan, and the only female fan who got to know me through my friend, you deserve it. Meteor shower, really? Am I really the only one? Shocked.jpg. Chapter 42 Lu Xinyu is here. As soon as Lu Xinyu sent the message, the other party replied with a picture. It was a friend list with only 6 people in it. One of the names was crossed out in red and could not be seen, but it was shown that it was a man. She knew that the other 2 women were the twins who had always been following Itian Ershing and said they were his friends. There are also 2 notes about purchasing gold coins, and the gender displayed is also male. The only one left is yourself. Lu Xinyu's heart started pounding when she saw this. What did he mean by that? Could it be that he was interested in me? But they have never met each other. Meteor shower, really? I'm so honored to be the only female fan of Itian Ershing. I won't hesitate to give you the equipment. By the way, I accepted a quest for a hidden profession called necromancer. Can I switch to this profession? I have a bad feeling. Could it be summoning corpses, skeletons, zombies, or something like that? NIT on air Xing, it's okay, if there is a hidden profession, then switch to it. It doesn't matter if it comes with attribute attacks. I can help you get enough free attribute points. Meteor shower, but God, I'm afraid of ghosts. Now that I think about it, I feel a little eerie behind it. Scared.jpg. Going against the will of heaven, with me here, no one can hurt you. Meteor shower, okay, I'll listen to you, but this mission requires me to go to the Silver Mountain over in White Tiger City to complete it, it's quite far. I checked the map, and it'll probably take about a week to walk there after getting to the main city. To be honest, she didn't want to change this career, but she was fooled by an old witch and accepted the task, and now she can't give up. If she doesn't complete it, she won't be able to switch to a normal career, which is very frustrating. Going against the will of heaven, I've given you 20 gold coins. Go to the main city and buy a scroll to return to the city. Then, see which city is closest to Silver Mountain and teleport there directly. After completing the mission, use the city return scroll and then teleport to Suzaku City. Meteor shower, great God, why are you so good to me? NIT on air Xing, someone said you are very beautiful, and you happen to be my type, so I agreed. Do you think it's a bit abrupt for me to say this? Seeing this line, Lu Xinyu's heart suddenly fluttered, and she suddenly realized what was going on. It turned out that Lu Muxuan had told her what she looked like, which was why he added her. It's like a star-chasing girl who finds out that the star she is chasing also likes her. The excitement is like a volcano erupting, rushing straight to the top of her head. But after the excitement, she felt a little bit unbelievable, as if she was dreaming. She stared at the chat box for a long time and couldn't type a single word. NIT on air Xing, what's wrong? Please forgive me if I offended you. I'm a straightforward person, and since you asked, I have to give you a reason to be nice to you. Otherwise, you'll feel uneasy and embarrassed to accept my kindness, right? I can try dating and give each other a chance to get to know each other. After typing this, Lu Xinyu thought about it and deleted it, then changed it to, well, you are a good person. No, that sounds like a rejection. Lu Xinyu immediately deleted the message and racked her brains for a reply, but she couldn't figure it out. She was extremely anxious. Seeing the time ticking by, he must be very anxious, right? Thinking of this, Lu Xinyu didn't care and replied whatever came to her mind. Meteor shower, well, I'll be nice then. By the way, can you go with me to change jobs tomorrow? I'm a little scared to go alone. She regretted it the moment she sent it out, because she was always paying attention to NIT on Urshing's every move, so she knew that the other party was racing against time to defeat the boss. But the message couldn't be retrieved, so she quickly typed, no need, you must be very busy. I can go by myself. With the route and gold coins you gave me, it shouldn't take long. However, just after finishing editing, Lu Xinyu saw the other party's reply. Going against the will of heaven, okay, I'll take you there. When Lu Xinyu saw this line of words, she felt warmed, but after thinking for a moment, she still sent it out. NIT on air Xing, it's okay, I have a mount, and it only takes me an hour to travel the distance that an ordinary player would take a day to do. And I just checked Silver Mountain. It only takes a little over 10 minutes to teleport from Xuanwu City to Silver City, so there won't be any delay. Meteor shower, yeah, I'll text you tomorrow when I reach level 10. NIT on air Xing, okay, it's almost 12 o'clock, go to bed early. Meteor shower, yeah, it's going to rain soon. By the way, Master, what's your name? Lu Muxuan thought about it and decided to get to know her for a while before making any decisions, just in case. Just like his ex-girlfriend, no one knew she was a gold digger at first. NIT on air Xing, just call me Mumu. Besides, who knows your character in the game? If it's not your relatives or friends, I'm afraid it will implicate you. Meteor shower, no, my mom doesn't play games. She usually collects rent and stays at home when she has nothing to do. So no one knows my game character yet. I added a few people to the game to level up together, but none of them know who I am. Going against the will of heaven, that's good, good night, Xiaoyu. Meteor shower, good night, Mumu, you should go to bed early too. Seeing Meteor shower's avatar dim, Lu Muxuan breathed a sigh of relief. The person he liked was finally won by his trickery. Although I have concealed many things, I will make them clear later. Now the first step is obviously very successful. All things are difficult at the beginning, but the rest will be easy. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan looked at the poisonous snakes around him that kept attacking him and felt they were very cute. Hee, I've stacked more than 80,000 blood. Forget it. I'm in a good mood when good things happen. I won't stack anymore and will log off. Lu Muxuan stood up and stretched. I've been either fighting bosses or leveling up lately, so I haven't really stacked my health. I'll have to stack it up when I have some free time, because the higher your health, the higher the damage from your blood demon explosion. September 6th, cloudy with a chance of rain. I didn't run into Lu Xingyu when I went downstairs today. I bought 4 steamed buns, a tortilla, and a bottle of soy milk. Putting an end to it, Lu Muxuan stuffed the tortilla into his mouth and threw the pen on the diary to cover it, but he opened it again the next second. It was a sunny day on September 5th. When I went downstairs to buy breakfast, I met Lu Xingyu, who was coming back from running. She offered me some buns, but I refused because I was afraid she wouldn't be full. After writing this paragraph, Lu Muxuan also wrote down some of the things that happened after he met Lu Xingyu, including last night's test and her attitude. Originally, I just wanted to record the time of the 5 elements secret realm and the occupational altar, but I didn't expect the purpose would change after I bought it. After going online, Lu Muxuan was still at Viper. He opened the message and found that Lin Shiyu had sent him 2 locations. Seeing this, he rode on the red fire sparrow and set off, picking up Lin Shiyu and her sister on the way. Xiao Linzi, have you read the official website forum? I don't have time to watch it, what's wrong? Lin Shiyu pouted and said, you got attacked again for your speech yesterday. These people really have nothing better to do than to keep targeting you, barking at you for everything. Lu Muxuan frowned upon hearing this and opened the forum to see what was going on. He found the video and clicked into the comments section. The first comment had millions of likes. What do you mean by not using attribute attacks? That's pure nonsense. The late game is all about attribute attacks. You advised us not to use attribute attacks, but you chose firepower yourself. Your purpose is self-evident. You're afraid that if we use attribute power, it will affect his first place. TSK. My kindness was taken for granted. As expected, there is no shortage of people trying to stir up trouble on the internet. Lu Muxuan scrolled down and saw several posts with similar content, either attacking him or misleading students. Seeing this, he stopped reading. Good words cannot persuade a damned ghost. It has nothing to do with him whether others go for attribute strength or attack. Anyway, the words have been said. It is his own choice to listen to whom. It is his own choice to be useless. It has nothing to do with him. Xiao Linzi, do you want to respond? Lin Xia asked. Don't respond. We are all adults and should bear the consequences of our choices. Lu Muxuan said with a smile, these people who are stirring up trouble must be aware of this. They may be from a large guild. Their purpose is nothing more than to. If you make a fuss about it, I will be bombarded with attacks and endless abuse. When one person can influence the course of the game, that person becomes everyone's enemy. So this time, perhaps it wasn't a big banner, but rather all the guilds tacitly pointing their spearheads at me. Also, guide those people who don't have their own opinions. Most of them are independent players. Trick them into using attribute attacks. Kill one if you can, so that you don't have to compete with them for the boss when they become stronger. Just watch, within a few days, a large number of people will cry out that they've been cheated, but what's the point? I don't feel the slightest bit of guilt towards these people. They deserved it. That's true, but Xiao Linzi, since all the guilds want to deal with you, will your plan be affected? Lin Xia asked. Lu Muxuan smiled and said, no, making things difficult for me has nothing to do with my dealings with Daki. They would rather destroy both of us so that they would have 2 fewer competitors. I'm afraid they would wake up laughing in their dreams. We're here, the bronze level boss Shadowcat. Lin Shiyu pointed to a small black dot below. Afternoon. Lu Muxuan had just killed a silver level boss when he received a message. Meteor shower, Mumu, I'm in White Tiger City. Where are you? Lu Muxuan glanced at the ground and saw that there was no equipment he needed. He said, I have a friend coming over. I'll go pick him up. You guys should level up first. Who is it? Man or woman? Lin Xia asked. Let's not talk about women for now. After Lu Muxuan said that, he took out the scroll of returning to the city and used it, and his figure slowly disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Lin Xia stamped her feet. A woman is running so fast, could she be his girlfriend? Didn't he say he didn't have a girlfriend? Aside, Lin Shiyu looked at her sister and sighed, saying, isn't it normal to have a girlfriend? Why are you so anxious? Could it be? How could I be anxious? Lin Xia raised her head and said, I'm just angry that he didn't fight the boss and went looking for a woman instead. Damn it, I won't find him a boss anymore, humph. Chapter 43 Necromancer. Elsewhere, Lu Muxuan returned to the city and asked Lu Xinyu to wait for him at the teleportation point. He then changed his mask. The previous one was too conspicuous, and others could tell it was him at a glance. He also turned off the title display and the equipment light before teleporting to White Tiger City. When I came out, I saw a girl who was also wearing a mask, standing quietly beside the teleportation point, watching the people coming and going. The next second, she saw Lu Muxuan standing motionless in the crowd. Although his mask had changed, Lu Xinyu recognized him at a glance and hurriedly ran up to him. Mu. Well, let's go, Xiaoyu, teleport to Silver City. Okay. Lu Xinyu nodded, then spent 5 gold coins to teleport. When he opened his eyes again, a figure appeared in front of him. Come on up, I'm faster. Lu Muxuan squatted down and said. This. Lu Xinyu looked around, then lay down with a red face. The next second, a figure ran as fast as lightning in the Silver City. People could only see a shadow rushing past and could not see clearly what it was. Shit, did something just run past? It seems so, I didn't see it clearly. It looks like a person. Holy crap! How can a human run that fast? Elsewhere, Lu Xinyu, lying on Lu Muxuan's back, could only feel the surrounding scenery rapidly receding, much faster than driving at 120 miles per hour. Moo. How come you are so fast? The title and medals add up to almost 800. How about it? Does it feel like riding in a car? Lu Muxuan said. The speed of the red firefly is only 350, but the speed of flying birds doubles after taking off, but doubled speed is only 700, while his is more than 800. But if you run on the ground, there are a lot of obstacles and you have to take a detour, so if you really want to calculate, the red firefly is faster. It is also very comfortable to sit in, saving trouble and worry, and you can also enjoy the scenery. Soon, the two arrived outside of Baiyin City. After Lu Muxuan put Lu Xinyu down, he released the red firebird. Let's go. Let's take a plane there. Is this the vermilion bird? Lu Xinyu stepped forward and touched the feathers of the red firefinch. She knew this mount, but didn't know what it was. The red firebird is not the vermilion bird. The real vermilion bird is much more majestic than this, and not that small in size. Lu Muxuan said as he jumped up, and then pulled up Lu Xinyu, who had poor jumping ability. This way, east of Baiyin Mountain. Lu Xinyu pointed the way. Good. After about 10 minutes, the two arrived at the place, but there was nothing nearby, just an empty mountain range. Strange, the mission is directed to this place, why is there no one here? Lu Xinyu asked in confusion. Look for it, there should be a triggering condition. Lu Muxuan said as he walked. At this moment, an old figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, looking at them with a smile and said, Girl, you are finally here. Now, there is no need for any tests. I only look at talent when accepting you as a disciple. Come, activate it. From now on, you are the modern god of death. Remember not to kill innocent people, otherwise you will become a homeless wretch like me. After saying this, the old woman disappeared again. Is she the one who assigned you the task? Lu Muxuan asked. The old woman looked eerie, covered in black feathers, with a hunched back, and looked like a dying old man. Lu Xinyu nodded. When we were in the novice village, she asked me for a favor, and then I accepted the task without thinking. Mumu, I won't end up like her after I change my job, will I? I don't want that. No. I'm just old and have lost too much health points. It wasn't like this originally. Everyone was beautiful when they were young. I was 100 times more charming than you when I was young. The old woman suddenly appeared, preached, and disappeared again. Lu Xinyu was so frightened by his sudden appearance that she grabbed Lu Muxuan's arm unconsciously. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lu Muxuan rubbed her head and asked, by the way, what is your talent? Lu Xinyu looked around and said, my talent is spell intensification, which increases the power of spells. No wonder. Lu Muxuan suddenly realized, so your talent can only be used for this profession. Otherwise, if you become a mage, your talent will be completely wasted. Okay, let's go back first and then look around. Lu Xinyu said. Why are you going back? Just stay here. I will give you dark attribute attacks later. The old woman disappeared again after saying this. Grandma, can't you just stand here quietly? You appear and disappear, and your outfit scares my friend. Lu Muxuan said angrily. Young man, you are so arrogant? I am standing here, can you bear it? As soon as the words fell, the old woman appeared again, then raised her hand and shot a ball of gray air into Lu Xinyu's body. At the same time, the surroundings suddenly became gloomy and the originally clear sky became dark. Moo moo. I feel so uncomfortable. Lu Xinyu looked at Lu Muxuan with a pale face. Young man, don't move if you don't want her to become an ordinary person. The old woman said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan froze in place. If anything happens to him, I will kill you. If you don't leave within 3 seconds, something will happen to you. However, after 3 seconds, Lu Muxuan still stood there expressionlessly, watching the old woman's movements, as if he was unaware of the 10,000 HP he was losing per second. Ha! That's quite interesting. This little kid has such a strong blood and energy. Could he be Xuanwu's apprentice? The old woman said in surprise. That's not right. You have the aura of Suzaku, and the fire attribute is quite strong. Interesting. After a long time, half an hour passed, and when Lu Muxuan had only about 600,000 lives left, the old woman stopped moving. Seeing that she could move, Lu Xinyu hurriedly ran behind Lu Muxuan and looked at the old woman with some fear in her eyes. Okay, for now I can only give you immortal level dark attribute attacks. If you have the opportunity to get a god level 1 in the future, you can replace it. I have already set the next job transfer in the skill book. As long as you can break it, you can advance to the second job transfer. After the old woman said this, she looked at Lu Muxuan and said, You are a good young man. Okay, take your girlfriend away. I am leaving too. As soon as she finished speaking, the old woman disappeared again. How are you? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Lu Muxuan looked at Lu Xinyu with concern. No, it was just a little uncomfortable at the beginning, but it was fine later. Lu Xinyu shook her head. That's good. Let's use up the career book and see what the first level skills are. Good. The next second, as Lu Xinyu used the necromancer profession book, a gray skull pattern suddenly appeared on her forehead, but it disappeared after a while. The look in his eyes changed, as if there were an abyss in his pupils, and a circle of gray appeared around his eyeballs. When he looked into my eyes, a hint of fear actually arose in his heart. Great, it's not about summoning skeleton warriors. Lu Xinyu said excitedly as he looked at the skill introduction. What skills? Lu Muxuan was also a little curious. Here, look. Lu Xinyu turned the panel towards him. Necromancer. Skill description, cast a curse wherever you look. Alternatively, use your name or personal items to cast a curse, dealing 350% damage per second to the cursed target until the target dies, regardless of distance, with no cooldown. Proficiency, 0500. Holy crap! Is this so perverted? Lu Muxuan was stunned after seeing this. Ignoring distance, no cooldown, and continuing until the target is dead. What the hell? It's outrageous. Although the damage bonus is a bit low, the last 2 points are amazing. Is this skill very powerful? Lu Xinyu asked curiously when she saw him losing his composure. Yeah, very powerful, just like a headlock. Lu Muxuan said as he directly opened the forum and found the guy who was stirring up trouble. He chuckled and said, How about trying this skill and cursing this player named Juju Bao by name? Okay, I'll try. Lu Xinyu nodded, then clicked on the skill, entered the name, and clicked OK. Xinglong City, leveling point outside the city. A shooter named Juju Bao suddenly started losing blood without any warning, losing more than 250 blood per second. What the hell? What's going on? I didn't attract any monsters. Why am I losing health? Nurse, heal me quickly. Hearing this, the nurse quickly cast a healing spell over. What's going on? It's still falling. Take some medicine. Juju Bao looked around in confusion. There were clearly no monsters around, and he wasn't being attacked by any players, so why was he still losing health? When his health points were only 100, he knocked down a bottle of life potion, but he still died after 5 seconds, turning into a streak of white light and disappearing on the spot. In Xinglong City, at the resurrection point, Juju looked through the kill records and discovered that it was a player named Meteor Shower who killed him. An assassin? But an assassin will reveal himself once he attacks. He couldn't figure it out, But before he could figure it out, the damage came out from above his head again. This time it became more than 1,200. This damage killed him instantly even though he was in the fountain. His level became level 9, and when he was resurrected again, he had returned to the novice village. What the hell? Can he be killed in the fountain? Ju Bo was horrified and started cursing. However, a few seconds later, he was killed again and his level dropped to 8. He died every 10 seconds, and in about half an hour, he dropped from level 11 to level 1. He'd painstakingly leveled up for days, only to be back to square one in less than 2 minutes. Fuck the meteor shower. I'm not done with you. On the other side, after Lu Xinyu's curse began, it lasted for less than 10 seconds, during which time it continued to consume magic points, reducing them by 20 points per second. The target is dead, but I'm also out of mana. Lu Xinyu said helplessly. Usually, one skill only gives 10 or 20 points, but now it gives 20 points per second. How could she withstand it? It's okay, I have blue medicine here, let's continue. By the way, take these 3 pieces of silver equipment with you, they will increase your damage. Lu Muxuan said with a smile. Although the skill consumption is a bit high, which is a bit of a flaw, it is so cool to kill directly with Wanli Lockhead. Let us see who dares to talk nonsense again in the future. If they make me angry, I will just lock their heads and kill them. Okay. Lu Xinyu pouted and continued cursing. Hey, Mumu, it seems that I can curse even without blue. Lu Xinyu exclaimed. Really? I can even use my health points to maintain my skills? Lu Muxuan was surprised. Yeah, I just drank a blue potion, but I didn't expect the skill to be successfully released, and it deducted 40 health points from main. Ah, that's great. The only flaw is gone. Now, take this bead and continue to curse the Great Flag, killing 10 times. Chapter 44 Jungle Python. Yeah, I know this. I heard that there is a bounty for you in the novice village. Curse him. Lu Xinyu said angrily, raised his hand and typed in Daki Han's name. Huh, the curse failed? It says the player doesn't exist? He doesn't exist. Even if he's offline, he can still exist, right? Lu Muxuan opened the Add Friend interface, typed in Daki Han, and then found that there was no such person? Fuck, could this guy be a prophet? He changed his name. Forget it, let's go back first. Lu Muxuan took out the scroll of returning to the city of Suzaku City and gave it to Lu Xinyu. The next second, the 2 figures slowly disappeared, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived at Suzaku City. The whole process took only about 40 minutes. Let's go fight the boss. You're still short of 2 pieces of equipment, but we'll be able to complete them soon. Yeah. Lu Xinyu nodded obediently, then took a look at her equipment. Unexpectedly, she was stunned the next second. Moo, how come my health is over 5 million? Lu Muxuan smiled and said, that bead is called the Blood Soul Bead. It can add 5 million HP and 500,000 mana, which is enough for you to cast a curse for 7 hours. Even if you run out of mana, you still have health points. It recovers 2,000 per second. You can curse as much as you want without losing any health at all. Ah, this. Immortal level. Lu Xinyu looked at the several hundred blood points added by the silver equipment, and then looked at the 5 million blood demon beads, and suddenly felt it was a bit unreal. I can't have it. It's too expensive, you should use it. It's okay. You take it with you first and help me curse some people. Then you can return it to me when you're done. Lu Muxuan said. Yeah, who are you cursing? Lu Xinyu asked. Just keep an eye on the server channels and forums, and curse any trolls who are looking for trouble. If they have time to curse others, it means they are bored. Just send them back to the novice village to level up and improve. Once they are busy, they will have no time to scold you. Lu Muxuan said with a smile. Wouldn't that be too hateful? It seems so. Lu Muxuan woke up in shock. He was not afraid, but Lu Xinyu might be very hated. If he caused public outrage, it would be bad if he started to cause trouble offline. After all, he didn't know how well Lu Xinyu kept her secrets, so it was better not to cause trouble for her. After a long time, the 2 came to the outside of the city. Lu Muxuan released the red firebird and rushed to the location where Lin Xiyu sent it. There are still 2 bosses left to fight before leaving, and 1 more during this time. The 3 bosses should be dealt with in an hour. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Muxuan arrived at the first boss, killed it, and took Lin Xiyu and her sister to the next place. The advantage of not being a mount is that it is not crowded at all even if 4 people sit on it. If it were a mount, there would be at most 2 seats, and no matter how big the mount is, you wouldn't be able to sit on it. Hello, my name is Lin Xia, what's your name? Hearing this, Lu Xinyu looked at Lu Muxuan. Ahem, her name is Meteor Shower. I didn't ask you anything, why are you saying that? Lin Xia glared at him, then turned to Lu Xinyu and asked, don't worry, we're all on the same team. I won't reveal your name. My name is Lu Xinyu, and I'm Mumu's friend. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. What is your relationship? Are you just friends, good friends, or boyfriend and girlfriend? Lu Xinyu knew she had misunderstood when she heard this, but she didn't worry about whether she had heard it wrong. Since she had just joined the team, she was still a little nervous. She turned her head to look at Lu Muxuan, and when she saw him give her an encouraging look, she suddenly felt much more confident. Why are you asking this, good friends? What's your purpose? Also, are you and him just ordinary friends, good friends, or boyfriend and girlfriend? Hearing this, Lin Xia put one hand on her waist and said, as a newcomer to our team, I must ask you about your background. Any questions? Well, there's no problem, but as a newcomer, of course I have to understand the relationship within the team, so what's your answer? Lu Xinyu said. Of course Xiao Linzi and I are best friends. We are on a higher level than you. Lin Xia said with her head held high. Hearing this, Lu Xinyu looked at Lu Muxuan, Xiao Linzi? Ahem, Mumulan, and she has Queen Syndrome. You are the one suffering from Queen Syndrome. What else do you have to explain? You are just talking too much. I will beat you to death. Lin Xia angrily started to reward someone with a little punch. On the side, Lu Xinyu watched them playfully and affectionately, and said with a hint of jealousy, you two have a pretty good relationship. She wasn't like this before. Lu Muxuan spread his hands, and then was hit by 2 more hammers. After Lin Xia vented her anger, she moved closer to Lin Xiyu and remained silent, her eyes moving between Lu Muxuan and Lu Xinyu. Ding, server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Huang Chaotian Xia for completing the first server-wide kill of the gold-level boss, Jungle Tiger. This announcement is informing you. Gold level. Lu Muxuan was a little surprised. What's the background of Dynasty World? He is the president of the Dynasty Guild. His profession is warrior. His talent is incidental percentage damage. His attacks can reduce the target's health by a certain percentage. There is no accurate information at the moment about the exact percentage. Lin Xiyu replied. It's also a powerful talent. The more health the boss has, the more outrageous the damage it does. Lu Muxuan looked towards the forest below and said. How did they find a gold-level boss? These past 2 days, there have been mostly iron, bronze, and silver bosses, not a single gold one. Lin Xiyu thought for a moment and said, they should have left Suzaku City, because the closer you get to Suzaku City, the lower the level of monsters, and vice versa. Just like in Qingfeng City, there are monsters between level 40 and 50. The higher the level, the greater the chance of a high-grade boss appearing. But there are also disadvantages. If people with low levels and low combat power leave Suzaku City, leveling up will be a problem, unless they don't level up and specifically look for bosses. It seems that the Dynasty Guild has abandoned some of its members to level up and focus on finding the boss. Lu Muxuan shook his head and said. Unfortunately, our sources of information are all individual players, and their range is around Suzaku City. They are leveling up and looking for bosses. If we ask them to go looking for bosses specifically, I guess many people are unwilling to do so. Not necessarily. The first kill of a gold-level boss will definitely drop gold equipment. If you're lucky, you might get 2 pieces. Then you can get 1,000,000. Isn't that much easier than buying a lottery ticket? And even if only 1 gold item comes out, there will be at least 2 silver items, which adds up to about 500,000 or 600,000. I think many people will give up leveling up and focus on looking for boss. After all, not everyone wants to be in the first tier. Some people may simply want to make money. Lin Xiyu said. That's right. I'll send out another notice then. Lu Muxuan immediately sent out another notice, heading to the city near Suzaku City to look for the boss. If the transaction is successful, the 5 gold coins sent over can be returned. After this notice was issued, it was unsurprisingly criticized again by people with ulterior motives, saying that it was hindering others from leveling up and that the boss was not yours. Lu Muxuan was really annoyed. What does this have to do with you? Is it hindering your leveling? If he changes his job to necromancy, none of these people will be able to leave the novice village. Damn it. In a mountain forest, a player named, whereas Daochan, looked at the giant python in front of him with an extremely excited expression, and immediately began to contact Lin's real estate. He is a fan of Nition, and earned over 100,000 yuan from the live broadcast yesterday, so he wanted to make some money by following Nition. Unfortunately, Nition was taking a plane, while he was on the 11th bus, so there was no way he could catch up with him. After hearing the notice issued by Nition Erxing, he came up with a plan. He knew that he couldn't catch up with him, so he might as well wait for him to come. After more than a day, I finally found a boss. Thinking of this, whereas Daochan immediately started a live broadcast with the title, Going Against the Will of Heaven and Fighting Against the Giant Python is about to begin. As he started the live broadcast, thousands of people immediately flocked in, all of whom were fans who had followed him before. What about people? What about those who go against the will of heaven? Host, did you eat Nition Erxing? Oh my god, what a huge python, coiled up it's as tall as 2 or 3 stories, terrifying. Seeing this, whereas Daochan hurriedly explained, don't worry, family members, I have already reported the location, and Nition Erxing will be here soon. You must have never seen the Great God's battle scene, so today I will open your eyes. Live broadcast audience. What kind of battle is this? The Great God only needs to make a slight move, and the giant python will turn into a snakeskin bag in a few minutes. That's right, one explosion can cause 2 to 3 million in damage, are you kidding me? Can the host please tell Nition Erxing not to use his skills? We want to see a real human snake battle. The first people to come in were die-hard fans, but as time went on, the number of people quickly exceeded 100,000, and black fans also followed. Is Nition Kuanyao starting to dominate the boss again? Everyone, look at where this is. Let's leak it out so that others can fight Nition Kuanyao. After seeing this comment, whereas Daochan immediately became angry and blocked the person and kicked him out of the live broadcast room. This is the live broadcast room of Nition Erxing's fans. It's okay for haters to come in. Just keep silent. If you dare to attack, just kick them out. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a darkness above his head. When he looked up, he saw a giant fiery red bird. Whereas Daochan, seeing this, he excitedly said, family members, the God of Heaven is here, get ready. As he said that, he aimed the camera at the slowly falling red firefinch. Oh, a gold-level boss. Lu Muxuan said in surprise. Master, your fans collectively request you not to use that skill to kill instantly. They want to see your true combat power. Is that okay? Whereas Daochan said and turned the live broadcast room panel around. As expected, the fans' speeches made people feel happier. Lu Muxuan nodded and then walked over. Jungle Python Gold Level Boss. Level 20. HP, 600,000. Magic Attack, 1,000. Magic Defense, 650. Speed, 300. Skills, Poison Mist, Shark Fangs, Sweep, Wrap, Poison Storm. The 2 gold bosses only differ by 1 character. Could it be that the Dynasty Guild found the jungle tiger nearby? Never mind, I'll look for it nearby after the fight. Lu Muxuan shook his head, not thinking anymore, and rushed forward with the king-slaying sword. After changing jobs, you can check monsters that are no higher than 10 levels above you. The difficulty of this boss is about the same as the hell level of the professional altar, only with 100,000 more health points. However, the equipment dungeon can only be played by a group of 5 people at most, while the boss can be fought in a group, so it will be easier for large guilds. If there are experts, the enemy can still be killed even if a few hundred or a few thousand cannon fodder are killed. Chapter 45, Poison Staff. Roar. When Lu Muxuan approached the jungle python's hatred range, several fangs flew towards him in an instant. At the same time, the jungle python was crawling closer quickly, trying to kill Lu Muxuan. When the 2 sides were over 20 meters apart, they launched their attacks simultaneously. The jungle python exhaled a purple mist that instantly filled an area over 50 meters in radius. Lu Muxuan charged violently into the jungle python's belly, knocking it away and then immediately followed up with 4 slashes. 350,281. 28,322. 28,322. It's amazing that such a huge body can still send something flying. However, the height of the blow is only about 20 centimeters. The magic monster's defense was ridiculously low. Lu Muxuan didn't even add the red flame slash, so the jungle python's health was only over 130,000. So much blood was lost in an instant, the jungle python went berserk, sweeping him away with its tail, and then purple air surrounded its body and suddenly spread in all directions. 4,300. Plus 1. 500. Lu Muxuan didn't hide, but rushed forward despite the jungle python's ultimate move. However, the poisonous fog was so thick that he couldn't even see where the jungle python was, which was a bit embarrassing. But this won't be a problem for him. If he can't find it, he'll just take off his equipment and kill you with the counterattack. Being in the poisonous fog, you will lose 4,000 HP per second, plus 500 HP due to poisoning. After taking off your equipment, you will lose almost 8,000 HP per second. You can kill the opponent in less than 20 seconds. But at this moment, Lu Muxuan suddenly felt the air flowing very violently behind him, and subconsciously dodged to the side. The moment he dodged, a huge snake mouth suddenly bit the place where he had just stood. If he was half a second slower, he would have been bitten by the jungle python. This reaction. It feels a lot faster than before. Lu Muxuan was a little surprised, because in the situation just now, if it were his original self, he would definitely not be able to dodge it, and he would not even be able to detect the location of the jungle python. This is definitely not a benefit brought by attribute improvement, because it is the inherent function, feeling, hearing, and even reaction. These attributes cannot be improved. No matter how fast you are, you still need to be able to react. And the ability to react in advance depends on being able to sense danger or the surrounding situation. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan felt a little dry in the mouth. In other words, he should not be a clumsy hand anymore. Can it already affect reality? At this moment, the sound of breaking through the air interrupted his thoughts, and he saw dozens of fangs flying towards him quickly. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan curled up a smile, dodged the first few fangs by turning sideways, and then rolled quickly to avoid them all. If this happened in the past, my mind would have already figured out how to dodge, but my body would be asking, "What did you say? I didn't hear you. Say it again." Die. The next second, a fiery red sword light split the poisonous fog, and the people watching from the outside could only then see what was happening inside. The people in the livestream were completely stunned the entire time. The poisonous fog wasn't very thick at first, but they could see Nition Ershing charging forward and slashing a few times before his health bar was reduced to 3/4. Then the boss defeated Nition Ershing, and the scene was covered by thick poisonous fog, making it impossible to see clearly. That fiery red sword light at the end must be some powerful skill, killing the low health boss with one sword. And it also cuts through the thick poisonous fog, which is very cool. Someone said the master's attack power was not good before. Come on, let's talk about it. One strike can deal 28,000 damage. Can you only deal 200? A master is a master. He can easily kill a gold level boss with just normal attacks. Awesome. It's a pity that the boss is a bit weak. Without being chopped down, we haven't seen the true strength of the master. You're the only one upstairs who dares to say a gold level boss is weak. I'm afraid you've never been slaughtered by an iron level boss before, right? Vini 50, I'll kill one for you to see. Ding, congratulations. As the first player in the entire server to kill the gold level boss jungle python, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Nition Ershing for completing the first server-wide kill of the gold level boss jungle Mang. This announcement is hereby made. Ding, congratulations on completing your first kill of the jungle boss. Rewards, plus 100 free attribute points, a boost to the one step ahead title attribute, plus 20 gold coins, and plus 500 reputation. Come here and collect the equipment. Lu Muxuan looked at, "Where is Diao Chan?" and said. This guy is really brave to come up with a name. Seeing this, "Where is Diao Chan?" was overjoyed and rushed forward and said, "Master, can I touch the equipment?" Yes, but I want to take one. You should know that, right? I know, it's no problem. Where is Diao Chan? Said happily, "Family, the equipment is now available on site, and the auction will start directly on site. The highest bidder wins, and fans can get a 20% discount. Come on, first item, a golden staff with 400 attack power, 5 cooldown, and a poisoning effect. Poison staff. Quality, gold. Spell attack plus 405. Magic plus 100. Cooldown plus 5%. Effect, the skill has poison damage, causing 20 damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds, and can be stacked up to 3 times. Wearing requirements, first level mage. I want this staff, Lu Mushuan said. Upon hearing this, Where's Diao Chan hurriedly called a halt. Brothers and sisters, stop bidding, this piece of equipment is wanted by the master. Let's look at the next one. Damn, I'm so lucky, another gold piece of equipment. Come on, the mage's gold waist. I want this one too. Can I exchange it with you for the archer's golden shoes and a bronze belt? Lu Mushuan said. Ah. Okay. Where is Diao Chan? Nodded hurriedly. The prices of the protective gear were almost the same, and he could also make a huge profit on a bronze equipment. It would be a waste not to change it. Brothers, please wait a moment. The master wanted a mage belt, but he got a pair of gold archer boots and a bronze belt in exchange. Make an offer. Seeing this, Lu Mushuan handed 2 pieces of equipment to Lu Xinyu. Here, put them on. The staff and belt both have poison damage, which will work well with your skills. Lu Xinyu originally wanted to decline. After all, there were 2 mages in the team, and it would seem a bit biased if she spoke to both of them. But after seeing Lin Xia's fiery eyes, she decisively put it down and said, "Thank you, Mumu." Hey! You're so fickle, aren't you going to give one of the 2 gold equipment to my sister? Lin Xia said angrily. Ahem, how about taking a look at your sister's equipment? She also has a golden staff and a golden belt. Lu Mushuan rolled his eyes and said. Furthermore, these 2 pieces of equipment have poison damage attached to them. Only sustained damage can maximize the output. She Yu's skills occur once a minute, so the poison lasts for 5 seconds. Xiao Yu's skill is damage per second. It can stack 3 layers of poison in 5 seconds. The staff deals 60 points of poison, and the belt deals 30 points of poison, which means 90 points of damage per second, and it lasts forever. Okay, stop messing around. Lin Xiyu pulled her sister aside and said. She knew her sister might not be after the equipment, maybe. Let's go and take a walk around to see if there are any other bosses. After saying that, Lu Mushuan jumped onto the red firebird first. Lu Xinyu followed closely behind, and Lin Xia stomped her feet and jumped up after her sister, leaving, whereas Diao Chan, alone here to live broadcast and sell equipment. 300,000. Make a deal. After the last piece of silver equipment was sold, whereas Diao Chan added the other party as a friend and sent the equipment to him, and said excitedly. Did you see that, my family? If you have a boss you can't beat, you can always find a master. I made over 1.7 million from just one boss. I've never seen so much money in my life. Don't trust those who offer money. Big guilds don't have much of anything else, but they have a lot of people. Why would they need your help to find the boss? I have a friend who believed it. He was scammed all day yesterday. He said he needed to contact the finance department to transfer the money. He still hasn't received the deposit until today. When he checked online this morning, the boss had been defeated and he lost all his money. Upon hearing this, someone in the live broadcast room immediately responded. The host is right. I have a friend who had the same experience as your friend. The boss was defeated by the Hegemony Guild. I just don't know if the person who was fishing for him was from the Hegemony Guild. These people are very sneaky and won't reveal any information. The anchor generalized. Not all of them are like this. There are some true and some false. The Dynasty Guild really gave out. I found a bronze boss and reported it to them. They sold the equipment for over 100,000, and there was still a 20,000 reward. It's all fake, don't believe it. It's all scripted by the streamer. I just came from the Yi Group's livestream, and they used the same tactics, paying for boss kills. But my friend was blocked after sending their location. I guess this livestream is just a collusion between the streamer and the cynic. Upon seeing this message, whereas Diao Chan immediately became furious, you're just a swindler. Does a great god need your crappy equipment? Who knows? The first boss kill gives you 50 points of free attributes. If it's a god level attack, that's just 1 point of attribute strength. And if you calculate it, a piece of gold equipment only has a panel of more than 200 free attributes. Think about it. Fuck, that seems to be the case. You can only bring 8 pieces of equipment, but if you kill 10 bosses, it's like wearing 2 more pieces of gold equipment than others. No wonder the strong are getting stronger. It turns out that this is where the gap is opened. So the priority of free attribute points is more important than equipment. The streamer gave the first kill of the boss to someone else. It's really idiotic. As expected, going against the will of heaven told us not to use attribute attacks, in order to prevent you from becoming stronger and snatching the boss from him. Seeing this, "Where is Diao Chan?" exploded and yelled, "Is all you haters out there doing is inciting trouble? The master is helping us defeat the boss and you're saying it's a script. So what if the free attribute is precious? Can you get it? Can you defeat them? Will you keep it and let the people from your big guild fight? Also, it's best for ordinary people not to use attribute strengthening. Without god-level attribute attacks and 10,000 free attribute points to start with, what's the point of adding attribute strengthening? Are you trying to have the damage? The hell level of the 5 elements secret realm only gives 2 essences, and the ordinary level only gives 50 fragments. Let's go and fight. If it's a spiritual level attack, it still requires 5 essences to increase the attribute strength a bit. Even if you can rely on secret realms to increase the attribute strength in the later stages, it will take 5 or 10 years. How long is the lifespan of the game? Regardless of how long it is, you've been relying on your attack being have to fight others, compete, level up, and even want to defeat bosses. Do you deserve it? I'm afraid even a priest can hit you with a stick, and you can't kill others. I'm not saying this nonsense. If you don't believe me, just go and try it. These remarks were undoubtedly recognized by most people in the live broadcast room. The host is right. If you're not European, a Kryptonian, or a billionaire, how can you increase your stats? Stop talking, start bashing. I hope the guy who's trying to stir up trouble loses his mother in his early years, loses his son in his middle age, and ends up dead in the wilderness in his old age. As soon as this sentence started, the others immediately united to attack the guy who had just led the rhythm, including the genealogy of the 3 tribes, and scolded them so much that they directly exited the live broadcast room. Chapter 46. The show begins. In the evening, Lu Muxuan, who had been searching for the boss in vain, continued to kill small bosses until after 11 o'clock in the evening. We are about to leave. You can add Lin real estate and the boss will notify you when there is one. Lin Shiyu said. Mumu, I'm going to leave too. Don't stay up too late. Lu Xinyu also waved. Okay. Lu Muxuan looked at the 3 women, waved, and then prepared to leave. Xiao Linzi. What's wrong? Lu Muxuan turned around and looked at Lin Xia, but she didn't say anything and her figure slowly disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, he touched his head, feeling a little puzzled. After adding Lin's real estate, Lu Muxuan had a rare moment of leisure and continued to come to the venomous snake's territory to stack up health points. It was a pity that there was no swarm of bees, otherwise it would have been stacked faster. Not long after, Lin's real estate sent a location message. Master, our people discovered a bronze-level boss while rushing to verify it. Guess what? It was killed by a big boss in the water. Come quickly. Boss kills boss, it's fun. Lu Muxuan closed the chat panel, stood up, patted his butt, and boarded the red fire sparrow to rush to his destination. After about 10 minutes, he arrived in front of a very large lake. Lin Real Estate saw this and hurried forward. Master, you're here. The boss is in the water. Can we fight him? It's not a big problem. Who discovered this boss? Lu Muxuan asked. Master, it's me. A warrior player stepped forward and said. Well, you know the rules. I'll take 1 piece of equipment, and the rest is yours. I know, I have no objection. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan wasted no time and jumped into the lake. However, what he didn't expect was that the moment he entered the water, he saw a huge monster with its bloody mouth wide open. Holy shit! Is this guy waiting for me to jump? It really is true that when you gaze at the lake from the shore, the monster in the lake is also staring at you. However, he had nothing to hide with and could only watch helplessly as the boss slowly approached before quickly enveloping him. Plop! A bloody mouth broke out of the water, and then it closed with a snap. Then, the huge body slammed heavily on the water surface, splashing water everywhere. The next second, the boss disappeared with a flick of its tail, leaving behind a trail of bubbles rising from the water. This scene frightened the people on the shore so much that they fled in a panic, running for dozens of meters before stopping. Watching the waves crashing against the shore, the warrior who discovered the boss swallowed and said, "The bronze boss I just discovered was eaten by this giant crocodile. What should we do now? Even the great god has been eaten." Lin Real Estate's mouth twitched. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Crocodiles love sneak attacks. But the master should be fine. Thousands of people can't kill him, so a small golden boss should be able to." Ding, server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player NIT on Airshing for completing the first server-wide kill of the gold-level boss water crocodile. Special announcement. See, I told you, it would be killed in less than 10 seconds. Lin Real Estate said with his head held high, as if he had expected it. Not long after, Lu Muxuan jumped up from the shore in a panic, threw several pieces of equipment on the ground, and then used the fire attribute to dry the moisture on his body. "I'm lucky. I got 1 gold, 3 silvers, a skill book, and a dozen gold coins. But the most important thing is this thing." Upon hearing this, several people looked at the token in Lu Muxuan's hand. "This is a gang establishment order." "Oh shit. The order to establish a gang has been issued." Lin's Real Estate was overjoyed. "Don't worry, I might want this gang establishment order," Lu Muxuan said. Hearing this, Lin's Real Estate was stunned. This is not good. You're talking about taking the equipment. How about this, I give you all the equipment and give us the gang formation order. The choice is mine. I can ask for equipment, and of course, I can ask for props. Lu Muxuan tossed the token in his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'll only take the initial reward when I create the guild, and I'll give it to you for free later." How about that? I can't make the decision. Wait a minute, I'll ask the president. After saying this, Lin Real Estate contacted Lin Tianya. After a while, the other party opened the video call. Lu Muxuan walked over and said, "Your subordinates should have told you about the matter. How about it? Do you want a deal?" In the video, Lin Tianya slammed the sword in his hand into the ground, put his hands behind his back like Boss Chow, and said, "From what I know, your conditions seem to be equipment, and special props are not included. Besides, if you don't kill them, I can send someone to do it. Besides, they're all there to help you. What do you think?" "Well, you make sense." Lu Muxuan raised his hand and threw the gang establishment order to Lin Real Estate, then turned and left. "Wait, I agree to your conditions," Lin Tianya said. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan turned to look at the man in the video and said, "Are you using this to emphasize that the gang creation order is yours, and that I'll owe you a favor if I use it? You're worrying too much. I don't mean that. We just want to establish a gang together. It's worth making friends with you," Lin Tianya said calmly. "Really? That's unfortunate. I don't like making friends with hypocritical people." "Ha, your personality is exactly what I like. No wonder Xiaoya and Xiaoyu like you so much." Lin Tianya picked up the sword and put it on his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry too much. The condition for you to make a move is to get something. Although I was lucky enough to get the gang establishment order, I'm not the kind of person who gets greedy when I see good things. Just as you said, you take the initiative, I take the guild, and we'll win together." After the video was hung up, Lin Real Estate looked at the gang establishment order in his hand with some reluctance, but still handed it to Lu Muxuan. "Win-win cooperation, my sister has moved out, huh?" Lu Muxuan thought about it and didn't return it. Although he didn't need the gang building order, he didn't want to have a bad relationship with Lin Tianya, otherwise the situation of Lin Xia and her sister would be a little awkward. After he left, Lin's Real Estate called Lin Tianya back and asked in confusion, "President, why did you give him the guild creation order? We can obviously get the first prize, and the guild is ours too." Lin Tianya shook his head, "This boss is underwater, so the difficulty of attacking it will increase dramatically. Even if the main force goes there, it will suffer heavy losses. And you don't know that before he got this gang building order, he had already got one. The reason he didn't use it was because he wanted to use it to make a big move. If I had asked for the guild founding order just now, he could have taken the first one right away. He can still auction the guild shell tomorrow, but it won't be as valuable. So no matter what, we can't get Shuchuang. If he wants it, just give it to him. We can see Daki get humiliated tomorrow. Shuchuang plus the first guild give us a chance to overtake. I guess Daki will bid like hell. So that's how it is." Lin Real Estate suddenly realized. On September 7th, the weather was cloudy. It rained last night and the road was flooded in the morning. I bought 2 steamed buns, a sesame ball, a glutinous rice, crossed out rice dumpling, and a cup of soy milk. Then when I came back, Lu Xinyu sent me a message asking me to go find her. She said she didn't have time to help me register the license plate recently, and asked me to go there myself when I was free. Later, I gave the information to the boss and paid the dealership owner 500 yuan to help me register the car. I was so smart. Putting down the pen, Lu Muxuan went to the bathroom to wash his hands, and then started playing the game. Since all the Lin family members had logged off at around 3 o'clock last night and there was no boss to fight when he went back online, he went to Yan Luoying to inquire about the progress of the main storyline. After learning that it would take a few more days, Lu Muxuan asked the Lin Xia sisters and Lu Xinyu to level up on their own. He was not in a hurry to level up, because he had already reached level 13 with 82% experience after defeating the boss in the past 2 days, and Yaya was 2 or 3 levels ahead of others. He took advantage of his free time to go to other cities to look for monsters that stacked blood, because the poisonous snakes stacked blood too slowly, and he even missed the stinging bees in the novice village. By the way, see where there are flying monsters. I have to catch 3 mounts for them, otherwise it will be inconvenient for them to walk when I am not around. I don't know if it's because I killed too many bosses these 2 days. I killed 4 or 5 from morning to afternoon. One of them was killed across cities, and the equipment that dropped was a 2nd level equipment. Ding dong. Xingfenglingyou, over there, the people from the big flag are coming, the auction can start now. After seeing the message, Lu Muxuan landed the red firebird on the ground, put it in his backpack, and replied, "I'll be there soon." After saying that, he took out a scroll to return to the city and used it, and his figure slowly disappeared from the spot. Suzaku City, Copy Square. The place was crowded with people at this time. Although the news of the first gang establishment order was not publicized in a big way, as long as there were people gathering, there would be people watching the fun. In addition, many guild presidents were present in person, so the crowd naturally gathered around. Also, today is Sunday, and many people who haven't played the dungeon plan to do so tonight. Here I come. When everyone saw Lu Muxuan coming, they all made way for him, and he arrived at the center of the square unimpeded. He looked around and said, "Time is precious, so I won't waste any more words. Here's a gang establishment order. The highest bidder gets it." Oh shit. In order to form a gang, the onlookers exclaimed. Although it's unexpected, it's also within reason. Over the past few days, nearly 100 bosses have died in Suzaku City, so issuing a gang building order is normal. It's going to be quite exciting. With so many guilds here, I'm afraid this first guild creation order will fetch an outrageous price. 10 million. As the first person made an offer, the scene suddenly became much quieter. They put benches on the ground, sat down and started eating melon seeds. "Everyone, NIT on Air Xing promised to give me a 20% discount, so I advise you not to compete with me," Ibu Tianya said. "Lin Tianya, you are really amazing. You exchanged your 2 sisters for a 20% discount," said Master Qitian. "Watch your mouth. My men are behind NIT on Air Xing. What's wrong with giving me a 20% discount?" Lin Tianya said angrily. "Hegemony ambition, alright, stop talking, I'll give you 100 million. Zhang Lulan, oh my god, just go for 100 million. Then I'll add 10 million to liven things up. Yi Wujiang, we really need to help liven things up. 200 million. Xiao Wuyo, interesting, then I'll add to the fire, 250 million. As the major guilds started bidding, the price skyrocketed, and soon it exceeded 400 million. Seeing this, the onlookers lost their composure. Oh my god, Nana, are you kidding me? Is this gang founding order made of pure gold? It's so valuable. For small goals. How much is pure gold worth? I feel like they're not talking about money, but numbers. It's just a gang founding order, but they're treating it like they're fighting over the imperial seal, as if whoever gets it will become emperor. Vini 50, I'll give you a price. You yelling and are you taking this as a joke? Isn't it? Jolie Chiyu smiled slightly, then walked to the front row with a few of his followers leading the way, raised his hand and said, 500 million. Chapter 47 650 million. Hey, brotherly, you just got here. It's not fair to ask for such a high price right away. I'll offer 550 million. Taotai Shishiando. Seeing these people shouting more and more outrageously, Lu Muxuan's face darkened. If the people with the big flag were scared, whoever took a photo of the gang formation order, I would help him loosen his bones. Who is the one with the big flag? Has he bid? Lu Muxuan quietly sent a message to Lin Shiyu and asked. Xingfeng Lingyu, no, the soldier on your left is a relative of Wang Xuanqi, just keep an eye on him. NIT on Erxing, okay, by the way, please introduce these people to me, I don't know many of them. Xingfeng Lingyu, good. Young Master Qitian, president of the Qitian Guild. One step away, my brother. Ambition of Hegemony, president of the Hegemony Guild. Zhan Lulan, president of the Dragon Slaying Guild. Yi Wujiang, chairman of the Yi Group. Xiao Wuyo, chairman of the Xia Group. Zhou Qiyu, president of the Zhou Guild. Taotai Devouring the Sky, president of the Taotai Guild. Omit. Lu Muxuan looked at Lin Shiyu's introduction and corresponded with the presidents of the major guilds present one by one. Among them, the 5 major forces in Suzaku City were all present, and almost all of Daki's mortal enemies were present, plus some guilds from other cities. Some of these guilds knew about it, while others did not. However, those who did not know shut up after hearing that the price had reached 600 million. It's just a guild creation token, although there are first-time rewards and the title of the first guild. At most, the guild buff will be available for about half a month to a month, and after a month, guild creation tokens should be available in large quantities. Therefore, the price is capped at 100 to 200 million yuan at most. If it is higher, it is not worth it, let alone 500 to 600 million yuan. You can just make one yourself, or buy one later. It will only cost tens of millions at most. Why bother to fight so hard to be the first one now? When the soldier of Daki heard that the price had reached 600 million, cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he hurriedly sent a message to Wang Xuanqi. Unconventional, cousin, the price has skyrocketed. It's over 600 million now. What should I do? Heaven and earth as flags, what? How can it be so high? Wang Xuanqi was furious. Damn it. These bastards knew I urgently needed this gang creation order to catch up on my progress. They were going to make me bleed. He wanted to give up, but couldn't bear to. Although the price was twice as much as expected, as long as he could get it, he would be able to overtake others with the help of the guild buff. Otherwise, if we continue to be suppressed by other guilds like this, it will be difficult for us to develop, let alone compete with them. Thinking of this, Wang Xuanqi gritted his teeth and typed a line of words and sent it over. Tiandi Wakey, at most 700 million. If they continue to follow, we will give them. Unconventional, okay, I understand, cousin. I'll give you 650 million. As this price was called out, Huang Chao Tianxia breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Dachi would not bid, in which case his bid would be the highest. Such an outrageous price, and the fact that it was a scheme that went against the will of heaven, he didn't dare to take it even if he wanted it. Upon hearing this, the other guild leaders all shut up, lest the fun be over. Lin Tianya, who had been determined to win from the beginning, folded his arms and smiled silently, waiting to watch the show. Is there a higher price? 650 million once, twice, 3 times. Make a deal. Lu Muxuan looked at the soldier with the big flag with a smile on his face and said, transfer the money. Once the payment is received, I will give you the gang establishment order. Although, unconventional, was a little confused, he still very straightforwardly notified the transfer, we don't have that much cash on our official Shinma card. Can we use other bank cards? Ha, other cards don't support entering the official God and Demon card. Are you trying to get my information? Lu Muxuan snorted coldly, I'll give you half an hour. If the money doesn't arrive, retake the gang order. Upon hearing this, Unconventional nodded without saying anything more. Soon, as the reminder sounded that the payment had been received, Lu Muxuan raised a wicked smile, very good, thank you for the donation from Daki. You are going against the will of heaven. Personal grudges are personal grudges. Now the auction is in public. Do you want to play tricks? Before Unconventional finished speaking, Lu Muxuan threw the gang establishment order in front of him. Seeing this, he hurriedly caught it. After checking that everything was correct, he immediately used the scroll to return to the city and left. Just let him go like this? I thought that he would kill someone and then be exposed. Zhou Qiyu said. Tao Tai Shi Tian, we are in the city. Taking action is tantamount to seeking death. Ding, server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player NIT on Erxing for successfully creating the guild NIT on. As the first guild created on the server, rewards are given: guild level +1, guild skill +1, and guild contribution +100,000. This announcement is informing you. Puff. When this server-wide announcement was made, the players in the square spat out the news in their mouths with a puff. They thought that buying a gang building order for more than 600 million yuan was already a shocking piece of news, but they didn't expect that something even more outrageous was yet to come. You're amazing. After today, going against the will of heaven will become an adjective. I advise others not to go against the will of heaven too much. The corner of Huang Chao Tianxia's mouth twitched slightly. How cruel. He actually got 2 gang establishment tokens, and he sold one to use for the rest. Ah, that's satisfying. When I have 2 gang building orders, I'm going to sell one and use one. Don't say it, I'm just being willful. Young Master Qi Tian laughed out loud. The problem is that Daki paid 2 or 3 times the price to buy a second position. Jolie Chiyu laughed and said, as Daki's sworn enemy, I feel a little sorry for him this time. I didn't understand why Nition Ershing sold the gang establishment order to De Qi before, but now I understand. Zhan Lu Lan laughed heartily. It's so satisfying. I've been fighting De Qi for so long, and this is the first time I've seen him suffer such a big loss. Maybe more than that. Bei Shengtu looked at the direction where Lu Muxuan left and said in a deep voice, Daki is desperately trying to find Nidian Ershing in the outside world, but in the game, do you think Nidian Ershing will watch Daki establish a guild? If you want to enjoy the guild's buff, you must establish a guild base, and the base must be located outside the city. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. You mean going against the will of heaven will? Let's wait and see. It should take 3 to 5 days to build the guild headquarters. Then we'll see what Nition Ershing will do. After saying this, Bai Yixiong too turned around and left the square. On the other side, Wang Xuanqi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the order to establish a gang was successfully obtained. He immediately contacted Lao Zhong to purchase materials to build a base. However, the next second, a server-wide notice froze him in place like a spell. Time stood still for 3 seconds, and Wang Xuanqi's expression changed from joy at the beginning to gloomy, and then to hideous. Fuck you. You're going against the will of heaven. I'll fuck you for 18 generations. Die. You die. The people around looked at Wang Xuanqi, who was roaring angrily and waving his weapons like a madman, and did not dare to get close to him for fear of being taken out on by others. But the next second, the unexpected disaster still came. A soldier was hacked to death by Wang Xuanqi and turned into a beam of light and slowly disappeared on the spot. Everyone was too afraid to breathe when they saw this. Fortunately, this was a game, otherwise they would have run away if they were outside. After venting his anger, Wang Xuanqi growled, Any news about Nition Ershing? Yes. President, not yet. Before he could finish his words, the shooter was sent to the resurrection point. Seeing this, the others hurriedly said, President, Nition Ershing is too meticulous in his work. He hasn't shown his face since the server launch, and all transaction records are conducted on the God and Demon card. Apart from the name Nition Ershing, we have no way to investigate. But we can check the woman around him, Lin Tianya's sister, or the new woman who appeared. You know why you're not going now? Are you standing here waiting for food? You're a bunch of gluttons. Okay, President. Not long after they left, Lao Zhong came over and said, President, we've checked and found out that the gang establishment order might have been sold to us intentionally by Nition Ershing. I think their purpose is more than just to cheat us out of money. You mean, he's planning to attack our guild headquarters? Wang Xuanqi glared, how dare he? Does he really think this is a novice village? The Big Flag Guild has over 100,000 people, are they afraid of just one person? If he dares to come, I will make sure he never returns. President, we should be prepared for the worst. I feel that the possibility of someone going against the will of heaven is very high. Be prepared, there is no danger. Old Zhong said in a deep voice. If our guild base is attacked and we fail, all our previous investments will be wasted. It will be a fatal blow to us, and we will be relegated to the status of a second-rate guild. Think twice. Wang Xuanqi took a deep breath upon hearing this and said, We have already invested 650 million in the gang establishment order. We can't just give up like this. The arrow is on the string and must be fired. You go and arrange the guild's headquarters, and I'll go get some help. By the way, are the things I asked you to prepare ready? I've collected some, but they may not be of much use, Lao Zhong replied. It's enough if we can pin him down. We can wear him down slowly. Go and build a base as soon as possible. Wang Xuanqi waved his hand. On the second floor of an inn in Zhuke City, Lin Tianya raised his glass with both hands and said with a smile, I can't treat you to a meal in reality, so let's have a meal in the game. Let's drink first to show our respect. After saying that, he raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. Lu Muxuan nodded, took a sip as a sign of respect, then opened the panel and entered the guild interface, pulled Ibu Tianya into the guild, transferred management authority, and then exited the guild. This game is supposed to be played against the clock, isn't it? So you guys eat, I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving first. Hearing this, Lin Tianya was slightly surprised, and looked at Lu Muxuan's departing back with a strange look in his eyes. What was he saying? Could it be? Brother, I'm leaving first. You and I eat. Seeing this, Lin Xia hurriedly got up and ran downstairs. Xiaoya, does she like to go against the will of heaven? Lin Tianya frowned. No, Xiaoya wanted gold equipment, and now she can get it for free. It's like she got a bargain for nothing. She is so happy. Lin Xiyu said with a smile. That's good. If we have a chance, we'll bring him into our guild. If not, we'll just build a good relationship with him. We'll get first-hand information and buy any equipment I can use or that Beidou can use. Lin Tianya said, then suddenly looked up and asked, does NIT on Erxing have any thoughts about you? None found so far. Well, Xiaoyu, if you were smart and steady, you might be able to be the girlfriend of the god-defying man if possible. Do you understand what I mean? Use him? Lin Xiyu frowned slightly. Lin Tianya waved his hand, it can't be called exploitation, it's a matter of mutual consent. If you like it, I don't object. If you don't like it, just keep it hanging. Don't wrong yourself. I'll talk to Dad. I understand. Lin Xiyu nodded and lowered her head to taste the food in this game. On the other side, Lu Muxuan had just walked to the teleportation array when he heard two system announcements. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the Monkey King for completing the first server-wide kill of the gold-level boss, the Golden Armored Lizard. Special announcement. Ding! All guardian beasts have been detected dead. Purgatory Soul Fusion Dungeon activated. Countdown starts, 47 hours 59 minutes and 55 seconds. Chapter 48 Attributes Skyrocket. Purgatory Soul Fusion Dungeon? Lu Muxuan opened the map and took a glance, locking onto the location of the new dungeon. It wasn't far from Suzaku City, about 20 kilometers away. Since it would not open for another 2 days, he was not in a hurry to go and see it. He took Lin Xia and Lu Xinyu and went to Taixing City through the teleportation array. Ding, server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Tiandi Wakey for successfully creating the guild, Big Flag. As the second guild created in the server, you'll be rewarded with a +1 guild skill and a +100,000 guild contribution. This announcement is informing you. Ding, server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Master Qitian for successfully creating the guild, Qitian. As the third guild created in the server, the guild contribution reward is +100,000. This announcement is informing you. Lu Muxuan had just emerged from the teleportation array when he heard two more announcements. Fortunately, he was a step ahead, otherwise the initiative would have been lost. The first personal reward is 500 free attributes, 500 gold coins, and 10,000 reputation. Only the top 3 will get rewards, but all 3 gang building orders came from Suzaku City. What's going on? Mumu, where are we going? Lu Xinyu asked. The first kill of the boss in Suzaku City should be gone now. The lowest equipment of the 3 of you is silver. I will go and get you a mount. After that, you need me to find a place to stack your health points. Lu Muxuan said. Okay, what kind of mount is it? Does it look good? A level 40 feather eagle, a flying mount. It looks really cool. I saw it when I passed by this afternoon and took a picture. Hearing this, Lin Xia hurried over, squeezed in between the two of them, looked at the picture and said, well, it's not bad, but it's a pity it's not as pretty as Xiaohong. How do I catch it? It's simple. I'll let Xiaohong shoot it down and capture it for you. Lu Muxuan said. Yeah, let's go. Lin Xia said eagerly. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the Feather Eagle refresh point. Seeing him approaching, dozens of feather eagles flew into the air together and then shot feathers at him. Go! Lu Muxuan did not dodge or evade. With a wave of his hand, the red firefly instantly rushed towards the group of feathered eagles. 650. Plus 1. 650. Plus 1. Holy crap! Lu Muxuan was shocked, not because of the feather eagle's damage, but because of its attack. It fired 20 or 30 flying feathers at a time, each one capable of dealing a bit of HP. Isn't this a magical skill of stacking blood? However, after the first wave of attacks, the feather eagles entered a skill cooldown period, and they pounced on him one after another, attacking once and then flying back into the air. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan was a little disappointed. There were only 40 or 50 feather eagles here. A wave of skills combined with normal attacks could only stack up about 1500 health points. After that, the cooling time is at least 1 minute, and the efficiency is greatly reduced. It is not as good as the Viper, which can stack about 1800 to 2000 in a minute. After a while, one of the feathered eagles was knocked down by the red firefly, and then stepped on hard, making it unable to move. Xiaoyu, come and try to subdue it. Lu Muxuan said. How can I tame it? I don't know how. Lu Xinyu said in confusion. If you don't know how to do it, I'll go first. Lin Xia hurried to the front of the red firefly, squatted down, stroked the feather eagle's head and said, My dear little eagle, I won't hurt you. Will you be my mount? However, the feathered eagle did not react, and even pecked Lin Xia, almost pecking her to death. Fortunately, her equipment was at least silver grade, otherwise an ordinary player at level 13 would be killed instantly when facing a level 40 monster. What should I do with Xiaolinzi? He doesn't want to be my mount and he pecks me. It hurts so much. Lin Xia whimpered, holding up her hands. Why are you trying to reason with the monsters? There's a capture button on the mount column. Just hit it while clicking the capture button. If that doesn't work, just beat it until it dies. There are at least hundreds of feather eagle spawn points in this area, and they will keep refreshing. One more won't make a difference. Lu Muxuan said. All right. Lin Xia pouted, then opened the mount column and clicked capture. After failing, she raised her staff and waved at the feather eagle's head. I'll beat you to death, I'll beat you to death, I told you not to peck me. 1. 1. 1. Seeing the damage, Lu Muxuan felt helpless. He raised the king slaying sword and struck a few times, successfully suppressing the feather eagle's health to around 200. Hit it once and click capture. Yeah. Lin Xia nodded, and then began to operate it hard. After about 100 times, she was exhausted and out of breath. And it was at this moment that the system reminded her that the capture was successful. Wow! That's great, Xiaolinzi, I succeeded. Lin Xia jumped up excitedly. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan asked the red fire bird to release the feathered eagle, which had only dozens of drops of blood left. After standing up, he stood beside Lin Xia very respectfully. Xiaoyu, it's your turn. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan asked the red firefly to shoot down another feather eagle, still following Lin Xia's method. However, Lu Xinyu was quite simple. Once he cast the necromancy spell, he successfully subdued the feather eagle in less than 10 seconds. Not long after, Lin Xiyu also came, and Lu Muxuan followed the same method and got her a mount. My brother and his men have gone back. What are you going to do next? Lin Xiyu said. Let's go back. The boss near Suzaku City has been defeated. I don't plan to waste time looking for it. From now on, I will focus on leveling up and accumulating life. Lu Muxuan said. Lin Xiyu nodded. Yes, by the way, you can go to the forum and search to see if there are any monsters that are suitable for you to stack life. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to search. Mumu, do you think I can curse you? Lu Xinyu said. Hearing this, Lin Xia glared at him immediately. Bah, you evil woman, what do you want to do? Why are you cursing Xiaolinzi? Lu Muxuan was stunned. It seemed that it was not impossible. As long as she wore the blood soul orb, the mana energy could last for 6 or 7 hours. It seems possible. Come on, curse me. Okay. Lu Xinyu nodded. There was no need to enter the name. He could cast a spell on the target wherever he looked. 3725. Plus 1. 30. Plus 1. Holy crap! Is the damage that high? Lu Muxuan was a little surprised. His magic defense has now exceeded 2000. Even if Lu Xinyu is wearing silver and gold equipment, his magic attack is only 700-800. He shouldn't be able to deal that much damage. No. I forgot about her talent. It can increase the power of spells. It looks like it's almost doubled. The original 350% skill damage bonus is now estimated to have soared to 700%, otherwise it would not have dealt 3,700 damage. The Blood Soul Orb can only restore 2000 HP and deal 1700 DPS. Even if you have 5 million HP, you can't last more than 50 minutes. Forget it. Even if I can farm it, the curse plus poison damage can only stack 2 drops of blood per second, and it will only be more than 70,000 in 10 hours. It's better to find a good place to stack blood. Lu Muxuan looked at his attribute panel. In the past 3 days, he had killed more than 40 bosses, plus 2 golds, and all of them turned into the following attributes. ID, going against the will of heaven. Level, 14. Occupation, Blazing God Warfire Attack. HP, 10.32 million 10.32 million. Mana, 1,005,000 1,005,000. Physical Attack, 13218, Magical Attack, 1968. Physical Defense, 2050, Magic Defense, 2050. Attack Speed, 4.745, Movement Speed, 1715. Critical Hit, 12% Penetration, 7%. Fire Attribute Strength, 167. Skills, Savage Charge Level 3 Proficiency 49,500. Red Flame / Level 1 Proficiency 418,500. Rage Level 1 Proficiency 72,200. Free Attribute Points, 40. Talent, Life Contract, 1 star. Talented Skill, Blood Shield, Level 2. Proficiency, 396,5000. Experience, 435,25,000. Reputation, 39,750. Equipment, Kingslayer Sword, Kingslayer Armor, Kingslayer Boots, Kingslayer Leggings, Kingslayer Belt, Blood Soul Orb, Red Flame Necklace, Red Flame Bracelet. Title, 1 Step Ahead. Medal, Baron Medal. All free attribute points are added to Fire Strength. Needless to say, the Fire attribute strength has been increased to an astonishing 167. The maximum increase. The equipment was still the same. Although he had killed many bosses in the past few days, he only got a silver ring, which only added more than 100 attacks. It was very poor and the improvement was almost zero, so he gave it to Wu Ming. The rest of the equipment was also given to Lin Xie and her 2 daughters, and the rest was all given as rewards to the Lin family. His health hadn't increased much recently, so it was practically stagnant. Furthermore, without his Demon Soul and Blood Soul Orbs, his health had dropped to 10 million. However, if he took them back, it would only be over 20 million health, so it wouldn't have much of an impact. The other is the speed, which soared to 1715. Sure enough, the title of 1 Step Faster is not a lie, the speed is really fierce. As long as you keep getting first kills, the attributes of this title will continue to stack, and the potential is unlimited. Although the other attributes are not very useful, the speed is enough to make up for the problem that the warrior has short legs and is easily kite. As long as you move fast enough, no one can kite you. 1 Step Ahead. HP plus 7,300. Magic plus 3,650. Physical Attack plus 1,460. Spell Attack plus 1,460. Physical Defense plus 1,460. Spell Defense plus 1,460. Attack Speed plus 73. Movement Speed plus 730. Effect, increases movement speed by an additional 730. Dress code, none. Lu Muxuan felt more and more satisfied the more he watched. I'm so strong. With this panel, it's easy to control small and large flags. Now I just have to wait for them to build the guild headquarters. I'll destroy it every time I build one. If you want to argue with me, let us see who is more stubborn. Ding dong. Ding dong. The memo rang, and Lu Muxuan closed the panel and said, I need to log off for a while. By the way, Shiyu, when you have time, please pay attention to the skills in the auction house for me. If there are any warriors, please grab them for me. Okay, but don't hold your hopes high. Skills are all dropped by bosses, and the drop rate is extremely low. They're usually either used by themselves or given to friends, and only then are they sold at the auction house. Lin Shiyu refreshed the auction house while speaking. Also, if you're busy, I can help you check the forums and see where it's best to stack life. Oh, and it's best if you create a guild yourself, otherwise things like finding bosses and leveling sites will take a lot of time. I've thought about it, but building a guild base would cost around 100,000 gold coins, which I can't possibly afford. Without the buff bonus, the guild is pretty useless, just for the sake of numbers. But now I have money, and the price of gold coins has dropped to about 20 copper coins for 1 yuan. If there is another gang establishment order, I will build it. Lu Mushuan said. Well, it's good that you have a plan. Lin Shiyu nodded and stopped talking. On the side, Lin Shia heard this and said expectantly, "Can I be the vice president? My brother won't let me. Damn it, I don't like him anymore. You don't know how to manage a guild, so why do you want the position of vice president?" Lu Mushuan rolled his eyes at her and said, "Leave first, and level up on your own." Lin Xia stamped her feet and pouted, "Go, Xiaolinzi, get online quickly." Lu Mushuan nodded and then quit the game. I just went offline to pick up a car, otherwise it would be too late and the dealership owner would have gone home for the night, so I would have no car to use. When he arrived at the car dealership at the entrance of the community, Lu Mushuan found that his mount had already been registered. He greeted the boss and rode out. "Lu Mushuan, have you registered your car?" Lu Xinyu greeted. "I just logged in." "Where are you going on your bike?" Lu Mushuan asked. He had just logged off and didn't expect that she was offline too. Chapter 49 Conflict. I'm going to the supermarket to buy some vegetables. I've been playing games for a long time recently and haven't had much time to go out. I'm sorry about registering the car. Lu Xinyu said as he opened the mirror of his helmet. It's okay. This is my business. I'm sorry to bother you. Lu Mushuan waved his hand and said, I'll go back first. Hearing this, Lu Xinyu hurriedly asked, Have you eaten? No. How about we go get a midnight snack? I'll treat you. Ah. Lu Mushuan was a little stunned. What was going on? Did she go against the will of heaven? That can't be right. He's changed his voice since the day he offended Daki, and he's been wearing a mask since the game even launched. At most, we can see his approximate height. His facial features shouldn't be visible. To thank you for your matchmaking, I'd like to treat you to a midnight snack. Will you leave? Lu Xinyu explained when she saw his confused look. Aren't you going to buy groceries? You can buy it if you get up early tomorrow. Oh, why are you so slow, a grown man? Are you going or not? If not, I'm going to buy groceries. Lu Xinyu said as he put on his helmet. Go! It's my honor to have a beautiful lady treat me to a midnight snack. Lu Mushuan hurriedly sped up and caught up, the two of them running side by side. Lu Mushuan, many people are looking for him now, and my appearance may attract their attention and use me as a breakthrough point. You can't leak my information, okay? Lu Xinyu said. So this is true. So thanking you is just an excuse. Keeping your mouth shut is the real thing. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who would betray my friends for a few coins. Lu Mushuan drove with one hand and patted his chest with the other. That's not just a few coins, it's millions, and it might be even more expensive after tonight. Anyway, you know I don't know him, so I hope you can keep it a secret. If you need money, you can name your price. How can I prove to you that I won't reveal it? Just let time prove it. There's no point in saying more. Lu Mushuan's eyes were sincere. Hearing this, Lu Xinyu smiled and said, Well, I believe in your character. From now on, I will waive rent for you. You just need to pay for water and electricity. Then am I considered your kept gigolo? I've always dreamed of having a rich woman keep me, I never thought it would come true. Lu Mushuan smiled with narrowed eyes. Bah! What do you mean by being supported? You still have to pay for water and electricity. And you are so unmotivated at such a young age. You just think about being supported by a rich woman all day long. Lu Xinyu rolled her eyes at him. Hee, it was just a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Don't take it seriously. Lu Mushuan turned the accelerator and moved in front of her to explain. Lu Xinyu smiled and didn't reply. More than 10 minutes later, the two parked the electric scooter next to a barbecue stall. Lu Mushuan was not polite and offered oysters, lamb skewers, and whatever they liked. Lu Xinyu also grabbed a few of her favorites and sat down. By the way, what's your game ID? Hearing this, Lu Muxuan's attention returned to the forum and he said, I'm just an unknown gold farmer, and I dare not get involved with your karma. Lu Xinyu frowned, then opened the game forum and found that there was a pinned comment under many posts. Seeking true information about going against the will of heaven, half a small goal. 50 million. She frowned. Daki was really willing to spend money. Just getting these posts pinned to the top would cost a lot, and it certainly wasn't just on the forum. The next second, she opened DY and found that some bloggers with large numbers of fans in Big Versus also had these comments pinned to the top of their video comments. Are you really not tempted? A gentleman loves money. Lu Muxuan said with a smile. Lu Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. She had already set up data hiding, and with the mask on, he was the only one who knew her ID was Meteor Shower. As long as he didn't tell anyone, she could rest assured. In addition, when she purchased the game cabinet, the salesperson informed her of the dangers of not applying for a God and Demon card, so she also applied for one. She doesn't have to worry about being caught, otherwise Daki would not have taken the bounty route. As an ordinary person, it's rare for you to have this awareness. It's not that I'm highly conscious, but I can't stand these methods. They're really despicable. Lu Muxuan said with a sneer. Here, a dozen oysters, enjoy yourselves. Seeing this, Lu Xinyu asked the boss to get a bottle of soy milk, then looked at Lu Muxuan and said, what would you like to drink? How about a bottle of beer? Don't drink and drive, boss, give me a bottle of Fat Otaku Happy Water. Okay, I'll be right there. The boss nodded and turned to leave. Business was very busy and he seemed overwhelmed. At around 9 o'clock, the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill. Lu Xinyu saw Lu Muxuan standing up with his cell phone as if he was going to pay the bill, so she hurriedly stood up to stop him, but unexpectedly bumped into a man passing by behind her. She quickly waved her hands and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Beauty, you spilled wine all over me, and all you have to do is say sorry? Zhang Xiaoyang smiled with narrowed eyes, burping from time to time. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan hurried over to stand in front of the two of them and said, I'm sorry, my friend wouldn't do that on purpose. How about I compensate you with 1,000 yuan to buy you a set of clothes? Huh, kid, my clothes are worth 4 or 500,000. Can you afford it? So what do you want? If you continue to make trouble, I'll call the police. Lu Xinyu frowned. The other person's clothes were slightly wet, and it seemed that he was obviously looking for trouble. Oh, brothers, this woman is going to call the police. I'm so scared. Zhang Xiaoyan laughed with his arms open. At the same time, the dozen or so people who were with Zhang Xiaoyang also gathered around and surrounded the two of them. Seeing this, the boss hurried over to stop her, but Zhang Xiaoyan pushed her to the ground and said, Little girl, I won't make things difficult for you. Just lick the wet clothes clean and I won't pursue the matter. How about that? You. Are you still lawless? Lu Xinyu was a little angry when he heard this and called the police directly. Seeing this, the men were unhappy and snatched her phone and threw it to the ground. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoyang seemed to be planning to touch her, but Lu Muxuan pushed him away. You bastard, you want to die, right? Zhang Xiaoyang said angrily, and then pushed Lu Muxuan's shoulder hard. The next second, everyone, who were already drunk, rushed forward and started punching and kicking Lu Muxuan. 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands, let alone more than 20 hands. Lu Muxuan felt that he was going to receive more than 10 punches in 1 second. He immediately got angry and picked up a chair and smashed it towards Zhang Xiaoyang, the leader. With a dull thud, Zhang Xiaoyang was knocked to the ground by a stool. At the same time, Lu Muxuan picked up the stool and swung it back, slamming it hard into the other person's face. There was a loud bang, and just by listening to the sound, you could tell it was a very hard hit. Seeing this, the people around hurriedly scattered, fearing that they would be affected. Damn it, you dared to attack me? Brothers, get your weapons. Zhang Xiaoyan covered his head with his hands and yelled fiercely, blood slowly flowing from his head to his cheeks. Upon hearing this, several men immediately took out knives from their trouser pockets. Seeing this, everyone screamed and ran as far away as possible. Lu Muxuan, run! Lu Xinyu shouted. She was also frightened by this sudden change and her face was pale, but she still ran over and grabbed a man. On the other side, when Lu Muxuan saw the other party take out a knife, he not only did not feel the slightest bit of fear in his heart, but a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he stared at them intently. The moment the other party rushed over, the veins on Lu Muxuan's hands bulged, and he grabbed the handle of the chair and slammed it with all his strength. Suddenly there was a scream, and the person rushing in the front was thrown more than 10 meters away, as if he was hit by a car. Moreover, the wooden stool did not break after several hits, which was enough to prove that it was very strong and durable, but it was successfully broken by this blow. After seeing this scene, Zhang Chaoyan and his companions sobered up instantly, but since things had come to this point, they couldn't just get beaten in vain. "Don't be a coward, he's alone, fuck him." As soon as he finished speaking, several men rushed up again. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan smiled ferociously, a dark aura surrounded the depths of his eyes, the blood vessels in his hands bulged, and a strange shadow was looming behind him. But at this moment, an alarm sounded, and several men immediately threw their knives aside. "Just wait, kid, you'll see what happens," Zheng Chaoyang said viciously, and then he was taken away with his hands covering his head. Also taken away with him were Lu Muxuan and Lu Xinyu. Soon, the group was taken back to the police station to take their statements. Since the other party took out a knife and many people at the scene recorded the video, it was obvious that Lu Muxuan was acting in self-defense, so he let them leave after the matter was clarified. As for the men who caused the trouble, they were kept in the police station. However, judging from their tone and their fearless attitude, they must have some background and they probably won't be detained for many days. At 1 o'clock in the morning, two people were walking quietly on the street. The streetlights cast a long shadow on their figures. Lu Xinyu put her hands behind her back and looked at Lu Muxuan a little embarrassedly. "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry, I got you into trouble." Lu Muxuan shook his head. "It's not your fault. I noticed those men were looking at you while we were eating, and they were intentionally getting close to you. That's because of me. Come on, I'll accompany you to the hospital." Lu Xinyu pointed to the hospital in front. "It's okay, it's just a superficial wound, it's nothing serious." Lu Muxuan shook his head and refused. He only got hit a few times at the beginning, and then he was hitting others. He even broke a sturdy stool. I guess I don't know how many ribs he had broken. And for a moment, he felt terrifyingly strong, as if he could kill 10 cows with a single punch. Could it be that it could affect not only the soul, but also the body? Look at you, you're covered in bruises and reds. You don't look okay at all. Seeing that he was trying to show off and save face, Lu Xinyu pulled his clothes and walked towards the hospital. "Don't be so impulsive next time. You don't know how dangerous it was just now. If your uncle hadn't come quickly, you would have been finished." After buying the medicine, Lu Xinyu looked at him and warned him. "Am I in danger?" "Never mind. It's true that my uncle arrived quickly, otherwise I would be in danger. But it's not the danger of being stabbed, but the danger of being a terrorist." Because of the ridiculously powerful moment, Lu Muxuan felt that his rationality was also fading away. At that time, he really only had one thought, which was to kill them. It seemed that he had lost the ability to think. Was it an impulse? Or a sequelae? He wasn't sure. Lu Muxuan nodded in agreement. After a long time, the two returned to the barbecue stall, compensated the boss with 2,000 yuan, and then rode their electric scooters back to the community. Chapter 50, Clown. It was already past 2:40 when Lu Muxuan returned to the room. He took a shower and fell asleep. September 8th, Monday, sunny. When autumn comes, September 8th. Crossed out. Last night I was a hero who saved the damsel in distress. Early in the morning, Lu Xinyu bought me breakfast, 2 corn-filled buns, 2 meat buns, a fried dough stick, a cup of soy milk, and a serving of dumplings. It was so rich that I almost couldn't finish it. After writing the diary, Lu Muxuan did not rush to go online. He searched for information on the official website, but unfortunately he did not find a blood-stacking holy land like the sting bee. I did find a pretty good one, the blue-winged butterfly. It's small, and most importantly, it can fly, so more of them can attack it at the same time. I should be able to stack about 2,500 to 3,000 in a minute. Unfortunately, it's a bit far, and you have to go to other cities to get past Qinglong City. Look for it again. If you can't find it, you'll have to go further. Hey! This guy sees things very clearly. When Lu Muxuan was looking through the video, he saw a familiar person. Where is Diao Chan? Judging from the scene, this should be the place where the jungle python was killed. He is also our die-hard fan, so I can invite him in when I set up a guild in the future. After a while, Lu Muxuan closed the forum with a slight disappointment and then went into the game. Today is Monday, and the professional altar and 5 elements secret realm can be fought again. 2 essences of fire are equivalent to a golden boss. After a while, when he arrived at the square, it was already crowded with people. Xingju Linya, Xiao Linzi, where did you go last night? Why weren't you online? Going against the will of heaven, I had some things to deal with, then I was too sleepy and fell asleep. Xingju Linya, okay, where are you? I'll come find you. NIT on Airshing, here in the dungeon square, come quickly, let's team up and farm it. Xingju Linya, okay, I'll be there right away. Not long after, Lin Xie and her sister arrived at the square. Lu Xinyu arrived earlier than them and was already standing with Lu Mushuan. Both of them were wearing masks, looking like a couple. Seeing this, Lin Xie intentionally or unintentionally pushed the two of them apart and said, Xiao Linzi, someone on the channel is mocking you. What's the reason this time? It's a dungeon. Look at their records. They cleared hell level in under 5 minutes, and then they openly and covertly claimed you cleared it in 15 minutes. Lin Xie said angrily. They're all clowns. You haven't even started fighting yet. These people are truly despicable. Let's go and break their record. Ding, server-wide announcement, the heaven-defying path is here. Please attack the professional altar and see if you can break my record. Look, it's this guy. Look how proud he is. He has already issued 3 notices. Lin Xie said with a pout. Lu Mushuan glanced at the other party's name, my father Long Outyan. His clearance record was ranked first at 1 minute and 10 seconds, and he killed one person in 14 seconds on average, which was indeed outrageous. What is this person's background? Lin Xiyu took over and said, this person is from the Sun Group. His talent is to summon a puppet with stats 100 times stronger than his own, which lasts for 10 minutes. However, the cooldown time is very long, requiring a full day. 100 times. Lu Mushuan glared. This talent was quite good, but the cooldown time was enough to make even a dog shake his head. It's okay to play the dungeon like the occupation altar, but when it comes to fighting bosses, forget it. In 10 minutes, you can only catch up with 2 bosses, and after that, you can only watch others fight. The locations of the bosses in the 4 main cities are basically known, and they will be defeated as soon as they refresh. After you use up your talent, you become an ordinary person. Even if you are equipped with silver and gold equipment, you cannot compare with talented people. It's typical that you charge for 24 hours and then show off for 10 minutes. You still dare to brag with this? After we go in, the 3 of you will go into the room separately and lure the monster to the altar in the middle. I will let the red fire bird lure the remaining one. Lu Mushuan instructed. Okay. Lin Xie made an okay gesture. Well, let's start. After Lu Mushuan said that, he chose the hell level difficulty. The next second, the 4 of them disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, some people in the square immediately started setting up tables. Place your bets, place your bets. Can NIT on Airshing break my father Long Outyan's record? Yes, 1 to 1.1. No, 1 to 10. Fuck. Your ratio is outrageous. You only earn 1 silver coin for every gold coin you bet? Hey bro, it's a sure win. Just bet as much as you have. I'll bet 10 gold coins. Hey, are you crazy? The cooldown on the skill going against the heavens is at least 1 minute, and the damage itself is not that great. How could it possibly break my father Long Outyan's record? You don't know this, let me tell you. Seeing this, the dealer hurriedly shouted, Ahem, brother, be careful or I won't do business with you. Upon hearing this, the player shut up. Who cares? It's your fault for not paying attention to NIT on Airshing. If you can't buy it, just wait to go bankrupt. On the other side, Lu Mushuan and the others entered and immediately began running towards the room to lure monsters in. Since the archer and the mage and priest had long range, Lu Mushuan did not try to gather the 3 together. With a speed of 1,700 km/h, his body was like a shadow, rapidly closing the distance. When the distance between the 2 sides was only 5 meters, Lu Mushuan immediately went berserk, and immediately followed up with a brutal collision. As expected, the puppet archer decisively used the shock arrow, but unfortunately the situation was different now. In his violent state, he was in a dominant position, and the shock arrow did not cause any dizziness when it hit his body, and the wild charge also successfully knocked the puppet archer away. +1. 561,222. The moment he was knocked away, Lu Mushuan subconsciously wanted to take a few normal attacks, but the outrageous thing was that the puppet archer was directly killed by the brutal collision. It turned into a corpse in mid-air. With this damage, it seems that the boss fights these days were not in vain. After dealing with the shooter, Lu Muxuan didn't even pick up his equipment and ran towards the mage's room. After forcing the opponent to use his displacement skills, he quickly chased him and killed him with a knife. 546,453. The damage of this knife is also extremely explosive. In the rampage state, normal attacks can also enjoy the blessing of fire attribute strength. 167 points means 1670% blessing, so the normal damage is also ridiculously high. The next second he turned and ran towards the priest, also killing him with one blow. Then he activated the Blood Demon shield and came between Lin Xie and the other two, directly detonating the second section. Boom! 2.06 million. 2.06 million. 2.06 million. The remaining two warriors and an invisible assassin were taken away in one wave, otherwise it would take a lot of time to fight them one by one. After they passed the level, the people in the dungeon square were in an uproar. Holy crap! What's going on? 20 seconds. Luckily. Fortunately, I was slow and didn't place the bet, otherwise I would have lost 2 gold coins. As expected of someone who defies fate, he faced ridicule without a word, then set a new record and slapped his father in the face. I'm afraid I'll ask how much psychological damage my father, Long Outyan, has endured. At this time, Lu Muxuan and his group came out, and warm applause suddenly broke out at the scene. God, I love you. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Almighty housewife, please take me in, great God. Hearing these shouts, Lin Xie immediately turned into a little shrew and cursed, shame on you, you damn bitch, go home and have some fun. Ding, all server announcement, who's barking? Everyone present felt refreshed after hearing this announcement. The 20-second clearance record was a very powerful counterattack. Seeing this, many people immediately flooded the server channel with messages, asking my father Long Outyan to come out and respond. Isn't this kid very arrogant in the square? Why doesn't he dare to come out? 20 seconds to reach hell level. It's hard for him to even reach the easy level, let alone the hell level. Exactly. Running through 5 rooms takes more than 10 to 20 seconds, not to mention the fighting. Especially with the shooter and assassin, they can stun you for a few seconds. The title of the number 1 god and devil is well deserved. On the other side, in the White Tiger City Dungeon Square, my father, Long Outyan, looked at the clearance record with a dark face. He knew that the damage of Nitan Ershing was very high, but that was probably just a skill. It was impossible to clear the level within a minute by relying solely on normal attacks during the skill cooldown period. Being able to move so fast meant the opponent had at least 5 skills. And each one of them was enough to kill instantly, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to move so fast. Thinking of this, my father Long Outyan felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit and left angrily. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but he just didn't have the ability. Facing this slap in the face that defied the will of heaven, he could only endure it. I thought if I could outdo the other guy in this, my reputation would rise several notches. But I didn't expect that Nitan Ershing, who had cleared the level in 15 minutes the previous time, would clear it in 20 seconds this time. The gap has not narrowed over time, but has become wider and wider. In Qinglong City, 20 kilometers outside Lianqing, on a small hill in a sea of flowers, Lu Muxuan stood quietly, surrounded by hundreds of blue-winged butterflies attacking him frantically. 1 + 1 1 + 1. After playing the equipment dungeon in the morning, I played the Secret Realm of Fire again and obtained 2 Essence of Fire. Then he took Lin Xie and the other 2 to level up with the level 50 Wind Chaser Wolf. He didn't come here to stack blood until they logged off to eat. By the way, Wu Ming seems to be in Qinglong City. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan sent him a dog head, and the other party replied quickly. I am your brother Ming, my son, what do you want to talk to me about? Tell me quickly. Doghead.jpg. Going against the will of heaven, Badian Sword.jpg. I am your brother Ming, Godfather, please accept my knees. And please send me my sword, thank you, Godfather. Hee, this change in attitude is really flexible. Lu Muxuan sent a flat face emoji and replied, I'm just showing it to you, why are you so excited? I am your brother Ming, fuck. You can't play like this. You didn't send me the pictures. Going against the will of heaven, even if I give you the 2nd level equipment, you won't be able to wear it. This gives you some hope and more motivation to level up. I am your brother Ming, Godfather, please accept my obeisance. I have decided to level up all night tonight, reach the second level within half a month, and then bring my dragon-slaying sword to rescue my Xisha fairy. Going against the will of heaven, when supreme treasure hits you, let me know. Even if it's far away, I will be T. I'm your brother Ming, get lost. You're allowed to bring 3 sisters, but I'm not allowed to bring just one. And I'm going to be the official one this time. Going against the will of heaven, online dating? This is risky, be careful when dating online. I am your brother Ming, you are not a fucking person, and you still say that to me, I am much smarter than you. NIT on Airshing, I am different from you, I have been certified offline. I am your brother Ming, shocked.jpg, damn, you're going offline so soon? But it's also true that you're the number 1 god and devil, and there are plenty of people who want to give birth to your children. As someone who's been through this, I advise you to be cautious and buy more umbrellas to protect yourself. Chapter 51, One Sword Once $1 Million Master. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan immediately wanted to throw a brick at him. Do you think I am you? I'm your brother Ming, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but if you can give it to me, just be decisive. If you don't give it to me, tell him to get lost. If you had listened to me earlier, why would you spend so much money for nothing and not even have sex once? Holy shit. Lu Muxuan glared. How did this bastard know that? I probably haven't told anyone about this. Going against the will of heaven, nonsense, I'm tired of eating it, it's not a loss at all. I am your brother Ming, really? Then let me test you, on which days does he like to be with you the most? Lu Muxuan, Sigma? Which days? Going against the will of heaven, it's always the same, don't try to cheat me. I am your brother Ming, the appraisal is complete, there is no loss if it is forced. Lu Muxuan? Forget it, I'm too lazy to waste time talking to this old pervert. He opened the forum and watched the video while stacking blood, doing both at the same time. Ha! An introduction to Purgatory Soul Fusion? Lu Muxuan clicked on it out of curiosity. Hello everyone, I'm Xiufa. Today I'll introduce you to the Purgatory Soul Melting Dungeon. You can see that this is also a 5-player dungeon. I'm not sure about the specifics, but the reward is listed, called the Soul Melting Stone. There are also 4 levels of difficulty, corresponding to black iron, bronze, silver, and gold soul melting stones. And what is the function of the soul melting stone? Everyone knows that equipment is actually composed of individual attributes, and the higher the quality, the more attributes it has. The function of the soul fusion stone is to remove the attributes from the equipment and fuse them into the attribute panel of the equipment itself. In other words, as long as we remove the entry, then even if we take off the equipment, the entry will still be on us. It won't disappear when the equipment is taken off. Do you understand what I mean? Seeing this, Lu Muxuan was shocked. Is this soul fusion stone so outrageous? It can actually remove equipment attributes from equipment and fuse them onto its own panel. Doesn't that mean that besides obtaining free attribute points by defeating the boss, there is another way to gain attribute strength? And you no longer have to worry about wasting the required attributes when changing equipment in the future, because you can simply remove the required attributes and replace them with new equipment without any loss. Nice one. Lu Muxuan continued to watch the video. Yes, that's right. Don't throw away the equipment you've replaced, and don't sell the equipment that's not for your profession. Keep it all. Once we get the Soul Fusion Stone, we can remove the equipment with the attributes we need. Unfortunately, the Purgatory Soul Fusion Dungeon is currently only open in Suzaku City. If people from other cities want to play it, they can just spend 5 gold coins to teleport there. There's no other way. This instance might be in Suzaku City, but those in other cities don't need to worry. If we have an instance later, others will have to be teleported to our location to play it. Okay, that's all for this issue. See you next time, friends. After watching the video, Lu Muxuan scrolled down again and found the content was similar. Soul Melting Stone, I don't know if it can remove the equipment effect. If it can, he wants to replace the Kingslayer set. After all, the silver equipment is really bad, and it can only increase the damage of the boss. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye it is the evening of September 9th, with less than 10 minutes left before the opening of the Purgatory Soul Fusion Dungeon. Lu Muxuan and his group slowly flew over the dungeon. Looking down from above, they could see that the dungeon area, several kilometers in radius, was packed with people, and those who arrived late couldn't even squeeze in. However, this was not a problem at all for them who had flying mounts, and they landed directly at the dark dungeon gate. Hey! Going against the will of heaven, just because you're so powerful you can cut in line? Go line up at the back, someone shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the player. He was truly stubborn. This was a game, not reality. To reason with the number one god and devil, he must have no idea how to spell death. Seeing everyone looking over, the player remained calm and pointed at Lu Muxuan, saying, "Everyone here is lining up, why are you an exception?" That's right. There are millions of players from the 4 major cities gathered here. Do you still want to act wildly here? Someone followed suit and made a fuss. Why are you yelling? If you have the guts, why don't you fly over here? It's obviously so crowded that you can't get in, yet you're still queuing. Bah! Lin Xia said fiercely. Hearing this, the player continued to sneer, "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because it's a game. Everything you do reflects your character in real life. Millions of players are watching right now. Are you sure you want to cut in line in front of them? That's right, everyone, join me in opposing the heaven-defying act. With so many of us, we are no match for him." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Muxuan suddenly swung his sword and directly chopped the 2 players back to the fountain. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly began to retreat. Murder! He's infamous for killing people against the will of heaven. Everyone, kill him and get your gear. The sound stopped abruptly, and the player was killed on the spot by a fireball cast by the red fire sparrow. Whoever dares to say another word will not be able to play the dungeon today. I am going against the will of heaven and I swear again. Lu Muxuan said in a cold voice. It's fine if he's just messing around online, but he even dares to do it in front of me. He's courting death. These words immediately caused a huge uproar among the crowd. Many people were very dissatisfied with his behavior. Killing people over a disagreement was something the uncle could tolerate, but the aunt could not. You're going against the will of heaven. How dare you be so brazen in front of millions of people? Do you really think you have the final say in this game? Exactly. In ancient times, emperors needed a crime to kill people, but you kill people just for a disagreement. That's simply insane. People like you would definitely be scum that endangers society in real life. I suggest that uncle arrest him and lock him up immediately, otherwise he might kill someone in real life just for a disagreement one day. I agree. Cutting in line is even justified. Everyone, hurry up and kill him to get the equipment. If you get one, you'll be the number one god or devil. Go ahead. With the instigation of some people, many people actually started to attack. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan grinned, activated the blood demon shield and rushed towards those who were leading the attack. Daki, don't think I won't know it's you just because you hid the guild's name. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Boom. +1. 2.36 million. 2.36 million. With a loud bang, not a blade of grass grew within a radius of 30 meters. Hundreds of players turned into white light and disappeared on the spot. Of course, more than 20 pieces of equipment were left behind. Everyone was horrified at the sight. They hadn't expected Nition Ershing to actually attack, and indiscriminately. With the crowd density now, they were completely stuck, making it difficult to move. In other words, as long as you go against the will of heaven, you can fry hundreds of them into crispy pieces. For a moment, the scene became extremely chaotic. The people in the front wanted to run away but couldn't, and the people behind were unaware of the situation and kept squeezing in, trying to find a place to hide. I'll count to 3. If you attack again, you will die. Lu Muxuan said coldly. Hearing this, everyone froze. If they had been forced to fight back just now, who would still want to die now if they could avoid it? I spent 5 gold coins to come all the way here. Who the hell would start a melee for no reason, lose levels, lose equipment, and waste gold coins? The problem is that I didn't even get the dungeon. What a huge loss. Everyone in this guild, stop, said Master Chi Tian. Although several people on his side had been killed in the explosion, he was afraid that if he didn't stop, it would really turn into a melee. Fuck these bastards from Daki. They came all the way here not to play the dungeon, but just to get the free equipment and lose levels. If you want to fight, you should change the time, find an open place, and then properly arrange the troops. What a stupid thing. As the presidents of the major guilds suppressed their subordinates, the unrest soon stopped. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan jumped back onto the platform and looked down at everyone indifferently. His name had turned blood red, like a blood moon under the night sky. Xiao Linzi is so handsome. He can block millions of players with just one sword. Lin Xia said with stars in her eyes. Mumu, you are too impulsive. Tomorrow, someone with ulterior motives will definitely publicize your story and create an image of a villain by cutting out the beginning and the end. People who don't know the truth will definitely abuse you. Lu Xinyu said in a worried tone. In real life, they can scold me all they want, what does it have to do with me? In the game, why should I be afraid? Lu Muxuan said in a cold tone. Strength is the truth. Even if everyone scolds me, when my strength is enough to influence the entire game, there won't be a single bad voice. Conversely, even if you are a kind-hearted person who saves people from suffering, if you lack strength, you will be portrayed as an unforgivable demon. So, if you have strength, you have the truth. Their abuse has no effect on me at all. Besides, this is a game, where are the rules? I don't believe anyone would line up properly. Look at the back, they squeeze in when there's an empty seat. Did you see them say that? The big guilds have reserved the entire area for leveling, so ordinary people can only go to the lowest level areas if they want to level up. Have you heard them say that? You're just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. If you're afraid of retaliation in real life and dare not speak out, then you should remain silent forever. If you dare to speak against me, you will have to face the sword in my hand. He didn't lower his voice when he said this, so many people nearby heard it. Some had blank expressions, some looked angry, some were ashamed, and some were reflective. Going against the will of heaven, you said that the big guilds rented out the place for leveling, but aren't you also doing the same? The venomous snake forest in Suzaku City and the blue-feathered butterflies near Lotus City, aren't they? Hearing this, Lu Muxuan looked at the player and asked, which eye of yours saw me booking the entire place? Which ear of yours heard me say I booked the entire place? The player opened his mouth, wanting to say, just stand there and who dares to touch your monster? But it seemed the other party hadn't said anything like that, so he didn't say anything more. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding, server-wide announcement. The special dungeon, Purgatory Soul Fusion, has opened. This announcement is informing you. Seeing this, the player in front immediately chose to enter the dungeon, and his figure turned into white light and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 52, Purgatory Soul Fusion. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan decisively chose the hell level difficulty, and then the four figures disappeared at the dark gate. The next second, they came to a dim place, surrounded by mountain walls. The space was not very large, and there were many sharp stone spikes pointing vertically downwards from above. Ahead were 3 roads strewn with broken swords and rotten armor. The ends of the roads were pitch black, and it was difficult to see what was going on. It's so dark, could there be something bad going on? Lin Xia said while hugging Lin Xiyu's arm. Hearing this, Lu Xinyu unconsciously moved closer to Lu Muxuan. Ding, welcome to Purgatory Soul Fusion. Players must kill the King Soul of the Weapon Master within half an hour to complete the level. Rules, each path has a general, and killing them will earn you a reward. Once a player enters a path, they cannot exit or return. If others cannot pass through, they will be automatically teleported out of the dungeon after half an hour. After killing 3 soldiers and generals, the portal leading to the soul of the Lord of Soldiers will open. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Muxuan frowned slightly. It seemed that this copy could not be cleared by just rushing all the way. You also need the cooperation of your teammates. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you will be trapped in one of the routes and unable to defeat the King Soul of the Soldier Lord. You will be teleported out after half an hour. In this case, you have to make good arrangements. He looked at the 3 women and asked, do you have any ideas? I should be able to make it all the way. Lu Xinyu said. I think Xiaohong should be able to make it all the way. Lin Xia said. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan looked at Lin Xiyu and thought for a moment before saying, Xiyu, you and Xiaohong's damage is higher than hers, you should deal some damage and try to keep the duration as short as possible. Lin Xiyu nodded, then followed Lu Xinyu and stood on the right side. Seeing this, Lin Xia excitedly jumped onto the back of the red firebird, hugged its neck, clenched her fist and said, Xiaohong, let's go, let's fight side by side. Lu Muxuan stood in the middle. After everything was ready, he took a step forward and walked in. It looked dark outside, but once he got used to it, he could barely see the surroundings. After walking about 200 meters, Lu Muxuan felt a dark shadow flash by in front of him. The next second, it appeared in front of him, and at this moment, he also saw clearly what it was. It was a sword. It slashed at him with lightning speed. 1080. +1. Broken Sword. Level 20. HP, 80,000. Physical Attack, 800. Physical Defense, 300. Speed, 280. Skill, Blade Slash, quickly shuttle to the front of the enemy and slash, causing 385% damage to the target. Cooldown of 1 minute. So weak? Lu Muxuan was a little confused, but without hesitation, he rushed directly to kill it with a brutal collision, and then continued to move forward. However, the next scene made him understand what was going on. He saw more than a dozen shields floating in the air and flying towards him, followed by more than a dozen swords, knives, guns and other weapons, and at the end were 2 rows of bows and crossbows. It seems that it is not weak, but before attacking the soldiers and generals, you still need to clear the monsters. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan immediately launched a red flame slash. Due to the narrow path, it almost covered all the remaining soldiers. In an instant, a large semi-transparent damage number emerged from above these remaining soldiers. 798,510. 798,810. 798,310. This attack almost killed all the remaining soldiers, leaving only a few who escaped. He went up and slashed them with a few more blows to finish them off. However, when he advanced more than 100 meters, another wave of remnants attacked. This time, the red flame slash had no cooldown, so he had to go berserk and deal damage with normal attacks. 548,303. 3,080. +1. 1,540. +1. In berserk mode, normal attacks deal 18.5x damage, and critical hits only deal 2x damage. And last night he also figured out why the critical hit chance was so high, but the skills could never hit critical hits, because in the skill bonus, only one of the critical hit and attribute strength can be effective. In other words, as long as there is 1 point of attribute strength, critical strike will not be effective on skills, and only normal attacks can enjoy the bonus of critical strike. However, if the rage is turned on, normal attacks will not benefit from the critical hit bonus. Generally speaking, the main attribute will be weaker in the early stage, but will be invincible in the later stage. The damage is much higher than the critical hit, and the probability is 100%. Because the skills will be 100% enhanced by the attribute strength. After about 2 minutes, Lu Muxuan cleared out this wave of remaining soldiers again. Then he walked more than 200 meters without encountering any monsters. In front of him was a wide hall, and it seemed that the soldiers were inside. As expected, he saw a large halberd inserted vertically in the middle of the hall. As he stepped in, the halberd trembled for a moment. Then, a gray aura quickly emerged from the halberd, transforming into an armored warrior who grabbed the halberd and pointed it at him, saying, "By order of my king, guard this road. Leave or die." Soldier General Halberd. Level 20. HP, 800,000. Physical Attack, 1,500. Physical Defense, 1,000. Speed, 580. Skills, Break, Earth Strike, 1000 Force Break, Wind Stomp, Thunder Slash. Lu Muxuan carefully read the skill introduction of the soldiers and generals. Except for the skill of Gale Step that increases speed, the rest are output skills. There is no need to hesitate. He closed the information panel and rushed forward. The moment he moved, the soldier's feet suddenly blew, and a cold light flashed on the tip of the halberd, and it suddenly stabbed towards Lu Muxuan's chest. 3,200. +1. Oh my god. It even turns. Lu Muxuan had already moved to the side a little, but he was still stabbed by the halberd. It seems that if he dodged too early, the enemy would also react. He learned another little trick. However, he had no intention of practicing, and without hesitation, he launched a brutal charge, knocked the opponent flying, and then used the red flame slash to kill him instantly. 573,724. 797,810. It's quick and clean, and a normal attack plus red flame slash can kill instantly, but now he doesn't dare to use it without the knockback, because he is afraid that it will be dodged again and it will waste time. Lu Muxuan flipped through the box, but found no equipment, only a crystal clear jade. Soul Fusion Stone. Consume a certain amount of Soul Fusion Stone to integrate equipment attributes into yourself, but effect type attributes cannot be integrated. It's a pity that the effect type attributes cannot be removed. Lu Muxuan was a little disappointed. In this way, without equipment that increases firepower, it is impossible to replace the King Slayer set, unless he gets a set of spiritual level equipment. Forget it, gold equipment won't add much anyway, so I might as well not have it. Left. In the hall, Lin Xia hugged the red firefly's neck tightly and shouted, "Come on, Xiaohong, destroy this shield." As soon as he finished speaking, an armored warrior on the ground suddenly slammed the ground, and the fireball that the red firebird was about to condense was instantly extinguished. Then it pounced straight down and attacked the armored warrior with its sharp claws. 1. Seeing this, Lin Xia angrily cast a holy healing technique on the red firebird. "Xiaohong, fly higher quickly, don't let him attract you anymore." Upon hearing this, the red firebird spread its wings, raised its body again, and then quickly condensed a fireball the size of a basketball court and hit the warrior on the ground hard. 101,580. 208,485. One strike took out nearly 300,000 HP, and the soldier, who had less than 25% HP left, was killed instantly. That's great, Xiaohong is awesome. Lin Xia happily patted the red firebird's neck to signal it to land, and then she jumped up and down to pick up the soul-melting stone under her. Right. Boom boom boom. Lin Xiyu held the staff high in her hand, and not far away, meteorites fell from the sky, hitting the dozen or so remaining soldiers hard. 4,380. 4,080. 4,280. After 5 seconds, the meteorite disappeared, and the health bars of all the remaining soldiers were emptied. Let's go, we've been delayed for a long time. Lu Xinyu said, and then he walked quickly towards the hall, followed closely by Lin Xiyu. The moment the two stepped into the hall, a staff in the center transformed into a woman in a black robe. She picked up the staff and released a dark cloud towards the two women. Oh no! Get out of the way! Lu Xinyu was shocked and quickly locked onto the soldiers with his eyes and cast a necromancy spell. 4,775. 30. 4,775. 60. This is a magic damage monster with high magic defense. I'll attract its hatred, and you take the opportunity to deal some damage. Okay. Lin Xiyu nodded, dodging the dark clouds with all her might. The next second, bolts of lightning struck down, and anyone who was even slightly slower would have been instantly killed. But at this moment, the dark cloud trail began to move slowly, chasing towards Lu Xinyu. Seeing that the general's hatred was attracted by her, Lin Xiyu quickly cast a fireball and then released the entanglement skill to entangle the general. 1,150. 700. Unfortunately, aside from the minor damage dealt by meteorite fall, the damage dealt by her normal skills was far too low. However, her professional skills were already up and running, and while her soldiers were immobilized, she quickly added a mystic ice explosion. Boom! 9,000. Oh no! The aggro has been diverted. Run! Lu Xinyu shouted anxiously, "Don't deal too much damage, just use your small skills. I have a lot of health, so let me slowly wear it down." Seeing the soldiers using skills towards her, Lin Xiyu hurriedly ran out of the opponent's attack range, but she was still a step too slow and was struck by a bolt of lightning. 2,350. In a flash, her health bar instantly dropped to the bottom, with less than 10 points left. Fortunately, she ran fast, and her hatred was pulled back by Lu Xinyu, so she barely managed to save her life. She didn't dare to fight anymore, so she retreated to a safe distance, replenished her health, and then continued to use her small skills to deal damage. After about 2.5 minutes, the soldier was finally killed by Lu Xinyu. With the blood soul orb on her, she was not afraid of exchanging blood with the opponent. Middle lane. After seeing the light on the right light up, Lu Muxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, a portal slowly appeared in the hall, and he hurriedly walked in. "Xiao Linzi, I'm awesome. I was the second one to pass the level," Lin Xia said with her little head held high. "Yeah, that's great. It would be even better if I didn't miss my mount. Humph. I'm always thinking about you." Lin Xia pouted and said angrily. "I'm sorry for delaying everyone." Lu Xinyu looked at the two of them and said, "It's okay. Your skill is a single target skill, and it's slow to clear monsters. And there are still more than 10 minutes left. Let's go and hurry up, otherwise you may not be able to get the first pass," Lu Muxuan said. Upon hearing this, the 4 people and the bird walked quickly towards the main hall. After pushing open a pitch-black door that was 15 meters high, they saw a man in golden armor sitting on the throne at the end. He supported his chin with one hand, and suddenly opened his eyes when he heard the noise, and swept his eyes over the few people. It rises from the dust of countless things, and perishes at the most glorious moment. The king's soul of weapons slowly stood up and clenched his hands. A long sword emitting a blood-red glow seemed to be summoned and came in a flash of lightning. The king's soul of weapons grasped it in his hand and pointed it forward. Humanity, the hatred of genocide is irreconcilable. 800 years of wrath from our race, wait, take it. Chapter 53, The Soul of the King. Soldier King Soul. Level 20. HP, 160,000. Physical Attack, 3000. Physical Defense, 2000. Speed, 880. Skills, Blood Slash, Shattered Moon, Shattered Star, Thunder Flash, Blood Boundary, King's Deterrence. Looking at the interface of the King's Soul, the Lord of Arms, Lu Muxuan frowned. You three, step back a little. This. Before he finished speaking, Lu Muxuan sensed the Lord of Arms' spirit stirring. He instantly vanished from the throne and reappeared beside Lin Xia. Holding the bloody knife, he slashed with it with an expressionless face. The three girls' pupils shrank when they saw this, and they had no time to react. At the critical moment, Lu Muxuan launched a brutal charge in time to break the move, but just when he was about to hit, the figure of the Lord of Soldiers Wang Hun disappeared again. 30 meters away, a streak of blood-red light struck Lu Xinyu like lightning. Because of the displacement skill, Lu Muxuan couldn't catch up with it, and it finally struck her. 35,675. One strike cost him 35,000 HP. Fortunately, it was Lu Xinyu, otherwise, if it was Lin Xiyu, he would have been killed by this strike. Lu Muxuan hurriedly pushed them out and closed the door. Xiaoyu, just cast a curse to assist. You don't need to come in. Okay. Lu Xinyu nodded. After resolving his worries, Lu Muxuan looked at the King's Soul, the Lord of Soldiers, on the throne, feeling somewhat puzzled. Thunder Flash could move 3 times, and after using it, it could also provide a short acceleration, with a cooldown of only 30 seconds. If the opponent doesn't fight him, he might not be able to defeat him. How could such an outrageous copy appear at this stage? Didn't you just let me taste your clan's wrath? Come here. Human, that's how you slaughtered my people back then. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. What? You can't stand it? The soldier Lord Wang Hun pointed his bloody knife at the ground and slowly stepped forward, saying, Don't worry. The strong ones will naturally be saved for last. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood mist emanated from his body and quickly enveloped the entire hall. Lu Muxuan only felt that his vision was severely affected and he could not see anything more than 2 meters away. At this time, a white moon was particularly conspicuous in the blood mist, like the only moon in the dark night, and you could see it as long as you looked up. 47,400. Plus 1. What the hell? Lu Muxuan didn't even see the shadow of the military master Wang Hun before he was stabbed. However, he had 47,000 less health points, and the opponent also had 47,000 less health points. In addition, Lu Xinyu's damage was more than 4,000 per second. Even if the opponent kept hiding, he could be cursed to death in 5.5 minutes at most. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan turned around and leaned against the gate to prevent the other party from running out and killing Lu Xinyu. Ding, you are threatened by the king, all attributes decreased by 10%. It's coming. Lu Muxuan looked around, and the moment he saw a star appear above him, he immediately activated the Blood Demon Shield. Immunity. Plus 1. Boom. The moment his health value plus 1 appeared, he directly detonated the second stage, but it didn't even hit the opponent. This is too outrageous. Is this copy really something that ordinary people can beat? No wonder it's been almost half an hour and there's still no news of clearance. It's outrageous. However, after this explosion, the blood mist disappeared. Lu Muxuan looked at the soldier Wang Hun, who was sitting on the throne, holding the hilt of the knife with both hands and pointing the knife at his chest, feeling a little puzzled. The next second, the blood knife pierced through the chest, and a white damage emerged from the head of the King's Soul of the Weapon Master, directly clearing its health bar. As he disappeared, the King's Soul of the Soldier Lord looked at Lu Muxuan not far away and said, Human, you have the power to kill my consciousness, but you are guarding the goal to protect your teammates. Your action made me see myself back then, so you are worthy of this. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of light floated out from the hand of the Lord of Arms Wang Hun, slowly came to Lu Muxuan and hovered in front of him. At this time, the figure of the Lord of Arms Wang Hun also completely disappeared, but one sentence remained. Human, I will be waiting for you in the deepest part of purgatory. I will then fight you in my full glory. Ding, congratulations. As the first team on the entire server to clear the hell-level Purgatory Soul Fusion dungeon, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player team NIT on Airshing for completing the first server-wide clear of the hell-level Purgatory Soul Fusion dungeon. Special announcement. Ding, congratulations on completing your first clear of the hell-level Purgatory Soul Fusion dungeon. Rewards, plus 200 free attribute points, plus 5 gold soul stones, attribute upgrade for the title 1 step ahead, plus 50 gold coins, and plus 1,500 reputation. It took 25 minutes to complete the game and it was the first time. It seems that almost all teams failed. Lu Muxuan turned off the system notification and looked at the ball of light in front of him. He didn't dare to touch it easily, fearing that it was another evil move like the Netherworld Blood Demon. But he was also very curious about what the Lord of Soldiers King Soul gave him. If he could get it by protecting his teammates, it shouldn't be a bad thing, right? Thinking that his master was the holy envoy of Suzaku and that he had the Suzaku land as his backing, Lu Muxuan couldn't help but reach out and touch the ball of light out of curiosity. Ding, do you accept the inheritance of the King Soul of the Lord of Arms? Oh my god. Inheritance? I can guarantee that it won't be a bad result. Lu Muxuan decisively chose yes. Ding, receiving. In an instant, Lu Muxuan felt an unknown thing in his mind. It was very mysterious, but he couldn't understand it. It's like a primary school student looking at a college student's math problem. His brain freezes and he's filled with questions. Ding, received successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the skill Absolute Protection. What the hell, just one skill? Lu Muxuan opened his attribute panel to check, but when he saw the skill description, he immediately put away his disdain and bowed deeply to the throne. Absolute Protection. Skill introduction. You can sign a guardianship contract with a player, so that all damage suffered by the player will be borne by the player himself. The contract lasts for 1 hour and cannot be cancelled during this period. The cooldown time is 1 hour. Proficiency, 0-1000. This military leader Wang Hun is a very good person. He was originally worried that there would be some troubles in the battle of 100,000 people in a few days, but now he doesn't have to worry at all. Just sign a guardian contract with Lin Xia, so that you can take her with you. 1 blood recovering bead can restore 5% of the blood volume, and the magic soul, blood soul bead in itself can restore more than 20 million blood. 1 treatment costs more than 1 million, plus 4,000 in a second. It's hard to die now. Come in, it's time to divide the spoils. Lu Muxuan said as he opened the door. Xiao Linzi, the boss's eyes were so scary just now. It felt like a real person. You could even see the bloodshot in his eyes. Lin Xia said fearfully, covering her chest. That's not a boss, just a puppet. Its real body isn't here. Lu Muxuan said as he came to the throne and said, there are 15 soul fusion stones in total. Shiyu, one of you has no attribute attack, and the other has no attribute strengthening equipment. Take 3 first. Xiaoyu, your dark attribute can't beat the 5 elements dungeon, so take 1 more piece, and the remaining 5 pieces belong to me. Add 1 piece for the soldier in general, and I can just dismantle a strong attribute. Xiao Linzi, I'll give you mine too. It's useless for me to come. Lin Xia said as she was about to take the soul melting stone. Don't move. Lin Xiyu shouted hurriedly, if you move, you're bound. Lu Muxuan nodded and said, the 5 elements secret realm and purgatory soul fusion should be the same. Once an item is moved, it is bound and cannot be used by others. Let's just follow the assignment. Although the soul fusion stone can only achieve the greatest effect if you split it into strong attributes, you might be able to change to a wood attribute in the future. Okay. Lin Xia pouted and then carefully took 3. Lu Muxuan also took 5. Don't you still have a piece of attribute strengthening equipment? Take a few more. Otherwise, it's useless for us to take them now. We can give them to whoever has the attribute strengthening equipment in the future. Lin Xiyu said. Yes, Mumu, if you have any, just dismantle it first. The dungeon is held once a week. Even if we get special equipment, we can dismantle it next week. Lu Xinyu also advised. Okay. Lu Muxuan thought about it and agreed. They each took one of the remaining 2 soul melting stones. Little Linzi. Lin Xia was unhappy. She threw down her staff angrily and started punching him. Hee hee, why are you still angry after taking 3 soul melting stones? Lu Muxuan simply pretended to be stupid and then exited the copy. They're coming out. They even beat the hell level, outrageous. What are the people at the ordinary levels doing? If they haven't cleared the level in so long, even giving them a chance is useless. Needless to say, it's extremely difficult, but it's impossible to defeat it. Everyone was talking about it, and after Lu Muxuan and his group came out, they went their separate ways. He was going to stack blood. However, before leaving, he gave Lin Shiyu a guardian covenant, because since he started looking for a place to stack blood, the 3 of them had to level up on their own. Since she is currently focusing on magic attacks, she has learned the skill of meteor falling, which can still be used now. However, if she focuses on ice in the later stage, this skill will be useless. The reason for giving her the guardian contract was to prevent her from being killed by monsters, because the skill of meteor fall was too aggro attractive, and Lu Xinyu couldn't hold the monsters at all unless she killed them directly. Shortly after they left, the first player who entered was teleported out, cursing, "Damn it! You have to clear 3 paths to get to the next level. Without 3 big guys leading you, forget it." That's right. The professional altar can support 4 people at once, but the damn Purgatory Soul Fusion Dungeon requires 3 people to support 2 people. What the hell? Hey, we only made it 1 path, and 5 of us got 1 Soul Fusion Stone. What a waste of emotion. We cleared 2 routes, but unfortunately we didn't clear the last one. Of course you guys are doing the harder ones, we did the easiest ones, clearing 3 routes, but in the end we still fell to the level of the Soldier Lord King Soul. 1 strike dealt 4 to 5,000 damage, which was totally out of the question. Fuck, you first tier team can't even beat the simplest fight? We can fight the priest and the marksman if they're not dead, but the boss is too clever. It only kills the back row and completely ignores the aggro value. The front row warriors can't stop it. Then wait, it should be much easier to fight once the boss comes up with a strategy. Listening to these people's discussions, those who were still queuing suddenly felt that they had made a profit. They could get some free experience, which would help them deal with the fight later. In the crowd, young Master Equal to Heaven and the Monkey King looked at each other inside. Their team consisted of 2 priests, 2 warriors, and 1 archer, challenging the hell level. As a result, only the Monkey King made it all the way. Although the others did not die, they did not suffer enough damage and did not finish the first level before the time limit expired. Let's challenge the difficult level next week. At least we can get a first pass on the difficult level. And Tian Ershing shouldn't be able to play on the difficult level. It's useless for him to get the silver level soul melting stone. The first pass reward is probably only 150 free attribute points, said Master Chi Tian. Okay. The Monkey King nodded, and the group slowly squeezed out of the crowd. Chapter 54, The Battle to Destroy the Flag begins. Lotus City, a sea of flowers. Lu Muxuan stood on a small hill and stacked up his life. As his defense was improved, Lan Yuti could not break his defense at all, so he did not need to activate the Blood Demon Shield, and the damage he counterattacked was only a drop of blood, making it much easier to stack blood. I spend 6 or 7 hours a day leveling up, and 6 or 7 hours stacking health. In this way, I can stack 500,000 or 600,000 a day, which is much more convenient than when I was in the novice village. At that time, he had no defense, and the stinging bee hit him to death within a dozen or 20 hits. If he activated the Blood Demon Shield, he would also be blown to death after a minute, so it was very difficult to stack blood. In addition, activating the Blood Demon Shield would consume 10% of his blood. At this time, he was stacking blood while browsing the official website forum. As time passed, some talents that needed to be stacked gradually emerged, so there were a lot of these revelations on the forum. However, as he was flipping through the pages, he came across the video of him in front of the Purgatory Soul Fusion Gate. As expected, he had become an unforgivable villain, and all sorts of monsters and demons had to use the phrase "going against the will of heaven" to gain traffic. Go ahead and curse me, you will still have something to curse in a few days. Hey, why is my proficiency in Absolute Guard improving? Lu Muxuan was puzzled. Could it be that when Lin Shiyu was hit by monsters, the damage was transmitted to him, and it could also be improved? He looked at his proficiency, which increased by a little bit in almost 30 seconds, and he didn't know what to say. It was pretty good. It could be improved by being beaten. This skill would probably reach the maximum level soon. At this moment, Lu Muxuan felt footsteps approaching from the side. He closed the forum and looked at the person who came. It was a fat boy with a fat head, big ears, broad shoulders, and a thick waist, slowly walking towards him. At this stage, most players are leveling up by killing level 15 and 16 monsters. If they can come to the level 25 blue feather butterfly, they probably have good talent. The little fat guy also noticed him and was immediately shocked. Holy crap, what a big red name. Hey, are you going against the will of heaven? Is there something? Lu Muxuan asked. He felt that this guy looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he was for a moment. It's okay, I'm just passing by, you go about your business. The little fat man laughed and ran away. Isn't this the little fat guy who can stack defense? Lu Muxuan remembered it. It seemed to be called, I only have 100 million points of defense. He had seen this guy's video on the forum. No wonder he felt familiar. Wait a minute, you're not in the guild? Hearing this, the little fat man replied without even turning his head, I have added it. Lu Muxuan originally wanted to recruit some powerful helpers, but gave up the idea after seeing this. But after a while, the little fat man came back and said, Brother, cut me with a knife. Lu Muxuan? He could probably guess what the fat guy was thinking, so he didn't waste any words and raised the sword to cut him down. 2438. 3008. +1. With my 13,000 attack power and 173 ignition power, my normal attack should be around 30,000, but I only did 2,400 damage. And he even countered 3,000 damage. Even after his health bar was cleared, he still had a shield. A true 3S talent. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan rushed forward violently and knocked him flying, wanting to find out what effect this little fat boy's talent had. 570,376. 3008. +1. Fuck. The master is holding back. Seeing that he was still trying to take another blow, the little fat man was immediately shocked and said, Brother, I admit defeat. I don't have a guild now. Goodbye. Hello. No, I won't join you. If I join you, I'm afraid I'll die. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. After saying that, he ran away again. Lu Muxuan was speechless. This fat guy ran so fast. However, he has figured out the opponent's talents. It has stacked defense and counterattack. The ratio of counterattack should be 10% of defense. When the health bar is empty, there is a 3 to 5 seconds of immunity to death. The talent is okay, but the health is a bit low, more than 2,000, which is lower than Lin Xie and her sister. It seems that the equipment is silver at most. Unfortunately, his talents overlap with mine, so I'd better not bring him into the team. Maybe I can bring him in as a small main force when I create a guild in the future. September 10th, Wednesday, sunny. Because the bruises on my face healed quickly, Lu Xinyu didn't buy me breakfast today. However, I met her when I went downstairs to buy breakfast. She had just come back from a run, so I gave her 2 buns and saved her a few dollars. September 11th, Thursday, sunny. I heard from Lin Xiyu last night that the Daki Guild headquarters is about to be completed, so I got up on time at 7 o'clock today to have breakfast. When I came back, I saw Lu Xinyu doing warm-up exercises on the balcony, apparently planning to go out for a run. I greeted her and she asked me why I got up so early. I said I was woken by hunger, and then she chuckled, which was very beautiful. Putting an end to it, Lu Muxuan put down his pen, stretched, walked to the balcony overlooking the river, his eyes gradually becoming cold. Daki, all old and new grudges will be settled today. Lu Muxuan turned around and went back to the room, lay down in the game cabin, closed the door, and started Gods and Demons. Xuanwu City, teleportation array. A large group of people who were squatting here were startled the moment they saw Lu Muxuan and hurriedly reported the situation. President Nitian Ershing has come to Xuanwu City and is currently heading towards the south gate. President. Nitian Ershing has really come to Xuanwu City, hurry up. A single stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. Less than half a minute after Lu Muxuan left the teleportation array, the Xuanwu City teleportation array exploded, and people kept coming out. Those who walked slowly were directly squeezed out by the teleportation array. On the outskirts of Xuanwu City, Lu Muxuan walked slowly over, and above him, a red firebird spread its wings and soared, and its cry resounded through the sky. Going against the will of heaven. Big Flag base ahead, what do you want to do? Shouted the Big Flag guild members guarding the periphery. This is a grudge between me and Daki. Those who are not core members should step away and I will not kill them. Lu Muxuan said coldly. What a joke. The soul fusion in purgatory was just because no one wanted to fight, so you succeeded in pretending to be awesome. Do you really think you can beat 100,000 people alone? A shooter sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Muxuan took a step forward and his figure was like a shadow. The cold light of the king's slaying sword in his hand flashed, and a damage of more than 30,000 appeared above the archer's head. How could it be so fast? The shooter widened his eyes and unwillingly turned into a streak of white light and disappeared on the spot. The others were shocked upon seeing this and quickly threw their skills at Lu Muxuan. The warrior charged, the mage cast a fireball, the archer used a shockwave, the assassin went invisible and looked for an opportunity, and the priest hid in the back. Since you won retreat, then die. Too slow, where are you putting your skills? With the help of a speed of 1,700, Lu Muxuan had already left his shadow. After a few steps, he came to a mage and sent him back to the spring with a sword. Don't aim, just shoot randomly. Just stun him and control him to death, shouted a player who seemed to be the captain. As the orders were issued, the already chaotic attacks became even more chaotic. Some people simply attacked with their eyes closed. If they hadn't been in guild mode, many of their own people would have died. No, Captain. It's too fast, and the distance is too close, I can't even turn my head, said a player. Damn. The captain was so confused that he could only call for help. The next second, a figure appeared in front of the captain and sent him back to the spring with a sword as if cutting melons and vegetables. The headquarters of the Big Flag Guild. Upon hearing the news from his men, Wang Xuanqi gritted his teeth and said, How dare you come here? Today I want to see if you can defy the will of heaven. After saying that, he opened the guild chat interface at everyone, no matter what you are doing, now, immediately, return to the base, and also call everyone who is not online to come online. The squad stationed there will immediately support us and surround Inai Tianqing. Hold him back until the main force returns, no matter how hard you try. Team 1 received this and is rushing to provide support. Team 8 received this and is rushing to provide support. Team 46 receives. On the other side, as the entire Big Flag Guild started to operate, thousands of Big Flag members continued to pour in from all directions, and the battlefield that was almost over was once again filled with players. Xiao Linzi, a lot of people are coming here, come up quickly, let's go directly to the Daki headquarters. Lin Xia shouted. No rush, my goal is not just to destroy the base, I also want to kill people. Lu Muxuan said, and a red flame slashed towards the dense crowd. Having just been upgraded to level 2, the attack range of the red flame slash was increased to 80 meters. In addition, the players were very densely packed, so with this slash, 70 or 80 players turned into a beam of white light and disappeared on the spot, and their equipment was scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, a captain hurriedly ordered, Quick! Fill the gap and don't let Tian Air Xing escape. Warrior, push forward. Don't be afraid of death. Even if you have to use your body, you must restrict his position. Archers, release shockwave arrows. Stop aiming, use blanket attacks. Mages too, use any skills you have. It's not surprising that players with command are much more difficult to deal with than scattered soldiers. Warriors risk their lives to gradually close the encirclement, which reduces the attack range of archers and mages, making it easier for them to hit with their skills. After all, bombing a fish in a 30-meter pond is much easier than bombing a 70-80-meter pond. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan grinned and said, I'm afraid you won't come over. As his range of movement became smaller and smaller, no matter how fast he was still hit by a shock arrow. Seeing this, the captain excitedly said, All right, soldiers, retreat, archers and assassins will follow up with stun, and hold him to death here. The people in the Big Flag were also overjoyed. Assassins and archers slowly replaced the warriors, and the priests healed everyone, otherwise the counterattack would be outrageous. Because when Lu Muxuan was controlled, he took off his armor and title. However, just when everyone thought the war was over, flaming meteorites fell from the sky, directly covering an area of more than 100 meters in radius. No, retreat, the captain shouted. However, the crowd was dense, and the incident happened suddenly. No one expected that a mount could have such a large-scale attack. And the damage was tens of thousands, it was outrageous. 200 or 300 people died in this one hit alone, all of them were shooters, mages, and priests. This scene was seen by everyone who came over. They all looked at the red firefly in the air with extremely shocked eyes. This mount was too outrageous. And the mount actually attacks. Isn't it just for transportation? This is unrealistic. Oh shit. The master is awesome. Where is Diao Chan? As a die-hard fan of NIT on Ershing, I naturally keep an eye on his every move. So he rushed to the scene as soon as possible, then turned on the live broadcast, and happened to see the scene just now. Family, look, this is either Suzaku or a Suzaku cub. This damage is higher than 99% of people. Remember, this is just a mount. At this moment, the people in the live broadcast room were all posting comments, all of which were awesome and outrageous. Anchor, please come closer. What can you see from such a distance? That's right, we want to see the front line. Can you please be a war correspondent? I'll give you the carnival. Add 1. Add 1. Seeing the densely packed plus ones, where's Diao Chan's heart was pounding, and he said boldly, okay, family, wait for me. There are mounts for rent in Xuanwu City. I'll go back to the city and rent one right away. Chapter 55, One Rider Against 1,000. Whereas Diao Chan spent a huge sum of 100 gold coins to rent a mount, he found that the place was crowded with people. Fortunately, he didn't have to squeeze anymore, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get in. Not long after, he returned to his previous position, but he could no longer see NIT on Ershing. He only discovered him after flying forward a few hundred meters. Did you see this, family members? This is a high-definition, lossless live version of the Battle of the Heavenly Flag from a first-person perspective. In the end, will the Great Flag be destroyed, or will the Great God fall? Let us witness this historic moment with our own eyes. On the ground, Lu Muxuan relied on the red fire bird to break the fire and was not afraid of being controlled at all. As long as he was controlled, a meteorite would immediately fall from the sky at his feet, and no one would be alive within a radius of 100 meters. The control would naturally be broken. In this way, he pushed forward all the way, killing thousands of people in the Big Flag Guild with one man and one bird, and the battle line slowly advanced to 2 kilometers away from the Big Flag Guild. Hold on. No one is allowed to retreat. Fight, a captain roared. However, the next second, a flaming sword energy came from the front, and wherever it went, the players melted like ice and snow. He was instantly chopped into a streak of white light and disappeared on the spot. There were 70 or 80 other players with him. So noisy. Lu Muxuan said bitterly, then rushed into the crowd violently. The blood demon's shield opened and exploded, clearing out all the players within a radius of 30 meters again. The next second, 2 healing spells appeared above his head, and the lost 10% of his health was restored. In the sky, Lin Xia raised her hands and called out, "Little Lin, blast as hard as you can. I have 3 skills now, and the cooldown is over a minute. I guarantee you won't lose any health." Lu Muxuan nodded. He just felt that killing them one by one was too slow. 2 per second, and only a little over 100 per minute. There were more than 100,000 people in the banner. It would probably take a whole day to kill them all. Unfortunately, the cooling time is too long, only 5 minutes for each one. At this time, the people under the big flag began to retreat, perhaps because they had received an order. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan did not pursue him, but put the equipment on the ground and more than 200 items in his backpack on the auction house. It would be better if you buy it from a big flag, and then sell it when it drops. It's okay if you don't have one. In short, if the level and equipment drop, even if the big flag doesn't disappear, it will become a second-rate bottom-tier guild. This was his purpose, so he didn't mind picking up the equipment slowly. After all, the guild's base was here, so why was he afraid that they would run away? Not long after, Lu Muxuan clapped his hands, bought a regional loudspeaker and said, "The equipment in the auction house is sold at a low price. Bosses who need it can take a look. It's wholesale price." This announcement shocked everyone. What? Were we not here to fight today, but to do equipment wholesale? At this time, the live broadcast room of Where is Diao Chan was playing Barrage crazily. Great God is awesome. The Great God is mighty. My God is so awesome. 2.5 versus over 7,000 people, he managed to kill them all without even losing any blood, and he even killed almost 2,000 of them. Who else can do that? Upstairs, is 0.5 our Sparrow God? If it's not a human, then it's half human. Why discuss this? Let me analyze the current situation. First, the big flag players can't control the master. Even if they do, there's the Sparrow God to break the enemy's fire. Even if the Sparrow God's skills are not ready, the master can still use his own skills to break the control. Plus, the master has health recovery, and the archer mage's attack range is only about 50 to 100 meters. And there aren't many people standing in this area, only a few thousand at most. Plus, they can't penetrate defenses at all. 2 hits per second can only kill 2,000. The master has 2,000 HP to recover, so if they continue like this, the flag will be destroyed unless they have a way to restrain the master. The above person is really insightful, but why doesn't the master take off his equipment? It would be better to counterattack, wouldn't it kill faster? You're stupid. If you're out of health, ask the priest to heal you. If he can't heal you, ask someone else to attack you. Who would be so stupid as to attack when they're out of health? Exactly. You can tell at a glance that it's new. The master tried it on before and put it on later. Then let's fight the mount. If I can't kill the one who goes against the will of heaven, I can at least kill the mount, right? Yes, it is possible, but only when it is replenishing blood. The sparrow god will descend below 100 meters. It can concentrate fire without losing any blood. The minimum blood is more than 1 million, and it can also recover blood. Plus, the healer who defies the heavens is too outrageous. The talent should be a percentage of blood recovery, otherwise one healing spell can't restore so much. I understand. The great banner must be destroyed. On the other side, Lu Muxuan finished all this and continued walking towards the Daki Guild headquarters. However, strangely, no one stopped him on the way until he was 500 meters away from the guild headquarters. In front of everyone, a young man stood in front of them, hands behind his back, looking at Lu Muxuan with a sharp gaze, and said, "You are going against the will of heaven. Back off now and I will pretend this never happened. Otherwise, you will die today." "Oh. You're the president of Daki, right? Ugly looks like wishful thinking." Lu Muxuan folded his arms and jokingly said, "You think it's possible to retreat like this? This is not reality. Your words are bullshit to me." Hearing this, Wang Xuanqi was furious, but he didn't show it. He said coldly, "Since that's the case, I'm going to see today whether you can really defy the will of heaven." As soon as he finished speaking, several figures slowly stood out from behind him. Lu Muxuan saw the fat boy he had met before, and his eyes were dodging, not daring to look at him. There was also an archer holding a bow and arrow, who had been attacking a dummy wooden stake nearby. The first hit does 1012 damage, the second hit does 2024 damage, and the third hit does 3036 damage. Bailey Ajian, the archer in Wu Ming's studio, was unexpectedly invited here as well. The other 5 are also frequently seen on the forum. One of them is my father, Long Outyan, the one who was slapped in the face by him last time. In the sky, many people rented the Wind Spirit Bird, the special mount of Xuanwu City. Although it was expensive, there were still many wealthy people. Seeing this, Master Qi Tian laughed and said, "Wang Xuanqi is really willing to spend money, but I'm afraid these people alone won't pose any threat to an Itian Ershing. I heard that he seemed to have invited an NPC to help him, but I don't know if it's true." "I've heard about that, too. They've also been buying up gold coins on a massive scale, causing the price of gold to rise again. I heard they've built hundreds of arrow towers in the base. That's their trump card. 5,000 gold coins per tower, plus other expenses. Their guild has spent more than 1 billion yuan on this headquarters. If it is still breached by Nitian Xing, everyone, be prepared to pay compensation." Bai Yixiong too said lightly, "It's not certain whether we can break through. Although Nitian Ershing is powerful, he has no endurance. As long as we kill the nurse, we can slowly wear him down." Zhou Li Qiyu said. Indeed, the arrow tower has an attack range of 500 meters and fires once every 30 seconds, causing 50,000 damage at a time. Its own health is 500,000, which is enough to kill Nitian. Tao Tai Shi Tian Dao. It seems that my dynasty is more foresight. Whether we win or lose today, it has nothing to do with me. Dynasty Tianxia said with a smile. Who knows? Anyway, my Yi group is not leading the charge. If you don't believe me, you can check it out yourself. Yi Wujiang smiled calmly. Xiao Wuyo smiled at him and said, "That's right, those troublemakers on the internet are causing trouble. What does it have to do with us?" At this time, the battle began. My father, Long Outyan, took the first step and summoned a 3-meter-tall puppet. He took 2 big steps to Lu Muxuan and raised his fist to hit him at a very fast speed. 100,450. Plus 1. Immunity. Lu Muxuan did not dodge or evade. The moment the puppet hit him, he launched a brutal charge and knocked it away, then followed up with 4 strikes in 1 second. Immunity. Immunity. What the hell? It can't do any damage at all. Lu Muxuan immediately distanced himself from him, but the puppet was too fast and caught up with him in 2 strides. Bang bang, 2 punches knocked away over 200,000 HP. The attributes that are 100 times greater than its own are indeed outrageous. Ha, you are just like that in going against the will of heaven. You can only run away. Come on, let's fight. My father Long Outyen mocked. Lu Muxuan had a blank expression on his face and ignored the other party's provocation. About 3 seconds later, he found that the golden light on the puppet disappeared, and the invincibility period should have worn off. Seeing this, he stopped retreating, activated the violent counterattack and struck with a sword. 562,157. One sword dealt 560,000 damages and killed them instantly. After that, he did not stop, but suddenly took a step forward and ran towards the remaining people. The berserk state makes him immune to control, and even if he is controlled, he can use berserk to break free. So when faced with dense attacks, he will dodge if he can, and if he can't, he will just face the damage directly. Why are you pretending here instead of staying at home? Lu Muxuan raised his hand and swung his sword. In front of his father Long Outyen's horrified eyes, he sent him back to the spring to take a bath with one sword. Seeing this, the remaining few people took the opportunity to release their skills to block his way. One of them had the talent of extending the control time. As long as he was hit, he could basically control Nition Urshing to death by himself. However, Lu Muxuan was not easily controlled. Several players with 3S talents were still like ants in his eyes. He killed them one by one with one sword. Only the little fat guy could rely on his shield immunity to hold on for 5 seconds. In the end, only Bailey Yijian was left. This guy had been using a wooden dummy to stack damage, and it seemed that he had already stacked it. The next second, several arrows flew from 8 directions, completely blocking his movement. Lu Muxuan didn't dodge or evade, but took the blow head-on. 303,000. +1. At the moment when the arrow hit Lu Muxuan, a golden light suddenly emerged from Bailey Yijian's body, directly making him immune to the counterattack damage. Only then did Lu Muxuan realize that there was a group of priests not far away, and the one who had just given Bailey Yijian the bonus was one of them. Very good. It seems that Daki is well prepared. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan no longer took the damage head-on, but moved to avoid the attack and waited for the opponent's invincible skill to disappear. At the same time, he also asked the Red Fire Sparrow to throw a meteorite towards the group of priests to prevent the other party from having invincible auxiliary skills. 3 seconds later, Lu Muxuan slid sideways, turned around and moved in a spiral to avoid the shock arrow, then suddenly rushed out with his right foot, quickly came to 5 meters in front of Bailey Yijian, and immediately rushed forward violently. Unexpectedly, the opponent also had a life-saving skill and disappeared directly. The brutal collision that lost its target finally stopped at the original position of Bailey Yijian. At the same time, dozens of arrows almost simultaneously covered the area. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan sighed. It was too late to hide now. As expected, there was still a gap between him and the technical flow people. One arrow is worth 300,000, and being hit by 6 arrows is equivalent to opening the Blood Demon Shield. With the current density of arrows, at least 7 or 8 arrows will be hit. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan activated the Blood Demon Shield without hesitation. Chapter 56 Fierce Battle. Retreat quickly. Seeing this, everyone under the big flag retreated, and Bailey Yijian also turned around and ran away. However, due to the crowded crowd and Lu Muxuan's speed of 1,700 kilometers, he caught up with Bailey Yijian in less than 5 seconds, forced the opponent to use 2 life-saving skills, and sent him away with a sword. Going against the will of heaven, the only difference between you and me is talent. Bailey Yijian shouted unwillingly before he died. I know, but talent is an insurmountable obstacle. Lu Muxuan said expressionlessly. After saying that, he slowly walked towards the flag station. But at this moment, 2 arm-sized crossbow arrows attacked Lu Muxuan like lightning, but they could not cause any damage to him. Instead, these 2 attacks condensed a layer of blood and energy. He had asked Lin Shiyu about the arrow tower before coming here, and he also understood the attack range and damage of the arrow tower. With 100 arrow towers, 1 round of attack would be 5 million, and 2 rounds in 1 minute would be 10 million. Even with Lin Xia, she couldn't recover that much. However, he could dodge it by moving, but the crossbow arrows shot from the arrow tower were very fast, so it was difficult to dodge them. In addition, the opponent didn't seem to want him to get in. At this moment, 6 green healing lights appeared above his head. Plus 1,567. Plus 875,000. Plus 1,567. Plus 875,000. After the skill cooled down, Lin Xia immediately gave him 3 consecutive healing spells. The 3 healing spells instantly replenished the health that Lu Muxuan had just lost. With the Blood Soul Orb on him, he has 17.5 million HP and can recover 2.6 million HP in 1 round of healing. He truly deserves the title of the #1 priest among gods and demons. Stop him! Wang Xuanqi roared. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of people rushed towards Lu Muxuan fearlessly, with hundreds of control skills. Unfortunately, they were facing the Blood Demon shield, and these attacks would only increase the power of the Blood Demon explosion. However, he did not use the Blood Demon explosion because the range was too small. The next second, he suddenly slashed out with a bloody slash, which was 4 or 5 meters wide and 60 meters away. Wherever it passed, no armor was left. There was a wailing sound. Lu Muxuan was also shocked by this scene. It was his first time using the blood slash, and he didn't expect the range to be so large. In that case, hee. The next second, 9 bloody slashes emanated from his body, nearly wiping out all players within a 60-meter radius. Unfortunately, the slashes didn't spread out in a fan-shaped pattern, but rather a 5-meter wide straight line, allowing those who couldn't reach him to escape with a lucky escape. As his Blood Demon shield ended, the Arrow Tower shot crossbows at him again. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan did not dodge, but stood within a range of 400 meters to withstand the attack and fight back. Only 20 arrow towers can hit him in this range. 1 attack can hit him for 1 million hits, and 2 attacks in 1 minute will only hit him for 2 million hits. As for the players, 90% of them cannot break the defense, and only 10% can break the defense, but the damage is only 1 or 200, and at most 4 or 500. They are all skill damage, and the cooling time is 1 or 2 minutes, which can be almost ignored. Lin Xia hid outside the arrow tower to provide treatment, and the treatment cost her over 2.6 million damages per minute. The arrow tower has only 500,000 HP, which means that after 10 attacks, the arrow tower will be scrapped. However, after several attacks, Wang Xuanqi discovered something was wrong and hurriedly asked everyone to return to the base to guard within 100 meters. Then he looked at Lu Muxuan and said coldly, "Come here if you have the guts. I'm waiting here for you to kill me." Oh, a guild with 100,000 people actually acts like a coward? Didn't you say that 100,000 people can kill me? Come on. Lu Muxuan said with a smile. Humph, you are just showing off your eloquence. Didn't you say you are the #1 among gods and demons? Didn't you want to attack my guild headquarters? Come on. Wang Xuanqi responded. Seeing that the two sides had temporarily ceased fighting, people in the "Where is Dao Chan" live broadcast room began to have a heated discussion. The master's little trick was seen through by Tiandi Weiqi, who used the counterattack to wear down his arrow tower. I don't understand. We shouldn't be fighting outside when there's an arrow tower. I don't know what the flag-bearing leader is doing. If you're not going against the will of heaven, then don't make such outrageous remarks. The great god's skill gives him a minute of invincibility, and he can rush in and destroy an arrow tower with 1 strike. What do you think the leader of the flag-raising guild is doing? The above person is right, this skill is really bad. Putting a god in it is like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing them indiscriminately. Let me do the math for you. The arrow tower has a damage rating of 50,000 and a range of 500 meters. Even if we let Nitan Air Xing in, without any obstacles, he can destroy at most 20 arrow towers in 1 minute. There are also 80 towers, which can deal 8 million damage in a minute. Even with a priest, he can't heal them back, not to mention that the arrow tower can also attack the nurse. Seeing this comment, "Where is Dao Chan?" immediately started to refute. What the above person said is correct. Let me calculate it for you. 20 arrow towers are lost every minute, leaving 80. But the masters can move around to avoid the arrow tower attacks, so not many will actually land on them. Even if they focus their fire and kill the nurse instantly, they'll waste 2 rounds of attack, which is 1 minute. Because of the Sparrow God, it's not that easy to hit the attack, and even if they can't dodge, the Sparrow God can still take the damage. Anyway, if you want to deal with the nurse, you'll waste at least a minute. And don't forget, the arrow towers have an attack interval, which means you have 1.5 minutes to destroy another 30 arrow towers during this time. Then 50 arrow towers will focus their fire on the god. Even if all of them hit, the damage will only be 2.5 million. After another minute, another 20 will be destroyed. The great god still has over 10 million HP left. What else can these 30 arrow towers do? Besides, the great god's invincibility skill lasts for 5 minutes. Brother, think carefully about why the flag doesn't let the great god in. I don't agree with your statement. There are hundreds of arrow towers in different locations. It's impossible to destroy so many in 1 minute. Besides, don't you think the people who hold the banner don't exist? Seeing this, whereas Dao Chan laughed, first of all, the guild base is not large, and the distance between the 100 arrow towers can't be very far. You've seen the master's speed. Even if I can't destroy 20 in a minute, I can definitely destroy 15. My algorithm still has some room for error. Also, this game allows jumping. Can you guess why the master was surrounded by warriors little by little? Also, apart from the 7 players we invited at the beginning, do the rest of the Big Flag Guild have a sense of presence? After seeing this sentence, most people suddenly realized. The great god is fishing, giving the great flag leader an illusion that they can capture the great god by surrounding him. If they let the great god into the base, they will be fooled. Then they will see what chaos is like. The great god is so insidious. That's right. I was just wondering why the great god was so easily surrounded. I see. Exactly. The people of the big banner are useless. Their attacks can't break the defense, and they can't be stopped. If there were no arrow towers, the big banner's base would have been destroyed long ago. In the sky, Xiao Wuyo looked at the stopped NIT on Ershing with some confusion. Is he thinking of giving up? Because once the priest enters the attack range of the arrow tower, he will probably be killed instantly. Without a priest, he alone can't withstand so many arrow tower attacks. Retreat is impossible. Experts have their own pride. Huang Chaotianxia said, he's thinking of a countermeasure. Perhaps he's waiting for his skills to cool down. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Muxuan below moved, rushing towards the flag headquarters like a cheetah. Hold on from the front, encircle from both wings, and pin down NIT on Ershing in this area. Wang Xuanqi said coldly. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Lu Muxuan ignored the members of the big flag on both sides and rushed forward. When he saw him approaching within 100 meters, Wang Xuanqi shouted, "Now, attack!" In an instant, thousands of archers and mages launched an attack at the same time, throwing a barrage of arrows and skills such as fireballs, water balls, lightning, etc. at him. At the same time, the frontline soldiers launched a charge, trying to trap him in place. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan immediately went berserk and took the damage head-on. Then he suddenly exerted force with his legs, jumped up, and flew over everyone's heads. When he was about to land, he raised his hand and slashed out with red flame, clearing the area directly. He landed safely, then jumped hard again and jumped into the camp. You're going against the will of heaven. I knew you wanted to come in. I've been waiting for you. Wang Xuanqi sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright light emerged from beneath Lu Muxuan's feet, instantly enveloping him. Simultaneously, complex patterns appeared on the ground, emitting chains of blue light that tightly entangled him, preventing him from moving. Attack! Attack! All arrow towers aim and shoot him to death. Wang Xuanqi shouted frantically. Following this order, overwhelming attacks came again. The distance was covered by more than 80 arrow towers. In addition, his defense had been reduced to 0 in the violent state. If he took all the damage, he would probably lose 4 or 5 million blood. Lu Muxuan hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to eat it. 50,000. Plus 1. 2,513. Plus 1. 1,258. Plus 1. In an instant, hundreds of attacks hit him hard, and unsurprisingly, he lost nearly 5 million health points. Some people with high attack power were instantly killed by the damage from their own explosion, and their deaths were very inexplicable. However, Wang Xuanqi was overjoyed when he saw this, because this wave of attacks had taken away a quarter of NIT on Ershing's blood. If he could do it 3 more times, he would definitely be able to kill him. Quick, change a group of people and continue fighting. But just then, the red firefly arrived. Everyone, pay attention, take aim. If she dares to come closer than 100 meters, hit her hard. Those who killed the pastor and went against the will of heaven are like meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at will. Wang Xuanqi roared. At a distance of several hundred meters, the red firebird quickly arrived above Lu Muxuan, and then released a sky full of fire feathers and meteorites to attack, and then quickly landed. However, there were too many people on the big flag. Although the two area skills killed 500 or 600 people, they were quickly replenished. Hit him, Wang Xuanqi said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming attack flew towards the red firebird, completely covering it densely. It's over. I didn't expect that Wang Xuanqi really asked NPCs for help. This formation is really hard to guard against. Young Master Qi Tian shook his head. Indeed, once the priest dies, Tian Ershing can only last for 2 minutes at most. After 4 rounds of attacks from the arrow tower, he will definitely be killed. It seems that we have overestimated him, Bai Yi Xiong Tu said. Yi Wujiang smiled and said, if there is no base, he is still invincible among the players. But this is only in the early stage. In the later stage, the elites of the guild will grow. Unless they go against the will of heaven to defend, they can more or less hit a few thousand, and the powerful ones can even hit tens of thousands. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, 10,000 men would be enough to replace him. If that doesn't work, 20,000 would be enough. It wouldn't be like now where even 100,000 men can't do anything to him, and we still have to rely on arrow towers to kill him. However, just as they were discussing, a cry of surprise came from below, drawing their attention. Chapter 57, A Tiger Among the Sheep. Lin Xia, who had been under concentrated fire for a round, was still safe and sound. When the red firebird landed at a sufficient distance, she performed 3 consecutive healing treatments without hesitation, instantly raising Lu Muxuan's health. How is this possible? How could she have such a high health pool and such good counterattack? Wang Xuanqi looked at the members who were killed in the counterattack with a face full of disbelief. Could it be a skill? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and said, don't worry about her. The skill cooldown is at least 1 minute. Continue to focus on the sky-defying move. However, at this moment, Lu Muxuan, who was controlled by the chains, suddenly mutated. Flames suddenly emerged from his body, and there seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. With a loud roar from him, several chains broke. The fire of Suzaku has a fire attribute strength of over 170. If invoked, it can help him break free from the control of the entanglement type. It is similar to the fire source stone and does not improve the combat effectiveness. Normally, attacks will be automatically attached to weapons and skills, but if you don't attack, you need to trigger it yourself. The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot. He rushed to Wang Xuanqi like a shadow and said expressionlessly, goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light flashed from the sword in Lu Muxuan's hand, and he cut off the king's throat with one sword. Wang Xuanqi looked at Tian Ershing in front of him with horror, and unwillingly turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot. The president is dead. Everyone in the big flag was shocked. Without a leader, their attacks became chaotic and their skills were thrown randomly. Don't panic. Listen to my command. Soldiers gather together to block the movement, archers and mages launch a carpet attack, and don't let Tian Ershing get close to the arrow tower. Lao Zhong took over the command and shouted. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan did not continue with the beheading. He killed Wang Xuanqi only because he was standing in the front. At this moment, he was in front of the gate, in the blind spot of the arrow tower. The next second, he took advantage of his frenzied state and directly broke through the gate with 2 sword strikes. 552,157. 552,157. The moment he entered the base, hundreds of arrow towers took turns firing, and crossbow arrows shot towards him one after another. Lu Muxuan decisively launched a brutal charge towards a player 30 meters away, knocking all targets in the path away. He successfully arrived under an arrow tower and used the arrow tower to resist the crossbow attack. This is against the will of heaven. Let's stop the war. Tell me how much compensation you want. Old Zhong shouted hurriedly when he saw this. Even with so many people trying to stop them, and the enemy breaking into their base, if they don't admit defeat, the base will be gone. This cost over $1 billion. Compensation? Sorry, I don't need it. Lu Muxuan said coldly, and then took advantage of the last second of the rage to destroy the arrow tower with a sword. You! Do you really want to take things to the extreme? Lao Zhong said angrily. There's a 50 million reward, and you're saying I've done something drastic? That's ridiculous. The next second, Lu Muxuan jumped onto the ruins of the destroyed arrow tower and leaped towards another arrow tower. During this time, he was hit by 3 or 4 crossbow arrows, but it was not a big problem. After landing, he adjusted the angle and slashed out with a red flame, destroying the 2 arrow towers at the starting point and the end point. Then he activated the Blood Demon shield and rushed into the crowd to kill people indiscriminately, accumulating blood slash. Every time he gained a level, he would cut down an arrow tower. After consuming 10 levels of blood slash, he exploded with a bang, destroying another one. Less than a minute after entering, they destroyed 14 arrow towers. Seeing this, Lao Zhang's eyes were bloodshot, but he was helpless and could only roar weakly. When Lu Muxuan ran out of skills, he hid under the arrow tower and did not move. The only people who could attack him were a few arrow towers and a few hundred members of the Big Flag. He would use the same trick again after his skills cooled down. In addition, Lin Xia would use a wave of skills as soon as her skills were ready, so after 2 waves of attacks, he still had 10 million health points. Focus all your fire on the nurse. Lao Zhang roared. Tian Ershing is unkillable. This bastard doesn't even bother attacking the arrow towers. And the arrow towers can't move, so their attacks can be blocked by buildings or other objects. As long as Tian Ershing doesn't act recklessly, the arrow towers will be completely destroyed in less than half an hour. Ha, you want to bully my nanny? You're dreaming. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan activated the Blood Demon shield again and rushed out, and all the damage on Lin Xia was finally transferred to him. As a result, not a drop of blood was lost, all of it turned into blood and energy, which in turn destroyed 11 arrow towers and recovered 2.6 million blood. How the hell could this happen? Lao Zhang was going crazy. He was going against the will of heaven and couldn't be killed. Even the nanny couldn't kill him. Heaven was going to destroy his banner. However, it was not over yet. Taking advantage of the interval between the arrow tower attacks, Lu Muxuan started to violently demolish towers, destroying one with one sword, and then jumped to the next arrow tower again, turning into a tower-destroying maniac, and no one could stop him. After seeing this scene, the live broadcast room of "Where is Diao Chan?" started to flood the screen again. Ha, did you see that? Who just said we should fight inside the base? Let's fight. It's only been a few minutes. Look how many arrow towers are left. I'm dying of laughter. The master really doesn't take any losses. He hides when he doesn't have skills, and rises up when he has skills. So funny. That's how we fight. Who would be so stupid as to fight the arrow tower head on? Didn't you see how much health the master lost when he was targeted just now? That is, we must proceed steadily and cautiously, without any reckless actions, and without giving the big flags a chance to turn the tide. What the anchor just said is wrong. The master didn't play according to what you said. Where's Diao Chan? Coughed awkwardly. Ahem, how would I have known that the arrow tower could be attacked like this? If I had known earlier, I would have killed the guy who argued with me. That guy ran away a long time ago. Hey, are you just going to laugh and watch Tian Ershing wantonly kill people and destroy guild headquarters? This game has national wars. Tian Ershing is weakening our national strength by doing this. It's truly treasonous behavior. That's right, look at those players and put yourself in their shoes. If it were you who were killed, would you still be able to laugh? Going against the will of heaven is bullying the weak. They want to destroy anyone they dislike. This kind of person is the most disgusting and should not be allowed to gain power. I agree. Instead of leveling up to fight the boss, you point the knife at your own people. How impressive. Upon seeing these comments, "Where is Diao Chan?" immediately became angry. What are you talking about, you bastards? Do you think the great god is raising his banner for no reason? In real life, if there was a 50 million bounty on your head, would you be able to remain calm? Seeing this, others also responded. Streamer, don't waste your time talking to them. Just kick out the troublemakers. Even if they aren't, they're still lackeys. They want their kill, but they kneel down and lick their feet, handing it over to them with their own hands. Disgusting. Exactly. If it were me, I would have killed Daki a long time ago. In real life, I'm just a loser and can't afford to mess with these rich kids. I can be more honest. But now that I'm strong in the game, I'm not afraid of anything. If anyone dares to bully me, I'll kill them. The premise is that there's no explosion. Although the Dragon State officials have made efforts to defend against this, if you commit suicide, there's nothing you can do. Need I tell you? I've already bought the mask, but unfortunately the talent only grants 50% additional spell damage. Damn it! Anchor, 50 million is a thing of the past. It has just been raised to 200 million. Fuck, that's so bold, 2 small goals, I feel like the gods will definitely help me achieve them. Kick the upstairs away and block them. No. It's just a joke, don't take it seriously. On the other side, Suzaku City. After Lu Xinyu took a shower and came online, she sent messages to NIT on Ershing but received no reply. Finally, she found Lin Xiyu and learned that NIT on Ershing had gone out to challenge the leader. Seeing this, she immediately rushed over. He told me not to let you go. This time he and Daki will definitely have a complete falling out, and you will be implicated. Besides, you can't help much if you go, you will just cause more trouble. Lin Xiyu said. We are all in the same boat. Does it matter whether we have a fight or not? Lu Xinyu asked. He doesn't let you go. Lin Xiyu responded calmly. Okay, let's go level up. Lu Xinyu said, and suddenly asked, by the way, where can I buy a city return scroll? It's in the store ahead. I'll take you there. Lin Xiyu pointed ahead, but after just a few steps she felt something was wrong. She turned around and found that Lu Xinyu had already run towards the teleportation array. Seeing this, she sighed and followed. Xuanwu City, the headquarters of the Big Flag. Boom! As another arrow tower was destroyed, Lao Zhong's heart sank to the bottom. But at this moment, he saw that the mount that had been riding against the sky seemed to have lost its health bar and fell from the sky. Seeing this, he was overjoyed and shouted, quick, the nurse doesn't have a dominant body, control her to death and prevent her from adding health to NIT on Ershing. The people in the Big Flag were also extremely surprised. They had no intention of fighting at first, but instantly their spirits were fully raised, and they used control skills one after another. After so long, they also know that the wet nurse will not die, because all the damage will be eaten up by NIT on Ershing. If they want to kill the wet nurse, they must kill NIT on Ershing first. There was no hope at all before, but now there is a turning point. As long as we can control the nurse to death, it is only a matter of time before the enemy can recover blood and be killed. Ha ha! Going against the will of heaven. It seems that I, Daki, will be the one who laughs last. Wang Xuanqi, who had just returned from the spring, saw this scene as soon as he came in and said excitedly. Lu Muxuan sneered inwardly when he heard this, laugh. You probably don't know that I'm taking back the demon soul on purpose, right? If I demolish your base directly, and you run away, why should I kill you? He did this for only one purpose, to use the dozen or so remaining arrow towers and the garrison as bait to make Wang Xuanqi think that he could still be saved, and thus send people to him to kill. If you want to fight, fight until you break your bones. So he gave up attacking the arrow tower without hesitation, turned around and ran towards Lin Xia, constantly killing nearby players. When the blood demon shield was ready, he used the heavenly flower scattering technique, and 10 blood slashes spread in all directions like blooming flowers. It briefly bought Lin Xia a second of time. Seeing this, she didn't waste any words and used 3 consecutive hits to heal. After that, she was controlled again. At this time, Lu Xinyu came. Seeing Lu Muxuan being surrounded by a dense crowd, she locked her eyes on the sky and earth as a flag and cast the necromancy spell without hesitation. In an instant, Wang Xuanqi only felt a ding, and a damage of more than 5,000 appeared above his head, directly sending him back to the fountain again. He angrily checked the kill record and found that it was a player named Meteor Shower. Big Banner Guild chat interface. Heaven and Earth flag, besides the 2 people who just now, are there other people in our base? Lao Zhong, no, the station is crowded now, all of them are our people. Big Flag Jack, President, I was killed by a player named Meteor Shower. It's inexplicable. Daki CNC, me too. I died after 1 ding. I'm sure no one hit me. As these 2 players spoke, more people began to speak, almost 1 every second, and soon the guild chat panel was flooded with messages. Big Flag Alcove, President, I noticed that the other 2 women with NIT on Ershing have also come. One of them has turned red, but she didn't attack us and has been staying up there. What's going on? Chapter 58 killed? Seeing this member's words, Wang Xuanqi couldn't help but wonder why. How could he be red listed if he didn't kill anyone? The other party must have used some unknown means. Heaven and Earth as a flag, she must be a meteor shower. Give a captain 1,000, no, 3,000 people to chase her down. Kill them as soon as they land, and grind the rest to death. Go against the will of heaven. Lao Zhong, okay. Inside the flag station. As Lu Muxuan kept killing, he felt that there were always people around him who died inexplicably, but he didn't encounter them. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, he found Lu Xinyu sitting on the feather eagle looking down. Go! Lu Muxuan yelled. He didn't tell Lu Xinyu because he was afraid that she would get into trouble. Moreover, without the blood soul orb, her curse spell couldn't kill many people at all. You have always been helping me. Now it's my turn to help you. Besides, it's too late to leave now. Lu Xinyu smiled calmly as she looked at the thousands of people coming towards her. Lu Muxuan was in no mood to be moved by this situation. He looked at Lin Shiyu and said, "Take her away." Okay. Lin Shiyu nodded. Seeing that Lu Muxuan had no intention of running away, she could probably guess what Lu Muxuan was thinking. She explained to Lu Xinyu and took her away. Since Lu Xinyu is a red name, she cannot return to the city, but they have flying mounts, so it is not easy for the people from the big flag to catch up with them. Seeing them leave, Lu Muxuan breathed a sigh of relief, but the name Meteor Shower seemed to have been exposed. Alas, I should have told her earlier, but now is not the time to think about this. I raised my hand and slashed out with a red flame, killing hundreds of members of the flag again. There are 13 arrow towers left, which can deal 1.3 million damage to his health in 1 minute, or 6.5 million in 5 minutes. However, 1.5 minutes of that is the invincibility time of the blood shield, so in 3.5 minutes, the arrow towers can deal 4.55 million damage to him. Including the members of the big flag, there are only about 1,000 people who can hit him, and in 5 minutes, the most they can hit him is about 500,000. Lu Muxuan has now recovered the blood soul orb and the demon soul, and the members of the flag have been adding blood to him. His current blood volume has reached 24.5 million, and Lin Xia can restore 3.67 million blood at a time. Adding the blood soul beads that recover 4,000 per second, that's 1.2 million in 5 minutes, and a total of 4.87 million can be recovered, which means only 180,000 blood will be lost in 5 minutes. No, 1,000 people on the big flag can give him about 1,000 lives per second, which means more than 300,000 in 5 minutes. 1 plus 1 minus equals no damage, and even tens of thousands of blood are lost. How can this be justified? No, we have to reduce the health points. Otherwise, if we keep coming back, the people with the big flag will stop fighting, and that will be bad. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan deliberately made a mistake in operation and failed to interrupt their continuous control. Lin Xia couldn't move at all, so her health did not recover this time. Yes. Just like that, control the nanny to death. Lao Zhong said excitedly, killing Nitian Ershing. His heart couldn't help but beat violently when he thought of this. Not long after, Wang Xuanqi rushed back from the city. Don't fight against Nitian. Warriors and assassins should block his movement. Archers, mages and healers should focus on damage. Switch after 1 round. Don't let him be killed. Healers should heal the remaining health. Old Zhong suddenly understood after hearing this. That's right. The president is wise after all. The damage dealt to the nurse should be dealt to Nitian Xing. Nitian Xing has high defense, and the damage dealt to the nurse will be higher if her defense is low. Why didn't I think of that just now? Did you hear that? Quick, adjust the formation, catch the stun, don't let it get interrupted. As this order came down, Lu Muxuan felt that his blood loss rate became faster, almost the same as when he was in berserk mode. In 1 minute, his blood volume dropped by about 5 or 6 million. Fortunately, the last 12 arrow towers were destroyed by counterattack. Seeing this, he did not waste time and activated the blood demon shield again to kill indiscriminately. The last 10 blood slashes swept over like a wave. At the same time, Lu Muxuan used his body to help Lin Xia block some attacks, successfully buying her a second and raising his blood volume again. Damn it! Wang Xuanqi gritted his teeth. He had finally managed to kill off 5 or 6 million, but 2/3 of it came back with just 1 treatment. Fortunately, Nitian Ershing's group skills reappear every 5 minutes, which means there is still a chance to kill him. Although the arrow towers are gone, as long as the lobby of the base is not destroyed, it is not considered a failure, and if it is preserved, the loss of 550 million can be recovered. However, as Lu Muxuan stood in front of Lin Xia and took damage, his blood volume fell into a tug of war again, losing 5 million blood and recovering 4.5 million blood. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room of, or as Daochan, exceeded 20 million, but there were very few barrages at this time, and they were even unwilling to waste time typing. Because this battle was so intense, it was undoubtedly an epic battle. This is an effect that can never be captured in a movie. Even if it is edited like this, it is several times better than a movie with an investment of hundreds of millions. 2 vs 1 Every blow from the sword draws blood, every punch hits flesh, and a burst of sword energy clears out an area directly. It is very relaxing to watch, especially the skill that appears every 5 minutes. The last skill, Scattering Flowers of the Goddess, is simply amazing, and wherever it goes, it is like ice and snow melting. Fortunately, the game has been optimized and only displays damage. Death is indicated by a white light. Otherwise, this live broadcast room would definitely be blocked. At the scene, above the flag station, young Master Chi Tian and his group fell silent. Up to now, all the arrow towers were destroyed, and the members of the Big Flag were fighting for their lives against all odds for a single drop of blood. This scene made them feel a pressure as strong as a mountain or sea. What should I do if this killer goes to my guild headquarters? A bystander sees more clearly than a participant. Everyone, have you seen anything? Huang Chao Tianxia asked with a smile. Ni Tian Ershing is fishing. He gives Daki hope. His purpose is self-evident. Yi Wujiang said in a deep voice. Maybe it's not fishing? After all, Ni Tian Ershing's operation is really not very good. Tao Daisher Tian said, and you see, Ni Tian Ershing's health is constantly decreasing. Now it's only 1/3 left. Even if he has a nurse to heal him, he will be killed by the Big Flag in less than half an hour. You are short-sighted, don't you remember how much health Ni Tian Ershing had at the beginning? Huang Chao Tianxia said. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Zhou Qiyu observed carefully, took a breath and said, if my initial guess was correct, Ni Tian Ershing's health is about 1.5 million per grid, which means his health is about 15 million. And now, the minimum health is 20 million. Xiao Wuyo exclaimed in shock, going against the heavens. The name is not for nothing. A huge battle increased his HP by over 5 million. No wonder he's not in a hurry to destroy the guild hall. Everyone, let's discuss how to compensate and how much should be compensated. Be clear so that no one will have more or less in the end, said Master Chi Tian. Let's talk about it when the time comes. He hasn't even said a word even though he's going against the will of heaven. Why should we be in such a hurry? Yi Wujiang said with forced composure. While they were discussing, at the Daki headquarters, Wang Xuanqi looked at Lu Muxuan whose health was decreasing, and his excitement was beyond words. As long as he can kill Ni Tian Ershing once, it doesn't matter even if all the members lose a level, because among all the gods and demons, only his flag can kill Ni Tian Ershing. Just for this title, he has nothing to lose. Soon, half an hour passed, and Lu Muxuan's health was less than 5%. Wang Xuanqi saw this and said with a fierce smile, going against the will of heaven. Didn't expect it? You dare to challenge me with such arrogant words. Today, I will let the whole country, even the whole world, see how I, Wang Xuanqi, will kill you. Ha, you would trade 100,000 people for my life. Are you stupid or crazy? You can actually laugh? Lu Muxuan sneered. Humph, killing you isn't enough. President. All the priests have run out of mana, the mana potions have been used up, and now almost everyone is at low health. What should we do next? Lao Zhong said in panic. What? Wang Xuanqi looked back and was immediately shocked. 100,000 people. No, it should be 125,007. Even if each person has 1,000 HP on average, the total HP is 120 million. Adding the HP recovery of the priest, even if Ni Tian Ershing kills a large group of them, there should be at least 200 to 300 million HP. All of them were disabled. Just 2 or 3 hours. And the other party was just a priest. No matter what. Fight. Even if we all die, we must save Ni Tian Ershing's life. Wang Xuanqi roared. Upon hearing this, the members of the flag launched another attack. Lin Xia had just added a wave of blood to him when she was stunned again, and then an overwhelming attack came towards her. Since they were all at low health, they would be counter-injured and killed if they attacked once, and thousands of them would die in one go. This was suicide mode. It's almost there. Only skin is left. Keep going, keep up, don't let the priest heal him. Wang Xuanqi's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the blood bar above Lu Muxuan's head. Wave 52. Not dead. Wave 60. Still alive. Wave 65. Why aren't you dead yet? The more Wang Xuanqi watched, the more frightened he became. Why couldn't he continue beating the last bit of blood? Fortunately, at the 70th wave, he saw that Nition Ershing's equipment was broken, his armor was shattered, and his sword was broken, as if the hero had come to an end. The result was as expected. In the 71st wave, he finally saw Nition Ershing fall down and his health bar was emptied. Wang Xuanqi's tense heart completely relaxed, and he couldn't help but punch the air. Seeing this scene, the remaining 5,000-odd members of the Big Flag seemed to see the dawn in the doomsday, and the Mount Tai in their hearts was finally overturned by them. In an instant, an incomparable sense of pride surged in his heart. The number one god and demon who was worth 100,000 people alone was finally killed by them. Thinking of this, they felt like they were standing on top of the world, with the dragon they had slain at their feet. Lao Zhong, have someone edit the video and announce it to the entire network, so that everyone knows that our Daki can kill Nition Ershing. Wang Xuanqi said excitedly. As the first person to kill the gods and demons, when the news spreads, Daki's fame will definitely surpass all other guilds. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the number one guild. After all, only he can kill Nition Ershing. Okay, President. Lao Zhong nodded. Little Lindsay. Lin Xia grabbed Lu Mushuan's arm and shook it in fear. Although she knew he was fine, she still felt panicked. In the sky above, Master Qi Tian was filled with questions. Just like that, he was killed? Kill him. Yi Wujiang said with a smile. He was really killed? Huang Chao Tianxia was a little bit unbelieving. He always felt that things were not that simple. Seeing is believing. The white light appeared, and he would return to the spring to take a bath in the next second. Xiao Wuyo sighed. I didn't expect that he would be killed by Daki in the end. It seems that this is his limit. And apart from the wet nurse, well, that's not right. Without the wet nurse, the flag wouldn't be able to fight against the will of heaven. Indeed, after destroying all the arrow towers, the nurse should have retreated, otherwise she would not have died here. Tao Dai Tian said with a smile. However, at this moment, exclamations were heard at the scene, and countless onlookers stretched their necks to look towards the flag station. The members of the Daki group and Wang Xuanqi, who were originally in a state of carnival, were now stunned, their eyes fixed on a ball of white light not far away. Happy, is that enough? Chapter 59 Reasoning. Xiao Linzi. That's great. Lin Xia's heart finally settled down. As the voice was heard, Lu Mushuan's body was slowly enveloped by white light, and then a strong light suddenly appeared. The next second, the white light disappeared, and everyone saw Nition Ershing's figure standing up again, revived with full health. How about it? I'm nice to you. I'll delay the resurrection for 1 minute so that you can be happy. Lu Mushuan said with a smile on his face and his arms folded. Resurrection. Defying the will of heaven. Wang Xuanqi's face turned ashen, looking extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, I, Wang Xuanqi, swear, if you dare to destroy my guild, even if it means losing everything, I will find him and tear him into pieces. Oh, you're just saying such harsh words. Do you think you can scare me? Lu Mushuan picked up a silver long sword from the ground, walked forward slowly, and said. The grudge between you and me started with the first meeting of the Great Flag. It was originally just a small disagreement that could not be any smaller. With a slightly better attitude, it could have been avoided. Who can you blame for it developing to this point? It's just your own fault. Do you think you can cover up everything just because you have a little money and connections? Yes. Indeed, it is possible, but unfortunately your background is not enough to cover the sky with one hand. If this were a normal online game, you could indeed find me directly, hold a knife to my neck, and force me to compromise even if I don't want to. Unfortunately, this is a game created by the Dragon Country government in collaboration with countries around the world. How can a mere rich kid like you take my information from the government? If it were possible, no matter how well I hid, I would have been exposed when I bought the helmet. Isn't the reason I'm still alive and kicking because you can't get my information? So, you think I'm scared? Lu Mushuan spoke as he walked, his figure like a prehistoric beast. Every time he took a step forward, the members of the flag took a step back. At this time, only Wang Xuanqi was still standing there. It's not that he doesn't want to leave, but that he can't leave. His self-esteem and face don't allow him to retreat, and it's too late to leave now. Rather than being hunted like a stray dog, it is better to be killed like a tough guy. At least you can save some face. You can try and see if I can get your information. Wang Xuanqi suppressed the anger in his heart and pretended to be calm. Then I'll wait and see. Lu Muxuan came in front of Wang Xuanqi, inserted the silver sword into the ground with an expressionless face, and then swung his big palm and slapped him, directly turning him into a white light. 12,358 physical damage. 17,300 fire damage. One slap actually caused two kinds of damage, which was something Lu Muxuan didn't expect. It turned out that if no weapon was used, the damage would be separate. Well, physical damage proves that I am reasoning with him, fire damage proves that reasoning doesn't make sense, and burning him with fire is torture? In the white light, Wang Xuanqi's expression was ferocious, his eyes blazing with fire. In full view of everyone, he had actually been slapped in the face. The damage is very high and the insult is also very strong. And he had to take this slap even if he didn't want to. One slap would kill him. The next second, he turned into a streak of white light and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had returned to the resurrection point in Xuanwu City. The pain on his face was still there. At this moment, his expression was terribly gloomy, and his eyes were like a wild beast that would go crazy at any time. Ding, server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Nition Ershing for destroying the guild's flag, completing the first server-wide destruction of a guild base. This announcement is informing you. It took only about 3 minutes for Wang Xuanqi to hear the notice. Without saying a word, he logged off immediately. At the same time, in a villa in Shangjing, a young man smashed things crazily in the room. Everything he could see, whether it was a table, a cup, or an antique, was reduced to debris on the ground. After a long time, in the ruins of the house, Wang Xuanqi sat on the tattered sofa and made a phone call. Hello, Xiaoqi, what's the matter? A strong male voice came from the other end of the phone. Second uncle, do me a favor. You say. I want someone's information. Hearing this, the man on the other end of the phone was silent for a while. What happened? Wang Xuanqi took a deep breath and briefly recounted what had happened. I don't want detailed information, just a rough estimate of his location. I'll use Nition Ershing's build, height, voice, and the ability to recreate his facial features beneath the mask to eliminate them bit by bit. This time, the phone was silent for a long time before he spoke. I might take a risk with an ordinary person, but if it involves Nition Ershing, you'd better not worry about it. The higher-ups are already paying attention to him. It's only a little over 1 billion. Your father can afford to lose it. Just consider it a lesson. Hearing this, Wang Xuanqi became emotional and shouted, this isn't about money. I'm going to go against the will of heaven and die. Second uncle, consider this as a plea from me. Help me this time. I'll bear all the consequences alone and will never implicate you. This is nonsense. Gods and demons are the most important issue in Dragon Country right now. Can you bear the consequences if they are found out? There is no need to mention this matter anymore. Either you let Nition Ershing be forgotten by the crowd and not be noticed by the higher-ups, or you find it yourself. After saying that, the phone was hung up. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanqi kicked over the tea table in front of him and made another phone call with a vicious look in his eyes. Any clues about the woman I asked you to investigate last time? Young Master Wang, we don't even know his name or appearance. It's too difficult. There's no news yet. That woman's name is Meteor Shower, go check it out. Okay, Master Wang, it'll be easy now that we have a name, unless she's wearing a mask from the beginning like Nition Ershing. On the other side, the flag station. After Lu Muxuan killed Wang Xuanqi, the remaining thousands of members of the flag ran away very quickly and had no courage to fight anymore. Seeing this, he spent 2 or 3 minutes destroying all the buildings in the guild headquarters, and then blew up the crystal of the headquarters. Ding, congratulations on completing your first guild base destruction. Reward, plus 500 free attribute points, 1 step ahead title attribute upgrade, plus 500 gold coins, plus 10,000 reputation. Well, the rewards are pretty good, the same as the rewards for creating a guild. Lu Muxuan looked up at the "Where is Diao Chan" in the sky with satisfaction and said, come down and help me. Ah. Master, are you calling me? Okay, I'll be right there. Where's Diao Chan? Said excitedly. Without saying anything, he gave up the 20 million family members in the live broadcast room, closed the live broadcast room and said, Master, how can I help you? Help me send these equipment back to the city and store them in the warehouse. Lu Muxuan pointed to the densely packed equipment on the ground, and then added the other party as a friend. Ah. There are almost 3,000 pieces here, I can't take them all by myself. Where is Diao Chan? Was a little puzzled, but the next second he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, master, I'll call some brothers over to help you transport them back to the city." "Yes, thank you for your trouble." Lu Muxuan nodded and then transferred 500 gold coins. "It will cost a lot of money to keep it in the warehouse for a month. Use these gold coins first. If you don't have enough, ask me for it. If there are more, it will be my hard work fee." "Okay, thank you very much, great God." Whereas Dao Chan didn't hesitate and started calling his friends immediately. Lu Muxuan picked out a set of silver equipment from the pile of equipment for himself to wear, because the King Slayer set had been broken and the gold jewelry seemed to have some cracks. Luckily, he had already removed the fire attribute strength, otherwise if it was damaged, it would be a disaster. Yan Luoying was right. Fighting would indeed damage equipment, and only one's own attributes were the real deal. But I can't live without equipment either, as adding so many attributes would be a waste. But I can't see the durability of the equipment, so I have to rely on my eyes to judge. It seems that I will have to go to the blacksmith shop every day to repair my equipment. Congratulations, brother, you have set a precedent today. 2 against 100,000 is enough to go down in history. Seeing that the battle was over, Master Qi Tian and others also walked towards Lu Muxuan. Indeed, seeing this makes me want to start a guild war, but unfortunately I haven't got the order to establish a guild yet. Tao Tai Shishiando. Brother, why don't you continue selling equipment? I have ordered my men to prepare to rob them. Jolie Chi Yu said with a smile. Lu Muxuan looked at the guild leaders expressionlessly and said nonchalantly, "I didn't expect the reward for destroying a guild base to be so generous. You guys should hurry up and do it. This is much better than fighting a boss." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Master Qi Tian and the others froze. Going against the will of heaven was obvious. If they continued to play dumb, he would fight back, just like he did today at the Daki station. "I'm afraid this matter can't be fooled. If I don't give an explanation, this evil star will really come to their base to cause trouble. My dynasty guild has a clear conscience." Dynasty World said calmly. Lu Muxuan nodded. During the battle against the boss, the dynasty guild did give money. Lin Shiyu had already found out about this. As for whether they had arranged someone to set the pace, he didn't know. My hegemony guild has a clear conscience. But I see you left these equipment behind, so you're planning on establishing a guild, right? Before, you sold me thousands of gold coins to help me overcome difficulties. This time, you have something to do, so I will sponsor you 10 pieces of silver, 10 pieces of bronze, and 10 pieces of black iron equipment for free to help your guild grow rapidly. Bei Xiongtu laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Have a clear conscience? Give me back my equipment with a clear conscience. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Lu Muxuan also responded with a smile, "Brother, what you said is true, but you are too stingy. I have donated thousands of gold coins to you. Now that I am in trouble, you only give me such a small amount. It's disheartening." Although they were not familiar with each other, they had some friendship overall. In the novice village, he gave a boss to Bei, but Bei used tricks to control the situation. Although there will definitely be competition if they are not from the same guild, he does not mind if it is fair competition in an open and aboveboard manner. If someone stabs you in the back, don't blame him for being ruthless. Bei Xiongtu's smile froze. "Aha, brother, you're right. How much do you think I should support you with? I don't need any equipment. Just provide a position for a golden boss." Lu Muxuan said calmly. Upon hearing this, Bei Xiongtu raised his eyebrows and secretly weighed the pros and cons. "Okay, I promise to provide you with a gold boss position, and the unpleasantness between you and me will be written off. You can't pretend to be ignorant, you have to say it clearly, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with it if someone goes against the will of heaven and says that he really funded it in the future." "Of course." Lu Muxuan smiled. It was just a rhythm, not enough to cause a war between the two sides. "Brother, I have a video here. I wonder if you are interested in watching it." Young Master Qi Tian said calmly. Take a look." The next second, the video played, showing a man tied to a chair, his face bruised and swollen, tearing and saying he was not going against the will of heaven. Lu Muxuan naturally recognized the fake person pretending to be him, and smiled. "So it's you. In that case, we owe each other nothing. You are so generous, brother." Young Master Qi Tian bowed and then walked aside. Chapter 60 Gains and Losses. There were 5 major guilds in Suzuka City: Shitian, Hegemony, Dynasty, Yi, and Xia. Now that the top three had expressed their opinions, Lu Muxuan looked at the remaining two, Yi Wujiang and Xiao Wuyo. You two, each of you can take on a gold-level boss, is that okay? Xiao Wuyo spread his hands and said, "What are you doing? I haven't done anything to offend you. If you don't believe me, you can check it out yourself. My Yi family would not bother to do such a thing." Yi Wujiang said calmly. Lu Muxuan frowned. These two were indeed businessmen. They just didn't say anything without evidence and refused to admit it. He couldn't make up his mind for a moment. If there really wasn't any, then he would have been too much. In that case, let's leave. If you have time, you can help me transport the equipment. I dare not. I'm also afraid that I won't be able to resist taking a few of them for myself. That would be troublesome. Goodbye. Yi Wujiang bowed and then used the scroll to return to the city. Xiao Wuyo followed closely behind. Brother, see you later. With the ambition of young Master Qi Tian, the three people from Huangchao Tianxia also left this place one after another. The remaining Taodai, Shi Tian, Zholi, Qiyu, etc. are not guilds of Suzaku City. In addition, with the precedence of the Yi and Xia families, they would probably refuse to acknowledge it, so he didn't say anything. After everyone left, Lu Muxuan opened his attribute panel to check, and this sight almost scared him. ID, going against the will of heaven. Level, 16. Occupation, Blazing God Warfire Attack. HP, 25.138 million 25.138 million. Mana, 1,005,000 1,005,000. Physical Attack, 13156 Magical Attack, 1928. Physical Defense, 2000, Magic Defense, 2000. Attack Speed, 4.755, Movement Speed, 1750. Critical Hit, 10% Penetration, 7%. Fire Attribute Strength, 184. Skill, Savage Charge Level 3 Proficiency 356 500. Red Flame Slash Level 2 Proficiency 268 800. Berserk Level 2 Proficiency 127 400. Absolute Guardian Level 2 Proficiency 358 5000. Free Attribute Points, 10. Talent, Life Contract, 1 star. Talented Skill, Blood Shield, Level 2. Proficiency, 582 5000. Experience, 1648 35,000. Reputation, 51,250. Equipment, Qingfeng Sword, Fine Iron Armor, Wolfskin Boots, Venom Leggings, Lapis Lazuli Belt, Blood Soul Orb, Red Fire Necklace, Blazing Flame Bracelet. Title, One Step Ahead. Metal, Baron Metal. The Kingslayer set is completely broken, only the jewelry is still usable. The attack and defense have decreased, but the impact is not significant. The attack speed and movement speed have increased slightly, but not much. Critical hits decreased by 2%, penetration remained unchanged, and the elemental strength was 184, which was an improvement. The boss damage increase was gone, which is a pity. The biggest boost this time was his HP, which skyrocketed to 25.13 million. Even after subtracting the Blood Soul Orb and the Demon Soul, he still had 15.13 million left. A battle involving 100,000 people had actually cost him over 2.6 million HP. Lu Muxuan felt like he could still fight another round. Isn't this better than painstakingly searching for monsters to stack? And it's slower. But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Daki was the one who offended me first, and he also offered a bounty offline. I have a legitimate reason to fight, but others don't. In ancient times, people knew how to find an excuse to fight a war. The reason why he can stack so many is mainly because his defense is high, and the members of the Big Flag can basically not break his defense, so the counterattack damage is only a little, and they can keep attacking him. By the way, can I create a guild and recruit 100,000 people to keep doing it? It seemed feasible, but on closer inspection, it wasn't. Who would have nothing better to do all day than to stack health for themselves? Even if someone did, it probably wouldn't be much. It would be better to just look for smaller monsters. Not long after, whereas Daochan called a large group of brothers over and transported the more than 3,000 pieces of equipment back to Xuanwu City. Lu Muxuan didn't expect that the first 300 items could be used as the guild's inventory, but most of them were blank equipment. It seemed that he could save a lot by himself, and the next step was to get the guild establishment order. After establishing the guild, many things will be easier to handle. We don't have to ask Lin Xia and her sister for everything. After all, they are from the Lin group. At this time, Lin Xiyu and the other person came back. Since both Lu Xinyu and himself were red names, they simply leveled up in Xuanwu City. About 20 minutes later, at the spawn point of the level 20 monsters, Lin Xia stood beside Lu Muxuan with a smile and said, "Xiaolinzi, I performed well just now, didn't I? I wasn't afraid of so many people attacking me." "Well, not bad, very good." Seeing that she looked like she was asking for praise, Lu Muxuan did not hesitate to praise her, but unfortunately he himself was not talented and well educated, so he could not say anything good. "Mumu, do you feel that the experience points of the monsters in Xuanwu City have decreased a lot?" Lu Xinyu asked puzzledly. "You've been marked as a red name. Your experience points have been reduced by 20%. Lu Muxuan, with his vast experience, pointed out the key issue immediately. He then looked at Lin Xiyu and said, "You two go and pull the monsters." Lin Xiyu glanced at the two of them and nodded. Lu Muxuan's absolute guardian had reached level 2 now, allowing him to cast a contract on them, so he wasn't afraid of being killed by the monsters. Lin Xia pouted. She didn't get the perfect praise and felt a little unhappy. She followed her sister to pull the monster angrily, muttering something. After they left, Lu Muxuan looked at Lu Xinyu and asked, "Who knows the name Meteor Shower?" "Don't worry, Mumu. People who know me in real life don't know my ID, and my teammates in the novice village group don't know me in real life, so it's okay." Lu Xinyu smiled slightly. Lu Muxuan heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this and said, "Well, that's good. Don't be so impulsive next time. If I dare to do it, I must be confident." "Okay, it's okay." Lu Xinyu smiled, but her eyes were looking at Lin Xia not far away, and said, "Mumu, that girl seems to like you, right?" Is there?" Lu Muxuan scratched his head. "Well, it should be. I can feel it, so." Before Lu Xinyu finished speaking, Lu Muxuan hurriedly said, "I like your type. I'm not interested in her." Hearing this, Lu Xinyu smiled slightly, but when she saw that the two sisters had already lured the monster back, she didn't say much. Suzaku City. On the street, Master Qi Tian stopped Bei Shuntu, who was walking in front of him, and said, "You're the only one who suffered a great loss. When the two Yi family members denied it just now, why didn't you push it away? Maybe you could have pushed it away." Hegemony Ambition did not answer, but asked, "Do you think so too? Tell me what you think." Hearing this, Bei Shuntu looked at him seriously and said, "Those two are just businessmen, focusing only on whether they can make a profit or a loss in the short term. If someone like Nitan Ershing harbors a grudge, there will never be a chance for cooperation in the future. It's just a gold-level boss. Even if it can issue a gang-building order, it's only worth 10 or 20 million now. Completely isolating myself from Nitan Ershing, or even opposing him, for this tiny profit, will ultimately do more harm than good. After all, he is the one who can influence the entire game. Although my hegemony guild was at fault initially, I have the courage to admit it and stand at attention even when beaten. As long as we handle our relationship properly in the future, Nitan will be my greatest helper, not my enemy." "Ha, brother, you have a unique perspective, which coincides with mine." Young Master Qi Tian put his arm around Bei Shuntu's shoulder and said, "Would you consider a merger between our two families? Now the Yi and Xia families are basically in cahoots. The Dynasty Guild, sandwiched between them, is suffering terribly, having its territory squeezed by the two major guilds. 2 against 1, defeat is inevitable, so we have to make plans early. What do you think, brother?" Bei Shuntu squinted his eyes and said, "You are quite foresight, kid. But you are a young man in your 20s, and you can actually chat with me, a man in his 30s or 40s. Well, I just want to ask you one question. I heard that Daki Hong has joined your Qiten Guild. Is that true or not?" Young Master Qi Tian smiled slightly and said, "He was kicked out by Wang Xuanqi, so why can't he join my Qi Tian?" Bei Shuntu narrowed his eyes and said, "Okay, I agree to the merger, provided you don't do anything tricky. I'm not a big shot." "Okay, then let's go back and arrange the relevant matters." Young Master Qi Tian bowed, and the two said goodbye at the city gate. At 11 o'clock in the evening, because the red names had not been cleared yet, after the Lin Xia sisters logged off, Lu Muxuan and Lu Xinyu continued to brush until 12:30, and then logged off. Gurgle. Although there is a game cabin, I still feel a little hungry from 7 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., but it is not obvious. Lu Muxuan went downstairs, rode his beloved electric scooter out for a midnight snack, and then went back to take a shower and sleep. The next day. The sun was shining brightly, shining through the window onto the table and bedside table in the room. The alarm clock rang, and Lu Muxuan turned it off in a daze. He got up, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and went downstairs to buy breakfast. On the way, Lu Muxuan was browsing his phone while walking. Yesterday, he took Lin Xia to destroy the big flag, and the video is now extremely popular. Whether it's DY, game forums, or major news media, the popularity is even catching up with the time when the game was released. Of course, where there are praises, there are also criticisms. Lu Muxuan has watched more than 10 of them, and the results are mixed. Some of them accused him of destroying the balance of the game, weakening the national strength, and even saying that he was an undercover agent sent by the enemy country. In short, they put the blame on him for whatever crime he committed. There is no cost in spreading rumors, and as long as a public figure says it, people will believe it. As for refuting the rumors, Lu Muxuan was not in the mood. It takes only one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it, and no one believes it, so why bother? Anyway, you guys do your thing and I do mine, it has nothing to do with them. As long as the Dragon Country officials don't touch him, he's not afraid of anyone else. If they push him into a corner, it's a good opportunity for him to test how much power he can mobilize in the game. In addition to the news about him, there were also news about Daki. Overnight, a guild with 100,000 members lost 70,000 to 80,000 members, becoming a second-tier guild. The leveling grounds were also taken over by other large guilds. When the wall fell, everyone pushed it down. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan felt much better. He put away his phone and went to the breakfast shop to buy breakfast. However, when he returned, he felt hurried footsteps behind him. He looked back and found that it was Lu Xinyu, wearing a loose sportswear. At this moment, he was running towards him with an anxious look on his face, and then he grabbed his arm. Lu Muxuan, the person from that night has been following me. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan frowned and looked forward, only to see Zhang Chaoyang and 5 or 6 people with tattoos slowly walking towards them. Boy, I finally found you. I told you, you'll see what happens. Wait, I'm going to let you experience what society is like. Chapter 61 Demonic Soul. What do you want to do? Do you want to hit someone? Lu Xinyu frowned slightly and called out to the security guard next to her. Hit someone? No, we are 3 good youths. We will never hit anyone. Don't worry, beautiful lady. After saying this, Zhang Chaoyang put his hands in his pockets and bumped Lu Muxuan with his shoulder, saying, Boy, if you want to live a peaceful life in the future, bring your girlfriend to the riverside bridge at night. Otherwise, you might get hit by a car, beaten up on the road, your girlfriend disappear in the middle of the night, or be abducted by human traffickers. Although these things rarely happen in a harmonious society, there's still a chance you'll be unlucky enough to run into them, don't you agree? Do you know why you can still stand in front of me and talk now? It is the harmonious rule of law society that saved you. Lu Muxuan looked at Zhang Chaoyang expressionlessly, his eyes cold, like a beast that could turn into a demon at any time. Seeing this look, Zhang Chaoyang did not feel the fear from the bottom of his heart. He suppressed the emotion and said, Very good, if you have the guts, I will see how a pheasant with no background like you can fight me. I have 100 ways to kill you. Watching Zhang Chaoyang and the others walk away, Lu Xinyu said worriedly, Why are you still trying to provoke them? What if they really start to attack us? Or should we call the police? Call the police? Lu Muxuan shook his head. It's only been a few days and he's already out. It's useless. They didn't do anything. At most, they gave him a few verbal warnings. Even if he was imprisoned for intimidation, he can be released at night. Why waste time? Now we either compromise or fight them to the bitter end. I just said those harsh words hoping to intimidate him. Otherwise, a kind person will be bullied, and a kind horse will be ridden. Compromise will only make them more unscrupulous. But how can we defeat them? We can tell at a glance that they are not law-abiding people. Those words may not be just casual talk. Lu Xinyu's face was full of worry. Lu Muxuan comforted him, Don't think too much. They didn't take direct action, which means they are still afraid. We just need to stay in the community. You can buy groceries through the app, or ask someone else to do it for you. Lock the doors and windows at night. He plays games anyway. If he stays at home for a month or 2, I don't believe they will keep watching him all the time. Over time, he will naturally give up. By the way, if you have any questions, please send me a message. My phone is linked to the game console, so I can be contacted at any time. Well, this is the only way. Lu Xinyu nodded and then walked towards the breakfast shop. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan handed over a bun and said, "Hey, I bought 2 extra meat buns and 2 corn buns. Have mine." Seeing this, Lu Xinyu didn't hesitate to take one and started eating. "Are you buying so much for lunch? Didn't you buy the game console? You're still hungry." "Ahem, I just wanted to eat something after logging off." Lu Muxuan would of course not tell her that he bought too much on purpose. If he found it, he would give it to her. If not, the most he would do is eat a little too much. "Well, you still have to log off to eat in the afternoon, so why not buy yourself a set of kitchen utensils and cook? I had one before, but I didn't want it anymore after using it for too long. Besides, I play games all day long. How can I have time to cook? I also have to wash the dishes, so I don't cook." Lu Muxuan shook his head. While the two were talking, they had already returned downstairs. Lu Muxuan gave her another meat bun and 2 corn buns, then stuffed soy milk into her hand and ran upstairs. When he returned to his room to write in his diary, he received a message. "Lu Xinyu, don't do this next time. I already have someone I like." "Ugh. No way." Lu Muxuan looked at this message and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed like she knew all his little thoughts. And she acted so seriously. Just thinking about it made him feel a little socially frustrated. "Who is it?" he asked in a message. "Lu Xinyu, whom should I ask you to add?" Seeing this message, Lu Muxuan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. ... She rejects the real me and likes the me in the game. As expected, women are all pigs who admire strong men. But I'm looking forward to what expression she will have when she finds out that she is going against the will of heaven. After going online, all server channels were discussing yesterday's events. Since Lu Muxuan was still in a red name status and could not enter the city, he stayed in Xuanwu City to kill monsters and clear his red name. Not long after he came online, Lu Xinyu also came online. He pretended to know nothing and killed monsters silently as usual, occasionally chatting about daily life. During this period, Lin Xia and her sister came for a visit, but left soon after, saying that they were going to Qinglong City to look for the Xianbing Snow Lotus. Lu Muxuan felt a little guilty. Lin Xiyu had helped him so much, but he had forgotten about this. He planned to go and help her find it after he cleared his red name. Unfortunately, the red mark was not washed off until the evening. It just turned from red to black and then to bright red. It looks like it will take at least a day to wash it. Difficult. However, Lu Xinyu has finished washing and has already logged off. Lu Muxuan plans to work until 2 o'clock, and he should be able to wash it off tomorrow. At this time, a message on the mobile phone interface sounded. "Lu Xinyu, Lu Muxuan, there's someone outside my room. He's blocked the surveillance camera and the peephole, and he keeps knocking on the door. Come quickly." Upon seeing this message, Lu Muxuan immediately left the battle and logged off. He then went downstairs to Lu Xinyu's second-floor staircase, where he saw a man in black standing outside the room, waiting for him. "What are you doing, trying to rob a house?" "No, I'm a delivery man, delivering vegetables." This lady bought vegetables from the app. The man in black pointed to the vegetables on the ground and said calmly, "Now that the things have been delivered, let's go." "Why are you staying here?" Lu Muxuan frowned, his eyes alert, and he always kept a distance from the man. "No, our store manager requires customers to sign for the items in person and take photos before they can leave." The man in black said as he took out his cell phone, opened a picture, took a look at it, and then put it away. What a joke! No rider equipment, no delivery truck, and no change of clothes. "If you don't leave now, I'm going to." Before he could finish his words, Lu Muxuan saw the man in black pull out a fruit knife from his back, rush over to him in 2 big strides, and stab him directly in the stomach. His eyes were fierce, his movements were decisive and efficient. Without any delay, it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan quickly grabbed the man's hand and pulled it to the side. He thought the man would lose his balance, but he didn't expect the man in black to push his shoulder into his chest. Then he twisted his hands to break free and stabbed him in the stomach. It was so fast that the knife had already pierced his clothes as he stepped back. It was too late to dodge. However, at this moment, a strange scene happened. The moment the black-clothed man's knife stabbed Lu Muxuan's belly, it stopped abruptly. At the same time, a black gas gushed out from his body, instantly covering the man in black. Ah! The man in black felt a sharp pain in his head. He stepped back in fear and kept hitting his head with his hands, but it was of no use. This black energy, like venom, possessed the man in black. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan's face turned pale. He took a few steps back in disbelief, hugging the corner of the wall. Demon, demon, demon soul. How could the devil appear in the real world? Lu Muxuan only felt a chill on his back, a tingling sensation on his scalp, and goosebumps all over his body. This couldn't be the netherworld blood demon's backup plan. After about 3 seconds, the man in black fell to the ground with a bang. At the same time, the evil spirit left the man and pounced towards Lu Muxuan. Seeing this, he turned around and ran. But how could an ordinary person possibly outrun such a supernatural power? He took only one step before being caught up by the evil spirit, which instantly penetrated into his body. Plop! 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 Lu Muxuan's heart was pounding. He carefully felt his physical condition and felt relieved when he saw that he was fine. Fortunately, this demon soul should have been refined by Yan Luoying, and it should not harm him, otherwise it would not appear when he was hurt. Lu Muxuan, are you okay? Seeing the man in black fall to the ground, Lu Xinyu, who had been observing through the peephole, immediately opened the door and asked. No, it's okay. What happened to him? Did he have a relapse of heart disease? He suddenly collapsed as if he was having difficulty breathing? Lu Xinyu's face was a little pale. She was scared when she saw the man pull out the knife just now. Fortunately, Lu Muxuan was fine. You didn't see it? What did you see? No. He must have fallen ill. You go back first, I will handle this matter. Lu Muxuan said. Since Lu Xinyu can't see it, forget it. The matter of the demon soul cannot be known to other people. Lu Xinyu shook her head. I've already called the police. Just wait for uncle to come. Don't worry about him. Lu Muxuan felt helpless after hearing this. He was already dead, what else could he do? He wanted the evil spirit to control the man in black to jump into the river, otherwise if one person died here, there would definitely be troubles in the future. But now it seems that the plan has been ruined. It seems that dying in prison is not so bad. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan nodded, and then let the evil spirit possess the man in black. Ah! Seeing the man in black stand up directly, Lu Xinyu panicked and hid behind Lu Muxuan, grabbing his arm tightly. It's okay. I just condemned his behavior with my eyes, so he has reformed. Lu Muxuan comforted. Lu Xinyu rolled her eyes when she heard this. What was going on? Why were you joking like this? But it seemed that the man in black really had no intention of taking action. After getting up, he just stood there quietly without moving. What was going on? Had he really reprimanded her into reforming? Lu Xinyu's head was buzzing with questions. Not long after, the uncle arrived and found that the man in black was actually a wanted criminal. Not only was there no trouble, but there was also a reward. Let's go, I'll take you to buy vegetables. Don't throw these vegetables away, in case they are tampered with. Lu Muxuan said. No need, it's almost 9 o'clock. Besides, if we go out, Zhang Chaoyang and his men might come up with some tricks, Lu Xinyu said as she picked up the food on the ground and gave it to him. You threw away these vegetables, but I still have some in the refrigerator. I'll have someone buy some for you tomorrow. Come up and eat with me after you throw them away, so you don't have to go out to eat. Okay. Lu Muxuan nodded, carried a big bag of vegetables downstairs, and threw it into the trash can with a clang. Chapter 62 Two Demonic Souls? After throwing away the garbage, Lu Muxuan did not rush up, but sat on the stone bench on the side of the road and tried to contact the demon soul. He remembered that he could sense the presence of the demon soul in the game, but not in reality, otherwise he wouldn't be so surprised. For a long time, Lu Muxuan frowned slightly, because he felt nothing. But just as he stood up, he suddenly became dazed and seemed to see a picture in his mind. In a room, two uncles sat opposite him and looked at him. Hallucination. Lu Muxuan rubbed his eyes, and when he opened them again the picture disappeared. However, at this time, he could already feel the presence of the demon soul, which was only 4 or 5 kilometers away, not very far. I can't figure out why the demon soul would appear in the real world, but it doesn't matter. From now on, not only is he invincible in the game world, no one in the real world can threaten him. Zhang Chaoyang, Daki, if you dare to come, you will die. Lu Muxuan composed himself and went upstairs with a smile on his face. At this time, Lu Xinyu had already prepared 2 dishes, one was stir-fried beef, one was minced meat and eggplant, and one was lufa, white tofu and egg soup. Wow, Sister Xiaoyu, the dishes you cook are so delicious. 5 stars, full marks. Lu Muxuan praised. I'm not complimenting, it's really delicious, at least better than the ones sold at food stalls outside. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyu also picked up a piece of beef and said, it's not very good, it's overcooked, but the taste is just right. No, isn't all beef like this? Lu Muxuan said while eating. If it's not unpalatable to you, then it's delicious and easy to deal with. Lu Xinyu said with a smile. Lu Muxuan nodded. That's right. All the dishes taste the same. The food you cook can satisfy my taste buds, so it's delicious. Well, if it tastes good, eat more, Lu Xinyu said while eating and listening to the voice message on her phone. Because it was a loudspeaker and the sound was very loud at the beginning, although Lu Muxuan could not understand the vernacular, he always felt that the woman's voice was somewhat familiar. After listening to a few sentences, he quietly picked up his phone and found the previous landlord, then listened through the receiver and found that the voice was exactly the same. Oh my god. The world can't be that small. Ahem, Sister Xiaoyu, who are you chatting with? Oh, my mom. I told her about Zhang Chaoyang, and she said she wanted to find someone to help. Lu Xinyu replied. Aha, you can use it if you have connections. After all, you're not afraid of thieves stealing, but you're afraid of thieves thinking about it. Lu Muxuan smiled awkwardly. The mother collects rent, and the daughter also collects rent. There's nothing wrong with that. He remembered that the old landlord still owed him a deposit of 310 yuan, but her daughter had waived the rent for him, so it seemed that he did not suffer any loss. After eating a few bites, Lu Muxuan didn't stay any longer. He wiped his mouth and stood up to say goodbye. Lu Xinyu was chatting with her mother. Seeing this, she stood up to see him out and then locked the door. After returning to the room, Lu Muxuan felt the demon soul and found it was still in the same position. He did not take it back immediately, otherwise he would die too quickly and would inevitably arouse suspicion. However, up to now, he has not tested how strong his own strength is. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan clenched his fists and was eager to try. The next second, he came to the hall and punched the wall. Bang! Oh shit! A scream rang out, and Lu Muxuan squatted down, covering his fist with his hands, his face ferocious. Fuck you! How could this happen? That shouldn't be the case. I felt so full of strength last time. Lu Muxuan didn't believe it, so he stood up and clenched his fists, trying to regain the feeling from last time. However, after holding it in for a few minutes, his face turned red and he still felt like a worthless fighter. What's going on? Something's wrong. Where's my power? Suddenly, Lu Muxuan thought of a possibility. The only difference between him and before might be that the demon soul was no longer with him. I'm Zhao. In other words, he himself hasn't changed at all, and the only reason he can have the explosion of his small universe is because of his demon soul? That's not right. It's a fact that the reaction has become faster. I don't understand. Lu Muxuan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. With the demon soul there, he didn't have to worry about external threats. As long as the goal was achieved, it didn't matter who had the power. But to be honest, I'm still a little disappointed. Since it was only 10:20, Lu Muxuan lay down in the game cabin and logged into the game to continue to brush the red name. He did not log off until 2 o'clock in the morning, and then he took back the magic soul without hesitation. Feeling the demon soul return to his body, Lu Muxuan tried to communicate, but he could feel the demon soul state but received no response. Just like in the game, it could not speak but could understand commands. After that, he tried to mobilize his strength again, and this time it worked as expected. The strength gushed out like a fountain, as if he could break the sky with one punch. Okay, it's confirmed. September 13th, Saturday, sunny. My uncle woke me up early this morning and asked me a few questions. I answered truthfully and they checked a few surveillance cameras. I don't know why. Afterwards I went downstairs to buy breakfast, but this time I didn't leave any for Lu Xinyu. Putting down the pen, Lu Muxuan stretched lazily. The highest level of deception is to deceive even yourself, because he knew why his uncle came. It is estimated that after Mohan came back last night, the man in black died in prison, and since he was the last person to come into contact with the man in black, he would naturally be suspected. Unfortunately, there is no evidence. My uncle was still alive and kicking when he was arrested. He did not leave the community last night, so it is even more impossible that he was poisoned. In short, no matter how they suspect me, they can't do anything to me without evidence. I went into the game and spent another day with a red name. September 14th, Sunday, the weather was sunny. When I went downstairs to buy breakfast today, I saw that the flowers Lu Xinyu kept downstairs were in a mess, some even broken. Later, I asked and found out that a few drunks broke into the complex last night and beat up the bodyguards her mother had hired. By the time he wrote the last stroke, he had left a groove in the diary. Lu Muxuan said with a gloomy face, "Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow emerged from his body and slowly condensed into a palm-sized figure. Remember the girl on the second floor? The demon soul nodded. Help me guard her. Kill anyone who harms her. The demon soul shook his head. Lu Muxuan frowned. What's wrong? The demon soul made some gestures, and Lu Muxuan tilted his head and watched for a long time. You mean, after I enter the game, you will follow me in? The demon soul shook his head and then slowly approached Lu Muxuan's head. Seeing this, he subconsciously wanted to retreat. He remembered Newton saying that if the demon soul merged with his own soul, it would be the end. But in the end he did not retreat, because he believed in the evil spirit. If it had bad intentions towards him, he, a weakling, would have died long ago. The next second, as the demon soul pointed a finger at his forehead, the man and the soul began to communicate. Demon soul, you can only need one me. After you go to that world, I will remain silent in this world. Lu Muxuan was stunned after hearing this, his mind a little confused. After a few seconds, he finally understood what was going on and asked, You mean, you didn't come to the real world with me from the game world? You are actually from this world? Demon soul, yes and no, it's hard to explain. Anyway, I can't coexist with the demon soul of the game world. You can only meet one. This. Lu Muxuan understood the surface after hearing it. It means that if he enters the game, it will disappear or freeze. But the deeper meaning was even more confusing. What does this mean? The demon soul isn't a demon soul. There's a demon soul in the game world, and there's also a demon soul in the real world. Could it be a reflection of the game? Or a clone? Lu Muxuan only felt his head buzzing. This phenomenon was beyond his comprehension, and from what Mohan said, it seemed that he didn't intend to say anything. He simply stopped thinking about it and said, Then help me kill Zhang Chaoyang now, is that okay? Demon soul, I am still in my infancy, and I am also a demon soul. My ability is not as good as the demon souls in the game. If you can get the blood demon beads, I can help you find them. Lu Muxuan rolled his eyes. What you mean is that you can only kill them after they show themselves to you? Demon soul, yes, I don't have a carrier now. If I leave you for too long, I will slowly dissipate. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan took out his cell phone and said, Come on, I'm still missing a smart one. Demon soul, scrap metal, useless. Lu Muxuan? Forget it, after all this talk, there was no way to get anything done. Lu Muxuan picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Xinyu. If you have anything to say, tell me. I'm a good fighter. You saw it that night. It's no problem for me to take on more than 10 people at once. Not long after the message was sent, Lu Xinyu replied, Yeah, my mom told me to go to my grandma's house if it really doesn't work out, but I'm afraid they'll find my grandma's house, which would be even more troublesome. Lu Muxuan, don't worry, there's nothing I can't solve. Remember to close the doors and windows. Contact me if you need anything. Lu Xinyu, okay. There was no other way, this was the only way. Lu Muxuan closed the diary and then lay down in the game cabin. Qinglong City. On the street, Lu Muxuan tried to contact the demon soul, but unfortunately the demon soul in the game could only sense but not communicate. After trying a few times, he gave up. Since he had cleared his red name yesterday, he planned to come here today to help Lin Shiyu find the Xianbing Snow Lotus. But when I sent a message to Lin Shiyu asking where they were, they said they were in Suzaku City? Qingfeng Lingyu, look at the system announcement, the server-wide boss has been released, and everyone is looking for the boss now. What? All server boss. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan quickly opened the system notification to check. Ding, all server announcement. After investigation, it has been discovered that the great commander of the divine nation is colluding with the demons, indiscriminately killing innocent people, and cultivating demon souls to parasitize the nation. The Lord is enraged and has issued an order to exterminate the demons. Anyone who kills or assists in killing the demons will receive a reward. This announcement is hereby made. The investigation results are out. The great commander of the kingdom of God. Has it actually eroded to this point? Lu Muxuan pulled a scroll back to the city from his backpack and used it. The next second, he appeared at the Suzaku City teleportation array, then quickly ran to Suzaku Palace and knocked on Yan Luoying's door. "Master, where is the commander-in-chief now?" Hearing this, Yan Luoying raised her head and glanced at him. After he broke out of the imperial capital last night, there has been no news. His current whereabouts are unknown. So that's probably the direction? Yan Luoying shook her head. He is not stupid, he will not keep running in the direction of breaking out, but he has only one goal, and that is to leave the Eastern Divine Kingdom. There are two ways to leave. The first is to use the teleportation array, but this route is destined to be guarded by many powerful people, so the chances of leaving are slim. The second option is to break through the border wall and escape. The risk factor is low, and the success rate of escape is extremely high. So any place along the border of the Kingdom of God is possible. You need to find him in time. Chapter 63, All Server Boss. Border Wall. How big is it? Lu Muxuan asked. Upon hearing this, Yan Luoying took out a map and placed it on the table, pointing to a certain area on the map and saying, "The Eastern Divine Kingdom is like a circle, and the border is the edge of the circle. Beyond the border is the chaotic zone, and monsters above level 50 are all in the chaotic zone. Our Suzaku City is bordered by the level 50 area of Qingfeng City, and the other 4 cities are similar. Within this area, no one can enter or exit, and only through a special passage. However, if it comes under fierce attack from a strong opponent, a gap can be temporarily opened, and the commander-in-chief has such ability." Lu Muxuan was stunned after hearing this. The Eastern Divine Kingdom is so vast, who knows where the commander-in-chief will go? Moreover, the border is in the level 50 area, and the current players are only active in the level 10 to 20 area at most. It would be extremely difficult to block this great commander. "Master, what is the commander-in-chief's name?" "Sword Saint Qin Ba." Yan Luoying said, looking at Lu Muxuan, "I heard that your friend turned to the necromancy curse, is it true?" Is everything okay, master?" Lu Muxuan felt a little guilty. The old witch had been hiding here and there before. Lu Xinyu shouldn't have been implicated too. Yan Luoying waved her hand. "It's okay, just asking. If she can find the Grand Commander, I can help her get an official position. As long as she doesn't commit suicide, no one will care who her inheritance comes from." "Thank you, master." Lu Muxuan bowed and then left the room. "I thought I could get first-hand information through a back door, but now that I have the information, it's unfortunately not very useful. Now we can only hope that Lu Xinyu's curse can determine the location of the commander-in-chief, otherwise this boss and the entire server may not be defeated." Outside Suzaku City, Lu Muxuan met up with Lin Xia and her sister and told them the news he had received from Yan Luoying. Hearing this, Lin Xiyu frowned slightly. "If that's the case, you should send a server-wide notice to inform all players. Otherwise, the probability of finding it by us or 1 or 2 guilds alone is extremely low. If you can find it, you can move on to the next step. If you can't find it, you won't get anything. What do you think?" Lu Muxuan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "When Xiaoyu comes online, if she can't lock onto the position of Grand Commander, then this is the only thing we can do. It's impossible for a few guilds to kill the entire server boss alone. After discovering it, they can only notify everyone, otherwise they will run away and get no rewards." Lin Xiyu nodded. The 3 of them waited for a while before Lu Xinyu came online. "Why did you call me over so urgently? What's going on?" "It's a big deal." Lu Muxuan briefly explained the situation to her and said, "Curse Qin Ba first and see if you can pinpoint his location." "Let me try." Lu Xinyu had cursed a player named Zhu Jubo before. She didn't feel anything at that time, but it wouldn't take much time to give it a try. "Hey, the target doesn't exist." "It doesn't exist." Lu Muxuan was a little stunned. "Then try Sword Saint Qin Ba again." "It still doesn't exist." Lu Xinyu shook her head. "This." "Then try the Grand Commander and the Grand Commander of the Kingdom of God." Lu Muxuan frowned. "Okay." Lu Xinyu continued to enter the name, but the final result was still that the target did not exist. Could it be that this commander-in-chief has been using a pseudonym from beginning to end? Lin Xiyu raised her suspicion. Yes, just like you, Shaolinzi." Lin Xia also agreed. Lu Muxuan rolled his eyes when he heard this. It's impossible to use a fake name. To be able to reach the position of commander-in-chief, all his ancestors must be investigated. Also, the Grand Commander wasn't originally a member of the demon clan. He was probably possessed by a demonic spirit later on. This means the real Grand Commander is actually dead, and the one who's alive now is a demonic spirit from the demon clan. That's why the curse isn't effective. Is it possible that he has been silenced? After all, he is just a pawn. If he is discovered, the demons will probably give up. Lin Shiyu guessed. It's also possible that an NPC killed an NPC without a server-wide announcement. Lu Muxuan sighed, and then issued a server-wide announcement, informing all players that the commander-in-chief might break out from the border and asked them to pay more attention. As soon as this announcement came out, some people immediately raised questions. Let us guard the border, and then we can enjoy the boss all to ourselves. What a beautiful idea. This can't be blamed on NIT on Ershing. Although he is powerful, when faced with talents that deal percentage damage, he can only stand back. There are so many haters. When they have nothing to do, they just like to spit bullshit. I'm going against the will of heaven and kindly providing you with clues, but you really take my kindness for granted. You deserve to be useless. Ha, the above person said it in a righteous way. There is no benefit. Will there be a notice if you go against the will of heaven? Exactly. We ordinary people aren't interested in this kind of server-wide boss. You won't get any rewards even if you kill it. Indeed, the purpose of his announcement was just to get us to help him find the boss. Otherwise, if he runs away, no one will get the reward. That makes sense. Anyway, whether the boss runs away or not is none of our business. What's the point of looking for something? Don't be so confident. I bet you'll end up finding someone crazier than anyone else. You're a bunch of bastards. Holy crap. Everyone, check out the notice board in the city. You'll get a piece of silver equipment and 100 reputation points for every bit of damage you cause. Is this true? Oh my god, it's true. Everyone, take a look at my screenshots. This reward is amazing. A guaranteed silver item and 100 reputation points. Number 1, 1000 free attribute points, 1 spiritual level equipment, 5 gold equipment, and 10,000 reputation. Number 2, 800 free attribute points, 5 pieces of gold equipment, 8,000 reputation. Number 3, 500 free attribute points, 4 pieces of gold equipment, 5,000 reputation. 4th 10th place, 300 free attribute points, 3 pieces of gold equipment, 3,000 reputation. 11th 50th place, 200 free attribute points, 2 pieces of gold equipment, 2,000 reputation. 51st 100th place, 100 free attribute points, 1 piece of gold equipment, 1,000 reputation. Ranked 100 and above, 1 piece of silver equipment, 100 reputation. Seeing the ranking rewards sent by this player, the channels in the entire server slowly began to quiet down. There was no doubt that those who had just been so stubborn as to want to eat diamonds had probably gone to find the boss. As long as you chop it with one blow, you can get a piece of silver equipment. For players who are wearing only blank equipment, the temptation is unimaginable. How abominable. These people are simply disgusting. Lin Xia said angrily while looking at the server-wide channel. Now you know, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Even gods will be disrespected by people, so why bother yourself with troubles? Lu Muxuan said with a calm smile. So what should we do next? Should we go look for it? Lin Xia asked after closing the chat panel. No, a few more of us won't make much difference. Everyone is looking for the boss this time, so the most important thing is to continue with the previous business. After Lu Muxuan said this, he sent a notice to the whole server. Just like before, if you find that you can't defeat the mini-boss, you can go to him and take only one piece of equipment. However, this time he added a condition: if you give him the order to establish a gang, he will take it and compensate you with 5 million. Shaolinzi, why aren't you in a hurry at all? The first place team will be rewarded with a spiritual weapon. And there are also 1,000 free attribute points. Lin Xia called out. Don't worry, with my damage, it's easy to get first place. Lu Muxuan stretched, this nationwide craze will definitely reveal many bosses. Even if I don't fight them, the other big guilds will. Look, not long after I sent this out, someone sent me a private message. Let's go. Since Lu Muxuan has opened up private messaging, other people can send him private messages. However, looking at more than 10 messages per second, he frowned and a bad idea came to his mind. The result was as he expected. When he arrived at the location, there was nothing there. It was obviously fake news. Seeing this, he sent out another server-wide notice, requiring it to include a boss picture. Anyone who dared to send an invalid message again would be killed. As soon as these words were spoken, the server-wide channel, which had originally calmed down, became lively again. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so scared. Come and kill me if you can. Just find me first, you idiot. That's right, I'm just an ordinary person. I just can't stand you. What's wrong with that? If you dare, come and kill me. I'll play hide and seek with you and delay your progress. If you have the guts, come and fight me. I won't kill you if I can't. Great, let's play with him. Does he think he can defy fate by destroying a big flag? Come and kill if you have the guts. If you don't come, you are a coward who only knows how to bark. If that's the case, I have to say a few words. Going against the will of heaven is a complete idiot. Seriously, with just a little power, he becomes unscrupulous and is even capable of destroying a guild. If I knew his identity, I'd beat him so hard that he wouldn't even recognize his mother. You guys are really mean, playing hide and seek. If NIT on Ershing doesn't level up for 24 hours, I'm afraid he won't be able to kill many people. If we can slow down NIT on Ershing's progress with a few people, it's a good profit. That's not it. Who told him to say such harsh words? I despise people like him the most. They think they are the boss because they have a little strength. Now it depends on whether he kills me or not. If he kills me, my level will definitely drop. If he doesn't kill me, he will be a coward. There is no solution. Xiao Linzi, check the server-wide channel. Lin Xia couldn't stand it anymore and immediately started typing back. Lu Muxuan opened it and took a look, then expressionlessly took out the blood soul orb and handed it to Lu Xinyu. One person can curse for 30 seconds, and it should be able to be sent back to level 1. Lu Xinyu looked at the blood soul orb in front of her in silence for a moment, then looked up at Lu Muxuan and nodded, okay. As she took the blood soul orb and started working, the server-wide channel slowly began to quiet down. In an inn in Xinglong City. A player typed with a smile, "Humph, so what if you're awesome? I'm so badass, but you're still looking for me all over the world after I scold you." As soon as he finished speaking, a damage of more than 5,000 suddenly appeared above the player's head, sending him directly back to the fountain. However, it wasn't over yet. He died again just after resurrecting, almost every 2 seconds. Half a minute later, the player sat dejected at the resurrection point in the novice village, all his equipment gone, and his level back to level 1. I'm going against the will of heaven. Just wait for me. After him, a player from Xuanwu City followed in his footsteps. This player was a high-level player, with 1 silver, 3 bronze and 4 black iron items. After dying 3 times, he dropped items at the resurrection point in Xuanwu City, while he was sent back to the novice village. Fuck, there are equipments to be picked up on the ground. A player who had just been resurrected was a little annoyed, but when he saw several pieces of equipment on the ground, his eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly picked them up. Then, only half an hour passed, and all server channels were as silent as dead water until a voice appeared. I was killed by a guy called Meteor Shower and relegated to level 1. Is anyone else like me? Chapter 64, Deterrence. As soon as these words came out, countless people were shocked and spoke. Fuck, me too, all the equipment has been dropped. This is fucked. How did he kill him? I was clearly in the city, and I could have killed him at the fountain, but now I'm hunting rabbits in the novice village. Fuck. How did someone do something so outrageous? It's so outrageous. It's not NIT on Ershing, it's a player named Lu Xingyu, but it's definitely related to NIT on Ershing. Whoa, great God, I'm obedient now, please let me go. Wow. I didn't curse anyone. Why is it my turn? Please, master, I'm honest now. Seriously, please let me go. Seeing this, Lin Xia couldn't help laughing and replied, "You sent fake messages and wasted our time, so you should spend 10 times more time leveling up." I let you guys rant and spread fake news. Feel good now, huh? Keep going, it's okay. We can send an average of 20 people back to level 1 every minute. Line up and come one by one. After seeing this message, all the channels in the server fell silent, but there were still some people who did not believe it. He's going to be sent back to level 1 with just 1 word. Is he going to become the emperor by going against the will of heaven? Don't be afraid of him, just curse him to death. I don't believe he will really send us all back to level 1. Yes, unite and resist those who go against the will of heaven. Everyone is equal, and no one should be allowed to be above the law. The above person is really impressive. You don't say anything about people ignoring the law in real life, but you dare to say anything in the game? If you have the guts, tell us in real life. That's right, some idiots are just looking for trouble, and after suffering the consequences of their own actions, they still blame others. They were so capable just now, weren't they? What's wrong? Can't they bear it after being killed a few times? Exactly. If these spineless people dare to say in real life, I respect you as a man, but you can't die in the game and act arrogantly, you are useless. Seeing the fans starting to fight back, Lin Xia felt extremely relieved. These people deserved to be scolded. What kind of people are they? They always jump out to criticize everything. Do they really think that no one can deal with you? Xiaoyu, hurry up. A lot of people are jumping on the bandwagon. Curse them. Let's not do anything today and see how stubborn they are. Okay. Lu Xinyu nodded. In this way, the two women who were originally somewhat hostile to each other cooperated very well when their goals were the same. One remembered the name and the other cursed. An average of 2 per minute, 120 per hour, and over 1,000 people were killed and returned to level 1 in a day. At the beginning, some people were not afraid at all because it was not their turn yet. Later, fewer and fewer people started to scold, because punishment may be late but will never be absent. In the end, not everyone is fearless. You can choose not to believe it, but you can't joke about your level and equipment. The level you worked so hard to get up was wiped out in half a minute. Even if you want to curse, you have to hold it in. As for those who have already experienced it, even if they want to curse their ancestors in their hearts, they have to shut up or quit the game, otherwise they will never be able to reach level 2. We finally got it done. A total of 1,265 people. Lin Xia clapped her hands and said with a smile, your skills are still quite useful. I was annoyed with these people before, but now it's good. I can give one away if I give one. It feels so good. It's a relief. It's really useful. Lu Xinyu nodded and then stopped talking. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan hesitated to speak. He could see that Lu Xinyu seemed a little unhappy, probably because he allowed her to curse people unscrupulously, which was very hateful. In addition, she was already being harassed by Zhang Qiaoyang, and the wanted criminal came to her door with a knife, making her the target of public criticism. Never mind, she'll understand later. There are too many things to talk about right now. Besides, with the demon soul around, he can guarantee Lu Xinyu will be fine, so he's not afraid of retaliation. As long as you dare to come, he will show no mercy. Lu Muxuan shook his head and stopped thinking about it, continuing to check the information. Unfortunately, the place I went to was fake. The place was correct, but the boss and the ones that were photoshopped in later stages showed that there are indeed countermeasures for every policy. Strange, after running for a whole day, we only defeated one boss. Did you go too far this time? Lin Xiyu frowned slightly. No, you should have noticed that the areas above level 20 are very densely populated with monsters. It's very difficult for ordinary players to find the boss, and there's a high probability they'll die. The areas without monsters only account for about 10%, which are the paths that separate the boundaries between different levels. So the boss is most likely in the area where the monsters spawn. Now few people can ignore these monsters and go in to find the boss. Lu Muxuan analyzed. Yeah, I'll ask my brother and see if it's the same on his side. Lin Xiyu raised her hand to open the chat interface while speaking. Well, let's go, let's continue. Lu Muxuan's face suddenly changed as soon as he finished speaking. I forgot I have something to do today, I'll leave first. After saying that, he put away the red fire sparrow and exited the game, pushed open the game cabin, stood up and looked towards the door. At this time, the sensor bell he installed on the door was still ringing. The bell would not ring unless there was a violent knock on the door. In other words, someone had knocked on his door hard just now. Come out. As soon as he finished speaking, the evil spirit flew out of his body in an instant, came to the door and penetrated directly out. Lu Muxuan closed his eyes, sensed the evil spirit, and switched his perspective. He found two men standing outside the door, one on the left and one on the right. At this time, one of them started knocking on the door again. Open the door, we are community management, please cooperate with our work. Do I need to hide a knife behind my back to cooperate with the work? Retracting his perspective, Lu Muxuan said coldly, kill them and sink them to the riverbed. Be quiet and don't make any noise. Upon hearing the order, the demonic spirit instantly transformed into a black mist that enveloped the two. Not wanting to make any noise, the two remained unaware of this and continued to wait quietly outside. After more than 10 seconds, the two felt a black screen in front of their eyes and were about to fall to the ground, but at this moment they suddenly opened their eyes, slowly turned around and walked downstairs. At this time, Lu Muxuan heard his cell phone ringing. He opened it and found that it was a message from Lu Xinyu. Lu Muxuan, come quickly, someone is trying to pry open my window. Damn it! Seeing this, Lu Muxuan hurriedly contacted Mohan and sent a message to comfort him, don't be afraid, I'll be there soon. At the same time, the evil spirit also separated a black air and came to the outside of Lu Xinyu's window, and sure enough, he found two men lying beside her window, breaking the window with pliers in their hands. Since the air conditioner outdoor unit is right next to it, you probably wouldn't be able to notice it if you didn't listen carefully. Plus, there is a wall next to the window, and behind the wall is the Jinjiang River. Without any hesitation, Lu Muxuan asked Mohan to kill the two together, and then controlled the corpses to walk towards the river. He did not let the demon soul jump into the river in a hurry, but let it lead the four people along the riverside and hang around in a place with surveillance. On the other side, Lu Muxuan came to Lu Xinyu's door and knocked. After seeing that it was him through the peephole and surveillance, Lu Xinyu opened the door and then pulled him into the bedroom. It's this window. Just now, when I was collecting clothes on the balcony, I saw two people lying outside the window through the mirror on the corner. What should I do, Lu Muxuan? Should I call the police? Hearing this, Lu Muxuan shook his head and said, no need. If you encounter such a thing next time, just come to me. It's more useful than calling the police. He opened the curtains and said, I had already chased them away before coming up. If you don't believe me, look, they're gone. Lu Xinyu stuck her head out of the window half believingly, looked around, and found that the two men were really gone. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lu Muxuan. She turned around and looked grateful. I'm glad you don't blame me. If I hadn't taken action that night and just kept silent, maybe you wouldn't have had this trouble. If that's the case, I will hate you very much because you watched me being bullied by others and did nothing. Lu Xinyu raised her hand to scratch the black hair beside her ear and said, besides, you're not the type to swallow your anger. I know that even without me, if they bully you, you'll still fight them, right? Aha, I think so. It's not my character to get beaten for nothing. Lu Muxuan smiled, touching the back of his head. That's all right. Ultimately, this is all because of me. You're the one who's been implicated. Lu Xinyu said as she walked to the refrigerator and took out a tomato. And even if we had endured it that night, they still wouldn't have let us go easily. As you said, a kind man is easily bullied, and a kind horse is easily ridden. They are after me. Given the personalities of people like Zhang Chaoyang, if we give in once, they'll think we're easy to bully. Let's not talk about this anymore. Just sit for a while. I'll go cook you a midnight snack. Tomato and egg noodles? Lu Muxuan saw her take tomatoes, eggs, and noodles, and came up to her and said, no, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, noodles cooked separately, dry stir fry, and then I'll cook some beef. No need to go through so much trouble, just boil some noodles, it's convenient. After Lu Xinyu took out the beef from the refrigerator, she raised her hand and pushed him out. That's all the noodles we have. I need to eat more. Go sit outside for a while. I can be alone. You'll be in the way if you stay here. Well, Lu Muxuan touched his nose and left the kitchen, then lay on the sofa with his eyes closed to sense the location of the evil spirit. By the Jinjiang River. After passing several places with surveillance cameras, the four men suddenly jumped into the river without any warning and swam towards the center of the river. Someone on the shore saw them and thought the four of them were going to swim, so they didn't pay any attention. But after the four of them reached the center of the river, they stopped and instantly became silent. Although it was night, the river was relatively calm, and the sudden silence still attracted some people's attention. After shouting a few times but receiving no response and not seeing them coming up, I immediately decided to call the police. Around 6 in the morning. In a dim private room, several young men and women were lying on the sofa with their legs spread out. Some of the women were disheveled, revealing large areas of snow-white skin. At this time, Zhang Chaoyang felt the mobile phone in his pocket vibrating. He took out his phone in a daze and answered the call. Hey, what's up, uncle? Come to the bureau, your 4 brothers are dead. What? Zhang Chaoyang lost all sleepiness in an instant, his face full of disbelief. He rushed out of the bar and drove away. Chapter 65 Identity Exposed. Uncle, what on earth is going on? Zhang Chaoyang came to the bureau and asked angrily when he saw the bodies of his 4 brothers. They were swimming by the Jinjiang River around 10 o'clock last night and eventually drowned. A middle-aged man sitting in an office chair said in a deep voice. How is this possible? What's wrong with them going swimming in the Jinjiang River in the middle of the night? Zhang Chaoyang stood up and shouted angrily, I was the one who told them to go to Dongzuyuan community to get revenge on the guy who beat me up before. Could he have killed him and thrown him into the Jinjiang River? Hearing this, Zhang Defa glared at him unhappily, his tone somewhat unhappy. You only know how to play around and stir up trouble everywhere. Haven't I cleaned up your ass enough over the years? If this matter hadn't been thoroughly investigated, would I have told you that he died from drowning? We checked the surveillance cameras in the residential complex and the ones along the river. The surveillance cameras are over there, check them out for yourself. Zhang Chaoyang definitely didn't believe it. He had to be crazy to go swimming. It must have been that kid Lu Muxuan who killed him. That night, he beat Xiaoqi so badly that 3 of his ribs were broken. Yet, at the gate of the community, he still boasted that he was protected by the rule of law. This kind of person is definitely not a good person. However, as he checked the surveillance footage bit by bit, he finally discovered that he really died of drowning? What a jerk! The traffic was blocked at the door. You could have waited another half minute and the traffic would have ended, but you ended up running downstairs? The other 2 could be seen from the surveillance footage going to the back of Building 8. Although there was no surveillance footage behind them and they could not be seen, they were able to walk out of the community safely in the end. The 4 of them kept walking along the Jinjiang River. After passing by 3 surveillance cameras, he suddenly jumped into the Jinjiang River to swim. There seemed to be a lot of things wrong, but he couldn't find anything wrong. It made him shudder. Monday, September 15th, the weather was sunny. Last night, my uncle came to my house in the middle of the night and asked me a few questions. It was very strange. I heard that someone died again. It's a turbulent time. Putting down the pen, Lu Muxuan looked at the demon soul floating beside him. Is there any way to prevent it? Hearing this, the demon soul pointed a finger at his forehead and said, I can help you set up a sensor restriction so that you can detect anyone breaking in time. Can't we set up a killing formation? I am unable to maintain the strength required for the killing formation while I am in silence, but I can barely sense the restriction. It can only last for 12 hours. All right. Lu Muxuan nodded. Let's set up one on the 2nd floor later. By the way, have you become a little stronger? The demon soul did not answer, but retracted his finger and turned into a black mist and disappeared on the spot. Lu Muxuan frowned slightly when he saw this. He remembered the scene he saw in the basement of Qingfeng Mountain. Perhaps. Forget it, the person who wants to kill me does not deserve to die. Suzaku City, Copy Square. Today is Monday again, the number of dungeons has been refreshed, so I'll play it first. Xiaolinzi, did you and Lu Xingyu know each other offline? Lin Xia asked, staring at him intently. He is my friend. Lu Muxuan replied. Hearing this, Lin Xia frowned. So, you 2 went offline together, did you go on a date? Well, I guess so. Lu Muxuan spoke frankly. He could see that Lin Xia might be interested in him, so it would be better not to delay her. Hearing his unhesitating admission, Lin Xia felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She forced a smile and said, well, then I wish you happiness. Goodbye, puppy. After saying that, Lin Xia turned around and left the square. Seeing this, Lin Xiyu sighed and followed without saying anything. What happened to them? Aren't they going to play the dungeon anymore? Lu Xinyu, who had just arrived, looked at the 2 sisters and asked in confusion. Lin Xia asked me just now if I like you, and I said yes. Lu Muxuan said with mixed emotions. Puppy? He tried hard to recall and finally remembered why Lin Xia called him little dog. Going against the will of heaven, that's great. I'll pick some fruit for you when I have time. Xingju Linya, you said it, don't cheat. Going against the will of heaven, of course, I keep my word, and those who lie are dogs. Xingju Linya, hey, I took a screenshot to keep the evidence so you don't cheat. It's late, go offline and get some sleep. Don't stay up late. Early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. Lu Muxuan fell silent after looking at the chat record. Maybe he just said it casually at the time, but she took it seriously. He expected to pick some fruit for her to eat, but there was none, and he even forgot about it. Alas, it is often unintentional that hurts people the most. Let's go, let's play the dungeon first. Aren't you going to wait for them? Lu Xinyu stared at the chat panel. At this time, Lu Muxuan also reacted and quickly turned off the phone to explain, I asked her for a favor before. Let's fight first, and I'll let the red firebird help them later. Yeah. Lu Xinyu looked back at the direction Lin Xia left and nodded. The two chose the hell level difficulty, and this time the warrior gave Lu Muxuan a golden ring. Sky ring. Quality, gold. Physical attack plus 210. Critical hit plus 5%. Effect, increases physical attack power by 100 points. Wearing requirements, first level warrior. The only thing missing from his entire body now was a ring, which he could only put on to complete his outfit. Gold quality, 310 points of physical attack, better than nothing, but unfortunately it is not an equipment that increases attribute strength, so it is not of much use to him. Lu Muxuan then fought the 5 elements secret realm again, increasing his firepower by 2 points. As for Purgatory Soul Fusion, he decided to wait and see. After all, this dungeon couldn't be cleared with the red fire sparrow alone. Where are we going next? Lu Xinyu asked. Lu Muxuan thought for a moment and said, let's go find the boss to fight. If there's no boss, I plan to stack blood. Well, go ahead. I'll go offline and make some soup. Stewed soup? Could it be that bastard Zhang Chaoyang sent someone again? Seeing this, Lu Muxuan followed suit and logged off. He asked Mohan to take a look around and found that Lu Xinyu was really just stewing soup, so he didn't pay much attention. After going online, he received a private message from a female player about a silver level boss, and the first kill was still there. Seeing this, he hurried over. Not long after, when he arrived at the place and saw the female player, he was stunned. It was her. Hello, great god in Ition, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hiyu smiled, narrowed her eyes, and looked at Lu Muxuan's face carefully. Unfortunately, the mask covered it, so she couldn't see anything. Lu Muxuan felt uneasy when she stared at him. Could she have discovered something? Thank you for providing me with the information, but you should know my rules. I will charge you for one piece of equipment. Yeah, I know. Hiyu held the staff in both hands and smiled slightly. Lu Muxuan nodded and rushed towards the boss. Lu Muxuan. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan's body stiffened, but he did not look back. He continued to rush towards the boss and killed it instantly with one sword. Then he picked up the things, took one of the silver pieces, and threw the rest in front of Hiyu, saying expressionlessly, "This is yours, happy cooperation." Having said that, he was about to turn around and leave. What? Are you leaving now? Hiyu said with a smile. Something happened. Lu Muxuan turned around and frowned slightly. I felt you looked familiar before, but it was hard to tell because you were wearing a mask. Hiyu said, gently stroking the staff in her hand, squinting her eyes and smiling. Now, it's clear that your every move, voice, height, and head shape match everything without exception. Although the voice has changed a little, that familiar feeling is overwhelming. So, do you want to quibble, Lu Muxuan? Hearing this, Lu Muxuan sneered, ignored it, jumped onto the red firebird and left. Hiyu frowned slightly upon seeing this. Did I guess wrong? This shouldn't be his reaction. Or is he trying to trick me? Thinking of this, Hiyu immediately quit the game and sent a message to Lu Muxuan, but received a message that he was not a friend of the other party. The phone call was also unavailable. Seeing this, she changed the number and called. After a few beeps, the call was connected. Who? It's me, Hiyu. If you have something to say, tell me now. If not, get out. Give me 100 million and I will keep this a secret for you. Hiyu asked tentatively. Your brain is stuck in the door, right? Isn't it enough to cheat me out of tens of thousands of dollars? Don't play dumb. Daki offered you a reward of 200 million. Since you were once my boyfriend, I only accepted 100 million. If you don't give it to me, don't blame me for selling you to Daki. I can still get the money, and 100 million more. Hearing her confident statement of her purpose, Lu Muxuan felt a chill in his heart, his eyes icy cold. Okay, where are you? I'll come find you. It's actually true. Hiyu was overjoyed when she heard this. No need, just transfer it to my god and demon card number. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Plus, the amount is too large, so it's better for us to meet in person to confirm it. Lu Muxuan's eyes were cold. He knew exactly what kind of woman he was. Even if he refused to admit it, she would still take the gamble. If she succeeded, she would have assets worth hundreds of millions, and if she failed, she would not lose anything. So Lu Muxuan simply admitted that if he knew where she was, she would become food for the evil spirit. He thought about it, nodded and agreed, "I'll wait for you at the old place." But she suddenly came back to her senses the next second. Lu Muxuan was very decisive in killing in the game. If you said a bad word, you would be killed and returned to level 1. Although I don't believe he would do anything reckless in real life, it's possible that he has assets exceeding 100 million yuan and would spend millions to buy his life. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Thinking of this, she hurriedly picked up her bag, went downstairs, hailed a taxi, and hurriedly left the rented house. On the other side, Lu Muxuan asked Mohan to wait in a high-end restaurant 3 kilometers away. After waiting for a long time, he asked Mohan to go to Hiyu's rental house and workplace, but unfortunately he couldn't find her. This woman. She's really smart. At this time, the phone rang again. It was the same number calling. He swiped up to answer the call. "Please write down my God and Demon card number, 881,865. If the money doesn't arrive before tomorrow night, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, Hiyu hung up the phone. "Haha, you still want money? There's not a penny. If you have the ability, go to Daki and get it." Lu Muxuan snorted coldly. "Now I am afraid of your threat. It would be better if Daki didn't come. Now that he comes, it will be a good opportunity to replenish the consumption of demon soul." Chapter 66 Creating a Guild. Lotus City, surrounded by a sea of flowers. Lu Muxuan came here the moment he logged in. If there was a boss, he'd fight it. If not, he'd just focus on stacking up health. Since yesterday's killing of chickens to scare the monkeys, no one dared to post fake news anymore, so he felt relieved. As for the boss of the entire server, there is still no news and no clues at all. This commander-in-chief can hide. Ding dong. Hegemony ambition, location. "Brother, are you free? Come over and fight the boss." Oh, Lu Muxuan was a little surprised. He thought Bei would cheat. After all, this was a golden boss, and he was quite honest. After escaping the battle, he put away the red firebird and took out a scroll to return to the city, then teleported to the Blue Sky City, where the monsters from level 21 to 30 were refreshed. Soon, he arrived at the place. When he saw the monsters here, he was immediately overjoyed. He bowed to Bei Xiangtu and said, "I'll remember this favor. If you have any trouble in the future, I can help you once. It's not for anything else, but because the monsters here are a kind of poisonous bees, and they are several times smaller than the stinging bees in the novice village. This means that more targets can be attacked at the same time, and the blood stacking speed will naturally become faster. The stinging bees were as big as a head, while the poisonous bees here were only the size of a fist. There were so many of them that there were at least tens of thousands of them at one refresh point. They were so densely packed that it was simply the perfect blood-stacking holy land in his mind. Brother, you're joking. I owe you a golden boss and now I'm just returning it to you. How can you say I owe you anything?" Bei Xiangtu laughed loudly. "Have you thought it through?" Lu Muxuan looked at the man in his 30s or 40s. "Hey, now that I've said this, even if I don't tell you about this place, you'll find it one day. I really don't deserve this favor." Bei Xiangtu raised his hand, pointed to the top of the mountain ahead, and said, "My men fell down somewhere and happened to find this boss. If you don't want to fight your way in, you can just jump down there." Lu Muxuan nodded, then jumped onto the red firebird and took off into the air. Bei Xiangtu's mouth twitched when he saw this, he almost forgot that he had a flying mount. This is a valley full of poisonous bees. If we rush in from the entrance of the valley, it will probably take more than 10 or 20 minutes. When Lu Muxuan arrived at the location indicated by Bei Xiangtu, he saw a poisonous bee taller than a human. It was thin and slender, with yellow and black hair. It held a steel fork in its hand and was surrounded by bees, like an emperor. "It's you!" Lu Muxuan patted the red firefly's neck and then dived down at high speed. At the same time, the poisonous bee queen also discovered them. She pointed the steel fork in her hand, and countless poisonous bees swarmed over in an instant. The poisonous stingers in the sky were like thousands of swords returning to their origin, hitting him like raindrops. 1 + 1 1 + 1 If the defense is not broken, Lu Muxuan's last worry will be gone. Otherwise, the counterattack damage will be too high and it will be difficult to stack blood. Poison Bee Queen Gold Level Boss. Level 25. HP, 700,000. Physical Attack, 1200. Physical Defense, 700. Speed, 500. Skills: Chain Poison Stings, Arrow Rain, Extreme Speed, Poison Sting Storm, Bone Erosion Spike. The poisonous stings in the sky could not stop Lu Muxuan's actions. In less than 5 seconds, he controlled the red fire sparrow and came to 100 meters above the poisonous bee queen. The next second, more than a dozen poisonous needles as thick as arms shot towards him and hit the red firebird's abdomen heavily. 2 of them hit Lu Muxuan, deducting thousands of drops of blood. At this time, he was less than 20 meters away from the poisonous bee queen. His speed of descending from a high altitude was much faster than flying, like a meteor. The 20-meter distance was reached in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan immediately launched a brutal charge, knocking the poisonous bee queen into the ground, and then raised his hand to follow up with a red flame slash. 671,083. 916,388. There is no doubt that he was killed instantly and still owed a blood. Ding, congratulations! As the first player in the entire server to kill the gold level boss, the Poison Queen Bee, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Nition Ershing for completing the first server-wide kill of the gold level boss, the Poison Bee Queen. Special announcement. Ding, congratulations on completing your first kill of the Poison Bee Queen boss. Reward, plus 100 free attribute points, a boost to the attribute of the title One Step Ahead, plus 20 gold coins, and plus 500 reputation. Lu Muxuan kicked the poisonous bee queen's corpse aside and saw a piece of equipment emitting golden light. However, when he picked it up, he found that there was a sign on the equipment. Here comes the gang establishment order. Why does it feel like it's very easy to explode? Queen Bee Breastplate. Quality, Gold. HP plus 950. Plus 250 mana. Physical Attack plus 70. Physical Defense plus 150. Effect: increases health by 200 points and physical defense by 40 points. Wearing requirements: second level warrior. Breastplate: Wu Ming seems to have golden armor, so he won't give it to me. And it's also a second level equipment. Lu Muxuan took a look and threw away his backpack. Anyway, he couldn't wear it now. Then he picked up the gang creation order, 2 pieces of silver equipment, a dozen gold coins, and a golden pet egg. Poison Queen Bee Pet Egg. Quality, Gold. Status, hatched. Lu Muxuan thought about it and decided not to hatch it, because the golden pet basically did not improve him and would also take away 20% of his experience, which was not worth it. Ding, server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Nition Ershing for successfully creating the guild, Tian Ni. As the 12th guild created in the server, you will be rewarded with 5,000 gold coins. This announcement will be made. Upon hearing this announcement, whereas Dao Chan in Suzaku City immediately turned on the live broadcast, brothers, the master has created a guild, Tian Ni, I've chosen it, join it quickly. Upon hearing this, the people in the live broadcast room were overjoyed. We finally waited for this moment, brothers, go. I haven't joined the guild yet, I've been waiting for this moment. No, I need to ask for leave to go online, otherwise I'll be late and there will be no place for me to join. Everyone, don't get too excited. I just tried to join a guild, and I found out that the Master's Guild needs to be level 15 to join. You'd better go to bed. Holy crap! No way! That's such a high requirement. There are only 500,000 people in the entire server who have reached level 15, and most of them are from large guilds. Yeah. Why did the Master set this threshold? It's too high. We're being suppressed by the big guilds. We have no place to level up, and the average level is only 13. At this time, whereas Dao Chan excitedly said, "Don't worry, everyone, the Master invited me to join the guild. He also gave me the position of Vice President. The Master said that the level limit is for general application, there is no requirement for fans, and there is no level limit for invitations. Gather in Suzaku City tonight and I'll pull everyone in one by one. Even if you're only level 10, it's no problem. The great God told me personally, so don't worry." As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the live broadcast room cheered. That's what I was saying. How could the great god reject us? Ha, then I feel relieved. Otherwise, I would have to face that old woman when I asked for leave. It would be very annoying. From now on, I won't be suppressed by the big guilds anymore. If they dare not level up for me, I will just let the big gods destroy them. It feels great. That's right. Even though they don't have guild skills, they can crush big guilds just by relying on the great god's face. It doesn't matter if they have skills or not. That's not true. Unfortunately, the great master is in Suzaku City. I'm considering whether to spend 5 gold coins to go there. Don't hesitate, brother. 1 gold coin is only 200 now. If you don't sell it, you can save it. Come and have fun. Otherwise, leveling up will be difficult. You won't be able to level up, your equipment won't be improved, and you will be suppressed by others your whole life. Yeah, luckily I saved 8 gold coins. Never mind, it's not a big deal anyway. Screw the Zhao Consortium. I'll join the Great Gods Guild and see if they dare to bully me again. The other side. After creating the guild, Lu Muxuan stayed there to stack blood, and on average he could stack 6000 plus per minute, which was twice as much as Lan Yuti. The poisonous bee has 30,000 HP, and it needs 30,000 counterattacks to kill it. There are tens of thousands of poisonous bees nearby, and the refresh time is only an hour. It is impossible to finish the stacking. If he stacks blood for 16 hours a day, he can stack over 5 million bloods a day. It's just outrageous. 2 days is equivalent to a month's work. The main reason was that there was no defense before, and the sting bees could not withstand the counterattack. In addition, the blood demon shield consumed 10% of the life at a time, otherwise it would be more than 10 million in a month. Ding dong. Hegemony ambition, brother, if it's nothing else, I'll leave first. We're even now. Going against the will of heaven, go ahead, brother. I still say the same thing. I owe you a favor. Bei Shengtu should have known that he could stack lives, so he could have kept it a secret after discovering this place, but the old man still told him. The previous grudges were settled with a golden boss, and this perfect blood-stacking Holy Land was worth the favor. Otherwise, it would take who knows how long for him to find this place. 1 day less means 5 million less blood. Of course, he couldn't stack for 16 hours a day. He had other things to do, such as fighting bosses, leveling up, and occasional emergencies. On average, I can stack for about 5 to 6 hours a day, which means at least 2 million HP a day, and 20 million in 10 days. I can't imagine. Ding dong. Huang Chao Tenxia, brother Nidian, do you have time to chat? Why is Huang Kao Tianxia looking for me? Lu Muxuan scratched his head and replied, what's the matter? Dynasty World, add me as a friend, let's video chat. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan directly added Huang Chao Tianxia in the private message and then made a video call. The next second, the video feed was connected. The screen was filled with venomous bees, and only a human figure could be vaguely seen. Huang Chao Tianxia saw this and twitched his lips slightly. He said, brother Ni Tian is so elegant. If you have something to say, tell me quickly. Hearing this, Huang Chao Tianxia didn't know how to start. He felt like he was chatting with a group of bees and felt a little awkward. Ahem, the bees are too noisy. Can we find a quiet place to talk, just for a few minutes? You're so long-winded. If you have something to say, just say it quickly. It's not like I can't hear clearly. Lu Muxuan rolled his eyes. Helpless, Huang Chao Tianxia sighed and said, I plan to merge the Huang Chao guild with yours. What do you think? Yes. Join my guild, no kidding? Lu Muxuan said in surprise. It's not joining, it's merging. Huang Chao Tianxia corrected. If I don't accept the merger, my guild will only have one voice. Upon hearing this, Huang Chao Tianxia remained silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and said, I can listen to you, but the brothers who follow me may not necessarily listen to you. The situation in Suzaku City is tense right now. The Yi and Xia families have united, and Bei and Qitian have joined forces. Our dynasty is stuck in the middle, squeezed by all 4 sides. If we don't find a guild to unite with, I'm afraid within half a month, the best leveling grounds will no longer be occupied by our dynasty. Chapter 67 The 6 presidents gather together. Lu Muxuan touched his chin and thought for a while. The dynasty guild had a pretty good reputation. They didn't bully ordinary players, and they didn't use any tricks when fighting for the boss before. It was worth considering. Thinking of this, he summoned the red fire sparrow and jumped up, flying into the air. It doesn't matter whether your men obey me or not, as long as you obey me. Also, a first-level guild can only accommodate 50,000 people, so my guild won't accept your men. You need to get a guild building order yourself to create a guild. When the guild reaches a higher level later on, if you don't have any intention of leaving on your own, I can take your people in. How about that? Okay. Huang Chao Tianxia nodded and said, if there's no problem, I'll notify my subordinates. Go ahead. By the way, help me collect 100,000 gold coins. I want to build a guild headquarters tomorrow. Lu Mushuan said. He was not in a hurry to collect them before because the price of gold had been falling. If he had collected them before, one gold coin would cost 500 yuan, which would cost 50 million. Now it costs 200 yuan per coin, so only 20 million yuan is needed, saving 30 million yuan. 100,000 gold coins are just the money for building the guild's headquarters. Later, you will need gold coins to learn guild skills, open guild dungeons, and issue guild tasks. I suggest that you collect at least 200,000 gold coins. Huang Chao Tianxia said. Is that so? Lu Mushuan thought for a moment and nodded, then keep collecting. I have 600 million in cash here, and I'll collect it all. He asked for money before because in reality only money can pave the way, but now cash is of no use to him, so it would be better to invest it all to strengthen himself and the guild. Besides, this is the charity money donated by Daki. He really has to thank his elder brother for the financial support, otherwise he would not be able to open the guild. Okay. Huang Chao Tianxia agreed and then hung up the phone. Lu Mushuan transferred 100 million to him and then contacted, where is Dao Chan, and asked him to start collecting gold coins as well. However, he did not transfer money to the other party. Instead, he bound the guild account and set up transaction reminders. Only transactions confirmed by himself could be completed. After finishing all this, Lu Mushuan returned to the swarm of poisonous bees to accumulate blood again. In the afternoon, Lu Xingyu came online. Lu Mushuan gave her the blood soul orb and the poison queen bee pet egg, and asked her to go to the nearby level 26 area to level up alone. However, she did not want the pet egg because her attack range was too far for the pet to hit her, and it would also take away experience. He did not force her. As for the Lin Xia sisters, they hadn't been online until the evening, which made him feel a little depressed. Without Lin Xia, the chirping little sparrow, the team was eerily quiet. He and Lu Xingyu usually only chatted occasionally, and today Lu Xingyu didn't say much either. It was as if the house had been deserted overnight and he was the only one left. It felt empty. In the evening, Huang Chao Tianxia asked him to go back to Zhuke City to discuss the territory issue, otherwise the major guilds would have to fight for the territory for a while. Lu Mushuan thought for a moment, then patted his butt and stood up, coming to a luxurious manor called Suzaku Restaurant. President, this way. Huang Chao Tianxia saw him coming and took him to a private room where 4 people were already sitting. Wow, you guys came quite early. Lu Mushuan found a seat and sat down, crossing his legs. Since you called me, I naturally wouldn't dare to neglect you. Bei Xiangtu bowed to him. It's like this. Our dynasty has decided to join Tianni. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we have invited you all here tonight to discuss the issue of territory. Huang Chao Tianxia took out a map and placed it on the table, saying, currently, the mainstream leveling areas for major guilds are levels 16, 17, and 18. Next up, will we argue or negotiate? Share your opinions. Hearing this, Bei Xiangtu looked at Lu Mushuan and asked, have you really joined? Yes. Well, let's talk about it. It's good to talk. Master Qi Tian also nodded in agreement. Yi Wuzhang's fingers tapped the armrest rhythmically. Since we've decided to talk, then let's talk. But let's make it clear in advance that I won't accept any excessive conditions. Of course. Let's talk about how to divide it first. You can tell us whatever ideas you have and we'll decide by voting. If the negotiations fail in the end, then we can fight for it. Huang Chao Tianxia looked at them in a balanced manner. Points? Shouldn't it be buying? We have so many leveling points, and your dynasty only has 100 or so. Do you expect us to give them to you for free? Xiao Wuyo knocked on the table, his tone firm. Wait a minute, what do you mean? Our 6 major guilds want all the high-quality leveling points? If we take up all the leveling points, where will others go to level up? Lu Mushuan frowned. He was disgusted by the big guilds occupying the land for leveling, and since he was also an individual player, his purpose in establishing the guild was not to have another bully who monopolized the whole place. Upon hearing this, Yi Wujiang and Xiao Wuyo sneered, shook their heads and said nothing. Alas, brother, you think too much. As a superior, you shouldn't think about making everyone stronger. There are only 2 or 3 of the best leveling sites, and the 6 major guilds don't even have enough to share among themselves, let alone consider others. The best option is to give limited resources to limited people and let them become stronger first. Bei Xiongtu explained. Huang Chao Tianxia also nodded, there are only 10,000 resources. If you train 10,000 people, then the combat power of everyone will be 1. If you only train 200 people, then the combat power of these 200 people will be 50. And the result is absolutely no surprise. 200 people will inevitably crush 10,000. Since ancient times, the strong have become stronger. Not everyone can become strong, unless there are sufficient resources. Currently, large guilds have guild buffs, which are definitely much stronger than individual players. In the future, national wars will rely on legions like us to step forward and capture cities and territories. A well-organized team is definitely more useful than a group of individual players. We'll also recruit some strong players into the guild, so the remaining players won't be completely without a place to go. Level 10 to 15 areas are their training spots. The Dragon Slayer will eventually become an evil dragon. This is the conclusion Lu Mushuan came to after listening to it. Indeed, only by gathering together strong and talented people and training them can we create an invincible army. The superiors see the future, invincibility, and fighting for their country. The ordinary people see the present, big guilds enclosing territory for leveling and bullying individual players. Of course, it is impossible for everyone to have the idea of serving the country with loyalty. Some people simply want to bully individual players, so we cannot generalize. Thinking of this, Lu Mushuan nodded and said, let's talk. I'm not familiar with the leveling points, so you two can just talk. Okay. Huang Chao Tianxia stood up and said, there are only 3 best leveling spots at the moment, level 16, 17, and 18. If you go too high, you're more likely to die, and if you go too low, you'll gain less experience. And these 3 areas each have 1,000 monster spawn points, so that's 3,000. We're 6 guilds, and each level has 166 leveling points. Splitting it across 3 areas gives each guild about 500 leveling points, which should be enough for us to level up. I don't agree. My guild has 700 or 800 leveling points, and your dynasty guild only has about 100. If the number is cut to the same at once, wouldn't I be at a huge loss? Yi Wujiang retorted. Xiao Wuyo also decided to express his objection. Yes, the dynasty should give us some compensation, otherwise I will not agree to split the leveling points equally. I agree to split it equally. Bei Xiongtu said with a calm smile. I also agree to split it equally. Young Master Qi Tian found a fan from somewhere, looking like a talented scholar. The 2 of them only have about 500 or 600 leveling points. After dividing some of them, the main team can kill monsters up to level 19, which is totally worth it. Seeing this, Lu Mushuan knocked on the table and said, 4 to 2, and even split is advantageous. If you two still disagree, then we can only rely on force to occupy it. You are going against the will of heaven. The guild is not an individual. No matter how strong you are just one person. You can protect for a while, but not for a lifetime. Moreover, this is a guild dispute. You are using your personal strength to forcibly occupy the territory. This is against the rules. Yi Wujiang stood up angrily, supporting himself on the table with his hands. In Suzaku City, my rules are the rules. Lu Mushuan stood up and said coldly without any fear. Don't force me to use the entire guild's strength to hold you back. We are not a big banner. If you push me to the limit, none of us will have an easy life. Yi Wujiang said angrily. Seeing that the 2 sides were about to fight, Huang Chao Tianxia hurriedly pulled Lu Mushuan and whispered, Yi Wujiang invited a few NPCs from somewhere to stay in the base, and they are very powerful. Even if you attack their base, they can break up into smaller groups and specifically attack our guild members, preventing us from leveling up. That way, no one can level up. You can't possibly take care of everything. You can't manage so many people. Besides, you still have to level up and focus on your own things. It's not worth it to let him hold you back. I'd better give them some compensation to avoid a fight that ends in a loss for both of us. No need. Lu Muxuan wanted to start fighting right away, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. There were more than 100,000 people. If he really wanted to take care of them, he was afraid he would not be able to handle it at all. Just like when he was fighting a boss before, running to dozens of places in a day was already difficult, let alone running to hundreds, he could hardly take care of himself. Moreover, the territories he conquered were not well defended by his subordinates. But he wasn't completely helpless. Thinking of this, he smiled calmly. You mean, whoever has the strength will occupy more territory, right? Of course, guilds compete with each other. Whoever has more elite soldiers and generals will occupy more territory. That's how it is. Yi Wujiang said with secret pride when he saw that he was willing to compromise. In that case, let's wait and see. After saying this, Lu Muxuan left the private room. Seeing this, Yi Wujiang and the other two smiled at each other. Lone wolves are scary, but Nitan Ershing has created a guild. With the bond, they are much easier to deal with. That's natural. He has weaknesses. He will no longer be flawless. Seeing the two of them leave the private room with a smile, Master Qi Tian smiled calmly. There's going to be a good show to watch. Bei Xiongta slowly stood up and said as he walked, their base isn't built yet. I don't know how much the guild buff will add. I'm afraid they'll regret it in a couple of days when the base is completed. It's too late. Even if they kneel down and beg Nitan Ershing to let them go, it will be impossible. Master Qi Tian looked at the backs of the two people in front of him, opened his fan and waved it. But they probably won't be able to see it. After all, guild skills require a lot of contributions to improve, and level 1 guild skills only increase attributes by 5%. But there are 5 guild bosses. Do you think Nitan Ershing can defeat them alone? Bai Yixiong too smiled. Let's wait and see, let's wait and see. Young Master Qi Tian walked out of the private room holding a paper fan. Chapter 68 Confession. September 17th, Wednesday, sunny. Today I went downstairs to buy breakfast and met Lu Xinyu again. She asked me to log off early in the evening and come to her house for dinner. I was very surprised, but I agreed. Putting down the pen, Lu Muxuan lay back in the chair, with his hands behind his head and looking at the ceiling. He felt that something was gradually moving away from him. Of course, this self refers to going against the will of heaven. This feeling made him give up the idea of confessing to Lu Xinyu. He also wanted to see what kind of person Lu Xinyu was and what choice she would make. After going online, Lu Muxuan went to defeat 2 silver bosses, and then continued to stack blood in the Poison Bee Valley of Biluo City. At present, only blood volume and attribute strength can effectively improve himself. As for the server-wide boss, the 1000 free attribute points awarded are still somewhat useful, but if the spiritual weapon does not increase attribute strength but only increases attack power, it will not be a significant improvement for him. Therefore, he didn't care much about this matter. He could stack 2 million blood a day, and a blood demon shield would increase the damage by 400,000, which was undoubtedly the biggest improvement. But if he is given the choice between attribute strength and stacking health points, attribute strength should still be prioritized. After all, attribute strength is difficult to obtain, while health points can be stacked at any time. Ding dong. Xingju Linya, where are you, little dog? The 2 sisters who hadn't been online for 2 days are online now. Lu Muxuan was a little surprised because Lin Xia actually sent him a message, and judging from her tone, it seemed that she was going to come find him. Going against the will of heaven, I'm in the Poison Bee Valley location. After a long time, the 2 sisters rode on a feather eagle and arrived outside the Poison Bee Valley. However, looking at the dense swarms of poisonous bees in front of them, the 2 girls were a little timid and did not dare to get close. At this time, Lu Muxuan came to them on the red fire sparrow. Looking at Lin Xia, who was still smiling as usual, he didn't know how to start. Hey, little dog, why do you look like that? Don't you welcome me? Lin Xia pouted and said angrily. No, welcome back. Lu Muxuan smiled, then took out a scroll to return to the city and said, let's go. You haven't been online for 2 days, and your levels are too far behind. I will help you level up. Soon, the 3 of them came to the level 50 area where the wind-chasing wolf was leveling up. Lu Muxuan cast absolute protection on the 2 of them and then rushed over to kill the monster. Seeing this, Lin Xia followed, put her hands behind her back, and asked sideways, little dog, where is your girlfriend? Not online yet, wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xinyu came online and soon came to Zuofenglang. When she saw Lin Xia beside Lu Muxuan, she suddenly felt relieved. She didn't say anything, but silently cast curses and killed monsters from a distance. Lin Shiyu looked at Lu Xinyu, then at her sister, without saying anything. Although the people were still the same, the atmosphere was very depressing. Little dog, why didn't you ask me where I went these 2 days? Lin Xia looked straight at the man who was killing monsters in front of her. Oh, where did you go? Lu Muxuan took the time to turn around and ask. I went to my grandmother's home. My grandmother's home is in a mountain village. The scenery there is very beautiful, the trees are very green, the streams are clear, and it is very quiet. There is no hustle and bustle of the city. It is like a paradise. Sometimes I think, how wonderful it would be if I could stay there forever. Lin Xia looked back at the past, as if she couldn't see the dense pack of wolves in front of her, and said to herself. But my grandmother said that young people belong to the outside world, and she is here. When I get old and tired of the hustle and bustle of the world, I can come here to enjoy my old age. She said that life is short, and sometimes you just focus on one thing, chase a dream, take a risk, or love someone, and it's over. Life is full of regrets, and what we should do is try not to leave any regrets. Don't let yourself be surrounded by your children and grandchildren when you are old, lying in a chair looking at the green mountains, green waters, streams, and the moist air of the morning, with only one regret accompanying you when you leave. Little dog, do you think my grandma is right? Hearing this, Lu Muxuan's body stiffened for a moment. He stopped and looked at the girl in front of him. Her eyes were so focused. The wolves were gnawing at her all around, but it didn't affect her at all. Her eyes were always on him from beginning to end. Lu Muxuan didn't dare to look into her eyes, turned his head and looked away, saying, What your grandmother said is very ideal, but it is not reality. Reality is far more cruel than ideal. Life is impossible without regrets. A choice, a mistake, an accidental word, etc. are inevitable. Our lives are made up of regrets, big and small. But when you are old and look back on the past, the regrets you once had are no longer regrets, because time can smooth everything out. So, little dog, didn't you see so many wolves biting you? Hurry up and beat them. Lin Xia said with a forced smile. Alas, Lu Muxuan didn't know what to say, so he turned around and continued killing monsters. On the side, although the distance was a bit far, Lu Xinyu still heard every word, and immediately seemed to have made some kind of decision. Ding dong! Meteor shower, I have something to tell you. In the midst of his busy schedule, Lu Muxuan took the time to take a look and had a bad guess in his mind. After escaping the battle, he pulled Lu Xinyu onto the red firebird and then took off. What's the matter? Tell me. Lu Muxuan looked into her eyes and said. I heard what she said just now. She likes you very much. I can see it. Lu Xinyu took a deep breath, looked at Lin Xia below, and said. As for me, to be precise, I just admire you, not like you, so I shouldn't argue with her. She is the one who purely likes you. You too, Lin Xia has such a good family background and is so beautiful, I don't believe you wouldn't be moved at all. After spending some time together, I believe you two will fall in love with each other. Come on, don't let her down. As she spoke, Lu Xinyu returned the blood soul orb to Lu Muxuan. Just as she was about to return his equipment, she suddenly remembered something and blushed, saying, I don't have replacement equipment right now. I'll give it to you later. Lu Muxuan waved his hand and shook his head, no need. You've helped me so much, I'll consider this set of equipment as a gift to you. Can I ask you a question? You ask. Lu Xinyu nodded calmly. You should know that the person I like is you, and you should like me too. So I want to know, what is your reason for quitting? Don't say it's to help Lin Xia, ask yourself if you believe this reason. Lu Muxuan looked straight into her eyes and asked. Hearing this, Lu Xinyu recalled a figure in her mind and smiled slightly, liking and admiring are different. I have made a clear distinction these past few days. I wanted to have a relationship with you before because I didn't have anyone I liked, and your appearance was my best choice. But these days, someone has entered my heart. He made me understand what love and admiration are. So it's not that you're not good enough, nor that you're not good enough to me, but between faith and reality, I choose reality. Plus the matter of Lin Xia, I want to draw a clear line between us. This is my responsibility to him, and it is also my responsibility to Lin Xia and you. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan froze in place again. Lost? In the game world, he could stir up trouble and go against the will of heaven, but he lost to a little Karami Lu Muxuan in reality. But he did not feel sad, instead he felt a little relieved. Because Lu Xinyu was not that kind of strong woman, in reality Lu Muxuan only protected her a few times. She had no money and no background, but she still firmly chose herself. So it's really strange that I like this thing. Xiaoyu, is the person you like Lu Muxuan? Well. You can't blame him, it's me. Lu Xinyu suddenly stopped talking halfway. Because Lu Muxuan slowly raised his hand and took off the mask, looking at her surprised little mouth that was big enough to fit an egg, he smiled and said, I don't blame him, because no matter who you like, you are mine. He. Lu Xinyu covered her mouth and looked at him in disbelief. Although the characters in the game were somewhat different from the real ones, they could still be distinguished at a glance. There is no doubt that the one who goes against the will of heaven is Lu Muxuan. You bastard! Lu Xinyu punched him angrily. You liar, you fooled me around so much, do you think it's fun? Damn it, I'll beat you to death. This is so embarrassing. What did I just say? I was talking a bunch of nonsense in front of me, saying I like him but not you, and then both of my identities were him. Face to face with social death. At this moment, she wanted to split Huashan Mountain and get into it, but unfortunately, she was at a high altitude, so she could only change the subject to ease the awkwardness. Aha, I'm sorry. You should know that my identity is sensitive, so it's normal for me to hide it from you. Lu Muxuan raised his hands high and did not dare to resist, allowing her to hit him. Now that he knew Lu Xinyu had chosen Lu Muxuan, he had nothing to hide. Besides, the existence of the demon soul also gave him enough sense of security. Humph. I don't care. You lied to me anyway. You are not allowed to come to my house for dinner tonight. Cancelled. Lu Xinyu grumbled, then summoned his feather eagle mount and flew down. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan smiled, put on his mask and went down to continue killing monsters. Little dog, what were you two whispering about just now? Lin Xia immediately came up to him and asked when she saw him coming down. Well, Xiaoyu said she would cook for me in the evening. Is her cooking good? What dishes can she make? I actually know a little bit, maybe we can exchange some ideas and learn from each other. Then you go ask her, I don't know much. As soon as Lu Muxuan finished speaking, the blood demon shield blew up hundreds of wind-chasing wolves to death. Hearing this, Lin Xia recalled the blackened fish she had fried last night and said cheekily, What kind of dishes do you like, little dog? Let me see if there's anything I'm good at. I'm telling you, I'm a very good cook. Even my grandma praised my cooking for being delicious. As soon as she finished speaking, the image of her grandmother eating mushy scrambled eggs and then spitting them out to rinse her mouth suddenly appeared in her mind. I secretly apologized in my heart, Xiao Linzi, I didn't lie, I will learn from it later. For me, if it's not unpalatable, it's delicious. I'm not picky about food. Yeah. Lin Xia took note of it secretly. In the afternoon, Lu Muxuan planned to return to Poison Bee Valley to continue stacking blood, but at this moment, Lin Xiyu suddenly said anxiously, Mumu, Tianshui City, someone has discovered the commander-in-chief. Chapter 69 The Terrifying Server-Wide Boss. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan was overjoyed, Tianshui City. Is it in the Qinglong City area? Yes, this is the location. Lin Xiyu nodded, then sent the coordinates to Lu Muxuan. Well, let's go. After Lu Muxuan escaped from the battle, he took out a scroll to return to the city and used it. After the four returned to the city, they were immediately teleported to Qinglong City. At this time, the teleportation array was already continuously sending people out, and it was very crowded. It seemed that quite a few people knew about it. Continue to teleport to Tianshui City. After Lu Muxuan and the others meet up, they board the Red Fire Sparrow and rush to the level 40 area. This is faster. During this period, he informed the people in his guild that his guild had been fully recruited in the past 2 days. Since most of them were fans, their levels were generally 13 or 14. Now the teleportation array is free, and you can get a piece of silver equipment for free if you cause a little damage. Don't miss it. Not long after, Lu Muxuan and his group arrived above a mountain forest and saw a dense crowd of players on the ground besieging a general wearing black armor, who was undoubtedly the commander-in-chief of the Kingdom of God. At this time, the commander-in-chief's hands and feet were entangled by several light chains, but it did not affect his combat power at all. The next second, he saw a ray of knife light spreading from the front. Wherever it passed, the earth and rocks flew, all the trees were cut down, and everything above the ground was destroyed. Holy crap! This is outrageous! Lu Muxuan stared, because the blade had even chopped off a small hill. This server-wide boss. Could it be the ultimate boss? Grand Commander Immortal level. Level 80. Health. Physical attack. Physical defense. Speed. Skill. You'd better not go over there. In a team, the damage counts as team damage. I can do enough damage on my own. I can restore your health. Let me go with you. Lin Xia stepped forward and said. Okay. Lu Muxuan nodded without refusing. The damage of this kind of boss should be very high. If she is not brought along, it is estimated that they will not be able to hold on for long. Before setting off, he placed a guardian contract on Lu Xinyu and instructed her, Xiaoyu, you'll deal damage to the guild members later. Each team should deal a little damage before leaving, and strive to ensure that every member can get the guaranteed reward. Okay. Lu Xinyu nodded in agreement. Then I will be responsible for allocating the personnel. If they brush in order, Xiaoyu should be easier and faster. Otherwise, it will be messy and troublesome, and a lot of time will be wasted. Lin Xiyu volunteered. Then thank you for your help. After Lu Muxuan said that, he swooped down on the red firebird. Ants. All of you, die for me. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Lu Muxuan encountered a skill with a very large range just as he rushed down. In an instant, sword energy filled the area within a radius of 500 meters. Countless sword energy danced like mad demons, and all the players in the range were cleared in less than a second. 805,230. Plus 1. 805,230. Plus 1. One touch deals 800,000 damage. It's outrageous. Even Lu Muxuan couldn't withstand it. He put away the red fire sparrow and activated the blood demon shield, otherwise the red fire sparrow would definitely be killed instantly. Boom! The moment he landed, Lu Muxuan launched a brutal charge at the commander-in-chief. Since the opponent was restricted by several light chains, he successfully landed a hit. 4 strikes in 1 second and then a crimson flame slash. 1. 153,847. After a series of attacks, only the red flame slash could break through the defense. This defense is ridiculous, at least 700,000 or 800,000. It seems that the only way to break it is by using the blood demon shield. And your invincibility skill is quite interesting. It can even absorb my attacks. If I'm guessing correctly, you should be able to counterattack, right? The commander-in-chief glanced at Lu Muxuan and ignored his tickling. He raised his hand and slashed with a knife, aiming directly at Lin Xia's head. However, the sword energy did not cause any damage after it struck her. Seeing this, the commander-in-chief looked at Lu Muxuan in surprise. The Lord of Arms actually gave you this skill. Interesting. After saying that, the commander-in-chief raised his hand and swung out another sword. The sword energy, which was originally only a few meters wide, suddenly expanded after being cut out. In the blink of an eye, it stretched to hundreds of meters wide, like a wave sweeping across the vast world. Of the thousands of players who had just approached, 500 or 600 instantly turned into white light and vanished on the spot. At this time, Lin Xia, who was dizzy after falling from a high altitude, finally came to her senses and angrily threw a healing spell at Lu Muxuan. Plus 1808. Plus 1605000. Now Lu Muxuan's own health is 22 million, and with the return of the Blood Soul Orb and the Demon Soul, a healing spell can almost restore the health he just lost. After slashing for more than a minute and successfully dealing 332 points of damage, Lu Muxuan completely gave up the idea of relying on attacks to output damage. He raised his hand and slashed out 2 blood energy slashes, then detonated the blood demon shield with a bang. 642-2000. 642-2000. 642-2000. Facing a target that could not dodge the attack, Lu Muxuan did not directly detonate the blood demon shield, but used the blood slash. 1 layer of blood slash could cause damage of 20% of his own blood volume, and 2 layers would cause 40%. If it explodes directly, the blood demon shield's own damage is 20%, plus the 2 layers of blood slash's double damage of 10, which ultimately amounts to 40%. And if he uses the blood slash first and then detonates the blood demon shield as he is doing now, he can deal 20% more damage to the health point, which is a huge profit. It's a pity that the commander-in-chief saw that his skill could absorb damage and counterattack, otherwise, with 10 layers of blood slash, the full damage could be almost 70 million. His 3 consecutive attacks only took away 19.26 million HP of the commander-in-chief, But even so, the commander-in-chief was stunned. Seeing this, he turned around, carried Lin Xia on his back and ran away. His invincibility skill was gone, so when would he run away? Ant! Die, the commander-in-chief shouted angrily. The ant that had just been tickling him had instantly taken away a tenth of his lifespan. The next second, above the sky, a heavenly sword pierced through the clouds and slowly appeared. With the commander-in-chief's big hand pressed down, the heavenly sword instantly stabbed down, covering an area of dozens of meters. Lu Muxuan was like an ant under this sword. There was no way to avoid it. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan threw Lin Xia out, and the tip of the knife pierced him directly into the ground. 29250000. Boom! The earth trembled, rocks rolled, and this blow shattered the courage of the surrounding players. Can this server-wide boss really be killed? Thousands were killed with a single swing of his hand, and the previous attack was clearly aimed at Nitian Li Xing, but all the players within a radius of over 500 meters were instantly vaporized. What the hell? Xiao Linzi. Lin Xia was horrified and ran back in a hurry. Lu Muxuan sighed upon seeing this. He wanted to hide in the pit to recover his life, but if Lin Xia ran back, there would be nothing he could do. He would have to bear the damage to her by himself while guarding her. The next second, he quickly jumped out of the pit, picked up Lin Xia and ran forward. The commander-in-chief's attack range should be around 500 meters. He has already run 200 meters away, and he will be out of range after being hit by a few swords at most. Ant, where are you going? The commander-in-chief was furious. His strongest attack failed to kill the ant. Seeing this, he raised his hand regardless of the counterattack injury, and the long black sword in his hand instantly flew into the air. At the same time, the surrounding sky was covered with dark clouds, and the next second a dense rain of swords began to fall from the sky. The coverage area was as wide as 800 meters, and one hit would cause 750,000 damage. Even though Lin Xia restored more than 3 million health points to him, he still fell 400 meters away. In order to prevent Lin Xia from being demoted, Lu Muxuan resurrected her instantly and then used absolute protection to protect her to the extreme. Then, he relied on his health of more than 30 million to break out of the attack range. Seeing this, Lu Xinyu pouted, glanced at Lu Muxuan, and did not blame him for hugging other women casually, and continued to deal damage to the guild members. Her necromancy curse can be released as long as she can see the target. If she can't see the target, she can use the name. If she doesn't know the name, she can use personal items. In short, as long as she targets you, you will die no matter where you are. On the forum, Lu Xinyu's level of danger is second only to Lu Muxuan, and he is called the God of Death. Mumu, my brother asked you to do him a favor and bring Lin Beidou into our team so that he can get a share of the first place reward. Lin Xiyu said. On the side, Lin Tianya also waved at him, this boss's damage is too high. If I fight it head on, I'm afraid I'll die more than a dozen times. It's not worth it. So please help me, okay? Hearing this, Lu Muxuan looked at the young man next to Lin Tianya, who was an archer and had a very gentle appearance. What talent? It's the same as yours, it's stacking life, but it requires killing monsters, so it's more difficult to stack. Lin Beidou bowed and explained. Yeah. Lu Muxuan nodded. The ranking rewards are calculated based on the number of people, and the rewards will not be reduced because of one more person. He pulled Lin Beidou in as a thank you for telling him where the boss was. Even if he doesn't say it, you will know it. The next team, those behind you, please line up quickly. There will be 4 people in a team. The extra people will leave and form a new team. Invite Xiaoyu immediately after she leaves. Don't waste time. Lin Xiyu said, looking at the messy crowd at the back. Lu Xinyu's curse can force a small amount of damage, which is very convenient for dealing damage. Moreover, the damage caused is team damage and does not disappear when she exits. On average, it takes 3 seconds to spawn a team, but there are 50,000 people in the guild, and a team of 4 means 12,500 teams. If you want to spawn a team in 3 seconds, it will take more than 10 hours if all members want to get the reward. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan no longer had the idea of continuing to deal damage. He let the guild members take all the rewards first. Anyway, the commander-in-chief was also locked by the light chain and could not escape. Moreover, he dealt 19.41 million damage, plus the damage dealt by the commander-in-chief, the total damage was 63.77 million. No one else could deal even 1% of his damage. Thinking of this, he summoned the red firebird and rushed up to the sky to look down. He saw countless players rushing towards this side continuously. The situation was even more lively than the previous Purgatory soul-melting dungeon. However, compared to his guild members who easily got the guaranteed minimum, it was not so easy for others. The Commander-in-Chief's sword energy had an attack range of 500 meters, and the range skill was 800 meters. 90% of the people were sent back before they could get close, and only 10% could get the guaranteed hit, and that had to be done during the gap in the Commander-in-Chief's skills, otherwise they couldn't get close at all. He had just knocked off 20 million HP from the Great Commander, and his HP bar had only lost 1 bar, or 1/10. So the Great Commander had about 200 million HP, and it looked like he could hold out for 10 hours without any problem. But the next second, he saw Huang Chao Tianxia rely on his 3 seconds of invincibility to deal 6 million damage. That was almost 10% of his total damage, a direct slap in the face. Percentage damage. It's still deducted from the boss, it looks like it should be 1%, and it's a skill. A skill that deals 1% of maximum health damage, this talent is quite something. There is no doubt that after the end of Dynasty's invincibility, he was killed by the Commander-in-Chief with a single blow, but the 6 million damage was enough for him to sit firmly on the second throne, unless some outrageous talents appeared again. Chapter 70 An Unexpected Discovery. With the emergence of the Dynasty style of play, some people took advantage of the gap in the Commander-in-Chief's skills and relied on the invincible skills to attack, but most people could only deal 4 or 5 points of forced blood loss. Except for those whose talents can cause real damage, no one can break through the defense. Even Lu Muxuan can only use the red flame slash to break the defense, not to mention others. Xiaoyu, please take some time to help. I will go and stack blood. When the boss is about to die, or when someone's damage exceeds mine, tell me. Lu Muxuan said. In more than 10 hours, he could stack more than 3 million HP. Besides, there was no point for him to stay here, as he wouldn't deal any damage anyway. Okay, go ahead. Lu Xingyu nodded. It's useless for me to stay here. I'll go and help him recover his health. After saying that, Lin Xia took out the scroll of returning to the city and used it. President, wait for me. Where is Diao Chan? Followed closely behind. Suzako City, teleportation array. Where is Diao Chan? Followed behind Lu Muxuan and said, President, should our guild build a few arrow towers? I see that other people's bases seem to have built several. Guild quests are now available, and after completing daily quests, you can use gold coins to reset them. A first-level guild can reset once with 200 gold coins, and can also issue additional tasks with 500 gold coins. In this way, I can make 3,000 contributions a day, and in a little over a month I can save up 100,000 contributions. I can then learn guild skills or upgrade to a second-level guild. If there's no reset or additional tasks, it will take 3 months for members to accumulate 100,000 contributions bit by bit, and the contributions required for subsequent upgrades will double. Lu Muxuan shook his head and said, Our guild doesn't need an arrow tower. Guild missions can be reset once for 200 gold coins, so we don't need any extra ones. As for the guild's contribution and skills, don't worry about them. Once the base is built, I'll find a way to get enough contribution points to max out the guild's skills. Upon hearing this, Where is Diao Chan was full of questions. Since he couldn't directly buy contributions with money, how could he get so many contributions in a short period of time? He scratched his head and didn't ask any more questions. Okay, President, I'll go back and reset the mission. The other members who have dealt damage can come back and continue the mission. Okay, go and arrange it. Lu Muxuan nodded and took him with him after leaving the city. The guild headquarters is in the level 25 area, which is near the Poison Bee Valley. Going forward, it is close to the level 20 area. You don't need to use the teleportation array, and you can go to the level 30 area later. It is very convenient to go out to level up and do tasks. Hey, little dog, look, is there a fruit tree over there? Lin Xia was lying on the back of the red firefly, looking down boredly, and happened to see a fruit tree with red fruits, similar to apples. Puppy? I didn't expect the master to have such a nickname. Where is Diao Chan? He looked at Lu Muxuan with curiosity, hoping to get some revelations. Unexpectedly, he met Lu Muxuan's stabbing eyes the next second. He quickly covered his ears and mouth, indicating that he didn't hear it and would not tell anyone else, with a strong desire to survive. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan looked at Lin Xia, who was lying on the back of the red firefly and looking back at him. He wanted to refuse, otherwise this action might cause Lin Xia to misunderstand, but looking at her innocent eyes, he felt a little reluctant. While he was hesitating, the red firefly had already begun to slowly descend, and soon landed next to the fruit tree. Damn this demon's soul! Has it been raised? Lu Muxuan was speechless. Lin Xia stood on tiptoe and tried to pick it up, but missed it by a little bit. Then she turned around and looked at Lu Muxuan. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes and expressions were enough to express what she wanted to say. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan sighed, silently jumped onto the fruit tree and picked a few, leaving 2 for Lu Xinyu and Lin Xiyu, 2 for Lin Xia, and then ate one himself. Of course, he did not forget, where is Dao Chan? Thank you, President. Where is Dao Chan? Didn't hesitate and took it and started chewing it. On the side, Lin Xia looked at the 2 fruits in her hand with a crescent-shaped smile. Well, considering your sincere apology, I forgive you. Lu Muxuan? After a while, Lu Muxuan arrived at the poisonous bee valley. Although Lin Xia was afraid of the dense poisonous bees here, she followed him in. With absolute protection on your side, you won't be afraid of being stung to death by poisonous bees. Let me ask you a question, why do you like me? And I already have a girlfriend, why do you still? There were only the 2 of them at the moment. Lin Xia was talking incessantly, and Lu Muxuan asked directly when he saw this. Why do you think I like you? Wow, you are too confident. No, I am dying of laughter, haha. Lin Xia laughed out loud, as if she heard some huge joke. Lu Muxuan looked at Lin Xia, who was rolling on the ground laughing, and was speechless. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that. When she heard that he was dating Lu Xinyu, she was so angry that she didn't go online for 2 days and went to her grandmother's house. I originally wanted to persuade her to be more open-minded, but unexpectedly this girl simply became untargetable and perfectly dodged all damage. There was nothing I could do. Anyway, the one he likes is Lu Xinyu, and he has already confessed it, plus her family background is not much different from his. But it is different with Lin Xia. She has an innate concept of the gap between the rich and the poor. The poor are just nouveau riche even if they become rich. Because of the difference in social class, the chain of contempt will always exist. Even if she doesn't care, her family will never look at him in the eye. If he hadn't gone against the will of heaven, he probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to talk to them. As for Lu Xinyu, she chose Lu Muxuan between Nitian Ershing and Lu Muxuan, so how could I possibly let her down? Lu Muxuan shook his head and said nothing more. It was her freedom to like whoever she wanted. Anyway, she had said everything she needed to say. He opened the attribute panel and took a look. His attribute strength had not increased much during this period. He had been leveling up and stacking blood most of the time. This health stacking speed something's wrong. Lu Muxuan's eyes widened as he watched his health increase by 10,000 in barely a minute. The next second, he suddenly glanced at Lin Xia, and suddenly realized something. Holy shit! This is ridiculous. Under absolute protection, he's also taking on all the damage Lin Xia suffers. In other words, his HP heaving speed is now doubled. I can stack about 12,000 in 1 minute. Holy crap! A new world discovered. Lu Muxuan was ecstatic. Now Absolute Guardian is at level 2, and can link 2 teammates. If you pull Lu Xinyu or Lin Xiyu to help you, you can stack 18,000 health points in 1 minute. If Absolute Guardian is upgraded to level 5, and 5 more people come to help me, I can stack 36,000 in a minute. No! I can't think about it anymore. This is outrageous. Soldier Lord King Soul YYDs. What are you thinking about, Shaolinzi? Your saliva is flowing out, wipe it quickly. Seeing him looking at her with fiery eyes, Lin Xia turned around shyly. It's not what you think. Lu Muxuan told her his discovery to avoid her misunderstanding. Well, Shaolinzi, from now on I will be your personal tool. Just use me to stack your health when you have nothing to do. I have nothing to do anyway, and there is no rush to level up. Lin Xia patted her chest and said generously. Thank you. Lu Muxuan nodded without being polite. After closing the attribute panel, he looked at the damage ranking of all the bosses in the server. His damage of 63.77 million was still far ahead, and the second place was Dynasty World with 6 million. As for the others, the highest is only 200,000 or 300,000. Outside of the top 100, the damage is basically in the hundreds or thousands. If it is not real damage, it is considered high if it can cause 10 points of damage. In addition, it is a server-wide boss, and almost everyone will participate, almost hundreds of millions of players. If you come late, you probably 1t be able to defeat it, and if you die once, you basically 1t have a chance to fight it again. At night, the blood soul orb was filled with health again and the number of resurrections was refreshed. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan went over again to deal another wave of damage. Unfortunately, Lin Xia's treatment cannot charge the blood soul orb, so he can only rely on the blood soul orb's own blood recovery slowly, otherwise he can go and attack in 7 minutes. This time he learned his lesson. He let the guild members attack him first, and only rushed forward after stacking up 10 levels of blood slash. But not only he had learned the lesson, the commander-in-chief had also learned it, using his invincibility and immunity skills to dodge his 8 bloody slashes and only hit 2 of them, as well as the blood demon explosion. Just like last time, he was speechless. However, during this period he accumulated nearly 3 million health points, so the final damage was 1.8 million more than last time. After being invincible, the commander-in-chief became angry and condensed the heavenly sword again to stab him into the ground. Even though this guy was a complete thorn in his side, resisting every blow and being untouchable, he was locked up here by the 4 sane envoys, and death was inevitable, so he would never hold back. Faced with the commander-in-chief's endless anger, Lu Muxuan was killed on the spot again. After resurrecting, he ran out despite the damage. Although his blood shield refreshed after resurrection, he didn't want to lose a level due to death. Furthermore, his damage was already 129.08 million, firmly in first place, so there was no need to lose a level. Leveling up was quite time-consuming. Everyone watched him deal tens of millions of damage easily, and those players who were killed instantly before they even reached the boss were jealous. Fuck. This damn game is getting more and more outrageous. A server-wide boss appears, capable of destroying everything in sight, everything in the air, and even a single strike can destroy a 500-meter vacuum zone. Apart from those with true damage talents, no one can break through defense. What the hell? Alas, Nitian Ershing is the son of the gods and demons, it's confirmed. He dealt millions of damage with one explosion, and the boss just took away 29.25 million damage from him, and he still has almost 2 bars of health left. It's ridiculous. Exactly, stacking life isn't done that way. The Lin family's talent also has a 3S stacking life talent. I feel like Nitian Ershing completely crushes Lin's Beidou. Everyone, is there a possibility that Nitian Xing's talent is more than just 3S? As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene, and this statement was undoubtedly unanimously agreed by all the players. I suspected it before. 3S talent is like a father spanking his son in front of him. He slaps them one by one, and they remain silent. It's definitely above 3S. The health, damage reflection, and damage are outrageous, even more outrageous than the family tree of outrageous people. If it's not above 3S, I'll swallow the shit on the live broadcast. I can provide the raw materials upstairs. I've collected most of the information on 3S talents. They are indeed much weaker than against the heaven's will. They are not even in the same league. If they are above 3S, then it is very reasonable. The damn planner came to see everyone with his head on his head, and actually concealed his talent above 3S. I have a guess. This talent was designed specifically for his son by the planner. So, you still want to compete with someone else's own son? Are you guys worthy? Chapter 71 Big Flags Action. In the face of everyone's discussion, Lu Muxuan pretended not to hear it. After all, it was not some abusive remarks, so he didn't need to pay attention to it. He took out the scroll to return to the city and continue to stack blood, because from this afternoon till now, in 3 or 4 hours, the damage of all the remaining players except him was only about 10 million. At this time, the commander-in-chief still has 60 million health points. According to this trend, it will take at least a day and a night to kill him, so there is no rush. The later you kill, the more people can get rewards. Even if it is just a guaranteed reward, it can improve the overall strength of the players, make up for the loss of leveling up, and they will not be inferior to others in future national wars. As he left, 4 figures stood quietly in the sky above the battlefield, overlooking the battlefield. Suzaku, your disciple's talent is very suitable for me. After all, we are old friends. It would be unfair of you not to introduce him to me. The Xuanwu Holy Envoy was a muscular man with a sour tone. I talked to him, but he still chose my profession. There's nothing I can do. Yan Luoying spread her hands, expressing her helplessness. This kid is really outrageous. He's only at the 1st level. If he does it again, he could probably kill an 8th level commander. Suzaku, you're really lucky to have gotten a god level talent for free. From now on, the four of us will probably have to respect Suzaku as our leader. The White Tiger Saint Envoy, dressed in a white robe, wore a refined smile, reminiscent of a scholar. But the next second, he changed the subject and said, "But your disciple seems to have a divine soul within him." If I'm guessing correctly, it's a demonic soul? It's a demon soul. Neither the gods nor the humans have any secret soul techniques. Either they take over another's body, or their soul and spirit are destroyed. There's no possibility of two souls in one body. The Azure Dragon Holy Envoy was a woman in green clothes with her black hair tied up on her head. She had a plump figure and a cold face. She looked down at the people below and said expressionlessly. Since this matter couldn't be concealed, Yan Luoying didn't make excuses. Yes, but his demonic soul has merged with his body. Using it well is a means to an end, and there's no risk of backlash. That's true, but I'm very curious. The quality of his demon soul seems to be quite high. It must be differentiated from the immortal level demon clan. Where did he get it from? The White Tiger Saint Envoy smiled with narrowed eyes. This matter has nothing to do with you. Yan Luoying's tone turned cold. Oh, why are you discussing this? This is someone else's opportunity. The Black Tortoise Saint Envoy carelessly separated the White Tiger Saint Envoy and said, "These adventurers are still quite useful. We can kill Qin Bao without any effort. By the way, Suzaku, are you interested in having your apprentice have a dual profession?" Hearing this, Yan Luoying refused without a second thought. It is too difficult to train a dual-class player, and he is destined to be inferior to the best players with the same attributes. Do you want to destroy him? Ah, that's true. Xuanwu Saint Envoy sighed slightly. It's so rare to see a good seedling, but I can't accept him as a disciple. It's hard. Oh, by the way, Sister Suzaku, I think he still has some decent attacks. Didn't you send him to the temple for baptism? I still have one chance. Do you want me to give it to you? No need. He knows about the temple but didn't tell me. He must have his own ideas. Besides, a person can only be baptized once in his life. Let's wait until he thinks it through. Yan Luoying shook her head. Okay. The Xuanwu Holy Envoy nodded and stopped talking. In a villa in Shangjing. Old Zhong hurried in without even knocking on the door. Seeing Wang Xuanqi lying on a chair with his eyes closed, he walked over without thinking much. But when he approached, a disheveled woman suddenly stood up from under the table, covering her chest, and ran out in a hurry. Lao Zhong knew this woman, a female celebrity, but he didn't expect her to be kneeling here. What's up? Wang Xuanqi pulled up his trousers without leaving a trace, feeling a little annoyed. But thinking that the usually steady old Zhong had forgotten to knock on the door, perhaps it was something important. President, good news, great news. Old Zhong was interrupted by Wang Xuanqi midway through his words. Have you found the whereabouts of that meteor shower? I've found some information about this girl named Lu Xingyu. She formed 2 teams in the novice village. One of the teams has a picture of her. We are currently investigating. Lao Zhong said, and suddenly realized why he said this. President, the good news is not this, but someone has revealed to us the news of going against the will of heaven, and it is currently being confirmed. What? Wang Xuanqi stood up in shock and asked happily, who is he? Where is he? He had a joyful expression 1 second ago, and the next second his face became ferocious, his teeth gnashed, and his mind instantly filled with anger. This person's name is Lu Mushuan, and he lives in GZ City. This is his identity information. We can't find any information about gods and demons, but we can go to his residence in person and have him log in to the official website. Then we can find out whether it's true or not. Hearing this, Wang Xuanqi breathed rapidly and said, Great. Very good. Send more people to confirm his identity and bring him to the capital to me overnight. I want to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Okay, President. Lao Zhong nodded and was about to leave. Wait, who gave us the information? Wang Xuanqi asked. It's a woman, said to be Lu Mushuan's ex-girlfriend. Have you checked? I checked. Ordinary people have been arranged to stay in a hotel. Lao Zhong replied. Ha ha. How dare an ordinary person come and take my 200 million? Wang Xuanqi sneered, treat him well first. If the news is true, give him a few tens of thousands of yuan as a reward. What if the other party is unwilling? After all, we have issued a reward. Don't want to? Blackmail, accidental death, kidnapping by human traffickers, underground transactions, whatever's more convenient to arrange. Okay. Lao Zhong nodded and then left the room. 11:30 p.m., Poison Bee Valley. Lin Xia looked at the message her sister sent and replied, "You go to sleep first, I'll play for a while." Xing Feng Ling Yu, don't cling to him all the time. What men care about least is what is easily available. The more you act like you care about him, the less he will care about you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia's eyes dimmed for a moment. She turned around to look at Lu Muxuan, who was browsing the forum without even looking at her, and squatted there with her knees hugged for a long time. Xingzhu Linya, sister, bystanders see things more clearly than those involved. If you were in the situation, would you still stick to your current thinking? Although you are fortunate enough to have seen the true face of Mount Lu, it proves that you have always been an outsider. I cannot see the true face of Mount Lu because I am within it. I think, I imagine, therefore I am. Xing Feng Ling Yu, rolling eyes, .jpg, I told you not to study hard, but now people are stupid and easy to deceive, and you keep saying this nonsense. Hurry up and log off, or tell my parents and brother, and don't blame me if you can't play the game. Xingzhu Linya, then I will run away from home. Xing Feng Ling Yu, oh, you've made it. You can do it. If you don't log off in 10 minutes, you can run away from home. Seeing that her sister's avatar had turned black, Lin Xia suddenly panicked. After thinking it over again and again, she decided to log off. Offline countdown, 9:58. Xiao Linzi, my sister said they've finished dealing damage. Your girlfriend is coming over later, right? She's about to go offline, and I still need to stack up her health. Lu Muxuan responded, and by the way, he kept an eye on the boss's health. If it dropped too quickly, he would take it down tonight, otherwise he would leave it for tomorrow. The boss was discovered around 1:30 in the afternoon. If the fight continued until tomorrow, everyone would have gone to fight it. As for those who were killed instantly before they even got close, he couldn't do anything about it. In short, he was very kind to wait until another day to kill it. Otherwise, he could have gone and killed the boss at around 9 o'clock in the evening. Oh, Xiao Linzi, tell me about your childhood. You're bored anyway. Lin Xia asked curiously, tilting her head. When I was little? Probably not studying well, climbing over the wall to surf the internet, fighting, skipping school, standing in the hallway, being called out and criticized, etc. Hey, a bad boy. Yes. That was when I was a child. I didn't understand anything. It will be fine when I grow up. It's okay. Lin Xia comforted him. Well, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, and you like Huang Mao too. Lu Muxuan curled his lips and said nothing more, replying to Lu Xinyu's message, when it's cooked, just put it in the insulated box and give it to me. No need to wait for me. Meteor shower, okay, except for tonight, you can't stay up late starting tomorrow. Also, don't get too close to Lin Xia, otherwise I will be angry. NIT on air Xing, no, she insisted on coming with me. I wanted to talk to her, but she avoided the topic. Just follow me tomorrow. Meteor shower, yeah, then I'll log off and make some midnight snacks. After closing the chat panel, Lu Muxuan stretched and found Lin Xia right behind him. Hey, why are you peeking at me? Hee, it doesn't matter if you take a look. We are close friends. It's okay to take a look. Lin Xia said with a smile. From the news, it can be seen that the two of them should be neighbors, otherwise they would not deliver midnight snacks in the middle of the night, and they do not live together, so there is still a chance. Well, after reading the chat records, I can actually laugh. Lu Muxuan doesn't know how to describe her. Infatuated? Or stupid? By the way, I have a poisonous bee queen pet egg here, do you want one? Yes, Xiao Linzi, I want it, please give it to me quickly. Seeing this, Lin Xia hurriedly said coquettishly. What a lewd and ruthless statement. She probably doesn't know the significance of this statement, does she? However, just as Lu Muxuan took out the pet egg, he suddenly shuddered, hurriedly stood up to leave the battle, and then quit the game. Outside the room, more than a dozen men stood at the stairs, elevator, and his door, looking around vigilantly. Lu Muxuan saw all of this through the vision of the demon soul, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Knock knock knock, there's a knock on the door. He ignored them. About 10 seconds later, he opened the door with a click. In an instant, more than 10 men rushed in and took anything valuable they saw. Lu Muxuan raised his hands high, huddled in the corner with a look of fear on his face, not daring to move. Not long after, as several $1,000s in his drawer were taken away, more than a dozen men left the room in an orderly manner, took the elevator and went downstairs. At this time, Lu Muxuan hurried back to the room and closed the door. Suddenly, his expression changed from fear and panic to a frosty face and cold eyes. He went to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of Coke and a glass. Then he sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, took a sip of the ice Coke, and muttered to himself. Breaking into a house, uneven distribution, fighting, killing, all destroyed. Chapter 72: Killing the Commander. His whispers were like the king of hell picking up his pen and writing the fate of more than a dozen men in the book of life and death. On the other side, after leaving the community, a dozen men deliberately found a location with surveillance and began to divide the loot. Soon, a man grabbed the money and the fight officially started. Everyone seemed to be crazy, beating their companions crazily. One of them had a knife in his hand and knocked one down with a few strokes. Although it was almost 12 o'clock, there were still pedestrians around, who immediately called the police upon seeing this. However, when my uncle arrived, all the dozen men had fallen to the ground, and the ground was stained red with blood. One of the bystanders covered his mouth and retched, and handed the video of the whole process to the uncle. On the rooftop of a building not far away, Lu Muxuan watched all this with cold eyes, poured the Coke in his cup onto the ground, and said calmly, "Goodbye, be careful in your next life." After saying that, he turned around and went downstairs, came to Lu Xinyu's door and knocked. "Why did you log off so quickly?" "I haven't finished yet." Lu Xinyu opened the door to let him in, then hurried to the kitchen to cook. "Mumu, what happened outside?" "I heard the alarm, and it's so noisy by the river at night. It seems like someone is fighting, and my uncle is here to deal with it." Lu Muxuan replied. "Alas, this world. By the way, Mumu, what if Daki finds you? You have offended them like this, and the reward is as high as 200 million. One day they will find you." Lu Xinyu said worriedly. "Don't worry, this is a society ruled by law." Lu Muxuan said, looking at the demon soul floating above Lu Xinyu's head, and said, "Yes, this is a society ruled by law. Treat others with courtesy and return courtesy." "That's what I said, but look at Zhang Chaoyang and the others. Without some background, would they dare to act so recklessly? And behind the banner, there must be people who are more powerful than Zhang Chaoyang and the others." By then, Lu Xinyu didn't dare to say anything. How could ordinary people fight against these rich second generations? "Mumu, why don't we go abroad and find a place where no one knows us?" Lu Muxuan shook his head and said with a smile, "I can't hide, but I don't want to hide either. In fact, I still have a way out. If all else fails, I will contact the Dragon Country officials. With this backing, who would dare to mess around?" Of course, this was to comfort Lu Xinyu so that she wouldn't worry. "Oh, right. Why didn't I think of that? Without further ado, contact the game's official account tomorrow. With your status as the #1 player in the game, you should be able to contact the Dragon Nation officials behind it." Lu Xinyu placed a plate of pickled beef on the table and said, "Mumu, there's lean meat porridge in the pot. Go get a bowl and put it in. I'll stir-fry some vegetables and it will be ready. No rush, let's wait until they find me." Lu Muxuan talked nonsense seriously, and took 2 bowls of porridge from the refrigerator. "Xiaoyu, do you really like eating beef? Why does it seem like there's beef at every meal? Beef is delicious and can be made into many flavors. Don't you like it?" Lu Xinyu said as she turned the pot over. After a while, the last vegetable was served on the table. "No, I'll take note of your food preferences so I can buy your favorite dishes when I go shopping in the future," Lu Muxuan said as he raised his hand to pick up a piece of beef. "Well, marrying someone like Xiaoyu is the luckiest thing in my life, as she's good at both housework and homemaking." "Bah, that's just wishful thinking." Lu Xinyu rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "We're still friends. Besides, if you can't handle Lin Xia's matter well, I'll be really angry." "Ha, you felt sorry for her during the day, but now you want to deal with her all of a sudden? Your change is too fast," Lu Muxuan said with a smile. "You! How dare you say that? Give me your hand." Lu Muxuan was a little curious about what she was going to do, but the next second his arm was grabbed by Lu Xinyu and bitten hard. After the deed was done, 2 rows of extremely clear teeth marks were exposed, with some saliva on them. "Let you trick me, bastard. I'll bite you to death. Cough cough." Lu Muxuan coughed dryly and lowered his head to drink porridge. At around 2 o'clock in the morning, in an office, Zhang Defa was lost in thought as he watched the video and surveillance footage. Thinking back to the recent cases, all of which were related to a man named Lu Muxuan, he felt a chill down his spine. The first one died in prison. The second case was that someone jumped into the river and died for unknown reasons. The third case was a home robbery, and they all died because the loot was not divided equally. These three cases are so bizarre that they defy common sense or scientific explanation. Why would someone jump into a river? Why would they be wiped out over a few $1,000s? It's simply inexplicable. Suddenly, Zhang Defa suddenly remembered the official document issued by the higher-ups some time ago. If you encounter something unexplainable, or someone with a physical condition different from that of an ordinary person, you must report it immediately. Could it be that the higher-ups already knew something like this would happen? Thinking of this, Zhang Defa swallowed unconsciously and immediately picked up the phone and dialed a number. September 18, Thursday, the weather was cloudy. Last night, my uncle invited me to the police station for tea and asked me in detail about what happened. I did not hide anything, and the surveillance on the floor also proved that I did not lie. They let me go around 6 o'clock, and when I came back I bought the corn and lean meat buns that Lu Xinyu liked. She happily accepted it and asked me if I wanted to run together in the neighborhood. I refused because I hadn't slept all night, but she didn't know that. After writing the diary, Lu Muxuan went online and took a look at the boss's health. There was still more than 35 million. Seeing this, he was not in a hurry and continued to stack blood in the Poison Bee Valley. At around 8 o'clock, after Lin Xia and Lu Xinyu came online, he set out to take down the boss, otherwise he was afraid that those who were not online might not get any rewards. Although the chance is small, we still have to be on guard. Xiao Linzi, big news. Last night, tens of thousands of people protested outside the Shinma company, saying that your talent was too abnormal and demanding that it be deleted. Guess what happened in the end? Lin Xia said with a smile. There is such a thing? Lu Muxuan's curiosity was aroused by her, and he couldn't help but ask, what's the result? The result is nothing. The God and Demon Company is very arrogant. They said that talents are completely random, and the types and grades are just examples, not all. Lin Xia became more and more proud as she spoke. Finally, the CEO of Shinma Company came out personally and said that if you didn't want to play anymore, you could quit the game. In the end, these people ran away in disgrace. Those who stayed were forced to get refunds, have their helmets taken back, and have their accounts cancelled. They ran away faster than anyone else. It made me laugh to death. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan remained calm. He knew that the Shinma Company could not do anything to him because this was a real world. The Shinma Company can send people here, but they should not be able to interfere with anything inside. He had already anticipated this. Well, you guys stay here, I'm going to take down a boss. Come on, Xiao Linzi. Lin Xia raised her little fist to cheer him on. Lu Muxuan glanced at Lu Xinyu beside him without responding. He turned around, jumped onto the red firebird and flew towards the boss. During this time, he saw Wu Ming's team and thought about how he didn't help him deal any damage. For the sake of a few hundred free attributes, it would be a waste of time if Daki held a grudge against him. After all, he couldn't always take care of Wu Ming. However, he took a look at the leaderboard and found that Wu Ming's team's damage ranking was actually third, with millions of damage. This Bailey Ejian is really something. It should have a real damage skill, but judging by its level, it's only level 11, so it probably died a few times. Here comes the going against heaven. This time it should be the end. Hurry! Our team is only 2,000 damage away from 10th place. Hurry up and make up for it. Even if it means death, we must deal more damage. Go against the will of heaven and kill the boss. When everyone saw him coming, some were happy and some were worried. The happy ones were the team that was currently on the list, because as long as the boss died, the reward would be finalized. What is worrying are those teams that are outside the top 10, especially the 11th place that is just a little bit away from making it into the top 10 in terms of damage. When Lu Muxuan activated the Blood Demon Shield and superimposed the Blood Slash, the 10th ranked, I only have 100 million defense points, became anxious. How could he give up the meat that was right in his mouth? Seeing this, he rushed forward again on his flying mount. He had died 4 times already, so this time wouldn't matter. He might as well keep the reward first. Not long after, Lu Muxuan relied on the players in his guild to stack 10 layers of Blood Slash. He took a step forward and rushed towards the commander-in-chief quickly. He still had 40 seconds of invincibility, which was enough for him to kill him without any injury. Bug! Seeing him rushing over, the commander-in-chief gritted his teeth and condensed the heavenly sword to stab Lu Muxuan into the ground. But it only blocked him for a while, about 5 seconds, and Lu Muxuan jumped out of the deep pit and continued running at high speed. Seeing this, the commander-in-chief knew that he was doomed to die. He stopped struggling and stared at Lu Muxuan intently, saying, "Ants, my today is your tomorrow. Hypocritical gods, hypocritical humans, I, the demon emperor of the demon clan, will definitely massacre the continent and unify the gods and demons. None of you will be able to escape, ha 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 ha. If you don't resist, that's just fine." Lu Muxuan is not soft-hearted. He raised his hand and slashed out with blood from a distance of 60 meters. 774-2000. 774-2000. 774-2000. Since the commander-in-chief did not resist, all 5 blood slashes hit him, and the remaining 35 million blood was instantly cleared. A notice to the entire server also sounded at this time. Ding, server-wide announcement. Congratulations to all players for working together to kill the server-wide boss, the great commander of the Divine Kingdom. The ranking rewards have been distributed to your backpack. This is a special announcement. As soon as the announcement came out, everyone was ecstatic. They immediately checked their backpacks and found that the rewarded silver equipment had arrived, and it was for their profession. They were immediately ecstatic. Shit, I almost didn't make it. I only have 100 million defense points, breathed a sigh of relief, grinning foolishly while holding the gold equipment in his hand. He didn't form a team, so the 3 gold equipment in the 10th place were all his. Ding, congratulations! Since you caused more than 50% of the total damage and delivered the final blow, you'll be rewarded with plus 5,000 free attribute points, the title, Precision Killer, plus 20,000 gold coins, and plus 50,000 reputation. Well, the final hit has an extra bonus. Moreover, the team with the most damage is only rewarded with 1,000 free attribute points per person. How could this last attack reward so much? Or is it because the damage you cause exceeds 50% of the total damage that you are rewarded so much? Chapter 73 Blazing Blade. That should be the case, after all, the damage he caused alone was as much as 164 million, accounting for more than 80%, so it is understandable to give him more rewards. However, just when Lu Muxuan was about to increase his fire attribute points, 2 men and 2 women suddenly appeared in the air. Their powerful aura shocked everyone present. They felt extreme cold, scorching airwaves, as if their whole bodies were being pricked by needles, and their bodies became heavy. The 4 different auras made the players feel like they were going through 4 kinds of purgatory. They felt so uncomfortable that they quickly retreated far away, and only then did they feel a little better. Come on, don't let it run away. Yan Luoying stared at the commander-in-chief's body, and the fire prison took shape instantly. The scorching breath rose several levels again. The Azure Dragon Holy Envoy followed closely behind, raised his hand and created a water curtain that covered the surroundings, which then quickly transformed into an ice prison, freezing cold. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan also wanted to run away, but was stopped by Yan Luoying. "Stay, I'll give you a chance later." Chance? Could it be the devil's soul? Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan nodded and stood there quietly. Killing a demon soul will not only give you extra free attribute points, but will also strengthen your own demon soul, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The next second, as the 4 holy envoys took action, the evil soul hidden in the commander-in-chief's body was forced out and was easily captured. Strange, why is this demon soul so weak? Yan Luoying asked in confusion. What's wrong? Is it not right? The Azure Dragon Saint Envoy frowned slightly. Xuanwu and Baihu also turned their heads to look at Yan Luoying, as if to hear what she had discovered. No, I thought it would be very strong. Yan Luoying shook her head without explaining anything. She raised her hand and knocked the evil soul in front of Lu Muxuan. Seeing this, the evil soul in his body could no longer be restrained, and instantly surged out of his body, turning into a huge mouth of the abyss and swallowing the evil soul in one gulp. Ding, you've been detected to have killed a mature demon soul. Reward, plus 500 free attribute points, plus 5,000 reputation. They're both mature demon souls, but the Grand Commander's reward is much richer than the big boss's. Not bad. Okay, Xin Ba is dead, go back and report. The White Tiger Saint Envoy glanced at Lu Muxuan, then grabbed the commander-in-chief's body and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The Azure Dragon Holy Envoy and the Black Tortoise Holy Envoy left shortly after him. Seeing this, Yan Luoying flashed in front of Lu Muxuan and raised her hand to cast a flame barrier. After this incident, the transmission channel to the Imperial capital will be opened. I need you to help me investigate some things in secret. Ding, the Suzaku Holy Envoy has issued a mission for you to investigate the demon parasites. Do you accept? The task given by the master must be accepted, as it can gain the number of times to enter the Vermilion Birdland copy, so Lu Muxuan chose to accept it without thinking. Investigating the demonic parasite. Mission details: go to the Imperial capital to find out who is behind the Commander-in-Chief, and help eliminate those who are parasitized by the evil spirits in the Imperial capital. Mission rewards: experience points plus 200,000, free attribute points plus 1,500, number of Suzakuland copies plus 5, gold coins plus 2,000, reputation plus 50,000. Mission duration: 1 month. Mission penalty: none. After seeing the mission details clearly, Lu Muxuan was filled with questions. Master, isn't he the Commander-in-Chief? Why is there someone behind him? I also thought it was the Commander-in-Chief before, but just now, I found something wrong. The demon soul that is parasitizing the Commander-in-Chief is too weak. Yan Luoying frowned and looked at Lu Muxuan and said, although it's of high quality, compared to the Netherworld Blood Demon's demonic soul, this demonic soul has almost no power to resist. The demons wouldn't send out such a weak demon soul in order to parasitize our top leaders. It's not impossible for them to be destroyed, let alone parasitized. So I suspect the person behind this is not the Commander-in-Chief, but someone else. Lu Muxuan thought for a moment and analyzed. Master, could it be that the Grand Commander split off a large number of small demon souls for cultivation, causing the demon souls to become weaker? Or perhaps the Grand Commander took the initiative to join the demon clan, so he doesn't need overly powerful demon souls? This possibility cannot be ruled out, but the Grand Commander has been loyal for generations, so the chances of him betraying are slim. On a separate note, if a large number of small demon souls have been split, then it also means there are a lot of parasites in the Imperial capital, and we have to find them. Yan Luoying sighed and said, I'm afraid there's someone behind this, so I can't investigate it myself, or I'll alert the enemy, so I can only ask you for help. You adventurers can go to the Imperial capital anytime and anywhere. As long as you don't do it too blatantly, you won't attract their attention. Lu Muxuan nodded, but the next second a person suddenly appeared in his mind and he said excitedly, Master, I have a way to accurately confirm who is parasitic. Necromancer? Yes. Lu Muxuan explained, my friend tried to curse the Commander-in-Chief, but the curse failed. So who is the demon parasite? We will know it after a try. Hearing this, Yan Luoying shook her head and said in a deep voice, this method may be okay for ordinary people, but for those in high positions, forget it. Why? Lu Muxuan was puzzled. Guess why the previous generation of necromancy curses were hiding here and there. Yan Luoying said in a serious tone, curses are something that those in power cannot avoid, and no one is willing to accept them. It's rumored that curses can weaken others' luck. Although there's never been any evidence to prove this, it doesn't stop everyone from believing it. If they're cursed, all their future misfortunes, disasters, and misfortunes will be attributed to the curse. So once someone casts a curse on them, it's a life or death struggle. Do you understand? This. Lu Muxuan was shocked, because when he heard that a curse would weaken luck, his first reaction was that he had also been cursed and whether he would be affected. This seems to have no solution. No matter who you are, your life will never be smooth sailing. There will always be misfortunes, setbacks, disasters, etc. It would be fine if there was no curse, but once they were cursed, they would naturally attribute all these things to the curse. It's like Xiao Ming said Xiao Hong would be hit by a car when she went out. If that didn't happen, then the incident would be over and Xiao Hong wouldn't take it to heart. Once Xiao Hong is really hit by a car, she will definitely hate Xiao Ming. If Xiao Ming hadn't said that she would be hit by a car, how could she really be hit? It was Xiao Ming who cursed her. The principle is the same. Then Master, how did you confirm that the Commander-in-Chief was a demon parasite? There are small breeding sites like Qingfeng Mountain everywhere in the Divine Kingdom. If we follow the clues step by step, we will naturally find Xinba. Yan Luoying frowned slightly when she said this. All this seemed a little too simple. As soon as he found Xinba, he injured the soldiers and fled the imperial capital. Now that he thinks about it, he could have simply denied it or found a scapegoat. Anyway, with the current means, it is basically impossible to determine who the parasite is. unless the God Emperor intervenes or directly probes the soul. However, methods like probing the soul will not be used on a great commander unless there is solid evidence. After all, exploring the soul is equivalent to exposing all one's secrets, privacy, past, and even sexual experiences to others. Who would be so generous? Moreover, exploring the soul is not safe because the other party may specifically erase some memories. Now that Qin Ba was so easily pushed out as a scapegoat, it meant that there must be a big fish behind him, and his position was even higher than that of the commander-in-chief. Master, is it possible to use the curse spell while hiding? Lu Muxuan asked. Unless she's not in the Eastern Divine Kingdom, those people's methods are more than enough to kill an adventurer. Yan Luoying glanced at him unhappily and said, just do your best. It doesn't matter if you can't find him. After this incident, he should be quiet for a while. This time should be enough for me to arrange some things. After saying that, Yan Luoying raised her hand to put away the barrier, then took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Okay, master. I'll send you off. Lu Muxuan bowed. Shaolinzi, are you okay? What did your teacher whisper to you about? Lin Xia saw Yan Luoying leave and immediately ran over to ask. It's nothing. Just give me a task. Come on, divide the equipment. Lu Muxuan took out all the reward equipment. A silver-white light ball mixed with some colors, and the remaining 5 are golden light balls. You dealt all the damage. We have obtained 1,000 free attributes and 10,000 reputations, which is enough. You can wear the equipment yourself. Lu Xinyu said. That won't do. Xiaoyu, you and Shiyu have been busy all day, and Xia also provided me with treatment. Each of you should take a piece of gold equipment. By the way, where is the Lin family's Beidou person? Lu Muxuan looked around and didn't see anyone. He doesn't need it. The free attributes and reputation he can get for first place are enough. You should wear the equipment. You still have silver on you. Lin Shiyu also advised. Seeing this, Lin Xia also agreed, yes, we are not doing any damage, so it is useless to have gold equipment. Lu Muxuan curled his lips and then picked up the silver-white light ball to use. Ding, please select the following equipment. 1. Blazing blade. 2. Blazing sword. 3. Blazing gun. 4. Blazing axe. Looking at the dozen or so options below, Lu Muxuan was overjoyed. They were actually his own choices. And they were weapons specific to his class, including ones that increased firepower and attack damage. Without even thinking about it, the first choice is definitely firepower, needless to say. And the firepower added by weapons is the same, it just depends on what weapon you prefer to use. After looking for a long time, Lu Muxuan finally chose the fiery blade on top, not for any other reason, but simply because it was on top and the blade was emitting flames, which looked very cool. Blazing blade. Quality, spiritual level. Fire attribute strength plus 7. 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 Effect, the attack has a flame effect, the burning damage is doubled, and an additional 5 points of fire attribute strength are added. Dress code, none. All 5 entries are about fire attribute strength, who else can do that? Even if ordinary equipment can produce attribute enhancements, at most only 1 or 2 will appear. 5 attribute enhancements like this are perfect. When you get a spirit-level soul melting stone in the future, you can remove all 5 attributes and get 35 points of permanent firepower, which is awesome. Chapter 74, Attribute Power Soaring. Come on, the equipment is self-selected and has attribute strength. Each of you can take one to improve your combat power. Otherwise, it will be difficult to fight against the spirit-level purgatory soul after the second transformation. Lu Muxuan said. He is now level 18 and will soon be able to reach the second level. After that, he can fight against the spiritual level purgatory soul. If they can't deal enough damage, I'm afraid he won't be able to pass all 3 levels. Hearing this, Lin Shiyu and Lu Xinyu looked at each other. They almost failed to pass the hell level last time. If they didn't improve, they might not be able to pass the spirit level. Thinking of this, the 2 of them didn't waste any words. Each of them took a piece of equipment and started to choose. Seeing this, Lin Xia smiled and said, Shaolinzi, my healing is based on a percentage, so the equipment won't improve much, so I'll give it to you. Seeing that she didn't want it, Lu Muxuan handed it to Lu Xinyu, who was so anxious that she snatched it away. Then she chose a golden staff. There were 2 pieces of equipment left. Lu Muxuan thought about it and decided to give them to Lin Xiyu and Lu Xinyu. Because he had dismantled 2 pieces of equipment last time, this time they could each dismantle 2 pieces, which was just right. And if they are not trained, there will be no chance of defeating the king-level and emperor-level purgatory soul in the future. But unfortunately, only 18 soul-melting stones are produced at a time. After fighting this week, you have to fight again next week to dismantle all the equipment, and then you can fight the spirit-level purgatory soul melting the week after next. But there is no other way. After all, the copy has only been available for more than a week, so there is no need to rush. After the equipment was distributed, Lu Muxuan added all his free attribute points to the fire attribute strength and replaced it with the blazing blade. In addition, after defeating several bosses in the past few days, the strength of his fire attributes suddenly reached a terrifying level. ID, going against the will of heaven. Level, 18. Occupation, Blazing God Warfire Attack. HP, 37.812 million 37.812 million. Mana, 1,005,000 1,005,000. Physical Attack, 13556, Magic Attack, 2048. Physical Defense, 2120, Magic Defense, 2120. Attack Speed, 4.815, Movement Speed, 1870. Critical Hit, 15% Penetration, 7%. Fire Attribute Strength, 363. Skill, Savage Charge Level 4 Proficiency 98,800. Red Flame / Level 2 Proficiency 452,800. Berserk Level 2 Proficiency 382,400. Absolute Guardian Level 2 Proficiency 3258 5000. Free Attribute Points, 30. Talent, Life Contract, 1 star. Talented Skill, Blood Shield, Level 2. Proficiency, 1095 5000. Experience, 39,068 45,000. Reputation, 116,250. Equipment, Blazing Blade, Fine Iron Armor, Wolfskin Boots, Venom Leggings, Lapis Lazuli Belt, Blood Soul Orb, Sky-Reaching Ring, Red Fire Necklace, Blazing Bracelet. Title, 1 Step Ahead. Metal, Baron Metal. The blood volume and fire strength have increased the most in the past few days. It seems that calming down and stacking blood does have some effect. Unlike when the server was first opened, there was no time to stack blood at all. As for the fire strength, after this reward, it directly increased from 184 to 363, a full increase of 179 points, almost doubling. If he were to fight the commander-in-chief now, using the blood shield and furious slashing techniques, with 4.8 hits per second, he could be killed in about a minute. That's outrageous. Of course, the prerequisite is to lock it and restrict its movement, otherwise it will not be easy to hit it, let alone 4.8 knives per second. Lu Muxuan looked at the title he had just been awarded. It added 3,000 health points and 500 attacks. Compared with 1 step faster, it was more than a little bit behind and was useless. Let's go and fight this week's Purgatory Soul Fusion first. In an office in Shangjing, a man in military uniform hurried in and saluted a middle-aged man in front of him. Master, there's news from GZ City that someone with supernatural powers has been discovered. Whom? The middle-aged man was slightly surprised and asked in shock, who is it? Upon hearing this, the man handed a file bag to the middle-aged man and said, this is all the information about this person. Please take a look. The chief monk quickly took it and opened it to examine it, then slowly closed it after a long moment. At this moment, the man started playing the video he had prepared long ago. After about 10 minutes, the chief monk frowned slightly. Invisible power, able to control the actions of others. Do you have a talent for this? Not at the moment. According to the information, Nitian Ershing's talents are life and damage reflection, true damage, and fire attribute. If it is materialized, it should all be physical strength. His condition is more like mental control. Those who have this ability may be the demon's method. The man explained. Demon. The chief frowned even deeper, and after thinking for a long time, he said, send someone to check Lu Muxuan's physique, and ask about his specific situation. Also, notify the chief of gods and demons to go with you and make sure to find out the source of this power. Once we master the method, it will be a great joyous event for our dragon nation, no less than the birth of nuclear weapons, or even more so. If he doesn't want to talk, don't force him. Wait until I have time to visit him in person. Also, go warn Wang Xuanqi and tell him to behave himself. Also, we've completely blocked the news of these 3 cases to prevent thieves from other countries from taking any action after learning of the news. By the way, I'd like to ask if Lu Muxuan is willing to come to the official base. Master, isn't this too much of a fuss? The matter hasn't been clarified yet. What if it's just a coincidence? After all, countries around the world have been researching for so many years, but have not been able to find a way to materialize power, the man asked puzzledly. Hearing this, the chief waved his hand. If it were anyone else, I might have you investigate first, but he's different. He's so far ahead of the others at the start, and with a talent above 3S, he's never been seen before. Plus, it's him who possesses supernatural powers, not anyone else, so it's highly likely to be true. And I'm afraid the news will leak out during the investigation, and then it will be too late. Okay, go ahead and do it. Be nice and don't upset the other party. Okay, master. The man nodded and then left the office. On the other side, inside a villa. Since he hadn't played games in the past few days, Wang Xuanqi often lay back in his chair with his eyes closed to relax and release his irritability, otherwise he would be driven crazy by going against the will of heaven. Knock knock knock, there's a knock on the door. Wang Xuanqi saw this and moved slightly under the table and said, "Come in." Hearing this, Lao Zhang pushed the door open and walked in. Unexpectedly, he saw a piece of red clothes sticking out from under the table at first sight. He thought to himself, "Are you trying to block loneliness?" But he pretended not to see it and looked straight at the table. Has the news of going against the will of heaven been confirmed? Wang Xuanqi asked. It's confirmed. Lao Zhang sighed and said, but it wasn't confirmed by our people, it was by the official. Official people. Wang Xuanqi frowned and asked, what's going on? Here's a video, take a look. Lao Zhang played a video for him and then explained, the people we sent out died in very strange ways. It said that they broke into a house and the loot was not divided evenly. Just now, the authorities warned us to be more honest, so I guess Lu Muxuan is most likely going against the will of heaven. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanqi's face turned extremely ugly. He stared at the video, watching a dozen men fighting frantically in the picture as if they were possessed by ghosts. Cold sweat broke out on his back. How is this possible? Supernatural power. Why is this happening? How could he have possessed a power that the government and other nations hadn't been able to achieve after years of research in just over 20 days? Quick! Notice everyone suspending all actions against Ni Tianxing. Also, apprehend Ni Tianxing's ex-girlfriend and use her to vent his anger later. Old Zhong nodded and said, okay, by the way, President, I've checked and found out that the woman is not Ni Tianxing's ex-girlfriend. His ex-girlfriend is He Yu, and she is also currently in Beijing. Huh, you're quite cautious. Wang Xuanqi sneered, being cautious is useless in Shangjing. Don't worry, just capture them both. After Lao Zhong left, Wang Xuanqi looked at the sky outside the window with a gloomy expression. Now that Ni Tianxing possesses supernatural powers, and the kind that can kill people without them even noticing, if he were to come to the capital, wouldn't he die without even knowing how? And the official will definitely stand on the side of Ni Tianxing. After all, he is the only one who possesses supernatural powers, and his value is incomparable even if the entire Wang family is sacrificed. Thinking of this, Wang Xuanqi could no longer sit still. He hurriedly patted the woman's head and said, get up and go book a plane ticket for me. The continent of gods and demons, Feishue City. On the street, Lin Xia's eyes flickered as she looked at a roadside stall. Sister, this is so cute. Let's buy one, okay? Seeing this, Lin Xiyu couldn't move anymore. She looked at the little snowman on the shelf and asked, Boss, is this candy? Why does it look like snow? Adventurer, this is the specialty of our Feishue City, the Snowflake Candy Man. I guarantee you'll want to eat more after trying it once. Here, there are some samples. I'll cut a piece for you to try. The NPC vendor said as he picked up a knife and cut a piece. Lu Muxuan looked at the three women who couldn't walk and was speechless. We are here to find the Xianbing Snow Lotus, right? After defeating the Purgatory Soul Fusion, he asked the Red Fire Bird to lead Lin Xia and her sister to pass the Professional Altar and the Five Elements Secret Realm, and then rushed here from Qinglong City. As for Yan Luoying's mission, since it only took a month, there was no rush. Lu Muxuan planned to help Lin Xiyu get the mysterious Ice Snow Lotus first, as it had been delayed for quite some time. Then they finished the guild leveling point and went to the imperial capital to complete the task. Unexpectedly, before they could succeed, the three women were led to a Candyman and could not move. Wow! It's delicious. Sister, try it. Lin Xia's eyes lit up, and she took out 2 gold coins and handed them over, saying, "Boss, I want 2. Okay, 1 silver coin will do." The next second, 2 strings of sugar figures appeared in front of Lu Muxuan. One string was handed over by Lin Xia, and the other was handed over by Lu Xinyu. Seeing this, he decisively took Lu Xinyu's, and then handed Lin Xia's back to Lin Xiyu, making her stomp her feet in anger. It seems to taste really good. It's a pity that eating in the game doesn't satisfy your hunger in real life, otherwise it would save you a lot of time. Not long after, the 4 of them left the city and Lu Muxuan released the red fire sparrow. Which way are you going? On the right, towards the ice valley. Do you two want to go back and buy some thick clothes? It's going to be very cold later. Lin Xiyu said as she took out the 2 cotton coats she bought last time, 1 for each sister. No need, just sit on the red firefly, it can keep you warm. Lu Muxuan said as he jumped on first. Really? Lin Xia followed closely behind. Well, let's go. Lin Xiyu nodded and said, there is a guardian beast beside the black ice snow lotus. It is an ice dragon, very powerful. When the time comes, we can negotiate first, and then fight if it doesn't work. Don't worry, with my current strength, picking a black ice snow lotus is a piece of cake. Lu Muxuan said confidently, patting his chest. With almost 40 million HP, at this stage, he is not afraid of anyone as long as there is no enemy as powerful as Yan Luoying. Chapter 75 Ice Phoenix. I don't know if it was because we came at the wrong time, but the snow was flying all the way and the cold wind was blowing so hard that it hurt my face. I'm so cold, sister, I need a hug. Lin Xia was shivering from the cold and curled up in Lin Xiyu's arms. Lu Muxuan raised his hand to catch a snowflake, watching it slowly melt in his hand, feeling a bit curious. For someone like him who had never seen snow in his life, it was an eye-opener. The next second, he raised his hand and patted the red firefly. Suddenly, a warm current emanated from it. The red firefly itself has a strong firepower, so it's no problem to get warm. And when the firepower reaches a certain level, even the breath it emits unintentionally can make people feel scorching. As the temperature warmed up, the 3 women looked much better. Ding dong! Guild channel. Whereas Diaochan, guild leader, the Xia and Yi clans are coming to encroach on our territory again. Everyone in our guild has taken a piece of silver equipment this time. Should we fight back? This is so frustrating. Lu Muxuan frowned slightly when he saw this. These 2 people had nothing to do after eating, so they came to take over the territory? His guild now shares leveling points with the Dynasty Guild. There are already 70 or 80 leveling points above level 16. Why is he still trying to squeeze in? NIT on Ershing, their guild headquarters should be completed. You should stay out of the way for now and don't lose your rank. If they want it, give it to them. When our guild headquarters is completed, we will begin the northern expedition. Lin Xiyu was also in the guild. Seeing the information, she analyzed it and said, the Yi and Yi families have recruited quite a few people in the past few days under the pretext of being able to suppress the Tianyi guild. I guess they want to weaken our level before our guild is established, and get some equipment. Even if we build our base, we won't be able to do anything to them if the gap in level and equipment is too great. I've figured it out, so if they want it, just give it to them. They can only show off for the next 2 days. After that, no one from these 2 families will be able to enter areas above level 16. Lu Muxuan said coldly. Shaolinzi, why don't you just charge over and destroy their base, and see if they dare to come back again? Lin Xia said angrily, waving her little fist. It's a bit unreasonable for the other party to destroy the guild just to grab the leveling point. Lu Muxuan shook his head and said, besides, the purpose of establishing the guild is to help me, not to drag me down. If I have to do everything myself, then why would I still level up, stack health, or complete quests? Okay. Lin Xia pouted. Number 19, fuck, I can't stand this anymore. You're going against the will of heaven and you're asking us to endure it? Where's the aura you had before? Goodbye, I won't tolerate this shit. Sha Koju, I thought I wouldn't have to suffer after joining Tian and I, but I didn't expect it to be the same. No matter how powerful Tian Ershing is, he is still one person. It's better to find a mature and large guild to join. I think the Yi clan is not bad. Most of the leveling points above level 16 are in their hands. Bye. Gong Shoudao said, as the above said, those who go against the will of heaven cannot be controlled, so the big guilds are still reliable. Look at what kind of idiots our guild has recruited, even those at level 11 or 12. They deserve to be beaten. Good luck to you, goodbye. Shangshan Ruoshui, looking at the server-wide channels and forums, there's only one Nidian Urshing in the Tianni Guild. The others, haha. Where is Diao Chan, president? How about we fight? If we don't fight, everyone will run away. And I Tian Ershing, don't worry about it. Those who quit will be blocked directly. This guild will not take back the top players. Also, let me make it clear to you that I will not help you with leveling points. If you want a good leveling point, you have to get it yourself, so if you want to quit, do it as soon as possible. As soon as these words were spoken, many people quit the guild, about 4,000 to 5,000 people, and all of them were high-level players. You, just say a few nice words to calm down. You feel better now. You've pissed off so many high-level players. Lu Xinyu rolled her eyes at him. What use is there for someone who can't even wait 2 days? Lu Muxuan said indifferently, I just want to screen them layer by layer. If they don't care about me, get as far away from me as possible. Xiao Linzi is right. Why should we spoil them? It's good enough that they can come in. There are only a few of them who own the guild headquarters now, and they still complain about this and that. It would be better if they run away. Lin Xia supported Lu Muxuan. But if there are no high-level players, what will we use to compete with the Yi family in the future? Mumu won't be watching the leveling point every day. Lu Xinyu retorted. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, Lin Xiyu hurriedly separated them. Xiaoyu, once the guild headquarters is completed, our guild will usher in a qualitative change. With Mumu's strength, he should be able to defeat all the guild bosses. Each guild boss adds 5% to the effect. In addition, every time you defeat a boss, you will be rewarded with corresponding guild contributions, which can be used to learn and upgrade guild skills. So, once the base is built, combined with the level 50 blank equipment we've accumulated recently, the guild members' combat power will at least double. That's when we'll sound the horn of our counterattack. Is that so, Mumu? Lu Xinyu asked. Yes. Lu Muxuan nodded. Level 50 whiteboard equipment has no wear requirements, and its attributes are comparable to level 20 bronze equipment. I've accumulated over 1,000 pieces during this period, plus the more than 3,000 pieces from the big flag. In today's world where most people have level 10 plus blank equipment, we're way ahead. Plus, with the max level guild buff, beating them is a piece of cake. Okay. Lu Xinyu pouted and punched him. Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter? Xiao Linzi, those people from the Yi family are starting to set the pace again. Do you want to curse them again? Lin Xia said angrily. Lu Muxuan took a look and found that these people were very cunning. They were not saying bad things about him, but saying that the Tianni Guild was a coward. Don't worry about it. When they return to the level 13 and 14 areas to level up in a couple of days, they won't have time for these things. Oh, Lin Xia pouted, and her eyes accidentally collided with Lu Xinyu's, causing sparks to fly from the friction. We're here, Ice Valley. Lin Xiyu pointed to the Grand Canyon ahead. As soon as the words fell, a sharp cold wind blew over, and even though they were standing on the back of the red firefly, the three women still shrank unconsciously. Did your teacher tell me exactly where it is? Lu Muxuan turned around and asked. In the ice pond, there is an ice dragon. Its strength is probably at the emperor level. It is psychic and can communicate. Lin Xiyu replied. Ice dragon. Lu Muxuan's heart trembled. It was in the water again. He was afraid that he would be swallowed as soon as he entered the water. Once bitten by a crocodile, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Soon, they arrived at the deepest part of the valley, where there was indeed a cold pool. It was about 1 kilometer in diameter, not very big. In mid-air, red fire sparrows circled above the cold pond. After a while, Lu Muxuan discovered the black ice snow lotus in the middle of the cold pond, but did not find the figure of the ice dragon. Perhaps it was hiding under the cold pond and watching closely. You guys stay up there, I'll go pick them. After saying that, Lu Muxuan jumped down, his eyes looking straight at the water surface. As he got closer and closer to the cold pond, he became more and more nervous. Don't come out and bite me at this time. Plop. In an instant, a cold current penetrated into his bones, and Lu Muxuan hurriedly used the fire attribute to resist the cold. Fortunately, the ice dragon did not bite him at this time, and there was no sign of the ice dragon nearby. Seeing this, he swam towards the black ice snow lotus, but he still did not see the ice dragon until he caught the snow lotus in his hand. "Are you not here?" But he didn't care about that anymore and waved towards the sky. The next second, the red firefly grabbed him from the cold pool with one claw, and he flipped over and jumped onto its back. "I got it just like that, but I always feel something is wrong," Lin Shiyu said worriedly. "Sister, isn't it good enough to get it?" "Xiao Linzi, let's go quickly. I also feel something is wrong. I feel like I'm going to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Muxuan felt the snow lotus in his hand struggling, as if it was trying to escape from his grasp. Seeing this, he put it directly into his backpack. "Ah! Mumu, look at the shore!" Lu Xinyu screamed, her face pale. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan looked in the direction she pointed, and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He saw a skeleton lying on the ground on the shore. It was very long, a full 100 meters. Judging by the skeleton's appearance, it must be an ice dragon. No wonder I can't see it, it must have been killed. Being able to kill an ice dragon can only be even more troublesome. At this moment, a shrill cry was heard, and on the rock wall on the right side of the valley, a bird as crystal as snow spread its wings, jumped up and rushed towards them. Ice Phoenix King level boss. Level 60. Health. Magic attack. Magic defense. Speed. Skill? Holy crap, the Ice Phoenix. A king-level Ice Phoenix can kill an emperor-level ice dragon. Shiyu and Xiaoyu, you go first. Xia and I will stay here to see if we can kill him, Lu Muxuan said. Absolute guardianship is only at level 2, and can only give guardianship contracts to 2 targets. Otherwise, there's no need to run, just start fighting. Okay. Lin Shiyu nodded, summoned the feather eagle and left the red firebird. Before leaving, Lu Muxuan gave her the blood soul orb to save her life, and as for Lu Xinyu, he gave her the Guardian's Covenant. The remaining one was naturally given to the nanny to ensure her own endurance. At this time, the Ice Phoenix made a move. 300 meters away, it condensed a sky full of ice spikes, which hit them like raindrops. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan controlled the red fire sparrow and flew downwards, using the speed of falling to quickly escape from the attack range. 248,000. Plus 1. 248,000. Plus 1. Although he dodged in time, he was still hit more than 10 times, and his health was reduced by more than 4 million. After landing, Lu Muxuan collected the red firebird. Otherwise, if it was killed for the second time, it would be really dead. The body would dissipate directly and the evil spirit would not be able to possess it. Plus 2038. Plus 1640500. Plus 2265. Plus 1640500. Lin Xia raised her hand and cast 2 healing spells to raise his health. She said with some concern, Xiaolinzi, how can we fight it if we can't fly? There's nothing we can do. Those who can fly have a natural advantage. If we can't hit someone, we can just counterattack. Anyway, we have blood recovery, so what are we afraid of? Lu Muxuan said, taking out the Xianbing snow lotus again. Sure enough, the Ice Phoenix went berserk again the moment it saw the snow lotus. It ignored Lu Xinyu and the others and turned to rush towards him. In an instant, the Earth's glaciers shook, and countless ice spikes popped up like mushrooms after rain, and then exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, in mid-air, as the Ice Phoenix flapped its wings, a tornado quickly formed, containing dense ice spikes. The next second, the tornado slowly fell down carrying a wind of destruction. Chapter 76 Battle with Ice Phoenix. This attack covered the sky, as if it was destroying the world. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan did not dodge or evade, but directly took the damage. 308,000. Plus 1. 308,000. Plus 1. In the storm, countless ice spikes accompanied by tornadoes hit the two of them, making a continuous sound of metal colliding. Xiaolinzi, it hurts so much. Lin Xia clenched her teeth, her face was pale and her lips were bloodless. Although she was protected by Absolute Guardian, it only transferred the damage, not the pain. The pain these icy spikes would cause when they hit someone after being accelerated by a tornado can be imagined. Even Lu Muxuan, wearing a warrior's armor, felt some pain, not to mention Lin Xia, who was wearing a priest's robe and had basically no defense. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan took a big step in front of her, and the fire attribute in his body burst out, blocking all the ice spikes in front of him like a mountain. Feeling the pain disappear and the warmth of the fire coming from the man in front of her, Lin Xia's face suddenly looked much better. She raised her hand and cast the last healing spell on him. Plus 2038. Plus 1640500. 308,000. Plus 1. After a few seconds, the tornado disappeared, and at this time Lu Muxuan had lost more than 10 million blood. However, in contrast, the Ice Phoenix lost nearly 15 million HP, and its HP bar was reduced by nearly 1/5. It seems that its HP is around 70 to 80 million. Without the Blood Soul Orb, his health is at 32.81 million. Lin Xie can recover 4.92 million in 1 minute. By taking advantage of the gaps in the Ice Phoenix's skills and the 1.5 minute invincibility of the Blood Demon's shield, she should be able to consume him to death. However, the Ice Phoenix seemed to be frightened by the counterattack, and for a moment it flapped its wings and did not continue to attack. The next second, it turned around again and chased after Lu Xinyu and the others. Lu Muxuan was speechless when he saw this. This was too clever. He even suspected that the Ice Phoenix would just run away when its health was low. Hey, if you dare to chase me, I will eat the Xianbing Snow Lotus. As if it heard his call, the Ice Phoenix stopped again, turned its head to look at Lu Muxuan, opened its beak and began to speak in human language. Human, return the mysterious Ice Snow Lotus to me. It's not mature yet, so it's useless for you to come. The voice was clear and sounded like a human child of a few years old. It was hard to tell whether it was a male or a female. Xiao Linzi, the big bird is talking. It's a monster. Lin Xie was extremely shocked. She hid behind Lu Muxuan and held his arm tightly, but she couldn't help but stick her head out of curiosity. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan was also a little surprised, but he didn't care too much. Sorry, my friend needs it. After saying that, he sent a message to Lu Xinyu, telling her to go back to the city directly if the Ice Phoenix continued to chase them. Anyway, they were out of the battle now and could go back to the city at any time. Forget it. You despicable human, you actually stole my Snow Lotus while I was sleeping. I won't forgive you. As soon as the words fell, the Ice Phoenix flapped its wings, and the space in front of it surged, as if a black hole had opened up. Countless ice and snow around were attracted up, and slowly condensed into an Ice Crystal Phoenix, which looked exactly like the Ice Phoenix. The next second, the Ice Crystal Phoenix swooped down at high speed. Lu Muxuan smiled at this. You're seeking death by not using your high-altitude advantage and coming down to fight me in close combat. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. As the distance got closer, Lu Muxuan launched a violent charge and rushed towards the Ice Crystal Phoenix when it swooped down. Boom! However, the expected knockback did not happen. The Ice Crystal Phoenix remained as steady as a rock. It pressed him to the ground with one claw, then threw him into the air. Its figure quickly jumped left and up, pushing him back and forth like a ball, unable to get him down. 503,800. Plus 1. 503,800. Plus 1. Originally, Lu Muxuan was happy to be idle. Anyway, you can hit me as much as you want, and I will just take the damage. However, when he saw that the counterattack was directed at the Ice Crystal Phoenix, he lost his composure and immediately activated the violent immunity control, and then slashed at the rushing Ice Crystal Phoenix with a red flame. 220-5091. 180-6803. 180-6803. He stabbed it twice more as it rushed over, then fell heavily to the ground. The huge impact force caused the ice surface to crack. At this time, the Ice Crystal Phoenix turned around again and exchanged blood with him fearlessly. Even if he slashed it twice, it would still peck him. Lu Muxuan was not happy when he saw this. This should be the skill of the Ice Phoenix. It was too disadvantageous to exchange blood with the skill, and it couldn't be countered by the main body. Thinking of this, he immediately activated the Blood Demon Shield to immunize himself against damage. The next second, as the bloody sword in front of him took shape, Lu Muxuan seized the opportunity and slashed out. The Ice Crystal Phoenix's goal was to exchange blood with him, so it didn't hide at all, and it couldn't hide since it was so close. 656-2000. 503,800. Plus 1. One strike dealt 6.5 million damage, plus the damage from the previous blow. The Ice Crystal Phoenix had taken almost 20 million damage, yet it still had half its health. It was speechless. At this moment, a phoenix cry was heard, and the Ice Crystal Phoenix, which was about to continue attacking, immediately stopped, flapping its wings and hovering in the air, waiting for Lu Muxuan's invincible skill to end. But unfortunately, more than 30 seconds later, his invincible state was still there. At this time, Lin Xia's skills were ready, and she raised her hand to perform 3 consecutive treatments. Plus 2038. Plus 1640,500. Plus 2265. Plus 1640,500. Plus 2588. Plus 1640,500. As 3 green lights emerged, Lu Muxuan's health returned to 26 million. Seeing this, the Ice Phoenix became anxious and ordered the Ice Crystal Phoenix to attack again. Boom! Every time the man and the Phoenix collided, the enormous force would cause the earth to tremble, the icebergs to crack, and thus trigger an avalanche. The scene was very shocking. Come on, Xiao Linzi. In order to avoid being buried in the snow, Lin Xia summoned a feather eagle to fly in the air, trembling as she cheered for Lu Muxuan. On the ground, Lu Muxuan stood there motionless, allowing the Ice Crystal Phoenix to attack him and hit him whenever it could. So in less than 30 seconds, the Ice Crystal Phoenix, which had suffered 3 bloody slashes in succession, was left with only a trace of skin. Seeing this, the Ice Phoenix raised its head and let out a phoenix cry again. At the same time, a blue flame suddenly emerged from the Ice Crystal Phoenix's body and rushed towards Lu Muxuan again. Die! Lu Muxuan slashed out with blood and energy again, hitting the Ice Crystal Phoenix heavily. But the strange thing was that even though his health bar was emptied, the opponent did not disappear. He still flew towards him. At the same time, the energy in the Ice Crystal Phoenix was surging and extremely violent. Lu Muxuan had a bad feeling when he saw this. Boom! The next second, his premonition came true. The Ice Crystal Phoenix rushed to him and exploded directly. Like a missile explosion, the shockwave swept through, and the surrounding cliffs collapsed. The entire valley collapsed in an instant, and snowflakes flew everywhere. The original ice valley was directly filled with collapsed icebergs, and because of its low location, the snow around it also flowed down, directly burying Lu Muxuan. Xiao Linzi. Lin Xia was anxious and rushed down riding on the feather eagle. But at this moment, there was another loud bang, and the snowflakes that had just filled the hole exploded directly, like a landmine exploding in the soil. Lin Xia was caught off guard and was splashed with snowflakes. Fortunately, she saw Lu Muxuan rushing out on the red firefly. She immediately said happily, "Woo woo. Little Linzi, you scared me to death. Why are you crying? If you die, you will just drop a level at most." Lu Muxuan felt helpless. He wasn't dead yet, so why did this girl start crying? I was scared, and I was anxious for a moment. Lin Xia wiped her tears. Lu Muxuan ignored her and turned to look at the Ice Phoenix. The other party seemed to be scared and did not continue to attack. Of course, it might also be because it was afraid of counterattack and wanted to wait for the skill to cool down. Human, leave the Xianbing Snow Lotus behind. I can compensate you with other things. Compromised? The Ice Phoenix compromised. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan thought about it. The current situation was that the Ice Phoenix could not do anything to him, and since he could not fly, he should not be able to do anything to the Ice Phoenix either. As long as it didn't want to fight, he had no chance of killing it. Of course, he could also just leave and ignore the Ice Phoenix, but he still wanted to see what compensation the other party could offer. If it's not a loss, there's no harm in exchanging it. Seeing that he was willing to discuss, Bing Fenghuang breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What do you want?" Lu Muxuan raised the Snow Lotus in his hand and said, "It can give my friend a fairy level a tribute attack. As long as you can produce a similar treasure, I can return the mysterious Ice Snow Lotus to you." Human. I don't have immortal level attacking abilities, but I can trade you with other treasures that are as valuable as the mysterious Ice Snow Lotus. Sorry, I don't need it. Lu Muxuan put away the Snow Lotus and turned to leave. Damn it. You human bandits, do you really think I can't do anything to you? The Ice Phoenix spread its wings and quickly stopped the two of them, saying, "That skill of yours definitely has a long cooldown. Do you think you can withstand my next attack? Even if I get seriously injured, I'm going to kill you right here. Just kill you. If I die, I will just drop a level. Besides, you may not be able to kill me. Do you want to give it a try?" Lu Muxuan said confidently. "That's right, if you keep pestering us, we'll beat you to death." Lin Xia raised her fist and said fiercely, "Also, what right do you have to call us robbers? This place originally belonged to the Ice Dragon. I want to ask you on behalf of its skeleton, are you qualified to say that?" This sentence silenced Bing Fenghuang directly. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. The Ice Phoenix snorted, clearly furious, and stared intently at the two men. It really wanted to kill them directly, but after thinking it over, it gave up the idea. I don't have immortal level attacks, but I do have god level attacks, the Ice Phoenix flame. Is this condition acceptable? God level. Lu Muxuan was surprised. It seemed possible that the Ice Phoenix possessed a god level attack attribute. If that were the case, he could exchange it, and it would be a huge profit. It seems that this Black Ice Snow Lotus is extremely useful to the Ice Phoenix. It is very likely used to break through the Emperor level, otherwise it would not be exchanged for its natal Ice Flame. Besides, the Ice Phoenix did not lose out, because it only had to pay a part of its own Ice Flame, and it could replenish it by taking other treasures and recuperating. There is only this one Xianbing Snow Lotus. It is unknown how long it will take to find or cultivate another one. The current situation is a win-win situation. Okay, but to prevent you from cheating or deceiving me, you have to give my friend Bing Yan first. I will give you the Snow Lotus after we confirm that everything is fine. Impossible. This phoenix will never go back on its word. It is you humans who are insidious and cunning. You must give me the mysterious Ice Snow Lotus first, otherwise there is no deal, said the Ice Phoenix angrily. Lu Muxuan thought for a moment and said, that's fine, but you have to come down and stand next to me. I can give you the mysterious Ice Snow Lotus first. Upon hearing this, the Ice Phoenix fell silent for a moment, turned around, struck the ice with an ice spike, and rushed straight into the cold pool. Not long after, it rushed out of the cold pool with full blood and landed directly beside Lu Muxuan. Its huge body was like a small mountain, giving off a full sense of oppression. Chapter 77 Ice Phoenix Flame. Okay, give me the Black Ice Snow Lotus, said the Ice Phoenix coldly. Lu Muxuan looked up and at this moment he wanted to kill it directly. As long as he grabbed the Ice Phoenix's feet and started to chop it violently for a minute, he would be able to kill it. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. I have to keep my promise, and the other party is still a child, although not a human. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan sent a message to Lin Xiyu to come back. Since the two of them had not left, they came over quickly. However, when they saw Bing Fenghuang and Lu Muxuan standing together, they were still a little stunned and couldn't figure out what was going on. Let's start. Lu Muxuan pointed at Lin Xiyu, then pulled Lu Xinyu, whose lips were frozen purple, to his side and used fire to keep her warm. Seeing this, the Ice Phoenix didn't waste any words. Ice blue flame suddenly emerged from its huge body. The next second, a small ball of blue flame slowly flew out of its body and slowly melted into Lin Xiyu's body. Ah! Moo moo! The moment the flames approached her, Lin Xiyu let out a scream. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan raised his knife and was about to attack. The Ice Phoenix hurriedly shouted, "Don't move! This is the only way to gain attribute attacks." She didn't accept the inheritance and directly accepted the Ice Phoenix flame, which would inevitably cause her to experience the pain of being burned by the flames. If you fail because you can't bear it, I won't return the mysterious Ice Snow Lotus. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Muxuan glared at Bing Fenghuang fiercely. He knew that receiving attribute attacks would be somewhat painful, but he didn't expect it to be so severe. Xiao Ye. Lin Xiyu's face was pale and her expression was extremely painful. She waved at Lin Xie, as if she wanted her sister to help her. Sister! Lin Xie couldn't bear to see her sister suffer like this, so she immediately rushed over to put out the fire. However, Lu Muxuan grabbed him, and then let Lu Xinyu hold him. He then came to Lin Xiyu and comforted her, "Hold on. This is the god-level attack of the Ice Phoenix Flame. Once you can withstand it, you will be reborn." Moo moo. I feel so uncomfortable. Lin Xiyu was a little depressed at this time, and said weakly. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan felt a little anxious. At this moment, he wanted to give up. But when he thought about this game, it was not just a game. If she was stronger, she would be guaranteed to protect herself in the future. Moreover, the opportunity is rare, perhaps there is only this one chance, and even if you die, you will be resurrected. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan directly put his hand into the fire and said, "If you don't want to persist, then let's give up. If you want to persist, then I will accompany you." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand was grabbed tightly by Lin Xiyu, as if a drowning person grabbed the only hope of survival. I'm sorry, Mumu. Am I useless? Please let go. I will hold on. 100,000. Plus 1. 100,000. Plus 1. It's you who won't let go. However, Lu Muxuan did not pull his hand away. Lin Xiyu was now on the verge of mental collapse, and his existence was equivalent to her spiritual support. Once he let go, Lin Xiyu would not be able to hold on for long. Well, that's great. Believe in yourself and you can do it. Come on. Lu Muxuan encouraged. Lin Xiyu is not like Lin Xia. She is strong-willed and opinionated. Now that she finally has the opportunity to attack with god-level attributes, how could she give it up easily? It's just that the pain is so severe that it's unbearable. Now that I'm with her to bear it together, I believe she will overcome the difficulties. But the damage of the Ice Emperor's flame was too high. 100,000 per second. And honestly, it did hurt. He felt his entire arm go numb. He couldn't imagine the pain Lin Xiyu was going through right now. Plus 2038. Plus 1640,500. Plus 2265. Plus 1640,500. Sister, Xiao Linzi, let me help you. Lin Xia also ran over it this time, raised her hand and gave Lu Muxuan 3 healing spells. Keep going, Lu Xinyu also encouraged. She admired Lin Xiyu a little, because Lu Muxuan was grimacing in pain, while she was burning with flames, yet she managed to hold on. If it were her, she couldn't guarantee that she could endure it. Thank you everyone. Looking at their encouraging eyes, especially Lu Muxuan who personally shared the pain with her, Lin Xiyu suddenly felt less uncomfortable. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. As time passed, Lu Muxuan's health was slowly decreasing, 100,000 per second, and 6 million per minute. Lin Xia can only recover 4.92 million HP in 1 minute. The blood soul orb is on Lin Xiyu and cannot be taken back because she is also losing blood continuously. However, it is only 1000 HP. If it is taken back, she will die in 3 seconds. Now his health is only about 11 million, and he can only last about 10 minutes at most. Fortunately, when the Ice Phoenix went down to the cold pool to recover its health, Lin Xia restored his health to full, otherwise he would have been demoted. Sister, what's wrong with you? Lin Xia found that Lin Xiyu had closed her eyes, and she was so scared that tears came out. Has it reached its limit? Lu Muxuan felt Lin Xiyu's hand gradually loosen, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. He didn't know what would happen if he fainted. Maybe he would be disconnected directly, or maybe not. Xiyu, can you still hold on? Or let's just forget it? Lu Muxuan asked, tightening his hand. I can still hold on, but I'm so sleepy and want to sleep. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiyu's body softened and she was about to fall. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan quickly supported her and said to the Ice Phoenix, forget it, we don't want it. The mysterious Ice Snow Lotus is yours. Sister. Xiao Linzi. Looking at the 2 people trapped in the flames, Lin Xia covered her mouth and cried. Moo moo. Lu Xinyu was also heartbroken. She clutched the mage's robe tightly with both hands, feeling a little complicated. Are you sure? The Ice Phoenix flapped its wings and said, it's almost there. Are you sure you want to give up now? No. Don't give up, keep going. Lin Xiyu said weakly. She forced herself to stand firm and then slowly pushed Lu Muxuan out of the circle of fire. Thank you for suffering with me. Now, let me bear it on my own. I can do it. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan placed his other hand on her mouth and said, it's okay. You've helped me so much. Now there's nothing I can do for you. I can only help you mentally. Just bite it if it hurts. It's okay, it will be over soon. Lu Muxuan originally thought she would be reserved for a moment, but unexpectedly, he felt a pain in his arm the next second, a burning and biting sensation, double the pleasure. As expected. Behind her pretending to be strong, she was also so weak and helpless, needing comfort and support. Maybe she found a way to divert the pain, but Lin Xiyu bit harder and harder, and Lu Muxuan felt like his flesh was about to be bitten off. But the point is also good, it means she is slowly recovering her spirit, otherwise she wouldn't have the strength to bite. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and the Ice Phoenix slowly folded its wings. At the same time, the ice flame on Lin Xiyu's body also subsided. Okay, we're even now. Wait. Lu Muxuan raised his hand and pinched Lin Xiyu's cheek, then gently squeezed and pulled his arm out. Looking at the half-centimeter thick teeth marks on it, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Do you have any free attribute points? Add them and see if it consumes 50 points. Hearing this, Lin Xiyu raised her weak hand and nodded, then said and then fell into Lin Xia's arms. Her figure turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot. Sure enough. If you faint, you'll automatically be disconnected. What happened to my sister? Lin Xia said in horror as she watched the dissipating white light. It must be because she's exhausted. Go offline and take care of her. Lu Mushuan said, turning to look at Bing Fengwang. Thank you, you can go now. Humph, humans are indeed cunning and suspicious. It's you who should go. The Ice Phoenix said unhappily, and then began to drive them away. It seems so. Lu Mushuan took out a scroll to return to the city and said, Goodbye, Xiao Bingbing. When I become stronger, I will come back to take you as my mount. The words were just spoken, and the ice spikes just appeared. Fortunately, Lu Mushuan activated the Blood Demon Shield in time, and Lin Xia and Lu Xinyu both had a protective covenant, otherwise this attack would have killed them all. Because he only has 400,000 HP left, and the Blood Soul Orb is not on him. Seeing this, Lu Mushuan didn't dare to joke anymore. He released the red firebird and left. Poison Bee Valley. In the swarm of thousands of bees, Lu Mushuan stood there with a grin on his face, gasping for air, because there was a small hand on his waist playing tricks, spinning 180 degrees. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? It hurts in the game too. You still feel the pain. You were such a hero just now, sharing life and death with a girl. That's pretty awesome, right? Lu Xinyu's eyes were dangerous, and she twisted her eyebrows while speaking. Hiss. We are friends, okay? She helped me a lot when I came to Suzaku City to fight the boss before. And I promised to help her find the mysterious Ice Snow Lotus, but it took a long time, and it's the god-level Ice Phoenix Flame, how can I not care about it? Lu Mushuan explained. It turns out that this little jealous guy is jealous. Humph, if it weren't for this, I would have ignored you long ago. Lu Xinyu turned around and said angrily, Have you ever considered my feelings about sharing life and death with another woman in front of your girlfriend? Hearing this, Lu Mushuan reached out and grabbed her shoulders, pulling her over. He looked into her eyes and said, I didn't think that much at the time. The first thing that came to my mind was not to waste a god-level attack. And look at how miserable Lin Xiyu was. Could you bear to watch her being burned by the flames alone? Besides, she was a friend. I was the only one who could handle it at the time. If I hadn't encouraged her, she would have felt so helpless. So I don't blame you, but I just want to vent my anger. Will you give it to me? Lu Xinyu said angrily. Give it to me. Of course I will. Come on, pinch it again. It doesn't hurt. Lu Mushuan took the initiative to show his waist. Oh, by the way, Xiaoyu, did you just say that you are my girlfriend? Really? You heard it wrong. Lu Xinyu denied it decisively and hit him. Yes, I heard it. Lu Mushuan came forward with a smile and said, Don't try to cheat, you admitted it yourself. No, I haven't promised you yet, so not yet. Lu Xinyu rolled her eyes at him, twisted her shoulders and stood 2 meters away from him. Seeing this, Lu Mushuan scratched his head, but just when he was full of questions, a system notification brought his thoughts back. Ding, server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Monkey King for becoming the first player to achieve a second level of transformation. This announcement is informing you. Chapter 78, 2 Stabs. Holy crap! So fast. Lu Mushuan hurriedly checked the rewards for the second job, 200 free attribute points, plus 500 reputation, which was barely not a big loss. Sigh. I need to stack my health now, and I'm busy with other things, so I don't have enough time to level up. It seems natural that I've been overtaken in level. If he didn't stack up his health and focused on leveling up, no one would be able to catch up with him. But now, after half a day of leveling up, you can stack 3 to 4 million health points. If converted into damage, it is 7 to 800,000, which should be much better than 200 points of free attributes. Forget it, there is gain and loss, it's just a job change reward, I'll give it up. It's totally unnecessary to not stack blood just to get these few hundred points of free attributes. Mumu, is your talent really as it is said on the internet, above 3S? Lu Xinyu asked as she saw him sitting down and sat next to him. God level, above 3S. No wonder you're so powerful. You can gain over 3 million HP after being stung by a bee for half a day. That's insane. Hee, do you want me to be a little more perverted, or not? Lu Mushuan looked at her and said with a smile. Of course it will change. Lu Xinyu was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly raised her fist and punched him. You rascal, you only know how to let your imagination run wild. What was I thinking? Lu Muxuan looked confused. Just pretend. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Lu Xinyu rolled her eyes. Fortunately, she saw the guy's mean expression at the beginning, otherwise she would have really believed it. Ahem, then you also understood immediately, we are the same. You still dare to say that? I'll beat you to death. Ding dong. Ah, stop it, there's a message. Lu Muxuan begged for mercy hurriedly. Who is it? Let me see if it's that vixen again. Lu Xinyu immediately leaned her head over. Due to her position, half of her body was leaning on Lu Muxuan, which made his heart pound. I am your brother Ming, Godfather, I am level 20 now, hurry up and bring me my Overlord Blade, Doghead.jpg. Who is it? He calls you Godfather right away? When did you adopt a godson? You still have this hobby? Lu Xinyu became more and more shocked the more she asked. What? He's my friend. I gave him a spiritual level weapon, so what? He calls me Godfather. Lu Muxuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I was also a little surprised. How could Wu Ming level up so quickly? Bailey Yijian was only level 19, so how did he get ahead? But the next second he remembered that Bailey Yijian seemed to have been killed by him once. Don't you just have a spiritual level weapon? Can't you use it yourself? Really, what kind of friend are you? Why do you have to give the weapon away? Lu Xinyu rolled her eyes at him. I got it while doing a mission when I first came to Suzaku City. It's been a long time, and it's not the one I have in my hand. Lu Muxuan explained as he sent the Ba Tian sword over. Going against the will of heaven, how's Fairy Zixia doing? When will you marry her on a colorful cloud? I'll be able to prepare the gift money. I am your brother Ming. Oh, don't mention it, at the beginning everything was fine, she seemed good in every way, but after getting along for a while, she turned out to be a piece of shit like Hiyu, and I kicked her out. Seeing this message, Lu Muxuan subconsciously looked at Lu Xinyu. Fortunately, Wu Ming didn't say that Hiyu was his ex-girlfriend, so he probably thought she was Wu Ming's. Going against the will of heaven, Brother Dao is domineering. I am your brother Ming. Oh, let's not talk about me anymore. How's your thing going? Didn't you say you had sex offline? Just play with it and don't take it to heart. This kind of vain woman can only be a girlfriend, you know. You're just too easily drawn to feelings. Follow the standards I taught you. If something doesn't go right, just kick it out. There are plenty of good girls out there. Don't let a gold digger ruin your life. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyu immediately turned her head and looked at Lu Muxuan fiercely. Have sex with her? Just for fun? Are you vain? Dump her if something goes wrong? A good girl? A gold digger? My goddamn knife, brother. I just gave you the tyrant knife and you stabbed me twice. Lu Muxuan's back was covered in cold sweat, and he hurriedly explained, I told him that I met you offline, and he misunderstood. Hearing this, Lu Xinyu glared at him fiercely, then turned around and scrolled up the chat history. Lu Muxuan let her look through the matter with a clear conscience, but he lost his composure the next second because things about Hiyu were also brought out. He didn't stop it just now, and now he dared not move. He felt a little depressed, especially when he heard the sentence, it's not a loss at all if you get tired of it. I wonder if Lu Xinyu will misunderstand. Ahem, Xiaoyu, I only said that out of pride, it's not true. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyu glared at him again, said nothing, and continued to read the chat history. After his eyes moved back and forth several times, they continued to move upwards. Lu Muxuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He only felt a little weak here, but he was completely fine in other places. Not long after finishing reading the chat history with Wu Ming, Lu Xinyu took a look at the chat history with others, paying special attention to Lin Xia, but she didn't find anything, they were all normal chats. Seeing this, Lu Xinyu turned around and said, You're the number one god and devil, so many beautiful women want to give birth to your children, are you really not tempted at all? I only like you, and you know I spend most of my time in games. I rarely go out of the community in real life. Lu Muxuan swore with 3 fingers. Lu Xinyu stared into his eyes for a few seconds before giving up and asking, What's going on with Hiyu? Ex-girlfriend, we've cut off contact now. What methods of judgment did your brother Dao teach you? I want to see if I will be kicked by you for no reason without knowing it. Lu Xinyu's eyes were dangerous. Kazalin's eyes were wide open. She approached little by little, completely suppressing him with her momentum. I'm not him. I have my own selection criteria. As long as we like each other, I will never give up on you, for the rest of my life. Lu Muxuan raised 3 fingers to the sky again. Humph. I hope so. Lu Xinyu pouted and hit him on the waist again, then replied to Wu Ming. Going against the will of heaven, just take care of yourself, don't teach me this and that all the time. I'm not looking for a wife for you, understand? Upon receiving this message, Wu Ming immediately wanted to send a bombshell. But the next second, he realized that the tone was wrong. Hee, how could I not guess it, as smart as I am? I am your brother Ming, take care, brother. I'm going to change my job first. Lu Muxuan rolled his eyes when he saw this. Isn't it too late to say take care now? Fortunately, I have nothing to fear from my own shadow, otherwise I would have lost my girlfriend. Do you two have any secret codes? Lu Xinyu turned her head and glanced at him again. Lu Muxuan spread his hands and said, No, if you don't believe me, go through the records again and see the difference between what I said and what you said. We've been friends since we were young, and we're good at analyzing other people's psychology. How could I not notice such a big difference in our tone? Don't play with him anymore, okay? He doesn't teach me the good things, he only teaches me the bad things. Lu Xinyu angrily closed the chat panel and said, It's almost 5 o'clock. You go ahead and stack up your health. I'll log off and make you some food. Okay, go ahead, Xiaoyu. I want to eat braised pork, the kind that's fat but not greasy. Lu Muxuan said with a smile. It feels really good to have someone cook for you. It's so happy. Got it. I'll call you when it's ready. Lu Xinyu logged off after leaving the Poison Bee Valley and escaping the battle. She tied on an apron and started cooking while humming a little tune. After working for more than an hour, the task was finally completed. After smelling the delicious braised pork, Lu Xinyu picked up her phone and wanted to send a message to Lu Muxuan. But now I think I have never visited his room, so I don't know how clean he usually is. I hope he is not a otaku who doesn't clean it. Thinking of this, Lu Xinyu took off the wall and went downstairs. However, when he arrived at the elevator, he found that there were 7 or 8 men in formal attire waiting for the elevator, and there seemed to be more than a dozen men outside the gate of Building 8. What are you doing? You can't fight in this building, do you hear me? Otherwise, call the police. She is the landlord of this building, and to avoid trouble, she still had to give a warning. Don't worry, little girl. We'll take care of some things and leave. We won't cause you any trouble. A middle-aged man said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Xinyu nodded. At this time, the elevator just came down. Seeing this, she walked in and stood next to the door button. Little girl, please press the button for the 8th floor, thank you. The 8th floor. Lu Xinyu frowned, but she didn't ask any more questions because she was going to press the 8th floor anyway. But when the elevator reached the 8th floor, the thing she was most worried about happened. The 8 men actually walked straight to 802 and knocked on the door. Seeing this, she hurried to the stairs and sent a message to Lu Muxuan. On the other side, Lu Muxuan's face darkened after receiving the news. This is going to never end, right? After logging off, he immediately sent out the demon soul to investigate. What's going on? Why are there a few people with guns this time? Lu Muxuan saw the 8 men in suits outside the door through his demon soul's perspective and was somewhat surprised and doubtful. No matter how powerful the big flag was, it couldn't come to the door with guns in broad daylight, unless they were tired of living. Thinking of this, he didn't act rashly. He retracted his demon soul and opened the door. Who is it? What do you want from me? Seeing him come out, a burly young man opened a small certificate and said, Don't worry, we are official people, this is my official certificate. Also, the person next to me is the general manager of Gods and Demons. Are you available now? We want to know something from you. Official. The head of Gods and Demons? No wonder he looks familiar. Is this the country coming to find me? Why? Could it be? Lu Muxuan's heart beat faster unconsciously. As expected, he was still suspected. There is no way. Although normally there is absolutely no problem, the official should know the nature of this game, otherwise they would not be so idle as to develop a game. So he must have guessed something. Now he's looking for me for 2 reasons, first, to be recruited by the country, and second, to sanction him. come in. No matter what, I will never admit it even if you kill me. It was the evil spirit who did it anyway. What does it have to do with me, Lu Muxuan? Mumu, let's go downstairs and talk. It's more spacious and we can have a meal at the same time. Lu Xinyu stepped forward and said. She originally thought that these people were sent by Zhang Chaoyang, but she didn't expect that they were officials, including the chief of gods and demons. It seems that Lu Muxuan did not lie to me. He contacted the official as he said, and he did so quickly. No need, let's talk here. The burly young man waved his hand to refuse. Upon hearing this, Chibuching, the general manager of the gods and demons, patted the burly young man on the shoulder, looked at Lu Muxuan and said, "It doesn't matter where you talk, we don't mind." What do you think? Then let's go to the second floor. Lu Xinyu came over and pulled the expressionless Lu Muxuan, whispering as they walked, "What are you doing? You have such a sad face. They are officials. Cheer up. What if you anger them and they can't protect you?" Yes, I'm still worried. However, Lu Muxuan felt warm in his heart and smiled slightly, saying, "That's right. It's my first time seeing such a big scene, so I'm a little nervous. Now I need to adjust my mood." Chapter 79 Frankness. Not long after, everyone came to the second floor together, but only the burly young man and the chief of gods and demons followed in, while the rest stayed outside. You guys eat first. If there aren't enough dishes, I'll go fry 2 more. After saying that, Lu Xinyu put on an apron and walked into the kitchen. Seeing this, the burly young man wanted to say no, but was stopped by Qi Baiqing. Seeing the two of them sitting down, Lu Muxuan took out disposable bowls and chopsticks for them, and then asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Just tell me." "Well, it's like this. Well, because you've done so well in the game, the higher-ups are paying close attention to you, so we came here to ask you what you think of the game, Gods and Demons." Qi Buqing said calmly. "By the way, my name is Qi Buqing, the general manager of the Gods and Demons, and his name is Xiebishan, the chief's personal guard." On the side, Xiebishan, who was always interrupted, was speechless. "What? I can't even say a word." "Chief." Lu Muxuan was a little surprised. He was just a small soldier. Even if he accidentally possessed supernatural powers, it wouldn't attract the chief's attention. My opinion? It's very realistic, just like the real world. The 5 senses are very realistic. However, I suggest that the setting be adjustable, otherwise I'm afraid someone will be able to perform the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty in the game. Well, this is a very good suggestion. I'll discuss it with everyone when I get back. Qi Buqing was not shy and picked up a piece of braised pork and started eating. Wow, fat but not greasy, I didn't expect to be able to eat such delicious braised pork. You are lucky, young man. Of course it's a blessing to be able to marry her, but it's hard to say now. Lu Muxuan responded. I don't know what the purpose of these 2 people is now, so I can only cooperate with them and talk about topics everywhere. I can't run away from you as your girlfriend, unless you seek death yourself. Then there's nothing I can do. Qi Baiqing said with a smile. Not long after, Lu Xinyu brought 2 dishes to the table. Seeing that the 2 guests didn't even have a glass of water, she glared at Lu Muxuan unhappily, then took a bottle of milk and 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerator. Thank you, little girl. We are on official business and cannot drink alcohol. A bottle of mineral water will be enough. Hearing this, Lu Xinyu responded and replaced the wine with mineral water, but still took an extra bottle of milk and a few bottles of drinks. Then she sat quietly beside Lu Muxuan and listened to what they were talking about. Halfway through, Lu Muxuan noticed Qi Buqing was still rambling on about something else, so he took the initiative to ask, "You two, you came all this way here, so you shouldn't just ask for my opinion on the game, right?" Finally getting down to business, Xiebishan glanced at Lu Xinyu and said, "This matter involves state secrets, so try to avoid it from irrelevant people." Well, I'm full. You guys chat. Lu Xinyu put down the bowl and tried to get up, but was stopped by Lu Muxuan. Thank you for cooking. Let's eat first. A few minutes won't be a big deal. But? Lu Xinyu glanced at Qi Baiqing and the other man, and tried to pull her hand away but failed. Seeing this, she had no choice but to sit down and continue eating. It's okay, let's listen together. It's all going to be said anyway. Qi Buqing looked at Lu Muxuan and said, "It's like this. I think you should know that the game of gods and demons is not simple, otherwise Dragon Country and other countries would not have gone to such great lengths. We're here to ask you how to obtain supernatural powers. This is very important to the Dragon Nation. You know, if other countries are the first to master this method, we will be in trouble. So, if you know how to do it, please let us know. Of course, we won't take your work for free. Feel free to ask for any terms. As long as they're reasonable, we can satisfy you no matter what you want. It really is because of supernatural power. But doesn't Longhua know how to obtain it? Lu Muxuan was a little confused. He thought the official knew, otherwise it would be popularized among the people. What if there were hundreds of people like him? Wouldn't Longhua be in chaos? That doesn't seem right. Even he hasn't mastered the method. His power comes from the demon soul. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan shook his head. I don't know what you are talking about, some supernatural power? Superpower? As he spoke, he glanced at the demon soul sitting on top of Xiebishan without leaving a trace, signaling it to come over. Hearing this, Chibuiqing nodded, looked at Lu Xinyu and said, "What about you, meteor shower?" "Ah. I don't know either." Lu Xinyu was completely stunned. Superpowers? Really? Weren't we talking about games? Why did they suddenly jump to superpowers? Observing the expressions of the two, Chibuiqing looked at Lu Muxuan again, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Don't worry, as long as you tell me the method, no matter what mistakes I made, I can make amends, and the conditions I just mentioned are still valid." Is he convinced he has superpowers? And doesn't he care about any mistakes? Doesn't that mean it's okay to admit it? He was just afraid that the authorities would investigate these three mysterious deaths. Unfortunately, I don't know either. Helplessly, Lu Muxuan could only ask the demon soul. Seeing this, the demonic soul pointed a finger at Lu Muxuan's forehead and said, "The two worlds are not connected. If you want to possess extraordinary power, you must go to that world. Or return from that world." Lu Muxuan was speechless. In other words, under normal circumstances, no matter how powerful you are in the game, you can't bring the power in the game into reality. Unless it is a special existence like the demon soul, then in that case, doesn't the demon soul sneak in from that world? That's not right. In the game, the demon soul is clearly still in my body and hasn't run away, right? When I couldn't figure it out, I asked, "What's your situation?" "Me? You can't tell me. Just think of me as someone who came here illegally," the demon soul said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan fell silent. He was thinking about whether to inform the authorities of the situation. If I were to tell him, how would I explain the exception of demon soul? Furthermore, since the power in the game couldn't be brought back to reality, would the 3 accidental deaths I caused be officially investigated? If I don't tell them, I don't have to think so much, but what should I do if Zhang Chaoyang, Daki and others come to cause trouble again? He couldn't keep having strange things happen to him. If that happened, the authorities would become suspicious of him, and he wouldn't be able to control it. He'd probably end up on the opposite side. After much deliberation, Lu Muxuan decided to confess. First of all, this is our own country. Secondly, if the authorities are unaware of this, they are probably currently studying how to bring the power in the game back to reality. Stopping these doomed projects may also help to recover some losses. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan knocked on the table, looked up at Chibuiqing and said, "I know the method, but I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult to implement it." "Really? Tell me now." Xiebishan and the other two were overjoyed. Rise. The Dragon Nation is rising. A huge step ahead of everyone else, this thing is about to take off. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyu was also stunned and looked at Lu Muxuan in shock. Superpowers. You know? Do you have them? Thinking about the 2 times she was asked questions by her uncle in the past few days, both times were about murder cases, she always felt a little puzzled. No wonder the wanted criminal seemed like a completely different person after getting up, and no wonder the 2 people leaning against her window inexplicably jumped into the river and died. Now it all makes sense. Lu Muxuan has superpowers. So, these people were all murdered by him. Feeling Lu Xinyu's extremely shocked look, Lu Muxuan gently squeezed her hand, without explaining, and said, "My situation is special. It's not that I have extraordinary powers, but that extraordinary powers chose me. And it wasn't something I brought back from the game. Rather, a supernatural power came out of the game to find me. Do you understand what I mean? This?" Even Chibuiqing, the chief of the gods and demons, was stunned. "So you mean that supernatural powers are alive?" Lu Muxuan scratched his head, looked at the demon soul that had jumped around on Qi Baiqing's head again, and said with an awkward smile, "Yes, it's on your head now." Bang! The bowl breaks. Qi Baiqing retreated in fear, slapping his head repeatedly, but he found nothing. Xia Bishan also looked at Lu Muxuan with a defensive look on his face, ready to pull out his gun. "Don't be nervous, it won't hurt people without bad intentions," Lu Muxuan said calmly, and first put the blame on the demon soul. After all, it was the demon soul who killed people to protect its master, and it was their own fault. "What does it have to do with me, Lu Muxuan?" He was also afraid that the authorities would find out that there was nothing they could do and use this as an excuse to punish him. "Well, can you show yourself?" Qi Baiqing looked around in surprise and doubt. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan looked at Mohan. The next second, everyone saw a little man suddenly appear on the table. He was dark and about the size of a palm. With its small arms and legs, and being round and plump, it looks like a miniature human. However, its eyes are completely black, without any whites, which makes it look a bit creepy. Seeing this, Lu Xinyu unconsciously moved closer to Lu Muxuan and held his arm tightly. "How do you get this extraordinary power?" Qi Baiqing swallowed and asked. After the demon soul appeared, it was no longer unknown and not so scary. Instead, his eyes were a little hot. "This is a special case and cannot be obtained. My case was an accident. I was possessed by an evil spirit, and then I escaped by accident," Lu Muxuan explained. "Then how do we obtain extraordinary powers under normal circumstances?" Xia Bishan looked eager. "Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to obtain." Lu Muxuan rubbed Lu Xinyu's little hand, indicating that it was okay and not to be afraid. Then he looked at Qi Baiqing and the other two and said, "The power in the game exists in another world. If you want to call upon this power, you must either go to that world or return from that world." "This?" Qi Baiqing frowned slightly and said, "You mean to find the location of Earth from the game, and then return to Earth from the game world? Or travel from Earth to the game world in your physical body?" "Yes." Lu Muxuan nodded. "Is there no other way? Can we come back after we go there?" Xia Bishan asked. "No, it said so. If you don't believe me, ask it. As for whether I can come back, how would I know?" "Ask it." Lu Muxuan pointed to the demon soul on the table. He was just trying to pass the buck. "Demon soul, you're bullying me for not being able to speak. You should be thankful I don't have the whites in my eyes, or else I'd give you a huge eye roll." Upon hearing this, Qi Baiqing and the other two focused their attention on the demon soul on the table. Unfortunately, after asking for a long time, the demon soul ignored them. "Aha, I forgot. It can't speak and can only communicate mentally. But you have to be careful when using mental communication. I'm afraid it will not be able to control itself and swallow your soul," Lu Muxuan reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Baiqing and the other two subconsciously thought of the strange behavior of those people. They were so scared that they took a few steps back, and then rolled their eyes at him in unison. Chapter 80, Settling the Grudge. "Okay, that's all I know. Is there anything else?" Lu Muxuan asked. "Well, do you mind taking a few minutes to check your physical condition?" Xia Bishan pointed to an instrument at the door. "The machines have been moved in, how can I refuse?" Lu Muxuan curled his lips. "Aha, don't mind it. This is the order from the First Lord himself." On the side, Qi Baiqing did not stop Xia Bishan from speaking his mind, because he also wanted Lu Muxuan's physical data. Soon, the test data came out, and the result was just as he guessed. If one did not have extraordinary powers, all the physical values would be almost the same as those of a normal person. Seeing this, Xia Bishan waved his hand and had the equipment removed. He said, "By the way, do you want to go with us to the official base? It can avoid a lot of trouble. Although we have warned Wang Xuanqi, there are many people who want you dead, both at home and abroad. And as far as I know, Wang Xuanqi has already found out what your girlfriend looks like. Even if they don't dare, they can sell the information to others. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but it's hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. What do you think?" Hearing this, Lu Muxuan did not answer, but looked at Lu Xinyu and asked, "Are you scared, Xiaoyu? Do you want to go to the official base?" Lu Xinyu was a little confused at the moment. She was a little dazed by the information she just received, but she still subconsciously grabbed Lu Muxuan's arm and shook her head, saying, "I'll listen to you." Seeing this, Lu Muxuan smiled gently and touched her head, then turned to look at Xiabishan and said, "If they come, can I?" He didn't finish, but Xiabishan still understood what he meant. "I can't make the decision on this. I need to consult my superiors. I'll give you a reply tonight." "Well, okay. If that doesn't work, then I'll go to the official base." After seeing the two off, Lu Muxuan returned to the room and found Lu Xinyu standing in the hall, staring at him without saying a word. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Can you tell me about this world, that world, gods and demons, and it?" Lu Xinyu looked at the demon soul floating above Lu Muxuan's head. Lu Muxuan nodded, took a bottle of Coke and milk, sat on the sofa, and beckoned her to come over. He had just asked Lu Xinyu to listen because he intended to tell her all this. The game Gods and Demons is not just a simple game, it connects to another world, the continent of gods and demons. Maybe the continent of gods and demons discovered us, or maybe we discovered the continent of gods and demons. In short, now we can use virtual games to go to the continent of gods and demons. At this point, Lu Muxuan felt a little regretful that he hadn't thought of asking this question just now. However, seeing Lu Xinyu drinking milk and listening very attentively, he didn't think much about it and continued. "I didn't know it at first, but then I took on a quest in the novice village to rescue a girl from the demon suppression abyss. That led to me being possessed by the netherworld blood demon, and I gradually understood the true nature of this game." Lu Muxuan spoke slowly and calmly, starting from the first time he was possessed by the demon soul, then talked about Suzaku City, how Yan Luoying helped him refine the demon soul, and how he discovered the demon soul in reality, all the way until the official came to find him just now. "Mumu, will you become a devil who kills people without blinking an eye?" Lu Xinyu asked him with a hesitant look. I should. I won't even blink an eye at anyone who wants to harm me," Lu Muxuan said calmly, but Lu Xinyu trembled when she heard it. "Mumu, have you been affected by it? Why do you have such a strong desire to kill?" Upon hearing this, Lu Muxuan was stunned. "Yes. In today's society, how could I be so murderous? Could it be that I've been influenced by the demonic spirit?" But the next second he shook his head, grabbed Lu Xinyu's shoulders and said seriously, "Every effect has its cause. They came here with malicious intent. If I show any mercy, I will be met with endless troubles. And, Xiaoyu, I don't dare gamble, nor can I afford it. If I'm not careful, I'll be doomed. There's no chance for a second chance. This world may seem peaceful and beautiful, but in reality, it's full of danger. Showing mercy will only bring disaster upon yourself. This is a game of life and death, do you understand?" Lu Xinyu shook her head and looked at Lu Muxuan with a firm gaze. "I don't understand, but I know that nothing can happen to you. I want you to be safe." "That's good." Lu Muxuan was soft-hearted and rubbed her head and said, "I know you can't bear it. I won't tell you about this kind of thing in the future, so as not to affect your mood. Well, I just want you to be fine. I don't care about anything else." Lu Xinyu sat obediently on the sofa, letting Lu Muxuan rub her head. Lu Muxuan was a little surprised by her delicate appearance. He vaguely remembered that when they first met, she was so mature, capable, and a true strong woman. He never thought that she also looked like a little woman. "Ahem, Xiaoyu, I see you have an empty room here, how about I move in with you?" "No." Lu Xinyu moved away and sat in the corner of the sofa, looking at him warily. "We are still friends, you are thinking of living together?" "No way." Lu Muxuan scratched his head. "Well, when I enter the game, the demon soul will disappear, so I want to be closer to you so that I can protect you in time if there is any danger." "Is that so?" Lu Xinyu asked suspiciously. "Yes, I guarantee it." Lu Muxuan patted his chest and vowed. "That won't work. My mom comes to see me from time to time." Lu Xinyu looked at the demon soul suspiciously, then looked at Lu Muxuan and said, "If it follows you into the game, then there's no point in moving it down, don't you think?" How come you're still so smart? Isn't it said that falling in love makes you less intelligent?" "That's nonsense." Lu Muxuan felt somewhat helpless. Wu Ming's teaching of these things was useless. Or was it that he wasn't good enough in his studies? "Okay, I'm going to go online and stack blood." "Okay, go ahead. I still have to buy some groceries. I'll come online later." Lu Xinyu stood up with the help of her thighs and began to clear the table. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan's eyes rolled around and he said, "Let's go out to buy some groceries later. We haven't left the community for a long time. Let's go out and get some fresh air. You, don't mess around." Lu Xinyu knew exactly what he was up to. With the demonic spirit within him, he shouldn't be afraid of anyone now, so his purpose in leaving was self-evident. Don't worry, don't think about it and nothing will happen. If you do, you can't blame anyone. Lu Muxuan got up to help wash the dishes, then went downstairs and rode his electric scooter, patting the back seat to signal Lu Xinyu to get on. Lu Xinyu did not refuse. She lifted her foot lightly and sat sideways. Then she naturally put her arms around Lu Muxuan's waist, otherwise she would easily fall over in this sitting position. As the two of them slowly drove out of the community, the owner of a convenience store at the entrance of the community picked up her mobile phone and dialed a number. The vegetable market wasn't far away, only 2 kilometers, and it only took a few minutes to get there by bike. Lu Muxuan bought 3 pounds of Lu Xinyu's favorite beef, and also a lot of corn, tomatoes, eggs, etc., which he estimated would last for several days. After coming out and putting the things in the car, a few men with tattoos came over. They were wearing black tight vests and had extremely developed muscles. The people nearby scattered the moment they saw these men. It was obvious that they knew each other and knew what might happen next. As expected, these men walked straight up to Lu Muxuan and the other man and surrounded them. "Kid, you're blocking the way, get out of my way." The muscular man in the lead folded his arms and said with a teasing look in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Lu Xinyu immediately shrank behind Lu Muxuan and held his arm tightly. "I'll count to 3. If you don't give way, I won't compensate you for killing your electric scooter." As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly fell silent. The man in the lead was silent for 2 seconds before his forehead suddenly became blue and powerful. "Boy, do you know what you are talking about?" 3, 2, found it. Lu Muxuan grinned and turned to look at Zheng Chaoyang in the crowd not far away. Seeing him accurately find him in the crowd, Zheng Chaoyang felt a chill down his spine. His uncle had said that Lu Muxuan was no ordinary person and told him to stop causing trouble. But he refused to give in. No one had ever dared to threaten him since he was a child. Besides, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it was Lu Muxuan's doing. The next second, he was even more terrified because he found that he couldn't move. And his body couldn't help but move forward. At this moment, he was terrified to the extreme, thinking back to the strange behavior of Yang Bing and the others who jumped into the Jinjiang River for no reason. He wanted to yell and scream for help, but the situation at this moment was like being possessed by a ghost. He was clearly conscious, but he just couldn't control his body. "Zhang Chaoyang, long time no see." Lu Muxuan kicked away the support of the electric scooter, then sat on it and smiled slightly. "Is my girlfriend pretty? You are so arrogant and domineering on weekdays. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a background? Didn't you let me experience what society is like before? Unfortunately, I can't experience it anymore, but I can let you experience what it means to be helpless. Let's go, Xiaoyu. Let's go back." "Oh, okay." Lu Xinyu hurriedly jumped onto the back seat, hugged Lu Muxuan's waist tightly, and put her head on his back, fearing that she would see something bad. "Lu Muxuan. I was wrong, please let me go. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go. I will kowtow to you and give you whatever you want. Please spare my life." Zheng Chaoyang was so scared that he burst into tears. Faced with the fear of the unknown, he lost his former arrogance and looked like a pitiful man. "Don't worry, I will give you a chance to start over." Lu Muxuan smiled slightly, then started his mount and left. Shortly after they left, Zheng Chaoyang was beaten by several tattooed men, who beat him with fists, kicks and sticks. Finally, he left this world wailing, because the opportunity that Lu Muxuan mentioned, reincarnation as a human being, was also not the same as starting over as a human being. After returning to the room, Lu Muxuan stuffed the dishes into the refrigerator and prepared to go back. "Mumu, will Zheng Chaoyang die?" Lu Xinyu looked at him helplessly. "What's wrong, Xiaoyu?" Lu Muxuan looked at her puzzledly. "Mumu, I'm afraid that Zheng Chaoyang's ending will be ours. This mysterious power scares me. If a more powerful force appears, will we be like Zheng Chaoyang, easily wiped out without any resistance?" Chapter 81 Tips. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan was also stunned. Her conjecture might not be impossible. The continent of gods and demons was filled with countless powerful beings. If even one of them sneaked in like the demonic soul, it would be a devastating disaster for Earth. As the strongest, he would naturally receive special attention, and his life and death would all depend on the thoughts of others. Thinking of this, he slowly placed his hand on Lu Sinyu's shoulder, looked into her eyes and said, "No, the demon soul was an unexpected situation, and such a force will not appear again. And even if there is, I should have enough strength to deal with it by then. Don't worry, with me here, no one in this world can hurt you. I don't mind. The main thing is you, hiding your abilities, you know? Pretending to be an ordinary person, only when an unmatched force appears, can you escape." Lu Xinyu said, gently resting her head on his chest, saying, "I don't want anything to happen to you. I want you to be safe and sound for the rest of your life. That way, I don't have to worry all day about you getting into trouble. Well, everyone else only sees the powerful side of the demon soul, but you, on the other hand, worry that the demon soul is too powerful and will be targeted by someone even more powerful. That's a unique perspective indeed." Lu Muxuan rubbed her head and said softly, "I am the strongest in the game, and of course I will be the strongest in reality, so no one can threaten me, don't worry. Don't let your mind wander too much. You might as well spend your time thinking about what to name our baby." "Bah, we haven't even started yet, you bastard." Lu Xinyu pushed him away angrily. Of course, it wasn't this sentence that caused her to react so strongly, but rather that someone somewhere was dishonest and scared her. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan turned around awkwardly, thinking that it was not his fault. Who wouldn't be moved when holding such a beautiful woman in his arms, unless he couldn't be moved? However, it also succeeded in making her less anxious, so the goal was indirectly achieved. I'll go up first." "Wait, what's its name?" Lu Xinyu pointed at the demon soul. "Okay. I didn't think of a name for the child, so I named Demon Soul instead. It doesn't have a name. You can call it Xiao Hei. It's very black anyway." Lu Muxuan said. "Demon Soul, $#. Lu Muxuan glared at the scene. Although he didn't understand what was being said, he felt that the curses were quite filthy. They even dared to point the finger at him. What's Xiao Hei? That's so unpleasant. How about calling him Xiao Huihui? After Lu Xinyu said that, relying on Lu Muxuan being there, she reached out and touched the round head of the demon soul, then quickly retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Aren't they all the same? Lu Muxuan intended to hand over the decision to Mohan. Choose. Ask Xiao Hei to stand on my side, and ask Xiao Huihui to stand on her side. As a result, Mohan stood on Lu Xinyu's side without hesitation. Lu Muxuan? Oh, it likes the name Xiao Huihui. Lu Xinyu said in surprise, and while naming, she successfully pinched Mohan's little face and found that it was as soft as marshmallow. Well, let's call you Xiao Huihui from now on. Lu Muxuan patted Mohan's head, and then went upstairs reluctantly. After logging in, he continued to level up in the Poison Bee Valley, as leveling at night was difficult. He checked and saw Wu Ming online, so he immediately sent him a message. Going against the will of heaven, you bullshit professor, the stuff you teach doesn't work, what should I do? As soon as the message was sent, Wu Ming replied. I am your brother Ming, hey, didn't you look down on my methods before? What's the matter? Now you are asking for advice? If you ask directly here, what will you do if your girlfriend checks on you again? And on Airshing, I'll delete it after you ask, hurry up and give me some advice. I am your brother Ming, what advice do you want? I need to know your current situation. What advice do you want me to give you without saying a word? It seems so. Lu Muxuan sent his previous failure experience to Wu Ming, and Wu Ming, who was a veteran, saw the problem right away. I am your brother Ming, I don't know what to say to you. She has been emphasizing that you are friends. She doesn't want to draw a line between you, but she wants a name, do you understand? You keep saying she's your girlfriend, but have you ever asked for her opinion? Have you consulted her? Does she agree? You only talk, but don't take any real action. Bad review. Listen to me, given her situation, all you have to do is buy her a flower, get down on one knee, and then take her out for a candlelight dinner, a movie, and a late-night snack. I guarantee you'll have sex tonight. Is Sigma? That simple? Going against the will of heaven, you went through a similar process before, but it didn't work out. I am your brother Ming, you confessed it yourself, and you are tired of eating. I am not saying that you is fishing for you like it's a game. The reason for the failure before was because of the people. He didn't want you to take advantage of him. Even if he drank 10 bottles of white wine, she would ask her bestie to come and take it back. Of course, you can also try this on your current girlfriend. If she's always willing to go out with you, it's okay to be reserved once or twice, but if she's the third time, just kick her out. Lu Muxuan read it carefully, extracting useful information. His current goal was to live with Lu Xinyu, so that no matter what troubles he encountered, he would be able to react immediately and also enhance their relationship. Otherwise, you will need to leave the battle in the game before you can log off, which may take at least half a minute or even longer. For the rest, let nature take its course. If that didn't work, he would have to go to the official base. He couldn't joke with Lu Xinyu's safety. As for fishing to raise demon souls, perhaps the death row prisoners could also do it, or they could speed up their pace and return from that world. At this time, Lu Xinyu came online. Seeing this, he hurriedly deleted the record and sent the second-level golden shoes that he had dropped when he defeated the boss to Wu Ming as a thank you. I am your brother Ming. Hey, if you don't understand something, remember to ask me. I guarantee you'll have enough to eat. Okay, I have to delete one more. Not long after, Lu Xinyu came to the Poison Bee Valley to help him stack blood. The Lin Xia sisters were not online, and it seemed that Lin Xiyu was not in a good condition. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Muxuan received a strange call. After answering it, he found that it was from Xia Bishan. The chief said, "You can do whatever you want, but you can't hurt innocent people." Hearing this, Lu Muxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Since the first seat had given his permission, he had nothing to worry about. Okay, thank you. No need. The chief also wants to use you to lure out the parasites hiding in the dragon country. Also, how do you want to deal with your relatives? You can take them to the official base, or you can send someone to protect them. Xia Bishan said. Lu Muxuan thought for a moment and said, "Let's take him to the base." Okay, you contact us and we'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Lu Muxuan called back to inform his parents, saying that he had been sent by the country to carry out a mission and asked them to go to the official base to avoid danger. This barrage of criticism successfully led his parents to believe he had joined a pyramid scheme, and they wanted to take a taxi to GZ that very night. Helplessly, he could only make a video to explain, and then ask Xia Bishan to dress in a more impressive manner when he went there tomorrow, otherwise there would be no way to explain. In the early morning, the mountain village was surrounded by fog, and the morning sun slowly rose from the horizon, covering the earth with a touch of gold. On the cement road, 3 or 2 aunties were carrying buckets of clothes to the river to wash clothes, and some were carrying loads of lettuce. When they met, they would stop and chat, standing in the middle of the road. At this time, a series of uniformed footsteps were heard. Several aunts looked back curiously and were suddenly shocked. I saw hundreds of soldiers carrying guns and marching slowly forward in unusually uniform steps. What's going on? Is there going to be a war? It shouldn't be. The war shouldn't be fought here. Hey, look, the officers turned a corner. That road seems to be Xiao Mu's house, right? An aunt said in surprise. The only family on this road is Xiao Mutu's. Who else could it be if not him? With all this going on, I'm afraid Xiao Mutu has joined a pyramid scheme, and the authorities are coming to arrest him at home. Gooden has been involved in a pyramid scheme before, but it's not this grand. There was a murderer in the next village before, and many uncles came to catch him. Then there are hundreds of them this time. Doesn't that mean that Little Wood has gone crazy killing people? I can't believe that Little Mu was so well behaved and sensible when he was little, but he has changed so much when he grows up. Soon, the rumor that Lu Muxuan was a perverted murderer spread throughout the village. On the other side, Lu Xiao and his wife were busy packing up their shovels, hoes and fertilizers, preparing to go to the fields. Unexpectedly, a group of people came up, all of them carrying guns. They were so scared that they stood at the door, at a loss as to what to do. After learning about the other party's background, they suddenly remembered their son's phone call last night. They were shocked and speechless. This is actually true. Sir, please wait a moment. We need to take care of some family matters before we leave. Lu Xiao said, bending over. Uncle, you're welcome. Just call me Xiao Li. You're busy, so there's no rush. Let me know when you're ready. Okay. Lu Xiao nodded, then went to the neighbor's house to ask them to take care of the crops and check on the house. Before leaving, all the villagers, big and small, gathered at the entrance of the village. Lao Xiao, I heard that Xiao Mu went crazy killing people in the city. Is that true? Asked a villager. Lu Xiao, that son of a bitch spread it. My son works for the country, and he's got nothing better to do than gossip. Dear fellow villagers, please don't spread rumors. The uncle's son is a key national protected person, so he took his parents there. Don't say anything nonsense. Xiaoli also stepped forward to help explain. Seeing that the official had said so, the matter was inevitable. After the man left, the villagers immediately started to make a commotion. Send a few hundred people to pick up Lao Xiao. What a high-ranking official Xiao Mu has become. Yeah, I didn't expect that the usually silent Littlewood would actually beat up the high-ranking official without making a sound. He even came to my house for dinner when he was a kid. He picked the fruit from my farm that had been sprayed with pesticides. I was the one who took him to the hospital because he was foaming at the mouth. La la la. The phone rang and Lu Mushuan answered it in a daze. Hello? Mom, yes, Shangjing, yes. Just follow their arrangements when you get there. I'm not in Shangjing yet. Call me when you get there. After explaining something, Lu Mushuan hung up the phone, looked at the time and saw that it was only a little after 7 o'clock, so he got up to brush his teeth and wash his face. Since I didn't sleep all night the night before, I logged off early and went to bed at around 9 o'clock last night. I had a really good sleep. Ding dong. Lu Xinyu, wake up, lazy pig. I made some lean meat porridge. Come down and have breakfast. Just after brushing his teeth, he received a message from Lu Xinyu. Lu Mushuan smiled slightly. This kind of life seemed to exist only in his dreams before. When the dream came true, this sense of happiness made him feel a little unreal. Especially the demon soul Xiao Huihui that appeared in front of him from time to time, making him feel as if he had traveled through time. Chapter 82 Second Transformation. September 19th, Friday, sunny. The porridge Lu Xinyu cooked today was really delicious. I ate 2 big bowls. After eating, she told me not to go out to buy breakfast anymore and she would cook breakfast for me. She also asked me to get up early and run with her. I pretended to be stupid and then successfully escaped by claiming that I had a stomachache. I was so smart. Putting down the pen, Lu Mushuan stretched and went online. He had nothing to do today, so he went to Poison Bee Valley to accumulate blood. At noon, Lin Shiyu came online. She was in good spirits and had successfully obtained a god-level attack attribute, adding another powerful general. It's a shame that he ended up using her as a health stacking tool. Level 3 Absolute Guardian can sign 3 Guardian contracts, tripling or quadrupling the health stacking speed. It's almost skyrocketing. In just 6 hours, he had accumulated 8 million HP. Lu Mushuan started to wonder if he was the chosen one of the gods and demons continent. Even he found it a little outrageous. In the evening, after the official side settled my parents, I felt relieved. During this period, I tried to trick Wu Ming into going to the official base, but it didn't work out. September 20th, Saturday, sunny. Alas, you can't escape the 15th. Lu Xinyu came to my house at 6:30 and dragged me out for a run. She said lying around playing games all day would cause my body to deteriorate and I needed regular exercise. What could I do? I had to make up for it in the evenings. Early to bed and early to rise. After going online, since he only needed 1/3 of experience to reach level 20, Lu Mushuan went online today to level up with Zuofenglang. On the way, I met the Monkey King. This guy was also leveling up in the level 40 area. One arrow of his could deal 20,000 to 30,000 damage. There was basically no pressure for him to level up alone. No wonder he leveled up so quickly. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Mushuan successfully reached level 20, and then returned to Suzaku City to find Yen Luoying for the second transformation. Ding, the Suzaku Saint Envoy has issued you a second level mission, kill the Earth Fire Dragon. Kill the Earth Fire Dragon. Mission details: yesterday, a fire dragon wreaked havoc in a small town 30 miles west of the city, resulting in 10 deaths and 27 injuries. Players are requested to go to the Tyrone mine and kill it. Mission rewards: experience points plus 20,000, free attribute points plus 200, number of Suzakuland copies plus 1, gold coins plus 50, reputation plus 1,000. Mission deadline: 3 days. Mission penalty: none. Lu Mushuan looked at the task details but didn't take it seriously. With his current strength, completing such a small task was basically as easy as leveling up. He bowed slightly and left the room, then headed out of the city. Ding dong. Where is Dao Chan, President? The station will be completed around 8:20 p.m. Do you want to hold a ceremony? It's almost done. Lu Mushuan grinned. The northern expedition is about to begin. Going against the will of heaven, let's not do these empty things. Notify everyone. Forget it, I'll notify them myself. Tianni Guild Chat Interface. NIT on Airshing, at everyone, prepare food tomorrow. Those who can be online during the day should gather at 9 o'clock to start the northern expedition. As soon as these words were spoken, the guild chat interface quickly refreshed. Are you finally going to take action? My sword has been thirsting for a long time. Ha, don't you think about who our president is? He goes against the will of heaven. How could he be overwhelmed by the Yi and Xia families? Here I come. These past few days, I've been forced by the Xia family to level up in the 14th level area. Damn it, tomorrow I'll let them know who has the final say in Suzaku City. Come on, I'm going to take tomorrow off. I'll make 3 buckets of instant noodles and put them in the refrigerator. I'll fight for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 buckets of instant noodles in 3 days. The above person suggested buying some hot pot base and then making a hot pot and putting it in the refrigerator. I've been so pissed off these past few days. I need a day off, I absolutely must. I'm targeting the Yi and Xia families. There are only a few dozen level 16 plus training points left, and they won't let them go. This is simply too much. After tomorrow, I won't leave any for them. Send them to the lower level areas. Let them run wild. No more talking. I'm going to log off and prepare food now. I can't wait any longer. Looking at the dozens of messages per second, Lu Muxuan glanced at them a few times and ignored them. After leaving the city, he rode the Red Fire Sparrow to the Tyrone mine. Soon, he arrived at the destination of the mission. Looking at a cave with flames in front of him, he walked in without hesitation. Ding, you have entered the Tyrone mine. Please be careful of the ground fire attack. Special areas? And there are hints. Lu Muxuan looked around. The entrance to the mine was not big. There was only a passage more than 2 meters wide going straight forward. After moving forward for a few minutes, the temperature inside gradually increased, and the space also expanded a little bit, like an underground magma world. As he went deeper and deeper, he saw lava pits everywhere on the ground, and from time to time a large amount of fire would burst out and burn the surroundings. Lu Muxuan accidentally got burned, but it didn't cause any harm to him. It seemed that a fire strength of over 300 was enough to be immune to the damage of the underground fire here. Seeing this, he was no longer cautious. He jumped onto the wall with all his strength and jumped all the way forward towards the depths. Hey, why does this stone feel a little strange? Lu Muxuan didn't walk far before he found a red stone on a stone wall, emitting a fiery glow. Earthfire crystal. Crystals formed naturally by absorbing earthfire all year round. Absorption can increase the intensity of spiritual level flames. Absorb? Lu Muxuan was puzzled. Generally speaking, items that can be used will be displayed as usable, while items that cannot be used will not have a use button, but the reason why they cannot be used will be displayed. Why is this earth fire crystal showing absorption? And why is there no reason why it can't be used? Could it be that this crystal can't be used to attack with my own god-level attributes? After studying for a long time, Lu Muxuan still couldn't figure out the reason, so he simply threw it into his backpack and continued on his way. During this time, he picked up a large number of earth fire crystals on the road. They were of different sizes, some as big as a fist, and some as big as a head. After about 5 minutes, he arrived at the end of the mine and saw a sea of magma in front of him. Lu Muxuan reached out his hand to try it and it was like touching warm water. Seeing this, he jumped in directly. The earth fire dragon should be in the magma, otherwise if it was above, the mission would have been completed long ago. Sure enough, after swimming for about 2 minutes, Lu Muxuan found the earth fire dragon deep in the magma. It looks like a snake and a dragon, with red skin and 2 horns on its head, but no claws. It seems to have evolved from snakes. The moment he discovered the earth fire dragon, the other party also discovered him and immediately roared at him. Seeing that he couldn't be scared away, the earth fire dragon roared again. Lu Muxuan felt that the magma around him seemed to be flowing, and the next second it formed a cage that imprisoned him in place. Earth Fire Dragon Gold Level Boss. Level 30. HP, 2 million. Magic Attack, 2500. Magic Defense, 1800. Speed, 530. Skills, Fire Spear, Fire Bomb, Magma Cage, Fire Revival, Penetrating Ray. While Lu Muxuan was checking the information of the Earth Fire Dragon, a ray of flame shot out from its mouth and hit Lu Muxuan's chest like lightning. Use the ultimate move as soon as you come. However, the next scene made him a little at a loss for words. Immunity. 5,380. As expected, the high firepower completely defeated the low firepower, because the firepower damage of the Earth Fire Dragon was completely immune. Only spell attacks were effective. A level 30 golden boss can only deal more than 5,000 damage, how shameful. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan gripped the red flame sword tightly with both hands, and the next second he slashed out with the red flame slash, directly breaking the cage, and continued to slash towards the Earth Fire Dragon with no loss of momentum. Unfortunately, the resistance in the magma was too great, and the Earth Fire Dragon easily dodged it. And when he saw that his full-strength attack was unable to harm Lu Muxuan, the Earth Fire Dragon turned around and ran away without any hesitation? Fuck! How can it be so real? Lu Muxuan chased after him, cursing. Although his speed was much slower in the lava, with a speed of up to 1,800 miles per hour, even if it was reduced by 3 times, it was still faster than the Earth Fire Dragon. So the result was not surprising at all. After catching up, he rushed forward with a violent collision and knocked him flying, followed by 4 slashes in 1 second. 192-6934. 150-2676. Unfortunately, he was killed in 2 strikes, and even the fire revival couldn't save him. Lu Muxuan slowly put away the third knife that was about to fall. Ding, congratulations! As the first player in the entire server to kill the gold-level boss Earth Fire Dragon, the system will soon announce it to the entire server. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Nition Ershing for completing the first server-wide kill of the gold-level boss Earth Fire Dragon. Special announcement. Ding, congratulations on completing your first kill of the Earth Fire Dragon boss. Rewards, plus 100 free attribute points, a boost to the attribute of the title 1 step ahead, plus 20 gold coins, and plus 500 reputation. After putting the equipment dropped by the Earth Fire Dragon into his backpack, Lu Muxuan quickly swam out of the lava sea. Earth Fire Belt. Grade, Gold. HP plus 1000. Physical defense plus 200. Spell defense plus 200. Fire attribute strength plus 4. Wearing requirements, 2nd level warrior profession. Hey! Statically powerful equipment. But it's only 4 points, seriously? The red fire necklace that the red fire bird drops has 5 points. Perhaps because it was protective gear, it was better to have it than not, so Lu Muxuan put it away and would wear it after completing his job change. If you fight Purgatory Soul Melting again next week, you can remove the Fire Force and get 4 points of attribute strength for free, which is equivalent to fighting the 5 Elements Secret Realm twice. There were 2 pieces of silver equipment left, which had no strong attributes and poor properties. He planned to throw them into the warehouse and let the guild members exchange them for personal contributions. It doesn't matter even if he is replaced by a spy sent by another guild, because those who can afford the silver equipment must at least work for him for a month, or donate enough equipment, and have made real contributions to the guild. What's wrong with giving him a piece of equipment? Wow! Skill book. Lu Muxuan was overjoyed. The drop rate of skill books was really touching. Lin Shiyu had been paying attention to it for so long, but she hadn't gotten him a single skill book, which showed how rare it was. This thing is definitely much better than equipment, and you don't have to worry about being eliminated if you go for strong attributes. What the hell? What the hell? Lu Muxuan was speechless, because this was the mage skill firebomb. There are 2 mages in the team, one with dark attributes and the other with ice attributes, neither of them is useful. If it is a non-attribute skill like Savage Charge, it is fine, no matter what attribute attack you use, it can be used. However, skills like this one that have inherent fire attribute attacks are no longer effective, as they only provide bonuses to the same attribute. This means that if Lin Shiyu learns this skill, she won't benefit from the ice strength bonus at all, so even if she learns it, it's useless. Very good, perfectly avoiding all those who could learn from it. Lu Muxuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the corpse of the Earth Fire Dragon. Chapter 83 Flame Ice. After using the scroll back to city, he came to Suzaku Palace again to submit the task. However, just when he arrived at Yan Luoying's door and was about to knock, the door opened and a woman in ice blue clothes walked out. Her face was somewhat similar to Yan Luoying's, her skin was like snow, and it looked even whiter under her ice blue dress. Her eyes were as blue as an icy abyss, giving people a chilling feeling just by looking at them. Unlike Yan Luoying's blazing flames, her breath was extremely cold, like a walking snow mountain. The breath she emitted inadvertently could make Lu Muxuan feel as if he was falling into an ice cellar. Not only was her hair ice blue, but her eyes and eyebrows were also ice blue, which surprised Lu Muxuan, who was used to seeing girls with black hair and black eyes. Get out of the way. Yan Bing's eyes were cold. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan hurriedly moved aside. If his guess was correct, this person was most likely Yan Luoying's sister, Lin Shiyu's teacher. As Yan Bing slowly walked past him, the biting cold air made him shiver. Why does it feel like this younger sister is even more powerful than her older sister? At least he has never felt such an amazing aura from Yan Luoying. Terrified. Shaking his head, Lu Muxuan walked in. Master, my mission is completed. Okay, I understand. Yan Luoying's face looked a little bad, and she waved her hand to signal him to go out. Ding, the second job quest has been completed. You gained plus 20,000 experience points, plus 200 free attribute points, plus 1 dungeon entry into Suzaku Land, plus 50 gold coins, and plus 1,000 reputation. Master, what's wrong with you? Is there something that makes you unhappy? Lu Muxuan asked with concern. You haven't even learned any skills yet, why are you walking around? Oh, Master, I found a lot of earth fire crystals in the Tyrone mine. I don't know what they are for, so I'd better give them to you as a gift. Nothing. Yan Luoying shook her head, glanced at the crystal in Lu Muxuan's hand, and said, This crystal is useless to me, and you can't use it either, but you can sell it to the shops in the city for some gold coins. It doesn't work? Is it for NPCs? Lu Muxuan was slightly disappointed. He had thought that he could increase the strength of the fire attribute by collecting these crystals, but his plan failed. Master, I want to learn a second-level skill. Upon hearing this, Yan Luoying didn't waste any words and raised her hand to type in an option. Ding, do you want to spend 50 gold coins to learn the second job skill, Hiroshi Flash? Without even thinking about it, Lu Muxuan decisively chose to confirm. Naruto Flash. Skill introduction, can flash to any position within 50 meters at will, and leave a fire shadow at the place where it is. It can be detonated or dissipated under the control of the player. Detonation can cause 500% damage to targets within 25 meters nearby. The cooldown is 1 minute and can be stacked 3 times. Proficiency, 0-500. Wow! A flash skill with area of effect explosion damage, perfect. And it can be superimposed. It is superimposed once a minute. If it is superimposed and not used, it will flash in 3 stages. The cooling countdown starts after it is used up once, and there is no need to wait for the other 2 times to be used up. That's great, thumbs up. Master, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lu Muxuan bowed. Yan Luoying was obviously in a bad mood, so it would be better for her to run away quickly. Go. Yan Luoying waved her hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Muxuan decisively used fire to flash away, leaving a trail of fire on the spot, and then slowly disappeared from the spot. It's really useful. Outside the room, Lu Muxuan nodded with satisfaction. He had the feeling of being a master. He disappeared in an instant, which was much stronger than the displacement skill of Savage Charge. There are still 2 sections, and Lu Muxuan used them decisively, and at the same time improved his skill proficiency. But he was stunned the next second. Because after another flash, a beautiful and majestic face appeared in front of him, almost touching him. If he moved a few centimeters closer, he could kiss that pink, rosy little mouth. At the same time, a faint fragrance wafted into his nose, and Lu Muxuan subconsciously stepped back. But just as he was about to move, a small, snow-white hand slapped him in the face with lightning speed. He was blown away and crashed heavily into a wall. 520-2514. +1. Holy shit. I didn't mean to do that. Lu Muxuan was speechless, his face burning with pain. When he stood up, he felt an incomparable coldness all over his body. A layer of frost slowly formed on his skin, making it difficult for him to walk. What the hell? A slap is a normal attack, right? It dealt me over 5 million damage. And it also slowed me down. What are you doing? Yan Luoying heard the noise and appeared beside Lu Muxuan, frowning and looking at her sister not far away. Ahem. Master is fine, I accidentally offended her. Lu Muxuan explained. I wanted to try out my skills, but who would have thought that it would directly hit Yan Bing's face? This is a bit embarrassing. Hearing this, Yan Luoying glared at him unhappily. Why are you provoking her for no reason? At this time, Yan Bing slowly stepped forward and stopped 3 meters away from Lu Muxuan. With a frosty face, he said, "Do me a favor and I will forgive your offense today." "What's the matter?" Lu Muxuan asked subconsciously. "No. Don't be unreasonable." Yan Luoying looked at her sister and said sternly, "This is just your guess. If you are wrong, do you know what the consequences will be? I'll find a way to deal with this. Just stay in your ice palace and don't worry about it." Looking at his sister's unquestionable eyes and tone, Yan Bing didn't say anything more, turned around and left Suzaku Palace. "Master. What's the matter? If I can help, I will. After all, she is your sister." Lu Muxuan said with his teeth bared. It was really cold. Even though the freezing effect had passed, he was still shivering. Yan Luoying shook her head, raised her hand and shot out a flame that enveloped him, saying, "You can't afford the price of helping her, unless you leave the Eastern Divine Kingdom. Okay, she might come back to you. Don't agree to her promise. Just complete the task I gave you." Mission? Lu Muxuan understood. This favor was probably to make Lu Xinyu curse someone. This is absolutely unacceptable. If you curse these bigwigs in the territory of the Eastern Divine Kingdom, they will definitely be killed and sent back to the novice village. Moreover, with just one order, Lu Xinyu probably wouldn't be able to enter the city, and couldn't leave the Eastern Divine Kingdom. This is not a game. If these high-level officials find a way to imprison her soul, it would be equivalent to killing a real person. He dare not take this risk. Okay, master. Lu Muxuan bowed and then went to Commander Wang to play the Vermilion Birdland copy. He didn't dare use Naruto Flash in the city, for fear of another close encounter. After completing the dungeon, I successfully added 5 points of fire strength. Together with the reward for killing the Earth Fire Dragon and the Earth Fire Belt, a total of 6 points were added. There were also task rewards, plus the 50 points of free attributes from the upgrade. When all were added up, the fire strength instantly reached 379. With the help of 3 tools, plus the blood soul beads and magic souls, his health has now reached 50.71 million. If this trend continues, the health points will reach 100 million in about a week. A single explosion of the Blood Demon Shield can reach 20 million. How terrifying! Not long after, Lu Muxuan arrived at the level 50 Wind Chaser Wolf. Since he was anxious to level up that morning, he didn't team up with Lu Xinyu and the other two, but leveled up alone. He came over to take a look. Relying on the protection of Absolute Guardian, Lin Shiyu could release skills and fight monsters without restraint. However, since she could not enjoy the bonus of ice strength from the falling meteorite, her leveling speed was very slow. Lu Xinyu's damage is single target, so it takes almost a minute to kill one, which is extremely inefficient. Seeing this, he joined the team decisively, then turned on the rage and killed one person with one sword. After he was done, the Blood Demon Shield exploded, and he could kill more than 200 people in a minute, with his efficiency maximized. If he doesn't form a team, even if he spends half a day leveling up and half a day stacking up blood, his leveling speed will still be no worse than anyone else. However, in order to allow them to be used as tools without any worries and not fall too far behind in level, Lu Muxuan had no intention of soloing them. Besides, one was his girlfriend-to-be, one was his personal nurse, and one was his right-hand man, so he couldn't leave them out. In the evening, Lu Muxuan planned to continue to stack blood with 3 tools, but at this moment, an ice-blue figure suddenly appeared in the air, slowly stepped into the air, staring straight at Lu Xinyu. "Teacher, why are you here?" Lin Shiyu asked in surprise. "Help me curse someone, and I will give you a magic weapon and 10,000 free attribute points." Yan Bing ignored everyone else and slowly came to Lu Xinyu and said, "Immortal weapon. 10,000 free attribute points." Lu Xinyu opened her mouth slightly, a little shocked, but looking at the other party's cold eyes and biting chill, she unconsciously leaned towards Lu Muxuan and held his arm tightly. Seeing this, Yan Bing turned his gaze away from Lu Xinyu and stared at Lu Muxuan and said, "Fire attribute immortal weapon, 10,000 free attribute points." This. Don't tempt me. To be honest, Lu Muxuan was a little tempted. Spirit level weapons each added 40 points of firepower, so wouldn't immortal weapons be worth hundreds of points? Plus 10,000 free attribute points. This reward is too damn generous. What kind of hatred or grudge is this? He's willing to curse at any cost. Sorry, I won't joke with her life. You. Lu Muxuan suddenly changed the subject mid-sentence. Who are you cursing? Do you want him to die, and do you want to find out his identity? Princess Kailian, Dongfang Kaier. Find out if she is possessed by a demonic spirit. Yan Bing said expressionlessly. Oh my god. Doesn't this overlap with the task Yan Luoying gave me? It seems like I can take it. Just don't curse it, then investigate. If it is found out, it will be double happiness. If it is not found out, there will be no loss. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan asked, let me take a look at the mission. Ding, the Ice Palace Master has issued you a mission, investigate Dongfang Kair. Do you accept it? Investigating Dongfang Kair. Mission details, use the curse technique to curse Dongfang Kair and confirm whether she is possessed by the evil spirit. Mission reward, fire attribute immortal weapon +1, free attribute points +10,000. Task deadline, 10 minutes. Mission penalty, none. Ugh. Only 10 minutes. What the hell is going on? This requires a curse. Once you enter the name, if it succeeds, the curse takes effect immediately. If it fails, it says the target doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a query. Sorry, I can help you check, but let's forget about the curse. We can't afford the price, and neither can you. Lu Muxuan decisively chose to refuse after saying this. Upon hearing this, Yan Bing's eyes turned ice cold, and in an instant, a raging cold air swept through, turning the surrounding wind-chasing wolves into ice sculptures one by one. However, Lu Muxuan and the others did not turn into ice sculptures. They just felt like it was winter and were shivering with cold. Chapter 84 Battle of Yanbing. The coldness lasted for more than 10 seconds before Yanbing slowly withdrew his aura and said in a cold voice, I am 80% sure that Dongfang Kair must be possessed by the demonic spirit. You only need to curse her. If you succeed, you'll get an immortal weapon with 10,000 free attributes. With an 80% chance of winning, it's almost guaranteed. Are you sure you don't want to think about it again? Don't consider it. Even if there is only a 20% chance that it is not true, I don't want to gamble. Lu Muxuan said in a firm tone, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing this, Yan Bing glared at him, then turned his gaze to Lu Xinyu again. Do you want to be a vase, or a strong person? I can also get a dark attribute immortal weapon, you just need to curse it. After you succeed, you will no longer be a burden to him. A woman who can stand on her own is far more attractive to men than a mere vase. Men will cherish her more and she is not dispensable. What do you think? Xiao Yu, don't. Lu Muxuan just opened his mouth when he was frozen into an ice sculpture by Yan Bing. Let him go. Lu Xinyu became anxious and looked at Yan Bing angrily. Seeing her so excited, Yan Bing smiled instead. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed Lu Muxuan into the air and said, Curse Dongfang Kair, and I will let him go. Xiao Linzi. Teacher. Lin Xiyat and her sister were shocked. They didn't expect Yan Bing to attack suddenly. Just as they were about to take action, they saw Lu Muxuan suddenly break the ice. Yan Bing, I respect you because you are Master's sister. Don't think I am a soft persimmon that you can manipulate at will. Lu Muxuan said as he activated the blood demon shield and said coldly. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Want to scare me? You're still a little naive. Yan Bing looked at him with a calm expression and spoke in a cold tone. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Muxuan launched a brutal charge. At such a close distance, it was impossible to dodge unless you could dodge. But the next second, he was shocked. He saw Yan Bing retreat without any warning, maintaining a distance of 2 meters until the brutal collision ended. Because he was in mid-air and had no skills to pull him up, his body began to fall. Seeing this, he immediately activated the Naruto flash and came behind Yan Bing, then raised his hand and used the red flame slash. You're full of flaws. You only have brute force but don't know how to use it. How dare you attack me? Break! Yan Bing didn't even turn around, but instead grabbed the staff in his hand and struck Lu Muxuan's chest with a lightning-fast blow, directly breaking his red flame slash. However, it was not over yet. Immediately afterwards, an ice dragon rushed out from the tip of the staff and knocked Lu Muxuan heavily to the ground. With a loud bang, the earth shook. The area within a radius of 800 meters instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. Everything was frozen into ice sculptures, and no monsters survived. Only Lin Xiyat and the others had absolute protection, otherwise this attack would have wiped out the entire place. This. Lu Muxuan clutched his chest and looked at Yan Bing standing in mid-air in disbelief. His red flame slash was interrupted by just a single staff. And despite his dual dominance of Berserk and Blood Shield, she was able to repel him. After this attack, he discovered the weakness of his dominance. Overlord, when being controlled, can be immune to control, but if the opponent's skills are continuous control, you will still be controlled intermittently, just like the Ice Dragon's knockback just now, which is always knocking back. The time it takes for the Overlord to release control seems to be a few tenths of a second, which means it can be released 3 or 4 times in 1 second, which is actually equivalent to being immune to control. No wonder there was a lag when being repelled by the Ice Dragon. It turns out that it was always in a state of releasing control and being controlled. Come again. Lu Muxuan refused to admit defeat. He jumped up to a height of 20 meters, then flashed in front of Yan Bing again with a flick of the fire shadow, and raised his hand to slash with blood. As expected, she dodged it. Lu Muxuan was not in a hurry. The Ice Dragon condensed 4 layers of blood and energy in one attack. If the first attack missed, he would follow up with 3 more to block her retreat. Mysterious Ice Shield. Seeing this, Yan Bing calmly turned the staff in his hand, and several ice shields condensed in an instant. Snap! Snap! The usually indestructible blood chi slash could only break 1 ice shield. After breaking 3 ice shields, the blood chi slash completely dissipated. This blood slash clearly does real damage. How could it be blocked by the shield? Could it be that it didn't hit the body? Lu Muxuan was a little puzzled. The NPC was indeed not comparable to the boss or the monsters. His skills were almost used up, but he didn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. What's more, he couldn't even force out the opponent's displacement skills. This is so embarrassing. There was no way. The Blood Demon shield was less than half a minute old. Lu Muxuan used the Naruto flash to come in front of Yan Bing again and launched a brutal charge. However, the result was the same as last time. Seeing this, he immediately cancelled his skill and detonated the Blood Demon shield. Boom! At the moment the skill exploded, Lu Muxuan saw Yan Bing's figure slowly disappearing, and he knew that there was no hope. But at this moment, the cooling down of Naruto's flash was over, and he used it again without hesitation, flashing behind Yan Bing and raising his sword to chop. However, Yan Bing dodged by just slightly turning his body to the side, then pointed the staff in his hand, and a cold light flashed at the tip, instantly freezing Lu Muxuan into an ice sculpture, and smashing him heavily to the ground. 2608. Plus 1. 2608. Plus 1. Moo, are you okay? Lu Xinyu hurried to Lu Muxuan and slapped the ice with her hands despite the biting cold. Little Lindsay. Lin Xia also ran over in a hurry, while Lin Xiyu stood in front of them, looking at Yan Bing angrily. Teacher, why did you do this? I don't mean to embarrass you. Yan Bing's pretty face was calm as she looked at Lu Xinyu and asked, what is your choice? No curse. Lu Xinyu said angrily. Hearing this, Yan Bing put away his staff, turned around, took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. At this moment, the frozen state on Lu Muxuan's body broke with a click, and a blazing flame surged out, driving away the cold. Hiss. This woman is so scary, he said, shaking his body. My teacher is as famous as the holy envoy of Suzaku. What do you think? Lin Xiyu smiled slightly. It was the first time she saw Lu Muxuan being humiliated. Ahem, I got cocky after beating the commander-in-chief. I didn't expect that an unrestrained strong man could beat me like a piece of cake. Lu Muxuan touched his nose. When he fought against the Netherworld Blood Demon and the Grand Commander, they were both locked up. Fighting such people who couldn't escape was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Alas! The main reason was the lack of flight methods. The Red Fire Sparrow alone had no way of fighting against a master in the air. I used all my skills, but ended up dealing only 10,000 to 20,000 damage by counterattack. How embarrassing. Moo, how about I help her curse her? She will give you a magic weapon and 10,000 free attribute points, which can improve you a lot. Lu Xinyu thought. The reason for the refusal just now was because Yan Bing hit her boyfriend. Who could remain calm? And now think about it, even if you kill him, you can still be resurrected, but the immortal weapon and free attribute points are gone forever. No, this game is real. If they manage to imprison your soul, you won't be able to revive even if you want to, and your real body will die. Lu Muxuan said seriously. So don't even mention the curse anymore. Just scare the players, don't use it on NPCs. Ah. Okay. Lu Xinyu shrank her neck when she heard that, and unconsciously grabbed Lu Muxuan's arm again, saying with some fear. She knew that this world was real, so she was not surprised at all to die in the game. Instead, she felt that it was natural. Xiao Linzi, what are you talking about? Is this world real? Lin Xia asked, staring at Caroline with big eyes. Nearby, Lin Xiyu was also stunned. What had she heard? Imprisoning the soul? If she died in the game, she would die in real life too. Real world? Don't you know yet? Lu Muxuan was a little confused. Logically speaking, after playing for so long, he should have been told everything, right? Besides, they were both in college and were called back to play games professionally. Or did the authorities block the spread of the news? This makes some sense. What do you know? You said this game world is real? Is it true? Lin Xia asked curiously. Since Lin Tianya didn't tell him, Lu Muxuan thought about it and didn't say much. I'm talking about the same as the real world. Ask your sister if she felt uncomfortable when she accepted the god-level Ice Emperor flame. Hearing this, Lin Xia pouted and said, it must be uncomfortable. My sister took a whole day to recover. It's so real. On the side, Lin Xiyu frowned slightly, recalling a series of strange phenomena that happened to her father and brother, as well as her own personal experience of the torture of the Ice Emperor's flame. Combined with the conversation between Lu Muxuan and the other person just now, her eyes suddenly widened, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth with her little hands, her eyes full of disbelief. Xiao Linzi, how do you say that the feeling in the game is transmitted to reality? It's as if someone really touched me. It's so strange. Lin Xia said with a slight blush on her pretty face. Well, what can Lu Muxuan say? Your sister has probably guessed it, and you are still asking me why. How should I know? And are you serious about this question? Lu Muxuan felt a little guilty looking at her shy expression, because Lin Xia's question reminded him of when he was beating the tree man, and his big hand accidentally covered her chest. He secretly glanced at Lu Xingyu, coughed, and said, maybe someone bumped into you in real life, or someone hit you. Bah! I'm lying in the game cabin. I will be disconnected if I open it. Don't try to fool me. I'm smart. Lin Xia said with her little head raised. He's really smart, I can't talk to him anymore. Lu Muxuan decisively took out the scroll of returning to the city and went to the Poison Bee Valley to stack blood. Of course, 3 toolmen must be brought, as they can triple the blood stacking speed. Stacking for 1 hour is equivalent to stacking for 4 hours by yourself. You have to bring them. After about 2 hours of stacking, the guild chat interface started to flood the screen with messages saying, the project is complete. Northern Expedition. Ding dong. Where is Diao Chan, President? The guild headquarters is completed. Xiao Linzi, the guild is built. Let's go fight the boss and make the Yi and Xiao families cry for their parents. Go for it. Lin Xia raised her staff, eager to try, looking impatient. Well, let's go. Let's defeat the guild boss tonight and start tomorrow, the Northern Expedition. After Lu Muxuan said this, he released the red fire sparrow and jumped up. Chapter 85 Fighting the Guild Boss. President. At the Tianni Guild headquarters, players looked at the red firebird falling from the sky with excitement. Many of them had never seen Lu Muxuan since they joined the guild. When they learned that he would come tonight after the guild's headquarters was completed, they flocked to him as if they had been injected with chicken blood, just like a star-chasing scene. Shouts, whistles, and excited screams were heard everywhere. Everyone, log off early tonight and get ready for a big fight tomorrow. Our territories, and the vitality of the Tianni Guild all need you to fight for. Let the Yi and Xiao families know that our Tianni Guild is not only about me, Nitan Ershing, but also all of you. Can you do it? Lu Muxuan shouted to the guild members. Yes. 3 consecutive roars were deafening. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan said with satisfaction, very good, then we will level up and do what we need to do. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, we will start the Northern Expedition. Although everyone was reluctant to leave, they couldn't help but feel excited when they thought that the president would personally lead them to fight tomorrow. After most of the people had left, Where's Diao Chan came over and said, President, although our guild has been established, the Yi and Xiao families have also established one. Besides, we haven't accumulated enough contribution points to learn guild skills yet, so we have no advantage in fighting now. Don't worry, just charge ahead. I'll provide you with the strongest support. Lu Muxuan patted his shoulder and said, send some people to move the equipment stored in Xuanwu City back to the warehouse and exchange it for personal contribution points. Okay, President. Whereas Dao Chan nodded and then asked people to set off. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan came to the guild hall. It was not big, about the size of a few basketball courts. In the innermost part, there was a blue crystal floating in the air. In the middle was a long table with hundreds of chairs on both sides. He opened the guild interface to check. Tian and I. Level 1. President, going against the will of heaven. Vice President, where is Dao Chan, Xing Fengling Yu? Ordinary members, 49,986 50,000. Buildings, Guild Hall 1 Guild Flag 1 Instance Portal 1 Guild Buff Crystal 1 Taskbar 1 Virtual Battlefield 1 PK Arena 5 Guild Store 1 Warehouse 1 Fence 4 Gate 4 Bluestone Floor 1. Guild Contribution, 6235. Guild Gold, 1899400. Lu Muxuan took a look at the situation at the base. At the moment, only the guild flag was to be determined, and the rest were ready. The 600 million cash has been exchanged, and a total of more than 4 million gold coins have been purchased, with an average of 150 yuan per gold coin, which is almost the lowest price. He saved 2 million to join the guild, and also had over 2 million in his backpack for emergencies. Mumu, why don't we use your mask as the flag? What do you think? Lin Shiyu suggested. Lu Muxuan nodded. He also thought it was a good idea. Alright, other guilds either have knives or swords, we will definitely be different if we have masks. But don't mess with mine. Design one yourself, or ask someone to design one. Make it look good. Mine is just for show, and it's not pretty. Okay. Lin Shiyu agreed, and then began to contact people to make arrangements. Xiaoyu, go offline and cook. Xia and I will take on the guild boss. Lu Muxuan looked at Lu Xingyu and said. No, my curse can help. Lu Xingyu glared, looking like she would be angry if you dare not let me go. Okay. She wouldn't think that Lin Xia and I were secretly dating, right? Lu Muxuan was speechless. Fight the guild boss. This is a boss that 50,000, 100,000, or 200,000 people have to attack. It's very strong. How can you fight it without a nurse? Soon, the three of them arrived at the guild copy portal, and Lu Muxuan decisively chose to start the first level. Ding, do you want to spend 10,000 gold coins to open the first level? Sure. Lu Muxuan was puzzled. Why did it cost money to open a dungeon? The next second, the three of them disappeared from the spot, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a place that looked like a primeval forest. Ding! The Guild Boss Limited Time Challenge begins. All guild members are requested to kill the guild spirit within 2 hours. Note, if a member dies, they will be teleported out of the dungeon. Death does not cause a level drop. When all members are killed or the time is up, the challenge is considered a failure. Lu Muxuan looked around, but the trees were too dense to see clearly. Seeing this, he released the red fire sparrow and wrote on it. Mumu, the challenge rules are that you need to kill 5 guardians first, and then you can challenge the guild spirit, and you must kill 5 guardians within half an hour, otherwise the other dead guardians will be resurrected. Lu Xingyu reminded. What should we do? There are only 3 of us and this place is so big. What if we can't find everyone together? Lin Xia asked worriedly. Lu Muxuan was also checking the dungeon rules. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, half an hour is enough. I can kill the guild spirit twice in that time." As he spoke, he found 5 yellow monster head patterns on the map, in 5 different locations, and none of them were in the center. They looked like the 5 guardians. Seeing this, he turned around and rushed towards the nearest one. After about a minute, Lu Muxuan arrived at the position of the first guardian, which was in the middle of an altar. The altar was surrounded by 5 pillars, emitting a bright white light. Guardian Water. Level 20. HP, 8 million. Physical Attack, 5,000. Physical Defense, 4,000. Speed, 1,000. Skills, Water Ball, Water Ripples, Water Spout, Elementalization, 5 Elements Water Spear. One guardian has 8 million HP, so the guild dungeon is really difficult to beat. Mumu, leading the guardian away from the altar can reduce the attack, defense and speed by 30%. Lu Xingyu was still reading the rules. While speaking, she cast the undead curse, but unfortunately the guardian didn't move at all. I can't lure it in. I can only rely on knockback or other pulling skills. Besides, I don't need to lose this little bit of offense and defense. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Muxuan took a step forward and rushed into the altar. At the same time, a water ball also quickly hit him. Seeing this, he didn't move but just endured it. He was not afraid as long as he was not controlled. When the distance was shortened to 60 meters, he flashed to 10 meters away from the Guardian and rushed forward with a brutal charge. Since the Guardian had no displacement skills, Lu Muxuan knocked it away very smoothly, and then followed up with 2 sword strikes of the red flame slash. 207-8204. 204-4744. 204-4744. 251-3176. Without any surprise, he was killed instantly without even a chance to attack a second time. Moreover, the Guardian didn't even activate the elemental transformation. I'm afraid he wanted to save it for the critical moment. Unfortunately, there was no critical moment, and he would be killed instantly if he was knocked away. Wow, Xiao Linzi is so great. Lin Xia jumped for joy, causing Lu Xinyu beside her to roll her eyes. Next, Lu Muxuan spent another 5 minutes killing the remaining 4 guardians, namely gold, wood, fire, and earth, the 5 elements. Ding, it has been detected that all guardians are dead. The guild spirit has been refreshed. Please kill it in time. Lu Muxuan took a look at the map and saw a purple monster head appear in the center. He didn't waste any time and turned around to ride on the red fire sparrow to rush over. After a while, he saw the spirit of the guild on an altar. It is very large, about 20 to 30 meters tall, its body is as crystal clear as white jade, one hand holds a long sword, it has no feet, and its appearance is like the genie of a magic lamp. Guild Spirit. Level 20. HP, 30 million. Physical attack, 10,000. Physical defense, 10,000. Speed, 1,200. Skills: Gold Vibration, Wood Spirit Armor, Water Rippling, Flame Stream, Earth Spike, 5 Elements Elementalization, 5 Elements Spear. Holy shit! The 5 Guardians Wide Area skills, the 5 Elemental Transformations, and the 5 Elemental Spears were all concentrated on the Guild Spirit. 15 skills in total. Single target burst kills, group kills, and 5 elemental immunity attacks. You're awesome! Just based on these skills alone, if the guild doesn't have all its members at level 2, then there's no way to win. And with this physical defense, if you don't train a team of violent mages, you can't win at all. That way I feel relieved. Lu Muxuan smiled. At the moment, apart from himself, no guild could defeat the guild boss. Thinking of this, he rushed forward with the flaming knife. Phew! A 5-element golden spear pierced like lightning, striking Lu Muxuan hard. At the same time, with a roar from the guild spirit, the surrounding vegetation suddenly coalesced into the form of soldiers, unleashing arrows at him like raindrops. 747,545. Plus 1. 10,528. Plus 1. 10,528. After a wave of concentrated fire, Lu Muxuan lost 1 or 2 million health points. Only the first hit was a counterattack on the guild spirit, and the rest were all on the soldiers in armor. Seeing this, he decisively activated Berserkin Blood Demon Shield, used Naruto Flash to approach from 80 meters away, and then immediately followed up with a brutal charge. Bite. Immunity. Immunity. Maybe it was because it knew that his knock-up would mean an instant kill, but the guild spirit directly activated its elemental transformation, and its body turned into a ball of fire, avoiding Lu Muxuan's brutal charge in 4 slashes. Seeing this, he did not continue to attack, but followed the flame closely, and when it returned to its original shape, he raised his sword and chopped it down. 203-8744. 203-8744. Immunity. Immunity. Unfortunately, after only 2 strikes, the guild spirit used water ripples and transformed into elements again, its body turned into a ball of clear water, and it dodged the next few strikes again. Lu Muxuan was still following closely. The guild spirit's movement speed was not as fast as his, so with the blessing of the violence, he had every chance to knock out all the elemental transformations of the opponent, and then kill him with the blood slash. 1 elemental transformation lasts for 5 seconds. After about 40 seconds, the last elemental transformation effect of the guild spirit disappeared. Seeing this, he smiled and released a bloody slash directly in the face. 107820000. With a health point of 53.9 million, one strike caused more than 10 million damages, and 1/3 of the boss's health was directly cut off. Lu Muxuan detonated the second section without thinking. 107820000. In just 40 seconds, more than 10 million damage was dealt, and combined with the 20 million damage, the guild spirit was directly killed in less than a minute. Ding! The guild dungeon challenge has been successfully completed. The boss bonus has been activated. The guild will be rewarded with 100,000 contributions and the second challenge will be unlocked. All members must leave the battlefield within 1 minute. Xiao Linzi is so great, let's applaud you. Lin Xia cheered and surrounded Lu Muxuan to praise him. Hey, go away, he's my boyfriend. Lu Xinyu couldn't stand it anymore. He was jumping around in front of her. It was too much. Hearing this, Lin Xia put her hands on her waist and said, "What are you doing?" Xiao Linzi cleared the guild dungeon, so shouldn't we encourage him? What's wrong with saying a few nice things? It's nothing. But you didn't even bother to praise your boyfriend for his outstanding performance. Why are you so stingy? You. Vixen, you still have the nerve to seduce my boyfriend. Lu Xinyu was angry. Why is this little vixen so annoying? I felt sorry for her before, bah, shameless. Chapter 86 Reactions from all parties. Seeing the two girls about to quarrel, Lu Muxuan hurriedly stood between them, then took Lu Xinyu's hand and said, "Let's go and continue to play the second level." Seeing him holding her hand in front of Lin Xia, Lu Xinyu's anger instantly disappeared. She looked at Lin Xia with a smile and said, "See? Mumu likes me. Don't be such a chatterbox around him all day. Although my Mumu isn't a hottie, I don't want to see him surrounded by all sorts of women. Keep a proper distance. That's the way to respect him. Do you understand? What are you so proud of?" Humph. Lin Xia was furious. She stomped her feet and said, "I can heal Xiao Linzi, but can you? You're only useful against small monsters, but you can't help at all against powerful bosses. Pill." Seeing this, Lu Muxuan immediately pulled Lu Xinyu out of the dungeon and said, "Don't worry, Xiaoyu. You're actually quite powerful. People online call you the god of death. Your reputation is well known. But I can't help at all, can't I?" Lu Xinyu's eyes were dim. There was Yan Bing in front of her and Lin Xia behind her, and they both said that she was a vase. Who said that? You helped me kill so many barking dogs before, which was very useful. I can't do it. Don't let your imagination run wild. At this time, Lin Xia also came out. Seeing Lu Muxuan glaring at her fiercely, she lowered her head and stopped talking. Don't think too much. Do you care about what others think or what I think? Lu Muxuan said while rubbing Lu Xinyu's little hand. Yours, I don't care about the others. That's fine, even if you were just an ordinary person, I'd still like you. What's more, you're the feared god of death. If you don't believe me, just look at the forums. There are definitely more people who fear you than me. Hearing this, Lu Xinyu's pretty face, which was full of worry, broke into a bright smile. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Lu Muxuan and said, "Really? Guaranteed authenticity. Well, Mumu, whatever you want to eat, I'll go offline and cook it for you. I like everything you cook." Lu Muxuan looked doting. All right. Lu Xinyu pouted, then looked at Lin Xia and said, "Since you want to keep pestering me, I'll give you a chance. 1 month. If you can make Mumu fall in love with you, then I'll help you. But if you can't, then please don't bother my Mumu in the future, okay? Are you sure?" Lin Xia was surprised and looked at Lu Xinyu in disbelief. "I'm sure." Lu Xinyu's eyes were firm. "If you can poach me, it means he doesn't really like me, so what if he gives me to you?" Hearing this, Lu Muxuan hurriedly rubbed her little hand, then held it tightly, using body language to tell her that he would not do that. "Okay, I promise you." Lin Xia nodded in agreement. 1 month should be enough. When Lu Muxuan attacked the guild copy, the outside world caused a huge uproar, and all the major guilds were eagerly waiting. The news that the Tianni Guild will start the Northern Expedition tomorrow appeared in all server channels, forums, and DYs, which attracted heated discussions among netizens for a while. Among them, in the live broadcast room of DY blogger Shofa, he was immediately scolded by a large number of black fans to the point of becoming autistic and almost wanted to shut down the live broadcast because he made the statement that the Tianni Guild could successfully launch the Northern Expedition. However, seeing the number of viewers in the live broadcast room continue to soar, he withstood the pressure and continued to express his views. Family members, first of all, the Dynasty Guild joining the Tianyi Guild is not inferior in terms of numbers, and although the level suppression you mentioned does exist, it is not absolute, because the combat power added by leading by 2 or 3 levels is not much. Secondly, when the Tianyi Guild defeated the server-wide boss, all members received a piece of silver equipment. In this respect, Tianyi has completely made up for the level difference, and the stats of a piece of silver equipment are far greater than those of a 2 or 3 level lead. The third point, and the most important one, is the guild boss. Killing each guild boss will increase the effect by 5%. With NIT on Ershing's strength, he definitely has a chance of killing 5 guild bosses. Even if he can't kill 5, he can definitely kill 4. With a 20% bonus to all members, tell me, what can the Yi and Xia families use to fight against Tian and I? After saying that, blogger Shofa began to question the black fans, but unexpectedly, the black fans were not pushovers either and immediately began to refute. There's a lot of gibberish, but the main point is missing. Can guild battles be the same as individual battles? Individual battles are all about recklessness, crushing with attributes or skills, but guild battles are about teamwork, coordination, and command. Exactly. Didn't you see how badly the Tianyi Guild has been suppressed by the Yi and Xia families these past few days? They've almost lost all their leveling points, and can only compete with individual players for low-level monsters. They're like a dog that has lost its home. Ha, that's spot on. These days, the internet is full of people saying that the Tianyi Guild is like a coward, never fighting back, never retaliating, and constantly giving up territory. I heard they've even lost thousands of high-level players, and they're still planning a northern expedition. What the hell are they dreaming of? I'm a former member of the Tianyi Guild, so I have the right to speak. Those who go against the Tianyi are cowards. They don't dare to fight, yet they ask us to endure it. Bastards! If I were the guild leader, I'd just fight them directly. Why would I have to be so aggrieved? Brother, it's a good thing you left the pit early, otherwise you would have lost a level if the fight started tomorrow. Hey, I joined the Yi clan. Tomorrow I'm going to fight the Tianyi Guild. Then I'll start a live stream and show you how easy it is to beat these wimps. Guild wars are indeed unlike individual battles. Unless NIT on Ershing gives up personal leveling and dedicates himself to the guild, it will be quite difficult to snatch leveling points from these two guilds. These two guilds have absorbed many veteran online game masters, and they are extremely skilled in deploying troops and conquering cities. Tian Ni is a new guild, and it recruits only independent players. Without experts in this area, it may be crushed unilaterally. Why say so much? Just wish the guild that defies fate will be shut down. That's right, if they're strong individually, they're strong. I can't refute that one thing, but forming a guild is a bit too much. They even think that other guilds will give up their territory just by relying on their looks. Bah, what a joke. I'm on the side of Yi and Xia this time. Don't say too much. Half death is best. Otherwise, the Tianyi Guild will collapse, and no one will be able to stop NIT on Ershingkong. It's better to keep a half-dead guild to contain him. That makes sense. Seeing the almost one-sided speeches, blogger Xiaohua angrily turned off the live broadcast. At the same time, at the Hegemony Guild's leveling point, Hegemony Ambition looked at the members leveling up ahead and said calmly, "It's finally about to begin. The fight between these two tigers is enough to destabilize the situation in Suzaku City. Notice everyone, if you can take leave, please do so. If you can't, please try not to work overtime." Hearing this, the players beside him were stunned. "President, do we want to join in too?" Bei Xiongtu smiled but said nothing. On the other side, the headquarters of the Qitian Guild. In the dungeon, tens of thousands of players were divided into hundreds of teams, and they launched an attack on the guild spirit in an orderly manner. Warriors charged to deceive with skills, and then archers and mages bombarded in a wave, and then quickly dispersed. But it was too late. A wave of water rippled from around the guild spirit, and all members turned into white light and disappeared on the spot wherever it passed. Only the Monkey King escaped the area, a brilliant golden light emanating from his body. He sighed, "The boss's group abilities have too large a range. The priest I dug up with the big flag could only keep me alive for 3 seconds, and couldn't deal much damage at all. If there wasn't a time limit, it would be fine. I could slowly grind it down." Master Qi Tian looked at the time. There were less than 10 minutes left, and the boss still had almost 20 million HP. It was probably hopeless. It's okay, just testing the waters to familiarize yourself with the boss's mechanics so it'll be easier to defeat next time. Also, the boss is weak to magic defense, so next time I'll just sell all my marksmen and assassins, and just let the mage do the damage. That's the only way. The great sage equaling heaven nodded and said, Nition Ershing will start a war with the Yi and Xia families tomorrow. Should we do anything next? What to do? Get all the members online as much as possible these few days. Young Master Chi Tian spread out his paper fan and said with a smile, when two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. The injured tiger loses territory and will inevitably try every possible means to regain some. Otherwise, without high-quality leveling points, the gap between guilds will only widen. So for us, we just need to hold on to the existing territories. The Monkey King thought for a moment, then nodded and stopped talking. Ye's leveling point. Yi Wujiang frowned after receiving Xiao Wuyo's message and replied, what are you afraid of? Even if he defeats the boss, what's the point of adding 25 points? We are so far ahead and have so many veterans, are we still afraid of a new guild? Since he wants to fight, then let's fight. Use your strength to tell Nition Ershing that personal strength does not represent the strength of the guild. I don't believe he will give up leveling up to join the guild. Xiao Wuyo, my informant, got the news that Tian Ni's guild skills have been upgraded, and he has already defeated 2 guild bosses. I suspect that after clearing a level, the rewards aren't just a 5% increase in effect, there are also contribution rewards, and maybe even treasure chests, equipment, and other rewards. Otherwise, how would Nition Ershing contribute to upgrade guild skills? Seeing this, Yi Wujiang gritted his teeth and replied, so what? Is there any room for turning back now? Do you still want to beg for forgiveness for going against the will of heaven? Let's think about how to deal with tomorrow's battle. Relying on the level difference, deployment, and command, we won't necessarily lose to the heaven-defying movement. Whether you're a dragon or a worm, we'll have to touch you to find out. You're so indecisive and timid. I don't know how you managed to get to this position. Xiao Wuyo, it's not that I'm timid, but from the launch of the server until now, Nition Ershing has been creating miracles. Sometimes, if you dare to fight, you also need strength. Yi Wujiang, what do you mean now? Xiao Wuyo, negotiate. We can split the leveling points equally according to Nition Ershing's previous request. Hearing this, Yi Wujiang was a little annoyed and directly called Xiao Wuyo's video, are you fucking sick? You're scared before we even fight? The Tian Ni guild is basically made up of a bunch of old, weak, sick, and gorillas. How can they compare to our elite troops? A strong ironsmith must have strong tools himself. Even with the buffs, those rubbish can only barely fight us on equal terms. I really don't understand what you're so afraid of. In short, if you want to negotiate, go by yourself. If you want to cede, it's your territory. You're rushing to negotiate before the fight even starts. If it gets out, you'll lose face. You don't want face, but I do. Don't drag me into this. After saying that, Yi Wujiang cursed inwardly as an idiot and then hung up the video. Chapter 87, the 5th level. The Tian Ni Guild's headquarters, inside the 5th level dungeon. After dealing with the 4 guardians, there was still an hour and 20 minutes left. Lu Muxuan did not waste any time and immediately rode the red fire sparrow and rushed to the middle area. Xiao Linzi, where do you live? I'd like to come visit you, okay? Let me tell you, I lowered my appearance by 20% when I created the character. The real me is even prettier than in the game. Do you want to see it? Lin Xia asked, tilting her head to look at him. Lu Muxuan didn't turn around when he heard this, but looked at the guild spirit in the distance and said, no, I think it should be easy for you to find a boyfriend with your conditions. There should be a lot of idol-level handsome boys in your school. Any one of them is 100 times more handsome than me. Why would you hang yourself on a tree? How can they compare with you? Lin Xia pouted. You haven't even seen my face. What if I'm ugly? Lin Xia opened her mouth, but Lu Muxuan had already jumped down, so she had to keep her words in her heart. Guild Spirit, Guild Boss can view attributes. Level 100. HP 500 million. Physical attack 200,000. Physical defense 500,000. Speed 2,500. Skills 5 elements enhancement passive metal shock, wood spirit armor, water ripples, flame, earth spike, 5 elements elementalization, 5 elements spear. This time there is an additional passive skill. The first 4 guild spirits only increased the attributes and skill range, but this final boss not only increased the range, but also added the 5 elements to strengthen this passive skill. The effect is to increase the skill damage by 50%, which hurts more. I almost couldn't hold on in the 4th level. I'm afraid I will have to fight for resurrection this time. Lu Muxuan was a little nervous. If he failed, he would have to wait a day before continuing the challenge. In other words, once he failed, he would have no chance. Unless you don't want this last 5% effect, or change the date. It's impossible to change the date. He has already said it and he can't go back on his word. In this case, we can only try our best. Thinking of this, Lu Muxuan took a deep breath and said, when you have a healer, use it. When you don't have any skills, stay away from the altar and don't get hit by the boss. Yeah, I understand, Shaolinzi, you go. Lin Xia patted her chest and nodded seriously, then piloted the feather eagle into the air. The next second, Lu Muxuan took a quick step forward and rushed towards the altar. At the same time, the guild spirit immediately noticed the intrusion and roared, sending thousands of soldiers and armored personnel bursting out from all directions. Immediately afterwards, a spear more than 10 meters long flashed through the armor like lightning, accurately piercing Lu Muxuan. 2062255. +1. WTF. 20 million damage. Lu Muxuan was shocked. The 4th boss only dealt 7 or 8 million damage. This 5 elements enhancement is really outrageous. But this was also part of his plan. He would take a wave of damage first, and then activate the Blood Demon Shield. This way, Lin Xia could use healing magic while he was invincible. After the Blood Demon Shield ended, he could recover 2 waves of blood, otherwise he could only recover 1 wave. Moreover, counterattack is also damage. How can you kill the boss if you are not greedy? Plus 2685. Plus 2695500. Plus 2805. Plus 2695500. Lin Xia's treatment was very timely. She followed up with treatment almost immediately after the spear hit her, restoring more than 8 million HP. The next second, Lu Muxuan came to 50 meters away from the guild spirit under the attack of thousands of soldiers in armors. He used Naruto Flash to get close to it, and then started to chop with his sword violently. Miss. Damn. It's so fast. The tip of the knife brushed past the guild spirit and then retreated quickly without fighting with Lu Muxuan. Seeing this, he directly used Savage Charge to lock onto the target, but the guild spirit used Elementalization to dodge. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan frowned slightly. The boss was too fast and he could not catch up with it at all. It would be difficult to kill it relying solely on displacement skills. And the longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. Thinking of this, he decisively gave up chasing the guild spirit, used the Naruto Flash again to come to a pillar at the edge of the altar, raised his knife and chopped it. 154-8744. 154-8744. Leading the monster out of the altar can reduce its attack, defense, and speed by 30%, and destroying the 5 beads of the altar has the same effect. Each pillar has 50 million HP, and Lu Muxuan can deal 4.8 hits per second on average, with each hit dealing over 1.5 million HP. It only takes 7 seconds to destroy a pillar, and 35 seconds to destroy 5 pillars. Including the time spent on the journey, it will take no more than a minute to completely destroy them. It will be easier to fight the boss when its speed slows down, otherwise you won't be able to fight it if you can't catch up with it. Seeing Lu Muxuan frantically attacking the pillar, the guild spirit shot out another spear, but it was unfortunately directly immune to the Blood Demon Shield, and it also condensed 2 blood slashes. Seeing that he couldn't be stopped, the guild spirit turned its attention to Lin Xia, but after releasing her skills, she kept wandering outside the altar and couldn't be hit even if they wanted to. Not long after, as Lu Muxuan raised his sword and slashed it, the last bead collapsed. Ding, the altar is 100% damaged, reducing the guild spirit's attack, defense, and speed by 30%. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Muxuan immediately turned around and set his sights on the guild spirit. Due to the 30% reduction in speed, the guild spirit's movement speed was now only 1750. His movement speed is 1890, so he can catch up without any displacement skills. Taking advantage of the fact that the Blood Demon Shield still had more than 20 seconds left, Lu Muxuan didn't waste time chasing after him. He flashed in front of the guild spirit and slashed wildly with his sword. 169-8744. 169-8744. Sure enough, there is no need to worry about not being able to hit the opponent with a slower movement speed. Although you can only hit once per second and have to catch up and hit again, it is still much better than not being able to hit at all. After being slashed twice by him, the guild spirit decisively used elementalization again to avoid the attack. He smiled at this. Follow the guild spirit closely and use Savage Charge immediately after the skill ends. Since the elemental effect had disappeared when it appeared, and it took 0.75 seconds to appear, Lu Muxuan seized this opportunity to knock it away directly, followed by a sword attack, blood slash, and blood demon explosion. 173-2204 169-8744 107-82580 593-04190. In order to inflict the highest damage in the shortest time, he didn't even use the red flame slash, fearing that there wouldn't be enough time, as the knockback only lasted for 1 second. Sure enough, just after he exploded, the guild spirit turned into elements again the moment it landed. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan chased after it again. During this time, he checked the boss's health. The damage he had dealt plus the counter damage showed that he had already taken away more than 95 million HP, which was almost 1/5 of the boss's health. 4 more hits would almost kill him. But the next second he was stunned. The moment he appeared, he received a red flame slash, but then the boss raised his 2 swords and slashed at him wildly, and his health was instantly reduced by 1/3. 216-7176 red flame slash. 129975545. Plus 1. 296-6945. Plus 1. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan decisively used the fire shadow flash to leave, leaving a fire shadow in his place. 50 meters away, he snapped his fingers and detonated it directly. Boom! 185-8320. After detonating the fire shadow, Lu Muxuan turned around and ran away without hesitation, because the boss's normal attack is also a skill. Like his violent attack, it can enjoy the blessing of elemental strength. The first strike should have been of water attribute, with a deep blue blade light, which cut off 13 million of his blood. The second strike was of fire attribute, and the strong attributes offset it, so the blood loss was relatively less. And based on this, we can infer that the boss's attribute strength is around 500, and it has all 5 attributes. Roar! Since the movement speed could not keep up, the guild spirit decisively launched a large-scale group attack. In an instant, the entire screen was filled with earth spikes within a radius of 500 meters, leaving no place to hide. 168-72545. 1. Finished. Lu Muxuan was shocked. Damn, monsters with strong attributes are so hard to beat, and their group skills have such high damage. Right now, he only has over 16 million HP left. If he gets hit by another group damage, he will die. Don't be afraid, Shaolinzi, I'm here. Lin Xia rode the feather eagle above Lu Muxuan and raised her hand to cast 3 healing spells. Plus 2685. Plus 2695500. Plus 2805. Plus 2695500. Seeing his HP return to 24 million, Lu Muxuan felt a little relieved. But the next second, a spear struck him like lightning. Don't answer it this time. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan suddenly stamped his right foot and rolled to the left, dodging the attack with great effort. He then ran out of the altar without stopping, waiting for his skill to cool down. But the terrible thing was that the guild spirit also followed out and threw spears crazily from behind. Although there is enough time to dodge at a long distance, there is no way to dodge area skills. As the guild spirit used the group attack skill Gold Shock, a circle of sound wave-like airwaves instantly swept across the world, and Lu Muxuan's health volume was reduced by another 1.6 billion. Fortunately, the Naruto flash cooled down once, and after using it, he was just out of the 500-meter range. The boss's movement speed cannot keep up with him, so all you have to do next is keep running and wait for the skills to cool down. After a while, seeing the boss coming to the Hokage's position, Lu Muxuan snapped his fingers again to detonate it, and blew away another 1.85 million HP of the boss. But unfortunately, because he was running in the opposite direction, Lin Xia's treatment could not keep up. There was no way. The feather eagle did not fly fast. If it ran towards her, it would definitely be caught up by the guild spirit. Then if she was hit, she would have to bear the damage herself. But at this moment, 2 healing rays suddenly appeared above his head. Plus 2685. Plus 2695500. Lu Muxuan, Sigma? Lin Xia? Lu Muxuan looked at Lin Xia, who was a few kilometers away. He really couldn't understand how the other party could add blood to him from such a distance. Isn't the range of healing spell 100 meters? Damn it! Plus 2805. plus 2695500, plus 3210, plus 2695500. For more healing spells appeared, successfully raising his health to 16 million. However, the situation was urgent, the terrain was complex, and there were many trees, so Lu Muxuan didn't think too much about it and concentrated on getting on his way. But he didn't run for long, about a minute, when he crashed directly into a wall of air with a bang. He felt dizzy and reached out to touch it, his heart completely dead. There is actually a boundary wall. The Blood Demon Shield currently has 40 seconds left to cool down, but the Guild Spirit is about to catch up, and there are still 2 group attack skills left that are useless. During this time, his health only returned to 24 million. Even if he dodged all the spears, these 2 group attack skills were enough to revive him. And resurrecting is useless. I can only use the Blood Shield once, and the boss still has 346 million HP. What can I use to fight him? I can't beat it off even if I kill myself. Chapter 88, Terrifying Buff Bonus. While he was thinking, the spirit of the guild had already caught up with him, and the spear arrived before the man. After Lu Muxuan dodged to the side, he was unsurprisingly attacked by a group of people with rippling water waves. The water waves were so huge that there was no way to hide. 168725545. Plus 1. Finished. Only 7 million HP left. Lu Muxuan was a little unwilling. If he could use the Blood Demon Shield once more, he would be able to kill the guild spirit. But if he is killed now, he cannot be killed after resurrection. The next second, a burst of flames shot up into the sky, directly covering an area of 500 meters, instantly forming a world of fire. Lu Muxuan's eyes lit up when he saw this. Holy shit! Fire attribute. There's still a chance. 317,904. Plus 1. 317,904. Plus 1. As expected. The fire attribute's damage to him was very low. Although it was a continuous damage that lasted for a total of 10 seconds, it only caused him more than 3 million damage, and he still had 4 million health points. The Guild Spirit's group skills have been used up, and the cooldown is 5 minutes. There is no need to worry about being killed instantly by the group skills before the Blood Demon Shield cools down. Next, Lu Muxuan ran to the right along the air wall, but he ran horizontally, and the Guild Spirit ran in a straight line and quickly blocked him. Seeing this, he had no choice but to move as much as possible to avoid the attack. If he couldn't avoid it, he would use Flame Flash, and finally successfully delayed the Blood Demon Shield until it cooled down. Nana! Enough of that! Without any hesitation, Lu Muxuan activated Berserkin Blood Demon Shield and rushed forward to fight. After forcing out the elemental transformation, wait for it to appear, instantly follow up with a wild charge, then a normal attack, followed by a blood slash and a red flame slash. 173-2204. 169-8744. 107-82580. 216-7176. A set of combos successfully knocked out more than 16 million. After that, Lu Muxuan forced out an elemental transformation every 10 seconds. After more than 50 seconds, you have no skills left. Lu Muxuan smiled. At this time, the savage charge had cooled down again. In order to prevent the blood slash from being dodged, he decisively knocked it up, and then used normal attack to follow up with the blood slash and blood demon explosion. 173-2204. 169-8744. 107-82580. 539-12900. After dealing damage, Lu Muxuan did not run away, but continued to use normal attacks. He couldn't escape anyway, so he might as well cut a few more times. As expected, as the Blood Demon Shield's invincibility ended, even though Lin Xie restored more than 8 million HP to him during this period, he was still killed in 2 seconds by the boss. The health bar is emptied. But the next second, Lu Muxuan was revived with full health. After taking a wave of damage, he activated his Blood Demon Shield and started slashing wildly. Just like last time, use normal attacks when you can, and when you force out the elemental transformation, use a knockback followed by a blood slash. When the Blood Demon Shield is about to end, use a knockback, blood slash, and blood demon explosion. After this operation, the boss's health was reduced to 240 million, with only 100 million left. As long as he held on, he could kill the boss with another use of the Blood Demon Shield. The result was just as he expected. Since Lu Muxuan did not fight hard after the blood demon exploded, the blood demon's shield cooled down again when there were only more than 20 million HP left. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It was finally over. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes, activated the blood demon's shield in fury again, and rushed forward. Die! After forcing out the elemental transformation, Lu Muxuan sent it flying with a brutal charge, then unleashed a series of silky combos, instantly killing the guild spirit, which had only a little over 60 million HP left. Ding, the guild dungeon challenge has been successful. The boss bonus has been increased, and the guild contribution reward is 500,000. It has been detected that all challenges have been completed. The boss protection function has been activated. All members please leave the battlefield within 1 minute. Boss guard? What the hell? Lu Muxuan opened the guild panel in confusion, but when he saw the introduction, his eyes widened and his expression became ecstatic. Little Lindsay, Lin Xia was so excited that she cried. She jumped off the feather eagle and ran towards Lu Muxuan. This battle was both thrilling and exciting, and it made her so anxious that she almost masturbated herself. Okay, I'm not dead, why are you crying? Lu Muxuan held Lin Xia down helplessly to prevent her from rushing over to hug him. Xiao Lindsay, am I awesome? I can treat patients regardless of distance. To be honest, I'm stunned. Lin Xia stopped struggling when he pressed her head. Instead, she stretched out her head to let him touch her with some enjoyment. Did you heal yourself? Lu Muxuan asked. Actually, he already had a suspicion and wanted to confirm it. Yeah, I couldn't catch up with you, so I healed myself in a hurry. I just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect it to be successful. Am I awesome? Lin Xia said excitedly with her little head raised, looking like she was asking for praise. Well, that's great. I didn't expect that your little head could come up with this idea. It's amazing. Lu Muxuan really admired her and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up because he hadn't thought of this. Under absolute protection, all the damage suffered by Lin Xia was borne by herself, and the same is true in reverse, the treatment she received would also be transferred to Lu Muxuan. The value of the Lord of Soldiers' soul is still increasing. Humph. Who are you looking down on? I'm actually very smart. Lin Xia grumbled. But the next second, she rubbed her head against his hand again, her anger not lasting a second. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan quickly withdrew his hand and said, "Go out." After saying that, his figure disappeared from the spot. Xiaoyu, why are you here? As soon as Lu Muxuan came out, he saw Lu Xinyu standing next to the copy portal and subconsciously put his hands behind his back. That's not right. I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I be afraid? The midnight snack is ready. Are you done playing? If not, log off and eat before continuing. Lu Xinyu said naturally, grabbing his arm. The battle just ended. By the way, Xiaoyu, go get the guild treasure chests. There are 5 in total. See what comes out. Lin Xia dropped 2 gold equipment, so the probability is very high. Lu Muxuan said. Wow, opening a treasure chest? Let me try. Lu Xinyu's eyes lit up, and she opened the guild interface eagerly, then clicked on the copy reward. As her little hand clicked, a golden light flashed. Gold plus 100. Why are they gold coins? Lu Xinyu was a little disappointed and looked at Lu Muxuan pitifully. But what can he do? It depends on luck. The rewards include a random amount of gold coins, equipment ranging from black iron to gold, and random personal contribution points. Help me order. Lu Xinyu grabbed Lu Muxuan's hand and pressed it on the second treasure chest. Black iron equipment plus 1. Wow. Mumu, your luck is even worse. I don't want you anymore. Lu Xinyu pushed Lu Muxuan away angrily, rubbed her hands, then took a breath and clicked on the third treasure chest. Gold equipment plus 1. Wow. Mumu, look, it's gold equipment. Lu Xinyu excitedly pulled Lu Muxuan back and shook his arms vigorously. Lin Xia, who was standing by, wanted to show off her 2 gold pieces of equipment, but she stopped talking after seeing this. The last treasure chest yielded 50 gold coins, and her luck had run out. You're almost all gold equipment, there's no need to get so excited. Lu Muxuan curled his lips. His last treasure chest still contained gold coins. Damn it! Not a single piece of gold equipment. Hearing this, Lu Xinyu rolled her eyes at him and said, "Oh, you're such a bummer." I'm happy to get good stuff, and I don't care whether I can use the equipment I get. After saying that, she hit him and continued to open the treasure chest. Lu Muxuan shook his head and then opened the Guild Buff Crystal interface. Guild Buff Crystal activating, not effective remaining time, 6 hours 35 minutes and 28 seconds. Guild level bonus, level 1, increases experience by 5% in gold, equipment, and special item drops by 5%. Passive skill, attribute enhancement level 1 skill description, improve the basic attributes of guild members by 5%. The contribution required for the next upgrade is 200,000. Active skill, attribute amplification not activated skill description, after activation, it can increase the basic attributes of guild members by 10%, lasting for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. The contribution required for activation is 100,000. Guild Boss Bonus, increases the final effect of guild members by 25%. Effect, can increase physical damage, spell damage, treatment, shield, control time, etc. Note, this effect only applies to basic attributes and does not affect elemental attacks. If you need to increase elemental strength, please build a 5 elements divine stone crystal. Seeing that the effect had no effect on attribute strength, Lu Muxuan was slightly disappointed. But it seems reasonable. The 5 elements are not basic attributes. If they can be improved through buffs, then he will take off directly. As for the final effect, it does not refer to damage bonus, but all-round bonus. In layman's terms, it is to add 25% to the original basis, whether it is damage, healing, or shield, it can be increased. For example, if the damage of a physical attack is 1000, after being added by the final effect, the damage will be 1250. The same goes for healing. The healing amount is 1000, which becomes 1250 after the effect bonus. The same applies to control. Originally, it could only control for 1 second, but after the effect bonus, it can control for 1.25 seconds, not limited to damage. Lu Muxuan was not concerned about this buff. After all, it was a good buff if it could be used. Moreover, if a strong element crystal was really made, few people in the guild would be able to enjoy it. What bothered him was the guild skills, one active and one passive, and they couldn't be effective at the same time, so if he wanted to add points, he can only choose one to max out first. Passive skill attribute enhancement, maxing out the 5 levels, can ultimately increase basic attributes by 25%. The advantage is stability and always there, the disadvantage is that the increase is small. Maxing out the active skill to level 5 can increase basic attributes by 50%. The advantage is that the bonus is high, but the disadvantage is that it only lasts for half an hour, and the buff bonus is lost during the cooldown period. Looking at these two skills, Lu Muxuan fell into deep thought. Should he use sustained attack or burst attack? When leveling up, endurance is definitely better, but if you are fighting a boss, burst will be better. What are you thinking about, Mumu? Lu Xinyu opened the treasure chest and happily got 2 pieces of gold equipment. She was in a good mood. I'm still deciding which skill to add first. Lu Muxuan replied, touching his chin. At this time, Lin Xiyu came online with a very cool mask pattern. After hearing this, she offered her own suggestion: if you can't make up your mind, you can hold a democratic vote. After all, it only takes a few seconds to add a point, and you can add it at any time. Forget it. Leveling up takes up most of my time right now, so it's better to keep doing it consistently. Besides, we're going to fight Yi and Xia's families tomorrow, and it'll be hard to defeat them if they're buffed. Plus, I accidentally chose the first level attribute enhancement at the beginning, so if I learn attribute amplification, I won't be able to reach level 5. After making the decision, Lu Muxuan did not hesitate and directly maxed out the attribute enhancement points. Level 1 requires 100,000 contribution points, while level 2 requires 200,000. The contribution points awarded for killing the guild boss are also this amount, so 5 points are perfect for maxing out. Looking at the maximum level guild skills and effect bonuses, Lu Muxuan's mouth curled up slightly. The situation was much better than he expected. There are also guild treasure chests. If you are lucky, you can get 1 or 2 pieces of gold equipment directly, plus a 25% basic attribute bonus and an effect bonus, which will at least double your overall strength. Now everything is ready, just waiting for tomorrow. Chapter 89: Living Together. Wow, another gold equipment! Lin Xia exclaimed. On the side, Lu Muxuan cast an envious look over. Everyone has gold equipment, why don't I have any? After replacing the guild flag with a mask pattern in a depressed mood, Lu Muxuan clapped his hands and planned to log off to have a midnight snack. But at this moment, a piece of equipment suddenly appeared in front of him. Well, you should be able to use it. Lin Shiyu handed over a pair of golden shoes. Lu Muxuan scratched his head but did not refuse because it was a warrior's equipment. Snow boots. Quality, gold. Physical attack plus 200. Attack speed plus 4. Movement speed plus 100. Wearing requirements, second level warrior. Sure enough, it was just a piece of gold equipment, and the improvement was a drop in the bucket, but he was still happy to have some, as he finally understood Lu Xinyu's feelings. Thanks, I'm going to log off now, see you tomorrow. Lu Muxuan waved. You're welcome. Lin Shiyu nodded calmly. Seeing the two figures disappear, Lin Xia angrily punched Lin Shiyu. Oh sister, you should have given it to me just now, I gave it to him, woo-woo. I missed the opportunity. I can't think of it right now. Lin Shiyu said helplessly, besides, I opened the equipment, and he saw it too. What's the point of giving it to him? I don't care. Sister, you don't love me anymore. I'm so sad, woo-woo. Seeing this, Lin Shiyu held her forehead with her hand and thought to herself, with your personality, who would like you unless they are just after your body? The other side. After Lu Muxuan logged off, he looked at the time. It was 10:40. He opened the door and took a look. He found that the things he bought were already at the door. He smiled, tidied himself up and went downstairs. Come in quickly, the food is getting cold. Lu Xinyu said as he opened the door. Xiaoyu, go into the room and stay for a while. Come out when I call you. Hearing this, Lu Xinyu curiously wanted to look behind him. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan hurriedly stopped her and then pushed her into the room. You are not allowed to come out unless I tell you to. After saying that, he gently closed the door. What? So mysterious. Lu Xinyu pouted, but the next second she suddenly thought of something and her pretty face turned red. Wouldn't he? Thinking of this, she couldn't sit still anymore and walked around the room, unable to stop. After a long wait, the door opened with a click, and Lu Muxuan walked in slowly with a gentle smile on his face. Come on, Xiaoyu, I'll take you out. I can walk by myself. Lu Xinyu's face flushed with shame, her ears felt hot, and she was a little afraid to look him in the eye. Come on, I've prepared a gift for you. Please close your eyes. Lu Muxuan came to her side, slowly covered her eyes from behind, and said, Come on, lift your feet. Be careful, there's a chair on the right. After a while, the two of them walked to the dining table in small steps. As Lu Muxuan slowly opened his hands, Lu Xinyu was immediately shocked by the scene in front of her. The hall was dim. On the dining table, a few candles were burning, the flickering flames illuminating the flowers and half a glass of red wine beside them. She covered her mouth with her hand and turned around, only to see Lu Muxuan slowly handing a bouquet of flowers to her. Xiaoyu, can you be my girlfriend? Well, I like yours. Lu Muxuan was so anxious that he kept scratching his head. He forgot all the words he had prepared before, not a single word. His hands and feet were shaking violently. Seeing this, Lu Xinyu burst into laughter and hugged the flower tightly in her arms. All right, idiot, you forget the words when you get nervous. Forget it this time, but you have to make up for it next time, okay? Oh, I understand. Xiaoyu, do you agree now? Lu Muxuan looked at her expectantly. Otherwise, I'll take the flowers. Lu Xinyu tapped his forehead, then sat down, looked at the candle, then at the flowers in her arms, and said, Candlelight supper, is this your own idea? Hearing this, an indescribable feeling of joy filled his whole body. Lu Muxuan suppressed his excitement and coughed. I saw the TV series. As he said that, he sat down next to Lu Xinyu, raised his glass and motioned her to clink it with his. Where did you buy it? It tastes better than what I had before. Lu Xinyu tasted it slowly. I bought it online. It's over 3,000 for 6 bottles. Do you like it? I'll buy some more. No wonder. No need. I don't usually drink red wine. I don't know how long it will take you to finish these 6 bottles. You don't look like a drinker. Lu Xinyu picked up a piece of beef for him and said, You can buy some cocktails and put them in the refrigerator. I usually drink milk in cocktails. Okay. Lu Muxuan nodded and secretly took note. By the way, Xiaoyu, can I move down and live with you? Lu Xinyu's face flushed red again, and the meat she was holding fell onto the table. Too fast. I'm not ready yet. Sure enough, a man wouldn't be nice to a woman without a purpose. After thinking it over, she still refused. How long have they known each other? Pa, you big pig's hoof, you really are greedy for my body. Seeing her like this, Lu Muxuan knew that she had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, I didn't mean anything else, Xiaoyu, don't think too much, I just want to better protect you. Hearing this, Lu Xinyu became a little suspicious. No bad intentions? While speaking, she stared at Lu Muxuan's eyes. You may not believe me if I say I have no bad intentions at all. Anyway, my purpose is to protect you. As for the rest, I certainly don't mind if you are willing. Lu Muxuan looked at her sincerely. Bah! So there is one after all? Lu Xinyu rolled her eyes at him and pouted, let's make 3 rules. First, you are not allowed to do anything bad to me or touch me without my consent. Second, you're allowed to dry your underwear on the windowsill in your room, and you're not allowed to be shirtless in the living room. Third, and this is the most important thing, you're not allowed to come into my room. Do you understand? Can you do this? Ah! When Lu Muxuan heard the word poo, he thought she was going to refuse, but he didn't expect the next sentence to be a set of rules. The result was completely different from last time. This guy Wu Ming is really capable. Sure. It's no big deal. Lu Muxuan quickly agreed, feeling a little excited. Seeing this, Lu Xinyu looked at him seriously and said, don't think I'm just talking casually. I'm serious. If you don't respect me, then I don't like you. Don't worry, Xiaoyu, I promise I can do it. Lu Muxuan patted his chest and promised. Okay, I'll ask the security guard to help you move the game cabin later. Let's eat first. Lu Xinyu smiled with her eyes slightly narrowed, holding the flowers tightly while eating. Soon, after finishing the meal, Lu Xinyu arranged his flowers and called the security guard to help him move the game cabin. Young man, you've only been here for less than 20 days and you're already moving into Xiaolu's room. If you have any secret, I'll teach it to my son. He's already in his 30s and still hasn't got a girlfriend. It's really worrying. The security guard asked in a low voice. Ahem, introduce a less serious brother to your son. Lu Muxuan almost blurted out. Ah. You mean my son likes boys? No wonder. I was wondering why he didn't have a girlfriend at such an old age. So that's it. The security guard was furious and wanted to call his son. Lu Muxuan, Sigma? Did I say your son likes boys? No. Don't take my words the wrong way. Moo. Lu Xinyu gave him a death stare, because their voices were actually quite loud in the elevator. Epsilon, I was just teasing you, that's not what I meant. Lu Muxuan said guiltily. Finally, under the security guard's resentful roll of his eyes, the game cabin was finally put in place. He made 2 trips to get the remaining clothes and other things himself. Done. Lu Muxuan plugged in the power plug of the game console and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. At this time, Lu Xinyu brought over a mattress with a pink bunny pattern and spread it on the bed. Use this one for now. Replace it when you buy a new one. This one is fine, no need to change it. Lu Muxuan sat on the chair to catch his breath and said, Xiaoyu, how could you just walk into my room so casually? It's not okay to favor girls over boys. Bah, you guys aren't afraid to be shirtless, but we women can't. Besides, this house is mine, I can come in whenever I want. Lu Xinyu finished making the mattress, sat on it and bounced a little, then said unhappily, besides, I'm just making the bed for you, okay? How much does this building cost? I'll buy it. Lu Muxuan waved his hand and said generously. So you want to come into my room? Ahem, it should be okay to take a look. You've been thinking about me since you came here, and you still say you have no bad intentions. I'll beat you to death. Lu Xinyu rushed over angrily and punched him. Seeing this, Lu Muxuan decisively fought back. The two fought for a while, and it ended with his chair falling to the ground. Lu Xinyu helped him up and checked that he was fine before speaking. You can come and see if you want, but only during the day. You are not allowed to enter my room at night. Do you understand? Ugh. It works again. Lu Muxuan was really unpredictable, but that didn't stop him from nodding vigorously. It's almost 12 o'clock. Let's take a shower and go to bed. Do you want to take a shower first or should I? First, remember to wash your clothes and hang your underwear on the balcony of your room. Lu Xinyu reminded. I know. Seeing Lu Muxuan putting on his pajamas and going into the bathroom, Lu Xinyu began to worry again. If this guy moved in, what if his mother suddenly came over? After much thought, there is no good solution. Clothes and other things can be put away, but the game cabinet cannot be hidden. Forget it, we've already moved, there's no point dwelling on it now. And she's been urging me to find a boyfriend, right? Now we're living together, and if she keeps urging me, we'll get married. Thinking of this, Lu Xinyu stood up and stretched, then tidied up the scattered things. Hey, why is there a diary? Driven by curiosity, she opened the first page, and she couldn't stop reading. After a long time, a tear slid down her cheek and fell onto the diary. What a fool! You don't even know how to say you like me. But the next second, she suddenly remembered that this guy was going against the will of heaven. And she had rejected him for this. The feeling of being touched suddenly disappeared, and she went to the bathroom angrily to guard it. Not long after, Lu Muxuan opened the door while wiping his hair, but unexpectedly, a pair of pink fists came towards him and hit his chest, 5 punches in 1 second. Big liar, I'll beat you. Lu Muxuan raised his hands, his body stiff, not knowing why. But seeing her hitting herself angrily, her little look was so adorable that he felt his heart melt. And at this moment, a thought emerged from the bottom of my heart and it was out of control. The next second, he hugged Lu Xinyu tightly in his arms. In an instant, a soft fragrance filled his arms, and Lu Muxuan felt the other person's warmth and softness, as well as a faint fragrance that made him feel like he was bathed in a spring breeze. Chapter 90: The Northern Expedition begins. In an instant, the scene fell into extreme silence. Neither of them spoke, and they could even hear each other's rapid heartbeats. Lu Xinyu felt a little flustered. Her body was tightly held by these strong arms, and she felt a little difficult to breathe. She looked up at Lu Muxuan, and the moment she met his fiery gaze, she quickly turned her head away and subconsciously pushed with her hands, but due to the huge disparity in strength, it didn't work. Xiao Yu. Lu Muxuan called out softly, with a questioning tone in his voice. Feeling him slowly leaning down, Lu Xinyu borrowed strength from somewhere, forcefully opened Lu Muxuan's arms, then grabbed one and bit it hard. Bah, you big liar, what do you want to do to me? It turns out that all men are pigs. After saying that, she turned around and ran back to the room, slamming the door shut. Lu Muxuan? Baffling. Looking at the teeth marks on his arm covered with saliva, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. He went back to the room to blow dry his hair, and finally saw the open diary on the table. It was then that he suddenly realized what had happened. September 21st, Sunday, sunny. Because of my uncontrollable behavior last night, Xiao Yu and I admitted our mistake this morning. Instead of blaming me, she pulled me downstairs and ran 5 kilometers. My legs are a little sore from running yesterday, and I almost collapsed on the side of the road today. In the end, it was Yu Baobao who pulled me to the end of the run. I felt like she looked down on me. In order to show my masculinity in front of her, I plan to run 10 kilometers in the future. Oh, 10 kilometers? That's what you said. Lu Xinyu suddenly poked his head out. Wow! You scared me. How come you're walking so quietly? Lu Muxuan said, clutching his chest. He then put the diary away in the drawer and said, You read it wrong. I wrote 5 kilometers. TSK, you're still a man. Lu Xinyu narrowed his eyes and smiled, Come and have breakfast, little Pakai. I made you some fresh fish porridge to replenish your energy. Otherwise, you probably won't be able to stand up tomorrow. Go away, go away. I haven't exercised for a long time, and I suddenly strained my muscles while running. After I'm through the adaptation period, I'll just run 10 kilometers a day. Lu Muxuan's face turned red, and then he didn't give her any rebuttal and directly dragged her to have breakfast. After eating and drinking, lie down in the game cabin, and the gods and demons start. After going online, his figure slowly appeared from the side of the dungeon portal. At this time, the base was crowded with people, and it was as noisy as a vegetable market. Oh my god! Who knows what it feels like to have your attributes increase by 25% as soon as you log in? How do you feel? Are you trying to show off and claim you're the chosen one? Don't be ridiculous, everyone has the guild buff. Holy crap! What kind of buff can add so much? A straight 25% increase. Are you kidding me? Hey, you're so ignorant. Our guild leader has already defeated all the guild bosses and used the max level buffs for the late game and the early stages of the game. Who else would do that? I heard that in a guild dungeon, you can get 5 treasure chests for free, and there's a chance you'll get gold equipment. I'm not sure if that's true. Holy crap! This is gold equipment. I'm getting rich. I'm going to be awesome. Fuck this damn luck, it must be a scam. Ancestors, bless me and give me gold equipment, open it. Why is it black iron? Damn. Gold, gold. I'd trade my best friend's 10 years of singleness for a glimmer of gold. Open. The contract is established. Oh shit, oh shit. It really opened up, woohoo is taking off. Fuck you, you're actually trading my single life for something. No, God bless you, I'll trade this stupid 20 years of single life for a piece of gold equipment. Ba, go. Wahahaha, I have a girlfriend, so your contract is invalid. But be satisfied, 100 gold coins can buy a black iron set. Get out of here, you bastard. I don't know you. President. The president is online. With a cry of surprise, everyone's attention was focused. It's still early, open the equipment, this is the benefit I give you. Long live the president. The president is awesome. For a moment, the roar shook the sky and could be heard for several miles. Mumu, Xiao Wuyo wants to see you. Lin Shiyu said while looking at the chat panel. Xiao Wuyo? Are you scared? Lu Muxuan sneered, no, tell him to leave the leveling points above level 16, otherwise I will kill him until he quits. Okay. Lin Shiyu nodded and continued, the commander borrowed from the dynasty has arrived and is outside. You need to make some arrangements later. Otherwise, if they don't obey orders, it will be difficult to defeat them even if we have overwhelming strength. Xiaolinzi, my brother has also sent over a dozen guild leaders to help direct this battle. Lin Xia pointed to a group of players not far away. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan frowned slightly. They are responsible for observing battlefield movements and giving advice, but they do not participate in command. You were offline last night, and I didn't have time to discuss with you. Lin Xiyu explained. Well, let them go and assist, whereas Dao Chan, and also, the commanders from the dynasty side should not directly participate. They are responsible for making plans, and the people from this guild will give the orders. Lu Muxuan ordered. Why don't you hold a meeting? Misunderstandings are inevitable when information is passed through layers of communication, and it's also a waste of time, Lin Shiyu suggested. All right. Guild Hall. A huge conference table sat in the middle, its 2 rows of chairs almost full. In front of the crystal, Lu Muxuan rested his hands on the tabletop, looking at the unfamiliar faces, and said, everyone here is at the command level, so I won't waste any more time. Today's battle depends on your dedication and efforts to minimize the casualties. Thank you, Master. It's my honor to help the Tianni Guild. A player from the Lin family said. Helping you is also helping me, no need to say more. Huang Chao Tianxia looked at Lu Muxuan and nodded. That's good. Now that this matter is over, I will help you defeat a guild boss as a thank you. Lu Muxuan paused, glanced at everyone and continued. If you can train our guild's commander, you can also get a bonus level. Upon hearing this, the Lin representative excitedly said, we must do our best. We don't need that. We just hope that when the Tianni Guild reaches level 2, it will accept people from our dynasty guild, said Dynasty World. Lu Muxuan shook his head and refused, when it's level 3, I still have a lot of people here who haven't been assigned yet. These people are all in the fan group. I heard from, where is Dao Chan, that there are 2,000 to 3,000 people in a group, and now there are 20 to 30 of them. Okay. Huang Chao Tianxia nodded. The other side. Xiao Wuyo's face turned grim after being turned away. Last night, he had arranged for his men to enter the guild's boss dungeon, but after seeing the rules clearly, he couldn't even think of negotiating. After much thought, perhaps the only option is to surrender in Seedland for peace. Otherwise, with the maximum level of guild skills and boss bonuses, plus 5 first-pass treasure chests, the probability of getting gold equipment is as high as 20%. 50,000 people at least have at least tens of thousands of gold pieces of equipment. One piece is equivalent to a 20-level upgrade, with a 50% bonus. The level difference is almost negligible with the help of equipment and buffs. Please inform NIT on Ershing that my Xia clan is willing to give up 2/3 of our leveling points, just in exchange for a ceasefire. Upon hearing this, the players at the door snorted and taunted, get lost. Our president wants you to get out of the leveling points above level 16. Don't you understand what I'm saying? You were so awesome before, weren't you? You were showing off on the forums every day. What's wrong now? You're scared before the fight even starts? You're just bragging. If I can't kill you, get out of here. Hearing this, Xiao Wuyo's face turned pale. Before he could say anything, his deputy beside him couldn't help but curse. You're just a gatekeeper, come and say another word. What's wrong? Do you still want to hit me? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Let's go. If you want us to quit the leveling points above level 16, then come and fight us. Xiao Wuyo angrily waved his hand and left. Instead of quitting like a coward, it is better to fight vigorously. Even if the result is the same, you won T lose face. In front of the Tianni Guild, Lu Muxuan released the red firebird and jumped up. He pressed down with his big hand, and the whole place suddenly fell silent. Everyone, although I won't help you fight for leveling points, I can provide you with the best resources and buffs. Now, tell me, do you have the confidence to rely on your own strength to fight for your own territory? Yes. 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 The roar was deafening. The members shouted wildly, wanting to roar out all the anger they had been holding in their hearts for the past few days. President, the guild has never been just your business. We all need to contribute to make the guild stronger and stronger, instead of relying on your protection to survive. Leave the expansion of the guild to us, and don't bother with such trivial matters. A player said loudly. Right. Whose guild leader is going to fight in person? Fighting, leveling up, and opening up territories are our business. We don't need the guild leader to worry about it. Don't worry, President, everyone shouted in unison. Very good. Lu Muxuan looked at the player who spoke first, level 8 Gale. Damn, isn't this guy a subordinate of Dynasty? But there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with calling him the president. After all, Dynasty is a joining, not an alliance. After boosting morale, Lu Muxuan waved his hand and said, Alright, I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. All troops, line up and attack. Following his command, tens of thousands of people roared and marched towards the east. However, they became disorganized as they marched, but their general formation remained intact. The warriors are in the front, back, left and right, protecting the archer, mage and priest in the middle, while the assassins are scattered to explore the road conditions and information, etc. As the Tianni Guild launched an all-out attack, all the server channels instantly exploded. It's begun. The Yi and Xia families versus the Tianni dynasty. Place your bets. What's going on? You're betting against Tianni at 1 minute and 1.1 second and Yi Xia at 1:10. Aren't you afraid of losing everything? Everyone, please feel free to come down. My Lin family doesn't have much of anything except money. Upon hearing this, everyone started placing bets. Since the internet had been full of news these days about how weak the Tianni Guild was and how they had lost all their territory to the Yi and Xia families, and with the odds of 1:10, most people bet on the Yi and Xia families to win without a second thought. Seeing this situation, some people who knew the inside story immediately announced the opening of the market. Since it is a march, it takes at least 1.5 hours to get from a level 25 area to a level 18 area, plus some wild monsters need to be cleared, so there is enough time to start the game.